Introduction asterisk. With mortal flesh, ascend to the divine throne. Forged by humanity, I shall establish divinity. Through countless beings, I shall carve my imperial seat. My servants, go forth to annihilate, to seize, to incinerate, plunder every vestige of life from this world. Forge my divine seat. Chapter 1. The Fallen Knight and the Book of the Undead. At the break of dawn, as all things awaken, Wide Mandela roused from his wooden bed, having dwelled in this realm for 18 years, gradually acclimating to its ways. As a fallen knight, he possessed no grand castle, no inexhaustible wealth, nor a domain to call his own. His late parents had left him but a sprawling estate, encompassing several hundred acres. Undoubtedly, for an ordinary person, this ensured a life free from want. Though not lavish, it was comfortably prosperous. Most importantly, there were no burdensome obligations, no relentless work schedules, nor tyrannical overseers to berate him. Some are born into privilege, while others are destined to servitude. In response, Wide could only express with resignation, "My dear compatriots of labor, I thrive here. Do not concern yourselves with me." Thud thud. The door swung open, and in strode the venerable butler, clad in a tailcoat and monocle, exuding an air of elegance. Alsace, once a loyal follower of Wide's parents, now served as his regent. "Sir, it is time for breakfast. I have prepared warm milk, white bread, and bacon with eggs for you today." The butler's meticulous demeanor signified his reliability. One could trust Alsace implicitly, as he would never disappoint. "Very well, my dear butler," Wide jested, and together they descended the spiral staircase to the dining hall. Without a word from Wide, a maid drew out his chair, draping a napkin across his lap while presenting him with cutlery. The crisp morning air, the enchanting maidens, and a bountiful breakfast heightened Wide's appetite. Meanwhile, Alsace began to report on the estate's finances over the past month, revealing the currency exchange rate. 1 gold coin for 10 silver, 1 silver for 100 copper. In the first half of the year, the Merle estate yielded over 300 acres of wheat, each acre approximately fetching 5 silver coins. Excluding what we have reserved for our use, we sold a total of 150 gold coins. Additionally, potatoes and taro were harvested from 50 acres each, priced at 8 and 6 silver coins per acre, respectively. After reserving for personal use, we sold 50 gold coins. The total profit amounts to 200 gold coins, and after accounting for this month's regular expenses, maintenance, and servant wages, the net income stands at 182 gold coins. Half of the profit has been deposited into the treasury for the estate's operations, while the other half is secured in your private vault. Upon concluding, the butler set the ledger beside Wide, attending to his meal. Wide glanced at the ledger, confirming its accuracy before setting it aside to enjoy his breakfast. After a while, when a maid cleared the plates, Wide leisurely spoke. "Disburse 100 silver coins as rewards for the estate's farmers and servants for this bountiful harvest. Let them know their efforts are recognized. Furthermore, instruct the farmers to sow the new seeds promptly. We must not miss the planting season." "Yes, sir. Your generosity will surely be remembered," Alsace responded with a slight bow. "By the way, Baron Miller has extended an invitation for you to attend a banquet tomorrow evening, reportedly regarding territorial expansion." "Oh," Wide replied, somewhat taken aback. He was acquainted with the current Baron Miller, his direct superior, akin to the relationship between a magistrate and a local gentry. From Wide's understanding, the current Baron Miller was a man of dubious character, known for his fondness for the wives of others, yet amiable and somewhat lethargic. What could have prompted such a sudden interest in territorial expansion? This was uncharacteristic of him. Wide pondered, and though uncertain of the reason, he could not simply decline. After all, one must yield to those under the same roof. Respect must be shown to avoid discord. After a brief contemplation, Wide reached a decision. "Reply to Baron Miller, informing him of my attendance at the banquet. Also, remember to prepare a gift. As guests, we cannot arrive empty-handed." "Understood, sir," Alsace acknowledged before turning to leave. A moment later, in the study on the second floor, Wide reclined in a chaise lounge, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, perusing a somewhat yellowed tome. The book was entirely black, imbued with an air of the uncanny. On the back cover, the phrase necromancy stood out ominously, instinctively repelling yet captivating Wide's attention. 3 years prior, Wide's parents had passed away, publicly attributed to a strange illness from which they could not recover. The true reason, however, was their contention over this very book. Currently, apart from Wide, nearly all those involved in the affair had met their demise. At this moment, Wide closed the book, allowing his eyes to rest. A peculiar sensation began to envelop his entire being. Before long, when Wide reopened his eyes, his pupils had turned entirely black, exuding an eerie aura, akin to a demon from the abyss. Silent whispers filled the room, as if murmurs from the underworld. "Arise, my soldier!" At that moment, Wide pointed toward a small coffin, a mysterious force emanating from his fingertip, flowing incessantly into the coffin. The temperature of the entire estate dropped several degrees. After a brief interval, the small coffin stirred, quaking as if something were attempting to break free. Caw! Caw! With the cawing of a raven, the small coffin was gradually forced open. A raven, the size of a human head, emerged from within, its eyes devoid of color. Caw caw! The raven squawked twice before perching upon Wide's shoulder. In that moment, Wide gazed at the raven, and the raven reciprocated the gaze. They seemed as one. Wide could manipulate the raven entirely, while also borrowing its vision. How delightful it is to perceive through another's eyes. What shall I call you? You shall be my second pair of eyes, a harbinger of death. I shall name you the Eye of Death, signifying the gaze from beyond, as my messenger and apostle, to convey my will. The somewhat whimsical declaration filled Wide with a sense of divinity. Soon, his eyes returned to their natural hue, and his aura diminished slightly. The Eye of Death, like a living creature, preened its feathers, appearing entirely lifelike to any observer. Wide murmured softly, "Necromancy does not require one to be a sorcerer to wield. How remarkable it is that such magic has manifested here. Regrettably, with my current mental fortitude, controlling even one undead is the limit of my capability." With that, Wide stood and stretched, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. "Perfect. With the Eye of Death, I can scout for information ahead of time. Territorial expansion. Baron Miller, let me unveil the secrets you harbor." With that, Wide opened the window, releasing the Eye of Death into the open sky. Watching as the Eye of Death soared into the distance, Wide's heart brimmed with anticipation, eager to discover what surprises awaited him. Chapter 2. The Expansion Ball. On the following day, as dusk descended, a carriage departed from the Merry Manor. It arrived punctually at the banquet venue, where the gifts were handed over to the servants. Lord Wade and his faithful servant then approached the entrance of the banquet hall. Two enchanting ladies graciously opened the grand doors for them, the subtle sway of their figures serving as an immense challenge to Wade's resolve. What a great evil, truly a manifestation of malevolence. Wade murmured softly, quickly averting his gaze lest he succumb to its allure. He couldn't help but reflect. No wonder the esteemed Baron possesses such discerning vision, which is far beyond that of ordinary man. Before long, the master and servant traversed the hallway and officially entered the banquet. Inside the opulent hall, men and women engaged in lively conversation, forming clusters that numbered no fewer than 30. They were predominantly wealthy merchants and local dignitaries, each boasting some degree of social standing. However, compared to Wade, they seemed rather insignificant. As a knight, even in his fallen state, his social status vastly eclipsed theirs. In the eyes of the nobility, merchants were perpetually viewed as lowly, lacking protection. They were mere prey, subject to the whims of the powerful. This perception often compelled merchants to encourage their offspring to cultivate relationships with various nobles, seeking privileges in return. At that very moment, as Wade stepped into the hall, he unwittingly became one of the focal points of attention. His striking appearance, gray eyes, chiseled features, and a youthful physique attracted a throng of diverse women encircling him. Faced with such overt advances, Wade felt no admiration, only a sense of discomfort. Their intentions were far too apparent. It was then that the elderly steward, Alsace, made his timely appearance. As a noble steward, it was his duty to alleviate his master's burdens. With practiced ease, Alsace positioned himself in front of Wade, shielding him from the enthusiastic attention. Seizing this opportunity, Wade slipped away to greet an old acquaintance. Tanis Marco, a friend of his father and a knight himself, was one of the 7 knights under the command of Baron Miller. "You seem quite popular, young lad. Have you set your sights on anyone? Shall I lend you a hand?" Tanis teased, prompting a resigned shrug from Wade. "Uncle Tanis, please don't jest. You know the nature of these women, don't you? Don't push me into the fire. Besides, you are still in your prime. How could we youngsters dare to show off our skills before you?" "Ha ha, you're as clever as ever." Tanis heartily patted Wade on the back, unfazed by the jest, before his expression turned serious. "Enough of that. Let's get to the matter at hand. You've always been sharp, but what's your take on Baron Miller's situation?" Speak to me. At this, Wade grew contemplative, shaking his head. This has unfolded unexpectedly, and it's hard to discern. The information available is far too limited. It doesn't seem to align with Baron Miller's usual conduct. If there are no ulterior motives at play, and it's merely about expanding territory, we shall heed the directives. Tanis nodded, accepting this reasoning. If it was simply a matter of territorial expansion, that would indeed be the best outcome. The only doubt lay in the limited population of Twilight territory, which may not support extensive development. Suddenly, the hall fell into a hushed silence as all eyes turned to a single figure, Baron Miller, the host of the evening. Under the gaze of the assembled guests, Baron Miller ascended the platform, scanning the crowd before addressing them. Gentlemen, ladies, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence, which has graced this occasion. Tonight, I invite you all to indulge in merriment. Let's celebrate this evening. With his formal opening remarks, applause erupted from the audience. Not mere clapping, but a manifestation of social etiquette and the dignity of the nobility. Baron Miller exchanged pleasantries before diving into the main topic, prompting the hall to quiet down once more. I trust you have heard the rumors prior to your arrival. Indeed, as you may have gathered, I hereby officially announce that Twilight territory will be expanding into the northern plains. Moreover, I shall grant you all commercial rights in the new region, along with tax exemptions and additional rewards, including golden land. I sincerely invite you to join me in this endeavor. Upon his declaration, silence enveloped the room, with all eyes instinctively turning towards the seven knights. According to the constitution of the Kingdom of Philips, merchants and dignitaries were prohibited from raising private armies, with violators facing charges of treason. Thus, the only individuals present who possessed the capability to assist in the military endeavor were the seven knights, including Wade himself. Merchants and dignitaries could only contribute supplies and lend their support. Baron Miller's words were primarily directed at the knights in attendance. Among the knights, one named Const was the first to respond to Baron Miller's call. I, Constan, am willing to lead troops alongside the esteemed Baron. As a loyal subject, it is our duty to expand the kingdom's territories. I, Const, shall take the lead. Following Const's response, another knight, Sylph, declared. I, Sylphwit, also wish to accompany the Baron in the quest for new lands. The kingdom's interests are paramount. We willingly offer our lives for the realm. The rapid affirmations from the two knights left the others exchanging glances, each contemplating their own decisions. The atmosphere indicated that failing to join the military venture would portray them as unfeeling and disloyal to the kingdom. After careful consideration, the remaining knights also agreed to the call to arms. Seeing that more knights were in agreement, Tanis and Wade exchanged glances before also consenting to join the expedition. Thus, the seven knights present unified in their decision, and the ambience in the hall relaxed. Several wealthy merchants also expressed their willingness to contribute to the cause. Those with provisions offered supplies. Those with manpower pledged their assistance, while others even offered a few female slaves for the troops' leisure. A diverse array of low-value items was thus generously provided. With the objectives achieved, a smile creased Baron Miller's lips as he raised his goblet. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Now, let's raise our glasses together. Here's to the prosperity of Twilight territory. As Baron Miller drank heartily, the assembled guests lifted their glasses in unison, exclaiming, "To the prosperity of Twilight territory." The revelry reached a crescendo as glasses clinked and laughter filled the air. Soon after, several couples who found each other appealing excused themselves to indulge in more pleasurable pursuits. Wade, having enjoyed a few drinks, bid farewell to Tanis and departed the banquet, supported by the elderly steward. Chapter 3. The Intelligence of the Dead Eyes. Within the carriage returning to the Merry Manor, Wade found himself in a state of half-consciousness, his gaze somewhat unfocused. The old steward, Alsace, tenderly produced a towel, diligently wiping Wade's palms in an effort to provide him with some comfort. "My lord, might I inquire why Baron Miller has suddenly become so zealous in expanding his territory? Could there be some ulterior motive at play? And what of the knights Constant Sylph? Their camaraderie with Baron Miller today seemed rather excessive." Wade, massaging his temples, interrupted Alsace's precarious line of questioning as he accepted the towel and wiped his face. "There is no need to overthink this. It is merely a routine expansion endeavor. By the way, how many households reside within Merry Manor?" After a brief moment of contemplation, the steward replied, "If we consider an average of 35 individuals per household, there are 29 households in total, amounting to 127 inhabitants. Of these, half are women, while the remainder of the 67 consists largely of children and the elderly, leaving only 35 youths aged 16 to 30. Upon hearing this, Wade formulated a plan. Alsace, upon our return, select 30 farmers to enlist into the militia. I entrust their training to you. I recall there being a stockpile of leather gear in the storeroom. Arm them with that. Additionally, allocate 300 gold coins from the storeroom to procure a batch of iron spearheads from the nearest town. Let us also acquire a supply of wound treatment medicine. We must make thorough preparations. Reassured by his master's directives, Alsace responded, "Very well, my lord. I shall procure the necessary items post-haste." Soon, the carriage fell into a tranquil silence, with Wade leaning against the window, succumbing to slumber, his snores soon filling the air. A smile graced the steward's lips as he removed his coat and draped it over his master, confident in Alsace's reliability. The following morning, as the sun bathed the world in its golden light, Wade awoke in his wooden bed. A fierce hangover churned within him, while dizziness clouded his mind. This shouldn't be, he mused. I recall not drinking excessively. In my previous life, a mere 2 taels of liquor hardly fazed me. How could a few drinks bring me down this time? Wade rubbed his temples, struggling to comprehend the situation, and sat on the edge of his bed for an extended period before regaining his composure. When he finally lifted his gaze, he noticed the dead eyes had returned, its pitch-black orbs as expressionless and lifeless as ever. At this moment, Wade summoned his internal fighting spirit. As a mid-tier knight squire, the residual alcohol within him was swiftly dissipated. With my talents, it will take at least another 3 to 4 years of rigorous training to potentially break through to the high tier. To become a fully fledged knight and be elevated to baron status through conventional training would likely require no less than 20 years of dedicated effort. With that thought, Wade rose to wash and instructed a maid to prepare his meal. In the afternoon, within the study, Wade reclined in a leisure chair, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, with the dead eye standing vigilantly on his shoulder. At this moment, he was synchronizing the information perceived by the dead eye through its connection. The scene depicted the dead eye soaring high towards Baron Miller's castle, Twilight Castle, before stealthily lurking in the castle's courtyard. As a day passed, everything remained as usual until the following morning, just prior to the previous night's banquet. The Deadeye captured the figures of Baron Miller alongside Knights Constance Sylph. As the three wandered through the courtyard, seemingly engaged in discussion, observing the trio together, Wade concluded the knights' allegiance, combined with their attitudes from the previous night. It was evident they were in collusion. Unfortunately, the Deadeye lacked the ability to eavesdrop, leaving Wade unaware of their scheming, but what followed was somewhat unexpected. The scene shifted as the three arrived at a grassy expanse. At that moment, Knights Const and Sylph knelt before Baron Miller, simultaneously slicing their palms and placing their hands upon their chests. Subsequently, the two bowed their heads, muttering incantations, and soon, 2 beams of holy light surged forth from within them. Baron Miller then drew his long sword, resting it upon their shoulders, as if bestowing knighthood upon them. The entire process appeared extraordinarily sacred, yet Wade instantly recognized it as the oath of fealty to the White Knight Sovereign. That sacred white light was a hallmark of the vow made to the Sovereign. Wade had entertained thoughts of the knights aligning with Baron Miller or reaching some form of agreement, but he had not anticipated such subjugation. It is crucial to understand that the binding force of oaths is far from trivial. Quite frankly, oaths in this world resemble a divine law. The authority of an oath surpasses any existing slave contract on the market. Witnessing this, Wade increasingly suspected that the territorial expansion concealed secrets. Compelling a noble to submit to another is no simple feat, unless there is a vast disparity between them. Although the knights were merely aspirant nobles, it was no easy task for a baron to gain the fealty of a knight. As the imagery through the dead eye shifted once more, 100-strong battalion quietly departed Twilight Castle under the cover of night. Judging by their equipment, this appeared to be Baron Miller's personal guard, all mounted. The Deadeye silently followed suit. Soon, the battalion exited the Twilight territory, advancing towards the northern plains, ultimately entering the primordial forest. The Deadeye continued its pursuit for a while, only to witness the battalion suddenly vanish without a trace, as if deliberately erased by some force. When the Deadeye ascended for a broader view, all that remained was an endless sea of trees. A moment later, Wade let out a long sigh, striving to digest the information swirling in his mind. The vanishing army evidently had a clear objective. It seemed that Baron Miller was utilizing the banquet as a diversion to draw the attention of the masses. Seizing this opportunity, he dispatched his contingent. Unfortunately, it appears that the opposing side employed some form of magical creation to evade the tracking of the Death Eye. It seems that locating that army will not be feasible in the immediate future. Nevertheless, regardless of whether he finds the army. Vader must make preparations to avoid unwittingly falling into a perilous situation. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and Arthas entered, presenting a letter to Vader. It was from Baron Miller, requesting that the Lord personally review its contents. After inspecting the envelope and confirming its integrity, Vader opened it and extracted the letter within. Upon a thorough reading, he ignited a candle and incinerated it. Subsequently, Vader composed another letter and handed it to Arthas. You shall personally deliver this to Baron Miller, informing him that I will lead the army to the rendezvous point as scheduled in 1 month. Yes, my lord. Chapter 4, A Military Genius? On July 15th, 8977 of the Dark Era. This was the date anticipated by Baron Miller for the assembly of forces. For an ordinary noble, organizing a capable fighting force within a month might prove challenging. However, for Vader, a month's time, while not enough to forge an invincible army, was sufficient for him to train a force with combat capabilities. 3 days swiftly passed, and within a small garden of the Merry Manor, Vader was leisurely enjoying afternoon tea, occasionally teasing the Death Eye, while the old steward Arthas reported. Following the Lord's plan, a training ground had been established within the estate. The 300 gold coins allocated by the Lord had been entirely expended, and due to exceeding expectations, I had to additionally allocate 200 gold coins for various healing potions, totaling 130 gold coins, sufficient for 100 men, along with some special remedies as reserves. Furthermore, 30 sets of full leather armor were procured, costing 150 gold coins, and 30 crude iron swords, expending 120 gold coins. Additionally, 30 crude iron spearheads were acquired at 5 silver coins each, amounting to 15 gold coins, including various miscellaneous expenses. The total expenditure reached approximately 500 gold coins, thus fully arming the 30 militia. Here is the inventory for your review. After the old steward concluded, Vader took the list and began to peruse it. 500 gold coins, nearly equivalent to the net annual yield of the Merry Manor, elicited a twinge of pain within Vader. Indeed, warfare is a blatant drain on finances. As a fallen knight, aside from this 500 gold coins, Vader's remaining wealth amounted to less than 3,000 gold coins. After reviewing the list, Vader raised his cup to sip the red tea, suppressing the discontent brewing within. How are the other knights faring? Is there any news from Baron Miller in recent days? Upon hearing this, Alsace shook his head. Due to the lack of significant expansion along the borders in recent years, the knights under his command have not amassed many regular troops. In recent days, those knights have been gathering their farmers to train them into militias, a situation quite similar to ours. However, in comparison to us, these knights possess a deeper foundation and can muster a force of around 100 men, with a commendable level of military quality. As for Baron Miller, it is said that he has already gathered several hundred militia members. The number of regular troops remains unclear, but the quality of his militia is evidently the result of sustained training over time. From my observations, Baron Miller conceals his true intentions, presenting a facade of tranquility that belies his deeper motives. After listening, Wade finished his cup of red tea, finding this information to align perfectly with his expectations, consistent with the findings from the past 2 days of investigation by the Deadeye. At this moment, he handed a prepared document to Alsace. Though Baron Miller appears moderate, he is undoubtedly biding his time with a purpose. In this endeavor of expansion, we shall do our utmost to cooperate, remaining prudent to safeguard our own interests. By the way, here is a training plan I have been contemplating. Take a look, and feel free to ask me if anything is unclear. Seeing this, Alsace took the document and began to read. It was a comprehensive training plan spanning several pages, detailing a thorough regimen from the most fundamental exercises to progressively advanced stages, meticulously outlining the training directives. However, Alsace struggled to comprehend what standing at attention truly meant. Did maintaining a standing posture genuinely contribute to physical fitness? Furthermore, he questioned the necessity of running while chanting a rhythmic count of 1, 2, 1. The terms like squat, bunny hop, plank support, sit-ups, and push-ups were novel to the old steward, broadening his horizons. Despite his lack of understanding, he sensed an undeniable grandeur in the concepts presented, particularly struck by the assertion that a soldier's foremost duty is to obey orders. Obedience is the sole demand of a soldier. This revelation filled Alsace with newfound respect for his master, whom he had watched grow up. Although his master had always been articulate, often articulating peculiar ideas and displaying a precocious intelligence compared to his peers, it was the first time he realized his master possessed such profound insights into military training. Could this be the difference between genius and the ordinary? No, I must meticulously organize this document and compile it into a book for my master. This is the legacy of the Mandala family, and it must be preserved with the utmost care. Wade observed the dazed old steward and felt an inkling of confusion regarding his sudden distraction. He had never anticipated that his seemingly casual gesture would inspire Alsace to contemplate the creation of a military book. "Alsace, what troubles you? Have you discovered something amiss?" Upon hearing the inquiry from the master, Alsace realized he had momentarily lost his composure and swiftly adjusted his demeanor. "Ahem, my lord, in my humble opinion, this military training proposal is indeed feasible. I shall return and contemplate it thoroughly before embarking on the training of the militia. Rest assured, my lord, I, Alsace, shall not betray your trust." As he spoke, the old steward Alsace knelt partially, performing an ancient knightly gesture of respect. Wide, his mind filled with questions, nonetheless maintained an air of composure as he helped the old steward to his feet, praising him for his unwavering loyalty and expressing confidence in entrusting this force to his care. Little did he know, in the eyes of the old steward Alsace, this was an unequivocal trust from the master and the highest affirmation of his worth. Alsace vowed silently in his heart to dedicate his life to his lord and to the Mandela family, willing to shed the last drop of his blood for them. As Wide observed the resolute demeanor of the old steward, he felt a surge of respect. However, in his mind, he preferred to regard Alsace as a grandfather figure, for in the 18 years since his rebirth, it was only the old steward Alsace who had steadfastly remained by his side. In Wide's heart, Alsace held a significance equal to that of his biological parents. After all, this is perhaps what family means, someone whose loyalty you can always depend upon. As dusk fell and the night began to rise, deep within the northern plains, nestled between two hills of an ancient forest, a distinguished troop of 100 emerged from a tunnel. Each soldier's mount carried a heavy burden, shrouded in burlap, rendering the contents obscure. A robust man clad in armor, bloodied and fierce, stepped out of the tunnel. "Damn it, the mine has collapsed again. These accursed rat beasts must prompt the Lord to hasten the progress, or else everything will be devoured by these wretches." The burly man spat, and immediately commanded the soldiers behind him, "Assemble. We shall travel through the night and return to Twilight Castle before dawn." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 5. Military Training and the Past. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. During this fortnight, old steward Alsace gradually mastered the military training system entrusted to him by Wide. As he delved deeper, he increasingly perceived that his lord was a genius born for warfare. The seemingly straightforward training methods brought about a revolutionary transformation in the morale of the militia. In just half a month's time, although brief, this militia had undergone a remarkable renewal, understanding the essence of obedience and discipline. Initially, the 30 men could scarcely stand in formation, swaying haphazardly. Yet now they exhibited a commendable discipline. Standing in a square formation, they presented themselves with a spirited demeanor, a far cry from the mere farmers they once were, now imbued with a newfound sense of presence. Once muddling through their daily lives, the farmers now possessed a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Coupled with their background as diligent laborers, they boasted a certain robustness. With the benefit of a fortnight of specialized training, alongside a favorable living environment and ample meals thrice daily, these young men had noticeably bulked up. The militia, comprising 30 individuals, was taking shape. On the training grounds, Alsace stood atop the platform, gazing down at the orderly formation, a sense of pride swelling within him. These were the soldiers he had nurtured. The last time he felt such a sentiment was during his campaigns alongside Lord Mandela, traversing the land for the kingdom's expansion. He recalled the moment when Lord Mandela was knighted and granted a village as his fief. At that time, he was a cavalry commander leading 100 light cavalrymen, renowned for his prowess on the battlefield, capable of striking down adversaries from afar. Regrettably, Lord Mandela came perilously close to attaining the title of Baron. Had he succeeded, the ownership of Twilight territory might have been a different matter. Reflecting on this, Alsace gradually emerged from his reverie. Just a fraction away, had Lord Mandela not faced such misfortune, he would have risen to prominence. Instead, the missed opportunity rendered Lord Mandela incapacitated, and the hard-won achievements crumbled. Had it not been for the latent military genius displayed by the Lord, combined with Lord Mandela's protection, the Mandela family might have ascended to the ranks of Viscount or even Count. Alsace sighed, setting aside the past. Supporting the Lord's ascent was now his singular obsession. However, witnessing the youthful exuberance of the soldiers below filled him with solace. At ease, Alsace commanded, prompting the 30 men to step forward, clasp their hands behind their backs, and shout in unison, 1, 2. Observing their spirited demeanor, he continued with his orders, "Attention." With a resounding thud, the 30-man formation snapped back to a standing position, embodying military discipline. Alsace surveyed the ranks, and once satisfied, he boomed. From today onward, we commence uniform training with new fixed drills added daily. In the morning, you will undertake 50 laps of weighted obstacle runs. In the afternoon, we will engage in random physical training for 2 hours, followed by practical drills. Pair off and utilize long staffs for one-on-one combat training. In just over 10 days, you will face your first real battle. If you wish to preserve your lives, dedicate yourselves to rigorous training. Understand? At this moment, the usually refined and elegant steward exuded an air of authority and gravitas. The 30 militia members responded with fervor, yes. Instructor, we pledge to accomplish our tasks with excellence. Rest assured, my lord. Seeing their commitment, Alsace wasted no further words. He disbanded the formation, instructing them to divide into groups of 10 to commence their training. At this moment, Alsace spotted Wide, who was making his rounds, and promptly jogged over to him. My lord, what brings you here? Upon reaching the training ground, Wide observed Alsace approaching with a lively gait, indicating that his venerable steward was in particularly good spirits of late. Wide's gaze swept across the militia engaged in physical training, and a smile graced his face. I merely came to take a casual look, but it seems I may have been overly concerned. They are performing admirably, truly worthy of being my father's most esteemed subordinate. As he spoke, Wide clapped Alsace on the shoulder, a gesture of affirmation. Hearing his master's commendation, Alsace's face illuminated with a smile, though he maintained the poise befitting a noble steward. Thank you for your kind words. However, without your training regimen, they would not have reached such a level. I believe the credit primarily belongs to you, my lord. At this, Wide merely smiled, not allowing himself to bask in undue glory. Others may be unaware, but he knew all too well that this system was the result of the painstaking efforts of his predecessors, refined over generations through their blood, sweat, and tears. He was but a dwarf standing upon the shoulders of giants. The true greatness lay with those valiant forebears. In contrast to them, Wide felt more akin to a cunning thief, employing every means at his disposal. Moreover, one must not be deceived by appearances. Although the 30-man squad had shown preliminary results, the time was still too brief. A mere fortnight had only begun to instill in them a basic sense of discipline. To truly imbue them with combat effectiveness and transform them into a cohesive military unit would necessitate time, at least 3 months, in Wide's estimation, for a complete metamorphosis. To forge a formidable army would demand the crucible of blood and tears, ensuring they became a truly battle-ready force. Subsequently, the elder and the younger, master and steward, ambled along a narrow path. As they walked, they arrived at the planting area, where numerous farmers, unconscribed, were diligently sowing seeds with their families. The agricultural window was fleeting. Should they miss this opportunity, the harvest before winter would be unattainable. Meanwhile, the seeds previously sown were sprouting vigorously, a promising sight. Wide and his venerable steward observed quietly, relishing the rare tranquility. Alsace, do you not find this scene remarkably beautiful? Wide inquired. Upon hearing this, Alsace gazed into the distance, savoring the gentle breeze against his face, reminiscing about days gone by. Indeed, my lord, it is quite beautiful. Wide stretched languidly, fully embracing this new life, experiencing the essence of truly living, a sensation of freedom. Alas, it is often at such moments that change is most likely to occur. Suddenly, a servant hurriedly approached, breathless, clutching a letter emblazoned with the seal of the Miller family. The servant reached Wide, panting as he presented the missive. Lord this is a letter dispatched to you by Baron Miller, urging your prompt preparations. Chapter 6. The Satisfaction of the Observer. Upon hearing this, Wade raised an eyebrow. He pondered the purpose of Baron Miller's correspondence at such a time. Without further contemplation, he accepted the letter for perusal. The old steward, Alsace, assisted the servant and led him aside to rest. The letter contained little text, yet it caused Wade to frown repeatedly as he sought to comprehend its meaning. What troubles you, my lord? Alsace inquired, observing Wade's sullen demeanor, suspecting that some unforeseen complication had arisen from Baron Miller's end. You may read it for yourself. Wade refrained from answering and instead handed the letter to Alsace. Moments later, Alsace's expression shifted to one of discomfort. The timeline for troop mobilization has been advanced by 1/3, meaning we are now to arrive at the rendezvous point on July 5th, the day after tomorrow. However, our forces have only just begun to coalesce, and their combat readiness is not yet fully realized. Should conflict arise, it may prove rather challenging. The primordial forests of the northern plains harbor not only magical beasts but also numerous alien tribes, and this cleansing operation will impose significant pressure upon us. Wade rubbed his temples, He was acutely aware of this information and was perplexed by Baron Miller's decision to hasten troop movements, thus disrupting his original strategic plans. We shall proceed step by step. In the next 2 days, focus on training diligently, for we must depart punctually the day after tomorrow. Yes, my lord. Alsace slightly bowed in acknowledgement, realizing that, as Wade had stated, they could only advance cautiously. At this juncture, their singular course of action was to prepare as thoroughly as possible to confront the imminent dangers that could arise at any moment. On the second floor of the mansion, within the study, caw, caw, with 2 caws echoing, the Deadeye swooped in through the window and perched upon Wade's shoulder. Familiar with the leisure chair and the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, Deadeye synchronized its visual information with Wade. Reclining in the chair, Wade beheld the images transmitted from Deadeye's reconnaissance. The visuals revealed that Deadeye had been surveilling Twilight Castle for several days without detecting any notable activity. Baron Miller continued his indulgent lifestyle, reveling in merriment, occasionally teasing a young maid when in good spirits. At night, he engaged in pleasurable activities with his wife. And on occasions where he sought additional satisfaction, he required the assistance of 2 to 3 maids to fully indulge his whims. He also attended small gatherings, clandestinely engaging in affairs with several noble women, displaying the essence of a rogue. His lavish lifestyle left little room for criticism, exemplifying the aristocratic identity he embraced. Conversely, in the primordial forest, Deadeye, leveraging its aerial advantage, uncovered several traces of human activity. As the scene shifted between 2 tree-covered hills, a sign of human presence was discerned. Judging by the scale, it appeared that a considerable number of individuals had recently established camp in this secluded location. Though the site was well concealed and had undergone simple camouflage, it had not escaped the keen observation of Deadeye. Based on the traces left at the scene, it can be inferred that the time frame is likely between 2 weeks to a month. Some areas still bear horseshoe prints, along with remnants of dung that have yet to be buried. Moreover, through the perspective of a Deadeye, Wade also discovered a collapsed tunnel and several abandoned mining tools, which appear to be relatively new and not the relics of years past. A moment's contemplation reveals that this is indeed a mining camp. After a brief pause, Wade slowly opened his eyes, fatigue evident within them, and murmured to the window, from the various clues at hand. It seems this mining camp was left by the previous 100-man army, which aligns perfectly with the timeline. As for the reason for its abandonment, it appears to be due to the collapse of the tunnel, which resulted in the cessation of mining activities. Baron Miller's urgent desire to expand his territory is likely tied to these mineral resources. Thus, under the guise of expansion, he could mobilize a significant number of people to engage in mining. This rationale, albeit tenuous, could serve to obscure his actions from the kingdom's scrutiny. As Wade attempted to clarify his thoughts, he found himself entangled in contradictions. According to the constitution of the Phillips Kingdom, the nobility is granted ownership of territories. Yet this pertains solely to land, while mineral resources remain the property of the state. The kingdom would not permit nobles to amass substantial quantities of precious metals, as these strategic resources are closely guarded. Under the kingdom's constitution, any noble who discovers minerals must report to the crown, which then bestows the mining rights and collects over half of the profits and output. Yet herein lies the contradiction. Strictly speaking, the mineral location discovered by Baron Miller falls within an undeveloped area. Thus the kingdom should have no jurisdiction over it. Were Wade in his position, he would initiate small-scale mining operations to gradually infuse cash into the market. However, Wade did not perceive Baron Miller as a fool. If he could conceive this, then so could the Baron. Yet, the urgency with which Baron Miller sought to expand, risking detection, provoked Wade's curiosity. The more he pondered, the more peculiar it seemed. Suddenly, a possibility struck him. Unless time did not allow for gradual mining, the urgency of the situation left no room for a slow approach. Thus, a large workforce was required, which would inevitably draw external attention. It was then that Baron Miller felt compelled to expand his territory, in a bid to obscure his true intentions and secure enough time for extraction. The premature call for troops appeared to stem from unforeseen developments in the mineral vein, hence the pressing timeline. With this realization, everything fell into place. Baron Miller's previous actions now revealed a coherent purpose, providing clarity to the situation. As for the fealty of Knights Constant and Sylph, it too likely connected to these mineral resources, prompting their cooperation. So it was, Wade muttered to himself, evidently having unraveled the entirety of the situation. Apart from this revelation, he could conceive of no alternative explanation. Moreover, this particular mineral deposit was certainly not an ordinary copper or iron mine. If it were merely iron or copper, Baron Miller would not go to such great lengths. If it were just those common minerals, it would be far more advantageous to make the information public and wait for the profits to roll in. Thus, it is clear that the value of this mineral resource is extraordinary. At this moment, with everything falling into place, Vade's face lit up with excitement, involuntarily exclaiming a triumphant yes. As he reclined in his chair, a wave of relaxation washed over him. The thrill and pride of discerning the opponent's intricate schemes was exhilarating. While others believed they held the reins of power, Vade reveled in the satisfaction of being fully aware of their machinations. It was akin to a stunningly beautiful woman, veiled in mystery, now revealing her essence unreservedly before one's eyes. Such unparalleled gratification stemmed from humanity's innate desire for exploration. If Vade's assumptions held true, this venture might not be as perilous as he had envisioned. It could very well yield greater rewards for himself. Calm down, calm down. There is no need for haste just yet. Vade slapped his face, forcing himself to regain composure, for there were still other matters awaiting his attention. Now that clarity had emerged, there was no need to fret excessively about Baron Miller's interference. Ensuring his own safety and minimizing losses remained the foremost priority. Chapter 7. Mobilization. The Northern Expedition. On the 5th of July in the year 8977 of the Dark Era, the Merry Manor was unusually tranquil, and its master was about to embark on his first true campaign in life. In the training grounds, Vade donned a complete suit of high-quality plate armor, its weight exuding a sense of gravity, with various scratches bearing witness to the passage of time. Beneath him was a pureblood Shire horse, the kingdom's most prevalent breed of warhorse, standing over 2 meters tall. Such an imposing stature was essential for fully harnessing a knight's combat prowess. At his waist hung a finely crafted longsword, and in his grasp was a 5-meter-long, high-quality knight's lance, its tip gleaming with a frigid radiance. These armaments represented the dwindling legacy of the Mandela family. The nobility is distinguished not merely by land, but by their knowledge and martial prowess, which formed the true foundation of their stature. With Vade's mid-tier knight squire abilities, combined with superior equipment and an exceptional steed, he could be likened to a modern-day heavy tank. Behind him, a phalanx of 30 militia, clad in leather armor and armed with short swords and long spears, stood at the ready. The old steward, Alsace, rode a nag, dressed in rudimentary light armor, trailing closely beside Vade. In this moment, Vade's imposing presence, accentuated by his armor and steed, radiated an air of authority. Warriors, as we venture to expand our territory, many among you may fall, and countless will face death. But fret not. As long as Weidman Della draws breath, your loved ones will receive the finest care. Your children shall be nurtured with the utmost attention and provided with the best education. Your families will also be assured stable employment and living conditions. In this endeavor, the families of the fallen warriors will receive thrice the usual compensation. Should they survive, they will be granted several acres of arable land along with a substantial monetary reward. Conversely, any who flee in battle shall face public execution, with their wives and daughters meeting the same fate. Do you understand? No sooner had Weidman finished speaking than a deafening roar erupted from the ranks. Understood. Rest assured, my lord. We pledge to fulfill our mission. The 30-man squad exuded an aura of determination that rivaled that of many regional armies, their combat spirit soaring. Excellent. Hearing their satisfactory response, Weidman could not help but express his admiration, slowly drawing his sword and pointing it towards the horizon. To war. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded across the Twilight Domain, where 7 knights, adhering to their agreement, made their way to the border of the Twilight Domain. Regardless of their numbers, each contingent boasted an army of over 100, with a few containing a select group of elite troops. At the political hub of the Twilight Domain, outside the city governed by Baron Miller, a light cavalry unit of 100 awaited orders, poised for action at Miller's command. Additionally, there was a combined force of city defense and militia totaling 700 men, equipped with rudimentary leather armor and spears. In addition to the 800 soldiers, wealthy merchants within the territory contributed a logistics team of 200, tasked with supplying food, tools for expansion, and various essential materials. In return, they sought certain privileges in the new region, viewing it as an investment in the future. Once the preparations were nearly complete, the grand army of 1,000 set forth towards the border of the territory. Weidman's forces advanced methodically, anticipated to arrive at the rendezvous point before nightfall. As Weidman rode, an indescribable feeling welled within him, perhaps excitement or tension. One must admit, the sensation of personally leading an army was quite exhilarating, allowing him to indulge in the thrill of command. At that moment, the old steward Alsace rode alongside him. producing a map to analyze their current situation. My lord, based on my recent research, the area we are expanding into constitutes the outermost regions of the northern plains. This territory has been explored intermittently over the past few years, and according to the available intelligence, it appears that there have been no sightings of mid-tier magical beasts of level 4 or higher. This is promising news for us. If we only encounter low-tier magical beasts of levels 1 to 3, we should be more than capable of handling them. Moreover, there exist numerous clans of gnolls in this area, their numbers substantial but lacking in combat prowess, thus not a cause for concern. However, it seems that this primordial forest harbors a tribe of ghouls. Ghouls? What manner of creature feasts upon the dead? Vade raised an eyebrow, which inevitably led him to ponder the enigmatic figure of 10,007 and the timeless adage, "It is not I who am flawed, but rather the world itself." He mused whether the ghouls of this world possessed a virtuous spirit akin to that of Kaniki Tuka, if such a being existed. Just as Vade indulged in his whimsical thoughts, Arthas doused him with a cold splash of reality. He produced a tome on exotic races, within which a section was dedicated to ghouls. It elucidated, ghouls are a communal race, exhibiting a certain degree of civil evolution. Rare individuals may engage in communication with humans. Although such instances are exceedingly scarce, they subsist on carrion, often moving in packs, reveling in the torment of their prey, and their bloodthirsty nature is challenging to restrain. They bear a striking resemblance to a hybrid of monkeys and jackals, with sparse fur and crimson eyes, possessing paws adept at both grasping and swift locomotion. For us, they present a far greater challenge than beasts or werewolves, warranting heightened vigilance. Upon hearing this, Vate's spirits plummeted. The ghouls of this realm resembled diminutive behemoths, adorned with scant fur, grotesquely alien in appearance. This revelation extinguished his interest entirely. Indeed, as the saying goes, one's worldview is influenced by sensory perception. Now, the thought of slaying a ghoul would likely weigh upon him not at all. Nevertheless, it did provide him with a sense of clarity. Regardless of whether they encountered a level 3 beast or a tribe of werewolves, with Arthas by his side, he felt confident in their capabilities. The primary concern lay with the ghouls, whose management might prove somewhat troublesome. While individually weak, the militia they commanded could suffer casualties. Uncertain if Baron Miller had made preparations for such contingencies, Vade continued onward. As dusk settled, he arrived at the rendezvous point, where the camp had begun to take shape, and the boundaries of the 8 encampments had been roughly delineated. Vade's forces could seamlessly integrate, sparing him the effort of demarcating areas. However, wherever there are people, there exists a hierarchy. Unsurprisingly, Vade's encampment had been allocated to the outskirts, as he was deemed the weakest. With about 30 men, not an overwhelming number, they quickly erected small tents. Some tended to the fire, while others stood watch. Although their numbers were few, their discipline rivaled that of the other knightly factions. Chapter 8. The Distribution of Interests. Is that the army of Vade Mandric? Sylph inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion as she stepped from her tent to observe Vade's encampment. Coincidentally, Constance was also drawn to the scene, surveying the orderly ranks of the troops. Despite their modest size, the quality of their formation was commendable, barely qualifying as well-trained. A mere 30 individuals, merely a small contingent. No matter how proficiently trained, they cannot stir up significant waves. Moreover, have you forgotten the formidable character from the Mandala family? Regardless of the circumstances, they are descended from that fierce individual, and it is entirely reasonable for them to lead a small elite force. However, these concerns are secondary. Let us not forget the task entrusted to us by our Lord. Shortly, he shall arrive with a grand army. Sylph nodded, her countenance reflecting an air of utmost confidence. Relax, Constance. I have already dispatched a squad of elite guards and scouts. They should be nearing the Twin Hills by now. Once our Lord's forces arrive tonight, we shall advance directly towards the Twin Hills tomorrow. Furthermore, the troops of several other knights will assist in alleviating some of the pressure. Everything is well within our control. As her words faded, a few women of notable beauty emerged from the tent, gazing at Sylph with a hint of longing. Noticing their presence, Sylph promptly approached, embracing one of the women while casting a knowing glance at Constance. I must attend to my beloveds. I have matters to tend to, so I shall not linger in idle chatter. If you're interested, I would not recommend sharing. With laughter, she led the women back into the tent, embarking on a fervent celebration of life. The sounds of their fervor echoed, a testament to the intensity of this tumultuous time. Constance cast a sidelong glance before leisurely returning to his own camp, regarding the Mandala family as inconsequential. This venture, in his eyes, was merely a side act, a role too minor to warrant concern. As night fell, The armies of 2 additional knights soon arrived at the encampment, followed thereafter by the forces of Baron Miller, numbering a full 1,800 combat troops alongside 200 logistical support personnel. The combined forces of the other 7 knights also totaled over 800, closely matching Baron Miller's fighting contingent. The 200 logistical troops would sustain the daily needs of the entire encampment of 1,800. As the various armies arrived as scheduled, the encampment gradually reached its capacity. Within a makeshift central command tent, Baron Miller and the 7 knights convened to discuss the upcoming expansion. To be precise, it was a negotiation concerning the division of interests in the new territory. Without tangible benefits, none wished to deplete their military strength. At that moment, a map encompassing the entirety of the northern province of Tuoth was laid out before them, capturing the attention of all present. On the map, the Twilight Barony lies at the northernmost tip of the northern province of Tuoth, covering an expanse of approximately 500 square kilometers. Its political hub, Twilight City, is accompanied by 3 town-level administrative units and 10 villages, along with 6 independent knightly hamlets. Every detail is marked with precision. At this moment, Baron Miller gestured towards a specific area, sketching a small circle with his hand. This is our Twilight territory, and our current position is approximately at its boundary. According to my plan, we shall expand an expanse of 400 square kilometers. The primary direction of our expansion will be towards the north. Once we reach our destination, we will develop in a fan-shaped pattern, elongating our territory vertically. And if opportunities arise, we may extend towards the northeast and northwest as well. Should our expansion proceed smoothly, we will establish a new city in the newly acquired region, serving as the political hub of the north and becoming the first county-level administrative unit of Twilight territory. Additionally, we anticipate the establishment of 2 town-level administrative units and at least 7 villages. Upon the successful realization of this endeavor, I promise each of you present will receive the territory of a village, and should anyone wish to exchange their land, I can facilitate that as well. Furthermore, once the new city is completed, I will allocate half of the commercial properties within it for you all to manage. As Baron Miller articulated his ambitious plans, he relinquished more than half of the benefits of the new area, demonstrating considerable commitment. This bold initiative left several knights momentarily stunned, followed by a spark of excitement in their eyes. The previously somber assembly suddenly found renewed vigor. This was no trivial undertaking. They had anticipated potential disputes over interests leading to endless negotiations and compromises, but Baron Miller's willingness to make such sacrifices was unexpected. An elder knight, seasoned in experience, was the first to break the silence. Since Baron Miller has thoughtfully devised a plan for us, let us proceed according to this proposal. I have no objections. What say the rest? No suggestions? Then we shall execute this plan. Upon hearing this, the remaining 6 shook their heads and expressed unanimous agreement. Baron Miller quietly observed the scene, a smile gracing his lips. Clearing his throat lightly, he drew the attention of the group back to him. Now that you have made your decision, allow me to outline tomorrow's expansion plan. Early tomorrow, my troops will join forces with the armies of Knights Const and Sylph, totaling approximately 1,000 men, who will advance in 3 separate routes into the forest, serving as the main force for this expansion. The other 5 knights will fan out from the core of the main force, sweeping to the sides, with all gains belonging to you. During the course of our expansion, we will establish gathering points along the route and mobilize free citizens from the rear to continuously expand our territory. Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in agreement. The expansion plan was reasonable, and they could find no fault with it. With some willing to act as the main force for the expansion, the others were content to handle the finishing touches, enjoying a leisurely role while still reaping future rewards. Truly a win-win situation. As for the issue of grouping, everyone tacitly avoided associating with Wade, for no one wished to carry a burden. Ultimately, Tanis was appointed to lead the western expansion efforts. Another individual present was the elderly knight, Charles Barl, who had spoken earlier, alongside the relatively weaker Wade. The 3 armies combined numbered a little over 300 men. Tanis commanded 150 troops, comprising 120 militia and 30 personal guards. The old knight Charles led 120 men, consisting of 100 militia and a 20-strong elite guard. In contrast, Wade was left with a mere 30 militia, effectively a token force. The 2 knights responsible for the cleanup in the east each had 150 men, bringing the total to over 300. Thus, the forces on both sides appeared relatively balanced, leaving little to be said. Chapter 9, A Transaction. In the early morning, Wade and Tanis sat by the campfire, roasting food while enjoying breakfast. Within the camp, thousands of soldiers were assembling, evenly divided into 3 groups. commencing their advance into the forest from 3 different directions. The entire operation was executed with remarkable swiftness, devoid of any hesitance, embodying decisiveness. Tanis, chewing on jerky, observed the main force disappearing from sight, his expression somewhat gloomy. Wait, why do you think Baron Miller is so benevolent, granting us such a substantial share? Look at this 1,000-strong force. They act without hesitation. The daily losses and provisions are a significant expenditure. Those merchants professing robust support are, in reality, not capable of sustaining our force for long, each one more miserly than the last. Moreover, I have received word from my subordinates that the townsfolk of Twilight City began gathering yesterday. It is expected that over 2,000 individuals will relocate here tomorrow or the day after to commence land reclamation work. We know Baron Miller. But when has he ever shown such kindness? In response, Wade chuckled, sipping hot milk, and with a teasing tone remarked, who knows? Perhaps Baron Miller struck it rich overnight and has little regard for these matters. We are merely knights, aspiring nobles. The thoughts and actions of the Baron are beyond our comprehension. Just relax, my friend. Our duty is to strictly execute Baron Miller's orders while minimizing our own losses. Tanis shot Wade a sidelong glance, previously unnoticing the boy's sly demeanor. Tell me, do you know something we don't? You seem rather insincere. How could your father, a man of such valor, produce a son who prefers to meander in conversation? As he spoke, Tanis tore off a sizable piece of jerky and chewed it, casting an irritated look at Wade. You unjustly accuse me. Uncle, I am but a fallen knight, entirely unaware of any such news. Besides, isn't it quite satisfactory for us to secure some benefits honestly? Wade chuckled awkwardly, swiftly shifting the topic. By the way, Uncle, once the land reclamation is completed, I believe you should carefully consider the territories in the new area. If you intend to exchange the existing land, I hope you will prioritize me. Upon hearing this, Tanis squinted thoughtfully. Are you suggesting to seize the opportunity to reclaim the fief of the Mandala family? Wade smiled, not bothering to conceal his approval, and nodded slightly. For him, venturing into the new territory might offer a realm of autonomy, leading to a more prosperous existence. However, upon reflection, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Firstly, in the new region, the other knights would undoubtedly engage in both overt and covert struggles for power, a certainty for the future. Their existing territories lie within the Twilight domain, a complex web of influence that limits expansion. Yet, the emergence of the new area, coupled with Baron Miller's deliberate depletion of resources, has resulted in a substantial expanse of undeveloped land. This presents the knights with an opportunity for growth. Should they exchange their old territories for new ones, their potential for development would significantly increase. Furthermore, with fewer constraints, the new region would inevitably incite further conflict. Although still under the jurisdiction of the Twilight domain, the new area offers a greater sense of freedom, unencumbered by restrictions. For Baron Miller, consolidating his original territory with the new region would enhance his control over the lands, while also relieving him of additional burdens. The knights would safeguard the northern frontier for him, creating a protective barrier, allowing him to reap wealth while minimizing costs, a truly multifaceted advantage. However, the current Mandala family cannot withstand such upheavals, leading Wade to decisively forego the claim to the new territory. He would, in turn, extend a favor to Knight Tanis. Moreover, the Mandala family lacks the resources to cultivate new lands. Reclaiming their fief would provide them with a ready-made territory, complete with established infrastructure and a sufficient population base. Additionally, the Mandala family's original lands lie at the western periphery of the Twilight domain, not far from Merry Manor. For Wade, this represents the most advantageous transaction, while simultaneously preserving a route for future expansion. It can be said that this scenario is a win-win situation. No party stands to lose. What do you think, Uncle? Have you made up your mind? Wade solicitously poured a glass of milk for Tanis, assuming the guise of a dutiful nephew. Tanis accepted the cup, his head bowed in contemplation. After a moment, he rose and drank the milk, extending his hand to Wade. It's a deal. At this, Wade felt a surge of joy within, marking the agreement of this transaction. Subsequently, Tanis patted Wade on the shoulder and said, I will have someone draft a contract for you to sign later. However, for now, we must prepare our troops for departure. I suspect that old Charles will be returning soon. Agreed, Wade replied, rising to return to camp and begin assembling the army. In a short while, the forces of the 3 knights had gathered, readying themselves for battle. Wade donned his armor, mounted his steed, and prepared for the impending campaign. The attire of Tanis and Wade is quite similar, with the former's armor being notably more robust, exuding a wild aura. The old knight, Charles, soon arrived, and compared to Tanis and Wade, His equipment appeared much more compact, leaning towards a lighter configuration. My scout has reported that the main force has commenced a sweeping operation, annihilating a group of lower-tier magical beasts. Simultaneously, 3 tribes of wolfmen were ambushed. Approximately 500 of them, divided into several groups, are now fleeing westward. Baron Miller has commanded that we encircle them, leaving none behind. Upon hearing this, Tanis contemplated briefly before issuing commands. The entire army was to be divided into 10 small teams, with 30 individuals per team, to conduct the encirclement and extermination. Upon discovering any traces of wolfmen, immediate notification to the nearby teams was imperative. Remember, not a single wolfman shall escape. If necessary, they may fight individually, prioritizing their own protection. The one who slays the most foes shall be rewarded with 10 gold coins. With the issuance of the command, the 300-strong army swiftly set into motion. This directive aligned perfectly with the interests of the 3 commanders in the current situation. Each individual could lead their own contingent, alleviating concerns of their comrades being utilized as expendable forces. Moreover, with the wolfmen being diminutive and frail, lacking the advantage of equipped weaponry, engaging in individual combat would be more manageable. Soon, the 10 squads penetrated the primeval forest, commencing their hunting expedition. Chapter 10. Encirclement. Within the dense woods, over 50 wolfmen were gathered, taking a moment to rest. Many bore visible injuries, standing at an average height of merely 1. For meters, their combat prowess was feeble, and lacking the advantage of weaponry, they were undoubtedly no match for the human army. Among them, the mightiest wolfman warrior, Yatu, was comparable to a fledgling knight squire in strength and was currently gravely wounded. Lord Yatu, our tribe has been vanquished by humans. What shall we do next? Upon hearing the query from his kin, Yatu's eyes filled with hatred, and he was on the verge of suggesting a fight against the humans, yet hesitated. Gazing at the hopeful expressions of his comrades, yearning for survival, he recognized he was their beacon of hope. Yatu had to suppress his fury, striving for a calm demeanor. We must continue heading west, where other wolfman tribes may still exist. Perhaps we can survive. We cannot venture deeper into the forest, or else we shall be torn apart by the ghouls before the humans even reach us. Let us rest for another 10 minutes. Then we shall flee from here, avoiding the human forces as best we can. Yes, Lord Yatu. In the eyes of these wolfmen, Yatu was their pillar, as long as he remained resolute. They still held hope. However, that hope would soon be crushed, reduced to mere dust. A militiaman observed all this, slowly retreating from the underbrush. His task would be complete once he relayed the intelligence back. At this moment, riding his war steed, Wade led the charge while the militia dispersed, seeking the trail of the works. At that moment, a militia member approached at a brisk pace, his face alight with joy as he reported, "My lord, approximately 700 meters ahead, a pack of wargs has been spotted. We dared not venture too close, but the estimated number lies between 40 and 60. Most of the wargs appear to be injured, likely having just escaped the clutches of the main force, and are currently recuperating." Upon hearing this, Wade's expression brightened. Fortune smiled upon him, as prey had arrived. "Well done. If this proves true, I shall commend you. I will advance and engage them. Quickly rally the troops for a direct assault on the works." "Yes, my lord." The militia member replied eagerly before hastening to summon the others. At this juncture, Arthas stood beside Wade, silently drawing his longsword, prepared for an imminent charge. It was his first taste of battle, and the thought filled him with exhilaration. "Arthas, would you dare to join me in this charge? Why should I hesitate? Since my lord is eager for this venture, I shall undoubtedly remain by your side." Arthas replied with unwavering conviction. His years of combat experience instilled in him confidence. A mere 40 to 50 wargs, given sufficient time, he could dispatch single-handedly. After all, he had attained the rank of a high-tier knight squire, rivaling a level 3 beast. Moreover, these wargs, being the lowest of the foreign races, were no more formidable than crushing an ant. "Haha, excellent. Let us put this to the test," Wade exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he licked his lips. This would be his first true taste of killing. As Wade's words echoed, both the warhorse and the steed surged forward. Although the dense forest was not particularly suited for cavalry maneuvers, with its myriad branches and trunks obstructing the way, Wade, emboldened by his steed and the strength of his armor, forged a path through. Such was the might of an armored knight, a veritable human tank. At that moment, the resting Yadu felt a sudden chill. His fur bristled instinctively. "It's bad. Prepare for battle. We have enemies." Unfortunately, just as Yadu rose to issue his warning, a majestic steed burst forth from the thicket. For cavalry, the 700 meters vanished in an instant, especially for a great breed like the Shalma. The distance was but a fleeting moment. In the next heartbeat, the 5-meter-long lance of the knight pierced through 4 or 5 worgs, propelled by the charge. It was as effortless as threading meat onto a skewer, devoid of any resistance. Only the splatter of blood erupting forth like tofu against an armored vehicle, drenching the surroundings. With a gentle sweep of the lance, the carcasses of the worgs slid off the tip, leaving behind gaping, bowl-sized holes. The entire event transpired with such rapidity that the multitude of worgs could scarcely react. "Damn humans! I shall slay you," Yatta roared, his eyes bulging with fury, wielding a rusted sword as he leaped from a tree trunk to strike at Wade's head. "My lord, be cautious," as the sound reached him before he did. In the next moment, Alsace galloped forth on his steed with remarkable speed. His body emanated a crimson aura, and with astonishing swiftness, he parried an incoming strike with his longsword. Immediately, Alsace unleashed his prowess, redirecting the force of the attack. With a thunderous flourish, he thrust several strikes, swiftly leaving multiple wounds upon Yatta's form. Already burdened by severe injuries, Yatta was propelled backward, crashing heavily against a tree, rendered unconscious. At that moment, the remaining wolfmen finally reacted, seizing stones and branches to launch a desperate assault upon the two warriors. Yet, such efforts proved futile, as the armored titan, Vade, felt nothing from these attacks, merely perceiving them as a cacophony. The next instant, Vade unleashed a singular thrust of pure strength, the force of his lance overwhelming. Toppling several wolfmen in an instant. One by one, he dispatched them with lethal precision, leaving no room for resistance. Any wolfman daring to flee was swiftly dealt with by Alsace, who, with seasoned skill and technique, dispatched enemies with the elegance of a master swordsman. Each strike was a fatal blow, a swift execution. Within mere moments, their encounter lasted less than a minute, and the wolfmen had already suffered catastrophic losses. The mightiest of their ranks, Yatu, had fallen to Alsace's singular attack, left unconscious and oblivious to his fate. The remaining wolfmen huddled together, gazing at the two as if they were demons. As the last of the resisting wolfmen fell to Vade's relentless onslaught, a militia of 30 soon arrived at the scene. The fate of the remaining 20 or so wolfmen was sealed. Although the 30 militia members were novices, they faced adversaries stripped of all capacity for resistance, making the task exceedingly simple. Fortunately, the wolfmen's appearance was markedly different from that of humans. Aside from their bipedal stance, they bore little resemblance, providing the militia with a sense of ease amidst their first taste of bloodshed, rendering it within the bounds of their acceptance. Vade removed his helmet, astonished at his own achievements. Perhaps it was the fact that he had slain only non-humans that spared him from feelings of nausea or distress. Instead, he experienced an exhilaration akin to that of gaming, rendering the experience somewhat surreal. For the first time, Vade realized how effortlessly one could extinguish a life, finding it scarcely more challenging than indulging in a sweet treat. Chapter 11. Why do I feel like a cultist? Report, my lord. All wolfmen have been neutralized. 56 have been slain, and we have seized 12 pieces of substandard ironware for potential reuse. The remaining unusable items will be collected for destruction and burial. Additionally, we have captured a wolfman alive, who appears to be the leader of this band. Upon hearing the militia's report, Vade gestured for them to bring forth the wolfman leader, eager to discern what distinguished this creature from the ordinary wolfmen. Soon, a visibly more robust word was brought before Wade, albeit unconscious. Were it not for the faint heartbeat, the militia would have treated him as a corpse. Wade surveyed the Wurg with curiosity, akin to a child discovering a novel toy. Having previously dispatched other Wurgs without a moment's thought, he had not taken the time to observe this creature closely, and now his curiosity found a satisfying outlet. Oh, it seems fortune smiles upon us. We have indeed stumbled upon an unexpected prize. As he spoke, Wade stroked the Wurg leader's skin, attuning himself to the essence within. Judging by its aura, this should be a bloodline warrior among the alien races, though its strength merely matched that of a low-tier knight squire. I recall that ordinary alien slaves are valued at around 1,020 gold coins. A low-tier bloodline warrior like this one would surely start at a minimum of 300 coins. With this thought, as Wade regarded the Wurg once more, he realized that this was no mere alien. It was akin to a walking pile of gold coins. However, at that moment, Wade glanced at the Wurg's body and then back at the leader, contemplating. Althas, quickly fetch some external injury medicine. I wish for this Wurg to remain alive, but there is no need to restore him fully, just enough to keep him breathing. As for the bodies of the other Wurgs, do not burn or bury them. Simply drag them a bit farther away and pile them together. Also, accompany me tonight. Remember, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Alphys hesitated for a brief moment, but quickly regained his composure. He refrained from inquiring about the reasoning behind Wade's orders, nor did he attempt to dissuade him from what might be perilous. Wade's decisions, after all, were guided by his own rationale. Alphys merely nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that some matters were better left unexamined to prevent any rift between master and servant. Knowing too much sometimes did not bode well. At this juncture, the sun dipped below the horizon, and twilight enveloped the land. Wade lifted his gaze to the sky and promptly commanded the establishment of a camp on the spot. They had ventured deep into the forest, and retreating before nightfall was evidently no longer feasible. Setting up camp was preferable to wandering in darkness among the trees. Responding to the order, the militia swiftly cleared a space, felling surrounding trees to construct a temporary encampment. As night deepened, a bonfire was ignited, casting away the surrounding shadows and instilling a modicum of security in the hearts of the men. The 30 militia members divided into 3 groups, taking turns to keep watch and safeguard the camp. Before long, the sounds of slumber filled the air. High upon a treetop, a raven appeared, seemingly from nowhere. While several hundred meters away, over 50 warg corpses lay heaped together. Blood stained the earth, and within mere hours, it had attracted countless flies and maggots. The warg leader remained sprawled on the ground, still in a state of unconsciousness. At this moment, Wade emerged from the darkness, cloaked in black, gazing upon the decaying bodies with an iron will to suppress the urge to retch. Meanwhile, Alphys patrolled the vicinity, ever vigilant in ensuring his master's safety. With Alsace standing vigil by his side, Wade felt a sense of reassurance. Contemplating the corpse, the vengeful spirits, the sanguine essence, and the requisite mediums, he concluded that he was nearly ready to commence. Wade murmured to himself, first igniting 2 white candles before biting his fingertip to draw a peculiar symbol in blood. Alongside this symbol, he inscribed a circle reminiscent of a magical array around the heap of bodies and the leader of the gnolls, evoking the semblance of a ritual. However, the aesthetic of this scene bore a striking resemblance to the rumored practices of cultists. Wade, too, felt akin to the infamous acolytes of dark deities. Should he be discovered, he might well face crucifixion and a fiery demise. After a brief moment, the preparations for the ritual were complete. Wade settled onto the ground, gradually calming his mind to commune with the elusive spirit. The necromantic guiding art primarily encompasses 2 distinct methodologies. The first involves gathering spirits to form a soul, which is then sealed within its original corporeal form, thus creating a dead entity that obeys the practitioner, akin to the explosive summoning technique. The second approach nurtures the spirit, following an elite cultivation path, utilizing corpses, vengeful souls, sanguine essence, and certain mediums as materials. In addition to fulfilling these 4 criteria, specific rituals must be performed to successfully cultivate the spirit. Wade was currently employing the latter method. Acquiring these components was a daunting task within the kingdom, especially considering that the most suitable materials, as noted in the necromantic texts, were intelligent beings. It was inconceivable for Wade to procure such entities through the slaughter of his own kin. However, these gnolls conveniently met the requirements for intelligent beings, as well as the necessary quantity. With the presence of both corpses and vengeful souls, coupled with the live sacrifice of a gnoll leader, the sanguine essence was assured. The medium would be a feather from the dead eye. Utilizing these foreign beings as materials did not weigh heavily on Wade's conscience. After all, it is ingrained in humanity that those not of our kind may harbor ill intentions. This was not to say that Wade was devoid of empathy or disdainful of outsiders. Rather, it was a pragmatic choice made in the balance of necessity. With these elements in place, he estimated that he had sufficient resources for the initial phase of cultivating the dead eye. Wade then summoned the entity. Caw, caw. Shortly thereafter, 2 caws echoed, and the dead eye obediently soared to the center of the symbol. Within its lifeless gaze, an air of excitement seemed to flicker, as if it sensed an impending transformation. Observing that all was in readiness, Wade's lips began to move, as if he were intoning some arcane chant, though no sound escaped. Unutterable and ineffable, it appeared to be a communication meant for the unseeable. At that moment, even time seemed to come to a standstill, the sparse chirping of insects yielding to an eerie silence. Despite it being the height of July, the summer's warmth was supplanted by an autumnal chill, a frost settling upon the leaves and shrubs. A strange aura began to envelop Wade, and when his eyes opened once more, they were engulfed in darkness. It was a darkness deeper than night, an abyss so profound that even light could not escape its grasp. The ritual commenced. Chapter 12. The Ascension of the Dead Eye. The Assault of the Ghouls. A blood-red array emanated a crimson glow, an eerie aura that plunged the onlooker into a chilling abyss. Before them lay the corpse of a werewolf, which began to dissolve and decay, leaving only stark white bones. Above these bones, as the ritual progressed, a multitude of ethereal souls began to coalesce and merge. Their anguished wails echoed, reminiscent of tormented spirits from the underworld, transforming into a tangible form, a sphere. The surface of this sphere continually revealed the visages of the werewolves, seemingly struggling to escape, yet firmly bound. Lying within the array was the werewolf Yadu, who remained blissfully ensconced in slumber. In his dreams, he lived a life of tranquility and happiness with his kin, revered as their sole beacon of hope. As the array activated, Yatu silently transformed into a flowing river of blood. His death was devoid of suffering, only imbued with serenity. Within this essence lay all that he was, his soul, the power of his bloodline, and fragments of memory, all intertwined. Subsequently, the putrid remnants of his corpse, the gathering of vengeful spirits, and the blood rivers surged into the form of the dead eye under the array's influence. These substances incessantly reshaped the corporeal form of the dead eye. The decaying fluids transmuted into pure energy, augmenting his physique, while the blood river, a manifestation of his bloodline power, relentlessly sought to transcend the limitations imposed by his race. These dual forces redefined his corporeality, liberating him from the confines of ordinary beings. Meanwhile, the collective of vengeful souls was continuously consumed by the dead eye, fortifying his own essence and breaking the shackles of consciousness. Whenever the dead eye's corporeal awareness teetered on the brink of collapse, the feather serving as a medium acted as an anchor, solidifying his very existence, compelling the dead eye to transcend his limits and ultimately elevate his life essence. Moments later, as the ritual gradually subsided, only a scattering of desiccated bones remained, and the feather that had served as a medium disintegrated into dust. Wide gasped for breath, the darkness in his eyes slowly receding, returning to its natural hue. As he succumbed to exhaustion, he had not anticipated the immense toll of such a ritual. It was evident that he must hasten his own ascension. Wide exhaled heavily, feeling as though he had been entirely drained, akin to having battled for 10 days and nights upon his bed. For the foreseeable future, he would find that he could not attain an erection in the mornings, feeling lethargic and weak, even to the point of wetting himself. Yet, when Wide gazed upon the dead eye, he felt that all was justified. The exterior of the dead eye had not changed significantly. It had grown slightly larger, its feathers darker and devoid of luster, while a flicker of emotional fluctuation appeared within its gaze. Moreover, its aura distinctly reached the level of a first-tier magical beast, equivalent to that of a novice knight squire. Concurrently, Wide sensed that the dead eye had acquired a newfound innate ability. Wide referred to it as dominion. The death eye possesses the ability to control its kin and exert authority over them, while those under its influence share a visual connection with the death eye. This means Wide can simultaneously monitor multiple individuals, thereby acquiring a wealth of information. If one were to liken it, it is akin to a fleet of elusive, shadowy guardians capable of flight. As Wide remained lost in his reverie, the old steward, Alsace, hurried towards him with remarkable speed. There was no time for explanations. Alsace hoisted the master onto his shoulder and darted through the trees. An enemy attack. Ghouls were upon them. Prepare yourselves, Alsace shouted, swiftly returning to the camp and setting the master down. A few night watch militia, previously drowsy, were now jolted into action, hastily shaking the alarm bells. A piercing scream shattered the air. Help me! Save me! One militia member was overpowered by a ghoul, its jagged teeth tearing into his skull, blood gushing forth in an instant. The haunting cries echoed throughout the camp. Alsace rushed in, plunging his sword into the ghoul and flinging it aside. Yet, the militia member had already succumbed to a gruesome death, his head nearly devoured, his face still caught in the ghoul's relentless jaws. Monsters! Monsters! Some militia members began to falter, retreating in fear, even contemplating flight. Gather here, those who wish to live. Anyone who defies orders will face execution, Alsace bellowed, forcefully quelling the panic among the militia, restoring a semblance of rationality to them. Form ranks, circular formation. At Alsace's command, the militia instinctively rallied, encircling him and protecting Wide at the center. Soon, the remaining militia members regained their senses and joined the fray, quickly forming a protective circle with their spears pointed outward. The entire operation was swift and efficient. Apart from the unfortunate initial casualty, no further losses were incurred. Gradually, hearts steadied, and the formation solidified. Wide, weakened, sat at the center of the formation, gazing at the ghastly ghouls lurking among the trees outside the camp, estimating their numbers to be over 10, seemingly gathering more of their kind. Though ghouls are bloodthirsty, They are not foolish. They could discern the disparity in numbers. In the tense standoff, a shadow darted swiftly through the forest, moving so quickly that it left only a fleeting impression. A caw echoed through the air, and the next moment, a ghoul plummeted from a tree, its skull punctured by a gaping wound of a fist size. The assailant was none other than the Death Eye. Having attained the strength of a first-level magical beast, its power and speed had multiplied several times over, far exceeding that of an ordinary raven. Like a black arrow, it zipped through the woods, poised to claim the life of the next ghoul. In the depths of the forest, the ghouls began to emit mournful sounds, seemingly communicating with one another. However, soon after, the Deadeyes launched another assault. A ghoul dangling from a tree suddenly stiffened and then plummeted to the ground, lifeless. This time, the ghouls recoiled in fear. They were left bewildered, not even knowing what had attacked them, instilling a sense of dread within. The bloodthirsty and combative ghouls gradually began to retreat. As shadows flickered, the area surrounding the camp soon fell into tranquility. Had the ghouls withdrawn? Arthas hesitated, wary of allowing the group to disperse, fearing a potential ambush. It's all right, Arthas. They merely emerged to forage, not to seek their demise, Vade reassured him, moving alongside the old steward. At that moment, Deadeyes returned, landing calmly on Vade's shoulder, meticulously preening its feathers. Dispel the formation, but maintain a state of vigilance. A few should clear the camp. At dawn, we shall return to the main camp for rest. Yes, my lord. Chapter 13, A New Mission. The following morning, Vade led the team back on their journey. The spot where the Wargen corpses had been piled was now barren, the ground marked with numerous dragging traces. It was evident that the ghouls had been drawn to these bodies. Strangely, the ghouls were indiscriminate. Vade had treated the flesh and blood as expendable, leaving behind bones for them to consume. However, this actually benefited Vade, as it saved him considerable effort in disposing of the remains. Several hours later, Vade's team returned to the Coalition's camp to recuperate. In the afternoon, the Knights Tanis and Char's squads returned in succession. However, Char's contingent was notably diminished, losing nearly a third of its forces, with nearly 40 bodies being brought back. It appeared they had endured a fierce battle, with some corpses gruesomely dismembered. In contrast, Tanis's team had returned with injuries, but no fatalities. What happened? Char's face bore a grim expression. How had they suffered such losses? Vade approached Tanis, wearing an inquisitive look. Logically, they had merely been pursuing a fleeing pack of Wargen, which should not have led to significant casualties. Tanis removed his helmet, a smug smile gracing his features. You see, yesterday, while we were hunting the Wargen, our forces were somewhat dispersed. Char's old crew had unfortunate luck, encountering the Wargen's main force. Moreover, his men were too scattered, and support was delayed, leading to one of his militia squads being utterly decimated. By the time Char regrouped and engaged the Wargen in battle, the main force had already suffered heavy losses and fled, right into my path. With the fruit picked, how could Char possibly wear a cheerful countenance? As he spoke, Tanis proudly displayed his spoils, a prisoner cart filled with werewolf slaves. In another cart, a werewolf stood, towering at 1.60 meters, its sides shackled with iron chains. Wade leaned in slightly, feeling a mix of surprise and admiration as he regarded Tanis. A mid-tier bloodline warrior. This strength is hardly inferior to mine. Capturing him will not be an easy task. Indeed, it took considerable effort to capture him alive. Tanis beamed with pride, his expression almost radiating triumph. Wade offered a few words of admiration, silently calculating in his mind. A low-tier bloodline warrior could fetch around 300 to 500 gold coins in the market, while a mid-tier bloodline warrior would be worth at least 500. Adding to that the previous cart of slaves, it would amount to a few hundred gold coins. Contemplating this, Wade felt a pang of envy. Roughly calculated, it approached nearly 1,000 gold coins. How foolish he had been yesterday to slay all the werewolves. Perhaps he could have conserved some resources, trusting that the Deadeye would have managed to advance smoothly. Alas, there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. Wade sighed, dismissing such thoughts. After exchanging a few casual remarks, a scout approached the two. My lords, the main force led by Baron Miller has eradicated 3 medium-sized werewolf tribes and 7 smaller ones, capturing nearly 2,000 werewolves and dismantling a ghoul nest, along with apprehending several hundred foreign slaves. The main force incurred the cost of 200 wounded, with nearly 100 fatalities. The injured will gradually return to the Coalition camp over the next 2 days. The remaining troops are currently encamped in an area known as Twin Hills, establishing a base and commencing clearance operations. Upon hearing the report from the previous day's battle, Tanis nodded slightly and signaled for the scout to take a rest. It seemed that everything was progressing quite smoothly, A 20-to-1 casualty ratio was commendable. It was likely that Baron Miller would soon assign them further clearance tasks, as the beasts in this forest required gradual eradication. With a swift pace, the area could be developed in 2 to 3 months. At a slower pace, it might take half a year. Tanis stretched, clearly surprised by the rapid progress. In response, Wade silently nodded. Given the current progress, Miller was likely preparing to mine for ore. Once the area was secured, it would be a matter of seeking opportunities to reap some benefits. Just then, the ground trembled, and both men looked up to see a large number of free citizens approaching the coalition camp, families in tow. A rough estimate revealed at least 2,000 to 3,000 people. Some of these free citizens had migrated from Twilight City, while others were relocated from subordinate villages and towns. With the army having cleared the primary foreign threats, the task of cultivating the land was now entrusted to the populace. Before long, the coalition camp will evolve into a bustling village, serving as a springboard for deeper migrations and land reclamation. As time passes, this newly acquired territory will gradually integrate into the Twilight domain, continuously generating value. However, that is a matter for many years hence. The initial investment is the most substantial. Plagued by shortages of personnel, tools, and provisions, lacking in every regard. This is precisely why many lesser nobles are reluctant to expand their territories. They simply lack the financial and human resources. Yet, at present, with an influx of free citizens, the entire coalition camp is experiencing rapid development. Within a single night, tents have sprouted around the camp. The following day, a multitude of craftsmen commenced the construction of sawmills, persistently enhancing the camp's infrastructure. Even rudimentary wooden huts have begun to emerge, creating a harmonious atmosphere where everyone is engaged in their respective tasks, bustling with activity. Moreover, given the proximity to the military encampment, the soldiers, beset by prolonged stress, require outlets for their frustrations. Consequently, some women have taken on roles akin to software hardening engineers. As profit is assured and the soldiers gain a means to alleviate their pressures, this dual solution not only addresses the soldiers' stress but also elevates the standard of living for the populace, a quintessential win-win scenario. Meanwhile, Wade soon received a new assignment. Baron Miller ordered him to lead his team in escorting a group of free citizens to the Shuangqiu region to assist in the expansion efforts. Tanis and Charles, on the other hand, were to continue their task of clearing the western territories and establishing a small outpost. Wade welcomed this mission with great enthusiasm. A protective escort task entails minimal danger and is perfectly suited to him. Should he be dispatched to deal with hostile races or ferocious beasts, he might suffer considerable losses among his personnel. Furthermore, while others may be oblivious to the underlying motives, Wade is not so naive. These free citizens are most likely selected for mining endeavors. It presents an opportune moment for Wade to conduct an on-site assessment, preparing for future strategies. Chapter 14. The Murder of Crows. Escort. Caw, caw, caw. In the sky, 2 female crows are engaged in a fierce struggle, occasionally shedding black feathers as they grapple with one another, seemingly locked in a fierce competition. It resembles 2 scorned women, tugging at each other's hair and tearing at garments over a faithless lover. If they could speak, their words would echo sentiments of rivalry. That wretched one belongs to me. No one else shall claim him. Bah, he is mine. That shameless harlot, begone. Meanwhile, the aloof figure of death, perched atop a tree branch, observes the scene with indifference. Like a noble young lord, a solitary monarch, how could he be stirred by the antics of mere women? Since his transformation, Death has evolved, becoming more ethereal than before. Coupled with his larger-than-average physique and those profound black eyes, he has captivated many young crows. He is akin to a domineering CEO among humans. Which female crow could possibly resist the allure of toppling such a powerful figure? Until one of the female crows drove the other away. The dead-eye would ascend into the high skies, emitting a single caw. The victor would either be accepted under the wing of the dead-eye or choose to submit. At that moment, several female crows, having yielded to the dead-eye over the past 2 days, soared from the thicket below. Each one was notably stronger than their kin, having proven their mettle in previous skirmishes. The multitude of female crows encircled the dead-eye as if they were an array of blooming flowers, vying for the emperor's favor. Hoping to capture its gaze, for a single night of passion could be worth a fortune. Meanwhile, in the forest below, Wide, who was escorting the populace, glanced at the flock above and inquired, "Alphys, how many times has this battle occurred?" "The 18th time, my lord," Alphys replied with his usual precision, pondering where his master had found such captivating crows. Hearing this, Wide felt a twinge of melancholy. He never imagined that in 2 lifetimes he would be eclipsed by a mere bird. What a disheartening thought. It seemed even a bird could have its harem, while he remained a solitary, uneventful figure. At that moment, the dead eye settled upon Wide's shoulder. Concurrently, the other female crows dispersed, their eyes shimmering with a faint dark glow. Wide and the dead eye shared an unspoken bond. The crow merely perched on his shoulder, and Wide understood its desires. After a brief exchange of thoughts, vivid scenes began to play out in Wide's mind, each representing the perspective of a crow. He could summon any image he wished to see, and simultaneously control multiple viewpoints, akin to a 360-degree electronic peephole that revealed every hidden corner. After familiarizing himself with the dead eye's newfound abilities, Wide withdrew from this state. Connecting to the vision of 18 crows was mentally taxing, and he estimated he could maintain this for no more than half an hour. After a brief respite, Wide issued fresh instructions to the dead eye. Soon after, the 18 crows scattered into the skies, each willing to do anything for their cherished moonlight. Even if it meant facing death, they would not utter a word of dissent. Before long, midday arrived. After several hours of travel, the majority of the populace began to show signs of fatigue. Wide glanced at the sun, gauging the time, then commanded Alphas, relay the order to halt the procession for rest. We shall resume our journey in 1 hour. Additionally, disperse the militia to maintain vigilance against potential attacks from beasts or adversaries. Understood, Alphas replied, promptly turning to carry out Wide's directives. In a short while, the group of approximately 500 came to a halt, gathering in small clusters to consume rations, hydrate, and rest. Not far from this location, in the nearby thicket. At this moment, a pair of slitted pupils fixated on the uninvited guests before it, as crimson serpentine tongues flickered in and out. Sensing the essence of these unsuspecting prey, hissing, it detected two particularly potent auras, one slightly weaker than its own, while the other posed a subtle threat. Although its intelligence was not particularly high, as a native of this primordial forest, it instinctively rejected these intruders, yearning to devour them all. Perhaps, if it were to consume these outsiders, it might break free from its constraints and evolve into a higher form of life. This insatiable desire to consume was a primal instinct coursing through its veins. Its primary target was the slightly weaker presence. At this moment, the inky black form of the serpent slithered through the thicket, producing a rustling sound, causing the surrounding insect chirps to cease under its imposing aura. Meanwhile, Veeder had just dismounted, unaware that a threat was stealthily approaching. He surveyed his surroundings, feeling an unsettling silence. Why was it so quiet? Not a single chirp or call from the birds. As Veeder pondered this peculiarity, a sense of discomfort washed over him. The environment felt eerily still. Not far away, Alsace was still organizing the populace, and the militia squad was patrolling nearby. Seemingly, everything was normal. The sun shone brightly, leading Veeder to question whether he was overthinking the situation. Suddenly, the crow perched on Veeder's shoulder let out a caw, its feathers erupting in a flurry, seemingly attempting to alert him. Just as the wave of unease crashed over Veeder, the old steward Alsace hurriedly approached, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "My lord, there seems to be something nearby." Alsace returned to Veeder's side, his eyes darting about. A seasoned warrior who had traversed battlefields, he possessed an uncanny ability to sense the aura of impending danger, particularly the predatory energy that hunters exude towards their prey, a sensation he was intimately familiar with. Thus, upon detecting this ominous presence, he hastened back to Veeder's side to prevent any misfortune. Alsace slowly drew his sword, positioning himself protectively beside his lord, his gaze sharpening. "My lord, remain vigilant. We have uninvited guests approaching. It appears they are adept at stealth, likely some form of magical beast, perhaps serpentine or reptilian in nature." He continued, "I shall confront it. You must ensure your own safety, and if the situation turns dire, flee immediately." With that, Alsace locked onto a thicket. "I see you, voyeur. How dare you spy on my lord? You have sealed your own fate." In the next instant, Alsace's body shot forth like a cannonball, enveloped in crimson energy, wielding a fierce blade aimed at the underbrush. Chapter 15. The third-grade beast, the Black Mamba. In an instant, the underbrush was severed, and the next moment, a shadowy figure darted away with astonishing speed, evading the downward strike. This dark silhouette swiftly coiled around the trees, and when Wade cast his gaze once more, he beheld a colossal, jet-black python, approximately 9 meters in length, its body clad in glossy black scales and measuring around 50 centimeters in width. The inverted triangular head flicked its tongue, revealing menacing fangs from which venom dripped, corroding the surrounding foliage. Arthas stepped forward, a grave expression upon his face, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the creature. It was the third-grade beast, the black mamba, one of the most venomous serpents among its kind. My lord, you must be cautious of its fangs. Just as Arthas spoke, the militia also took note of the unfolding scene and hastened towards them. Do not approach. Fall back. Wait. Regaining his composure, urgently commanded the militia to refrain from advancing. Your duty is to safeguard the populace and escort them safely to the territory of Xuanqiu. Depart at once and ensure there are no unnecessary casualties. Upon hearing his words, the encroaching militia halted, torn between their lord's safety and the obligation to obey his command. They found themselves in a quandary. Go. Yes, my lord. At Wade's furious shout, the militia gritted their teeth in response, swiftly retreating to organize the civilians and initiate their evacuation. The black mamba, coiled around the tree, paid no heed to the insignificant ants below, allowing them to escape. No matter how numerous they were, they remained mere ants, a feast that could be consumed at will, and the serpent regarded them with disdain. In its eyes, only Arthas mattered. Man and serpent dared not relax their vigilance, each sensing the latent threat emanating from the other. The outcome of their encounter could unfold in an instant. A moment's carelessness could lead to a fate worse than death. However, beasts remain beasts. Despite their formidable strength, they often lack in strategy and composure. The black mamba, unable to restrain itself, darted rapidly along the tree trunk, leaping down from the treetop in an instant. Faced with the descending serpent, Arthas did not flinch. With a decisive step, crimson energy coalesced upon the blade of his sword, unleashing an unparalleled momentum as he struck towards the serpent's head. As the blade descended, the black mamba astonishingly twisted its body mid-air, evading the slash in an exquisitely contorted manner. Simultaneously, it spiraled downward, its scales grinding against the sword and igniting sparks. Arthas, acting swiftly, abandoned his sword and retreated. The black mamba crashed to the ground, its body coiling in a frenzy, and within moments, the finely crafted longsword was shattered into fragments. At that moment, Wade galloped in on horseback, launching a surprise attack from the side with a 5-meter-long knight's lance, thrusting it forward with terrifying speed and force. The speed was so extraordinary that even the black mamba could not react in time. In the next instant, its body was pierced by the knight's lance. With the acceleration of the steed, the entire black mamba was lifted off the ground. A dull thud resonated as the knight's lance penetrated the body of the snake, pinning it against the trunk of an ancient tree. Seizing the opportunity, Wade urged his horse to cleave through, denying the black mamba any chance for retaliation. Hissing, the black mamba emitted continuous cries, its body writhing violently in an attempt to break free. However, fate was not on its side. The lance had struck precisely at the abdomen, severing its spine in the process. Consequently, the upper half of the mamba writhed incessantly but lacked the strength to exert much force. Clapping his hands, Arthas expressed his delight, exclaiming, "A truly magnificent ambush. You subdued that black mamba with a single strike, and your timing was impeccable." Wade rode over to Arthas, removed his helmet, and maintained a calm demeanor. It was merely a stroke of luck. Relying on superior equipment to defeat it does not prove much, he replied with a serene expression. Though internally, he was elated, nearly urging Arthas to shower him with more praise. After all, no one is immune to the allure of admiration. A touch of vanity is a natural human trait. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that as a mid-tier knight apprentice, to have so severely injured a level 3 magical beast in a single blow was a feat worthy of boasting. The two then waited patiently for the black mamba to exhaust itself, seeking to understand it with minimal risk. Shortly thereafter, about half an hour had passed, during which the black mamba struggled relentlessly. Its dark blood dripped from the abdominal wound for an extended period, corroding the grass beneath the tree and causing the ancient wood to wither. The surrounding soil became tainted with a deep black hue, emanating a foul, fishy odor. Gradually, the black mamba ceased its movements, its body softening as if it had succumbed entirely. Arthas, you should withdraw. Without heavy armor, you risk being countered in its final throes. My quality plate armor should withstand the black mamba's venomous fangs. Allow me to handle it, Wade stated resolutely, leaving no room for refusal. Arthas opened his mouth slightly, but ultimately nodded in agreement, stepping back a few paces. Wade donned his helmet and approached the tree trunk, swiftly withdrawing the knight's lance. The body of the black mamba fell to the ground, motionless, resembling a corpse. However, Wade was not naive. He would not judge based on appearances alone. He swiftly maneuvered the lance and thrust it forcefully towards the black mamba's head. In that instant, the black mamba twisted its body, evading the incoming lance, and then coiled upward, its inky black maw lunging towards Wade. "Heh, I anticipated you would resort to such tricks," Wade scoffed, swiftly using his arm to fend off the venomous fangs. The outcome was as expected. Rather than piercing through the high-quality armor, it merely left 2 bite marks. Meanwhile, Wade unleashed a powerful punch with his other hand, and with a resounding crack, the skull was shattered. Immediately after, Wade stepped on the serpent's vital point, drawing forth his sword from his waist and plunging it into the head of the black mamba. Moments later, the serpent's pupils dilated, and it fell completely still. Wade then sliced open the serpent's head, retrieving a blue crystal core, roughly the size of a fist. Indeed, it was a level 3 magical beast core. The texture was remarkably smooth. I recall that a level 1 magical beast core is worth 500 gold coins, a level 2 1,000. And I believe a level 3 is around 2,000 gold coins. How exhilarating. 2,000 gold coins. That is a substantial sum. Wealth is within reach. Wade caressed the magical beast's core as if it were a delicate maiden, reluctant to exert even the slightest pressure. His eyes gleamed with the image of gold coins, nearly succumbing to the urge to lick it. Chapter 16. The Golden Mine. Dusk had fallen, and the night deepened. Baron Miller stood before the mine shaft, his countenance grim, brows tightly knitted. Indeed, the mine had collapsed once more. Since the discovery of this mineral deposit, it marked the 3rd collapse, all due to those accursed rat beasts. This latest cave-in had entombed 20 of his soldiers. Meanwhile, those dead rodents continued to gnaw away at his wealth. Baron Miller felt as if his head might explode, his temples throbbing with rage. Damn it! Where are the miners I secretly dispatched? Why haven't they arrived yet? Hearing Baron Miller's inquiry, Sir Sylph answered meekly. Sir Wade has just sent them in and is awaiting your summons. Forget him. I command you now. Immediately. Bring those wretched miners here and commence work at once. Baron Miller glared furiously at Sir Sylph. The latter could only acquiesce, preparing to carry out the order when Baron Miller halted him once again. Rubbing his temples, he adjusted his mindset, his anger subsiding somewhat. Go. Treat Sir Wade well. Ensure he perceives nothing amiss. Additionally, receive those freedmen, settle a portion of them. Then assign 200 to the mine to reopen it. Yes, my lord. Seeing Baron Miller's anger dissipate, Sir Sylph bowed slightly and took his leave. Baron Miller sighed. In just 2 days, his hair had grayed considerably, clearly a sign of his excessive worry. Were it not for this mineral deposit, he would never have initiated the expansion. The recent setbacks in the mine had left him restless. It is worth noting that maintaining the army's expenses each day amounts to a significant figure, coupled with casualty compensations, equipment consumption, labor costs, and more. The Miller family was beginning to feel the strain. Even if the mining venture is ultimately completed, should this mineral resource remain unattainable for an extended period, the Miller family would require many years to recuperate. At that moment, constant as guard, Andrew approached. Andrew bore 3 deceased mice in his hands, their bodies resembling that of domestic cats, yet their heads had been hollowed out. My lord, I am incompetent. I failed to secure the mine passage and only managed to slay these 3 first-level gold-eating rats. Andrew knelt on one knee, presenting 3 first-level beast cores with both hands. Rise, Andrew. This is not your fault, and you need not blame yourself so harshly. These beast cores shall be stored in the temporary repository for further processing. Baron Miller did not irrationally blame his guard. Andrew had done all he could under the circumstances. At this juncture, Miller turned to Const, signaling him to report. Const, please provide an update on the overall condition of the mine and the internal state of the tunnels. Yes, my lord, Const replied, then added, based on our exploratory findings. This gold mine is estimated to contain approximately 20 million tons of gold ore, categorizing it as a small-scale gold mine. If fully refined into pure gold, it could yield around 200 tons, valued at approximately 20 million gold coins. Thus far, we have only extracted about 100,000 tons of ore, resulting in slow progress. Regarding the current status of the mine, the internal conditions are rather complex. Due to geological factors, most of the surrounding soil is loose, necessitating a substantial amount of timber for reinforcement. This is one of the reasons for the delay in progress. Furthermore, a colony of gold-eating rats resides within the mine, with approximately 200 detected thus far. The majority are first-level beasts, with a few second-level, as well as 4 third-level and 1 fourth-level gold-eating rat king. This mine appears to be their lair, so the exact amount of gold we can extract remains uncertain. Additionally, whenever we commence extraction, the rat colony deliberately sabotages the load-bearing pillars, resulting in significant casualties and greatly hindering our progress. The gold-eating rats, taking advantage of the terrain, pose a considerable challenge to our extermination efforts. According to our calculations, the rat colony consumes hundreds of tons of gold ore daily, leading to continuous losses. It can be said that we are in a perpetual race against time with the rat colony. At this point, Const leaned forward to observe Baron Miller. He noticed the veins on Miller's forehead bulging, his teeth clenched in anger. Such immense wealth, visible and tangible, yet persistently obstructed and continually depleted. Anyone would be driven to madness in his position. Is there truly no solution at all? Baron Miller nearly shouted, each day's delay tormenting his spirit. Beside him, Andrew bowed his head in silence. As a dutiful warrior, he excelled in the heat of battle, yet when it came to devising strategies, he found himself at a loss for any substantial ideas. Const, resting his forehead on his hand, also strained to think. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into a hushed stillness, broken only by the heavy, labored breaths of Baron Miller. After a brief pause, as Baron Miller regained his composure, he adjusted his attire and made his way towards the gathering. He knew he must not act impulsively. First, he must deal with Sir Wyde. For should they reveal their intentions, all would be in vain. After exchanging a glance laden with sighs, Const and Andrew resumed their quest for a solution. As the perspective widened, a crow perched upon a gnarled branch of a dead tree, its keen eyes recording the unfolding events. Moments later, the crow spread its wings and vanished into the enveloping darkness. At this juncture, within the confines of the Twin Hills encampment, situated south of two hills and nestled against their slopes, a vast camp had formed. With the arrival of the freemen, the encampment expanded outward, the entire process appearing remarkably harmonious. At the center of the camp, a rudimentary dwelling had already been erected. Wyde, keenly observing the camp, noted that after the handover from Sir Sylph, a group of freemen was being led by Sir Sylph towards the hills behind. Along the path to the hills, a watchtower was erected every 100 paces, with squads of 10 patrolling diligently between the towers, effectively sealing off the route to the fissures in the hills. After a brief reconnaissance, Wyde abandoned his plan to infiltrate the area, realizing that an on-site investigation was beyond his reach. However, while he could not enter, he still had access to the vision of his raven, the eyes of death, which would surely provide opportunities to glean intelligence. After all, who would be so tedious as to remain vigilant against a solitary crow? At that moment, the eyes of death landed on Wyde's shoulder, synchronizing their vision. Chapter 17, Rehearsal. A transaction. So it was. Moments later, Wyde slumped onto a stool, but in the next instant, a spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes. Just then, through the eyes of death and several crows, he established a remote connection, capturing everything happening within the mine. It was gold, a vein of gold. Previously, Wyde had speculated that Baron Miller might have discovered a vein containing rare ores, such as chalcopyrite, mica, or quartz. These minerals held greater value than ordinary iron or copper and could be utilized in alchemical processes, making them relatively precious materials. However, no matter how valuable these minerals might be, they paled in comparison to gold. Gold, aside from its function as currency, possesses remarkable malleability and resistance to corrosion and high temperatures. Moreover, its most significant role lies in alchemical practices, where its excellent conductive properties render it one of the closest known materials to mithril. Moreover, gold is relatively accessible and serves as an undeniable hard currency. The mere thought of this incites both envy and jealousy within Wyde. Possessing a gold mine, even if it is merely a small or even micro vein, is sufficient to elevate a family to prominence. This resource alone could amass a dozen formal knights, or even a single land knight. Wyde sighed heavily, momentarily at a loss for words. The Mandala family, at present, lacked the power to intervene in this matter. It was akin to stumbling upon a mountain of gold, yet being unable to speak, touch, or act. Perhaps the greatest agony in life lies in such a predicament. While Wyde was still lamenting the situation of Baron Miller, he suddenly noticed a detail. Those 3 corpses of the rodent beasts appeared to be golden mice, if he recalled correctly. Golden mice are known to feed on metal. Wyde pondered, retrieving his portable bestiary, where he found information about the golden mouse among the rodent beasts. After a brief comparison, he confirmed his suspicions. Coupled with the images relayed by the raven, it seemed that Baron Miller's ire was likely due to this. It was akin to one's neighbor, Mr. Wong, engaging in merriment with one's wife right before one's eyes. Who could endure such a humiliation? At that moment, Wyde even felt a twinge of sympathy for Baron Miller. To witness one's wife, no, gold, being sullied by a horde of mice was a sorrowful thought indeed. Reflecting on this, Wyde scrutinized the details of the golden mouse once more. Good heavens! It was as if fate itself was aiding him. Moments later, he slapped his forehead, his expression one of disbelief. He then drew a cross over his chest and shaped his hands into a crescent. In that moment, Wyde resembled the most fervent of devotees, offering a sincere prayer. Esteemed White Knight, You are the embodiment of the eternal white night, the brightest full moon in the darkness. Your most loyal follower, Wade Mandala, is profoundly grateful for your gifts. With that, he bowed thrice, and an observer might mistake him for a zealous adherent of the White Knight Church. The bestiary recorded, golden mouse, a gregarious beast often nesting in groups, thriving in various mineral veins, capable of reaching level 6 in maturity, and feeding primarily on metals. Occasionally, they hunt small wild creatures, displaying ferocity and a strong territorial instinct. Their primary adversaries are snake-type beasts, notably the black mamba, horned snake, and blunt-scaled snake. If one encounters a swarm of golden mice, items crafted from the aforementioned snakes can effectively repel them. Wade's excitement stemmed from the mention of the golden mouse's natural enemies. Coincidentally, that very afternoon, he had slain a level 3 black mamba. The golden mouse's principal foe. It seemed that fate was smiling upon him, offering him a chance to savor the fruits of his labor. Ha ha ha. Wade laughed heartily, astonished that such an improbable occurrence had transpired in his favor. As fate would have it, Wade lacked the means to stake a claim to the gold mine, which presented a perfect opportunity to leverage the corpse of the black mamba for a handsome profit. I am confident that Baron Miller would be more than willing to relinquish a portion of his interests. At that moment, Alsace entered the tent, announcing, "My lord, Baron Miller invites you to dinner." Upon hearing this, a grin spread across Wade's face, reaching his ears. Was this not an opportunity knocking at his door? "Let us go, my dear butler, as I intend to propose a lucrative deal to His Excellency, Baron Miller." A short while later, within the central courtyard of the camp, Baron Miller sat at the head of the dining table, donning a professional facade that starkly contrasted his earlier fury. Had it been anyone else, they might have been deceived by his demeanor. At this juncture, the servants began to present an array of dishes. Despite the modest surroundings, the fare appeared quite delectable. Some dishes were crafted from the meat of magical beasts, rich in flavor and aroma. Once the dishes were fully laid out, Baron Miller raised his glass towards Wade, saying, "I extend my gratitude to Sir Wade for his diligent efforts today, ensuring the safe arrival of the populace before nightfall. This has significantly expedited our expansion efforts. Let us toast." Baron Miller's demeanor was natural, as if he regarded Wade as one of his own. "Your Excellency is too gracious. The Mandrick family is indebted to your support. This is merely our duty as your vassals," Wade replied, clinking glasses with Baron Miller, deliberately holding his cup a notch lower to acknowledge the Baron's status, while simultaneously demonstrating the deference expected of a subordinate. Such a posture was pleasing to Baron Miller, who regarded Wade with newfound respect. Following a round of polite exchanges, the conversation turned to light-hearted banter, and one might have mistaken them for long-lost friends reunited after many years. When the moment seemed ripe, Wade proceeded directly to the point. "Baron Miller, I have a proposition that I wonder if you might find intriguing." Upon hearing this, Baron Miller narrowed his eyes. "What sort of business is this?" "Speak plainly, Sir Wade, and I may consider it." A smile crept across Wade's face. The bait had been taken. "It so happens that today I successfully hunted a level 3 black mamba, and I wish to sell its body to you. Your Excellency, amidst your daily dealings, may be unaware of the properties of this serpent. The black mamba is exceedingly venomous, its venom glands yielding some of the finest poison ingredients, while its scales possess a defensive strength rivaling that of premium iron armor. Most importantly, the black mamba's gallbladder is reputed to significantly enhance male vitality. I trust that you would find such an item most appealing, my lord. Furthermore, I recall that the black mamba exerts a formidable deterrent effect against certain rodent-like magical beasts, particularly the red-eyed mouse, gold-eating mouse, and snow mouse. Its efficacy is outstanding. Placing it within your castle would serve as an excellent means of rodent control." Chapter 18, Negotiation. Reclaiming the Homeland. After listening to Wade's narration, Baron Miller maintained a composed expression, quietly sipping his red wine to quell his emotions. He held no doubts regarding Wade's earlier statements, as such matters could be easily verified. He felt a stirring within him, even a hint of overwhelming excitement. However, as a nobleman of some depth, Baron Miller was skeptical of such coincidences occurring in the world. Just moments ago, he had been troubled by the predicament surrounding the gold mine, and now, a solution had seemingly presented itself. The sheer coincidence was unnerving, leading him to suspect it might be a trap laid specifically for him. Yet, he found himself unable to refuse. If it were indeed possible to expel the gold-eating rodents, he would pursue this transaction at any cost. After a brief silence, Baron Miller turned to Wade and said, "If what Sir Wade claims is true, I must admit I am quite intrigued. However, I suspect Sir Wade is also aware that the most valuable aspect of a magical beast is its core. If it is merely the carcass, the worth diminishes significantly. According to market prices, the remains of a third-tier magical beast would fetch approximately 600 to 800 gold coins. Forgive me, Sir Wade, for indulging in personal matters, but I have been feeling rather fatigued lately. You know how it is, women in their 30s can be quite demanding. My wife, along with those noble women, can be more ferocious than magical beasts. The snake gall does pique my interest, so I would be willing to purchase it at the highest market price. What do you think, Sir Wade? Baron Miller spoke with a jovial demeanor, though a hint of embarrassment flickered across his face. It seemed he was indeed alluding to overindulgence leading to a lack of vitality. Wade chuckled awkwardly, silently observing Baron Miller's performance. Were it not for the constant surveillance of Deadeye, he might have believed his facade. This man, who clandestinely meets his mistresses and spends nights with 3 or 4 women, often indulging until dawn. How could he claim to lack energy? And to speak of women in their 30s as fierce? What then does that make him, if not a veritable stallion? Despite Baron Miller's cheerful exterior, his private escapades were anything but modest. The thought of the scenes monitored by Deadeye made Wade wince. Suppressing his discomfort, Wade exhibited a hesitant expression. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord," he began. Upon hearing this, Baron Miller narrowed his eyes slightly. Was this a premeditated scheme, or had the young man stumbled upon something? Sir Wade, if you have something to say, please express it directly. Should you be facing difficulties, do not hesitate to elaborate. As your lord, I have a duty to assist you in resolving your issues, Baron Miller declared with an air of integrity and righteousness. Thank you, my lord. With a countenance laden with trepidation, Wade gritted his teeth and spoke. I must confess, it is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but you, my lord Baron, are likely aware of the current predicament of the Mandara family. Previously, you had graciously promised us, the 7 knights, a village each as our domain prior to the expansion. Therefore, I humbly wish to propose that I exchange this territory to reclaim our former fief. I understand that this request may seem presumptuous and discourteous. Hence, I am willing to offer the old territory of Knight Tanis as a trade. I can relinquish Tanis's land in return for our ancestral holdings. At this juncture, Wade bowed his head in shame, his helplessness starkly evident, resembling a child yearning to restore the bygone glory of his family, striving to elicit no criticism. However, upon hearing Wade's aspirations, Baron Miller let out a sigh of relief, realizing that his intentions were merely to seize this opportunity to regain his former lands, and not to uncover anything sinister. Miller pondered deeply, recognizing that the most pressing issue was, without a doubt, the gold mine, an urgency that left no room for negotiation. Thus, acquiring the corpse of the Black Mamba was imperative, and he was amenable to offering something in return to Wade. Yet, conceding to Wade's demand, even with the exchange of Tanis's territory, would undoubtedly place him at a disadvantage. The former lands of Tanis were equivalent to a sizable village, while the fief of the Mandara family had developed into a small town. Should they trade, he would certainly incur losses, as he had invested significantly in that town, which served as the gateway to the Western Twilight Realm. After a brief moment of contemplation, Baron Miller made his decision, a hint of regret flashing across his face. Alas, for the sake of my acquaintance with your father, I shall acquiesce to this matter. As he spoke, he extended 3 fingers, stating, however, I shall impose 3 conditions in return. First, I shall consider the corpse of the 3rd-tier Black Mamba as my compensation. Second, I require reimbursement for my investments, which amounts to 3,000 gold coins, to be repaid within 1 month. Third, I shall take with me the station troops and select personnel from the fief, including this year's tax revenue. The weight of these terms caused Wade's expression to darken considerably. The first condition was somewhat acceptable, but the latter 2 proved to be quite burdensome. Presently, he possessed fewer than 3,000 gold coins, and with the value of the 2,000 gold tier magical beast crystal core, his total was just over 4,000 coins. After settling the 3,000 coin debt, he would be left with merely a little over 1,000 coins, and after accounting for various expenses of the territory, little would remain. Most critically, the third stipulation would undoubtedly stifle the development of the fief, resulting in a loss of skilled personnel and the withdrawal of the standing army. An entire year passed without any gains, effectively stifling Wade's development. At least under normal circumstances, it would take 3 to 5 years to restore to its former state. Truly, the Baron is a master of strategy. The 3 conditions rendered my hands powerless, leaving me unable to intervene in Twilight territory for the foreseeable future. Wade lamented in his heart, yet he felt utterly helpless, for who could blame him for his weakness? The kingdom of Philips only acknowledges strength. The mightier one is, the higher one's status ascends. The threshold to become a baron is to attain the rank of a formal knight. To become an earl, one must reach the level of a land knight. while a duke's sole requirement is to attain the rank of a sky knight. As long as one is a sky knight, the kingdom will directly bestow upon them the title of duke. After a while, Wade and Baron Miller simultaneously rose, shaking hands, an indication of Wade's acquiescence. I accept your terms. I will resolve matters within the territory in a month, after which I will lead a team to continue assisting in the expansion. Chapter 19. Great Benefits. Returning home. The following morning, Wade departed from the Twin Hills camp with his team. Observing the gradually receding figures, Baron Miller wore a smile on his face. It was the most joyous day he had experienced in the past 2 months. Beside him, Const was holding a stack of documents, reporting diligently. My lord, the decomposition of the Black Mamba's carcass has been completed. Upon investigation, we have confirmed that the Black Mamba indeed has a potent deterrent effect on the golden mice, and initial results are becoming evident. This morning, Officer Andrew delved into the mine's interior and discovered several of the golden mice's secondary nests have been vacated. Based on residual traces, we deduce that the golden mice are likely relocating their nests. Upon hearing this, Baron Miller's smile broadened, and his demeanor visibly brightened. How is the production progressing? He casually inquired. Const produced the pre-prepared mining plan and presented it to Baron Miller. We have devised a mining plan involving 300 miners working in shifts, rotating every 8 hours, with a daily output of up to 600 tons of ore. If all goes well, we expect to extract around 20,000 tons of raw materials in a month. In 3 days, the first batch of materials will yield gold. Subsequently, there will be a continuous supply of gold each day, with a monthly output valued at approximately 20,000 gold coins. At these words, Baron Miller inhaled sharply. The monthly yield of 20,000 gold coins equated to the entire annual tax revenue of Twilight Territory. Excellent. Let us proceed according to this mining plan. Then, we shall dispatch an additional 300 miners from the rear to expedite the scale of extraction, including their families, wives, children, and elders. Bring them all over. Ensure that not a soul can leak this information. Should anyone be found hoarding, their entire family shall be publicly executed. The Baron's voice was laced with a chilling resolve as he spoke. Const slightly bowed in acknowledgement. This was not only a matter concerning Baron Miller, but also a pivotal opportunity for his own ascent. He was acutely aware of the weight of each decision. At that moment, Baron Miller recalled another matter and stated, by the way, regarding the planning of the new region. The political hub of the new area will be established near the Twin Hills, and it shall be named Dawn City. You will henceforth serve as the Chief Executive Officer of Dawn City. I will provide you with a sum of funds to support the development of your existing territory toward the east, transforming it into the gateway of Twilight Domain. The current coalition camp will be renamed Pioneer Town, which will be granted to Sylph. Pioneer Town will serve as the logistical nexus between Twilight City and Dawn City. Please convey this message to Sylph and ensure he mobilizes personnel from the rear as soon as possible. Our future holds rapid advancement. We must not waste any time. Understood, my lord. Const bowed slightly, genuinely pleased with such arrangements. In the not-so-distant future, he could already envision himself as a baron or even a viscount. 3 days later, Vade's party returned to Merry Manor. After a refreshing bath, he lay down on his familiar wooden bed and quickly fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Vade disbanded the militia, granting them a 3-day leave, along with a monetary bonus of 10 coins each, which equated to half a year's wage for an average person. The only fallen militia member was returned for burial, and Vade offered his family exceedingly generous conditions. The children, should they wish, could come to the manor as servants, receiving wages far exceeding that of local farmers. Once these matters were settled, the next step was to reclaim the former fief of the Mandela family, Casey Town. Coincidentally, Baron Miller's steward was the first to reach Vade, presenting him with the land deed. Simultaneously, 100-strong regular force and nearly 200 others, along with some administrative personnel, were gradually vacating the town. 2 days later, once the relocation was completed, Vade arrived at Casey Town by carriage, which had already succumbed to desolation. Along the main road, most shops had shuttered, and the previous town administrators had long since vanished. Old Steward Alsace then presented the information he had gathered over the past 2 days. My lord, currently Casey Town has lost nearly 1/3 of its population, leaving less than 1,200 residents and over 300 households. Most of these belong to low-yield farming families, with a severe shortage of skilled labor, particularly blacksmiths, who have all relocated. Presently, Casey Town has lost much of its productive capacity aside from its dwindling population. Furthermore, we need to organize a cadre of managerial personnel to maintain the town's daily operations, as well as some station soldiers to uphold order. Upon hearing this, others might have felt overwhelmed and uncertain. However, Vade remained undaunted. After all, every journey begins with a single step, and once the path is set, progress will follow. Now that he has returned to his homeland, he finds little to complain about, especially in comparison to the time he left. The infrastructure of KC Town is quite developed, and for this, Wade feels a sense of contentment. Furthermore, considering his experiences across 2 lifetimes, he possesses a certain breadth of perspective. I recall that there must still be many who once followed my father in KC Town. Alsace, please assist me in contacting those willing to return to the Mandela family. They shall be rewarded with significant positions. We must swiftly establish a management team to restore the operations of KC Town. Simultaneously, we need to recruit some farmers for the Mary Estate to expedite its expansion and cultivation. In the future, the produce from the Mary Estate will be directly transported to KC Town, providing ample sustenance for the community. Wade quickly devised a plan and assigned these primary tasks to Alsace, as he currently had only him to rely on. Thus, Wade's first step is to reorganize a team to aid him in governance. The second step, recruiting farmers, aims to create employment opportunities and stimulate the economy of KC Town. After all, sustenance is paramount. A sufficient food supply is the foundation of everything. Additionally, expanding the Mary Estate will indirectly increase revenue. Selling food to the townsfolk will create a self-sustaining cycle, naturally returning funds to Wade's hands. This allows Wade to utilize the food supply to establish a closed loop, gradually fostering the development of KC Town. Only by facilitating the circulation of currency can the economy of KC Town begin to recover, thereby attracting new residents. Once these matters are resolved, various crafts can be gradually revived. At that point, KC Town will slowly flourish anew. Wade is confident that within 2 years, he can guide KC Town back to its rightful path, and within 5 years, profits will double. Within 10 years, the population will experience significant growth. Chapter 20. Governor Chris. A few days later, at the temporary residence in KC Town, Wade perused a list containing the names of over 20 individuals, along with their evaluations and areas of expertise. These individuals had once been affiliated with the Mandela family, but as the family fell into decline, they either dispersed or departed on their own. The majority are veterans who once fought for the Mandela family and still harbor a sense of loyalty, making them a relatively faithful group. Additionally, there are some miscellaneous servants who tend to shift their allegiances. They cling to the powerful during times of strength and depart without hesitation in times of weakness, seeking survival by aligning with the stronger. While there is nothing inherently wrong with this, Wade chooses not to recall these individuals, rather than relying on the old. It may be more prudent to cultivate new talent. In the end, there is only one name that truly captures Wade's attention. Chris, once the chief administrator of the Mandela household, had retired due to health issues, yet unexpectedly, this venerable figure expressed his willingness to return to the Mandela estate. In Wade's recollection, Chris was a meticulous and stoic man. Calm, rational, and efficient were his defining traits. Compared to Alsace, Chris's capabilities in domestic governance were notably superior, marking him as a managerial talent. If the old steward Alsace could be likened to a versatile warrior, then Chris had indeed excelled in the singular domain of internal affairs. A series of knocks echoed through the room, and Alsace entered alongside a gray-haired man with a serious demeanor. The man promptly approached Wade and knelt on one knee. Chris pays his respects to the young master. The glory of the Mandela family shines once more upon KC Town. In response to Chris's kneeling, Wade exhibited little emotion. Deep down, he understood the underlying motivations at play. Everything was intertwined with self-interest. Remaining in the position of chief administrator for years was a testament to Chris's capabilities and his adeptness in managing people. As the saying goes, age brings wisdom. And Chris was indeed a paragon of sagacity. His willingness to re-enter public service suggested he had his own agenda, regardless of his loyalty. Wade did not perceive his own charisma as being on par with that of his parents. Rise, Chris. As an old associate of my father, your willingness to assist me after so many years of retirement is unexpected. Wade spoke courteously, helping Chris to his feet, ensuring that the respect due to an elder statesman was properly accorded. Chris, complying, stood alongside the old steward Alsace, one on either side of Wade. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, they delved into the matter at hand. Wade handed a list to Alsace, having formulated a preliminary plan in his mind. Alsace, please compile a list of the veterans willing to return. Subsequently, reassemble the militia, expanding it to 100 men. If numbers are lacking, recruit additional soldiers from KC Town, relaxing the conditions as necessary to ensure we reach our target. With 20 days remaining until the agreed-upon date, I entrust this task to you for training. Additionally, I will allocate 500 gold coins for provisions. Each soldier should be equipped with at least one spear, and provide as much leather armor as possible within budgetary constraints. Yes, my lord, Alsace replied, turning to leave while closing the door behind him, granting space to the two remaining individuals. Wade then turned his gaze towards Chris, indicating for him to take a seat. After years apart, Chris, now a governor, remained as unyielding as ever. However, as you can see, although Casey Town has returned to the hands of the Mandela family, its development has nearly come to a standstill, even regressing. I wonder if you might have any effective solutions? Faced with this challenging predicament, Chris maintained an expression of calm, as though he had anticipated such a question. To restore the development of Casey Town, it is essential to focus on population growth, technical talent, and pillar industries. As long as we ensure a stable living environment and facilitate the flow of capital, the development of Casey Town is not an insurmountable challenge, albeit one that requires time. While I may not be able to swiftly address the population issue, I possess certain avenues to attract technical talent and establish pillar industries. However, I humbly request one favor from you, Lord Wide. Upon hearing this, Wide nodded knowingly, understanding that human desire brings a sense of reassurance. With Wide's consent, Chris began to elaborate. Since the decline of the Mandela family, I have led my family into seclusion in Casey Town, and we have lived a tranquil life. Yet, the common folk are still common folk. As elders, we have glimpsed the end of our journey, but the younger generation deserves a broader future. Thus, I beseech you, Lord Wide, to take my grandson under your wing, whether as a servant or laborer. I am amenable to either. After listening, Wide grasped Chris's intentions and propped his head on one hand, deep in thought. It must be said, the wisdom of age is indeed profound. What seemed to be a simple conversation actually conveyed much more. This was both a timely assistance and a strategic move, as Chris calculated the likelihood of rejection to be minimal. Although he claimed he would accept any role, including that of a servant, Wide could hardly take it at face value. If it were another knight or noble, Chris would have lacked bargaining power. After a moment, Wide gently inclined his head. I understand your request. Starting tomorrow, your grandson will study under Alsace, assisting him in his duties. Concurrently, I appoint you as the governor of Casey Town, responsible for all administrative matters, and I command you to promptly arrange for personnel to restore the town's daily operations. Upon receiving the desired response, ripples of emotion stirred in Chris's calm gaze. Grateful for your support, I believe that soon, under your leadership, Casey Town will flourish anew. Following this brief appointment, Chris swiftly embraced his role as governor and began outlining new policy changes to Wide, proposing several points as directions for future reforms. The first and foremost point was to reform the land system. In this world, free citizens can own assets and land, which is classified into public and private fields. Each year, public fields must be cultivated before private ones, with the yield from public fields contributing to annual taxes. Similar to the ancient well-field system, Chris, through years of observation, identified its shortcomings. The clear distinction between public and private fields led many farmers to meticulously tend their private lands while neglecting the public ones, resulting in a significant disparity. Consequently, the annual harvest from public fields was often limited, adversely affecting yearly revenue. Chapter 21. Implementing Reform. After all, farmers, like all people, harbor personal interests and greed. Everyone is preoccupied with their own pursuit of a better life, which has led to the neglect of communal lands and a decline in productivity. Chris's focus, however, is on the land itself. In accordance with his reform vision, all the land in Casey Town will be fully nationalized, followed by a reorganization and redistribution, where each household will receive land proportional to their population. Henceforth, private retention of public land will cease. Farmers will contribute a portion of their annual harvest based on that year's yield. In bountiful years, they will pay more, while in lean years, they will pay less. This system aims to regulate the food supply for the populace, preventing mass migrations of starving individuals during disasters and eliminating the possibility of hoarding for profit. Simultaneously, it will invigorate the community's labor enthusiasm, as greater yields will result in larger personal harvests. Consequently, the taxes collected will increase, ensuring that the populace is well-fed and warmly clothed, thereby garnering their support. As the community flourishes, so too will Casey Town. This marks Chris's first and most significant step towards revitalizing Casey Town. The second point pertains to the real estate situation in Casey Town. Aside from the existing residences, all commercial property titles will be reclaimed, prohibiting land sales in the future and permitting only leasing. This long-term perspective is vital, especially since most shops in Casey Town have already closed, with their owners and craftsmen reassigned by Baron Miller. This presents an opportunity for Wade to repurchase these lands at a fraction of their original cost, although this will require time for gradual implementation. Furthermore, there are additional aspects concerning reforms in people's livelihoods and the rectification of social customs. Wade has also made necessary supplements and adjustments in areas where there were deficiencies. This has elevated Chris's regard for Wade, as he has proposed effective and concise solutions for matters that Chris had not fully considered. Lastly, regarding the reorientation of Melly Manor, Chris suggests that once land is nationalized, the manor should cease cultivating ordinary crops and instead focus on planting high-value vegetation, such as grapes and flax. Grapes can be utilized for winemaking and the production of dried fruits, thereby creating more job opportunities and establishing an industrial chain. Flax serves as the primary material for textiles and ropes. High-quality fabric can fetch a handsome price, while lesser fibers can be transformed into coarse cloth and ropes. After comprehensive consideration, Wade opted for the cultivation of flax, as it is easier to sustain. Once all reforms are implemented, the essentials of food and shelter will be secured, leaving only clothing to be addressed. Thus, Casey Town can operate independently without reliance on external influences, making it difficult for outsiders to manipulate its economy. With the preliminary policies set, Chris has gained a fresh perspective on Wade, who has transformed from a somewhat neurotic young master into a capable lord who can stand on his own. Though Wade may not possess the same valor and fearlessness as the esteemed Mandela, he embodies a profound wisdom and an expansive vision. Among the many noble lords known to Chris, Wade stands as a singular figure who might resonate with his ideals. Were the other nobles to hear Chris's counsel, they might deride him as a fool, a madman, or a delusional dreamer. At this juncture, Chris begins to acknowledge Wade, filled with the poignant sentiment of a warrior willing to die for a kindred spirit. Moments later, Chris bids farewell to Wade and embarks on the task of revitalizing Casey Town. After Chris departs, Wade reclines on the sofa, murmuring to himself, "At my age, I never anticipated encountering such a person. Land reform, how intriguing. If it truly leads to the establishment of a place where one can live without worry, that would be splendid." A worry-free land is indeed a beautiful ideal. In the ensuing days, Chris gradually intensifies his efforts, reorganizing a foundational cadre, and Casey Town steadily resumes its daily operations. Subsequently, various small trade associations arrive in Casey Town to offer essential goods such as salt, seasonings, and farming tools. The proprietors of these small enterprises are individuals whom Chris has cultivated relationships with over the years. In the short term, the provision of basic supplies from these associations ensures the smooth functioning of Casey Town and even fosters opportunities for collaboration. Casey Town can supply inexpensive grains to the merchants, allowing them to profit while exchanging for fabrics and clothing. With Casey Town stabilizing, recruitment efforts in Alsace are also progressing smoothly. A 100-strong contingent swiftly recommences training, with the veterans quickly adapting to the new regimen. In a matter of days, they exhibit commendable discipline and a semblance of proficiency. The new recruits lag slightly behind, yet the camaraderie of the group accelerates their growth at a commendable pace. However, accompanying Alsace these days is a young lad. 12-year-old Dilgo, Chris's sole grandson, is a strikingly handsome boy. Yet, still in his youth, Dilgo stands beside Alsace, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazes at the soldiers. "Grandfather Alsace, is there anything I can do? Perhaps I could train like them. I wish to accompany Lord Wade into battle." Dilgo exudes a palpable eagerness, brimming with the youthful vigor characteristic of his age. Alsace glances at his old friend's grandson and gently ruffles Dilgo's hair, saying, "It is not yet the time." Dilgo, merely striving for strength and dominance, does not exemplify true power and dignity. You must learn to envision a broader horizon and comprehend the larger picture. Your grandfather entrusted you to the Lord with the hope that you would acquire greater knowledge and ascend to a higher realm. Upon hearing this, Dilgo contemplates. Yet his yearning remains unabated. Perhaps untouched by the harsh realities of life, he perceives war and conquest as thrilling and noble endeavors. Alsace offered a faint smile, adjusting the monocle perched upon his right eye. "Dilgo, I wish for you to comprehend that only by standing atop the loftiest peaks can one perceive the insignificance of the mountains below. It is solely through your own strength that you may validate your abilities and qualifications. Yet, since you yearn so deeply, I can present you with an opportunity. Should you meet my expectations, I shall beseech the Lord to grant you the knight's breathing technique." Dilgo momentarily lost his focus, pointing at himself in disbelief. "Really? Indeed?" Upon hearing Alsace's affirmation, Dilgo's face flushed with excitement, his eyes alight with fervor. "If I master the breathing technique, can I become formidable like you, Grandfather Alsace? Or Lord Vider? Will I have the chance to mount a war steed, don armor, and charge into the fray against countless foes?" Chapter 22. Dilgo, I see everything. I believe you will, Dilgo, Alsace replied. Observing Dilgo's ecstatic ramblings, Alsace's eyes twinkled with mirth as he laid forth his requirements. Dilgo, I shall grant you just 6 months. Within this time frame, you must triumph in direct combat against at least 10 soldiers, whether in single duels or group battles. This will test your martial prowess. Secondly, I shall conduct various knowledge assessments, encompassing history, military strategy, magical creatures, and aspects of daily life. Should you falter in any assessment, your trial shall cease. You will have but one chance. Thirdly, I shall rigorously evaluate your physical capabilities. Failure to meet my standards will result in your disqualification. At this juncture, Dilgo swallowed hard. Alsace's demands were exceedingly stringent. The second and third requirements aimed to cultivate a well-rounded individual in intellect, skill, and physicality, while the first was a test of practical adaptability in combat. What? Are you losing confidence? Alsace teased, his eyes narrowing slightly. In response, Dilgo shook his head, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. I have confidence. How could I not? Rest assured, Grandfather Alsace, I will undoubtedly fulfill your requirements. I shall become a figure akin to you and Lord Veeder. The youthful declaration elicited an exceptionally genuine and joyful smile from Alsace. On August 10th, 8977 of the Dark Era, following a period of stabilization, everything began to fall into place. Presently, Dawn City had been preliminarily established, with 1/3 of the population from Twilight Territory having completed their migration. Dawn City began to take shape as vast stretches of primordial forest were cleared for the construction of roads. Additionally, Frontier Town was officially founded, serving as a crucial transit point connecting Twilight City and Dawn City. The Witt family, positioned behind Sylph, had settled in Frontier Town, engaging in extensive construction. Meanwhile, the Western Pioneer team, composed of Tanis and Char, had recently begun to establish a gathering camp. However, their pioneering efforts appeared to be fraught with challenges. In the past month, the expansion efforts have led to a significant loss of life among the fauna, thereby attracting hordes of ghouls from the depths of the forest. These ghouls have begun to wander the woods, inflicting varying degrees of harm upon the pioneers. The Eastern Expedition team has suffered the most. Their contingent of 300, having just established a camp, was besieged by a swarm of ghouls. This assault resulted in casualties surpassing half of their number, with one knight severely injured, forcing him to withdraw with the remnants of his group. The remaining knight has since regrouped with the main forces, seeking respite in Dawn City. The previously hard-won encampment has been utterly obliterated, rendering the Eastern Expedition's efforts futile. Furthermore, as a consequence of this expansion, the residual packs of wargs in the periphery have begun to band together, attempting to breach the newly established Dawn City and drive humanity from their territory to avenge their fallen kin. Amidst this shifting landscape, Baron Miller remains unperturbed, redirecting all station troops from surrounding villages to the expansion zone. Currently, a stalemate has ensued. However, the longer the situation drags on, the more advantageous it becomes for Baron Miller. In the study on the second floor of the Merry Manor, Vade reclines skillfully in a lounge chair, his gaze fixed upon the reports from the front lines, facilitated by his connection to a flock of crows. Aside from Baron Miller and the gold mines, the other 6 knights remain under Vade's vigilant watch. Every movement in the forefront is captured by his keen eye. With just 2 or 3 days remaining until the agreed-upon month elapses, it is time for him to make his entrance and reap the rewards. Vade murmurs to himself, holding a rudimentary hand-drawn map. This map, crafted with the assistance of the crows, outlines the locations of the alien tribes within the forest. Among them, a small clan of 200 wargs remains with only 4 or 5 members scattered about, while 3 medium-sized clans of 500 each exist. There is only one large clan that has merged, boasting no fewer than 3,000 wargs, which is double the size of the current garrison in Dawn City. Thanks to their equipment and fortifications, the 1,500 defenders do not fear an assault from 3,000 wargs. Moreover, a considerable portion of this number consists of non-combatants, including females and younglings, who lack fighting capability. In reality, the number of combat-ready wargs may be just over 2,000. Additionally, ghouls have been discovered in 3 separate nests, their numbers currently unknown but not exceeding those of the wargs. It is estimated that these 3 nests collectively harbor around 1,000 ghouls, who emerge in packs, specifically targeting the less numerous prey. Vade's plan is to lead his forces in exterminating these remaining, secluded small clans, capturing as many slaves as possible, if feasible. He also intends to join forces with Tanis and others to launch an assault on the medium-sized clans, thereby attaining greater profits. It is worth noting that on the market, A typical word can fetch a price of 10 gold coins, while a youngling can command as much as 20 gold coins. One simply needs to capture a group of virgins, and navigating the latter half of the year will pose no challenge. At present, Vide is in dire straits, so impoverished that he would gladly split a single gold coin in half to treat it as two. He is unwilling to forego any opportunity to profit, even if it means enslaving other races. What are virgins but a collection of semi-primitive beings, akin to a mobile treasure trove? This is the only solution Vide can conceive to address his immediate plight, despite potential condemnation from certain idealists for being cruel. However, to show leniency to these other races would be an act of irresponsibility towards himself and his people. Yet, Vide is curious to witness the spectacle of these idealists being humiliated by virgins, to see if they would extend their forgiveness to those unfortunate creatures. Just then, the door swung open, and Arthas entered the study with Diego, interrupting Vide's reverie. "My lord, I have personally delivered the Tier 3 monster crystal core and 1,000 gold coins to Baron Miller's steward. The debt of 3,000 gold coins has been fully repaid. We now have only 300 gold coins left in cash, and after accounting for military expenditures, we expect to be left with 200 gold coins. The troops are also fully prepared and await your command." Hearing that everything was in order, Vide felt a measure of relief. "Inform the troops to set out immediately. Our objective this time is to annihilate a small Wargen clan. We must capture as many prisoners as possible, as this is crucial for our livelihood in the coming months." "Yes, my lord," Arthas replied solemnly. Clearly, the current financial situation was far from ideal, having reached a deficit. Chapter 23. The Annihilation of the Greyfong Clan. The Greyfong Clan, a modest Wargen tribe. As night deepened, most of the Wargens gathered around a campfire, roasting meat and enjoying their provisions. A few spirited young Wargens were engaged in dueling by the fire, vying for the mating rights of the female Wargens. The victor would earn the admiration of their kin and win the affection of the females, while the vanquished would suffer humiliation and lose their mating privileges for an extended period, diminishing their influence within the tribe. Such is the simplicity and brutality of primal societal structures, devoid of intricate schemes. Within the central tent of the tribe, the chieftain, Greyfong, was leisurely eating meat and conversing with two elder Wargens while observing the young warriors' contest. At that moment, Greyfong turned to the elders and inquired, "What news from the humans? I've heard that numerous clans to the south have been annihilated. What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing this, the older of the two elders displayed a demeanor of reassurance. "Do not worry, chieftain. I have dispatched tribe members to gather the latest intelligence. Initially, the human forces did indeed obliterate several clans, but now they have been halted by the Redfang tribe. The tribesmen of the Chia clan have recently shared that they are uniting with other werewolf clans, amassing over 3,000 members, with the intention of launching a counteroffensive against human settlements. It is said that it will not be long before the Chia clan drives out the humans, allowing our Greyfang clan to seize additional territory." A young elder nodded in agreement, noting that the human forces have come to a standstill, evidently intimidated by our werewolf kin. "It was rumored that not long ago, a human encampment was overrun by ghouls. In my opinion, the human forces are nothing to fear. The clans that were previously annihilated were caught off guard by human ambushes. In a direct confrontation, the human army is merely a disorganized rabble." As the two elders exchanged derisive remarks, even Greyfong felt a sense of relaxation. Indeed, it is true that the human army predominantly relies on surprise attacks to eliminate several clans. Now that we werewolves have united for a frontal assault, those humans will be torn asunder. Furthermore, with ghouls disrupting the battlefield, the humans are truly insignificant. Perhaps I have been overly anxious. Come, let us feast. With that, the three werewolves indulged in their meal, while enjoying the contests of the younger tribesmen. Humans? What are they but a feeble race skilled only in ambushes? A mere flick of our claws could reduce them to ashes. Nearby, perched upon a tree stump, a raven quietly observed the scene, its eyes glinting with a sinister light. After satisfying their hunger, many werewolves leaned against the campfire and fell into slumber. Those preparing for mating would dig a burrow, serving as their nuptial chamber for their sacred rituals. The werewolves possess a unique sentiment and ceremonial practices surrounding this mating process. Often, as the stakes are driven into the ground, barbs will emerge around the drill, securing the tunnel. While this facilitates the process, it also renders the werewolves vulnerable. As night deepened, the entire encampment descended into silence, unaware that this night would mark a turning point in their lives. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the sounds of battle cries, jolting Greyfong from his slumber. Simultaneously, the other two elders were awakened by the screams. Something has gone awry. Quickly, Greyfong regained his composure, pulling the two elders from their tents, only to be met with a shocking sight. A throng of human soldiers surged into the camp. Many tribesmen still lost in dreams met their demise. Those engaged in mating were violently dragged from their burrows. As the drill became lodged in the tunnel, such a pull could result in male werewolves losing their essence, and in severe cases, succumbing to blood loss. Simultaneously, the human soldiers set fires, inciting chaos. Fleeing tribesmen became mere prey. Those who resisted fiercely were impaled by spears, turning them into grotesque pincushions. With no resistance left, they were encircled by humans, pinned to the ground beneath the relentless pressure of knees against their necks. Occasionally, a few black wolfmen gasped for breath, succumbing to asphyxiation. Some younglings were cruelly tossed into a cage, their cries echoing through the night, illuminated by the glow of flames. At the center of the throng, the figure of Wade, mounted upon his warhorse, was particularly striking. His 5-meter-long lance wreaked havoc upon the wolfmen, single-handedly fending off dozens of their attacks. The fallen wolfmen lay scattered, their bodies cleaved in two or their chests punctured with gaping wounds the size of bowls. "Cursed humans, I will slay you," Grey Tooth roared, his eyes bloodshot with fury, intent on tearing these humans to shreds. Spotting Wade, he charged forward, eager to confront him. The other two elders followed suit, each emitting a fearsome growl as they lunged into battle, determined to make the humans pay dearly. As the three wolfmen advanced, Arthas, who had been prepared, immediately positioned himself in front of his lord. "You rabble, stand down." With a commanding shout, Arthas unleashed his potent crimson aura, sweeping across his body and momentarily forcing the three wolfmen back. Such a formidable human, Grey Tooth marveled inwardly, a flicker of fear beginning to take root within him. "Chief, flee. I will hold them off." It was evident that the opposing force had come well prepared. For his aged body, death was of little consequence. As long as the chief survived, the Grey Tooth clan would not be extinguished. The older elder bellowed, charging towards Arthas, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. The other elder exchanged a glance with Grey Tooth before seizing a stone spear and launching himself from the side, intent on a surprise attack. Without a moment's hesitation, Grey Tooth turned to flee. Any wavering would be a betrayal to his kin. Alas, the Grey Tooth clan was fated for annihilation that day. The two elder wolfmen were merely low-tier bloodline warriors, comparable to low-tier knight attendants. In contrast, Arthas was a high-tier knight attendant, and the disparity in strength was stark, a veritable father and son scenario. Arthas, not in a hurry to eliminate them, sought to capture them alive. Otherwise, he would have dispatched them long ago. As for the fleeing wolfman leader, Arthas paid him no heed, for behind him loomed the fully armed Wade. Chapter 24. Assessing the spoils. Although Wade and the wolfman leader were of equal strength, the disparity in their equipment had already determined the outcome of the battle. To breach high-quality plate armor, one must either wield a weapon of the same caliber or be a high-tier knight attendant. A mid-tier bloodline warrior like Grey Tooth stood no chance of penetrating Wade's defenses. Wade, mounted on his steed, pursued Grey Tooth relentlessly. Even amidst the dense thickets that obstructed his path, Wade did not falter for even a moment. The swiftness of his two legs proved inadequate against the four-legged creature's speed. As he hurled his lance with the precision of a shooting star, the fleeing Grey Tooth, sensing the fierce wind of Wade's approach, swiftly altered its trajectory. In the next instant, blood splattered everywhere. The 5-meter-long lance pierced through Grey Tooth's right shoulder, tearing apart a significant portion of its flesh. Had Grey Tooth not instinctively changed its form, this strike would have surely claimed its life. Struggling to rise from the ground, Grey Tooth glared at the human before him, its face contorted with pure, unadulterated hatred, an almost frenzied animosity. This very human had obliterated everything belonging to the Grey Yuan clan. Everything had been destroyed by this accursed being. "Enough. I will fight you to the bitter end," Grey Tooth bellowed, its voice hoarse with rage, as it leaped forward, intent on sinking its teeth into the demon standing before it. Even in death, it aimed to tear a piece from Wade's flesh. "Such a pity. Go to your doom," Wade murmured, and in the next moment, a shadow flitted swiftly through the forest. Thud! Grey Tooth heard the sickening sound of flesh colliding, and then it lost control of its body, bewildered by what had just transpired. Its form plummeted from the air, and a circular hole appeared at the side of its head, its brain already pulverized. The leader of the Grey Yuan clan, Grey Tooth, had met its end. Wade dismounted and approached the lifeless body. His eyes turned obsidian as he placed his palm upon Grey Tooth's face, fingers poised as if to grasp. A translucent entity was drawn into his hand. Quack! Quack! The dead eye perched on Wade's shoulder, emitting a series of solicitous cries, reminiscent of a beggar. "Do not fret. My little glutton, these pure souls are not yet ready for use, Wade reassured, stroking the dead eye before encasing the translucent essence within a glass jar. He then inscribed several runes upon its surface with blood. Thus, a rudimentary vessel for soul storage was hastily constructed. Moments later, upon Wade's return to the gathering place, he was greeted by a scene of utter devastation. The ground lay charred, littered with the remains of burnt trees, tents, and scorched corpses, which even carried a hint of a fragrant aroma. Of course, humans generally refrain from consuming humanoid beings, as it is rather repulsive. As for the two elder jackal wolves, the older one had met a gruesome fate, shredded into pieces due to its excessive resistance. Meanwhile, the other elder, perhaps gripped by fear, had been successfully captured by Arthas and confined within a prison cart. Seeing his master return, Arthas hurried over. "My lord, are you unharmed? Is there any part of you that aches or feels unwell?" Seeing the old steward's anxious expression, Wade couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was indeed Alsace who trusted him and worried about his well-being, a true worrywart. Much like his previous life as caretaker, always fretting over his hunger or cold, yet firmly believing that her charge would soar to great heights. Wade, with a resigned smile, inquired about the state of the battle. "How goes the conflict? Were there any casualties?" Upon hearing this, Alsace realized he had slightly lost his composure. He quickly adjusted his hairstyle, regaining the elegant demeanor befitting a noble steward. "The current situation is quite favorable, thanks to the routes provided by the master, which allowed our forces to circumvent the warg sentinels and successfully execute the night raid. At present, among our 100 militia, none have perished, 3 are severely injured, and 12 have sustained minor wounds, yet their lives remain unharmed. In total, we have annihilated 172 wargs, captured 23 alive, along with 9 unweaned pups. Additionally, we have seized 1 initial-tier bloodline warrior and collected over 60 pieces of leather, as well as more than 10 substandard iron cooking utensils. To be prudent, I have dispatched 3 extra 10-man squads to scour the vicinity for any potential survivors." After listening to the report, Wade nodded in satisfaction and patted Alsace on the shoulder. "Well done. Truly, a capable aide of the Mandala family. Have the soldiers clear this area. We shall camp here for the night. Furthermore, ensure that the injured soldiers receive the finest medical treatment. We must not let them feel disheartened. They are under the protection of the Mandala family. Since I have brought them out, I shall see to it that they return whole, understood?" "Yes, my lord," Alsace replied with a slight bow, feeling a swell of pride for the soldiers under such commendable leadership. It was this very assurance that emboldened the soldiers to fight valiantly. As Alsace prepared to depart, he seemed to recall something and turned back to inquire, "My lord, regarding the corpses of the wargs, do you require their disposal?" Wade paused for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. "Dispose of them all. I am well aware of these matters, so do not worry excessively. The worthless corpses shall be incinerated on the spot to avoid attracting ghouls with the stench of blood." "Understood." As Alsace moved away, Wade sighed, regretting the lost opportunity as he gazed at the warg corpses. It was not that Wade did not wish to cultivate the dead-eyed, but rather that he lacked the means. The initial phase of necromancy was the simplest step, requiring only the most basic rituals. As one advanced in necromancy, the resources and rituals demanded became increasingly complex and precious, akin to the intricate preparations needed in alchemical practices. The higher the grade, the more elaborate the prerequisites, and the rarer the materials required. Moreover, necromancy encompassed a broader array of elements than mere alchemy, naturally increasing the difficulty of cultivation. Veed shook his head, dispelling the thought. After commanding the soldiers to erect a tent, he began to study the map. A small clan of gnolls could yield him hundreds of gold coins. If he could plunder a medium-sized clan, he envisioned mountains of gold beckoning him, akin to a beguiling widow awaiting his favor. Indeed, the ancients were not mistaken. Plunder was the swiftest path to wealth. Chapter 25, An Alliance. Let us prosper together. 2 days later, at the camp where Tanis resided. "What? You discovered a clan of gnolls? 6 of them. Is this for real? Since the onset of our campaign, haven't those small clans been nearly wiped out by the main army? How can there still be any left?" Tanis regarded Veed with astonishment. This fellow had not only stealthily returned to KC Town, but had now uncovered 6 clans of gnolls. A look of disbelief etched across Tanis's face, as though he were being teased. "Surely you jest. How could that be? Uncle, trust me. These clans are hidden in obscure locations, which is why we have yet to locate them. Only in recent days did I uncover their lairs. If we join forces to raid these clans, we shall strike it rich. Trust me, uncle." Veed's face brimmed with flattery, nearly inscribing the words "trust me" upon his visage. Simultaneously, he produced a bottle of wine, filling Tanis's cup, exuding an air of sycophancy. "Try it, uncle. I procured this wine at great expense." Observing Veid's obsequious demeanor, Tanis did not linger on his misgivings. If Veid truly possessed the means to pinpoint the Knoll's locations, then collaborating for a significant heist was indeed a viable option. "Very well, as long as you can deliver. Partnering up is but a trifle. We shan't engage in frivolity. The spoil shall be divided equally. However, since the information is yours, you shall have the privilege of choosing first. What say you?" "Absolutely, uncle. I shall heed your wishes." Veid nodded vigorously, expressing no dissent regarding the distribution of spoils. Having known each other for years, the two quickly reached a consensus. After all, no one would suffer losses. Should they succeed, it would be pure profit. At that moment, Tanis downed the wine in one gulp, savoring the jerky. "By the way, Veid, I heard you utilized my territory to secure Casey Town ahead of time? I'm genuinely curious. Given Baron Miller's miserly nature, how did you persuade him? Do enlighten me. Uncle wishes to learn from you." Upon hearing this, Veid scratched his head in slight embarrassment. Well, I must admit my approach was not as thorough as it could have been. My apologies, Uncle Tanis. However, I brought my team to assist you in amassing wealth." Veid deflected with a casual air, and Tanis, with a sardonic chuckle, chose not to pursue the matter further, recognizing they had previously made an agreement. Subsequently, Tanis produced a stack of documents and handed them to Veid. "Behold, the agreement we previously discussed. However, due to your preemptive territorial exchange, I have added several stipulations. Among these are the deployment of troops to assist me in expanding my domain, facilitating the migration of my populace, and providing protective escorts. The profits garnered from this endeavor will be divided in a ratio of 70 to 30, with my share being the greater portion, as a form of compensation for my efforts." "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." Aware of his own shortcomings, Weeder perused the terms and affixed his signature. Thus, the transaction previously negotiated by both parties was formally ratified, culminating in an agreement. Currently, they reside within a burgeoning stronghold in the Western Territories, which has reached a certain scale and possesses rudimentary defenses. Within this stronghold, there exist a total of 500 combatants, 100 of whom were brought by Weeder. An additional 100 belong to the venerable Knight Charles. Although he has adopted a notably conservative stance over the past month, this hesitation may stem from prior significant losses, leading the old knight to avoid further risks and focus solely on fortifying the stronghold. The remaining 300 warriors represent the entirety of Tanis's resources. Tanis has mobilized every available force, betting it all on this venture. Upon successful expansion, he stands to gain more than double his original territory, and with a touch more audacity, tripling it may not be beyond reach. Furthermore, with Weeder's assistance, losses will be minimized as much as possible. As for the old Knight Charles, he does not feature in Weeder's plans. Primarily, there is little intersection between their paths. Moreover, in a scenario where resources are scarce, an additional individual merely represents a further division of spoils, a situation Weeder is keen to avoid. Besides, a force of 400 is ample to sweep through a mid-sized pack of gnolls, rendering any additional personnel unnecessary. 3 days later, after a thorough preparation phase, all equipment, provisions, and water supplies have been meticulously arranged, alongside a logistics unit comprising 30 individuals. This temporary logistics team, organized by Tanis's merchants, will ensure ample supplies for the 400 soldiers. As the saying goes, before the army moves, the provisions must be ready. Warfare is an intricate art, far from mere arithmetic. Soon, the grand army of 400 stealthily infiltrated the forest. Among them, Tanis and Alsaw serve as high-ranking knight attendants, while Weeder is a mid-ranking knight attendant, and Tanis's 2 aides are low-ranking knight attendants. Such a configuration is enough to deter most beasts of the wild. Except for 4th-tier monsters or large alien tribes, this group can traverse the region with considerable ease. The march proceeded smoothly, with occasional encounters of wild beasts swiftly dealt with by the soldiers, who also benefited from a share of fresh meat, alleviating the scarcity of provisions. It can be said that while good men may be rare, benevolent beasts are plentiful. An army thrives on such generous spirits among its ranks. Even the few monsters encountered were a pleasant surprise for Weeder and his companions. The opportunity for Wade and Tanis to act never arose, as Alsace and his 2 aides swiftly combined their efforts to vanquish the beasts. Observing the handful of beast cores in hand, Wade's smile stretched from ear to ear. Indeed, the path of solitary struggle proved futile. It is the alliance and adherence to the prevailing tide that illuminate the righteous way forward. Soon, as darkness enveloped the land, the army arrived at a modest den of wergs. According to the scouts' reports, this gathering housed approximately 300 wergs. after excluding the young, the infirm, and the elderly. The number of combat-ready wargs was estimated to be around 200, posing a minimal threat. Tanis, recognizing the stronghold of the clan, was invigorated, displaying an eager demeanor that revealed his combative spirit. Patience, my friend, the night is still young. Let us wait until the wargs have settled down before we seize the opportunity for a night raid. My team excels in this domain. Wade, noticing Tanis's impatience, deliberately intervened to prevent any rash actions. What a clever lad you are. Always scheming for a night assault. Tanis jested, though he refrained from further comment. Yet, he could not deny that Wade's strategy was indeed the most fitting and least costly one at this juncture. Coupled with their numerical advantage, if the plan unfolded smoothly, they could potentially capture a considerable number of work slaves. Chapter 26. The Harvest. Wade's scheme. In short order, with Tanis's authorization, Wade commenced the arrangement of troops, adjusting their positions. While not a seasoned warrior, his experiences from 2 lifetimes endowed him with the ability to navigate this minor skirmish with ease. As the night deepened, Wade's preparations were complete, and the warg's defenses were at their weakest. At that moment, the soldiers, who had long been lying in ambush, sprang into action at Wade's command. 200 soldiers formed ranks and charged directly into the warg encampment. The suddenness of their arrival caught the wargs off guard. Many fell to the soldiers' spears before they could mount any resistance. A considerable number of wargs, still bewildered, found themselves ensnared in confusion. Following this, another contingent of 100 soldiers surged from the side. Those wargs still grappling with the unfolding chaos were swiftly captured, while those who dared to resist received a thorough beating. With minimal effort, the warg camp had already succumbed to the onslaught. As the remaining wargs rallied to resist, the final 100 soldiers burst forth from behind them. The dwindling wargs fell, some dead, others wounded, as the soldiers tore through their defenses in a matter of moments, obliterating their last shred of hope and crushing them underfoot. This nocturnal assault, from inception to conclusion, spanned no more than 10 minutes. Swiftly they come, and swiftly they depart. As for the leaders of this pack of wargs, they failed to stir significant commotion. One elder warg, perceiving the tide had turned, knelt in surrender, for within every race, there exist a few who fear for their lives. Faced with the dichotomy of life and death, this elder warg unhesitatingly chose survival. The shame of betraying his kin paled in comparison to his desire to cling to life. Another, seemingly a warg priest, was captured alive by 2 of Tanis's lieutenants working in unison. The last, the clan leader, recognizing the futility of resistance and the intent of his adversaries to capture him alive, chose self-termination without hesitation, preferring to die with dignity rather than live in disgrace. As a leader, he preferred to embrace death standing tall. However, this did not stir much emotion in Vade. He bore no sympathy for these foreign beings. Both sides had their reasons for fighting, merely differing in allegiance. Vade was no saint. His only lament was the loss of a mid-tier bloodline warrior slave, an unfortunate cost amounting to several hundred gold coins. Before long, the spoils were tallied and meticulously recorded. A report was presented to the 2 gentlemen. In this campaign, 136 wargs were vanquished, 123 adult wargs were captured alive, alongside 36 pups. Additionally, 2 low-tier bloodline warriors and a modest amount of inferior ironware. Over 70 pieces of leather and various miscellaneous items were being sorted and counted. Our forces suffered no fatalities, experienced no severe injuries, and only a handful sustained minor wounds, all of which were inconsequential. Upon hearing the report from the lieutenant of the guards, both Vade and Tanis could not suppress their smiles. Tanis, heartily patting Vade on the shoulder, erupted into laughter. Vade, you truly excel. I have never captured so many wargs at once. Over 100 wargs. This equates to more than 1,000 gold coins. Adding the pups, the 2 bloodline warriors, and those assorted items, this haul approaches 3,000 gold coins. As per our agreement, we shall split it in half. I have a trusted slave trader, and once we return to the outpost town, we can liquidate our gains immediately. I know you're excited, but let us not get ahead of ourselves. We must first transport this batch of wargs back. Vade winced, finally managing to extricate himself from Tanis' grasp. Tanis chuckled, unfazed. The spoils were indeed substantial. Given the near-zero casualties, how could Tanis not feel elated? Had he attempted this alone, even if he could eradicate the warg clan, capturing so many slaves would have been impossible, and the casualties would have been considerable. Moreover, as he was about to exchange his territory in this region, he would require a substantial sum for support. Money was something Tanis was sorely lacking. All right. I'll heed your enthusiasm. Let us transport these slaves back first, and then we shall continue our plundering. By the way, Didn't you mention there is a medium-sized war clan? When shall we set forth? As this conversation unfolds, Tanis gazes earnestly at Wade, embodying a demeanor of cordiality. Indeed, the principle of undeniable allure remains timeless across any realm. Wade's lips twitch slightly. This uncle, who previously appeared indifferent, now clings tenaciously when faced with prospects of fortune. Rest assured, uncle, there is no immediate rush concerning the mid-tier werewolf clans. Our strategy is to dismantle them one by one, commencing from the smaller factions. This approach not only hones the cohesion of our forces, but also allows us to amass tangible benefits. It is only through securing our own interests that we can claim true victory. Once we have sufficiently decimated the smaller clans, we shall seize the opportunity to strike at the mid-tier ones. If all proceeds smoothly, we may very well alter the tide of battle. Oh, how so? With merely our few hundred soldiers? Tanis, intrigued, inquires with a hint of curiosity. Wade chuckles softly, producing a rudimentary map to elucidate his plan. Uncle, observe this map. Currently, Dawn City is in its nascent stages, situated in the heart of the new region, directly opposing the larger werewolf clans. Both sides amassing troops for what is bound to be a monumental clash to determine dominion over this territory. We are presently entrenched deeper within the forest, effectively positioned behind the werewolf clans. By annihilating the smaller factions first, we will disrupt their supply lines and uproot them from their stronghold. When the frontal assault commences, should they attempt to mobilize reinforcements from the rear, they will find their supply routes already decimated. At that juncture, our forces can act as a striking force, flanking them and dismantling their core army. Should this transpire, the balance of power will undoubtedly tip in our favor. Once we obliterate their main forces, the expansion into this new region will be assured. Not only shall we acquire a plethora of slaves, but we shall also earn significant accolades. Do you believe Baron Miller will not reward us for such an endeavor? The entirety of Twilight territory is watching him, should he falter in this matter, who will pledge their loyalty to him in the future. Upon hearing this, it is impossible for Tanis not to feel invigorated. Such opulence has landed squarely upon his brow. However, he counters, but Wade, the werewolves are not fools. As their clans fall one by one, they will undoubtedly take notice. What then? When they attempt to encircle us in retaliation. Chapter 27. 1,000-mile die collapses from an ant's hole. Wade, anticipating Tanis's concern, had already prepared for this eventuality. When devising this plan, he had factored in this very issue. Yet, for Wade, this concern is virtually inconsequential. Let us not forget, he possesses the Eye of Death, enabling him to monitor the werewolf clan's movements incessantly through the raven flock. Evading their sentinels is a mere trifle. Even if escape proves difficult, there is still the Eye of Death. A direct assault would mean revealing nothing. After all, the Eye of Death is tantamount to a first-tier magical beast. Dispatching an ordinary werewolf would be childish play. Uncle, rest assured, I will take full responsibility for this matter. I have means to handle it adeptly. You need not inquire further, simply trust me. Wade appeared relaxed, exuding an air of confidence, embodying assurance. After listening, Tanis acquiesced, for if Wade was so self-assured, it must indeed be feasible. His curiosity waned, and he refrained from probing further. After all, prying into another's privacy is a grave transgression among the nobility. There was no need for haste. The remainder could be entrusted to the passage of time. Before long, the calendar turned to early September. Over the past fortnight, Wade and Tanis had successfully launched assaults against 3 additional minor clans. Under Wade's guidance, everything proceeded smoothly. Yet for Tanis, these 2 weeks were nothing short of astonishing, an incredulous fortnight. Until now, he had never scrutinized Wade closely. But this period compelled him to reassess the young heir of the Mandala family. In his eyes, Wade seemed to possess a third perspective, akin to having an advantage. Surveying the entire landscape, Wade appeared to anticipate various uncertainties with remarkable accuracy. Under his command, the troops consistently evaded sentries, infiltrating enemy territory like phantoms lurking in the forest. Such military prowess and innate talent were extraordinary. It was almost as if he could foresee the future, as if every move of the adversary was within his purview. Once can be attributed to chance, twice might be deemed coincidence, but when the 3rd and 4th instances succeeded, it became irrefutable evidence of formidable capability. The revelation that Wade's army consisted of soldiers who had trained for merely a month or 2 left Tanis utterly astounded. His own forces, though not a standing army, assembled annually for several months of training, yet the quality of their experience seemed scarcely distinguishable from Wade's troops. Initially, he had not pondered this deeply, but now, reflecting upon it, Wade emerged as a veritable monster born for warfare. With unparalleled military intuition, an almost supernatural perspective on battle, and an exceptionally rigorous training regimen, Tanis found himself reassessing Wade entirely. Here was a youthful exterior cloaking a dark-hearted military genius, a man who might well be deemed a prodigy. While Wade had yet to fully mature, perhaps Tanis ought to contemplate ways to strengthen the ties between their families. Previously, they had been allies. How splendid it would be if they could become in-laws. As for Wade, he remained blissfully unaware that he had been placed on his uncle's matrimonial list. Nor did he realize that in the not-so-distant future, his reputation as a military prodigy would echo throughout the kingdom of Philips. As for the spoils of this fortnight, they were indeed substantial. On average, they managed to capture around 100 wargs each time, and with the previous engagement, they had conducted a total of 4 assaults. A total of 412 werewolves were captured, along with nearly 100 cubs and 6 bloodline warriors, one of whom had attained the rank of mid-tier bloodline warrior. Periodically, they processed batches of slaves, and after 4 such instances, their total gains amounted to approximately 10,000 gold coins. According to their agreement, Wade received 50%, totaling 4,789 gold coins. Additionally, Wade had previously single-handedly annihilated a small clan, yielding around 5,400 gold coins. At this moment, within the tent, Wade gazed at the 3 treasure chests before him, brimming with gold coins. Just one glance rendered him unable to shift his gaze even a fraction. That represented 5,400 gold coins, equivalent to the output of the Merry Manor over 11 years. It felt as if a mere glance could provoke an explosion of emotion. However, Wade soon closed the chests, striving to calm his racing heart. Steady, steady. Baron Miller is the true victor, he whispered to himself, seemingly seeking solace. He then opened another small box, revealing 3 neatly arranged beast cores, glimmering like precious gems. Though all 3 were first-tier beast cores, they still held a value of 1,500 gold coins. By this calculation, Wade's haul had now reached nearly 7,000 gold coins. Although these 3 little fairies were undeniably captivating, they ultimately elicited only a soft sigh from Wade. While his gains were substantial, they paled in comparison to those of Baron Miller. A mountain of gold, merely to be gazed upon but never touched. What a torment that was. The long road ahead was fraught with challenges. All his helplessness ultimately transformed into regret, with a hope that one day he might have the opportunity to explore further. Time passed, and eventually, Wade reluctantly exited the tent. After half a month of development, the western gathering place had begun to take shape, and Tanis had named it Deck Town. Beyond the military camp, several hundred free people were cultivating fields and constructing homes, while infrastructure steadily improved. Tanis had begun to mobilize personnel from the territory, officially relocating their foundation to this new settlement. In the center of the military camp, within a temporary conference hall, Tanis and the old knight Charles anxiously awaited Wade's arrival. "What is it, gentlemen? Why have you summoned me?" Upon hearing the commotion, the 2 rose to greet Wade, with Tanis stepping forward to pull out a chair for him, his face a mask of unease. "Wade, you have finally arrived. Come, help your uncle devise a plan. I need your counsel." Tanis's urgency left Wade bewildered. "What is the matter, uncle? Please, take your time." Wade gently reassured Tanis, who soon realized his own behavior had been somewhat excessive. Once he had calmed himself, Tanis finally took a breath and said, "Something has happened. A great calamity has befallen us. I have just received the latest news from Baron Miller. Nearly several thousand ghouls are besieging Dawn City. Baron Miller has commanded us to immediately provide support to Dawn City. Furthermore, the large clan of werewolves, known as the Red Fang tribe, has suddenly amassed close to 5,000 werewolves, joining in the assault on Dawn City. In addition, it is rumored that a level 4 rat beast has appeared, accompanied by hundreds of lower-tier rat beasts ranging from levels 1 to 3. The entire Dawn City now stands on the brink of disaster, with nearly 10,000 foreign invaders and a couple of hundred beasts assaulting the city." Chapter 28. Upon reflection, it seems the enemy was drawn by my actions. Oh dear, Baron Miller is in a dire predicament. Wade struggled to suppress his laughter before arriving. He had thought that Baron Miller would emerge as the ultimate victor. Now, the situation has taken a turn for the worse. However, Wade could not allow this to show. Maintaining a carefully managed expression, his visage dark and brooding, as if he had just consumed something vile. What is the current situation in Dawn City? How much longer can Baron Miller and his forces hold out? The specifics remain unclear. Tanis shook his head. However, the defenders of Dawn City should number nearly 2,000. And with an additional 5,000 displaced citizens, some of whom could don armor and join the fray if necessary, they should be able to hold their ground. Logically, as long as they remain steadfast within the city, Relying on their fortifications, they should be able to withstand the onslaught from these foreign invaders. With sufficient supplies, they could endure for half a month, if not a month. Tanis provided a rough estimate, though he himself was not entirely certain, merely striving to express optimism. Upon hearing this, Wade propped his chin on his hand, seemingly deep in thought. If Tanis's assessment is accurate, resisting this army of 10,000 foreign invaders should not pose a significant problem. What piqued Wade's curiosity was how the werewolves and ghouls could possibly unite, along with the presence of a level 4 rat beast and its kin. The alliance of these three races in their assault on human settlements struck him as peculiar. While the werewolves were not entirely surprising, their sudden congregation and initiation of a raid led Wade to speculate. It was likely that their plan of plunder, in conjunction with Tanis, had been discovered, prompting the werewolves to take desperate measures. Although they were indeed the architects of their own misfortune, it was also an endeavor aimed at expediting their expansion. This could be understood. Well-intentioned actions can sometimes yield adverse outcomes, and one must simply acclimate to such realities. However, the alliance between ghouls and werewolves was utterly baffling. Wade felt as if he were a young calf trying to pierce through a solid wall. Unable to comprehend the rationale behind the werewolves aligning with the ghouls, an occurrence that defies both logic and reason. Although ghouls possess a degree of intelligence, it pales in comparison to that of the werewolves, whose thoughts revolve solely around the consumption of corpses. How could such a multitude of their kind suddenly convene and join forces with the werewolves for an assault? There must be some underlying intrigue. Or perhaps a formidable figure has emerged among the ghouls, compelling them to unite and forge an alliance with the werewolves. Otherwise, given the relationship between ghouls and werewolves, the likelihood of collaboration between the two is virtually non-existent. This is, at present, the most plausible scenario in Wade's estimation. Otherwise, it simply does not make sense. Surely, it cannot be attributed to a sudden romantic entanglement between the wolves and ghouls, breaking the barriers of their respective races. Of course, there may be other underlying reasons, though Wade remains oblivious to them. As for the level 4 rodent monster, Wade has some conjectures. However, it is highly likely that he is the architect of this predicament. Previously, in his eagerness to reclaim Casey Town, he had sold the corpse of a black mamba to Baron Miller. Subsequently, he monitored the situation through the Raven Swarm. Discovering that the gold mine within the Twin Hills had resumed production, it seems the black mamba's remains had proven effective. The gold-eating rats must have been driven away. Given their appearance on the battlefield now, it is probable they have come seeking vengeance, seizing the opportunity to retaliate against humanity. Level 4 monsters are already classified as mid-tier creatures, possessing a degree of intelligence, particularly the rodents, whose wits are comparable to those of small children. Witnessing a foreign race launching a large-scale assault, it is only natural for them to stoke the flames of conflict. Upon reflection, Wade realized that 3 races were besieging Dawn City, 2 of which were incited by his own reckless maneuvers. Contemplating this, he glanced at Tanis and the old knight, Charles, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. To be candid, Wade felt a tinge of embarrassment, though he attempted to maintain a facade of deep concern. If Baron Miller were to discover that the adversaries had been summoned by Wade's actions, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for him. Clearing his throat nervously, Wade then spoke solemnly to the two. I have deliberated over this matter, and since Baron Miller has issued a call for aid, it is our duty, as subjects of the Baron, to protect our lord and defend our territory. We have invested considerable manpower and resources to expand our domain. It is impossible for us to abandon this place, which has now become our home. Therefore, I propose that we immediately gather our forces and conscript a portion of the youth from Decktown to organize as many militia as possible. Within 3 days, we shall reach the vicinity of Dawn City. Perchance, we could become an unexpected force. As he spoke, Wade pointed to the sand table, outlining the marching route and subsequent battle strategies for the two. Tanis had no objections to Wade's proposal and raised both hands in agreement. His foundations were gradually shifting to this locale. Should Dawn City fall, he could very well be next in line. This was an outcome he wished to avert, as the losses would be too great. As for the old knight Charles, he regarded the two before falling into contemplation. He had not fully committed to the new territory and still had room for maneuvering, thus he remained silent. After a moment, the old knight Charles finally nodded slightly, stating, Then, as Sir Wade has suggested, we shall prepare our forces to depart at once. However, I aspire to forge an alliance with the two esteemed individuals, hoping we can reach a consensus on certain matters. Upon hearing this, Wade cast a glance at Tanis, who merely nodded slightly. The old knight, Charles, was simply seeking to mitigate losses, ensuring that in the event of a misstep, there would be someone to share the blame. Even if the situation on the battlefield turns dire and one retreats in the face of adversity, as long as several knights unite in their stance, it would be challenging for the Baron to take action against them. Conversely, should reinforcements arrive successfully and the defense of Dawn City be maintained, additional accolades could be garnered. Indeed, the older one becomes, the more astute they tend to be. Charles evidently belonged to this category, despite each individual holding their own convictions. Frankly speaking, Wade harbored a distaste for Charles, finding him excessively slick, incapable of perceiving his genuine thoughts. A duplicitous and contemptible friend is far more terrifying than an upright adversary. Suppressing the tumult of his emotions, Wade nodded in acknowledgement to the old knight, saying, "No problem, Sir Charles. I believe we are quite willing to reach a consensus with you. Therefore, let us not delay and prepare promptly." 3 days swiftly elapsed, and within Dawn City, Baron Miller and 3 knights were intently observing a sand table simulation. Baron Miller wore a look of melancholy as he inquired of Constance, "How goes the situation at the walls? Are they still holding strong?" Constance sighed and shook his head. "The situation is dire. If reinforcements do not arrive soon, the walls can withstand at most another 2 or 3 days." Chapter 29. The Final Battle, Part 1. Constance continued, "Dawn City is a new settlement, and its foundational defenses are woefully inadequate. The walls are mere earthen ramparts, constructed of dirt and wooden stakes, rising no higher than 4 or 5 meters. Moreover, the sudden onslaught of the enemy caught us unprepared, resulting in significant troop losses. Particularly concerning are the rat beasts, which are undermining the very foundations of the walls, having already breached several towers and critical points. Fortunately, we managed to patch the gaps in time, barely maintaining the integrity of this defensive barrier." Upon hearing Constance's words, the others fell into a contemplative silence, for the current predicament was indeed abysmal. "How many soldiers do we have left?" Baron Miller rubbed his temples, his expression darkened. "Currently, we have 731 militia and 56 cavalry remaining. Under Sylph's command, there are still 121 militia. My own forces number less than 100. Sir Rod has approximately 150 soldiers left. In total, our surviving forces exceed 1,100, with casualties reaching an alarming 45%. At this revelation, a profound silence enveloped the group. The losses had nearly reached half. For this expedition, Baron Miller had not only deployed the initial 800 troops, but had also gradually amassed several hundred stationed soldiers. This was likewise true for Constance and Sylph, who had spared no effort in their commitment. In doing so, they had effectively depleted more than half of their resources. Especially in Const, the armed forces were nearly annihilated. Much like the situation in Vader before, effectively becoming mere background. After a moment of silence, Baron Miller wiped his face and regained his composure. "Is there any news from the reinforcements? Why haven't they arrived yet?" In response, the previously silent Knight Rod spoke up. "Knight Leonard has just recovered from his injuries and has set out with an army of approximately 200 militia, expected to arrive today or tomorrow." Simultaneously, Sylph added, "From the western stronghold, Knights Tanis, Charles, and Vader have also received word. They can provide around 400 militia and should be here today." Hearing that reinforcements were on the way, Baron Miller's expression relaxed significantly. At last, he had received some good news. Subsequently, he formulated a series of plans in his mind in the shortest possible time. "Const, I command you to immediately rally the city's residents. Arming as many militia as possible, bring forth all that you can. Once the reinforcements arrive, we shall launch a counterattack, prioritizing the dispersal of the ghoul horde. As long as we repel the ghouls, we can deal with the remaining wargs individually. Additionally, assemble all knights to form an elite squad, targeting the leaders of the alien forces. If we can eliminate their high-ranking officials, the remaining ordinary alien troops will pose no threat to us. If we achieve victory in this battle, we will swiftly gain complete control of this land." "Yes, my lord," the 3 knights replied in unison before departing one after another. They did not argue or offer dissent. Having a decisive leader was already a significant advantage. However, matters always unfold unexpectedly. Just a few hours later, the alien army launched another assault, this time with unprecedented ferocity. On the walls, the militia stood in formation, using their spears to fend off the alien onslaught. Whether wargs or ghouls, they were adept climbers. The ghouls, in particular, clung to the earthen walls, braving the spears as they ascended, only to be struck down one by one like dumplings falling into boiling water. Their bodies plummeted, subsequently trampled into a pulp by the advancing alien forces. Yet the ghouls felt no fear. Instead, they were exhilarated. The rich scent of blood only drove them further into madness. Once a ghoul managed to scale the walls, It could cause devastating casualties in a short time. A single breach in the line could trigger a chain reaction, leading to a total rout. Thus, every militia member was tense, with no room for relaxation. The onslaught of the ghouls continued for nearly an hour. As the remaining ghouls began to retreat, what had once been a 4 or 5 meter high wall now stood at less than 2 meters. What? You ask where the rest of the height went. Why? It was constructed from the bodies piled up to form makeshift steps. A resounding horn echoed across the battlefield, casting an air of desolation over the land. In the next instant, the ground began to tremble faintly. Countless wolfmen surged forth from all directions, sprinting on all fours, their mouths clenching various weapons. Form ranks. On the battlements, the remaining 56 cavalrymen, led by the officer Andrew, arranged themselves into an inverted triangular formation. Charge. At the command of Officer Andrew, all 56 cavalrymen launched into a simultaneous charge. The stairway formed by heaps of corpses became a springboard for their momentum. The inverted triangle sliced through the ranks of the wolfmen like a sharpened blade. In an instant, a gap appeared amidst the densely packed wolfmen, resulting in numerous casualties on their side. Positioned at the forefront, Andrew fought like a deity of war, cleaving and slashing with relentless ferocity. As a high-ranking knight squire, he was worth an army of over 100. Though his equipment and steed were of average quality, his prowess was monstrous, overwhelming the wolfmen. However, Andrew's arrogance was short-lived. As the cavalry advanced deeper, the resistance intensified, and their charge began to wane until it came to a halt. Once the cavalry paused, they would face isolation. Within mere minutes, countless wolfmen surged forward, tearing the cavalrymen to shreds. Officer Andrew was forced to abandon his steed and engage in close combat with the wolfmen. Surrounded by a throng of wolfmen, he found himself encircled by 6 or 7 bloodline warriors, ranging from low to mid-tier. As the cavalry faced complete annihilation, Baron Miller, standing upon the walls, felt his heart bleed. Abandon the walls. Reorganize the troops and charge. Baron Miller understood that the enemy was not granting them any chance to resist, forcefully compelling them into battle. Their aim was to prevent reinforcements from arriving and to eliminate them here, even at a great cost, drawing them into a decisive confrontation. Thus, Baron Miller abandoned the previous strategy. He had no choice but to fight desperately. Kill. With the simultaneous commands of Knights Const, Sylph, and Rod, all soldiers divided into 3 groups, initiating a maneuver to intersperse and divide the battlefield. Meanwhile, Baron Miller stood on the battlements, gazing into the distance. In front of him, in a place unseen, a 2-meter-tall wolfman was fixated on the figure atop the wall. Both sides recognized that the true adversary lay before them. Chapter 30. The Decisive Battle, Part 2. This aura, is it the leader of the elite wolfmen, the chief of the Redfang tribe? If I can defeat him, the war will be resolved effortlessly, yet I am uncertain of my own capabilities, Baron Miller murmured to himself, before turning his attention back to the battlefield. Since both sides possessed comparable high-end combat power, the outcome of this war would ultimately hinge on the victories and losses of the mid to low-tier forces. From the current perspective, it is evident that the human faction is exhibiting signs of weakness. Although they managed to deplete approximately 2,000 of the enemy's ghouls during the initial siege, they remain at a significant numerical disadvantage. Even with civilians donning armor to join the fray, the ratio of troops on both sides stands at an alarming 3-to-1. Moreover, as combat intensifies, this disparity escalates to 4-to-1. The cavalry regiment directly under Baron Miller has been entirely annihilated, despite achieving a remarkable feat of eliminating over 400 foes with just 55 riders. However, this has had only a negligible impact on the overall situation. Additionally, a portion of the human forces comprises temporary soldiers with little combat efficacy, leading to a lopsided scenario. While the human army, relying on their superior equipment and formation, manages to hold the line, they are gradually being eroded. The longer the conflict persists, the greater the pressure on their front will become, inevitably resulting in a complete rout. Defeat is merely a matter of time. Amidst the fierce conflict, not far from the battlefield, in a dense forest, 3 figures, Vade, Tanis, and the old Knight Charles, are intently observing the unfolding events, accompanied by another individual, the severely injured Knight Leonard, who had temporarily withdrawn from the fray. At this moment, a profound silence envelopes the 4. None dare to mention the prospect of reinforcing the battlefield. Collectively, their forces amount to little more than 1,000 men. To recklessly engage in the conflict could lead to catastrophic losses, and none are inclined to expend their strength prematurely. Furthermore, unlike Vade and Tanis, the old Knight Charles and Knight Leonard have not heavily invested in this endeavor, affording them a retreat and a sense of security. Thus they are disinclined to risk their lives. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Vade understands their thoughts. Differing personal stakes lead to understandable hesitations. However, remaining silent only accelerates their demise, and it is time for a decisive resolution. Vade is the first to break the stalemate, fully aware of the implications of victory or defeat in this war. On a personal level, its outcome determines whether he can maintain control over Casey Town. Publicly, it also bears significance for the future of his ally, Tanis, and thus Vade is resolute in his desire to avoid failure. In this moment, the other three remain silent. Tanis, undoubtedly wishing for victory, embodies a steadfast and unyielding silence. As for the other two, their quietude reflects a careful consideration of risks and rewards. Had they anticipated a significant reduction in losses for Dawn City, they would have joined the battle without hesitation, as the odds would favor them with minimal risk. Yet, the current circumstances compel them to reassess, weighing the peril of potential disgrace against the gamble of war's outcome. Seeing their lack of response, Vade squints, seemingly aware of the answer. It appears that without a firm push, these two hesitators will not easily enter the fray. Suddenly, Wade feigned a look of disappointment, letting out a soft sigh and gesturing with his hands, as if surrendering to some unspoken fate. Well, I understand your thoughts, but before we proceed, allow me to offer a word of caution. This unexpected expansion has undoubtedly raised questions among you, yet we must acquiesce to the commands of Baron Miller. However, I have recently heard whispers of the appearance of the gold-eating mouse on the battlefield. Have you not pondered this matter? At these words, the seasoned knight Charles and Sir Leonard immediately grasped the underlying implications, particularly Charles, whose expression shifted rapidly, as if a revelation had dawned upon him. Could it be that Wade is suggesting there are mines? His inquiry startled both Tanis and Leonard, prompting them to recall any information regarding the gold-eating mouse. The gold-eating mouse, a social rodent beast, sustains itself on metals and prefers to nest within mineral veins. Previous intelligence had indicated the presence of fourth-level rodent monsters, along with a substantial horde of these creatures. As I understand it, the beast that has emerged is none other than the fourth-level gold-eating mouse king. Thus, Baron Miller's territorial expansion becomes glaringly apparent. Wade's revelation stirred a tempest of emotions within the three present, for if this were indeed the case, everything would fall into place. So, Baron Miller's actions are motivated by the discovery of mineral wealth. His intentions are clearly to monopolize these resources. Is this what you mean, Sir Wade? Old Knight Charles, shrewd as ever, swiftly pieced together the narrative, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Wade. Wade shrugged, adopting an expression of innocence. That is not my intention. This is merely speculation on my part. Baron Miller has treated us well, and I would not presume such malevolent thoughts towards his lordship. Wade's innocent demeanor did not fool Charles, the cunning old fox who recognized this as an attempt to deflect blame. Yet, if the situation were indeed as suggested, then war would be inevitable. The stakes are simply too high. We must immediately mobilize our forces and prepare to assist on the battlefield. Regardless of the truth behind this matter, we must defend our territory and uphold justice. In the face of foreign aggression, humanity must unite and stand resolute together. Old Knight Charles transformed in his fervent declaration, his words imbued with passion, leading one to believe he was a figure of great wisdom. Meanwhile, Sir Leonard appeared to have developed his own convictions and readily agreed to support the battlefield effort. With a gentle smile, Wade began to strategize the attack alongside his companions. Gentlemen, let us proceed as follows. On the battlefield, the two sides had been engaged in a fierce struggle for nearly 2 hours. The conflict was intensely stalemated. Although the foreign forces maintained a suppressive advantage, they had yet to breach the human defenses. At this juncture, the human contingent, having suffered some casualties, comprised only around 500 trained soldiers. With the addition of several hundred temporary soldiers, the army, totaling fewer than 1,000, struggled to hold its ground. In stark contrast, the opposing forces stretched endlessly before them, boasting at least 5,000 troops, predominantly composed of werewolves, with a few ghouls sporadically interspersed, maintaining a vigorous offensive. The ratio of forces had escalated to an alarming 5-1, rendering the outcome of the battle seemingly predetermined at that very moment. Chapter 31. The Final Confrontation, Part 2. Baron Miller's complexion darkened, for it appeared that defeat was imminent. All troops, fall back. He raised his hand to issue the retreat order, but his arm froze mid-air. From his vantage point, a contingent of approximately 600 soldiers surged forth from the left flank of the battlefield. Mere seconds had passed, and a breach had been torn in the enemy lines. 10 knights promptly erupted from the formation, charging toward the heart of the enemy ranks, intent on disrupting their cohesion. These knights formed an inverted triangular assault formation, ruthlessly eliminating every foe in their path, a true display of overwhelming force. At the forefront were Tanis, Alsace, and the veteran knight Charles, each possessing the prowess of high-ranking knightly squires, forming the sharpest spearhead. Following them were knights Wade and Lannard positioned in the center, steadfastly assisting in the onslaught. Lastly, 5 junior knightly squires constituted the rear, tasked with delivering finishing blows and mopping up. The 10 warriors radiated an array of combat auras, their energies intertwining to unleash an extraordinary might. With just a single charge, they felled over 100 werewolves, cleaving through the enemy's ranks. From an aerial perspective, one could observe the once unified army cleaved into 2 halves, as if severed in twain. The 600 soldiers seized the opportunity to infiltrate, obstructing communication between the opposing forces. At this moment, Baron Miller's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Counterattack. Launch a counteroffensive. His voice, amplified by the power of his aura, resonated in the ears of every soldier present. Const, the battlefield commander, instantly grasped the intent behind the call. Reform. Rearrange the formation for a full counterattack. Under Const's command, the remaining troops began to advance, taking on a posture of counter-encirclement. Meanwhile, the forces positioned in the center began to compress inward, and as both armies exerted their strength, they inflicted substantial casualties upon the werewolf ranks. The rear echelon of the werewolves, however, commenced a frenzied assault, desperate to reconnect with their front lines. If left unchallenged, the encirclement would spell disaster for their side. Quickly, halt them. All bloodline warriors, engage. Tear apart their formation swiftly. Move, move, move. The commander of the werewolves was becoming increasingly anxious. Should the enemy's schemes succeed, it would lead to their defeat in this war. It was unthinkable. Regardless of whether the leader would spare him, his own kin would undoubtedly tear him apart. The Redfang tribe, having allied with other clans, had poured all their resources into this conflict. Failure would force them to seek refuge in distant lands, and with a stroke of ill fortune, they could face extinction. With so many tribesmen lost, the accumulated rage was far beyond what a single commander could bear. Soon, as the bloodline warriors of the werewolves entered the fray, Sir Wade and his fellow knights plunged back into battle, entangled with those fierce warriors. It was soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. The slaughter continued, a relentless machine of death where lives were extinguished at every moment. Just as the battle once again reached a critical point, a battalion of 300 suddenly surged from the right flank. This unexpected arrival caught everyone off guard, as they were focused solely on the ongoing skirmish and could not prepare in time. With the final piece of the chessboard in place, the werewolves' forefront forces found themselves completely encircled. The werewolves were visibly diminishing in number, their cries of anguish echoing across the battlefield. In the ever-shifting tides of war, the distance between victory and defeat could be measured in mere moments. A roar, reminiscent of both dog and wolf, erupted as a figure darted towards the battlefield, attempting to alter the tide of war single-handedly. "Get lost," was the only response to that roar. In the next instant, Baron Miller shot forth like a cannonball, a rich, earthy aura manifesting around him, exuding a sense of profound strength. A heavy thud reverberated through the air as the towering 2-meter-tall crimson werewolf collided with Baron Miller, sending ripples across the battlefield. "You want to play dirty? Did I allow it?" At that moment, Baron Miller was consumed by fury, teetering on the brink of madness. Just as a glimmer of hope appeared on the battlefield, the enemy disregarded all rules and struck directly, an affront to him. In the next moment, a torrent of fighting spirit erupted from Baron Miller's body, swirling around him like a tangible entity. The true body armor of fighting spirit. With a fierce shout, a suit of earthy yellow armor, forged from his fighting spirit, materialized on his arms, shoulders, and waist. The distinction between a knight's squire and a fully fledged knight lay in the refinement of this fighting spirit. The ability to condense fighting spirit into a physical form was a hallmark of knightly prowess, and as strength grew, so too would the armor evolve into a uniquely personal true body armor. The moment the true body armor reached completion marked the threshold of becoming a true knight. Meanwhile, the elite werewolf chieftain, sensing Baron Miller's resolve, radiated a crimson aura and entered a state of fury. "Human, to the death." The words emerged from the mouth of the Wolfman chieftain with an unmistakable harshness. It was evident that a relentless battle to the death would commence from this moment forth. In this confrontation, only a single survivor would emerge. "So let the trial begin, you despicable beast. I believe the arenas of the Kingdom of Philips would welcome creatures of your ilk with open arms." With that, Baron Miller brandished his longsword and engaged in a fierce melee with the Wolfman chieftain, their formidable auras and bloodlines colliding. The struggle between the two elevated the conflict to its zenith. Although Baron Miller specialized in Earth-type fighting energy and might not guarantee victory, he was sufficiently formidable to remain undefeated. At the very least, his adversary could not hope to gain any advantage over him, let alone take his life. In the midst of the battlefield, both sides tactically created an open space, allowing the elite warriors to clash. However, as the battle progressed, the forward forces of the Wolfmen were ultimately encircled and annihilated. The alien army suffered a significant reduction, losing nearly half of its strength, leaving only around 3,000 Wolfmen remaining. Meanwhile, the human army also endured over 500 casualties, with just a little over 1,200 soldiers still standing. Despite still being at a numerical disadvantage, the humans gradually gained the upper hand among the mid to low-tier warriors. Unlike the humans, the alien forces lacked superior equipment, often finding themselves at a disadvantage in battles of equal rank. Particularly, the 10-man squad led by Wade navigated the battlefield with unparalleled prowess. The bloodline warriors sent to impede them were utterly unable to withstand the onslaught of their iron hooves. Chapter 32. The Conclusion. As the low to mid-tier bloodline warriors were successively slain, the opposing forces' strength began to collapse entirely. Simultaneously, Knights Hilf, Const, and Rod each led a contingent to engage in strategic flanking maneuvers against the Wolfmen. Once the hindrance of equally ranked Wolfmen was removed, the slaughter became overwhelmingly one-sided. Witnessing such a scene, the morale of the human forces soared, while the alien troops fell into a profound silence, their spirit shattered. Some Wolfmen began to exhibit signs of retreat, predominantly from other clans. After all, they were not fighting for their own tribes, and dying here would be a grave injustice. Wade and his companions did not recklessly pursue. After all, even a cornered rabbit may bite. Sometimes, it is prudent not to press the enemy too hard, lest one provoke a counterproductive response. Allowing them a means of escape can further erode their resolve and lead them to contemplate surrender. In the art of war, Wade recalled a principle known as surround 3 and leave 1, perhaps. As time passed, after an hour of grueling combat, the human army achieved victory at the cost of half their personnel. The alien forces lost 2,000 Wolfmen, while the remaining Wolfmen and ghouls fled the battlefield. This war nearly depleted the resources of all the knights, including Baron Miller. The forces at his command were but a mere fraction, less than 1/6, of their peak strength, with only approximately 200 survivors remaining. As for Wade's troops, a mere 30 out of 100 had endured, returning to a state of desolation. The temporary soldiers served predominantly as cannon fodder and human shields, with hardly 1 in 10 managing to survive, leaving only a scant few to barely escape the chaos of battle. The elite combatants on both sides had reached an impasse. The Crimson Wolfman bared its fangs, cursing under its breath, for this human before it resembled a turtle, boasting fiercely, yet when it came to actual confrontation, it proved to be a coward, unable to inflict any harm upon the armored shell. Realizing that the tide had turned, the Wolfman leader, previously vowing to fight to the bitter end, now chose to retreat when the moment of reckoning arrived. Observing the retreating crimson figure, Baron Miller refrained from pursuit. The victory in this war had exceeded his expectations. Attempting to detain the opponent would have been an unreasonable demand. Has it finally come to an end? Baron Miller murmured, his gaze distant, as the energy that had coalesced into his armored form dissipated. The battlefield, in a word, was unrecognizable. Scattered limbs and bloodshed painted a scene of desolation. Wade, mounted upon his steed, surveyed the ravaged land, his emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity. Before him lay a sight of utter devastation. Desolation reigned, and among the corpses were fathers, children, and beloved ones. Though this sentiment may seem cliched, it resonated as the most genuine depiction of the moment. Wade was no saint, yet he remained human, capable of experiencing the full spectrum of human emotions. Was it worth the loss of so many lives for a piece of land? Wade questioned himself internally, but reason assured him that it was indeed worthwhile. This land could nurture countless souls. The sacrifices made were merely the necessary toll for reaping the fruits of labor. As a powerful being and a lord, one must comprehend the essence of sacrifice and remain mindful of the larger picture. At that moment, just as all felt the weight lift and breathed a sigh of relief, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. The ground suddenly heaved, and a colossal golden rat emerged from the earth, its formidable presence instantly sending nearby soldiers sprawling. A 4-tiered magical beast, the king of gold-eating mice. Stop it. Wade was the first to notice the anomaly, yet he was regrettably a beat too late. The king of gold-eating mice seemed to have plotted its assault, charging straight for the nearest knight, Rod. Its lengthy tail ensnared Rod's neck with alarming swiftness. A mere tug sent him hurtling through the air, and within mere seconds, Rod was dragged beneath the ground by the king of gold-eating mice. The entire event transpiring in the blink of an eye. Had it not been for the absence of such a large figure, the onlookers might have dismissed it as a mere illusion. In the next moment, Baron Miller arrived before the cavern, launching a powerful punch in an attempt to intercept the fleeing king of the golden mice. However, the impact was evidently negligible. Damn it. We must retreat to the city and regroup. The battlefield can be tidied up later. Baron Miller's expression darkened. He could hardly fathom that they would ultimately suffer the loss of a knight. Although the knight was merely a squire, he was still of noble blood. And every noble in the kingdom is meticulously recorded within their respective provinces. Should a noble die under unnatural circumstances, an envoy would be dispatched to ascertain the cause of death, ensuring that the nobility does not fall victim to murder. There have been instances in the kingdom where higher-ranking nobles assassinated their lower-ranking counterparts over possessions or other grievances, plunging the Philip's kingdom into prolonged turmoil, eroding trust among the aristocracy, fostering mutual suspicion, and giving rise to various factions. In response to such an environment, the kingdom instituted this regulation. Though the accidental death of a squire might seem trivial, should an in-depth investigation ensue, the reasons behind this expansion could be uncovered. At that juncture, matters would become dire indeed. A gold mine, coveted even by the dukes of the kingdom, could spell doom for the Miller family if this incident were to come to light. A strategy must be devised to suppress this matter. Baron Miller contemplated this. But for the time being, it was imperative to reassure the knights and gradually clear the battlefield, which was the most prudent course of action. Meanwhile, Wade and several other knights, upon discovering the uncertain fate of Knight Rod, huddled together, fearful of becoming the next unfortunate victim. Perhaps due to their heightened vigilance, the king of the golden mice did not reappear, as if it had vanished like a fleeting flower, and tranquility was restored. As night deepened, darkness enveloped the land like a curtain, concealing the peace from the stage, leaving only the turbulent undercurrents of human emotion, with no one aware of what another was truly thinking. However, when confronted with the stark reality, all words would lose their worth. Rendered utterly valueless, this truth was what Knight Rod had secured with his life. Within the city of Dawn, a new storm was brewing, while outside, the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood heralded the emergence of new powers, uncertain whether this would incite even more fervent winds in the future. At this very moment, numerous bodies lay piled together. Humanoid creatures, standing approximately 1.78 meters tall and covered in black fur, guarded a singular figure. Their crimson eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty aura, resembling a wild man. Should Wade catch sight of them, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "What the hell? Is that the beast giant Gick?" Chapter 33, The Special Ghoul, A Game of Power. Although their physiques did not belong to the same tier, they shared significant similarities. These humanoid creatures, akin to wild men, were not mere aberrant species or magical beasts, but rather ghouls, specifically, a more advanced type of ghoul. Distinct from those considered mere cannon fodder, they no longer succumb to mere instinct. Instead, they have acquired a semblance of wisdom. Although still relatively feeble, their intellect now rivals that of the wargs. It is precisely due to such an evolution that the ghouls have begun to form nests, fostering a certain degree of civilizational advancement. The figure that guards their midst is undergoing a transformation at this very moment. This particular ghoul, like its kin, possesses a singular distinction. Its gaze is notably more animated than that of its peers. Countless corpses decompose, merging into rivers of crimson, creating an eerie yet astonishing spectacle. As time progresses, the hair of this ghoul falls away at a visible pace. Its skin transitions from a brown hue to a deep, dark red. Its limbs become more proportionate, and its visage sheds some of its gruesomeness, taking on a more human-like quality. However, in comparison to humans, its arms are significantly elongated, reaching down to its knees, adorned with magical runes that shift from red to black. The most striking difference lies at the base of its spine, where four appendages resembling tails emerge. These tails, resplendent in a blood-red hue, exhibit a structure akin to fish scales, pulsating with an energy that suggests a fusion of essence and corporeality. This tail represents the ghoul's racial endowment, akin to how humans, upon attaining the knightly rank, gain the ability to manifest their true body armor, or how orc-like beings may enter an elite tier, acquiring bloodlust or berserker capabilities. Each race possesses distinct abilities and forms at comparable levels of power. A raspy, dry voice emanates from the hairless ghoul, revealing an expression of liberation. It has evolved through the sacrifice of over 10,000 souls, a challenging path for any ghoul. Yet, as I surmised, the higher the ghoul's rank, the more closely its form resembles that of a human. At this juncture, I would be considered a knight among humans, or an elite in the context of other races. It is time to claim a territory that rightfully belongs to me. I hope this first taste of human blood will also be my last. A final act of mercy towards my homeland. The hairless ghoul murmurs as it strips a cloak from the remnants of a human corpse, draping it over its form. To the untrained eye, it appears almost indistinguishable from a human. Meanwhile, the surrounding ghouls prostrate themselves, seemingly celebrating the ascension of their new king. Come, my simple yet loyal kin. A new history is about to be forged. Let us venture northward, where vast hunting grounds await, and there, we shall establish our own court. With the call of the hairless ghoul, dozens of other ghouls hasten to follow their leader. As for the thousands of kin who perished in battle, to them, they are merely expendable resources, just a multitude of ordinary ghouls, destined to be reborn after their demise. To contribute to the new king's cause is a matter of great honor for them, and they should feel privileged. At this moment, a young female crow perched atop a tree, tilting her head as she recorded everything in her memory. Then, in a fleeting motion, she vanished into the darkness. Not only that, at this very instant, the whereabouts of Baron Miller and the old knight Charles were laid bare before the discerning eyes of the female crow. Even the remnants of the werewolf faction, retreating hastily, remained under the watchful gaze of the crow. Meanwhile, Chris, the governor of Casey Town, received a letter from Vide. When Chris retrieved the letter from the young crow, he was taken aback, surprised that his lord possessed the remarkable skill of bird summoning. However, upon perusing the contents of the letter, his expression changed drastically, prompting him to arrange personnel throughout the night and initiate an operation. The following morning, many soldiers were still deep in slumber. After prolonged battles, they were utterly exhausted, finally able to enjoy a sound sleep that allowed them to momentarily forget the passage of time. Yet today was destined to be extraordinary. Although outside the city, thousands of corpses had been reduced to dust overnight, a feat that seemed almost unbelievable. This event paled in comparison to the gravity of the current meeting. At the long table, where there had once been 8 seats, only 7 remained, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Baron Miller occupied the head seat, observing the silent knights around him, lost in thought. On either side of him, Const and Sylph exchanged glances, seemingly aware of the unusual tension. As for the remaining 4, Vide sat quietly, adopting a humble demeanor, ignoring any unspoken cues. After all, among the 7 present, he was the youngest and least influential, thus evading much notice. The old knights Charles and Leonard, however, displayed a united front, evidently aligned in their purpose. In contrast, Tanis remained silent, wearing an expression of frustration and inner turmoil, clearly still grappling with indecision. His gaze shifted toward Vide, in search of a reliable ally, but Vide feigned ignorance, appearing indifferent to the unfolding situation. This left Tanis with a sense of powerlessness, leading him to ultimately resign himself to fate. After a brief silence, Baron Miller poured himself a glass of water and finally spoke. Gentlemen, if there is something to discuss, please do so openly. Harboring secrets is not a commendable habit. If there are matters at hand, let us address them together. The great battle has just concluded, and you all need time to recuperate, so please, speak swiftly. Baron Miller's words were direct, indicating that he had grasped the gravity of the situation. The moment Sir Rod fell, and the gold-eating Mouse King revealed himself, all speculations began to take shape, especially for the old knight Charles, whose tenacity was well understood by Baron Miller. At this juncture, resolving the matter at hand seemed increasingly implausible. No matter how formidable Baron Miller may be, it is inconceivable for him to eliminate all the knights present as a means of silencing them. Such an action would be utterly impractical. As the saying goes, it is better to accommodate than to obstruct. When the soldiers come, let them be met with soldiers. When the waters rise, let them be met with earth. One can only respond to the challenges as they arise. Seeing Baron Miller speak so candidly, Charles smiled, as if he had anticipated the Baron's thoughts. Your Grace speaks too heavily. There is little for us to discuss. However, as one who has experienced this situation, we have lived under your governance for many years, and a foundation of mutual trust has been established. I believe we are quite willing to stand alongside you. Chapter 34, Negotiation. For instance, should you encounter any difficulties, we would be more than happy to assist you in alleviating your troubles. If necessary, we can also offer you some strategic counsel. Returning to the matter of territorial expansion, I trust you are well aware of the implications. The veteran knight, Charles, hinted at deeper meanings without fully revealing them, clearly leaving room for both parties to maneuver and avoiding any immediate confrontation. Tap, tap, tap. Baron Miller's fingers drummed on the table, and aside from that sound, the room fell into a hushed silence, punctuated only by the soft breaths of those present. What is it that you desire, Charles? And you, Sir Vidor and Sir Tanis? What do you seek to gain? These rhetorical questions caused a momentary pause among the assembly. Vidor, remaining remarkably composed, was the first to respond, stating, I am aware of the situation, yet I have no personal demands. As a junior, I will defer to your arrangements. Vidor's statement was clear in its dual implications. First, he was informing Baron Miller that he was well informed and should consider his actions carefully. Second, he indicated that while he possessed knowledge of the events, he would neither support nor oppose any decisions, leaving it entirely to the Baron to determine the course of action. However, he subtly warned against underestimating him, for if pressed, he would not hesitate to rebel. Upon hearing this, Baron Miller nodded slightly, understanding the unspoken message. Tanis echoed Vidor's sentiments, asserting his neutrality in the conflict, but making it clear that should he be asked to remain silent, he too would expect a share of the benefits. With Vidor and Tanis declaring their neutrality, the veteran knight Charles, despite feeling a twinge of anger, chose not to elaborate further, releasing a cold snort to express his dissatisfaction. Sir Leonard, seated beside him, subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Given the circumstances, it was evident that all parties were aware of the underlying truths, and no further pretense was necessary. The veteran knight Charles promptly produced a thick stack of documents, accompanied by several contracts, clearly indicating that he had come prepared. Forgive my audacity, but our desires are quite simple, and I trust you can accommodate them. Firstly, regardless of what resources you may extract during this expansion, the 6 knights present herein ought to receive a portion of the profits. We do not wish to pry into matters beyond our bounds. We merely hope to share in some of the proceeds to compensate for our losses. The second point addresses the significant losses incurred during this expansion, compounded by the fall of the Rod Knight. Therefore, in the new territory, we aspire to augment our existing domain while simultaneously preserving our original lands. The third point stipulates that half of the annual revenue from Dawn City must be equitably distributed among the 6 of us knights, and that our goods shall be exempt from taxation. The fourth point, articulated by the seasoned knight Charles, was a barrage of incisive remarks that laid bare the Baron of Miller's vulnerabilities. Although the Baron maintained a composed facade, his tightly clenched fists betrayed a tempest of emotions simmering beneath the surface. Once Charles concluded his remarks, the Baron feigned a welcoming smile, adopting a conciliatory tone in a bid to mitigate the demands laid before him. For instance, the retention of original territory in the second point was undeniably a self-imposed constraint. Thus, the Baron decisively dismissed this clause, asserting that if he were to acquire more land, it must come at the expense of his existing holdings. Should he agree to such a trade, the Baron could allocate lands that rightfully belonged to the Rod Knight. Charles, recognizing the Baron's resolute stance, acquiesced to this stipulation. Ultimately, this arrangement would yield an area 2.5 times larger than what was originally proposed, an undeniably lucrative deal. Beyond this, the Baron engaged in negotiations concerning taxation and the profit-sharing ratio outlined in the first point. The specifics of the mineral in question were of little concern to them. What mattered was the tangible benefits they could secure. Once the Baron affixed his signature to the contract and invoked the name of the respected one of the White Knight, the reality of the agreement became indisputable. The terms would be fixed and immutable, with not a single copper coin more or less than stipulated. This is the power of a vow. Everything experienced would be genuine and binding under the laws of the world. It must be noted that the nobility possesses a unique aptitude for negotiating the distribution of benefits, leaving no opportunity for the other party to gain an advantage. While lacking the theatricality of envy-driven disputes, it nonetheless resembled a battle of wits among scholars. Each party presented their arguments, delving deeper into the minutiae to secure greater advantages for themselves. When minor issues arose, both engaged in prolonged debates, ultimately reaching a consensus through mutual concession. However, preliminary agreements consumed several hours of deliberation. In the end, a pact was forged. The unidentified mineral would yield a net profit share of 10% for each knight, while the Baron would retain 40%, with distributions occurring on the first of every month. The new region would henceforth be designated as Dawn County, which was broadly divided into 4 territories. The northernmost territory of Dawn County would belong to the seasoned knight Charles, while the western region would be allocated to Tanis, and the eastern section would be the domain of the Knight Lantern. The central area of Dawn County and the outpost town would be jointly managed by Constance Sylph. At this point, the territories of Twilight Domain, with the exception of the Mandala family estate, have all been entirely claimed by Baron Miller, achieving complete dominion. Additionally, the 6 knights within Dawn County enjoy certain tax exemptions and other preferential conditions. They also possess the city of Dawn, receiving a profit dividend of 30 annually, averaging 5 per night, neither too generous nor too meager. As for Wade, although it appears he has suffered losses with no expansion of territory, he has actually secured numerous advantages. For instance, he brokered a transaction with Baron Miller involving an entire commercial street within Dawn City, which, while situated in the city, enjoys a significant degree of autonomy. It is permitted to govern its own security and lease agreements, among other regulations, free from external interference. Even Baron Miller, as the Lord, lacks the authority to forcibly reclaim it. Wade is required to pay a nominal tax annually to maintain ownership. Furthermore, there will be no tax collection from Casey Town this year. The taxes will be collected by the Mandala family, thus liberating Wade from Baron Miller's constraints. In addition, Wade has gained the right to freely trade in any town within Twilight Domain without incurring any taxes for a period of 5 years. Although he sacrificed a substantial amount of territory, he has exchanged it for tangible benefits. For the current Mandala family, what they possess is the true path to power. With impending land reforms, Casey Town is poised for a rebirth next year, leaving insufficient manpower and resources to expand territory, even if vast lands were acquired. Wade does not wish to be confined to a single area. Presently, what the Mandala family requires is recuperation. Chapter 35, each with their own schemes. A preemptive strike to share the spoils. A week later, the battlefield was cleared and all settled down. This expansion, spearheaded by Baron Miller, has reached a temporary conclusion, with all parties achieving their desired gains, marking a satisfactory resolution. Following this, a prolonged period of tranquility is anticipated to digest the recent acquisitions. The knights gradually departed from Dawn City, returning to their respective domains. Within a certain office in Dawn City, Baron Miller leisurely sipped his red tea, appearing in relatively good spirits, seemingly restored to his former languid demeanor. Behind and beside him were 2 alluring young maids, massaging his shoulders and legs, indulging in familial bliss. Meanwhile, he pondered which noblewoman to rendezvous with that evening. "Const, how are matters proceeding?" Upon hearing the Baron's inquiry, Const, who had been standing by, stepped forward and bowed in response. "As per your instructions, we have slowed the pace of mineral extraction. Currently, everything is proceeding smoothly. Monthly profits will be maintained at the standard production level of the copper mine, distributed among the other knights to mitigate our losses. Furthermore, regarding the previous issue with the gold-eating rat swarm, it has been personally addressed by Sir Andrew, the guard commander, who has driven the swarm northward, successfully exterminating nearly half of the lower-tier gold-eating rats. Furthermore, the lifeless body of Sir Rod was discovered yesterday and has since been returned to his territory." Upon receiving the report, Baron Miller nodded slightly, feeling a measure of relaxation wash over him. With this development, a conclusion has been reached, albeit one that deviates somewhat from his initial expectations. Nevertheless, the goal has been achieved. As long as the outcome is favorable, the rest is of little consequence. As for the so-called vows, they are merely a temporary expedient, a means to buy time. Given his character, how could he permit such substantial gains to slip through his fingers? Once the current turmoil subsides and the territory gradually stabilizes, what has been lost will inevitably be reclaimed. At that juncture, those knights who have indulged will be made to relinquish what they have consumed, particularly that old wretch. Charles, does he truly believe that a baron is so easily manipulated? The mere thought of that old Charles fills Baron Miller with vexation, and he has already inscribed Charles's name in his ledger of grievances. Perhaps in the future, he might show mercy to other knights, merely coercing them to forfeit their oaths. But when it comes to Charles, Baron Miller is resolute in his intent to exact retribution. With death, oaths naturally dissipate. Days later, in the town of Cavey, a settlement that once boasted a population nearing 2,000, now a domain of the Rod Cavey Knight, decline has swiftly ensued following Sir Rod's demise in the campaign of conquest, reminiscent of the downfall of the Mandala family. Ordinarily, one would expect Sir Rod's progeny to inherit this territory. However, the complication arose with Sir Rod's wife. No one anticipated, perhaps not even Sir Rod himself, that his spouse had an affair with Baron Miller. The Baron, with his penchant for the affluent, ultimately charmed this woman in her 30s, leading her to willingly concede the territory to him. Thus, she became Baron Miller's foremost mistress. As for Sir Rod's offspring, after a cursory division of assets, they scattered in different directions, leaving them without even a single estate to claim. Devoid of land, They became wandering nobles, and with their titles of knighthood fading away, they were left with little more than their surname. This fate was even more dismal than that of Wade, who at least retained an estate as a territory and held on to his knightly title. Though the circumstances are scandalous, they ultimately faded into obscurity. After all, among the nobility, it is well understood that a nobleman's indulgence in multiple lovers is a widely acknowledged reality. It is said that in the end, several of Sir Rod's children either married into the Miller family or chose to adopt their name. Most of the Cavey family's assets were ultimately absorbed by Baron Miller. Naturally, the spoils did not exclusively benefit Baron Miller. The greatest gains were undoubtedly reaped by Wade. Recently, Governor Chris received a message from Wade, prompting him to swiftly organize a team to recruit individuals from Covey Town. Following the news of Night Rod's fall, many chose to follow Chris, resulting in the departure of nearly 500 people, including skilled artisans such as carpenters, masons, and blacksmiths, who were promptly recruited by Chris. Subsequently, several other knights sent their own men to take away numerous townsfolk. It was akin to a cake being devoured, leaving behind naught but an empty shell. What was once a town of nearly 2,000 residents now dwindled to a mere 300 to 400 elderly and frail individuals. Had it not been for the favor of Baron Miller, it is likely that these vulnerable souls would have been reclaimed by other knights seeking to augment their own populations and replenish their labor force. In the study of Merry Manor, as the deep autumn set in, the fireplace was lit, filling the room with warmth. Wade, as was his custom, reclined in a wooden lounge chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, occasionally feeding his companion, Deadeye. However, the sustenance provided was not ordinary flesh and blood, but rather clusters of black souls, painstakingly gathered from the battlefield. Though their quality was not exceptional, they were better than nothing. After all, one must not be too brazen in such matters. Thus the collection remained limited. A faint cawing of a crow seemed to remind Wade that what he had was insufficient. He craved more. "You little glutton, is this not enough to satiate you? Be cautious, or you might end up as a cream puff," Wade teased while stroking the feathers, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Deadeye tilted its head, a look of innocence adorning its features, as if puzzled by Wade's words. If it could comprehend, it might retort, "I am a male, you perverse creature. You are breaking the law, do you not realize?" Time slipped away unnoticed, and Wade eventually drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he found himself draped in a blanket, with a stack of documents on the round table beside him. Clearly, during his restful slumber, his dependable and mature steward had visited. Wade murmured as he picked up the report from Chris, perusing it page by page. It detailed the recent developments in Casey Town and Merry Manor. Firstly, regarding Merry Manor, the original 300 acres of land had expanded to 1,000 acres following over a month of cultivation. The population had also increased to over 300, many of whom had migrated from Covey Town, primarily farmers tending to the estate's crops. In addition, concerning the cultivation of flax, Chris projected that formal planting would commence in early next year, with sowing in March and the first harvest anticipated in July. In the latter half of the year, another round of planting could take place, likely maturing by early November, ensuring 2 harvests within a year. Chapter 36, Steady Development. Little Diego. Such is the current state of Merry Manor. Next, the report will address the recent developments in Casey Town. Due to Vate's lucrative trade in Wendigo slaves, the reform efforts in Casey Town progressed remarkably well. The first step involved the nationalization of commerce. All commercial establishments within Casey Town were confiscated, which cost Vate a considerable sum to reclaim the land. Subsequently, these businesses were leased to craftsmen who had migrated from Cavey Town. The basic needs of Casey Town were thus preliminarily met, ensuring that they would no longer be incapable of producing even a single iron spearhead. Furthermore, the population of Casey Town had rebounded to approximately 1,200 residents, with vast tracts of wasteland being cultivated. It is anticipated that next year, land reforms will be officially implemented, resulting in the complete nationalization of all arable land, with each household receiving an equal share of farmland. The total area for cultivation is expected to reach around 5,000 acres, guaranteeing that every family in Casey Town will have sufficient sustenance year after year. In any realm, it is essential for the lower classes to be well-fed and adequately clothed, as their well-being forms a solid foundation. A robust foundation fosters greater cohesion among the populace, ensuring loyalty to the land's sovereign. Unlike the neighboring Cavey Town, where the populace scattered like birds upon the fall of their lord, the people of Casey Town would remain united. They believed that even deities exist solely through the faith of their followers. Thus, he regarded the welfare of the people as the bedrock of enduring prosperity. He envisioned a place where the populace could live without worries, A veritable paradise that remains unchanged through the ages. As the saying goes, a nation thrives when its people are at peace, and a deity exists through the faith of its beings. Moments later, as Vade set aside the documents, he found himself enveloped in a state of both excitement and tranquility. All that was needed now was time to accumulate progress. Time is the catalyst for all advancement, Vade murmured, gazing through the expansive windows, as if he could glimpse the future rise of Casey Town. Indeed, it was time for Chris to organize a commercial guild, ensuring that the entirety of the commercial street in Dawn City would not go to waste. On December 31st, 8977, the final day of the year, snow began to fall from the heavens, blanketing the ground in a delicate layer of white. Within the confines of the Merry Manor, a small evening gathering was underway, celebrating the conclusion of the year and welcoming the promise of a brighter future in the coming year. As the host, Vade was naturally the recipient of numerous toasts. However, it was not long before he became thoroughly intoxicated, requiring the assistance of Alsace to escort him back to his chamber. In Vade's absence, the atmosphere became even more vibrant, with the attendees experiencing a significant reduction in their stress, leading to a more relaxed ambience. Among those present at the gathering were the Diego family, comprising both grandfather and grandson, alongside their relatives, several representatives of the military, and administrative personnel who had been promoted by Chris. Though these individuals held modest positions, they had all demonstrated remarkable achievements throughout the year. Vade is indifferent to their identities. On the contrary, he continues to elevate them. Through the trials of warfare, these soldiers have shed blood for him. The Chris family remains wholly devoted to the Mandela household, effectively stabilizing the current situation. These individuals are indeed meritorious, and thus Vade generously bestows his praises upon them, unabashedly showcasing his magnanimity. By leveraging their influence, he seeks to convey his lordship's benevolence to a broader populace, encouraging more to fight on his behalf. Simultaneously, this serves to solidify his foundation and cultivate his first circle of trusted confidants. In a secluded corner of the banquet, Alsace and Diego quietly observe this scene, savoring the roasted meat on their plates. It is a sensation known as happiness, tranquil, serene, and imbued with hope. The two remain silent, simply absorbing the warmth of the moment. Diego is filled with reflections, contrasting sharply with his past sentiments. Previously, he had encountered certain noble figures whose arrogance, debauchery, and reckless behavior left a lasting impression. Initially, Diego may have revered Vade solely for his formidable strength, that individual prowess igniting within him a sense of aspiration and respect, which had long fueled his ambitions. However, now it is Vade's character and noble persona that command his admiration, for it is such elevated qualities that truly deserve reverence. This approachable nobleman is a novelty for Diego. Perhaps Vade Mandela, this rarely seen young lord, truly stands apart. He does not exude an air of superiority. Rather, he is affable and accessible. Perhaps this is one reason why his grandfather Chris is willing to follow Lord Vade. Diego muses, reminiscing about the time when Casey Town was under the rule of Baron Miller. During that period, he could only perceive the numbness, emptiness, and confusion about the future in the lives of the people. Yet, in just a few months, he has sensed a glimmer of hope for a better future in these humble citizens, their eyes now filled with fulfillment and contentment. In the soldiers' eyes, there is a profound sentiment of camaraderie, a willingness to draw their swords for a cause they believe in. Among the administrative personnel, there is a readiness to serve the public selflessly. This has planted a seed of hope in Diego's heart. Moreover, over the past few months, Diego has diligently studied various subjects, from the history of the Philips Kingdom to agriculture, architecture, and craftsmanship, as well as a plethora of extraordinary knowledge. He has passed Alsace's preliminary tests, for studying is infinitely easier than warfare. If Diego were unable to commit to earnest study, it is unlikely that he would achieve great heights in the future, rendering Alsace's efforts in nurturing him unworthy. However, in the following 3 months, Diego shall endure the merciless training imposed by Alsace. Learning represents a preliminary acknowledgement of Diego's patience, while combat serves as a test of his perseverance. During these upcoming months, I shall exert every effort to spur you on, hoping you do not disappoint me. Are you prepared? Alsace gazed at the young lad before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Diego returned the smile and nodded vigorously. I am ready at any moment. I shall prove to you and Lord Vade that your decision is indeed the right one. Chapter 37. I fared poorly, yet achieved a breakthrough. At dawn, a pristine expanse of white greeted the eyes. Sunlight streamed through the window, caressing Vade's face as his gray eyes slowly opened, revealing a long-lost sense of ease. Recently, Idleness had become a delightful indulgence, and reclining in leisure was a luxury. If only a few beautiful companions could join him, would that not be the pinnacle of joy? Leaning languidly against the headboard, Vade's mind began to wander. As the saying goes, sated and warm, one's desires awaken. In hunger and cold, the heart turns to theft. Now, with the elderly steward Alsace managing the merry manor and Chris overseeing Casey Town, all was well. As the lord of the estate, could he not enjoy the fruits of his labor? Moreover, having lived a second life, he ought to relish it even more. Was he to toil as he did in his past life, like a beast of burden? Absolutely not. Since he had ascended to nobility in this life, he should embody the essence of a nobleman. At times, excessive pursuit of desires only breeds discontent. He could take a cue from Baron Miller, who enjoyed countless clandestine romances. Observing how others lived so freely, why fret over trivial matters when one is experiencing pleasure? As Vade pondered, a sense of clarity enveloped him. After all, life is about seeking a carefree existence. To excessively suppress one's nature and desires would be akin to becoming a sage. Vade had no intention of becoming a sage. He merely sought a life of ease, joy, and unending delight. Having reached this epiphany, Vade rose to wash, eat, and read. Though these actions appeared ordinary, he engaged in them with profound focus. Each task, even the simple act of squeezing toothpaste or chewing food, became imbued with purity, as if he were savoring the very process itself. This transformation of mindset allowed Vade to immerse himself in a peculiar aura. His long-standing bottleneck gradually began to loosen, leading to a natural breakthrough. On January 1st, 8978 of the Dark Era, on the very first day of the new year, Vade, who had been stuck as a mid-tier night attendant for 3 long years, successfully ascended to the rank of high-tier night attendant. At this moment, Vade Mandela was merely 18 years old, a high-tier night attendant. Such talent was rare within the entire Phillips kingdom, akin to a phoenix among mere chickens. At the Merry Manor, within the training grounds. Since the conclusion of the Expansion War, this modest training ground has undergone a significant reconstruction. The area has expanded several-fold, now encompassing the size of a standard football field, surrounded by a low wall of crushed stone, measuring 60 centimeters in height. Additionally, a military storage facility has been erected nearby to accommodate equipment and training resources, ensuring a well-rounded infrastructure. Within the training ground, following the directives provided by Wide, distinct zones have been delineated for real combat scenarios, endurance training, and comprehensive exercises. This setup can simultaneously cater to 300 individuals, which suffices for current needs. In the aftermath of the war, Wide's military force has dwindled to a mere 38 soldiers, suffering heavy casualties. In honor of the fallen, Wide has bestowed upon them the utmost privileges, with compensation awarded at 3 times the standard rate of the kingdom's military. For an ordinary family, this sum can be a considerable fortune, enough to sustain a household of 3 for several years without worry. Furthermore, the families of the deceased are given priority for employment opportunities, such as positions as servants at the Merry Manor, or the chance to apprentice with skilled artisans. Those capable of writing may also secure administrative roles in Casey Town after passing Chris's assessments, thus facilitating a leap in social class. These tangible policies have significantly bolstered Wide's standing among the populace, fostering an even stronger sense of belonging. With the citizens living in peace and prosperity, it is only natural that they would rally behind him. Young individuals who were once reluctant to enlist are now eager to fight for this familiar yet enigmatic lord. Moreover, with the influx of people migrating from Carvey Town, Wide has successfully replenished his ranks. Alongside the original 38 soldiers, the total strength has now reached 130. With seasoned veterans appointed as captains, the formation consists of 10-man squads, 30-man platoons, and 100-man companies. Of these, Wide intends to meticulously train 30 individuals to form an elite guard, his trump card. The remaining 100 will constitute the standing army, designated as the First Company, responsible for the defense of Casey Town. Additionally, there will be a mandatory 3-month training period each year at Merry Manor to ensure the combat readiness of this force. This outlines the preliminary military framework that Wide has established within his domain. At this moment, Alsace is rigorously training the soldiers, while a short, stout figure lags behind the formation. Diego, hurry and catch up. Must we run another lap because of your slothfulness? Pick up the pace. Swing your arms. Faster. Faster. Yes, sir. Diego gritted his teeth, his face flushed with exertion, enduring discomfort as he hastened to close the gap with the advancing line. Observing this scene, Alsace allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. In the pursuit of extraordinary prowess, The strength of one's will is indeed a crucial factor in determining future accomplishments. Similarly, as a competent soldier, unwavering determination and an indomitable spirit are the foundations of being a qualified military personnel. Even when the snowflakes drift down from the sky and the weather is harsh, it is precisely during such times that one's iron will is most effectively tempered. Just endure for another 10 laps, and then you may rest. However, should anyone fall behind, it would be regrettable. The entire team. An additional 10 laps as a penalty. Yes, Commander. The squad responded with a resounding shout, maintaining their formation without a hint of disorder, advancing at a steady pace. They were cooperating seamlessly, ensuring that no one was left behind, even deliberately slowing down to allow Diego to catch up. The essence of the military lies in its unwavering commitment. No one is abandoned, and no one is forsaken. This team has evidently grasped the concept of unity, which is the true intent of their training, rather than mere physical exertion. Beyond this unit, the other soldiers were engaged in practical training and comprehensive drills under the guidance of squad leaders or platoon leaders. The entire training ground was filled with enthusiasm and vitality. In the northern region of KC Town, a reorganization has transformed it into an administrative zone. The permanent military camp and the administrative hall are situated here, serving as the core management hub of KC Town. Within the reception area on the second floor of the administrative hall, Chris was engaged in casual conversation with several familiar faces. However, rather than mere chatting, it was more akin to mutual probing. These individuals were the proprietors of the merchant guild that recently supported KC Town, and their gathering was naturally centered on the future interests of the town. After all, assistance is not rendered without expectation. Tangible benefits must be seen in return. Chapter 38. The formation of the Elysium Merchant Guild. Governor Chris rather audaciously inquired, I have heard that Lord Vade has acquired Dawn City, along with ownership of an entire commercial street. Is this news true? What a coincidence. I have also heard of this matter. We have exerted considerable effort to maintain the operations of KC Town, depleting a significant amount of our savings. If this is indeed true, I wonder how Lord Vade plans to compensate us. Indeed, we have rendered substantial assistance to Lord Vade. Yet it has been quite some time without any acknowledgement from him. Would you not agree, Governor Chris? The merchants exchanged words, subtly indicating that the time had come to divide the benefits. They were also hinting to Chris that it was he who had sought their assistance initially, and now, in the division of the spoils, he ought to advocate for a larger share on their behalf. This exemplifies the intricate entanglements and negotiations between commerce and politics, representing the second battlefield beyond mere force, requiring equal caution and prudence. In response to the implications from his old acquaintances, Chris leisurely sipped his hot tea, feigning ignorance to their insinuations. He maintained a demeanor of utmost seriousness, embodying a professional approach. This was not a case of Chris turning his back on those who had helped him, but rather a reflection of his character, distinguishing between public duty and private affairs with clarity and integrity. Esteemed friends, having known each other for many years, you are likely familiar with my character. As the Chief Executive Officer, I shall ensure a fair and equitable distribution from a public perspective, a fact you should all recognize. From a private standpoint, I will not show favoritism, yet I will also not permit any injustice. Therefore, I kindly ask you to remain patient as I convey the matters at hand before you make your own decisions. Upon hearing this, several business leaders exchanged glances, silently nodding in agreement. In this world, merchants can be categorized into two distinct types. The first are ordinary merchants, who rely solely on their own efforts. While it is relatively easy for them to sustain their families, they remain perpetually confined to the lower echelons. The aristocracy monopolizes extraordinary knowledge, wielding immense individual power to govern the state. Thus, ordinary merchants can never ascend on their own. The second type are those who align themselves with a noble, becoming their loyal vassals. Even the humblest knight possesses a level of authority that merchants cannot hope to attain. Therefore, these business leaders are eager to seize this opportunity to attach themselves to the grand vessel that is wide, for that is their true intent. Without this connection, how could they wholeheartedly support KC Town based merely on my words? All of this revolves around the principle of prioritizing interests. Once I had stabilized the business leaders, I then slowly revealed our purpose, which aligns with the plans previously conceived by Wide. In accordance with Lord Mandala's vision, the Mandala family intends to use KC Town and Meili Manor as a foundation to connect to Tuahuang Town, Dawn City, and Deck Town, thereby establishing a commercial route. Consequently, Lord Wide has decided to organize a new chamber of commerce. You, who have previously aided KC Town, have earned Lord Wide's profound gratitude and are welcome to join this initiative. However, the chamber currently lacks a manager, necessitating your competition to demonstrate your worth. Whoever can satisfy Lord Wide will be exceptionally recruited as a retainer. Their offspring will have the opportunity for cultivation under Lord Wide, much like my grandson Diego, who is currently studying under Lord Alsace. In the future, there may even be a glimmer of hope to escape the confines of commonality. As my words concluded, a flurry of pleas erupted. Esteemed Chief Executive Officer Chris, please allow me to participate. I will not disappoint the esteemed knight. Get aside, you insolent fool. Chief Executive Officer Chris, please let me in. I am the most suitable candidate. They are merely a bunch of roughnecks. None possess my intellect. Silence, all of you. This is my Chamber of Commerce, the largest here, and it is I who shall lead. Chief Executive Officer Chris, I am willing to undertake this great responsibility. They are hardly worthy of consideration. Bah, you think you're so impressive? All talk and no substance, a mere facade. Your Excellency Governor Chris, take a glance at me, compact yet formidable. Though our merchant guild is modest, it comprises the elite. Choose me, choose me. The guild leaders erupted into a cacophony, a genuine display of animosity. As the quarrel escalated, tempers flared, leading to physical altercations. A group of men in their 30s and 40s engaged in a brawl akin to a scuffle among women, disregarding their appearances entirely. Such an opportunity to alter one's fate is not to be forsaken by anyone. It was as if a horde of mistresses were vying for the rightful place, or like a coven of imperial consorts embroiled in a ruthless palace intrigue for the title of queen. Observing their tumultuous exchange, Chris remained unperturbed, refraining from interference, exuding an air of composure. The more fervently they fought, the more authentic their desperation became, leaving no room for reconciliation. Once their skirmish reached a crescendo, Chris intervened. Mere shouting here cannot validate your worth. His words rendered them momentarily speechless, attentively awaiting his decree. Henceforth, you shall relocate your enterprises to Casey Town, where I shall reserve a designated area for you. I will personally oversee the integration of the guilds and facilitate the formation of a new merchant organization, subsequently assigning you relevant tasks. The evaluation period shall span 1 year, during which you are to demonstrate your value to the fullest. After a year, Lord Wade himself will select the guild's administrators. Furthermore, those not chosen need not despair, as long as you remain loyal to the Mandela family. You may still hold the position of steward in the new guild. Therefore, let us strive for the Mandela family and offer your hearts. Indeed, Your Excellency Governor Chris. The guild leaders echoed in unison. Their expressions varied, yet hints of joy were evident, for they recognized that Chris had extended a modicum of goodwill, albeit rooted in the interests of the Mandela family. Chris waved his hand, silencing their flattery, as such tactics held no sway over him. The name of the new guild, as determined by Lord Wade, shall be the Guild of Bliss. The sole purpose of the guild is to provide the world with ultimate joy, to illuminate the grandeur of the Mandela family and the eternal ideal of bliss, to propagate Lord Wade's unparalleled vision. Chapter 39, Summary and Planning. Time swiftly elapses. The harsh winter recedes, and the arrival of spring breathes vitality into the air. The snow gradually melts, transforming into babbling brooks that quietly nourish the land. In a fleeting moment, the date has arrived, March 3rd, 8978 of the dark calendar. The advent of spring has invigorated Casey Town once more. Amidst the continuous toil of the fields, farmers are eagerly sowing their spring crops, anticipating a bountiful harvest, with fervent hopes for prosperity in their hearts. Occasionally, the merchant caravans, adorned with banners of black and white wings, traverse the roads. At the center of these banners lies the emblem of a raven accompanied by a sword and shield. This is the insignia of the Elysium Trading Company, and the passage of these carriages signifies the rapid circulation of wealth within Casey Town. Everything flourishes, creating a sanctuary of tranquility. Within the grounds of Mary Manor, the newly cultivated fields have expanded significantly, resulting in an increase in livestock. A few oxen toil alongside farmers, dragging iron plows through the fertile earth. The first batch of flax has been sown this year, with the remainder awaiting fruition. The estate's central residence is undergoing expansion, adding a third-story dome that enhances its aesthetic appeal. Furthermore, a new courtyard has been established, and the existing stables have been enlarged several times over, along with the addition of a horse training ground spanning over 10 acres. Although high-level war horses may not be bred here, there is certainly an abundance of draft horses suitable for hauling goods. When necessary, these draft horses can also serve as war horses, albeit with diminished effectiveness and limited carrying capacity. At this moment, within the newly constructed third-story dome, the original study has been relocated here, transforming it into both a private training space for Wade and a personal treasury. Reclining in a leisure chair crafted from century-old bloodwood, Wade exudes an air of languor before the grand windows. Since his breakthrough, he has maintained this state of ease for 3 months, not out of despair, but rather enveloped in a serene contentment that brings comfort and peace. "What news do we have to report?" Wade inquired, casting a glance at Alsace and Diego, who stood behind him, before returning to his reading, occasionally flipping through the pages with a reading stick. The elderly steward, Alsace, adjusted his monocle and began to elucidate the transformations within the territory and the recent financial situation. Currently, the expansion of Merry Manor is nearly complete, with only the weaving workshop still in planning, expected to be finished by June. Spring planting is underway and progressing normally, with a bountiful harvest anticipated in June, leading to the production of the first batch of fabric by July. Additionally, the Elysium Trading Company has successfully consolidated its operations, establishing outposts in Wildstown, Dawn City, and Dirktown. Commercial Street No. 6 in Dawn City has been entrusted to the Elysium Trading Company and is undergoing renovations, projected to be operational by May. Moreover, the 1st Brigade has concluded its 3-month training regimen and has returned to Casey Town to undertake garrison duties. The Guard unit has completed its initial phase of training and has been equipped in accordance with the standards of the Royal Army. The cost for each individual soldier amounts to approximately 100 gold coins, encompassing a complete set of premium light armor and a finely crafted knight's longsword, totaling an expenditure of 3,000 gold coins. Next, let us delve into the financial summary. Last year, the agricultural net income of Casey Town and Merry Manor amounted to approximately 1,800 gold coins. Additionally, the taxes collected from Casey Town were calculated at 15% per household, resulting in a total of 427 gold coins. With the establishment of the Bliss Trading Company, several smaller guilds contributed a collection of handicrafts valued at around 1,000 gold coins. In total, this sums up to approximately 3,200 gold coins. After deducting the expenditures from recent months, the treasury currently retains a reserve of 2,000 gold coins. This, then, outlines the present changes and financial status within the territory. Completing his report, Alsace stepped back, patiently awaiting Weed's command. Upon hearing this, Weed turned his head, stifling a yawn, fully aware of the current situation. In his private vault, he possessed an additional 2,000 gold coins, combined with the treasury's reserves. This brought his total to nearly 4,000 gold coins, a sum deemed surplus. Such surplus, naturally, should not remain idle. It ought to be utilized to bolster one's strength, which is the essence of governance. Coincidentally, Weed had also enjoyed a period of rest for nearly half a year. It was high time he ventured out for a change of scenery. Thus, he issued a command to Alsace. "Alsace, instruct Chris to promptly arrange for an available trading caravan. I shall grant him 3 days for preparation. This time, I intend to journey to Onua City to procure a batch of goods. For the time being, I entrust the affairs of the territory to you and Chris. Diego will accompany me as my bodyguard, along with the escort team tasked with protection. Remember to arrange for a guide." "Very well, my lord," Alsace replied with a bow, signaling for Diego to step forward. On another note regarding Diego, he has successfully passed my 6-month assessment, and I believe he possesses the qualifications to become a knight. "Oh." A subtle smile graced Weed's face as he regarded Diego with keen interest. Indeed, compared to 6 months ago, Diego now appeared more resolute, shedding some of his youthful naivety, gradually maturing and growing taller. Although he remained within the realm of an ordinary person, Weed could distinctly sense that Diego had developed a solid foundation. The very rhythm of Diego's breath hinted at a subtle flow of elemental energy, albeit different from genuine breathing techniques. Yet, it was sufficient to refine the youth's physique, which was fundamental for Diego's ability to triumph over a soldier despite his tender age. "It seems Alsace holds you in high regard. He has taught you well." Weed chuckled lightly, evoking a warm sense of familiarity in Diego. "Since Alsace has recognized your potential, it signifies that your character is undoubtedly sound. Now, Diego, if you were granted the strength of a knight, how would you wield such power? I wish to hear your most genuine thoughts." Weed's inquiry was both a test and a source of amusement for himself, as he eagerly anticipated the response from the young boy before him. Diego scratched his head, appearing somewhat bashful as he lowered his gaze and softly uttered, "I deeply admire you and aspire to become someone like you. If I were to possess such power, I would hope to use it to protect the people, just as you do. I also dream of creating a utopia free from worries and pressures, where everyone can live freely and without a care. This is, at this very moment, my most genuine thought. Lord Weidman, please accept my loyalty." Chapter 40. The Art of Breathing. The Essence of Nobility. Having spoken, Diego bowed his head, awaiting an uncertain outcome. He dared not look up at Weed, fearing that the efforts of the past 6 months might dissolve into nothingness, and he was reluctant to envision the disappointment in his grandfather Chris's eyes. The innocence of youth is a predominant theme in the journey of growth, and self-acceptance marks the hallmark of maturity. Weed gently tapped his fingers, a subtle glimmer of approval gleaming in his eyes. In that moment, he acknowledged Diego's aspirations. It is often the purest of obsessions that reveal the most precious potential. Weed slowly rose, seized the knight's sword from its stand, and an air of authority enveloped him. "Kneel and pledge your oath." Diego trembled, a whirlwind of excitement and anticipation coursing through him. He realized that Lord Weed had recognized him. "As you command, my lord," Diego replied, gradually kneeling, bowing his head. "And swore, I, Diego, with the eternal night as my witness and in the presence of the White Knight Sovereign, hereby offer my everlasting loyalty to Lord Weidman. I shall devote my life to uphold this oath. May the White Knight endure, unchanging through the ages." As the vow concluded, Weed drew the knight's sword and placed it upon Diego's shoulder. "In the presence of the White Knight Sovereign, I, Weidman, accept Diego's fealty and establish this commitment. In the future, I shall guide Diego to witness the paradise of eternal peace." As the final note resonated, a pure white light radiated from the two, signifying the oath's activation. Should the oath be broken, their souls and bodies would be claimed by the White Knight Sovereign, and life would meet its end. Diego slowly lifted his gaze. Though he felt no immediate change within, an inexplicable sensation informed him that this man before him would be his sole pursuit in life. "Rise, Diego. The gateway to extraordinary power is now opening for you." Weed helped the young man to his feet and then shifted a vase on the bookshelf. The shelves began to contract and align, revealing a hidden door, Weed's private treasury, the place where the Mandela family stored their precious treasures. Weed led the way, with Alsace and Diego following closely behind. As the three entered, the bookshelf began to restore itself. Subsequently, a mechanism akin to an elevator commenced its operation, with chains beginning to glide as the three individuals descended gradually. This device was ingeniously concealed, a contingency left by Wade's parents during their lifetime. Wade had expanded and extended this passage based on its original design, relocating the entrance of the mechanism to the dome of the 3rd floor. The private vault lay 30 meters beneath the ground. In a short while, the sensation of weightlessness dissipated, and the trio arrived at the bottom, where a relatively spacious passage greeted their eyes. Wade stepped forward first, igniting an oil lamp and proceeding deeper into the corridor. Upon reaching the end of the passage, he pressed a stone brick, causing a stone wall before them to rise slowly, revealing a secret chamber. Within the chamber, several natural crystals provided illumination, preventing it from appearing dismal. At the center of the room stood a suit of plate armor and a knight's lance, the very high-quality equipment Wade had donned previously. Additionally, on either side of the chamber, several wooden racks displayed an assortment of books, scrolls, and large wooden chests. "This is my private vault, the entirety of the Mandala family's remaining legacy. Diego, you are the 3rd person to arrive here." Upon hearing this, Diego slightly bowed, expressing his respect. "Thank you for your trust, my lord. I shall not disappoint you." Wade merely smiled, retrieving 3 copper boxes from a nearby shelf, each containing a scroll. These 3 scrolls detailed the 3 breathing techniques currently available to the Mandala family, allowing Diego to choose at his discretion. The first technique, the flame line breathing method, mastered by Alsace, could condense fire attribute combat energy, boasting balanced capabilities with a notable offensive edge. It could be developed to the level of a high-ranking knight squire. But to ascend further, one would need to seek more advanced breathing methods. The second technique was the feather line breathing method, capable of condensing wind attribute combat energy, excelling in speed and offense, but lacking in personal defense. Similar to the flame line method, it could only be cultivated to the high-ranking knight's squire level. The final technique, known as the mad lion breathing method, was an attribute-less technique emphasizing physical enhancement, balanced in all aspects without any pronounced strengths. It was also the only breathing technique within the Mandala family that could be developed to the knight level. However, this method had its drawbacks, as it could adversely affect one's mental state. After listening to Wade's explanation, Diego's gaze fell upon the 3 scrolls, his expression revealing a hint of conflict. Each of these breathing methods possessed distinct advantages and disadvantages, leaving him in a quandary, as he desired all 3. "I humbly request my lord to guide me on this matter." Seeing Diego defer the decision to him, Wade pondered deeply. "The mad lion breathing method is not suitable for you. Its side effects are too significant. My father suffered from its repercussions, which ultimately affected his mind. Upon reaching the pinnacle of knightly status, he was met with a backlash, ultimately resulting in a failed breakthrough, leaving him eternally ensnared in the realm of high-level knightly attendance. The flame lion breathing technique is excessively fierce, whereas the feathered lion breathing technique is comparatively gentle and more accessible for beginners. After listening, Diego comprehended Wade's intention and ultimately opted for the feathered lion breathing technique. He believed that the agility of the feathered lion breathing technique was evidently more suited to his nature. After all, the wind embodies freedom. Does it not align perfectly with his aspirations? By the way, my lord, may I inquire what breathing technique you practice? Diego suddenly asked Wade. Having never witnessed Wade manifest his fighting spirit, Wade returned the copper box to its original position, a faint smile gracing his face. And he had no qualms about addressing the inquiry. What I cultivate is, naturally, the mad lion breathing technique, as it is the sole method capable of elevating one to knight status. Why is that? Did you not mention that the side effects are too severe? Diego scratched his head, astonished. Indeed, the side effects are considerable, and I harbor a genuine fear that the mad lion breathing technique could adversely affect my mental state. However, there is no alternative. As a noble knight, safeguarding the stability of my domain comes at a cost. Nobility is defined not merely by the monopoly of extraordinary knowledge and power, but it is the act of guardianship that truly establishes noble identity. Protecting the vulnerable from suffering is both the duty and pride of a noble, who possesses both the resolve and honor inherent to their station. At least, this is how I understand it. Chapter 41. The Invisible Weapon, Most Lethal. Upon hearing this, both Diego and Alsace could not help but feel profound admiration for Wade. For such magnanimity and grace are what merit their allegiance and inspire them to lay down their lives. I am enlightened, my lord. Diego bowed deeply, a gesture of respect towards Wade. Wade waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of indifference, as if to convey, it is but a trivial matter. This is simply my duty as a lord. As he observed their reverent gazes, Wade turned away, adopting a posture of detached superiority, which only served to elevate his stature further. Though ignorant of the meaning behind this gesture, Diego felt an inexplicable sense of awe. Henceforth, this figure would be forever etched in his memory. Unbeknownst to them, the seemingly optimistic and burden-bearing lord was, in truth, untouched by the influences of the mad lion breathing technique. His comments were merely Wade's attempt to project an air of profundity. In reality, this was largely attributed to the art of necromancy. The mad lion breathing technique, true to its name, indeed leads to a gradual descent into madness and collapse of reason as one progresses. Conversely, the practice of necromancy cultivates a cold, unfeeling demeanor, ultimately resulting in the loss of all emotions, reducing one to a soulless entity. By a remarkable twist of fate, the simultaneous cultivation of both techniques astonishingly neutralized the adverse effects, proving that two negatives can yield a positive outcome. This is also why Wade, after years of cultivation, appears just like an ordinary person. Wade once speculated that his rather unremarkable parents must have been aware of this effect, which is why they risked their lives to seize the art of necromancy. As for Arthas, he has always believed it to be a natural gift. Thus, he can easily suppress the side effects of the frenzied lion's breath technique. Moments later, Wade retrieved an exquisite treasure box from another wooden rack. Inside, 3 magical beast cores lay, emanating a soft glow. These are first-level magical beast cores, containing pure extraordinary power, and I present them to you as a gift. With this, I believe you will awaken your fighting spirit in no time and officially embark on the path of the extraordinary. Thank you, my lord. I will utilize it well. Diego accepted the magical core with utmost seriousness, devoid of any pretense. Subsequently, Wade turned his gaze toward the old steward, Arthas, and handed him another magical beast core. This one is for you. Your loyalty and hard work over the years deserve recognition. Consider this a token of my appreciation. Though this core is not of the highest grade, it is given with heartfelt intention. Please accept it. Arthas opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately accepting the gift. For the Mandera family, this is what I ought to do. The master and servant exchanged a knowing smile, conveying unspoken understanding. Having completed this exchange without excessive formality, the trio began their journey back. Along the way, Wade enlightened Diego about various aspects of the extraordinary world. He explained the classification of magical beasts, which ranges from 1 to 10, categorized into 10 distinct levels. Levels 1 to 3 are known as low-tier magical beasts, 4 to 6 as mid-tier, 7 to 9 as high-tier, and level 10 as extraordinary magical beasts. Corresponding to human ranks, these levels equate to Squire, Knight, Land Knight, and Sky Knight. The titles for various other races are Bloodline Warrior, Elite, Warlord, and Commander. Additionally, items and equipment bear corresponding rank classifications. According to Wade's current knowledge, these can broadly be categorized as crude, fine, high quality, outstanding, exceptional, extraordinary, and epic. Crude equipment is typically employed by nobles to arm militia, possessing barely acceptable combat capabilities. Such forces generally belong to the kingdom's second and third-tier armies, primarily tasked with maintaining regional security and garrison duties. The kingdom's main battle forces and first-tier regular armies are extensively equipped with fine-grade gear, though some nobles may possess a limited amount. High-quality equipment is generally associated with squires or advanced commanders, marking a significant turning point. The quality of gear markedly improves, often featuring unique properties or special effects. Outstanding grade equipment corresponds to knight level, while exceptional grade gear pertains to land knights. Continuing in this manner, the wealth required for equipment at each level increases geometrically. It is rumored that the Phillips royal family has inherited an epic weapon known as the Last Whisper. This unique artifact disregards defenses and can strike directly at the soul, reputedly capable of shattering anything and effortlessly vanquishing formidable foes of the celestial knight caliber. Although these are merely rumors, they indirectly attest to the formidable nature of epic-level equipment, which can truly be regarded as divine weaponry. 3 days hence, a caravan under the auspices of the Blissful Merchant Association departed from the Merry Manor. This expedition consisted of 7 carriages, manned by over 50 individuals. After accounting for the 30-member escort, the remainder comprised various servants. Such an arrangement was deemed sufficient to ensure the caravan's safe arrival in Newen City. Newen City serves as the provincial capital of the northern province of Tuwolf, the thriving heart of the region's economy. Currently, the Earl of Gold, Mateus Goldrun, holds the position of governor of northern Tuwolf. The Goldrun family, which supports him, stands as the most powerful and prosperous lineage within the province. Over 30 years ago, it was under the leadership of the Earl of Gold that the expansionist wars were initiated, leading to the establishment of northern Tuwolf. This illustrates the Goldrun family's martial prowess, characterized by their aggressive and cunning nature, synonymous with their name. Considering the journey, it will take at least half a month to traverse from Twilight Territory to Newen City. The route demands passage through a barony, a viscounty, and the domains of numerous knights. For an ordinary caravan, the tolls collected at these checkpoints would amount to a substantial sum. While individual tariffs are modest, the sheer number of checkpoints accumulates to a considerable expense. However, for a merchant association affiliated with nobility, the situation is markedly different. They enjoy priority passage through most checkpoints and are exempt from customs duties, one of the fundamental privileges of the aristocracy. Since the establishment of the Blissful Merchant Association, the low-ranking servants have begun to feel a sense of superiority wherever they go. Although excessive pride may not be desirable, Weeder relishes this development. It is only by witnessing the contrast with their past that these common folk can truly appreciate who has bestowed dignity upon them. Chapter 42, The Guide Spike. An encounter with bandits. This not only significantly enhances the cohesion of the association, but also elevates their loyalty, fostering a genuine reverence for Weeder. Coupled with the association's fluid nature, this further amplifies his renown, disseminating the ideals of carefree bliss and attracting those who find themselves at an impasse, thus perpetually strengthening the organization. This is the outcome Weeder truly yearns to witness. At this moment, within the carriage, a middle-aged, portly man named Spike was meticulously planning the route for Weeder. Spike's rotund physique exuded a certain comedic flair, accentuated by a gleaming gold tooth that hinted at a merchant's cunning. He was the guide chosen by Chris for this expedition and the proprietor of one of the merging joyful trade guilds, currently serving as an executive responsible for the operations of the outpost in the frontier town. My lord, I have meticulously planned the itinerary for you. I kindly request your review, and should you have any requirements, I can promptly make adjustments, Spike stated, presenting the prepared document to Wade while simultaneously elucidating its details. My lord, our first destination will be the territory of Barren Blue Lake, where we shall take a brief respite in the main city of Blue Lake. It is said that the scenery there is breathtaking, with a resort estate situated along the lake's shore. The maidens of the estate are widely celebrated as lake fairies. If one were to encapsulate their essence in a single phrase, it would be hips broader than shoulders. For a modest fee, you can indulge in an unparalleled experience that promises to rejuvenate both body and spirit. Thus, the name Blue Lake has become renowned throughout the northern provinces of Tuwolf, a favored retreat for many nobles. Should you desire, we could extend our stay in Blue Lake for a few days. By chance, I have acquaintances there who would ensure that you have an unforgettable experience." As he spoke, Spike's corpulent body quivered with enthusiasm, and he wore a knowing grin that conveyed a certain lewdness understood among men. A good subordinate must excel not only in their duties, but also in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and practical development. This is the true path to success. Simultaneously, this was his subtle probe, gauging Wade's reactions. As a businessman, he adhered to the principle of remaining vigilant and discerning the temperaments of those around him. To swiftly understand a person, particularly a man, engaging in a bit of mischief together was the most effective means of fostering camaraderie. It would also serve as a basis for determining appropriate conduct in future interactions, thereby avoiding the displeasure of those in higher positions. Upon hearing this, Wade rested his chin on his hand, appearing contemplative. Spike's intentions were clear, yet Wade felt a twinge of hesitation. It was not that he considered himself a paragon of virtue, but this was, after all, a first encounter. Surely, it should involve a fair-haired noblewoman, not a mere commoner, as it felt rather unworthy. "Let us proceed as you suggested. We may visit Blue Lake, but I shall forego the so-called lake fairies. We must prioritize the matters at hand." "Indeed, my lord," Spike nodded in acknowledgement, gaining a foundational understanding of Wade. From the nuances of their conversation, it was evident that this young lord harbored some reservations, yet his resolve remained steadfast. He was not the type to be a foolishly avaricious or lecherous noble, but rather a ruler worthy of respect, a leader who prioritizes the well-being of the common folk and aspires to create a realm of peace. How could such a person be one of corruption and indulgence? Encountering an individual like Wade, who is devoted and diligent, represents the pinnacle of honorable conduct. After reflecting on this sentiment, Spike continued his discourse. "Now, for our second stop, we shall traverse the lands of the White Maple Viscount, passing through the White Maple Forest." "Hold on a moment, Spike," Wade interjected, raising his hand and furrowing his brow slightly. "You may take a break. Should I require anything, I will summon you." The abrupt change took Spike by surprise for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure, bowed respectfully, and disembarked from the carriage. Although uncertain of the circumstances, his sharp instincts as a merchant compelled him to obey the Lord's command. At that instant, a creature known as the Death Eye flew through the window, landing on Wade's shoulder. With just a glance, a silent connection was forged between them, and Wade's eyes darkened, a playful smile creeping onto his face. "Oh, we have scarcely entered the borderlands, and already we are under scrutiny. The provincial borders of the kingdom are indeed tumultuous. The leader of this band of rogues appears rather familiar. It seems he is a notorious figure, indeed. TSK. The bounty on his head amounts to 1,000 gold coins. Whom has he offended?" Through the eyes of the Death Eye, Wade observed a group of over 100 bandits poised on a nearby hillside, brimming with anticipation for their next big score. Clearly, Wade's merchant caravan had become their target. Yet, the distinction between prey and hunter was increasingly ambiguous, especially considering that the bandit leader was a recent addition to the wanted list. Wade would not let the opportunity for an unexpected fortune slip away. As he absorbed the images relayed by the Death Eye, his gaze gradually returned to normal. He then drew back the curtain and instructed, "Diego, inform the guard to heighten their level of vigilance. We may encounter some minor difficulties ahead." "At once, my lord," Diego replied, nodding from atop his steed, refraining from questioning the Lord's reasoning. In his view, the Lord's commands were invariably sound. Before long, as the merchant caravan approached the ambush site, the bandits on the hillside began to prepare for action. "Brothers, get ready to strike. Prepare to attack." The leader of the bandits shouted, a golden aura faintly emanating from his body. As the caravan reached the ambush point, the bandit chief ordered, "Attack. Tear them apart." With that command, the horde of bandits surged forward, raising clouds of dust in their wake. Any ordinary merchant caravan would have been paralyzed with fear at such a sight, likely descending into chaos and fleeing in disarray. However, at this moment, Wade's caravan exhibited neither panic nor disorder, even in such a well-organized manner. Exuding the demeanor of seasoned professionals, it appeared as though they were fully prepared. Alas, they had stumbled upon a formidable obstacle. The merchant convoy, derived from the Twilight Baron. Could it possibly be an affiliate of that noble's commercial association? Merely this scene sent a shiver down the spine of the bandit chief. However, upon further reflection, did not the noble merchant convoy possess even greater wealth? Furthermore, what significance did a noble army hold? He had already mastered the art of breathing techniques, transcended into an extraordinary being, and successfully ascended to the rank of a junior knight squire. A mere small merchant convoy of about 50 individuals could be obliterated with the flick of his fingers. Moreover, with the odds in his favor, he was emboldened by the numerical superiority. How could the esteemed king of bandits fear mere commoners? Chapter 43. The Fugitive. Confronted by the ferocious bandits, Wade emerged from the carriage, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. His gaze remained firmly fixed on the bandit leader, should the adversary make a move. Revealing even the slightest flaw, he would seize the opportunity to subdue him instantly. Subsequently, the 7 wagons of the convoy quickly formed a circle, establishing the first line of defense. The 30 soldiers of the escort positioned themselves behind the wagons, forming the second line. The remaining attendants armed themselves with wooden clubs and spears, constituting the third line to assist the soldiers in defense. This entire sequence flowed seamlessly, and before the bandits could close in, the formation was already established. Some bandits, unable to halt due to inertia, approached the wagon formation only to be pierced by long swords or spears, leaving a trail of bloodied corpses in their wake. Instantly, the morale of the bandits plummeted. After all, they were not a regular army, having never undergone basic training. Faced with a tough opponent, they faltered. Charge forward. Whoever dares to retreat, I shall sever their head. Witnessing the halt in their assault, the bandit chief decisively executed a retreating bandit. The others, witnessing this, had no choice but to charge forward again, hoping to overwhelm their adversaries for a sliver of survival. To step back meant certain death, and to flee in the wilderness alone was no guarantee of survival. With death looming either way, there was nothing left to do but charge recklessly ahead. Indeed, some intellect remained among them. Had this been an ordinary merchant convoy, they might have prevailed. Wade stood at the heart of the wagon formation, surveying the battlefield. Yet, encountering him had transformed this robbery into a training exercise. These bandits, in their reckless charge, failed to shake the formation. The wagon barricade remained as steadfast as a fortress. The 30 soldiers of the escort, clad in superior gear and seasoned veterans of the frontier wars, alongside rigorous training over the past 6 months, were robust and fearless. Their coordinated efforts and strict discipline allowed them to execute their movements in unison, continuously eliminating the encroaching bandits. This ambush served as an apt test of their training standards over the past half-year. After an intense skirmish, the number of bandits rapidly diminished by 1/3. The remaining bandits began to encircle without attacking, and none dared to charge forward. Incompetence. The bandit leader cursed, and in the next moment, he leapt from a height, enveloped in a golden aura, stirring up a cloud of dust. Those who wish to survive, follow me into battle. With their leader joining the fray, the morale of the remaining bandits surged once more. They were aware that their leader was an extraordinary being, a knight. How could the mere foot soldiers of these merchant caravans withstand the might of their commander? Instantly, the bandits adopted a fervent demeanor, their eyes gleaming with determination as they launched a death charge. In their eyes, as long as their leader took the field, no merchant convoy was insurmountable. All the riches would belong to them. Charge. Slay them. That armor belongs to me. Annihilate them. The bandits screeched, as if the fruits of victory beckoned them closer. However, the next moment, a heavy thud echoed through the air. In an instant, a thick cloud of dust billowed, obscuring everyone's view of what transpired. Then, a figure emerged from the haze, gripping a bandit by the throat as if he were nothing more than a chick. At that moment, breaths were held. The bandit's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Hearing the murmurs of the nearby bandits, Wade wore a faint smile and replied, "Oh, what is impossible about this?" As he spoke, Wade effortlessly hurled the unconscious bandit leader aside. "Kill them all, leave none alive. As for this one, lock him up, we shall interrogate him later." Wade turned away, leaving behind a cold command. Although he could have chosen to capture them alive and sell them into slavery, Wade had no desire to see any of them survive. They had chosen their path, and now they must face the consequences. Wade intended to use their lives to honor the souls of those who perished at their hands. The remaining bandits, after a fleeting moment of shock, began to flee in a frenzy. Even the slightest thought of resistance vanished the instant their leader was slain. However, the soldiers of the guard were not so easily evaded. Those who fled slowly were immediately cut down. Those who managed to run faster were swiftly pierced through the skull by a shadow, falling dead on the spot, unable to rise again. Moments later, the ambush concluded, and Diego began to tally the spoils. Spike wore a slight smile, admiring Wade's performance, feeling fortunate once more for his initial choice. Report to the Lord. In this encounter, we eliminated a total of 108 bandits and confiscated 37 crude spears and swords. We also captured a novice knight squire, suspected to be the leader of the bandit group. After confiscating a treasure of approximately 700 silver coins, the wealth has been secured within the carriage. Our contingent of 8 guards sustained minor injuries, yet none perished in the skirmish. Upon hearing Diego's report, Wade nodded in satisfaction. After expending such considerable resources, the strength of this escort had earned his acknowledgement. Should the guard be expanded to 100 men and supplemented with steeds, transforming them into light cavalry, they would become Wade's sharpest dagger. At that moment, a soldier approached, reporting, "My lord, the individual suspected to be the bandit leader has regained consciousness. Shall we bring him forth?" Wade gestured for the soldier to proceed, and the bandit leader was soon presented before him. Observing the muscular man kneeling on the ground, Wade regarded him with keen interest, inquiring, "What is your name? From where did you acquire your breathing technique?" The muscular man averted his gaze from Wade, turning his head aside and spitting disdainfully. "Ah, a stubborn mule indeed, tight-lipped." Wade remarked, "Diego, have you uncovered any information regarding this individual?" Responding to the inquiry, Diego retrieved a stack of wanted posters, meticulously comparing them. "My lord," he reported, "according to the wanted notice issued by the governor's office last month, this man is named Kotliff. He was formerly a soldier in the patrol of Nuan City, responsible for maintaining public order. However, due to insubordination, he poisoned the patrol officer and absconded with the treasured breathing technique of the Golden Rune family. He is now the most wanted criminal in the entire northern province of Tuaf." After delivering the details from the wanted notice, Diego couldn't help but cast a glance at the muscular man, inwardly marveling. This fellow certainly knows how to play the game. Wade chuckled heartily, surprised to find such audacity in this man. "You are indeed formidable, having slain a cadet of the Golden Rune family and stolen their ancestral breathing technique. Instead of hiding, you dare to emerge as a bandit. Do you truly consider yourself the king of thieves?" Chapter 44. I am merely benevolent, but not to be trifled with. Arrival at Blue Lake City. "Now, Kotliff, tell me, should I sever your head to claim the bounty, or will you willingly surrender the breathing technique, allowing me to spare your life? The choice is yours. I have never been one to coerce others." Wade smiled lightly. He was no fool. When the moment called for ruthlessness, he would not hesitate to act. Should Kotliff refuse to cooperate, Wade would not mind claiming his soul, tormenting it into a vengeful spirit. For after all, ascending to the next stage of power required a significant number of extraordinary souls as material. Kotliff bowed his head, panting heavily, clearly unprepared for the notoriety he had garnered. His eyes, bloodshot, soon erupted into a furious roar of questions directed at Wade. "You wretched nobles, fat pigs, worthless scum. Why is it that you are born into luxury? Why do you assume positions of superiority simply by virtue of your birth? Why, we, the commoners, are doomed to endure your tyranny and oppression for generations. Why must we? Why must we suffer even in our humble existence, constantly disturbed by you? Why must it be so, simply because I was not born a noble? You wretched creatures, lower than swine. You all deserve death. You should all face the gallows before the revered Lord of the Night. The gallows, your descendants, tainted by your filthy bloodlines, should all hang." With a frenzied roar, the words startled Wade, leaving him momentarily dazed. But soon, his countenance darkened. He crushed Kotliff's arm beneath his foot, and a heart-wrenching scream filled the air, echoing like the cries of a slaughtered animal. The once defiant Kotliff now writhed on the ground like a worm, utterly stripped of his earlier bravado. Wade's interest in conversation waned significantly, and he felt no desire to explain himself. The pressures of his surroundings became a convenient excuse for his rage. Perhaps he had indeed faced the abyss of despair in his life. Or perhaps the officers he had slain were truly vile and despicable, evoking deep loathing. Had Kotliff sought vengeance by taking a life and then retreated to solitude, indifferent to the affairs of the world, Wade might have inquired about his motives, choosing to ignore the incident altogether. However, Kotliff returned as a brigand, attacking his caravan, an affront that Wade could not tolerate. He despised the moral high ground from which Kotliff condemned him. Did Kotliff ever consider that by becoming a bandit and resorting to plunder, he, too, became an object of universal disdain, a once noble hero transformed into a malevolent dragon? He stood on the side of the oppressed, decrying the nobility's incompetence and corruption, yet remained blind to the depravity within his own humanity. From Kotliff's perspective, his actions might have seemed just, perhaps spurred by a noble intention of self-preservation, compelling him to rise against oppression, even to the point of taking lives. Yet he had no right to impose his suffering upon the innocent. Wade might have felt pity for Kotliff's earlier life, lamenting the unfairness of the world. However, the deeds he committed now would only provoke Wade to act decisively against him. For maintaining the balance of justice was not a matter for someone of Kotliff's ilk to decide. Enough of this interrogation, Wade declared. "Diego, break his arms and legs. Bind him, and toss him into the carriage. Remember, do not take his life. Such filth dying like this would be too merciful. Also, Send someone to search the vicinity for any texts on breathing techniques. If nothing is found, so be it. With that, Wade returned to the carriage to rest. Yes, my lord, came the response. Diego acquiesced, though the lord had just now exhibited a chilling demeanor, appearing somewhat ruthless and cold-blooded. Yet in Diego's eyes, he could only be described with a single word: handsome. Despite being merely 12 or 13 years of age, Diego, having undergone extensive training under Alsace, possessed a temperament that far surpassed his peers. As a child emerging from military ranks, he carried with him an air of decisive resolve. In the face of Wade's orders, he executed them without hesitation. Soon, dusk began to fall. Wade, realizing he could not locate the breathing technique manuscript, commanded the caravan to proceed. Perhaps not finding it was a stroke of luck, for the breathing technique was a hot potato, inherited from the illustrious Golden Rune family. Avoiding entanglement in it was sufficient. Days later, on the 10th of March in the year 8978 of the Dark Age, the caravan, encountering no significant danger, safely arrived at the capital of the Baron of Blue Lake City. In comparison to the Twilight Barony at the border, Blue Lake was decidedly more prosperous, boasting a noticeably larger population and more aesthetically pleasing architecture. The buildings predominantly showcased a light blue hue, strikingly radiant. This lake blue pigment, extracted from the Blue Lake, was a unique specialty of the Blue Lake Barony and had a commendable market presence within the kingdom. Once the caravan was settled, Wade and Diego strolled through the city, with Spike taking on the role of their guide. Having been a merchant for many years, Spike's former base was situated in Blue Lake City. Although he had never found a suitable avenue for allegiance until he was invited by Chris to join Wade's ranks. As for this familiar territory, Spike regarded it with a sense of indifference, tinged with a hint of regret. However, at present, serving the Lord was of utmost priority. My lord, Spike said, this street before us is the most bustling thoroughfare in Blue Lake City, known as Lake Blue Street. The shop ahead is the most renowned craft store in the city, featuring ceramics made from the unique mineral of Blue Lake, which holds considerable collectible value. They serve excellently for daily use or as decorative embellishments. As Spike walked ahead, he continuously elucidated the local specialties to Wade, revealing a hint of nostalgia for the place. Let us take a look. If the prices are reasonable, we can procure a substantial quantity. The Blissful Merchant Association could then sell them within Twilight Barony, and I am certain that the esteemed ladies would be quite fond of these exquisite creations. Upon hearing the Lord's directive, Spike led the two through the throng and into the craft store. The bell chimed as the door swung open, announcing their entrance. At that moment, the gears of fate began to turn quietly. As Wade stepped into the shop, his gaze momentarily wandered before quickly honing in on something. What captivated him was neither the array of splendid crafts adorning the shelves nor the respectful demeanor of the cow-like shopkeeper at the entrance. Through the glass, illuminated by sunlight, a cascade of crimson hair and a pair of scarlet eyes caught his attention. Chapter 45. The Valkyrie of the Golden Rune House. At that moment, their gazes locked, only to part in the next breath. Wade lowered his head, yet his mind was flooded with the image of those eyes, as radiant as rubies. When he dared to look up again, he saw the red-haired woman brushing past him. Her expression was one of indifference, exuding a chilling aura that suggested a desire for solitude. The gentle chime of wind bells brought him back to reality, but the woman was already gone. Lord, is everything all right? Diego inquired cautiously, noticing Wade's momentary daze. It's nothing. I just lost my train of thought, Wade replied, rubbing his forehead. The encounter seemed to have drained him, leaving him with a sense of desolation, akin to an elderly man stripped of vitality, reeking of decay. Subsequently, the trio engaged in discussions with the shopkeeper, and the process unfolded smoothly, culminating in a satisfactory order. Spike couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of noble status. In the past, he had contemplated acquiring fine porcelain or crafts in bulk to sell elsewhere for profit, but the outcome was predictably disheartening. The local shops producing unique crafts were invariably affiliated with Baron Blue Lake, with production capabilities tightly controlled under his dominion. As the saying goes, rarity begets value. Generally, only the forces aligned with the aristocracy could purchase in bulk. These nobles would then resell the goods at a premium in distant markets, thereby amplifying their influence while minimizing costs. Such substantial profits were hardly entrusted to the common folk. This understanding was a tacit agreement among the Kingdom of Philips and all human realms. Consequently, for commoners aspiring to rise above their station, allegiance to the nation or to various nobles was a requisite. These were the two predominant paths to advancement within the current human powers. However, during this negotiation, Wade refrained from intervening, opting instead to delegate authority entirely to Spike. After all, it was prudent to leave specialized matters to those well-versed in them. Spike rose to the occasion, securing the lowest wholesale prices available in the market for the exquisite porcelain, native to Blue Lake. Each piece was procured at a price ranging from 2 to 3 silver coins per gold coin, totaling over 450 gold coins. When the caravan reached Nwan City, selling this cargo could yield profits exceeding double the initial investment. Should any remain unsold, they could be for personal use or returned to Twilight Territory for sale, where these rare items would surely fetch a high price. The possibility of a bidding frenzy, driving prices even higher, could not be dismissed. As for the specifics, Wade did not inquire further. The adage "trust those who you employ, and do not doubt them" aptly illustrates that such trust often begets genuine loyalty. Soon after the brief interlude, Wade returned directly to the inn to rest, his complexion appearing notably more haggard than usual. Diego, on the other hand, was dispatched by Wade to gather intelligence, primarily concerning the red-haired woman encountered earlier that day. Wade harbored a foreboding sense. This individual was certainly no ordinary person. He was captivated by the question of what she had done to him during their brief exchange of glances, which had induced a peculiar sense of mental fatigue in the esteemed Knight Esquire. It was a novel experience for Wade, akin to encountering Pandora's box. Despite the awareness that such curiosity could lead to undesirable consequences, his inquisitiveness relentlessly urged him to delve deeper. However, Wade was not foolish. He maintained a healthy respect for the unknown. He merely instructed Diego to conduct a cursory investigation, refraining from probing too deeply to avoid unnecessary complications. Of course, should the opportunity arise to learn more about her, Wade would not hesitate to seize it. This served as a valuable exercise for Diego during their journey, honing his skills in communication, psychological strategy, situational assessment, and analytical filtering, abilities that must be continually practiced and explored to be fully realized, reflecting one's competence. Fortunately for Wade, Diego excelled in this regard, perfectly inheriting the adeptness of his grandfather, Chris, and demonstrating remarkable finesse. In the chamber, Diego stood beside Wade, elucidating the intelligence he had gathered. "My lord, I have just learned that a contingent from the Golden Rune family is currently resting in Blue Lake City. The red-haired woman we encountered today is said to be the leader of this group, a member of the Golden Rune family. Numerous witnesses have seen her, lending a high degree of credibility to this information." He continued, "As for the identity of the red-haired woman, it is not a secret. She seldom appears in public. Yet her renown is widespread. Presently, the most prevalent theory is that she is the illegitimate daughter of the current head of the Golden Rune family, Count Golden. She is lauded as the Valkyrie of the Golden Rune family, Marlenia Golden Rune, due to her stunning appearance. She is also referred to as the Crimson Flower born on the border." Upon hearing this, Wade gradually pulled his thoughts back, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated such a coincidence. One of the Golden Rune family, a Valkyrie indeed, living up to her name. "Have you uncovered their encampment's location?" "Yes," Diego nodded, proceeding to elaborate. "The Golden Rune family's contingent is currently stationed just outside the city. However, my lord, do you think this group might be here to capture Kotliff? Otherwise, how could the Golden Rune family's entourage have unexpectedly arrived at barren Blue Lake's territory? Is it merely a coincidence?" Weeder nodded in acknowledgement of Diego's speculation. While Kotliff was indeed one reason, the fundamental cause lies in the breathing technique inherited by the Golden Rune family. The Knight's breathing technique is the cornerstone of the human realm's order and symbolizes our ruling class, particularly for families that have existed for centuries. Each possesses a unique breathing technique, a foundation of their lineage, even if only the most rudimentary elements are leaked. There are ways in this world to trace back to the source. Kotliff, being merely a commoner, poses little threat. However, if the breathing technique is exploited by someone with ulterior motives, it would spell disaster for the Golden Rune family. Though it may not lead to their annihilation, it would certainly deplete their vitality. Having said this, Weeder stifled a yawn, signaling the end of the discussion. "Very well, let this matter rest for now. You should return and rest well. Come dawn, we shall deliver Kotliff to them. I trust the Golden Rune family will not treat us, their friends, poorly. As for the tangible texts of the breathing technique, it should pose no problem for the Golden Rune family to retrieve." Chapter 46. Man, you have successfully captured my attention. In the early morning, at the break of dawn, the world began to function in orderly fashion, heralding the arrival of a new day. After breakfast, Weeder and his companions escorted Kotliff to the Golden Rune family's encampment. The camp was situated outside the city, easily noticeable, and soon they found it. After stating their purpose to the guards, just as Weeder had anticipated, they received a warm reception. They were also fortunate enough to meet the Valkyrie of the Golden Rune family, Marlenia Golden Rune. Upon first laying eyes on her, Weeder could not help but be astonished. He had never imagined a woman could be so breathtaking. No, it was more akin to a feeling of reverence and admiration, as if the term Valkyrie had suddenly taken form. At that moment, Marlenia stood clad in golden armor, her head adorned with a golden helmet embellished with wing-like decorations on either side. Draped in a crimson cloak, she bore a sword nearly 2 meters in length, reminiscent of an oversized katana. In that instant, Weeder felt as though he had encountered a Valkyrie from mythology. If such a divine being truly existed in this world, her image would undoubtedly be that of Marlenia. The phrase graceful and valiant could scarcely encapsulate Marlenia at this moment. Although her helmet obscured her features, her flowing crimson locks, akin to a cascading waterfall, allowed Weeder to instantly recognize her identity, her distinctiveness unmistakable. If yesterday she had appeared as an elegant and beautiful lady, a true embodiment of the crimson flower, today she radiated the strength and mystery of a commander, her presence compelling enough to subdue the vast majority of men. However, after a brief moment of distraction, Wade gradually cast aside his errant thoughts. Today, there were important matters to discuss. He certainly did not come to play the sycophant. Having lived 2 lives, he possessed a commendable resolve when it came to women. Furthermore, how could the term praise be equated with flattery? We are cultured individuals. This is clearly the ultimate lens of the pure-hearted warrior. What? Are you men so discourteous, lacking in decorum? As a noble, are you not aware that staring at others is an overstepping behavior? Or are you men merely a bunch of creatures who think only with your lower halves? A calm voice interrupted his thoughts, causing Wade's head to suddenly feel heavy, a wave of discomfort washing over him. Clearly, his previous actions had displeased her, and she was establishing her authority. How intriguing. Wade regained his composure, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Owing to the strength of his own soul and years of practicing necromantic guidance, his spiritual fortitude surpassed that of the typical high-ranking knight's attendant by a considerable margin. Moreover, having encountered this tactic yesterday, he was mentally prepared. Thus, after merely a few seconds of disorientation, Wade stabilized his soul state, shaking off the negative feelings akin to decay and degradation. My apologies, Your Excellency Valkyrie, for my apparent rudeness. I am well aware of noble etiquette. However, having heard much of your esteemed name, witnessing your remarkable prowess firsthand has left me utterly captivated. I beg your forgiveness for my lack of decorum. A gentle smile graced Wade's face, showing no trace of anger despite Marlenia's earlier actions. This composure elicited a slight admiration from Marlenia, for someone of his age. Achieving such steadiness was commendable. Yet, what truly surprised her was that this knight from the border, named Wade Mandrick, could so swiftly extricate himself from her abilities. This piqued her interest. She mused, an intriguing man indeed. You have successfully captured my attention. According to the intelligence gathered by her subordinates, this man appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old. At such a young age, attaining the status of a high-ranking knight's attendant was already noteworthy within the kingdom, and the fact that he could withstand her powers spoke volumes of his potential, rendering him exceptionally gifted. It is worth noting that she had been a fully fledged knight for 2.5 years. Generally, those unfamiliar with her capabilities could easily fall prey to her tricks. Yet this man, having met her merely twice, managed to counteract her abilities? This could not help but elevate her regard for Wade. Moreover, coming from a count's family, she found it remarkable that a mere knight could present himself so adeptly and remain composed in her presence, indicating much about his character. Although the boy's initially lascivious gaze evoked a sense of violation within her, one could not deny that Weidman Mandela was indeed a person of considerable talent. After a brief exploration of the matter, Marlenia chose not to delve further into the topic and promptly redirected the conversation to more pressing concerns. We have confirmed the identity of Kotliff, and here, I extend my gratitude to Sir Mandela for apprehending this individual. On behalf of the Golden Rune family, I thank you for your benevolent deed, and we shall uphold the commitments outlined in the warrant. However, Sir Mandela, I must caution you. Should there be any concealment of the facts, the consequences are, I trust, self-evident. The Golden Rune family shall not tolerate any affront to its legacy. Marlenia's tone was calm, seemingly unperturbed, yet it concealed a latent menace. The significance of the breathing technique's legacy was intertwined with the very foundation of the Golden Rune family, a matter that Marlenia could not afford to overlook. Even if the likelihood of a threat was minimal, it was by no means non-existent. Any hint of danger must be eradicated in its infancy. This has been the family rule for centuries and the guiding principle adhered to by every member of the Golden Rune lineage. Concurrently, This served as Marlenia's warning to Wide, lest he stray from the righteous path. Rest assured, Lady Valkyrie, everything I have stated is the truth. I trust you will uncover the details of the matter from Kotlif. I did indeed order a search for the physical text of the breathing technique, but to no avail. You may rest easy on this point. Wide waved his hand, his expression earnest. There was no need for him to weave any fabrications regarding this matter, nor to offend a prestigious noble family for the sake of a few coins. Had he truly found it, Kotlif would not have been left alive until now. He would have silenced him long ago. At this, Marlenia sighed, and then rose to extend her hand to Wide. In that case, I once again express my gratitude on behalf of the family for your assistance, Sir Mandela. Shortly, soldiers will escort you away, and the corresponding rewards will be presented to you. Thus, she concluded, until we meet again, Sir Mandela. In response, Wide rose simultaneously, shaking Marlenia's hand in acknowledgement. It is my honor. Farewell, Lady Valkyrie. Chapter 47, A Sudden Epiphany. Immersing into this world. After bidding farewell to Lady Valkyrie Marlenia, Wide departed the camp under the guidance of the soldiers. Sir Mandela, I shall escort you no further. Within these 2 boxes, one contains the bounty for Kotlif, while the other holds 2 vials of red maple elixir. The elixirs are an additional reward from Lady Marlenia, a token of gratitude for your delivery of Kotlif to us. I have other tasks to attend to, so I must take my leave. Farewell, Sir Mandela. The soldier who received Wade bid him a brief farewell as he exited the encampment, exhibiting an attitude of mere formality. How arrogant! Is this the confidence derived from the power of the nobility? Conversely, I, despite my noble status, still find myself behaving as I did in my previous life. Timid and submissive. No wonder I was unloved and uncared for in my past existence. Wade smiled faintly, tinged with self-mockery. It was evident that the soldier harbored a degree of animosity towards him. Albeit somewhat irrational, Wade could surmise the underlying sentiments. With a goddess like Marlenia within the camp, it was only natural for some soldiers to harbor a sense of infatuation or unrequited affection. As merely a knight, receiving an audience and rewards from Marlenia likely stirred jealousy among certain individuals. Shaking his head, Wade dismissed these trivial thoughts and instructed his long-waiting servant to load the goods onto the carriage. Simultaneously, he contemplated that having just acquired a modest fortune, it would be wise to indulge himself at Blue Lake before anything else. After all, he had legitimately earned 1,000 gold coins. Spending a few hundred to enjoy himself seemed reasonable, did it not? Since he was a noble in this life, he would fully embrace that identity. As he gradually shed the moral constraints of his previous existence, Wade found himself resolute. He called for Spike and declared, I have changed my mind, Spike. We shall divert our path to Blue Lake. I suddenly wish to experience the allure of the lake's enchantresses. This task is entrusted to you. A little indulgence now and then can be beneficial. To err is human. Arrange everything splendidly for me. If I have decided to feast, then I shall have the best. Upon hearing this, Spike paused momentarily, then broke into a mischievous grin, his ample form quivering with excitement. Rest assured, my lord, I understand. While Spike did not fully grasp the reason behind his lord's sudden change of heart, he could somewhat comprehend it. After all, the lord was merely 18 or 19. At that age when youthful vigor and desires flourish, it was not uncommon for a nobleman, especially one surrounded by numerous wives and concubines, to indulge in such whims. In fact, Spike found himself admiring the current Wade, who was bold and decisive, far superior to those self-righteous individuals. He even discerned a hint of enlightenment in Wade. As if he had cast off some unseen shackles, Wade, too, gradually embraced this world with genuine acceptance, striving to live without concern. The past should be left behind. It was time to relish the present. That very night, the caravan arrived at the joyful paradise by the shores of Blue Lake. Here, nights of revelry and merriment were the norm, with an array of beautiful women weaving through the crowd, clad in revealing dresses of pale blue. Their attire harmonized with the shimmering surface of the lake, creating a captivating ambience. The minimum expenditure per person per night amounts to 10 gold coins, sufficient to provide sustenance for a family of 3 for 5 years. Indulgence, desire, and pleasure are the sole themes that pervade this place. The pale blue waters of the lake, accompanied by a gentle breeze, carry a faint hint of saltiness, inviting one to lose themselves in sheer enjoyment. As one's gaze wanders, it becomes evident that the estate boasts an array of enchanting figures, whether mature and alluring, tall and elegant, innocent and adorable, or even voluptuous and youthful. There exists a type to suit every fancy. With patience and selection, one is bound to discover a preferred companion, ensuring a warm and delightful evening. This locale serves as a veritable paradise for men, a sanctuary where they can temporarily escape the clamor of the mundane world, quietly attuning themselves to the whispers of the wind, celebrating love in its myriad forms. The men who frequent this place are predominantly not malevolent. Rather, they seek to offer these innocent girls a haven of warmth. The girls, in turn, willingly bestow their all, reciprocating to both new and returning patrons. Such mutual consent cannot be deemed wicked. It is, in fact, a contribution to elevating the community's GDP and bolstering the regional economy. This single estate generates immense wealth for the Baron of Blue Lake each year, simultaneously amassing an extraordinary network of connections for him. In this world, power and wealth serve as the parameters by which one's stature is measured, determining whether one ascends to greatness. It is plausible that within a few years, this baron may rise to become the 6th Viscount in the northern province of Terver. As for Wade, a noble knight, he naturally enjoys services of the highest caliber, existing in a realm of abundance, though not without its limitations. It must be said that Spike is indeed well versed in the nature of men, and he has taken into account Wade's status, personally selecting a lake nymph for him. This nymph is a fallen noblewoman, possessing her virtue intact, a paragon among the lake's enchantresses, typically reserved for barons of distinction. Gaining access to such elite service is not merely a matter of monetary exchange. Spike has leveraged numerous connections to secure this opportunity for Wade. Otherwise, given Wade's status, while he could still enjoy the company of a pure maiden, she would likely hail from common lineage. When one inquires why nobles fervently pursue partners of equal noble blood, profound insights lie within that inquiry. To be recognized as of noble descent signifies that one's ancestors were extraordinary beings. The offspring of extraordinary beings tend to inherit greater natural talents, enabling them to transcend to loftier heights. Conversely, should extraordinary beings continuously intermarry with commoners, the talents of their offspring will invariably diminish, thereby reducing the likelihood of breaking through to elevated realms, a notion that is quite straightforward. At this very moment, within a standalone house adjacent to the lakeshore, Wade engages in a fervent revolution with a young maiden. It is a conflict steeped in blood and fire, with droplets of crimson cascading, invigorating Wade with a sense of exhilaration and conquest. An indescribable sense of fulfillment filled his heart, coupled with the physique of a high-ranking knightly squire. He felt undaunted even at the prospect of engaging in battle for 3 days and nights. In this fervor, Wade incessantly challenged his opponent, unleashing an endless fury that compelled her to surrender repeatedly. Yet, how could Wade let her slip away so easily? Mastering the away 18 styles, he wielded his staff with remarkable prowess, causing his opponent to weep profusely. After an exhilarating clash, Wade ultimately stood triumphant, emerging as the victor of this confrontation. Of course, his adversary was no slouch either. Wade expressed his desire for another round of spirited combat in the future. Subsequently, Wade reclined on the edge of a waterbed, gently massaging his waist. If only he could indulge in a smoke at that moment, it would be the epitome of bliss. As the saying goes, the delicate beauty of a youthful maiden, with a sword at her waist, cleaves through the mundane. Though heads may not roll, the marrow of the bones secretly withers away. Whether heads roll or marrow withers, life is but a pursuit of joy, and 3,000 gold coins can buy one carefree moments. Chapter 48, Newen City. The lover, Emily. One night of spring breeze, and the begonia blossoms unfurl. Half a month later, at the gates of Newen City, a long queue stretched nearly 1 to 2 kilometers. The throngs exiting the city were ceaseless, a testament to its prosperity. From a distance, the towering Newen City resembled a colossal beast sprawled across the plains, with walls nearly 50 meters high, formidable enough to withstand any beastly onslaught. Newen City serves as the starting point of the northern province of Tevorf, a super fortress that has weathered countless wars. It stands as the undeniable heart of the northern province today. At this moment, a merchant caravan boldly bypassed the long line, showing no regard for those waiting, advancing directly towards the city gates. As some attempted to cut in line, many simultaneously voiced their discontent, even considering intervening, offering local specialties, a perfectly shaped mound of dung. Yet, in the next instant, as the caravan entered the noble's designated passage, the rowdy crowd fell silent in unison, their gazes averted in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Wade, seated in the carriage, chuckled heartily. He preferred their previous defiant demeanor over their current pretense of ignorance. The transformation of their expressions brought a grin to his face, stretching from ear to ear, a rare amusement during his travels. Soon, the caravan reached the city gates, where the soldiers on duty halted them for a routine inspection of goods. Simultaneously, they verified the noble identities to prevent any imposters from masquerading. Nobles within the kingdom of Philips bore items signifying their status, such as a knightly title, represented by a unique golden ring. The ring itself was a magical artifact, capable of binding one's identity. For instance, the ring worn by Wade bears the number 03513, symbolizing that he is the 3513th knight of the kingdom of Philips. Should the current sequence of knights become extinct, the sequence shall ascend. When Wade's father was bestowed the title of knight, this sequence was still at 10618. In a mere span of 2 to 3 decades, over 6,000 knights have perished, leaving no heirs, thus becoming the cornerstone of the kingdom. To the upper nobility, knights, to put it plainly, are merely somewhat capable commoners. If common soldiers are the lowest tier of cannon fodder, then knights represent a higher echelon of such, who are replaced upon their demise. Only by ascending to the rank of baron or above can one escape the fate of ordinary cannon fodder and possess a modicum of power. It is at the level of count or marquis that one truly becomes a ruler capable of influencing the kingdom's affairs. Dukes, on the other hand, often govern entire provinces independently, existing as principalities capable of establishing their own laws. To a considerable extent, they remain unshackled by the constraints of the Philips royal family, with most dukes answering solely to the king. Nevertheless, the status of a knight proves quite advantageous in daily life. For instance, at this moment, not only do they enjoy exclusive passage, but the guards perform only a cursory inspection before courteously allowing the merchant convoy to pass. The head of the guard even expressed a desire to befriend Wade, as currying favor with a noble, even a mere knight, would be far preferable to standing guard. Alas, Wade harbored no such interests and politely declined the overture. As the convoy traversed the magnificent city gates, the true essence of prosperity became palpable. The streets were orderly and pristine, paved with stone slabs. The majority of the populace wore smiles, indicating the citizens were content and thriving. Clearly, under the governance of the Earl of Gold, the city of Anu could be regarded as the city with the highest happiness index in the northern province of Tuwolf. In stark contrast to places like Twilight City or Blue Lake City, the difference was akin to that between a modern metropolis and a rural town, utterly incomparable. Although Wade's own town of Casey had undergone reforms and displayed a renewed spirit, its population base remained a factor. If one were to force a comparison, it would be akin to a small mountain town that had just recently been electrified. However, at present, Wade had a more pressing matter at hand. Emily, do not fret. Have you not been fed sufficiently over the past few days? Wade uttered with a hint of exasperation, cradling a young girl with chestnut hair. The girl nestled in his embrace, showing no signs of letting go, in fact, tightening her grip as if fearful of being abandoned. I can only repay you in this manner. I have no desire to return to that place. I shall ensure your satisfaction. The timid voice of the young girl stirred a sense of compassion within Wade, who ultimately let out a soft sigh, gently soothing her emotions. Emily Ava was the woman with whom Wade spent a night at Blue Lake, and as his first, she had offered him her virtue. In the end, Wade could not bring himself to leave, for if he did, Emily's fate would be all too predictable. No longer a maiden, she would lose all dignity. Her service would decline, and she would attract a plethora of new and old patrons, including some rather unsavory wealthy merchants. After all, the notion of a fallen noblewoman favored by aristocrats was tantalizing. To boast of having been with a noble's woman certainly held a certain allure. Therefore, to prevent such an outcome and considering his own needs, Wade, being a man of adult desires, felt a pang of sympathy and decided to purchase Emily. Spending nearly 500 gold coins, significantly more than many foreign bloodline warrior slaves. Yet, this was also a manifestation of Wade's possessiveness, particularly after having taken her innocence, which often deepens a man's sense of care. Embracing Emily, Wade sought a luxurious inn, where they eagerly embarked on an exploration of life together. Emily, in turn, was exceptionally proactive, overpowering Wade and employing her life-draining abilities. Meanwhile, Wade was preoccupied with his own endeavors, submitting the provisions for the day. Diego and Spike were equally overwhelmed. With the Lord unconcerned with affairs, the remaining responsibilities fell to the two of them, though it was primarily Spike who took charge. After all, Diego was still a minor, engaged in the study of breathing techniques, which he had begun to grasp. It would not be long before Diego awakened his fighting spirit, becoming a fledgling knight squire. Spike, being astute, refrained from burdening Diego excessively. He himself found satisfaction in this arrangement, believing it to be a deliberate test set forth by the Lord. Chapter 49, The Attentive Emily. In the exclusive venue of Duan City, Wade was making final adjustments to the supercar, securing the handbrake, adjusting the seat position, and fastening the seatbelt. He prepared to drive this latest model in the most comfortable manner, much like taming a horse, for even a top-tier supercar requires a gentle hand. This vehicle was brand new, yet not entirely so, adorned with striking brown paint and a delicately designed accelerator. Gently pressing the accelerator, the engine emits a melodious roar that sends adrenaline surging through the veins. Equipped with a manual transmission, it offers exceptional maneuverability. As the racetrack gradually unfolds and preparations are complete, the next moment, Wade floors the accelerator and the supercar catapults forward with astonishing speed. Upon entering the curved bend, Wade deftly turns the steering wheel. The exhilarating push against his back provides an unparalleled experience, making him feel as though his entire being is firmly ensconced within the supercar. The grip is unmistakable, with the flawless friction between the tires and the ground delivering an exquisite sensation. Ultimately, amidst the resounding cheers, Wade crosses the finish line. In an instant, white streamers dance through the air, cascading onto the vehicle. Only those who have piloted a supercar can truly comprehend Wade's emotions at this moment. This extreme driving experience is utterly intoxicating. It is not merely a matter of technical prowess, but also a testament to the vehicle's superiority. It envelopes Wade completely, providing a sense of security that enables him to excel in this driving endeavor. On the balcony of the hotel, Wade and Emily, both utterly exhausted, recline on loungers, basking in the sunlight. The long-standing competition has left them mentally and physically drained, making this sunbathing experience particularly delightful and serene. Occasionally, the distant sounds of vendors in the street add a familiar charm, instilling a sense of tranquility within. Emily wears a contented expression. It has been ages since she felt such a sense of freedom. As a descendant of a once noble lineage, despite her near-total lack of possessions, her inner world is far from the simplistic innocence it appears to be. Her father is a fallen drunkard, and her mother, a clandestine lover of a great aristocrat. Growing up in such a household, Emily learned early on to conceal her true self and adeptly understood the art of seducing men, using her advantages to manipulate them for her own benefit. At times, she contemplates whether she is the illegitimate child of a noble or merely the offspring of her inebriated father. However, after being sold to the estate at a meager price by her drunken father, she has grown weary of pondering such matters. Surviving unscathed has consumed all her energy. Yet, it is precisely her noble heritage that has spared her from a fate of being a mere plaything for many, and now, she has finally emerged from that shadow. Emily's inner self is gradually awakening. Presently, her status is, to put it charitably, that of Wade's possession, serving as a noble knight's personal attendant. To put it less delicately, she is his submissive, a mere dog that can be discarded at any moment. As such, her first course of action is to feign vulnerability, constantly seeking to please Wade to secure her position in his heart and ensure she is not easily cast aside. Having accepted her role as a submissive, she aspires to be the highest ranking among them, a prized possession beneath only one. As for the position of a legitimate wife, Emily has never entertained such thoughts. She knows that seat will never belong to her. Thus, Emily harbored no extravagant expectations. Her foremost task was to demonstrate her worth as much as possible. After a month of interaction, she had gained a rather profound understanding of the young nobleman, even to the point of being intimately acquainted with Wade's dimensions. She wished to convey to Wade that she was capable of more than merely warming his bed. She could also alleviate his worries and serve as his confidant. "My lord," she began, "I have heard from Lord Spike that your visit to Nuan City is to procure extraordinary items." Upon hearing this, Wade cast a glance at the suddenly vocal Emily, perplexed by her unexpected inquiry. "Please do not misconstrue my intentions, my lord. I am grateful for your kindness, and I wish to repay you. Although I have fallen on hard times, I have perused numerous tomes of extraordinary knowledge in my youth and am literate. I can be of assistance to you. I hope you will permit me to lend a hand to Lord Spike, to repay your generosity and contribute in whatever small way I can. While it is an honor to be by your side daily, I also desire to aid you to the best of my abilities. A mere vase is always fragile, so I beseech you to grant me this opportunity." As Emily spoke, she knelt before Wade, tears welling in her eyes. Observing her pitiful demeanor, Wade found himself softened. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced to Emily's request. Since an employee showed such diligence, he would let it unfold naturally. "I have no objections. As long as you are willing, you may proceed. Go seek out Spike and inform him. He will know how to arrange your tasks." "Yes, my lord," Emily replied, slightly bowing, her heart elated, believing her first step had been successfully accomplished. As long as the subsequent developments demonstrated her loyalty, she was confident in earning Wade's favor. Go, do well." Wade smiled gently, gesturing for Emily to withdraw. Before long, Emily had changed into a brown outfit and departed from the inn, blending into the crowd. Wade observed this scene with keen interest. It appeared that the slave he had acquired at great expense was revealing her sharpness. While ostensibly expressing gratitude, she was, in truth, fearful of being discarded once more, eager to prove herself and avoid becoming a mere plaything. Wade was acutely aware of this sentiment. Rather than finding anything amiss, he felt a twinge of admiration for Emily. He did not disdain those with ambition. A person's ambition was what made them human. Had Emily complied submissively without resistance, even prepared to become a mere object of desire, Wade would have had nothing to say, allowing her fate to unfold as it may. At that moment, Quack Quack alighted upon Wade's shoulder, tilting its head to observe the retreating figure. Go, arrange for your kin to monitor her. Should any rebellious behavior arise, inform me, and I shall ensure she becomes a true plaything. Wade caressed the lifeless feathers, initially contemplating their destruction. However, considering the substantial sum spent on acquiring them, he decided that a thorough cleaning would render them usable once more. He could not simply discard them without a second thought. In Wade's perspective, Emily's loyalty held little significance. She was merely an object of amusement. Should she prove loyal and demonstrate her value, Wade would not hesitate to employ her further. Conversely, if she betrayed him, he possessed ample means to eliminate her. In this world, tenderness could be the most lethal poison. Fortuitously, such tactics were ineffective against him. Chapter 50, Harvest. Under Wade's watchful gaze, the lifeless eyes spread their wings and ascended into the sky, soon vanishing from sight. With the holiday at an end, Wade stretched languidly, his previously relaxed demeanor dissipating to reveal a hint of his underlying brilliance. As the capital of the northern province of Tuwolf, Duan City was abundant in resources, housing nearly every item available within the kingdom. In the ensuing days, Wade commenced his strategic positioning within Duan City. Under the auspices of the Blissful Merchants Guild, he procured several storefronts, establishing a foothold for future endeavors. Simultaneously, Wade received invitations from several knights to partake in various banquets, subtly expanding his network. Nobility possessed their own circles, complete with informants. Encountering an unfamiliar noble would naturally spark interest in forging connections. After all, in foreign lands, the support of friends could prove invaluable, and befriending a knight would yield great benefits. Through these acquaintances, while tangible gains remained elusive, Wade gleaned a wealth of pertinent information, allowing him to comprehend the intricacies of Duan City. The myriad unwritten rules would enable Wade to minimize errors, leveraging them to his advantage. He also became aware of numerous clandestine locations, such as the black market, assassination organizations, and various gray industries. What Wade had discovered so far was likely just the tip of the iceberg. Countless secrets awaited his exploration. Establishing connections with the nobility was Wade's most straightforward and effective approach. In the days that followed, Wade wandered through Duan City with several noble youths, attending a series of auctions that broadened his horizons. The items for sale included wolf women slaves and female avian slaves, with the most outrageous being a female ghoul slave. Leaving Wade astounded, he could only wonder which eccentric noble or wealthy merchant had purchased such a creature, prompting him to exclaim in disbelief. Some affluent ladies even opted to acquire goblins, seeking to experience the sensation of subjugation by other races. The bizarre proclivities of the nobility were truly eye-opening. Adding to his peculiar knowledge base, even the most eccentric would likely find it shocking. Subsequently, Wade visited the Duan City Arena. The arena of beast fighting is a cherished tradition in the Kingdom of Philips. Within this realm, a lack of interest in such spectacles would lead one's parents and relatives to question one's sanity. The people of Philips are inherently combative, deriving immense pleasure from witnessing raw and bloody duels, which in turn has led to a flourishing slave trade. Particularly, the foreign slaves serve as the finest combatants in the arena, and their brutal clashes with beasts provide an exhilarating sensory experience that drives the populace to madness. This is the very reason for the high demand for foreign slaves, which often exceeds supply due to the fervent enthusiasm for beast fighting. Consequently, human slaves do not sell as well as their foreign counterparts, resulting in a limited trade of human trafficking. Some slave merchants are even willing to pay exorbitant prices for robust and attractive foreign slaves, often fetching sums that exceed imagination. As a resident of the Kingdom of Philips, Wade maintains a moderate fondness for beast fighting, despite not being overly obsessed. Over the course of a few days, he engaged in minor gambling, experiencing both wins and losses. However, thanks to his extraordinary observational skills, he ultimately emerged with a modest profit, thereby augmenting his rather meager treasury. Simultaneously, good news arrived from Spike and Emily. Through noble connections previously established, Emily stumbled upon a remarkable magical artifact while raiding a black market. This contraption, reminiscent of a fusion between a sewing machine and a typewriter, allows for the arbitrary composition of letters that can be printed onto paper, with the resultant text or images infused with elemental essence for authenticity verification. Although the effectiveness of this device is rather limited, as imitation is not particularly challenging, Emily sensed its potential significance and chose to acquire it. Wade, finding it intriguing, purchased it for 300 gold coins. On the other hand, Spike brought forth an even more momentous revelation. Through a noble channel, he represented Wade at a gathering of magicians and procured a substantial bag of flax seeds from a mysterious sorcerer. These seeds are a modified product infused with magical energy. Positioned between common flax and low-tier magical plants, they yield significantly more than ordinary flax and exhibit remarkable resistance to pests, as well as exceptional cold and drought tolerance. They can be cultivated year-round with environmental requirements akin to regular flax, permitting up to 3 harvests annually. For most magicians, this would be deemed inconsequential, scarcely deserving a second glance. Yet, in Spike's eyes, it is an invaluable treasure, prompting him to purchase it without hesitation. As a businessman, he fully comprehends the importance of flax to the common populace. Linen garments, commonly worn by the general populace, are fundamental to survival. Their inherent benefits are self-evident. Should the cultivation scale expand, the Mandela family would become the largest producer of linen in regions such as Twilight Ridge. Although a single bag of seeds cost 1,000 gold coins, Wade and Spike felt no regret, for it is indeed worth the price. In the northern province of Tuwaf, the predominant crops remain legumes and wheat, essential staples to ensure the sustenance of the ever-growing population. Therefore, the emphasis on cash crops has not yet reached significant heights. Wade is acutely aware of the importance of economy for development. After securing food supply, the advancement of agricultural economy is the true path forward. Thus, seizing this opportunity to capture the market will be one of the primary sources of income for the Mandela family in the future. In addition to these harvests, Wade recently procured numerous items. Through the introduction of a local knight, he encountered a master blacksmith. Although this ordinary old man is among the few in Nuan City capable of forging high-quality equipment, Wade nearly exhausted all his remaining possessions to commission a superior knightly sword from him. This sword is intended as a gift for the elderly steward, Alsace, whose combat prowess will undoubtedly elevate with such a weapon. It is also a gesture of gratitude towards this man who has devoted his life to the Mandela family. Of course, the knight's assistance was not without cost. Wade offered a vial of red maple elixir to earn the knight's friendship. Chapter 51, Breakthrough. The pursuit of desire defines humanity. Within the confines of the inn room, Diego let out a long sigh, his face marked by a hint of helplessness. It has been over a month since he acquired the feathered lion breathing technique, and he could distinctly sense that he was on the verge of breaking through that thin barrier. Alas, a slight miscalculation can lead to a great disparity. This barrier, though seemingly a mere hair's breadth away, represents the chasm between the abyss and paradise. Diego felt a tinge of frustration, a natural emotional fluctuation for a youth. However, as an elite rigorously trained by Alsace, he quickly regained his composure, reflecting upon the process of his attempted breakthrough to glean insights. Maintaining emotional stability and calmness is the foundation of becoming a strong individual. This wisdom was imparted to him by Alsace, and Diego has consistently embraced it as his guiding principle, a reminder to himself. After a brief moment, once Diego had adjusted his state to its optimal condition, he retrieved a prepared test tube. Inside, a fiery red liquid shimmered with a radiant glow, reminiscent of molten lava, evoking an involuntary sensation of heat. The red maple elixir, one of the most effective potions within the knightly squire phase, boasts no apparent side effects and is commonly employed during breakthroughs. However, for higher-tier knight attendants, the effects are not as pronounced. The market price fluctuates between 500 to 700 gold coins, occasionally spiking due to insufficient supply. The Valkyrie Marlenia gifted 2 vials of red maple elixir to Wade, one of which was bestowed upon a knight from the city of An. The other vial is now held in the hands of Diego. Once prepared, Diego uncorked the vial and downed the liquid in one swift motion, a bitter taste instantly flooding his mouth. Almost immediately, a searing heat surged through his body, akin to a shrimp being boiled alive, his entire form turning crimson, and his eyes rapidly bloodshot as if hot oil had been poured directly into his stomach. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted from Diego, his fingers clawing at his skin, leaving trails of blood. Yet, those very wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate, scabbing over and subsequently shedding, accompanied by an unbearable itch. Diego pounded the ground, rolling and writhing in agony, his skin seeping blood, rendering him a veritable figure of blood. As the potion's effects continued to unfold, Diego's frail veins were expanding, progressively fortifying his entire vascular system. When his body could finally endure the elixir's potency, Diego regained control of his consciousness. He sensed a remarkable lightness enveloping him, and as the heat gradually abated, he hastily activated his breathing technique to gather the residual heat, propelling him to breach that barrier. With a crack that was both faint and profound, a surge of azure energy erupted from within Diego, a roar echoing that resembled both a human and a lion, penetrating the walls. Even pedestrians on the nearby street caught a glimpse of the lion's roar, startling many and causing a flurry of chaos. Wade, reclining in a lounge chair, set his book aside, a smile gracing his face. Over a month's time, coupled with the red maple elixir, this progress was commendable. It was no slower than his own breakthrough, a testament to the potential of the younger generation. With that, Wade rose to adjust his attire. Calculating the time, today was fortuitously the day to retrieve his equipment. Moreover, it presented an opportunity to attempt to court the master blacksmith, albeit the odds may be slim. Yet it was worth a try. In the dimly lit room, Diego gradually roused, surveying the disarray around him, and he couldn't help but erupt into laughter. Bordering on the hysterical, a subtle breeze swirled around him, whisking away his fatigue. Diego felt an overwhelming strength surging within him. It was as if a single punch could vanquish 100 of his former selves. This signified that Diego had officially ascended to the realm of the extraordinary, becoming a low-tier knight attendant. Henceforth, he would truly transcend his station, achieving a meteoric rise, become a figure of great renown in the eyes of the ordinary. Should Wade ascend to the rank of baron in the future, he would acquire the privilege of recommending a knight. Among the stringent criteria for recommendation, one must be an extraordinary individual, with at least the strength of a mid-tier knight squire. Although Diego dares not covet this opportunity, it remains a flicker of hope. Becoming part of the nobility has always been the cherished aspiration of his grandfather, Chris, a wish that is now entrusted to him. He resolved to strive diligently, aiming to transcend into a mid-tier knight within 5 years. Diego clenched his fist, excitement illuminating his face as he established this goal. Of course, this ambition is set without any available resources. However, before pursuing this, Diego intends to take a bath. He had not noticed earlier, but as the thrill subsided, he became aware of the grime on his skin. Dark red blood crusted here to his body, exuding a foul odor. It was the red maple potion, purging impurities from within him. When Wade broke through to become a low-tier knight squire, he did not receive such treatment. It was solely through the experience of 2 lifetimes and relentless practice in the dark that he achieved his current status. Otherwise, how could there be so many prodigies in this world? They are all forged under pressure, the result of meticulous planning. This has culminated in Wade's reputation as a genius who became a high-tier knight squire at the tender age of 18 or 19. In Wade's eyes, true genius is never confined by the limitations of mundane perception. The time required is merely a standard of judgment set by society. A true prodigy might be born as a knight squire or even a knight-class warrior. Alternatively, when seeking to break through a certain realm, they could accomplish it with the mere flick of a finger, embodying a genius that transcends worldly comprehension. As the saying goes, beyond the mountains, there are mountains. Beyond the heavens, there are heavens. Beyond humanity, there are others. What you pursue in your lifetime may still be perceived as that of a frog at the bottom of a well in the eyes of others. It is akin to the elusive mirage, the futile endeavor of drawing water with a bamboo basket, and the ephemeral nature of existence, mere wisps of smoke, existing in the realm of illusion, akin to the infinite moon reading. Of course, for the vast majority of ordinary humans, whether Diego or Wade, they have already transcended their existence, being among the rare few endowed with talent, objects of admiration throughout their lives, individuals they could never hope to surpass. Humanity is inherently driven to pursue, always seeking to transcend, constantly comparing themselves to those around them. However, this does not imply that there is anything amiss with Diego. To have aspirations, desires, and personal goals is the essence of humanity. To gaze upon oneself is to confront one's own reality. Perhaps this is the very essence of what one deems a realm. What Wade seeks is but the eternal peace of a worry-free existence, a paradise of everlasting bliss. Chapter 52, Knight Hein and Master Jason. At this moment, on Steve Avenue, in the bustling heart of Nuan City, one of the most vibrant thoroughfares serves as a haven for artisans and craftsmen, symbolizing creativity, innovation, and prosperity. At the end of the street, within a modest blacksmith's workshop, Wide engages in conversation with two individuals. One appears to be slightly older than Wide, adorned in exquisite attire that reflects his distinguished status. He is Heinrich Griffin, a local noble of Nuan City, who, like Wide, holds the title of Griffin Knight at a young age. Perhaps it is their shared experience of inheriting noble titles that forges this camaraderie, fostering a sense of candor between them, devoid of pretense. The other individual is a frail, stooped old man, Master Jason, who is responsible for forging weapons for Wide. Heinrich, I didn't expect you to come as well. Is it to bid farewell to a friend? Wide jested, holding a teacup. Heinrich chuckled softly, feigning a look of regret. I heard you're leaving, and as a friend, it is only fitting that I come to see you off. Alas, it is a pity. I had intended to host a farewell party in your honor, and had even invited several noble women. They are all renowned beauties, curvaceous and enchanting. Unfortunately, that privilege shall be mine alone to enjoy. With a mischievous grin, Heinrich raised his eyebrows, embodying a playful demeanor. Laughter erupted between the two, a genuine connection evident in their banter. The interaction between youths often unfolds with such ease, provided both parties stand on equal footing. After all, one cannot expect a beggar to socialize with a wealthy friend. Meanwhile, the elderly master sighed with a hint of exasperation, as if 1,000 frustrations swirled within him. It seemed he silently lamented, youngsters should be mindful of their words. There's an old fellow present. In his prime, Master Jason was a formidable figure, capable of challenging 10 adversaries. How could such an exhilarating event exclude him? Understanding the old man's sentiments, Heinrich, being a regular patron, quickly addressed him. Old man, why not join us for tonight's banquet? I have arranged for that delightful lady you fancy. As he spoke, Heinrich gestured animatedly, indicating a figure of considerable allure. Master Jason cleared his throat softly, clearly pleased with the proposal. Now, let us set aside the trivialities. We must attend to more pressing matters. Seamlessly, Master Jason took over the conversation and retrieved a meticulously prepared wooden box from the shelf. As the rectangular box opened, a knightly longsword, entirely black with a crimson hilt, revealed itself to the trio. The blade bore intricate wave patterns, its texture strikingly vivid. This sword is the exquisite longsword commissioned by His Excellency Vitor, measuring an impressive 12 meters in length and 30 centimeters in width. Crafted through the ancient method of forging, it incorporates crystallized fire elements. The enhancement it provides varies according to the wielder's prowess, potentially granting a 20% increase in fire attribute combat power for elite knight attendants. Upon hearing this, both Vitor and Hain expressed their astonishment. What a magnificent sword! Hain marveled, yet soon regained his composure. While the sword was indeed stunning, it was merely that, stunning. The Griffin family possessed quality equipment, not lacking in such matters, and they were considerably more affluent than the Mandala family. Vitor nodded slightly, picked up the sword for a test, found it satisfactory, and proceeded to pay the remaining balance. He believed that his dear old steward would greatly appreciate this gift, deeming it quite appropriate. By the way, Vitor, previously you gifted me a bottle of red maple potion. This is my token of gratitude for you. Hain said as he presented a small gift box, sliding it across the table towards Vitor. Although the red maple potion held monetary value, its production was exceedingly limited, often snatched up by various barons and viscounts upon its appearance. Consequently, there were times when the potion was valuable yet unavailable in the market. This potion is of great significance to me. Please accept this token of my heartfelt appreciation. Vitor graciously accepted the gift, feeling no need for formality. Though their acquaintance was relatively brief, they had forged a genuine friendship. Accepting this gift would strengthen their bond, establishing a connection that was far more sincere than mere words could convey. Inside the gift box lay a solitary black flower, reminiscent of a rose. It appeared to be a type of dark elemental magical plant, though its purpose remained uncertain, and its stem bore some imperfections. One could only wonder if it could still propagate new shoots. In due time, should its utility be clarified and if it could indeed produce offspring, it might yield further benefits. Subsequently, the trio engaged in light-hearted conversation, during which Vitor shared news of his impending departure in a few days. Having been away for over 2 months, with the return journey included, he had been away for more than 3 months. Now that his objectives had been achieved, it was time to return home. However, before bidding farewell, Vitor extended an invitation to Master Jason, hoping he would come to Casey Town to serve him. Yet, it was evident that Master Jason, one of the few ordinary individuals capable of crafting exquisite equipment, would not easily abandon the city of Nuan. Such a craftsman was highly coveted, not only by Vitor, a mere border knight, but also by barons and viscounts who yearned for his talents, the value of which was immeasurable. As an ordinary man, Master Jason fully understood the formidable strength of the extraordinary. Thus, he chose to settle in Juan, under the auspices of the Golden Rune family, knowing that no one could force him away, nor could he be abducted. Thus, it was not only a provocation against the governor, the Count of Gold, but also a blatant disdain for the Golden Rune family. However, my dear Wade, you are not the only one seeking to court Master Jason. He, too, is reluctant to offend any noble. After all, as a craftsman, there is no need to narrow one's path. Though I am unable to visit your domain, my apprentices abound. While they may not forge equipment of the highest quality, producing exquisite items poses no challenge. Each one, when considered individually, is a skilled artisan in their own right. If you do not mind, I could certainly recommend a few individuals to you, Your Excellency. Master Jason spoke with utmost precision. He has no less than several hundred disciples, many of whom he has dispatched to various noble territories. This not only spares the noble's dignity, but also fosters relationships. In this world, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. When interests align, mutual satisfaction naturally ensues. Chapter 53. The First-Class Craftsman, Wagia returns. The Vision of Identity Cards. Upon hearing Master Jason's proposal, Wade expressed no dissent. Rather, he was exceedingly pleased. After all, securing a talented craftsman, even if unable to win over the master himself, was indeed a favorable outcome. Merely through the exchange of words, he had gained a valuable asset, a remarkable stroke of fortune. The existing craftsman within his territory possessed only rudimentary skills, capable of crafting basic agricultural tools and perhaps crude iron swords or spearheads. The addition of a talent capable of producing exquisite-grade equipment would significantly enhance the soft power of the territory and even elevate its craftsmanship. Subsequently, Wade and Master Jason finalized the selection. Ultimately, Master Jason decided to send his 17th apprentice, a taciturn middle-aged man named Wagia, along with 3 of his disciples. Thus, the entire lineage of Wagia was handed over to Wade. As for the Master's arrangement, Wagia accepted the reality with calmness. The arrival of this day had not surpassed his expectations. After all, his preceding senior brothers had followed the same path, each bringing their own lineage into various noble domains. Seemingly, Master Jason was reluctant to provoke conflict, thus sacrificing these apprentices to maintain his own dignity. Yet, in reality, it was a manifestation of his care for his disciples. He bore more responsibility for them than anyone else. For an aged craftsman, passing on his skills and allowing them to flourish was the ultimate aspiration of his life. In the end, Wade exchanged pleasantries with the group before bidding farewell to the place. Although he could not partake in the farewell banquet held in his honor, he felt no lingering regrets about this journey. On the way back to the inn, Vade and Raj engaged in a casual conversation, and soon their discussion turned to matters of compensation. Master Raj, I will be relying on you more within the territory from now on. Upon our return, I shall ensure that accommodations are built for you, alongside a brand new forge for your craft. Moreover, every month, you will receive a considerable salary, which is merely a base payment. Additionally, for each item you produce, there will be extra earnings, and your apprentices will enjoy the same privileges. In response to Vade's proposal, Raj simply uttered a single word, Such remuneration is indeed among the finest in the city of Anu, and Raj naturally acquiesced. However, Vade found it somewhat challenging to engage with someone so taciturn. From their brief interaction, Raj appeared to be a man of integrity, an earnest artisan. His eyes, though dim, radiated an unmistakable purity, indicating that material advantages could not sway him. Even Raj's 3 apprentices mirrored his silence, seemingly existing in their own secluded worlds. Thus, after a few tentative exchanges, Vade resigned himself to the notion of allowing this quartet to operate as they pleased, as long as they delivered results. He had always been accommodating towards those with talent. Days later, at the gates of Anu, Hain personally bid farewell to Vade's convoy, placing great importance on this friendship. After all, Vade was a prodigy who had achieved the rank of high-level knight squire at a young age and possessed the ability to procure the elusive red maple potion. It was inconceivable that he was an ordinary individual. Even if he were merely a common knight, he would still represent a worthwhile investment. A seemingly innocuous step taken today could yield tenfold, if not 100-fold, benefits in the future. This is the nature of nobility. Only through the continuous intertwining of interests can they forge vast networks of influence, ensuring their enduring prominence. It serves as a veiled protection, a reminder to lurking adversaries that they are not to be trifled with. Anyone contemplating hostility must consider how to navigate the complexities of these interests and whether they possess the capability to bear the consequences. This is why the vast majority of barons and higher-ranking nobles seldom face complete annihilation. Farewell, my friend. As he watched the convoy depart, Hayne murmured softly before vanishing down the street. Perhaps in the not-so-distant future, they would meet again. Inside one of the wagons of the convoy, Spike, Emily, and Rige were engrossed in a discussion centered on the enchanted typewriter. Rige, who had remained silent until now, observed the magical contraption with the curiosity of a child, marveling at its intricate design, which surely originated from the mind of a skilled alchemist. By autonomously absorbing elemental particles from the air, patterns are printed onto items, thus imparting unique elemental traces. This serves the purpose of authenticity verification. However, for the extraordinary individuals, forgery is not particularly challenging. Yet, for the average person, the cost of such an endeavor is likely beyond their means. Reggie elaborated on this matter. As a premier craftsman born in Anu City, his perspective is indeed broad. Hence, I believe this item is primarily intended for common folk, though I remain uncertain regarding its specific applications. Upon Reggie's conclusion, Spike and Emily began to ponder the matter as well. This item had been acquired by Emily, who naturally prioritized its utility. The last thing she wished was to return with something of no value. Setting aside whether Wade would express discontent, Emily felt a twinge of guilt for potentially betraying the trust of their lord. Intended for the common people? Spike mused, stroking his chin, lost in thought. After a moment, both Reggie and Emily ultimately decided to abandon their speculations, as they could not fathom the purpose of this creation. Yet, there lingered an impression that it must possess some utility, albeit one they had yet to conceive. Perhaps I have an idea, Spike finally interjected. As the most seasoned among the trio, a blueprint began to form in his mind, though it would likely require some practical application. The other two regarded him with curious gazes. Ahem. As a benevolent ruler, our lord aspires for stability and order within his domain. To construct a harmonious paradise where commoners can live free from worry is our goal, and how to achieve this is what we must explore. What do ordinary citizens, aside from their basic needs, often concern themselves with? Naturally, their personal safety and vested interests. Furthermore, the sense of belonging among common people is also paramount. My proposition is to utilize the unique properties of this magical artifact to create a form of identification exclusive to them. Chapter 54. The Birth of the Residency Permit. The Dawn of Golden Transformation. Upon hearing this, Emily's eyes lit up with an epiphany, experiencing a sensation akin to a mental breakthrough. Yes, exactly. This is precisely what I had in mind. Reggie nodded slightly in agreement, recognizing the alignment of this idea with the interests of the common people. Spike continued. As Master Reggie previously stated, this item is suitable for the use of ordinary individuals, and it would be quite difficult for them to replicate. If we were to distribute such identification among the local populace, we could effectively distinguish between residents and outsiders. This would simultaneously enhance the sense of belonging among the local inhabitants, affirming their status as the rightful owners of this land and symbolizing their identity. Moreover, possessing this document would also help prevent the infiltration of hostile forces. In the future, whether it be for population censuses, the identification of friend or foe within the military, or even in commercial contexts, identity verification can serve as a foundational element. We could also establish a set of internal regulations to refine the use of identity verification across various domains. For the time being, I shall refer to it as a resident certificate, symbolizing that its holders will receive protection within the territory and enjoy corresponding rights. This may include reduced taxes, additional resident benefits, discounts on goods, and so forth, all aimed at enhancing cohesion. As the ideas began to flow, Spike grew increasingly animated, even beginning to envision the future. Soon, the trio reached a consensus. They decided not to divulge this concept to Wade just yet, as the idea remains in its infancy and requires further development. They needed time to experiment gradually. If they could present a viable plan before reaching the territory, it would undoubtedly elevate their standing in Wade's eyes, especially for Spike and Emily. The former aimed to showcase his abilities in the hope of securing the highest management position within the Elysium Trading Association, while the latter sought to win Wade's favor to solidify her position as the foremost ex-slave. As for Rigid, he did not ponder such lofty ambitions. As a member of the common folk, he believed that bringing convenience to more people and improving the quality of life for the populace was worthwhile. Soon, the three defined their roles clearly. Rigid, as a master craftsman, would gradually familiarize himself with this magical creation, attempting to understand its characteristics. This was the foundation. Only by ensuring its feasibility could the plan truly unfold. Spike would be responsible for refining the proposal, gradually shaping scattered ideas into a coherent and actionable plan. Finally, Emily would collaborate with Rigid to create samples of the resident certificate, addressing issues such as design aesthetics and production specifications, while also devising a method to swiftly alter design patterns for the distribution of resident certificates to all. The aforementioned challenges would require their time and effort to resolve. However, with a blueprint in place, they believed it would not be long before they could present an initial template. Meanwhile, Diego was in another carriage, diligently cultivating his combat skills. Unlike Spike and the others, as an individual embarking on the path of the extraordinary, his pursuit was to continuously strengthen himself. Ahead of him lay the Lord and Master Arthas, both of whom served as his aspirations. All the while, a raven observed this unfolding drama. Whether it be Diego or Spike and his companions, they were all under the watchful gaze of the same eye. How industrious you are, young Diego. After a period of trial, let Rigid procure you a set of equipment. Spike is indeed a clever individual. He could serve as a candidate for the association's management. The mere thought of identity verification reflects remarkable intelligence. I was contemplating to provide a hint regarding this matter. Emily, as a toy, proves to be quite competent. I harbor no disdain for ambitious women. Keep striving. Rigid, a true craftsman in his domain, is indeed a respectable individual. However, his emotional intelligence and social acumen are undeniably immature. Purely technical talents can be trusted, nonetheless. As I ponder this, the cawing of crows draws Wade's thoughts back. Two little female crows, one on each side, nudge against the lifeless eyes, seemingly vying for affection. They resemble two crow concubines, incessantly trying to please a cold-faced emperor. Although the lifeless eyes remain unyielding, it does not hinder their competition for attention. Observing the two little female crows, Wade murmurs, I recall these two. They seem to be tasked with monitoring Valkyrie Marlenia and Baron Miller. It appears that trouble is brewing. Wade mutters a few words, and his eyes instantaneously darken as he connects with the lifeless eyes. Subsequently, a series of images flood into his mind. The first scene depicts the surveillance of Valkyrie Marlenia. The footage spans over a month, commencing from the moment Wade exited the Golden Rune family's encampment. In the imagery, Valkyrie Marlenia conducts an interrogation of coat life. The methods employed are varied and extreme. A living person is nearly reduced to a mere skeleton. Techniques such as skinning, slicing flesh, boiling bones for soup, and chopping for scrambled eggs are employed in succession. This is far more agonizing than becoming a living corpse. Just as coat life nears death, someone administers treatment, keeping him in a state of lingering agony. The psychological torment is beyond comprehension. They even resort to using seduction on a rootless individual. Whenever coat life shows any sign of recovery, his freshly scabbed wounds rupture, spewing blood in a gruesomely brutal manner. Ultimately, after enduring inhumane torture, coat life confesses and pledges an oath in the presence of the White Knight Elder. His fate culminates in eternal tranquility and serenity, vowing never to be a man again in the next life. As the scenes shift, Valkyrie Marlenia's team embarks on a search within a certain grove. However, the outcome is astonishing. They fail to locate the tangible object of the breathing technique. The remnants suggest it has vanished without a trace. As time progresses, a month passes swiftly. Marlenia's team nearly scours the entire grove. It would not be an exaggeration to say they dug 3 feet into the earth. Yet, the fact remains, things have mysteriously disappeared, silently and inexplicably, exuding an eerie aura. The imagery shifts once more. Valkyrie Marlenia has returned to the Golden Count with her forces and fortuitously encounters a merchant caravan. However, it was not long before the young female crow encountered the defensive barrier of the Golden Rune family. After an unsuccessful attempt to stealthily bypass it, she returned to deliver the news. Chapter 55. The Subtle Maneuvers of Baron Miller. The object was not found. Why do I sense an air of conspiracy? That shouldn't be the case. Given the profound heritage of the Golden Rune family, locating a lost artifact should be a trivial endeavor. Wade withdrew from the connection, his face etched with confusion. This turn of events had indeed surpassed his expectations. It is worth noting that the Golden Rune family boasts knights of the land, who typically leave traces regarding ancestral possessions. Even if only a copy was lost, it should be easily locatable through the family bloodline. How could it possibly be lost? This was merely a conjecture from Wade. Those of higher standing ought to have considered this as well. There are even more sophisticated techniques, and it is inconceivable that they lack such basic knowledge, unless someone has managed to sever the secret ties constructed by the land knights. But only an individual of equal standing could achieve such a feat yet. How could that be possible? In the entire northern province of Tuwulf, Only within the Golden Rune family is there a presence of such caliber. Who would provoke such an adversary without cause? The nobility within the kingdom would not instigate conflict without reason. After all, this is akin to undermining another's roots. Once discovered, it would lead to a situation of irreconcilable enmity. How odd it is, who would engage in such trivial pursuits? Wade pondered with his head bowed, but soon relinquished the thought. He was merely a knight, not even a baron. It was best not to concern himself with the affairs of such eminent figures, lest he become ensnared in complexities beyond his control. Nonetheless, his own suspicion should be alleviated to a great extent, as he was merely a passerby, unable to stir up any significant waves. Subsequently, Wade dismissed these thoughts, rubbing his hands together with excitement, a hint of mischief dancing on his face. Let me see what tricks Baron Miller is up to now. As Wade's vision darkened, he once again established a connection with the deathly eye. This time, the visuals began from the moment Wade left the territory, spanning over 2 months, filled with substantial information. The scene revealed, Baron Miller, as ever, displayed a steady performance, his gentlemanly actions growing increasingly audacious. He had begun a spree of decimation, a mad endeavor of slaughtering 100 individuals. The bloodiness of it would make even a dog cringe against the wall. With sheer force, he single-handedly challenged 100 people. The variety of his methods and the extremity of his madness truly opened Wade's eyes. No, that is not quite right. It unveiled to Wade a new realm of existence. The most terrifying aspect was that nearly 100 individuals were somehow fed to satisfaction. Each one turned into a cream puff, and Baron Miller emerged unscathed, vibrant and full of life the very next day, leaving one to wonder about the composition of his physique. Regarded as a walking embodiment of vitality, a humanoid harbinger of procreation, even stallions would pause to commend him, kneeling in reverence and beseeching, "Oh, great one, impart your wisdom upon me." Swiftly, Wade bypassed the realm of private affairs. The reason being, it was simply too glaringly ostentatious. Concurrently, he shed tears of envy. For who could blame him when others bask in wealth and power? Those with connections would inevitably gravitate toward him, while some deranged individuals would audaciously offer their wives and daughters, truly masters of the art of gift-giving. Even cows would laud him as impressive. As the scene transitioned, 1 month prior, Baron Miller had hosted several consecutive banquets. Unlike the usual revelry, this time Knights Const and Helve were also summoned to partake. Although the specifics remained elusive, following these feasts, Baron Miller commenced the recruitment of soldiers, and the ranks of his army burgeoned rapidly, particularly in terms of armament. Numerous soldiers began shedding their leather armor in favor of a standardized light armor. The arsenal expanded to include iron swords, spears, and a modest supply of bows and crossbows. Knights Const and Helve responded in kind, tirelessly rallying armed civilians. With control over the vital transport hubs of Twilight City, Pioneer Town, and Dawn City, their populations swiftly recovered. Simultaneously, a multitude of merchants who had pledged allegiance to Baron Miller began donating various supplies and tools for expansion. Some affluent merchants even went so far as to offer themselves and their possessions, seemingly resolute in their intent to align with Baron Miller, save for the ultimate sacrifice of their dignity. Observing this situation, it became clear that Baron Miller was poised to take action, embarking on another campaign of territorial expansion. Armed with the wealth procured from the gold mines, he was well equipped to instigate yet another endeavor of conquest. As the scene shifted once more, a reconnaissance team representing the northern province of Tuwolf emerged. Their mission was to investigate the circumstances surrounding the untimely demise of Knight Rod during last year's expansion efforts in the Twilight Territory. The investigation sought to ascertain that Knight Rod's death was not the result of malicious scheming among the nobility. However, this investigative team was swift in their arrival and departure. Thanks to a prior agreement, the narrative among the various factions of the Twilight Territory aligned almost perfectly, leading to a prompt conclusion regarding Knight Rod's death. Before long, the investigation team returned to Anu City, effectively eliminating any lingering repercussions from the territorial expansion. Following this brief interlude, the content of the visual narrative transformed once again. The focus shifted to the rapidly evolving Dawn City. As the population surged, Dawn City underwent a remarkable renaissance, with its numbers climbing at an astonishing pace. Soon, it would breach the 10,000 mark, and it was believed that in a few years, Dawn City would emerge as the new stronghold of the North. Streets were under construction, and the towering walls were steadily nearing completion. The scene vividly resembles a fortress of war, particularly with the towering walls reaching a height of 10 meters, thus meeting the criteria for a small bastion. The focus then shifts to the gold mine, where extraction activities continue as usual, with profits distributed monthly to the various knights. However, it is evident from the visuals that the progress of gold extraction is exceedingly sluggish, limited to a mere 6 hours of operation each day, which clearly constrains the quantity produced. As time progresses, this has become a norm, and the knights, lulled by the steady monthly yields, remain oblivious to the anomaly. Subsequently, there are snippets of mundane daily life, and the scene comes to a close. After a moment, Wade regains his composure as a torrent of information floods his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. It is indeed the cunning Baron Miller. No wonder he has ascended to nobility, given his astute mind. By reducing production, he mitigates losses while deftly circumventing the constraints imposed by his oaths. This strategy is quite comprehensible. While the monthly allocations are proportionate, there is no stipulation mandating a minimum output, a clever play of semantics. Wade cannot help but marvel at this. It must be said that although Baron Miller possesses flaws, such as his penchant for beautiful wives, he is undoubtedly a seasoned fox. From Miller's various actions, it is evident that he is preparing for an elevation to viscountcy. Chapter 56. A Return. A bold advancement. According to the laws of the Kingdom of Philips, the advancement of nobility requires an assessment, and only upon meeting the promotion criteria can one ascend. The requirements for a baron to become a viscount are divided into 3 principal components. The first component pertains to hard power requirements. The lord must possess the strength of at least a mid-tier knight, and within his territory, there must be no fewer than 3 knight-level warriors. The second component concerns the expanse of the territory. For a baron to rise to viscount, the actual area of governance must encompass at least 1,500 square kilometers, and it must be subdivided into a minimum of 3 county-level administrative units. The third component relates to the total population. The resident populace within the territory must number 80,000 or more, with a standing army of at least 5,000. The population-to-army ratio should hover around 15:1, calculated independently, excluding the populations of subordinate knight territories. While these requirements may appear straightforward, they entail a lengthy and arduous process. Theoretically, it requires a noble family, such as a barony, several decades, or even nearly a century to achieve elevation. However, in practice, it often takes even longer. Of course, the ascent from baron to viscount is relatively secure, primarily necessitating the passage of time, ensuring that a promotion will eventually occur. Additionally, there are 2 special means of advancement. One is direct conferment of titles by the king, and the other is the accumulation of significant military accomplishments, which allows one to bypass the usual process and ascend directly. The current situation of Baron Miller involves amassing population to initiate expansion wars, thereby enlarging his territory to meet the requirements for promotion. The continuous flow of funds from a gold mine serves as his assurance. With ample resources, it is likely that within a few years, he will be referred to as a viscount. In this world, while money may not be omnipotent, its absence renders one utterly powerless. Having discerned Baron Miller's ambitions, Wade appears somewhat disinterested. However, this may prove beneficial, as it opens the possibility of engaging in transactions with Baron Miller later, such as hiring mercenaries. Of course, that is a matter for the future. As time progressed, the date soon arrived, June 15th, 8978 of the Dark Era. After more than 3 months, the merchant convoy returned to Merry Manor relatively unscathed. While it cannot be said that they became overnight millionaires, they certainly reaped substantial rewards. In the familiar third-floor study, Wade reclined as usual before the floor-to-ceiling window, savoring the tranquility of the afternoon. On a nearby round table, a mountain of paper reports documented various changes within the territory over the past 3 months. The diligent steward, Alsace, had thoughtfully organized them for the Lord's convenience, allowing him to stay abreast of current affairs. The raven perched on Wade's shoulder cawed insistently, seemingly urging its master to rise and attend to his duties. With half-closed eyes, Wade stroked the black feathers of his companion and murmured, "I understand, little one. No need to fuss. You've roused me from my slumber." With a resigned sigh, he rubbed his eyes and began to peruse the reports, treating them as a delightful diversion during his leisure time. He scanned through the documents: the quarterly summary from the Craftsmen's Forging Association, the first batch of processed linen materials, the increase in settled population, the operational status of the Bliss Commerce Guild, the report on the beast uprising triggered by spring, the newly established lumberyard, the financial summary for the first half of the year, the monthly mineral distribution dividends, and the arrival of the Adventurers Guild. As Wade absorbed the information, he found himself increasingly engrossed, experiencing a peculiar sense of accomplishment and excitement, reminiscent of playing a cheerful farming game. Subsequently, he began to scrutinize each report, particularly noting a few items of significance. The Craftsmen's Forging Association piqued his interest. The proposal originated from Governor Chris, and it was indeed a commendable suggestion. Approved, Wade declared, as he affixed his seal to the proposal, which centered around Master Rige as the leader. Gathering various artisans within the territory, the primary objective is to refine craftsmanship, thereby establishing a guild of craftsmen. Concurrently, a systematic approach to nurturing young apprentices can consolidate the loyalty of the populace while providing necessary resources to cultivate a greater number of skilled artisans. This proposal has garnered considerable optimism from Weed, resembling an academic organization for craftsmen. The future appears promising, with the establishment of a comprehensive training system to better manage these artisans. Subsequently, Weed turned his attention to other reports. Murmuring to himself, the earnings over the past 6 months have been rather satisfactory. The initial harvest of crops, particularly flax, has been completed. After accounting for personal use and reserves, the surplus grain has been sold to Dawn City through the Gile Merchants Association, yielding nearly 3,000 gold coins via the commercial street. The flax has also been preliminarily processed into fabric, with the weaving workshop still under construction, expected to produce approximately 5,000 garments by mid-next month, potentially generating 1,000 to 2,000 gold coins in profit. The mineral agreement has yielded dividends, amounting to nearly 10,000 gold coins over the past 3 months, averaging over 3,000 gold coins monthly. Calculating this, the monthly output from the mines is about 30,000 gold coins, roughly equivalent to the average monthly yield of a copper mine. Baron Miller certainly knows how to manage his affairs. After reviewing the financial statements from recent months, Weed felt quite pleased. He now possesses nearly 17,000 gold coins. His assets have multiplied several times within just half a year. It is precisely this economic foundation that attracts new residents to settle here, and the establishment of several new lumberyards has provided job opportunities. With fresh resources, it naturally stimulates the formation of other industries, thereby realizing an economic cycle. Currently, the population of the Maley Manor remains stable at 300, while the town of Casey has increased from 1,300 to 1,600, plus several hundred temporary residents. This is a marked improvement compared to a few months ago. Weed then considered the issue of the Adventurers Guild setting up in the town, alongside the Spring Beast disturbances. The Spring Beast uprisings have become a hallmark of the border provinces. With the arrival of spring and the resurgence of life, it is also the mating season for beasts, leading to their incursions into human territories. To avert unnecessary losses, Governor Chris has proposed once again to invite the Adventurers Guild to establish a presence in Casey. After all, adventurers are profit-driven individuals. As long as the payment is adequate, they are willing to tackle any task. Engaging adventurers to handle these matters is far more economical than deploying the military, while also mitigating the risk of casualties. What is there to lose? Consequently, Weed affixed his approval stamp on this proposal, recognizing it as a policy beneficial to the populace. Chapter 57. Acquisition of serfs. An additional aspect of this initiative is to enhance the visibility of Casey. Adventurers are known for sharing their experiences and tales, and with the town's carefree ethos, it is believed that this will attract a considerable number of visitors. A land of carefree existence, equality, freedom, and a stable life possesses an indescribable allure for the common folk. Moreover, Wade has discerned a burgeoning opportunity. With the influx of newcomers and adventurers, the necessity for accommodations becomes evident. This naturally fosters the rise of the food and hospitality industries, paving the way for inns and restaurants to flourish. Once the issues of sustenance and lodging are addressed, the question arises, what of entertainment? Is it not the adventurer's delight to indulge in revelry over drinks and tales? Thus, taverns can spring forth, and even official casinos may be established. This would not only stimulate local consumption, but also provide a venue for adventurers to unwind and engage in leisure activities. These nascent industries are poised to expand gradually, ultimately coalescing into a commercial empire. This is the future Wade envisions. Indeed, Chris is undeniably a capable minister, possessing intellect and talent of the highest caliber, a rare gem. Having such a proficient individual is indeed a blessing in life. In the near future, Spike and his team will soon debut the residential permits, allowing for the implementation of this regulatory framework. Essentially, it will fulfill the fundamental requirement that, through diligence, one can sustain themselves. Wade muses, his mind already wandering into the realm of future possibilities, as the current situation subtly mirrors the embryonic structure of the previous era's systems. While it may not guarantee a life of affluence for all, it at least ensures that everyone can enjoy sufficient nourishment and warmth. an aspiration that has become a distant dream for the ordinary populace of this world. To deem it a worry-free land or a paradise of bliss does not seem far-fetched. Furthermore, a proactive push in population growth is necessary, as the accumulation rate remains somewhat sluggish. With Baron Miller on the brink of ascending to a viscount, should I not also contemplate my own elevation to Baron? At this thought, a subtle smile graces Wade's lips. Perhaps the title of Baron is not so distant after all. Subsequently, Wade proceeded to sign several new documents. Among them was a developmental blueprint for KC Town, meticulously outlining the nascent industries and preparing for the groundwork ahead. Another directive commanded Chris to reach out to Sir Tanis, hoping to leverage Tanis' connections to engage with slave traders and facilitate the bulk acquisition of human slaves. After all, with newfound wealth at his disposal, acquiring slaves to bolster the population seems most appropriate. Seizing this opportunity, Wade also harbored additional aspirations, such as cultivating a potential force, as wielding power often necessitates the use of gloves to navigate unsavory affairs. Having completed these tasks, Wade rose, stretched languidly, and rang a bell to summon a maid to dispatch these documents. Subsequently, Wade retrieved a long-prepared empty flower pot from the shelf and took out a low-tier monster crystal core, which he crushed and buried within the soil, thus initiating the gradual transformation of the ordinary earth into low magical essence soil. This process would require several days. Afterward, he intended to plant the black rose gifted by Knight Hayne within it, hoping for a certain probability of survival. At present, Wade had yet to discern the properties of this black rose. Therefore, he resolved to nurture it first and ascertain its benefits later, leaving the rest to the passage of time to allow it to sprout gradually. On July 1st, 8878 of the Dark Age, several slave traders arrived as scheduled. Concurrently, the dividends from this month's mineral agreement were received, totaling 3,000 gold coins, which brought his total assets to 20,000 gold coins. The representative for negotiations with the slave traders was Spike. In a formal meeting room, Spike faced the slave traders, and without unnecessary pleasantries, they delved directly into the main topic. With a robust demeanor, Spike slammed a treasure chest onto the conference table, exuding an air of authority. As the locks clicked open in succession, a brilliant golden light erupted from the chest, revealing a neatly arranged collection of 100 gold plates. The sudden gleam nearly dazzled the eyes of the slave traders, shining like 24-karat gold. Each plate was rectangular, approximately 1/3 the size of a palm, with one gold plate equating to 100 gold coins. Such pure gold plates were far more fluid in circulation than the gold notes issued by the kingdom. 100 plates amounted to a staggering 10,000 gold coins. After all, tangible assets have always held more intrinsic value than mere pieces of paper. Without further ado, let us avoid beating around the bush. The border regions have remained stable for several years, with no significant warfare. Market prices are steady. As someone with a background in commerce, I am aware of the market value of slaves. Currently, the market price for young adult human slaves aged 20 to 30 is 30 gold coins each. My master's requirements are straightforward. 10,000 gold coins to purchase 400 young adult slaves, with an individual price set at 25 gold coins. If you are agreeable, you may take the funds now, and we are also willing to sign an agreement with you. If not, you are free to depart at this moment. Spike's tone was both calm and commanding, filling the atmosphere with an undeniable intensity. Coupled with his corpulent appearance, it created a rather comical impression, evoking a sense of facing a smiling tiger. Observing Spike's seemingly cheerful yet insincere expression, the tense atmosphere rendered the slave traders momentarily breathless. I must emphasize that the time for your deliberation is limited. Should you decline, please do not hinder my meeting with the next group of clients. Spike's voice was calm, imparting an illusion of superiority. As a merchant, he was acutely aware of the essence of his profession, particularly that of slave traders, who were notoriously timid in the face of strength. The most effective strategy against slave traders was to amplify the pressure during negotiations. Indeed, the reality aligned with Spike's expectations. The slave traders appeared intimidated, yet they were simultaneously eager for the transaction. They were caught in a paradox of fear and greed, hesitant to engage in the deal while desperately wanting to see it through. My lord, this might not be prudent, one slave trader began. Capturing slaves incurs costs, including their sustenance. Before he could finish, Spike raised a hand to silence him, stating, "A transaction without capital?" Chapter 58, The Filtering Black Gloves. Slave trader Carl, are you discussing this with me? Even after deducting various tariffs, the price remains stable around 18 to 20 gold coins. Do you take me for a novice? I am offering you a price of 25 gold coins, which is already quite generous. After all, you need not worry about unsold inventory. the longer the slaves remain unsold. The higher the costs, which translates to losses for you. Upon hearing this, the slave traders sighed softly, realizing they had encountered a knowledgeable expert who was well-versed in the market, leaving no room for price increases. After exchanging glances, they reached a consensus. In this world, the status of nobility and commoners was never equal. They were mere ordinary individuals who, driven by a modicum of audacity, engaged in the trade of slaves, a profession that earned them disdain wherever they went. Consequently, they had witnessed the fickleness of human relationships and discovered that only profit could sustain them in the long run. They harbored a mixture of respect and fear for the noble lords, who could easily toy with them or elevate them at will. Therefore, they felt compelled to secure this order and execute it flawlessly. Establishing a connection with a noble lord would provide them with an advantageous backing, even if no noble would openly acknowledge it. However, there would be, albeit subtly, some degree of favoritism. They soon realized that this order might conceal certain implications, such as the subsequent agreement Spike had mentioned, the need for a pair of black gloves, with them as potential candidates. Simultaneously, they could also find themselves as competitors. My lord, I am willing to accept your order. Please grant me half a month. No, 10 days, and I shall procure the necessary slaves. I hope you will entrust this order to our slave-capturing team. I, Carl, will not let you down. While others were still gathering their thoughts, slave trader Carl had already taken the initiative, agreeing to the transaction ahead of the rest. This left several slave traders momentarily stunned, their expressions a tapestry of shock, astonishment, and even a glint of murderous intent directed at him. Excellent. Your discernment is commendable, young man. Having ventured into the shadows, why harbor any reservations? My master has often stated that without sincerity, desires remain unfulfilled. Once you have chosen this path, even if it proves erroneous, you must resolutely press on. To falter midway would render you a mere laughingstock, a source of mockery for others. As he spoke, Spike produced a contract and slid it across the table towards Carl. He then addressed the other slave traders, saying, "Since someone is willing to engage in this transaction, the rest of you may take your leave." Clearly, the hesitation of the others had cost them this opportunity. After a brief silence, the remaining slave traders gradually rose and departed the meeting room, some already regretting their decision to not be the first to accept this order. They lamented allowing a modest profit margin to eclipse a genuine chance for advancement. Within the meeting room, negotiations continued. At this moment, Carl took the contract and began to scrutinize it meticulously. As he delved deeper, his expression transformed into one of mounting excitement. This was a 3-year collaboration agreement. During this period, both parties would prioritize trading slaves with each other. Carl's slave-catching team would serve as an ally of Wade in the black market. Additionally, every year, Casey Town would require a batch of human slaves, specifically males and females aged 16 to 30, with a unit price of 25 gold coins. The slaves captured by Wade's faction would also be entrusted to Carl's team for sale. As Carl perused the subsequent terms of the agreement, a smile crept upon his lips. It seemed that his audacity and meticulousness had once again garnered him an opportunity. Clearly, the other party sought a long-term illicit venture, and he was the chosen one. With the right support, Carl was confident he could ascend to become one of the most prominent slave traders within Twilight Domain in the near future. Thank you, my lord. Carl knelt, prostrating himself in gratitude. This order would mark a pivotal turning point in his life. Before the slave trader, Spike wore a gentle smile, lightly patting Carl's shoulder. Well done, young man. My master will grant you an even broader future. Wealth, women, and power are merely within your grasp, while strength shall be bestowed upon those loyal to my master. Spike's words flowed like a devil's whisper, continually stoking Carl's avarice. Yes, my lord, Carl replied, lost in the vision Spike had crafted for him. Yet whether he could truly seize it depended on Wade's intentions. However, as one who had risen from the ranks of the common populace, Carl had no reason to forsake this hard-won opportunity. Subsequently, Spike continued, "Here are 100 gold tokens. I will give you 30 as a deposit. The remainder will be due upon delivery. Remember what you just said. You have only 10 days. Having spoken, Spike counted out 30 gold coins and placed them upon the table, subsequently taking the treasure box and departing from the premises. After a considerable interval, Carl lifted his gaze, and the flame of desire now blazed fiercely within his eyes. I shall ensure your satisfaction. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Mary estate, in a designated experimental field, slender green shoots emerged from the soil. This trial plot was sown with a special variety of flax seeds. Given the limited quantity of seeds, only breeding was feasible at this juncture, with plans for large-scale cultivation following 1 or 2 harvests. Simultaneously, Comparisons were being made to observe the growth differences between the special flax and the ordinary variety, in order to ascertain the optimal growing conditions. Moreover, meticulous attention was being paid to the details necessary for cultivating this unique flax species, all of which required gradual practical experience to maximize the potential value of these new strains. Perhaps in the future, flax cultivation could evolve into a pillar industry, providing a continuous stream of profit for weight. As it stands, the ordinary flax, planted alongside the special variety, demonstrated a markedly slower growth rate. While the ordinary flax had just begun to sprout tender shoots, the special flax had already grown 5 to 6 centimeters, showcasing a significant contrast. However, a drawback of the special flax began to surface. Its water consumption was considerably high, approximately 2 to 3 times that of ordinary flax. If cultivated on a large scale, substantial freshwater reserves would be required for irrigation. Although the special flax indeed exhibited superior drought and cold resistance, prolonged periods of water scarcity would severely hinder its growth rate and could even lead to degeneration. This is a current limitation of the special flax. Fortunately, it is merely the trial phase, allowing time to devise solutions. There are always more solutions than problems. Let us entrust everything to the passage of time. Chapter 59, The Slave Army. A year of tranquility. Soon, the date arrived, July 11th, 8978 in the Dark Age calendar. On this day, the slave trader Carl arrived as scheduled, delivering 400 young slaves to the Mary estate, fulfilling the initial order and receiving the final payment. This transaction would ultimately alter the trajectory of Carl's life. The wheels of history roll ever forward, and we are but witnesses, observing history forge legends, and legends shape history. With the arrival of the 400 young slaves, the Mary estate embarked on a long-awaited Phase 2 expansion, intending to double the cultivated area to 2,000 acres of flax. These 400 slaves were organized into a charge battalion, colloquially known as the Suicide Squad, required to undergo unified military training daily. Mornings were spent in agricultural labor, while afternoons were dedicated to concentrated training aimed at enhancing the soldiers' capabilities. Though life was plain and arduous, these slaves felt a sense of contentment, for at least they now had food and clothing. They can bask in the sunlight freely, no longer confined to the dark, damp dungeons. Here, at least, they are treated with a semblance of humanity, rather than existing in a state devoid of dignity. Subjected to humiliation, that esteemed lord once promised that if they obeyed and labored for 5 years, they would be emancipated from their servitude and restored to freedom, becoming lawful citizens of the domain. Alternatively, by demonstrating valor on the battlefield and accruing sufficient military merit, they could also attain liberation and the opportunity to join the standing army. For these enslaved individuals, this represented a chance for a monumental transformation of their fates. Some were born into slavery, while others were reduced to it due to the destruction of their homes, among various other reasons. Yet here, they glimpsed the prospect of a new beginning. On August 1st and August 15th of the same year, the Mary Manor produced its inaugural batch of linen garments. This consignment would be entrusted to the Elysium Trading Company for distribution to various towns within the Twilight Territory. As summer was in full swing, the linen clothing, prized for its breathability, sold out almost immediately upon release, particularly in Dawn City. The garments, once passed through the hands of the Elysium Trading Company, would be resold at a premium price. Within a mere fortnight, over 2,000 gold coins were generated from this batch of clothing, exceeding initial profit expectations. This undoubtedly validated the decision to cultivate linen. The yield from 1,000 acres of linen cultivation rivaled that of 5,000 acres of farmland in Casey Town. And it is projected that next year, the profits from linen production will surpass those from food crops, establishing it as a new pillar industry within the wide territory. On September 1st of the same year, the Adventurers Guild officially established a presence in Casey Town. On that day, Chief Executive Officer Chris announced a long-term mission open to all adventurers. The mission entailed exploring the terrain of the primitive forest to the west, as well as investigating potential territories inhabited by magical beasts and camps of foreign clans. An auxiliary task involved searching for medium-sized lakes and rivers within the western primitive forest. Naturally, the Adventurers Guild accepted this long-term mission and expressed its intent to invite adventurers to partake in the ongoing exploration, hoping to forge closer ties with Casey Town. Subsequently, several agreements were reached with CEO Chris, including provisions for the Adventurers Guild's daily food supplies to be sourced from Casey Town, with monthly settlements. Additionally, should the Guild encounter insurmountable challenges, they could request assistance from the resident army of Casey Town. Thus, both parties reached a consensus, and the cooperation was exceedingly amicable. The goal of this long-term mission was to prepare for future expansion in wide, as well as to address the critical water supply issues for the specialized linen cultivation. Without adequate water resources, further development of this agricultural sector would be exceedingly difficult. The issue of new water sources has been formally addressed, with hopes for a swift resolution. On October 31st of the same year, a residency permit scheme collaboratively developed by Spike, Rieger, and Emily received the endorsement of Wade after months of refinement and adjustment. It was decided that this initiative would be fully implemented within the territory at the beginning of the following year. Every citizen within the territory could obtain a permanent residency permit free of charge in the administrative district of Casey Town. Simultaneously, Master Rieger successfully overcame the shortcomings associated with the slow template replacement of a magical creation by employing a method of pre-engraving individual letter templates for subsequent assembly. Various information could be altered rapidly. In essence, this technique, akin to movable type printing, was applied to magical creations. This magical invention was subsequently named by Wade as the prototype, arcane typewriter. The initial version of the residency permit was designed in 3 distinct styles. The first was the ordinary citizen version, shaped like a rectangular wooden piece, approximately the size of half a palm, featuring each individual's name, gender, and address information. The reverse side displayed a uniform pattern of flying birds, predominantly in black, ensuring high recognizability. The second version was exclusive to the military. Crafted as a rectangular copper piece of the same dimensions, containing personal details alongside the respective army number. Its reverse bore a standardized image of a lion, rendered in brass color, signifying military credentials. The third version was tailored for commercial purposes, presented as a circular iron piece with a diameter of about 6 centimeters, showcasing a unique serial number along with the holder's information. The reverse featured a black raven entwined with a sword and shield, reminiscent of the emblem of the Elysium Trading Guild, serving as a commercial permit within the territory. The citizen and military versions were initially provided free of charge to residents, with a fee imposed for replacements in cases of loss or damage. In contrast, the commercial version required a substantial processing fee, regardless of whether it was the first issuance. To encourage the acquisition of residency permits, Wade subsequently enacted several policies. For instance, any commoner holding a residency permit would be granted priority enlistment in the military. Each household could retain an additional 10% of their annual grain yield, along with certain purchasing discounts. Additionally, young children meeting assessment criteria could be sent to the Artisan Forging Association to become apprentices. Commoners wishing to engage in business were mandated to obtain the commercial version. Those caught engaging in private trade or price gouging would face penalties such as fines or forced labor. Conversely, merchants willing to adhere to regulations would receive certain support, including access to low-priced grain and linen products, which they could sell. They would then be responsible for bringing back additional goods from outside sources to fulfill the domestic demand within the territory. This approach not only minimized transportation costs, but also alleviated the subsequent expenses related to maintenance and labor. As a supplier, one continuously expands the lower tiers, who then exchange their resources for wealth from other regions, bringing it back for consumption within their territory. Essentially, it is a matter of utilizing excess production capacity to meet the additional demands of the land. Chapter 60, A New Year. As time progresses, autumn harvests give way to winter storage, and spring blooms forth. The flourishing prosperity within the territory is a testament to the presence of a capable lord. The people are well-fed and warmly clothed, which is the highest praise for a ruler. On the 19th of February in the year 8979 of the Dark Era, the heavy snow gradually receded, welcoming the arrival of spring. Alongside this change of season came the mating season for wild beasts. The Adventurers Guild, too, welcomed a surge of adventurers with the onset of spring, resulting in a bustling scene in Casey Town. All of this unfolded precisely as Vade had anticipated. Last year, Governor Chris received Vade's directive to construct a tavern in advance, establishing a lodging specifically for adventurers to rest. As spring arrived, these establishments opened their doors as planned, ensuring that the daily needs of adventurers were met while simultaneously allowing funds to circulate back into the community, thereby enriching the common folk. In simple terms, adventurers earn money from tasks, and after indulging in accommodations and entertainment, this money ultimately returns to the hands of the townspeople. Furthermore, the Craftsmen's Forging Association ensures that adventurers' equipment requires maintenance. Damaged gear necessitates replacement, thus generating further revenue and facilitating a cyclical flow of funds. After such expenditures, it is believed that adventurers will scarcely manage to retain any savings, as their resources will be thoroughly depleted. Vade's objective is to maintain a delicate balance in the circulation of funds. In summary, free, high-risk labor is acquired without cost, and participants remain blissfully unaware, even believing that the environment is agreeable and contemplating long-term settlement. As time passes, this allure tends to grow stronger. After all, humans are social creatures, and the pursuit of a comfortable life is inherent to most. At Merry Manor, within the horse training grounds, Vade rides a Sharmar in circles, considering it a leisurely pastime. The old steward, Alsace, rides alongside on another Sharmar, relishing the thrill of the galloping steeds. One cannot deny that a warhorse possesses a strength far surpassing that of a common horse. The exhilarating sensation of acceleration is immediate, and the rush of wind heightens the adrenaline. However, in terms of experience, Vade finds himself more inclined towards Emily, for her mastery of handling is captivating, often drawing him deeper into the experience. After all, both involve riding. It is merely a matter of dominance between rider and steed, the subtleties of which must remain unspoken to outsiders. Yet, while the horses are splendid, it is regrettable that the Shalma breed is the most popular warhorse variety within the kingdom of Phillips, with hardly any stallions available in the market. The horses that can be sold are all geldings, devoid of reproductive capability. This predicament leaves Wade feeling quite helpless. Currently, a glaring deficiency within his domain is the scarcity and poor quality of horses, leading to inefficiencies. Furthermore, there are insufficient mounts to equip the cavalry unit. This matter is akin to a thorn in Wade's side, as the Mandala family once attained their noble title through a formidable cavalry. After galloping for a few laps, the master and his servant retreated to bathe, cleansing themselves of the day's grime. Subsequently, they strolled together in the garden, relishing the afternoon sun. The warm rays caressed their faces, evoking a longing for peaceful days devoid of conflict, where tranquility often brings solace. They breathed deeply, savoring the exquisite moment. The fragrance of flowers wafted through the air, signifying the arrival of spring, heralding a new cycle and a fresh beginning. Upon reaching a floral pavilion, Alsace skillfully pulled out a chair for Wade. He then retrieved a teapot, pouring a cup of high-end black tea, sourced from the city of Duanan. Exuding a sense of aristocratic ritual, "My lord," he began, "according to merchants returning from Twilight City, it appears that Baron Miller has been up to something new. Rumor has it that Baron Miller has assembled 2,000 slave soldiers, along with 1,000 standing troops and 300 elite units. Furthermore, Knights Const and HYLF have each gathered around 500 troops. It seems he intends to launch another expansion campaign, with whispers suggesting that the target may be to the east. My lord, do you think Baron Miller is preparing for a promotion to Viscount?" Listening to the steward's tidings, Wade blew gently on his hot tea, a subtle smile gracing his lips, embodying the composure of nobility. "I had anticipated this matter," he replied. "The rapid development of Casey Town over the past 2 years owes much to the gains from the last expansion campaign. The profits we have reaped account for merely 1/10 of the total. Although we have gained a significant advantage through commerce, we are not far ahead of the other knights. They have acquired more territory, and as development progresses, their resources will undoubtedly surpass ours. We have traded land for our current commercial supremacy. Moreover, with Baron Miller possessing half of the spoils, 2 years is ample time for many developments." As Wade took a sip of the red tea, a contemplative expression crossed his face. He then retrieved several sugar cubes from the bowl, stirring them into his cup before continuing. "The pursuit of elevation is a goal shared by every noble, and Baron Miller is no exception. Now that an opportunity for promotion has arisen, it is only natural for him to strive for it. Thus, his actions can be seen as premeditated. On the contrary, I believe that Baron Miller's elevation to Viscount could indeed prove to be a fortuitous development. For us, it presents an opportunity for expansion." Upon hearing this, Alsace's eyes sparkled, seemingly catching a glimpse of the ambition that resided within Wade's gaze. Thus, is the master contemplating action? While Baron Miller's focus shifts to the east, we shall seize the moment to explore new territories. Wade smiled and remarked, "Naturally, otherwise, what purpose did our prior arrangements serve? It is, of course, to expand sufficiently in order to prepare for a future elevation to the rank of Baron. After all, I too am a member of the nobility." As they exchanged knowing smiles, an unspoken understanding lingered between the master and servant. The rationale behind the need to expand territories while deliberately avoiding Baron Miller is abundantly clear. Would you permit a rival to emerge at your doorstep, competing for your sustenance? In the past, he may have been akin to a mere dog, one you could tolerate and even cultivate into a loyal companion. However, one fateful day, he transforms into a werewolf, obstructing your entrance and standing on equal footing with you, thereby constraining your developmental trajectory. At such a juncture, would you seek to confine that dog to remain a dog, or would you neglect it, allowing it to evolve into a werewolf that hinders your progress? Chapter 61. Appointment of Positions and Intelligence from the Adventurers Guild. Meanwhile, in the northern region of Twilight Territory, Knights Tanis, the aged Knight Charles, and Knight Leonard received news of the upheavals within Twilight City through their respective channels. However, in contrast to Wade, the three factions chose not to seize the opportunity for expansion nor to forge alliances. Instead, they opted for silence, seemingly acquiescing to Baron Miller's maneuvers. Since they transferred their territories to the border 2 years ago, although their land area has significantly increased while retaining potential for expansion, they have also sacrificed a portion of their heritage, necessitating a fresh start. To this day, they have yet to fully recover from the ordeal. The scarcity of population, coupled with vast expanses of land and resources, has emerged as their primary challenge. Just as they began to stabilize the situation, the proximity to the border invited frequent beast attacks, making encounters with magical beasts a regular occurrence. One must ponder how such a challenging environment could possibly entice people to settle here. In contrast, Wade's territory is considerably more favorable, despite being on the border as well. Years of development have rendered the surrounding areas largely free from magical beasts. At most, there are sporadic animal sightings during the spring and summer seasons. It is no wonder that ordinary citizens would prefer to settle in Casey Town, especially given the flourishing of the Elysium Trading Company in the Twilight Territory over the past 2 years. Casey Town has become one of the most sought-after towns, second only to Twilight City and Dawn City. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Baron Miller may have long foreseen this situation, which explains his composed demeanor. Everything remains under his meticulous control. To him, these dogs are ultimately mere hounds, loyal guardians of the northern border, his 3 faithful sentinels. On the 2nd day of March in the year 8979 of the Dark Era, the Adventurers Guild conveyed the latest intelligence. In the meeting room of the Merry Manor, White occupied the head seat. To his left sat the steward, Alsace, Diego, and master craftsman Reggie. To his right were Chief Executive Officer Chris, Merchant Spike, and his beloved Emily. These 6 individuals represented the most significant power and capability within the territory, forming the very foundation upon which White established his influence. Clearing his throat, White announced, "Now that everyone is present, let us commence the meeting." The agenda comprised 2 primary matters. Firstly, personnel changes to reconstruct the management system. Secondly, the expansion of our territory. Those with inquiries may signal their interest. White spoke, and his words landed like a thunderclap. In mere moments, he had left everyone astonished. Territorial expansion? The mere mention of such a prospect ignited a mixture of shock and exhilaration among them. After a brief silence, Chris, the chief executive officer, was the first to pose a question. "My lord, did you just imply that we are to expand our own territory? Are you planning to elevate your status to that of a baron?" At the utterance of this question, all eyes converged upon Wide, eagerly anticipating his response. Resting his head upon one hand, Wide replied with a gentle smile, "What else would you expect, my dear chief executive officer? I assure you, I have no intention of making such a base jest." At this, the meeting room fell into a profound hush, the only sound being the uneven breaths of those present. Excitement and anticipation began to swell within them, a joy they were careful to conceal. This answer was precisely what they had yearned for. With Wide's ascension, their fortunes would undoubtedly rise alongside his, enabling them to reach heights they had never before imagined. Now, let us all regain our composure. We shall proceed to the first item on our agenda, the proposal for personnel changes. First, Chris will continue as the Chief Executive Officer of Casey Town, overseeing all affairs within the territory. During my absence, Chris shall wield the highest authority to maintain the territory's operations. Next, I appoint Emily as the Civil Executive Officer, assisting Chris in his daily responsibilities, ensuring the smooth conduct of governance within the territory and addressing various civil matters. Additionally, she will oversee the daily operations of the Merry Manor to guarantee its proper functioning. Furthermore, Spike has demonstrated exceptional capabilities during his year-long assessment, yet further evaluation is necessary. He is hereby appointed as the acting Commercial Executive Officer with a probationary period of 3 years. Should no significant incidents occur during this time, we may consider a permanent appointment. The daily responsibilities primarily involve the operations of the Bliss Chamber of Commerce, as well as overseeing the properties acquired in other regions. Concurrently, it is essential to constantly adjust the pricing within the territory and monitor various commercial activities to ensure the smooth circulation of funds. The aforementioned pertains to the civil appointments within the territory. Now, let us proceed to military appointments. Firstly, Alsace is appointed as the supreme commander, overseeing the 1st Brigade of the garrison and the 1st to 4th Assault Battalions. Secondly, Diego is appointed as the guard commander, tasked with leading the guard unit responsible for the protection of the central military and ensuring my safety. Additionally, Master Reggie is appointed as the logistics officer while concurrently serving as the president of the Artisan Forging Association. He will be responsible for the daily maintenance of military equipment, weapon manufacturing, and supply of armaments, as well as collaborating with Chris to fulfill governmental requirements. This concludes the personnel assignments. Should there be a need for deputies to assist in management, you may cultivate your own assistants without my excessive intervention. As long as their backgrounds are clear and devoid of any issues, simply provide the information for my records. Now, do any of you have questions? Upon this inquiry, Wade scanned the room, finding no one raising their hand to voice an opinion. It was evident that the assembly was entirely convinced and satisfied with the arrangement, particularly Emily and Spike, who had experienced a significant transformation. One had ascended from a merchant to a prominent minister, marking a metamorphosis from commerce to governance. The other had transitioned from goods to the Lord's trusted confidant, representing a shift from obscurity to prominence. This engendered within them an unprecedented sense of trust. No amount of words could rival the tangible affirmation of their new roles. They felt a profound gratitude towards Wade. While they might not be willing to traverse fire and water for him, they were resolute in their loyalty and commitment. After a brief moment, seeing no one had raised any questions, Wade continued, "Since there are no inquiries, we shall now address the matter of territorial expansion." Upon hearing this, everyone straightened their backs and leaned slightly forward, eager to absorb every word. Wade then produced a map of the vicinity surrounding Casey Town, marked with various symbols indicating critical information. According to intelligence from the Adventurers Guild, this map detailed an area of over 200 square kilometers to the west of Casey Town. Skull icons represented high-risk zones where magical beasts frequently appeared, totaling 13 locations. Black circles denoted medium to high-risk areas, suspected or confirmed to be alien encampments, numbering 9 in total. Red circles indicated low to medium-risk zones, areas inhabited by wild beasts, amounting to over 120 sites. Chapter 62. Expansion. Next, we must prepare for defensive operations and cleansing of these areas, with the administrative and civil departments coordinating as much as possible to support military actions. Should any issues arise, the consequences will be borne by those involved. Understood, my lord, responded the civil personnel, led by Chris, in unison to Wade's directive. This campaign of expansion holds immense significance, destined to determine the course of the future, and they dare not afford the slightest negligence. Now, let us proceed to our strategic deployment plan. In the forthcoming months, Spike shall closely monitor the movements of Baron Miller. Should the adversary stir, we shall follow closely. Chris, in the ensuing months, keep a vigilant eye on unfamiliar faces to prevent any premature leakage of information. Simultaneously, divert public attention as much as possible, hastening the distribution of resident permits. With the first census to be conducted in 6 months, Emily shall serve as an aide, assisting Chris in refining our efforts while maintaining a watchful eye on the operations at Mary Manor to prevent any unforeseen calamities. Furthermore, Alsace is to inspect the military's armament status. Any deficiencies must prompt Reggie to expedite the production of additional equipment. Concurrently, the 1st Brigade of the Standing Army shall march westward. Initially, we shall establish a temporary camp and subsequently clear the surrounding areas of any lurking beasts. This task shall be entrusted to Diego, with the escorting team available for support. Alsace, during this period, must prioritize training the assault battalion, ensuring they remain in a perpetual state of readiness for the westward advance. In regions suspected of harboring foreign entities, we shall refrain from alarming them, awaiting further instructions to avoid any unnecessary disturbances. Gentlemen, our success hinges upon this very endeavor. Indeed, we shall faithfully adhere to the Lord's commands. As the meeting concluded, the attendees departed one by one. Wade remained seated alone in the conference room, gazing out the window, his eyes glimmering with a spark of determination. Upon the completion of this expansion, he would endeavor to break through. This life could not be endured in monotony. On May 3rd, 8979 of the Dark Era, Baron Miller commenced his actions. At this moment, the ground was devoid of the springtime mud, and the temperatures lacked the chill of autumn and winter, an optimal time for marching and warfare. This intelligence promptly returned to Casey Town. Although Wade had long been aware of the news through his dead eye, it was still premature to reveal its existence. If the merchants served as Wade's clandestine eyes, then the flock commanded by Dead Eye remained a hidden secret, concealed from outsiders. Subsequently, as per Wade's design, Diego had already ventured deep into the Western territories a month prior, eliminating several beast congregations. A temporary camp had been established and expanded into a rudimentary fort. Meanwhile, upon receiving orders, Alsace swiftly led the assault battalion westward, coordinating with Diego upon their arrival. By the time news of Wyde's advance to the west reached Baron Miller, 3 days had already passed. Within the eastern expansion camp, Baron Miller perused a report, veins subtly throbbing on his forehead. Who would have thought that amidst all precautions, this minor detail would slip through? It was a mistake to engage in dealings with this young wretch. Who could have anticipated that within a mere 2 years, it would escalate to this extent? Damn it, my lord, shall I go and stop him? Suggested Andrew, the guard officer, stepping forward. As the second-in-command to Baron Miller, he embodied the will of his lord. Upon hearing this, Baron Miller raised his hand to halt him, rubbing his brow thoughtfully. Andrew, what you need now is patience. Do not rush. Before long, you shall be promoted to a proper knight, which is a crucial step towards my elevation to Viscount. We cannot allow this matter to hinder your advancement. In my eyes, you are far more significant than Constance Sylph. As for the opportunity presented to the Mandala family, let them seize it. To obstruct them at this juncture would only exacerbate tensions. Let us not forget that those 3 from the north are no trifling adversaries. Although Constance Sylph are somewhat reliable, they ultimately lack prominence. Const possesses a modicum of intelligence, while Sylph, well, he is bound to fall by his own hand eventually. For now, let us prioritize the greater picture. Focus on your training and prepare for your imminent breakthrough. I shall personally lead this campaign. Yes, my lord, replied Andrew, bowing in acknowledgement. As Baron Miller indicated, his promotion to a knight was indeed the most pressing concern at present. Meanwhile, in the western primeval forest, Wade was leading his troops, preparing to launch a surprise assault on a gathering of foreign tribes. This was a medium-sized kobold clan, numbering around 700 or 800, nestled within a valley surrounded by mountains. The valley itself was shaped like a gourd, featuring 2 plains of differing sizes. The sole exit was a narrow passage, barely wide enough for 3 individuals to walk side by side, making it a naturally defensible stronghold. Given the numerical superiority of the enemy, a direct assault was evidently impractical. By the campfire, Wade and his companions gathered to deliberate on how to conquer the valley. Just as they found themselves at an impasse, Alsace proposed, my lord, perhaps we could set a fire. Oh, Wade turned to him, evidently intrigued by this suggestion. Pray tell, how would we ignite this fire? Starting a fire within the passage to suffocate them with smoke was unrealistic. The resulting casualties would be minimal. After all, the kobolds were not fools. They could easily seal off the passage to block the smoke. My lord, you are mistaken. The fire must not be set this way, Alsace replied with a gentle smile. Continuing to explain, I believe that since the valley is enclosed, we should send a few individuals to infiltrate and set them ablaze from within. Given the kobolds' level of development, even if there is a water source within the valley, they would struggle to effectively extinguish a large fire. Chaos will undoubtedly ensue among the kobolds, prompting them to flee the valley. At that moment, we can ensnare them, closing the gates and catching them unawares. After hearing the plan, Wade nodded slightly, indicating his preliminary approval of the proposal. This is, thus far, the most optimal solution conceived, capable of minimizing losses. However, the sole consideration remains the selection of infiltrators. In this regard, Wade harbors some reservations. After all, while this mission appears straightforward, it is fraught with peril. An ordinary individual entering such a situation would likely face certain death. This is, after all, a war between races. A slight misstep could result in utter annihilation. As for ordinary individuals, their capability is irrelevant. Even allowing extraordinary beings to partake would be exceedingly dangerous. As the Lord, Wade cannot afford to personally risk his life. He is the pillar for all, and no one would permit him to venture into danger. The remaining candidate, Diego, is far too young and lacks the requisite experience to bear such a heavy responsibility. To reach a mid-sized clan, one must have, at the very least, 1 or more blood warriors within the tribe, possessing high-end combat prowess, at least of mid-tier blood warrior status or above. Such challenges are beyond Diego's current abilities. Beyond this, the only suitable individual left is the initiator of the plan, Arthas. With the strength of a high-ranking Knight-S squire, combined with a superior quality Knight-S sword and years of combat experience, he stands a greater than 70% chance of prevailing against adversaries of equal rank. Yet, at the same time, Arthas is also Wade's closest confidant, having shared 2 decades of companionship. He is reluctant to see his steward take risks. Rest assured, my lord. Leave it to me. Arthas perhaps discerned Wade's concerns and proactively offered his assurance. At this, Wade fell silent, recognizing this as the most reasonable arrangement at present. As a noble, a figure of authority, and a power holder, his foremost consideration has never been familial ties. Without tangible exchanges of interests, no one would follow him. This is the underlying logic of this other world. Exercise caution. Should you encounter misfortune, this war may not be paused. However, I assure you, I will ensure that those goblins accompany you to the grave. That is my promise to you. Upon hearing this, Arthas adjusted his monocle with a look of satisfaction. You have matured, young master. It is time for you to stand on your own. With that, they exchanged a moment of silence, and the offensive plan was officially set in motion. Soon, as dusk fell, Diego led the guard team to ambush the outpost outside the passage. In a mere encounter, several goblin sentinels were torn to shreds by azure energy. The remaining goblins also fell before the soldiers, and the entire skirmish was resolved in under 3 minutes. Emerging from the dim shadows, Diego appeared as a living embodiment of death, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Now at the age of 15, he had matured into a competent warrior and a capable leader. He proceeded to clear the bodies, manage the checkpoints within the passage, and meticulously check for any oversights. The fallen gnoll heads had all been severed, for these creatures are cunning. One must navigate with utmost caution to avoid calamity. Should one falter in the depths of misfortune, allowing the enemy to escape, the only recourse would be to end one's own life in atonement. Yes, my lord. The soldiers of the guard responded in unison, their discipline unwavering and training impeccable. They were capable of executing commands almost instantaneously, rivaling even the foremost armies of the kingdom, and exhibiting an even greater adherence to discipline. Meanwhile, the gnoll sentries within the valley remained oblivious to this unfolding situation. As control of the passage was gradually established, Arthas commenced his mission. Utilizing the cover of night and his keen sense of timing, he successfully traversed the passage and entered the heart of the valley. By meticulously timing his movements, Arthas adeptly evaded the sentry post at the internal entrance. He then proceeded along the edge of the valley, stealthily making his way deeper into its recesses. Along the way, he recorded the environment and observed the combat capabilities of the gnolls. This information would be invaluable in refining the military's operational framework. Simultaneously, he was mapping an escape route to ensure a timely withdrawal when the moment was ripe. This exemplified the quintessential qualities of a professional warrior. Previously, it was estimated that this gnoll clan numbered between 700 and 800. However, it now appeared that a conservative estimate would place their numbers close to 1,000. Nearing the threshold of a large clan, over 70% were combat-capable gnolls, while the remainder consisted of pups and the infirm. Arthas sensed 7 extraordinary fluctuations, 4 at the novice level, 2 at the intermediate level, and 1 belonging to a high bloodline warrior. He murmured to himself, deducing the enemy's combat composition from the subtle vibrations in the air. While not entirely infallible, his assessment was likely close to the truth. In stark contrast, the gnolls, particularly the bloodline warriors among them, had yet to perceive this elusive presence. Perhaps they were aware, but in comparison to their current task, this faint aura seemed of little importance. Their immediate concern was to satiate the appetites of their ravenous kin. For a clan might, if not proclaimed, would indeed be a lamentable affair. As they continued to feast, their brain matter was ultimately expelled with a mighty tremor of their frames. At that moment, the faint presence was the least of their concerns. They likely dismissed it as a mere kin observing their live spectacle. In the distance, Arthas rubbed his temples, seemingly attempting to erase the vivid, unseemly images from his mind. Truly, the other race embodies a crude and savage nature, with generally diminished intellect. Even when awakened to the power of their bloodlines, they remain little more than primitive beasts. Nevertheless, he resolved to complete his task swiftly and depart from this place. The following morning, he would hasten back to serve his lord at mealtime, for he suspected his absence would leave his lord feeling quite lonely. With these thoughts lingering in his mind, he resumed the execution of his mission. However, in this regard, Alsace was merely overthinking. At this moment, Wade was certainly not lonely. Within the forest encampment, Emily had arrived at the military camp under the pretense of bringing provisions to reward the soldiers. In truth, she was compelling him to surrender the public grain. Wade would never proactively request such a thing, yet he also could not refuse. Thus, in a game of half-hearted persuasion, Emily successfully cornered him. That night, the battle could be likened to the total casualties of World War II. This confrontation shattered the heavens. This cannonade tarnished Wade's long-held reputation. As time progressed and the early dawn approached, this period marked the moment when the goblin sentinels were at their most vulnerable. Even the night watchman's vigilance had waned to its lowest point. Many goblins, still weary from the previous night's fierce combat, found themselves enervated, their limbs weak and minds vacant. It was precisely at this juncture that Alsace took action. He unleashed his fighting spirit, the flame lion's aura swirling around his long sword like a fiery serpent. Simultaneously, the blade shimmered with a crimson glow, augmenting the might of the flame lion's energy. With a single swing of his sword, the aura ignited the underbrush. And in an instant, a tempest of flames erupted. Under Alsace's deliberate manipulation, the fire grew increasingly fierce. Within mere breaths, it surged beyond his control, akin to waves crashing upon the goblin clan. Chapter 64. The Battle of the Goblin Valley, Part 2, Whoosh, whoosh. What a delectable scent of roasted goblin meat. One goblin sniffed the air and crawled out of its den. Indeed, the aroma was intoxicating. Enticed by the fragrance, the goblin lifted the tent flap. As it opened its bleary eyes, the next moment sent a chill down its spine. Before long, a roaring inferno, akin to a colossal beast of flames, was spreading towards the tribe, and many of those dwelling on the periphery had already been seared. Roasted to perfection, their skins crackled and juices sizzled forth. If sprinkled with a handful of scallions and cilantro, it would surely be delightful. No, wait. This is a fire. A blazing fire. Realizing the peril, the goblin attempted to flee, yet its body had already succumbed to chaos. Its throat felt as if pierced with a needle, making breath a struggle. In the next moment, it collapsed to the ground, silenced. Evidently, the thick smoke generated by the flames had become the harbinger of its demise. Moreover, many goblins perished in their slumber, their lives snuffed out by the noxious fumes, while the inferno served as the chef preparing their final feast. Where the flames passed, the earth was charred and cracked. Emitting mournful cries, the goblins became mere remnants of charcoal, ultimately returning to the embrace of the earth, nourishing the soil. Such scenes unfolded with relentless frequency, escalating in intensity with each passing second. Cursed, cursed, cursed. How could this inferno erupt? Those foolish sentinels on night watch, are they all imbeciles? Chai-Chi cursed vehemently, his heart bleeding as he beheld the tents being devoured by the flames. These were the possessions of their Chai-Chi tribe, now reduced to ash, leaving them homeless and obliterating years of toil. Black Dog, inform me, how many tribesmen do we have left? Reporting to you, Chief. We currently have over 600 tribesmen remaining. The majority of the deceased were mere cubs, the frail and the aged, all succumbing to suffocation in their slumber. Engulfed by smoke, Black Dog answered, yet trepidation gripped him at the thought of their chief's wrath. Given the chief's temperament, he would likely seize a tribesman at random and execute him, drinking his blood to assuage his fury. Upon hearing this, Chai-Chi's eyes widened with fury as he seized Black Dog. What did you just say? You were the elder on watch last night. Why did you fail to notice the fire? Do you understand that this blaze has cost our Chai-Chi clan a third of our people? How can you face those lost tribesmen? Damned fool. With a snap, just as Black Dog had feared, the chief indeed killed a tribesman, quenching his anger with blood. Yet, unexpectedly, the one who fell was none other than Black Dog himself. Useless. Chai-Chi wiped his mouth, tossing the headless corpse aside carelessly. However, Black Dog's demise was not without reason. As an elder, a respected blood warrior of the tribe, he had indeed failed in his duty, leading to the death of over 300 tribesmen. He deserved his fate. Dispatch orders for the tribesmen to evacuate Dog Head Valley swiftly, once the flames subside. We shall return to rebuild our home. Yes, Chief. The remaining elders of Dog Head promptly complied, eager to avoid becoming the next casualty. Subsequently, the surviving Dog Head tribesmen, under the guidance of their elders, began to evacuate the valley in an orderly fashion. But soon, the grim realization dawned upon them. This conflagration would mark the requiem of the Chai-Chi clan. From the very beginning, they had been devoid of a future. Bereft of hope, the first wave of Dog Head tribesmen that surged through the passage met a gruesome fate, impaled by errant spears. Believing they had glimpsed a glimmer of survival, they were instead confronted with the onset of despair. In that moment, the slaughter commenced. Those who ventured forth were mercilessly cut down, while the remaining tribesmen, desperate to retreat, were relentlessly shoved forward by those behind them. Chaos erupted within the passage, preventing the timely transmission of crucial information. Those tribesmen, fully aware that the path ahead led to certain death, were thrust into despair, propelled by their own kin toward their doom. This harrowing cycle continued unabated. Diego stood resolute, embodying the spirit of a lone warrior, defiantly guarding the passage's exit. The azure aura of the lion's fury enveloped him, and the sword in his hand, empowered by the wind attribute, became extraordinarily sharp. Each swing, each strike, claimed the lives of one or several gnolls. Meanwhile, The guards merely assisted, continuously clearing the corpses at the exit to provide Diego with ample space to unleash his prowess. This situation persisted for several minutes until Diego's stamina began to wane, at which point the soldiers took over the exit. As the bodies of the gnolls accumulated, after slaying 100 or 200, the first gnoll elder finally emerged. This mid-tier bloodline warrior, second only to the chieftain, represented one of the two premier forces of the Chaichi clan. However, his appearance could not alter the one-sided situation. The instant his presence was revealed, Wade had already arrived before him, his 5-meter-long knight's lance piercing through him like a dart, pinning him firmly against the stone wall, instantly annihilating this formidable opponent. Although Wade's cultivated lion's fury did not bring the attribute enhancements of other breathing techniques, his strength was sufficient to overwhelm any foe of the same rank. As the saying goes, strength conquers skill, and no matter how exquisite the techniques employed, they merely become a farce under the weight of absolute power. A lance of superior quality could not be withstood even by 3rd or 4th tier magical beasts, let alone this mere mid-tier bloodline warrior, who was essentially a feast for Wade. If Diego possessed the strength of 10,000 men, then at this moment, Wade was akin to a war god. The 5-meter-long knight's lance repeatedly thrust into the passage, each entry and exit claiming the lives of several gnolls. It was akin to a game of cards, as the stakes escalated with each maneuver. Even when several more gnoll elders emerged subsequently, they were rendered powerless in the face of such overwhelming strength. The remaining mid-tier bloodline warrior, alongside 3 low-tier bloodline warriors, launched an attack on Wade. This appeared to be their last desperate counterattack, even if it cost them their lives. They were determined to shred the human before them into pieces. Their intentions were noble, but reality was merciless. The insurmountable barriers of realm, equipment, and fighting spirit created an unbreachable chasm. Their assaults, against Wade's superior armor, felt like mere tickles, feeble and ineffective. A single punch from Wade could likely obliterate a low-tier bloodline warrior, and a casual thrust of his lance could leave a gaping hole the size of a bowl in the enemy. This was sheer domination, a tactical equipment, and strength-based absolute suppression. Chapter 65, The Battle of the Gnoll Valley. Part 2. This skirmish came swiftly and departed just as quickly. 4 elder kobolds faced a dire fate. 1 severely injured, 2 slain on the spot, and the remaining 1, recognizing the futility of resistance, chose to surrender. The ensuing battle fell to the 1st Brigade of the garrison and the guard squad. 2 hours passed. Outside the passage's exit, a mountain of kobold corpses lay strewn about, numbering no less than 400 or 500. The remaining kobolds, left with no choice, relinquished their fight, engulfed by flames and hindered by human forces blocking their escape. Surrender was their only path to survival. Having captured nearly 100 kobold slaves and 2 elder kobolds, this war seemed to be drawing to a close. As the flames within the valley gradually subsided, the 1st Brigade commenced their advance into the valley, initiating a thorough sweep. The assault battalion began to clear the battlefield outside the valley, overseeing the slaves. Simultaneously, within the canyon, a life-and-death duel unfolded. The clash of swords echoed, sparks flying. Arthas, wielding his weapon with superiority, sent the wolf-toothed foe flying with a single strike, swiftly following up with a kick that sent him sprawling. Humph! The wolf-toothed warrior spat blood, struggling to rise, his gaze fixed on Arthas with a vengeful glare, wishing to rend him to pieces. You humans are consistently treacherous, in terms of greed and shamelessness. Even goblins cannot rival you. 30 years ago, you began to encroach upon our territory, and now, insatiable as ever, you continue to constrict our very existence. Humans, you shall face retribution. When the northern plains unite, you will suffer the backlash. The shame of today will be repaid 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. The wolf-toothed warrior roared, unleashing his boundless fury, bordering on hysteria. Yet before him, Arthas remained calm, even surprised. He hadn't expected the creature to speak the common tongue. It seemed your intellect is not lacking. You could fetch quite a price in the slave market, couldn't you? Surrender, kobold, and you may yet have a chance at life. At this, the wolf-toothed warrior erupted in laughter, pointing his battle blade at Arthas. Surrender? Curse your lineage. With a roar, he charged at Arthas like a cannonball, raising his sword high, intent on severing Arthas' head in one fell swoop. Foolish wretch, Arthas retorted with 4 simple words. In the next instant, a shadow surged from behind the wolf-toothed warrior, abruptly interrupting his assault. Arthas swiftly approached the wolf-toothed foe with a decisive motion. Blood blossomed in the air as the warrior's arm holding the blade was severed. How could this be? The wolf-toothed warrior exclaimed in shock. only to be met with a flurry of swift strikes from Arthas. In the blink of an eye, he lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground, marking the complete annihilation of the Chaichi clan. With a swift motion, Arthas sheathed his longsword, a raven landing gracefully upon his shoulder. "So, you are the reinforcements that my lord entrusted to me," he mused. "I had thought my lord possessed an unusual taste for keeping ravens, but it appears you are, in fact, a first-tier magical beast." Gently stroking the raven's lifeless feathers, he felt a flicker of surprise despite his earlier suspicions, for the creature's presence was indeed a revelation. Several hours later, Diego approached Vade to report on the battle's outcome. "My lord, I am pleased to inform you that there were no fatalities among our ranks. With only a few sustaining minor injuries, all of which are now inconsequential. We successfully vanquished 576 goblins. Approximately 400 of them perished in the flames. Additionally, we captured 92 goblins, 2 low-tier bloodline warriors, and 1 high-tier bloodline chieftain. Furthermore, we unearthed a chest buried within the clan ruins, containing nearly 100 gold coins, several thousand silver coins, and a modest collection of jewelry. We also retrieved 5 first-tier magical cores and 2 second-tier magical cores. Moreover, the exploration of this valley has been completed. The goblins refer to it as Goblin Valley, which encompasses 2 plains, one large and one small, totaling 3 square kilometers, or roughly 3,000 acres. Our observations indicate that the elemental concentration here is slightly higher than the average external levels, suitable for the cultivation of low-tier magical plants. Additionally, at the valley's deepest point, there exists a small waterfall. Given some time, the ecosystem here will soon be restored. Upon hearing the report, Vade's countenance brightened with joy. It is undeniable that this location boasts exceptional natural advantages, serving not only as a potential hideout for troops, but also as a fortress. It is a veritable sanctuary for magical herbs, providing a secret refuge and a route for retreat. This battle has been commendably executed. Let us allocate a portion of the spoils to the soldiers for a well-deserved celebration. Furthermore, for his extraordinary contributions, Arthas shall be rewarded with a second-tier magical core and 100 gold coins. Diego, your performance alongside the guard has been outstanding. You shall receive a first-tier magical core, and each member of the guard will be awarded 1 gold coin. Yes, my lord, Diego replied with a slight bow. Your generosity will undoubtedly be remembered by all the soldiers. In response, Vade merely smiled and gazed back at the valley, saying, by the way, I am not fond of the name Goblin Valley. Little Diego, what do you propose we call it instead? Diego scratched his head, pondering the matter. After all, the true hero of this battle was Arthas, whom he deeply respected as both elder and mentor. Naming it himself might seem presumptuous. However, he felt assured that Arthas would not be overly sensitive about such things. Upon hearing the Lord's words, Diego felt it inappropriate to decline any further. After a moment of deep contemplation, he finally spoke. In this battle, while Commander Arthas undoubtedly stands as the foremost hero, it is you, my lord, who single-handedly faced numerous formidable foes. It is through your strength that the tide of victory was determined. Your presence is akin to a divine being descended from the heavens, a Lion King reigning supreme. Thus, I propose the name Lion King Valley. For you, my lord, embody the essence of our Lion King. It is only in your sight that we, your loyal subjects, find our guiding direction. We are like a pride of lions in need of a leader such as yourself to illuminate our path and lead us towards rebirth. Upon hearing this, Weeder smiled, gazing toward the horizon, a sense of grandeur swelling within him. A splendid name. It seems Arthas has trained you well over these past 2 years. As you wish. From this day forth, this place shall be known as Lion King Valley. It is the territory of the Mandala family. Chapter 66. The offerings are gathered. The ascension of the Deadeye. Time swiftly passed, and night fell. Lion King Valley had been reconstructed into a camp, temporarily serving as a secondary military encampment. As the night deepened, soldiers resumed their routines, some resting while others patrolled, appearing no different from usual. The only distinction was that the guard unit was now scattered around the graveyard, maintaining vigilance. The corpses of the goblins slain during the day lay piled in a large pit, still awaiting burial. At this moment, Weeder, clad in a black cloak, approached the pit of corpses, with the dead eye perched upon his shoulder. Nearby, a few small female crows were concealed among the treetops, acting as sentinels to monitor the surroundings. Arthas and Diego patrolled the perimeter, establishing a 3-layer defense to ensure Weeder's safety. Finally, everything had been gathered. 1 level 3 or higher beast core could be exchanged for 1 level 2 and 3 level 1 beast cores. The flesh of a level 3 beast could be substituted with that of a goblin chieftain and 2 goblin elders. I had prepared over 500 souls of living beings to form a vengeful spirit conglomerate, along with the souls of 2 goblin elders. The medium, a kilogram of gold, was ready, amounting to a mere 1,000 gold coins, a trivial sum. Additionally, a feather from the dead eye was secured, as well as 10 pairs of eyes filled with resentment. All prepared. With everything in order, it was time to attempt the second phase of cultivation. There should be no issues. With this thought, Weeder stretched and retrieved a vial of specially treated beast blood, drawing the patterns of the ritual array along the edge of the pit, resembling a sacrificial design. He then traced a sacrificial array around the living offerings. Finally, he inscribed the ritual array representing the medium, placing the gold, beast cores, feathers, and eyes within the respective arrays. Let us begin. As he spoke, Wade settled into a cross-legged position, entering a peculiar state of being, a mysterious spirituality coalescing upon the surface of his body. As Wade delved deeper into this transcendent experience, an ineffable aura began to manifest around him. It seemed as though he was invoking something, seeking assistance from an enigmatic and formidable existence. In the next moment, Wade's eyes gradually transformed into a profound black, resembling an abyss that instilled a sense of dread, akin to a chasm that quickened the heartbeat. At that moment, a death eye flew into the sacrificial circle, its wings flickering as if responding to the call. As the ritual progressed, the cores of the magical beasts began to shatter, dissolving into energy that merged with the formation to sustain the ritual's energy consumption. Subsequently, over 500 corpses swiftly decayed, transforming into skeletal remains, while the concentrated and condensed body fluids began to compress incessantly, gradually forming a translucent yellow crystal. Meanwhile, the living sacrifices underwent a continuous decomposition, transforming into a flowing river of blood, their souls, wills, and everything they possessed merging into it without reservation. Following this, akin to the body fluids, a red transparent crystal began to coalesce. Next, above the mass grave, where countless souls typically dissipate after losing their corporeal forms, they began to gather instead, coalescing into a collective of souls made up of hundreds of dog-headed figures. As the 3 primary components were completed, the Death Eye commenced the fusion process, with the red crystal, yellow crystal, and the soul collective sequentially entering its body. With these 3 energies surging within, the Death Eye's form began to undergo various transformations, sprouting 2 dog heads and multiple arms, appearing as bizarre as one could imagine. As the Death Eye teetered on the brink of losing control, seemingly on the verge of collapse, gold began to dissolve, transforming into a liquid state that surged into the Death Eye's body, stabilizing its metamorphosis. Following this, 10 pairs of vengeful eyes were sequentially consumed by the Death Eye. As Wade chanted an incantation, an inexplicable aura flowed from his forehead. Through the feathers of the Death Eye, a connection was established. These feathers served as an anchor point for the Death Eye, a testament to its existence in this realm. With a caw, a flock of uncontrollable young crows flocked towards the Death Eye, swirling above its head to form a congregation. These kin acted like devotees of a deity in the world. Each young crow represented an anchoring point, preventing the Death Eye from distorting and losing control, transforming into an unknown monstrosity. Soon, the ritual approached its conclusion, and the Death Eye's bodily distortions gradually reverted to their original form, albeit now appearing significantly larger, roughly the size of a peregrine falcon. The most significant change lies in the head of the Dead Eye, although it appears similar to an ordinary crow. A closer inspection reveals 2 pairs of compound eyes flanking its own. This enhancement enables it to observe with remarkable acuity. It is akin to a pair of eyes functioning as a binocular, thus 2 pairs serve as a 4-fold magnifier, and 3 pairs would result in an 8-fold magnification. Subsequently, Wade endeavored to establish a connection with the Dead Eye and swiftly uncovered its newfound abilities. The original skill, Command, had a limitation of controlling 18 small female crows simultaneously. This has now escalated to 54, a 3-fold increase. Henceforth, the number of concubines is no longer a mere dream, allowing for a different one each day. Furthermore, the aura of the Dead Eye has ascended to the level of a 2nd-tier magical beast, equivalent to that of a mid-tier knight esquire. This enhancement of raw strength is primarily manifested in its physical resilience. Additionally, the Dead Eye has acquired a new talent, Dark Element Affinity, which permits a certain degree of manipulation of dark elements to aid in stealth and secrecy, while imbuing attacks with corrosive capabilities. This talent is quite standard. Many magical beasts awaken some form of elemental affinity, making it one of the essential skills of these creatures. However, Wade does not anticipate the Dead Eye to engage in combat. Rather, its primary role is to control the flock of crows and gather intelligence for him. The dead eye is truly Wade's eyes. Whether monitoring subordinates, surveilling a target, or probing into secrets, these are the true responsibilities of the dead eye. With the enhancement of dark element affinity, its reconnaissance capabilities have reached an epic level. In terms of offensive power, a successful ambush would likely result in a swift kill, particularly against ordinary second-tier magical beasts, especially with the support of the crow flock. The potential ceiling for the dead eye remains exceptionally high. Should it evolve further to achieve the capability of carrying a rider, Wade could become an aerial unit. The title of Crow Knight seems quite appealing. Chapter 67. The Unknown Marshlands, Lizardmen. The following morning, sunlight bathed the land. This endeavor has only just commenced, and true victory in this expansion will be achieved only upon the expulsion of all foreign races. Within Lion King Valley, wisps of smoke began to rise. The soldiers commenced their orderly meals, for maintaining ample energy is crucial for survival in this expansion campaign. After partaking in breakfast, Emily was tasked with escorting the captured Knoll slaves back to KC Town, where they would be handed over to Spike for contact with the slave trader, Carl. Before long, this batch of slaves would transform into glittering gold coins to cover the expenses incurred during the expansion. As for the events of the previous night, no one mentioned them, and the majority remained blissfully unaware. At that moment, a messenger arrived at the central camp. He reported to the Lord that scouts had discovered traces of foreign races 8 kilometers to the southwest. According to the map provided by the Adventurers Guild, it appears to be a suspected gathering place for these foreign entities, with possible magical beasts lurking nearby. The surrounding environment is damp, with extensive mud indicating the possible presence of marshlands nearby. Upon hearing the report from the messenger, Wade set down his bowl and utensils, stretching his neck as he remarked, "Is there indeed a possibility of marshes? And traces of beasts and foreign races? What are your thoughts, gentlemen?" In response, both Arthas and Diego, who were dining together, offered their suggestions. Diego began, "The first army camp is currently unprotected, and the second army camp within Lion King's Valley also requires personnel for its defense. I believe we can afford to slow our expansion efforts. The first army camp needs some soldiers to maintain stability in our current front lines. Subsequently, we can proceed with caution, allowing the 1st Division of the Standing Army to scout ahead and further investigate the situation, steadily encroaching upon this area in a cautious manner." This proposal, though conservative and prudent given their limited forces, did not align with Wade's expectations. At this juncture, Arthas pointed out the flaws in Diego's plan. "Diego, your proposal is overly idealistic. Our expansion is taking place under the pressing circumstances of Baron Miller's absence. While a steady approach is commendable, we risk missing this opportunity. Time is of the essence in this endeavor. We cannot afford delays, as we must strike swiftly and decisively. I propose we delegate some responsibilities to the Adventurers Guild, allowing a portion of adventurers to garrison the 1st Army Camp, transforming it into a supply outpost rather than maintaining its original defensive role. This would enable us to utilize Lion King's Valley as our primary base, accelerating our expansion efforts. The 1st Division of the Standing Army, along with the 4 battalions of the Assault Corps, can launch a full-scale offensive to resolve the conflict. Diego, you and the Guard should remain in Lion King's Valley to safeguard our stronghold, thereby facilitating a more rapid expansion." Evidently, both plans have their merits and drawbacks. Yet Wade leaned towards the latter. Firstly, as Arthas stated, speed is crucial in this expansion. Prolonged delays would be detrimental. Secondly, their forces were not numerous enough. Concentration would maximize their combat effectiveness, whereas dispersion would hinder their progress. Although this approach may seem somewhat hasty and prone to oversight, risk is often proportional to reward. This is, after all, a war of expansion, a conflict between different races, a true matter of life and death. One cannot embark on such a venture without embracing a measure of risk. With this thought in mind, Wade slowly turned, revealing his imposing silhouette as he declared, "Arthas is right. We shall proceed according to his plan. Diego, draft a letter in my name to the Adventurers Guild, requesting personnel to maintain the supply lines. As for the costs, let Chris negotiate, and we can make some concessions." Furthermore, a command was issued for the entire army to mobilize after half an hour, advancing towards the southwest. "Within a fortnight, I shall seize the land within a 30-kilometer radius." "As you command, my lord." Both Alsace and Diego accepted the order and subsequently withdrew. A new war is brewing anew. 3 days later, after relentless exploration by reconnaissance teams, a small to medium-sized marshland, spanning approximately 20 to 30 square kilometers, was finally uncovered. This marshland, characterized as a plain-type swamp, is primarily constituted of several interconnected small lakes, forming a shallow wetland. Fortunately, the surrounding area is vast and largely devoid of numerous venomous insects. However, it is home to a multitude of fierce creatures such as freshwater crocodiles and giant pythons. Amongst these, a congregation of crocodiles was discovered, with no fewer than 10 first-level magical black-scaled crocodiles. The ordinary crocodiles numbered in the thousands. Within the community, a third-level black-scaled crocodile king was identified, measuring an astonishing 9 meters in length. Additionally, the presence of an alien tribe residing in this area was noted. This is a clan of lizard folk, with a population just over 100, the most formidable among them being a mid-tier bloodline warrior. Although their numbers are few, the lizard folk are far from the lowly races of goblins or wolfmen. Standing over 2 meters tall, their bodies are encased in scaled armor, complemented by exceptional aquatic abilities and the capacity to communicate with reptilian beasts. Even with merely 100 individuals, the threat they pose exceeds that of goblins and wolfmen. Simultaneously, the intelligence of the lizard folk is notably high, comparable to that of humans. The average lizard folk possesses an intellect on par with humanity. The primary constraints on their development lie in their unique racial characteristics and moderate reproductive capabilities. Otherwise, with their martial virtues, the lizard folk would likely have unified the northern plains and established their own kingdom long ago. However, at this moment, this lizard folk clan presents a challenge even more formidable than the Lion King's Valley. Engaging in combat within the marshland does not favor territorial advantage, compounded by the surrounding beasts, leaving us at a disadvantage. With an army of 500, the endeavor to conquer this territory would undoubtedly result in casualties exceeding 50%. Outside the marsh, Weed and Alsace stood on the bank, observing. Truth be told, Weed was envious. The resources of this marshland are sufficient to serve as the industrial backbone of a baronial domain. Such a vast expanse of marshland, if developed for fishery, could yield remarkably substantial profits. After all, this area is inland and does not border the sea. Under equivalent conditions, the price of fish meat can exceed that of beast meat by a factor of 2. Coupled with the abundant freshwater resources here, it is ample for agricultural cultivation, precisely what Weed lacks. This land must be secured. Chapter 68. The Water Lizard Clan, Negotiation. In the submerged marshland, within the Water Lizard Clan, several lizard folk, towering over 2 meters tall, sat in a circle, their expressions vacant and the atmosphere exceedingly oppressive. Let us deliberate. Shall we fight, flee, or negotiate? The leader, Celius, spoke with a calm demeanor, tinged with a hint of melancholy. As a being of intellect comparable to that of humans, Celius possessed a clear understanding of the human race. In his youth, he had witnessed the great conquest war 3 decades prior, and he was acutely aware of humanity's strength, particularly that of the army before him. In terms of discipline, they resembled the main battle legions he had encountered in the past. 30 years ago, despite the alliance of the 5 races, the lizard folk, gnolls, frostwolves, wurgeons, and ghouls, they had failed to overcome humanity. Now, their situation had only worsened. The lizard folk, hindered by poor reproductive capabilities, had diminished to a secondary power in the northern plains, while the ghouls had suffered significant losses. The leaders of both factions had been entirely eradicated. Upon hearing this, several elders of his clan averted their gazes, at a loss for words. Alas, Celius sighed, feeling both disappointment and helplessness. The spirit of their water lizard tribe had been thoroughly crushed. Had they lost even the courage to resist? A few kilometers away, the Knoll Valley had already fallen to the enemy, the Chijiji clan annihilated. Next, it would be their turn. If they were to fight, leveraging their geographical advantage and the assistance of the crocodile horde, they could still contend with the humans for a time. He would implore the Crocodile King, offering his life in exchange for a chance to fight with full force. If they were to flee, the females should immediately escape with their eggs and young, while the remaining males stayed behind to manage the aftermath. Though it would mean certain death, it might preserve a glimmer of hope for their clan's survival. Lastly, there was the option of negotiation. The lizard folk were not devoid of intelligence. They were a wise race, capable of serving as laborers or slaves, making them suitable candidates for such roles. By willingly submitting to servitude, they could secure a chance to survive and allow their race to endure. Celius spoke with a calm resolve, leaving the decision in the hands of his kin. Regardless of the outcome, he would accept it with grace. Should they choose to fight, he would ignite his own spirit, striving for a desperate chance for his people. Should they flee, he would exhaust all efforts to ensure their escape, preserving a thread of hope. Should they negotiate, he would bear the burden of humiliation, even if it meant sacrificing his dignity as a warrior. He would act like a dog, wagging his tail in a plea for survival, striving to secure any opportunity for his people. As Celius' words hung in the air, one of the eldest elders finally spoke up. Celius, you are but 50 years old, in the prime of your life, with the potential for further growth. Our tribe will still require your guidance in the future. We cannot afford to lose you. A confrontation leads only to death, and I cannot bear to see our kin perish in vain. I have witnessed this once and shall not permit a second occurrence. If we flee, where shall we escape to? The lizard folk cannot survive without water, and how many can sustain our kind as foundation? Moreover, the northern plains are teeming with foreign races and rampant beasts. Those of our kin who manage to escape may be fewer than 1 in 10. This truth is well understood by all present. Harboring any illusions of luck will only render our efforts futile. Only through unity can the survival of the water lizard tribe be assured. Allow me to bear the mantle of the villain. I shall shoulder the consequences alone. Should peace be attained, I will atone with my life. I owe an apology to all water lizard folk for tarnishing our dignity, while you, Celius, shall be the beacon of hope for our people's survival. As he spoke, the aged elder of the lizard folk pointed towards Celius, seemingly placing all hopes upon him. In that moment, all the lizard folk elders bowed their heads in shame. In truth, their ineptitude was what had marred the dignity of the water lizard clan, and ultimately, it fell upon one elder to bear all the blame. The elder, who had devoted his life to the tribe, was unwilling to allow his kin to suffer further harm, even if it meant his name would be forever besmirched or scorned by future generations. He would act without regret. On the riverbank, the soldiers were prepared. A few makeshift wooden rafts served as their only means of transport upon the water. However, according to Wade's strategy, this conflict would employ a method of ambush and division, aiming to resolve the battle in shallower waters. Thus, the construction of the rafts was merely a precaution, useful, yet minimal in significance. At that moment, a lizard folk rode forth on a crocodile to confront the army. The lizard folk raised a white cloth, waving it repeatedly, seemingly to demonstrate his lack of hostility. His comical gestures elicited laughter from some soldiers, who pointed and mocked him, as if he were a whimsical jester. Silence! A sharp rebuke interrupted their laughter. Arthas stepped forward, exuding the authority of a commander. Is this how I have taught you? Form ranks. Be ready for battle at all times. Should anyone fall due to complacency, their compensation shall be halved. Family benefits will be revoked. Yes, Commander. With a united response, the soldiers swiftly adjusted their stance. The formation rapidly transformed into a trident-like array, an atmosphere of lethal intent quietly enveloping them. Not far away, the aged lizard folk elder observed the scene, further solidifying his conviction in his decision. Memories from 30 years ago flooded his mind, vivid images of his kin falling to the ground replaying before him. He exhaled gently, as if to calm the tumult within. Then, he urged the crocodile toward the military formation. As he approached the military formation, merely 10 paces away, he dismounted from the crocodile's back, gently lowering the weapons strapped across his back while raising both hands above his head. Without a trace of hesitation, he knelt rigidly. In his early years, he fought valiantly in battles. In his middle age, he defended his kin, yet in his twilight years, he abandoned his dignity, willing to sacrifice everything for his people. I am the elder of the water lizard tribe. The lizard folk desire not war, but peace. I represent the water lizard tribe in negotiations, and we are prepared to pay any price for this. The aged lizard folk elder spoke in a painfully halting common tongue, beseeching the humans with his earnest plea. Chapter 69. Here I bestow upon the lizard folk the privilege of submission. Within the hastily erected tent, Wade propped his head on his hand, regarding the lizard folk before him with a bemused expression. He had not anticipated that an alien race would take the initiative to negotiate with humans. According to their perspective, humans had encroached upon their lands and enslaved their kin. The two parties were akin to fire and water, and any encounter would typically end in mutual destruction. Never had there been a moment of capitulation. In the prevailing human ideology, the other races were merely beasts of heightened intelligence, synonymous with crudeness, savagery, and primitiveness. Thus, to humans, these races were devoid of any notion of human rights, and their lands were regarded as unclaimed territories. While Wade did not harbor overt discrimination against these other races, he was acutely aware of the law of the jungle. Human expansion was predicated on their strength. Perhaps one day, should the other races grow more powerful, the tides might turn, and humans would find themselves on the receiving end of conquest. In this world, fairness was a mere illusion. Only the strong could govern the weak, thus granting the latter a semblance of justice. To not eradicate them entirely was already a mercy extended by the powerful. With a wry smile, Wade remarked, "Do enlighten me, lizard folk. What manner of negotiations do you propose? Surely you have observed the discipline of my army, which rivals that of the kingdom's principal military forces, and this is but a fraction of my strength. My commander is a high-ranking knight, and could easily slaughter your kind. Why, then, should I engage in negotiations with you? Moreover, you are an alien race. What compels me to accept your overtures? Even if I were to acquiesce, what could you possibly offer me? Wade's smile remained, though his tone was laced with derision. The elderly lizard-folk elder bowed his head, silently enduring this humiliation, more out of resignation than anything else. My lord, I acknowledge the frailty of my people. However, this vast expanse of water requires governance. We are willing to serve you, my lord, in managing this domain, and for that, we are prepared to offer everything. I can swear fealty to you for all eternity, if only you would grant my water lizard tribe a glimmer of hope. I implore you to accept the loyalty of my kin. The lizard-man elder knelt before Wade, pressing his forehead firmly against the ground. In that moment, his dignity as a warrior was utterly obliterated, his self-esteem rendered as insignificant as dust. He appeared as a pitiful stray dog, embodying the essence of desolation. Silence, a deathly silence, enveloped the scene like the anticipation of a fatal verdict, an unending torment. Tap, tap, tap. Wade's fingers drummed against the table, his mind racing with contemplation. Such a transformation left him momentarily speechless. Presently, it seemed that agreeing to the lizardman's proposal for peace was indeed the most prudent choice. The elder's reasoning held some merit. The expanse of this marshland was vast, comparable to the size of his existing territory. To attempt to manage this swamp would require an immense allocation of manpower and resources. Not to mention, the subsequent development of this area would entail confronting various aquatic beasts, incurring substantial costs. After a brief interval, Wade reached a resolute decision in his heart. Truth be told, he felt a stir of ambition. You have succeeded, lizard man. Your terms are indeed commendable. However, I demand that all lizard men become my slaves, and that your descendants shall remain in servitude for eternity. Furthermore, those who assist me in the development of this marshland must face no hindrance. Any resistance shall result in the annihilation of their lineage. Additionally, every adult male lizard man must enlist in my army, becoming my warriors, fighting for my cause. Lastly, all lizard men must learn the common tongue and accept our human education. Should you fulfill these 3 conditions, I shall permit you to thrive in this land. Otherwise, I shall eradicate your kind and obliterate your tribe. This is indeed a tyrannical decree, yet it reflects the harshness of reality. The strong prey upon the weak. It is the natural order, a manifestation of justice. Yes, my lord, I represent my people and accept all your terms, the aged lizard man elder replied, adopting an exceedingly humble posture. Please allow me to return and convey this matter to my kin. You need only grant me an hour, and my tribe will express our sincerity to you, offering our eternal loyalty. With that, the elder gradually rose. Though he stood over 2 meters tall, he now appeared remarkably fragile, as if he had committed some great transgression, easily susceptible to oppression. As the lizard-man elder departed, Wade and Alsace watched him go. In Wade's heart, a premonition stirred. This would be the first and last encounter he would have with this elder. My lord, though he belongs to a foreign race, I can sense within him the heart of a warrior. He is a lizard man with a story to tell. Even Alsace marveled at the elder's aura, which carried the weight of countless burdens. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, and each must accept their fate. These are the variables of fate. The tragedies of this world are numerous, yet only the strong can shield themselves from the same grim fate. Ultimately, it is a world where the strong reign supreme, and no one can escape this reality. Wade, however, maintains a philosophical outlook, deeply reflecting on these matters. All of this seems to be guided by a higher power, or perhaps the will of the world has long predetermined the destinies of all living beings. The wait is long. This hour feels as if it has stretched into an entire day, evoking a profound sense of time's passage. As time progresses, figures begin to emerge upon the water's surface. More than 100 lizard men, riding crocodiles, approach the front of the army. They lower their weapons and kneel before Wade, bowing their heads in submission. Wade's gaze sweeps over the lizard man, and as he anticipated, the elderly lizard man elder is conspicuously absent. At this moment, the lizard man leader, Soulless, steps forward, placing a wooden box before Wade and slowly opening it, declaring, I am Soulless, the leader of the water lizard clan, and I pledge my loyalty to you on behalf of the entire clan. He simultaneously swears allegiance to the master of eternal night, the Honorable White Knight. Chapter 70. The Conspiracy of the Second Undead. As Soulless's body radiates a brilliant white light, It signifies that the oath has been made. In the presence of the Honorable White Knight, the Water Lizard clan officially becomes Vade's vassal. At that moment, every lizard man standing behind Celius feels a binding sensation. Thus, the oath takes effect, and any who break it shall face the penalty of the lunar eclipse. Subsequently, Celius introduces the contents of the wooden box, which serves as a form of tribute. Within lies all the treasures of my clan. I humbly request your acceptance. The box contains 8 first-level beast cores, 2 second-level beast cores, and over 1,000 scales shed by the 3rd-level black-scaled crocodile king. Additionally, there are 2 tomes of human cultivation methods, which my clan fortuitously acquired during the Great Expansion War 30 years ago. Furthermore, there are nearly 1,000 silver coins and several dozen gold coins. This constitutes the entirety of our clan's possessions. Upon inspecting the items in the box, Vade nods in satisfaction. Collectively, they are worth several thousand gold coins, especially the scales of the 3rd-level black-scaled crocodile king. If utilized properly, they could be forged into a piece of high-quality armor that is lightweight and convenient for travel. As for the 2 yellowed books, Vade picks one up and flips through it. One of them is a commonly known breathing technique within the kingdom's armies, called the eagle breathing method, suitable for high-ranking knight attendants. It belongs to the wind attribute breathing techniques, and there is little difference when compared to the lion feather breathing method. However, the other book is particularly intriguing. It is a meditation method named the Forge Meditation Method, with a limit for high-ranking mage apprentices. Though it contains only half of the complete text, this meditation technique, in its entirety, undeniably possesses the potential to elevate one to the esteemed rank of a formal mage, its value rivaling that of the renowned lion's breath technique. Truly, I am favored by the heavens. Wade mused, for in his eyes, this meditation method is equivalent to the cumulative worth of all the treasures within this chest. Should he succeed in cultivating his own mage, Wade would dare claim that he is indeed among the elite barons within this tier. The profession of a mage is far rarer than that of a knight, with the ratio being roughly 1 mage for every 10 knights. At times, this ratio may even be lower. According to the records of mage documentation from the northern province of Terver, the total number of registered mages within the entire northern province does not exceed 200. Moreover, the vast majority of these belong to the jurisdiction of the Golden Count, residing predominantly in the city of Nguyen. Even when accounting for the unregistered secret mages, it is unlikely that the entire province boasts more than 300 mages. Well then, I shall accept these offerings and your fealty. In return, I shall provide you with my protection. Rest assured, as long as the Water Lizard clan remains loyal, you may continue to dwell here. And this is my promise to you. Having accepted this significant gift, Wade understood the necessity of reassuring the Water Lizard clan. He was well aware of the principle of moderation in dealings, never pushing matters to an extreme. Thankful, Selous exhaled deeply, as if the weight of 1,000 burdens had been lifted from his shoulders. The looming threat of annihilation dissipated with Wade's assurances. At least the catastrophe of extermination had been averted. By the way, whatever happened to the elder lizard man? Upon hearing this, Selous sighed heavily, his expression revealing a hint of melancholy. The elder took his own life. Is that so? Wade nodded slightly, feeling a pang of regret for one who had shown such loyalty to his kin. The elder lizard man truly embodied the essence of nobility. Selous, might I request the body of that elder? He was a venerable figure. However, if you prefer not to, consider my request unspoken. Selous raised his gaze to Wade, uncertain of the thoughts swirling in the mind of this human, yet ultimately, he acquiesced with a nod. Now that he had managed to preserve his clan, it would be folly to provoke the other party and jeopardize all their efforts. Seeing Selous agree, Wade smiled with delight. He relished conversing with intelligent individuals. And it seemed that Selous, as the leader of the lizard men, possessed a measure of wisdom, certainly not a mindless being. As for the body of the elder lizard man, Wade intended to transform it into his second undead. This elder's will is deserving of respect. He is worthy of becoming my second undead puppet. Additionally, the inherent strength of the lizardman race far surpasses that of goblins and wurgeons. Moreover, being a warrior of a lower bloodline, he is deemed by Wide to be the most perfect and suitable vessel. 3 days later, the marshland inhabited by the lizardmen was officially named the Water Lizard Marsh by Wide. The lizardmen, without hindering future developments, were granted a degree of autonomy and were formally integrated into Wide's territory as a subjugated tribe. With this, Wide's territory now spans 110 square kilometers, comprising the original 30 square kilometers, an additional 20 square kilometers of forest, the 30 square kilometers of Lion King Valley, and the newly acquired Water Lizard Marsh. He still requires an additional 40 square kilometers to meet the minimum territorial standard for promotion to Baron. Simultaneously, under Wide's command, 50 adult lizardmen formed a temporary lizardman army to undertake frontline assault missions. Selous was appointed as the leader of this lizardman army, accompanying them to eradicate the remaining alien enclaves. According to maps provided by the Adventurers Guild, there are currently 7 suspected or confirmed locations of alien presence. These 7 locations are relatively close together, situated within a primeval forest. Wide intends to lead his forces to cleanse this forest in one decisive sweep, annihilating the remaining clans in a single stroke. With the plan finalized, the army commenced its advance into the forest. With the addition of the lizardmen, the war is expected to reach its conclusion swiftly. Meanwhile, the intelligence gathered by the Dead Eye has bolstered Wide's confidence. The disparity in information between both sides foretells a one-sided massacre, leaving the alien factions with no chance of victory. Furthermore, these 7 alien enclaves consist solely of small clans, 4 goblin clans and 3 wolfman clans, with their highest combat capabilities merely comprising mid-tier bloodline warriors. The lizardman forces alone could likely single-handedly annihilate any of these goblin or wolfman clans. Combined, the 7 clans total merely 16 bloodline warriors, with a population barely reaching 2,000. In Wide's eyes, these remaining aliens are nothing more than insignificant creatures, easily obliterated at his whim. Chapter 71. Annihilation of the 7 Clans. Part 1. The following morning, the final battle commenced silently and without fanfare. Wide did not concentrate his forces on systematically destroying each alien clan, as such an approach would be inefficient and risk alerting them. Should the aliens sense something amiss, they would undoubtedly unite against him, which would complicate matters. While he is confident in his ability to triumph, casualties would undoubtedly rise, making the minimization of unnecessary losses one of Wide's objectives. After all, he has yet to become a true Baron and remains susceptible to oppression. Preserving strength as much as possible is the optimal strategy for facing unknown threats. Thus, Wide resolved to divide his forces into 2 paths, led by him personally. The 1st Brigade of the Standing Army, accompanied by the Lizardmen forces and an additional escort, hastily converged to partake in the final battle. Although their total number was a mere 180, each warrior was an elite, more than capable of handling minor clans. Another contingent was entrusted to General Alces, comprising 4 battalions of the Assault Corps, totaling 400 men, sufficient to confront the smaller clans, especially under the command of General Alces. As the plan unfolded, the forest transformed into a hunting ground for the hunters, with the 7 clans becoming their prey. No one knew who would be next. The Mangia tribe, a pack of just over 300 werewolves, experienced a profound disruption in their previously tranquil existence with the sudden appearance of the lizardmen. 50 lizardmen surged forth from the woods, towering at 2 meters, presenting a stark contrast to the average werewolf height of merely 1.4 meters, a disparity akin to that between a father and his child. In essence, it was a case of a father striking his son. The outcome was inevitable. With their scaly armor as protection, the lizardmen plunged into the throng of werewolves, dispatching them with ease, as if they were mere vegetables. A single blow rendered a werewolf silent and sent them into a slumber. Some lizardmen wielded long spears, skewering the heads of the werewolves with the precision of a shish kebab. It was nothing short of a massacre. By the time the werewolves began to comprehend the situation, several bloodline warriors rushed forward, attempting to halt the slaughter. However, it was too late. With a resounding whoosh, a 5-meter-long knight's lance soared through the air, striking the mightiest werewolf and pinning it to a tree. This spectacle left the onlookers in utter astonishment. As Wade emerged from the woods astride his steed, his imposing presence instantly intimidated the werewolves. Even Celsius, who accompanied Wade, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. Such power! Celsius questioned whether he could withstand such a thrust, but the answer was unequivocally negative. Had he chosen to confront it head-on, he would surely have met his demise within 3 exchanges, his head severed by his master. Was this truly the strength of a human? Celsius mused, casting a glance at Wade, his gaze unconsciously dropping in reverence. This was what it meant to establish authority. In stark contrast, Diego remained composed. His admiration for their lord was unbounded, his imposing figure continuously rising in stature. Yet, when he glanced at Celsius, a look of disdain crossed his face, as if to say, "Do you see this? Simpleton, you possess no discernment. This is the essence of true strength, a figure of significance. You wretched lizards, behold and learn. Gaze upon my lord's majestic form." That one decisive thrust irrevocably determined the course of the battle. with the mightiest among them slain by a single lance. The remaining werewolves were thrown into utter disarray. The remaining 2 low-tier bloodline warriors were swiftly besieged and slain by several elder lizard men, resulting in 1 death and another gravely wounded. The final cleanup was executed by the 1st Brigade of the Standing Army, aiding the lizardmen forces. Ultimately, after half an hour, over 120 wolfmen were captured, along with 1 low-tier bloodline warrior, while the rest were exterminated, and the camp was consumed by flames. Time was of the essence. The next target awaited. Vade observed the scene with indifference before retracting his spear, surveying the chaos with haughty superiority. "As you command, my lord. As you command, my liege." That afternoon, the scenario at the white-haired goblin clan unfolded in an eerily similar fashion, yet with even greater efficiency. The lizardmen formed the front lines, infiltrating the enemy ranks, while the 1st Brigade provided support, ruthlessly harvesting lives. The strongest foes fell to Vade's spear with lethal swiftness. Although there were whispers of ambush, could one truly label Vade's actions as such? They were merely a manifestation of the king's disdain. They were unworthy of facing him directly. Before long, the white-haired clan was annihilated, with over 200 goblins, 2/3 of their number perishing, and only 60 to 70 captured. Not a single bloodline warrior from the clan survived. They were mercilessly beaten into a pulp by righteous retribution. Meanwhile, on another front, the assault battalion led by Arthas did not enjoy the same level of success as Vade's forces. Despite being twice the size, the average armament of the troops was lacking, with each soldier equipped only with a spear and clad in uniform linen garments, devoid of basic armor. After all, this assault battalion was composed of slaves, primarily serving as meat shields for the main force, aimed at minimizing casualties while identifying usable talent among the enslaved. Nevertheless, under Arthas's leadership, the entire battalion successfully obliterated 2 alien strongholds, slaying over 400 foes, including 3 mid to low-tier bloodline warriors, and capturing more than 150 goblins alongside 2 low-tier bloodline warriors. However, they also suffered losses, with 20 slaves severely injured and incapable of further combat, 60 lightly wounded yet still able to fight, and over 30 dead. Only 350 combatants remained. The casualty ratio stood at approximately 10:1, signifying that it took 10 goblins to replace a single soldier of the assault battalion. A considerable victory nonetheless. Yet, unforeseen circumstances arose. The remaining 3 clans of wolfmen, sensing the impending danger, quickly banded together for mutual protection, amassing nearly 900 strong, including the old, weak, and women, all ready to engage in a desperate battle against humanity. Naturally, Vade was unfazed. Through his keen perception, he had already discerned the shift in the tides. After the eradication of the white-haired clan, they joined forces with the army of Alsace. Although they suffered some losses, they still possessed the strength to fight, even in the face of an enemy nearly twice their number. Wide remained confident in his ability to decisively crush the opposing forces. To him, this was merely the self-indulgent performance of a band of jesters, and he was determined to personally shatter this troop, making it abundantly clear who the true master of this land was. The weak were destined to either submit to the strong or perish. Chapter 72. Annihilation of the 7 Clans. Part 2. Perhaps due to the impending battle, the skies took on a somber hue, resembling the calm before a storm, a harbinger of the tempest to come. At this moment, in a certain expansive area of the primordial forest, the 2 armies unexpectedly confronted each other, gazing across the distance, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere as war loomed. Wide, astride his war steed, stood at the forefront of his ranks. He slowly drew his sword from his waist, the tip pointing resolutely forward, emanating an overwhelming aura as he delivered his final rallying call to the troops. "All forces, heed my command. Remember my sacred tenet. This battle shall be our decisive confrontation. One clash to determine our fate. Those who slay the enemy and achieve merit in this battle shall be promoted in rank. Those who excel will even be granted the methods of breathing techniques. They may be elevated to the status of knights of the domain and hold significant positions within the army. Those of servitude, should they perform valiantly, may cleanse their status and obtain formal residency, enjoying all the rights of citizenship. The select few shall be entrusted with key roles and valued highly. As the adage goes, under the lure of great rewards, valiant souls shall emerge." At this moment, the soldiers, their eyes ablaze with fervor, were filled with a palpable bloodlust. Kill! 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 With the resounding battle cry echoing thrice in unison, Wide forcefully brought down his sword, commanding, "Commence battle." In the next instant, the lizardmen troops surged forth, forming a wall of flesh at the forefront, relying on their innate high defense to serve as a bulwark. Following closely, the slave army split into two flanks, arraying themselves to the left and right of the lizardmen, coordinating their efforts against the enemy. Meanwhile, the 1st Battalion of the standing army, serving as the main force, trailed behind the lizardmen, ready to launch a fierce assault in tandem. The guard, led by Diego, functioned as a mobile unit, poised to spring into action at any moment. Simultaneously, several lizardmen elders, alongside Selus, formed a hunting squad, ever vigilant against the enemy's bloodline warriors. Should the adversary descend, this hunting team would swiftly encircle their target, aiming to obliterate the higher-ranking werewolves. The remaining ordinary werewolves would then be akin to powerless ants, left to the mercy of their slaughter, destined to become gladiators in the arena, providing audiences with the most brutal spectacle of carnage. Faced with the well-organized and disciplined army, the werewolves appeared distinctly unsettled. The command over them is jointly held by the leaders of 3 tribes. This has inevitably led to internal discord, hindering their ability to unleash the full combat potential of each clan. However, in this moment, the enemy has launched a full-scale assault, and all they can do is gather the Wurgens together, relying on their numerical superiority to achieve victory through sheer force. Yet, the outcome is evidently predetermined. When the two armies collide, it transforms into a veritable slaughterhouse. The central forces, comprised of the lizardmen and the 1st Brigade of the standing army, upon engaging the Wurgen troops, found their defenses crumbling like paper. In an instant, severed limbs soared into the air before plummeting back down. Meanwhile, the flanking assaults surged forward like 2 daggers, piercing deep into the ranks of the Wurgen army. Shortly thereafter, the Royal Guard swiftly joined the fray, alleviating the pressure on the lizardmen. The situation was in a state of rapid flux. What began as a slight advantage had morphed into a crushing dominance, and barring any unforeseen events, the battle was destined to reach its conclusion within half an hour, devoid of suspense. Yet, the following moment would reveal the critical factors determining the war's trajectory. 3 mid-tier bloodline warriors and 5 low-tier bloodline warriors constituted the entirety of the Wurgens' elite forces. On the opposing side, only Diego and Celios had entered the fray, accompanied by 4 other lizardman elders, all of whom were low-tier bloodline warriors. A 6-to-8 scenario unfolded. At the low-tier level, it was a balanced 5 against 5, but in the mid-tier, it was Celios against 3. Nevertheless, in the face of this circumstance, Wide remained unfazed, merely gesturing subtly to Alsace, who then charged forward on horseback. On the battlefield, the power of bloodlines surged, each strike resonating with a clash of strength and the relentless collision of flesh. Although Celios faced a 3-to-1 disadvantage, he exhibited no signs of retreat, braving the damage with his hardened scales. This demonstrated that even among equals, disparities existed between races. Subsequently, Alsace officially entered the battle. He focused his energy into his sword, and with the horse's acceleration, he unleashed a strike. This blow was the pinnacle of a high-tier knight's squire. The enhanced damage from the quality sword, combined with the horse's speed, allowed this strike to instantly bisect a mid-tier bloodline warrior, ending his life before he even comprehended his fate. In that fleeting moment, Celios seized the opportunity as the other 2 Wurgens were momentarily distracted, launching his spear with precision. With a piercing sound, the spear pierced through the chest, prompting Celios to abandon his weapon and engage in hand-to-hand combat. His sharp claws descended swiftly, effortlessly dispatching the final Wurgen with overwhelming force. As Celios brandished his claws, he clutched a pulsating heart. Regardless of any sense of disgust, he swallowed it whole. The essence of the bloodline warrior was entirely concentrated within that heart. To Celios, the Wurgens were no different from ordinary magical beasts. He possessed none of humanity's aversions towards beings of similar form. He even craved another, for being of the same tier. Such a heart was, for him, a great boon. After dispatching the 3 Wurgen leaders, the remaining skirmishes devolved into a mere 5v5 low-tier battle. It must be said that the Wurgens' prowess left much to be desired. In 5 confrontations, they were consistently at a disadvantage, never once gaining the upper hand. Though the Wurgens now stood as one of the 3 major races of the Northern Plains, their individual strength was hardly commendable. Much like the kobolds, the Wurgens had managed to establish themselves in the Northern Plains simply by virtue of their survival. It was their sheer resilience during the pioneering war 30 years prior that allowed both races to recover swiftly, thereby dominating 2 of the 3 powerful races. Meanwhile, the lizardmen, with their weak reproductive capabilities, and the oppressed ghouls had been relegated to the status of second-rate powers. In no time, as Diego unleashed his griffin aura, He appeared behind the Wirgins. With a swift motion, a headless corpse slumped into the blood-soaked ground. Although the other 4 battlefronts remained stalemated, the victory of the Lizardman Elder was all but assured. Thus, the tide of battle had been determined, the victor established. Surrender. Be spared. Resist. Annihilate their kin. Chapter 73. Life. Oh, it is bitter as a song. Yet, it shines brilliantly like a melody. With Celius urging surrender in the tongue of the other, the chaotic battlefield gradually fell silent. Their strong had perished, and the remaining Wargen elders struggled in vain. Recognizing the dire circumstances, the more sensible Wirgins cast aside their weapons and knelt in surrender, fearing that any delay would snuff out their last hope for life. Even if it meant becoming slaves, it was far preferable to facing death at the edge of a blade. Conversely, some, in their folly, plotted to escape the battlefield, ultimately meeting a fate of dismemberment. Others, lacking in wisdom, still clung to the hope of a desperate fight for a brighter future. Such notions were akin to a small knife tugging at an ox's rear, opening its eyes only to ruin its own chances. The inevitable outcome was their brutal defeat, reduced to mere remnants, so unrecognizable that even their mothers would struggle to identify their sons amidst the scattered bones. As the situation was brought under control, the war, having erupted swiftly, ended just as rapidly. The remaining Wargen elders either met their demise or were captured, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation, a gruesome tapestry of blood and flesh. Various chunks of meat lay scattered across the battlefield, providing a sumptuous feast for the crows. Led by the keen-eyed leader, the flock relished a long-awaited banquet. Devouring the flesh not only fortified the leader's power, but also gradually elevated it to the pinnacle of mid-tier strength. As the cleanup of the battlefield commenced, Diego led the guard team to raid the strongholds of various clans, claiming the spoils of victory. Meanwhile, Arthas began to account for casualties, tallying the fruits of war and preparing to gather the remains of fallen soldiers. The families of these brave warriors would receive the utmost care and support. In stark contrast, the lizard folk under Commander Selous appeared somewhat disoriented, feeling out of place in their surroundings. They could only observe from a distance as the human army executed their tasks with remarkable efficiency, wishing to assist but finding themselves unable to contribute. Despite having fought side by side, doubts lingered after the battle. Humans instinctively harbored a resistance towards other races, subconsciously perceiving them as threats. Ultimately, it was Arthas who broke the silence, assigning the lizard folk to dig mass graves, subtly bridging the delicate divide between their races. This move exemplified Arthas's astuteness. Thus, the nearly 2-month-long campaign drew to a close. July 1st, 8979 in the Dark Era, would be a day etched in the memories of many and recorded in history. This expansionist war would mark a pivotal moment in the rise of WID. That very night, a primitive feast was held in the forest. It mattered not the environment nor the quality of food. Rather, it served to soothe the soldiers' spirits, allowing their long-suppressed emotions to flow freely. War delineates the line between life and death, and surviving was a testament to divine favor. At the banquet, soldiers gathered around the bonfire, singing the simplest of folk songs, dancing clumsily, and celebrating the end of the conflict. They indulged in hearty portions of meat and drink, marveling at the beauty of life. Regardless of time or place, or the race one belonged to, life is always a precious gift. As the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant, even the lizard folk found themselves unwittingly joining in. These formidable beings, often perceived as fearsome, surprised everyone with their aptitude for song and dance. Engaging in communal celebration and feasting with another race was a novel experience, leading them to realize that, aside from their differing appearances, they were fundamentally alike. Each was an ordinary individual from their respective races, living under the same starry sky, expressing the beauty of life in their own unique ways. Even Diego sat alongside Selous, raising a bottle in camaraderie and sharing a drink. Despite their mutual disdain, there was a shared respect. In Diego's eyes, Selous was indeed a warrior worthy of admiration. Life is rife with contradictions, rendering it as bittersweet as a song. Yet, it is precisely this duality that makes life resplendent as a melody. Within the confines of the tent, Wide and Alsace listened to the distant strains of song, involuntarily allowing smiles to grace their faces. You see, in truth, everyone is not so different, all merely yearn to survive. I believe, my lord, you are indeed correct. It is merely a matter of differing perspectives. Even in the face of slaughter, to the old minister, you remain an object of reverence for all. To us, you are the embodiment of righteousness, a hero, and the very impetus for our advancement. The bond between master and servant was articulated in their shared silence, a mutual understanding. Subsequently, Alsace began to report on the spoils of the current campaign. Thus far, this war had annihilated nearly 700 wolfmen and 6 bloodline warriors. Over 200 wolfmen had been captured, along with 2 low-tier bloodline warriors and 3 clans, ultimately yielding 5 first-level monster cores. Additionally, some crude iron implements had been entirely recovered, ready for repurposing by the military industry. The toll on our forces included over 200 casualties. With more than 80 slaves perishing in battle, cumulatively, nearly 120 slaves had lost their lives in previous skirmishes. Moreover, there were 75 disabled individuals, and the charge unit had nearly lost half its combat strength. The 1st Battalion of the Standing Army and the Lizardmen forces mostly sustained light injuries, with only 20 permanent soldiers falling in battle. The Lizardmen, clad in scales, suffered no significant losses. The Guard unit mostly experienced minor wounds, with 7 fatalities. Young Diego bore some guilt over this. The remaining figures have yet to be fully organized and will require time to ascertain the total gains from this expansion. The slave trader, Carl, is already awaiting us in Keishi town, ready to facilitate the transfer and disposition of this batch of alien slaves. After hearing the report, a contemplative gleam flickered in Wide's eyes. Judging by the current situation, this campaign has yielded commendable results. Over the course of 3 major confrontations, approximately 150 lives were lost, and factoring in the injured and disabled, the total loss amounted to about half of our forces. Such an outcome is indeed praiseworthy. After all, war is war. Casualties are inevitable, and pacifism finds no fertile ground in this world. The subsequent cleanup efforts are already underway, requiring a methodical approach to assimilate the recent gains, which may take as little as 1 year or as long as 3. Wide is confident in his ability to attempt a breakthrough to knighthood. Simultaneously, the territory will undergo a profound transformation. Accumulating greater strength is pivotal for the future, and it will bolster his resolve to match wits with Baron Miller. Let us not forget, Wide has long coveted the gold mines of Dawn City. He will not let such a substantial fortune slip through his fingers. Chapter 74. The Bone Lizard Demon Swordsman. In the stillness of the night, following the revelry, there descends a tranquility akin to the ebbing tide. The soldiers and lizardmen slumber deeply, leaving only a few to keep the watch. In the distance lies the burial ground. The warhorse stood quietly beside a coffin, while Wide chanted continuously, seemingly conducting some sort of ritual. As the incantation came to an end, Wide cast the coffin into the burial pit, allowing the mingling of fresh blood and the essence of death. Accumulating the essence of death is the first and most crucial step in transforming a corpse into a wraith. The more deathly essence present, the stronger the initial wraith becomes, and the more bizarre its abilities and mutations will be. According to the records of necromancy, this process can take anywhere from a few days to several months, or even years. However, if the essence of death is abundant, this process can be expedited by several-fold. In burial pits like the one before him, transforming beings of knightly rank or below can be completed in just a few hours. Wide could not afford to miss this opportunity. This pit contained no less than 700 souls, along with several corpses of bloodline warriors. The concentration of deathly essence was even greater than during the ascension of the Death Eye. Moreover, the quality of these remains far surpassed that of the Death Eye's transformation, as the original bodies were of a significantly higher caliber. Thus, to let this opportunity slip away would be a grave error. As Wide contemplated this, he quietly sat before the pit, waiting. The Death Eye perched upon his shoulder, gazing expectantly towards the burial pit, seemingly anticipating new companions. As time flowed, at the very moment before dawn, Wide slowly opened his eyes, his pupils shifting from white to black, a mysterious aura re-emerging. As he pointed towards the coffin in the pit, an inexplicable energy began to flow from his fingertips, pouring into the coffin. "Arise, my soldier." With this soft utterance, the temperature around him plummeted instantly. Frost formed on the nearby leaves, and even some crawling insects were frozen into tiny ice particles. The sound of bones clattering and grinding echoed forth. Subsequently, the coffin in the pit began to tremble violently, its lid gradually being pushed upward. At this moment, the first light of dawn broke on the horizon. He had died in darkness, only to be reborn before the dawn. At this moment, he had forgotten his past. Becoming utterly pure, the frail body faded away, revealing a skeletal form. He was reborn, or perhaps, he had embraced a new existence. Wide gazed into the pit, where a towering skeletal figure of a lizard man, standing at 2.5 meters tall, flickered with blue soul flames, curiously exploring its new world like a newborn. Wide smiled faintly. Though I have never known your name, I believe the name Li Yuan would suit you well. From this day forth, you shall serve as my personal guardian. Li Yuan, embrace this new life and fight for me." As Wide's words fell, the somewhat youthful Li Yuan knelt towards him in the morning light, emitting a slightly indistinct sound. "Yes, my lord," Li Yuan responded, his voice intermittent and rough. Yet, for Wade, this was already a remarkable occurrence. Li Yuan's intellect was evidently superior to that of the Deadeye, likely due to his connection with an intelligent species. The Deadeye also emitted cawing sounds, seemingly celebrating the birth of its companion. Simultaneously, Wade successfully established a connection with Li Yuan on a spiritual level. Indeed, Li Yuan's innate talents were far more formidable than those of the Deadeye, with a foundational strength equivalent to that of a peak mid-tier bloodline warrior. The distance to a high-tier bloodline warrior seemed but a hair's breadth away. After all, the original host was merely a low-tier bloodline warrior before his demise. This elevation was primarily due to the hundreds of beings sacrificed as fuel. Furthermore, Li Yuan possessed 3 innate skills. The first, which Wade named Dragon Tooth Warrior, enabled Li Yuan to summon a 2-meter-tall skeletal lizard man from corpses, with combat prowess akin to that of a low-tier bloodline warrior. He could summon up to 3 or even 30 ordinary skeletal lizard men, transforming a single individual into an army. The duration of this ability depended on Li Yuan's magical energy. As long as he was sufficiently energized, the Dragon Tooth Warrior could persist indefinitely. The second skill, which Wade designated as Necromantic Absorption, allowed Li Yuan to maintain his vitality by slaying foes or continuously drawing upon the death energy of corpses. As long as he was not eliminated in an instant, Li Yuan could perpetually restore himself or enhance his combat capabilities, replenishing his energy reserves. The third skill, which Wade referred to as the Formless Arcane Warrior, was truly extraordinary. In battle, the more magical energy Li Yuan expended, the greater his bloodline power would grow, potentially allowing him to temporarily reach the strength of a high-tier bloodline warrior. Conversely, should Li Yuan's bloodline power be excessively drained, his magical energy would escalate, achieving the level of a high-tier mage apprentice. When synergized with the effects of Necromantic Absorption and the Dragon Tooth Warrior, this combination was nothing short of a game-changer. He was akin to an indestructible pest. As long as he was not vanquished in an instant, Li Yuan could continually recover and engage in prolonged battles with adversaries. Although lacking direct offensive capabilities, the synergy of these skills resembled a tenacious candy, incapable of being defeated, yet increasingly irritating. Engaging in a war of attrition, who could outlast him? After a brief moment, when Wade severed the connection with Li Yuan, he found himself somewhat dazed. Was this reasonable? Clearly not. This was not merely the creation of a skeleton. This was the birth of a living deity. No, such overwhelming power deserved a title befitting its grandeur. Let us name him the Bone Lizard War Mage. Such a title sounded utterly magnificent and was strikingly close to the truth. Truly splendid. Wade murmured to himself, indifferent to Li Yuan's satisfaction. The title had been conferred, and it was thus proclaimed by him, Wade. However, to avoid suspicion, he had prepared a black cloak in advance. Li Yuan, demonstrating remarkable self-awareness, donned the cloak and pulled up the ample hood, obscuring his face to a significant extent. The exposed bony tail was cleverly coiled by Li Yuan himself. Whether it was fashioned as a belt or tucked between his posterior remains a mystery. Regardless, Wade had no desire to lift the hem of a skeletal garment, for it was evident there was nothing to uncover. Such notions were utterly absurd. Let us depart, Li Yuan. We must return swiftly and ensure we remain undetected, Wade instructed. Mounting his steed and riding away, his spirits evidently elevated. Securing a formidable general who wouldn't revel in such triumph, exuding an air of invincibility. Meanwhile, Li Yuan emerged slowly from the burial pit, his steps somewhat unsteady. As you command, my lord, he responded dutifully. Chapter 75, A Different Approach. Summary. 1 week later. With Wade's triumphant return, the name Wade Mandala resonated fervently throughout the Twilight Territory. His victory symbolized the success of the expansionist war and the acquisition of vast new lands. Some hailed him as the next Baron, while others dismissed him as a fleeting comet, destined for brief brilliance. There were those who extolled him as a selfless and magnanimous lord, bringing peace, happiness, and security to his people. Conversely, some disparaged him, perceiving him as a mere jester, too youthful and impetuous compared to Baron Miller. Despite the myriad rumors circulating, one undeniable truth remained. Wade Mandala possessed the potential to ascend to baronial stature, his standing rivaling that of Baron Miller. In stark contrast, Baron Miller's campaign in the Western Front had descended into a quagmire after 2 months of conflict. Only a quarter of the initial plan had been realized, with 600 square kilometers of land still concealing unknown monsters. In comparison, Vate's renown had surged, and the influx of people was steadily increasing. Particularly in the neighboring Blue Lake territory, many astute individuals, upon hearing this news, flocked to the Twilight territory, eager to share in the spoils, especially some small to medium-sized merchants, hoping to seize this opportunity to capture future markets and reap substantial profits. However, Vade was presently unable to attend to these matters. At this moment, within the study of Melee Manor, Vade reclined in an armchair, his hand gently kneading Emily's waist, occasionally eliciting peculiar sounds. Emily's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she dared not glance back, instinctively twisting her waist like a fish. The warmth of Vade's palm against her skin was both alarming and exhilarating, gradually drawing her into a state of enthrallment. Although Emily felt a mixture of embarrassment and desire, a flicker of longing for power gleamed in her eyes. She was determined to seize her future, willing to assume any guise to elicit a smile from her master. "My lord, it is still daytime. Is this appropriate?" Emily's face flushed, and she breathed softly, as if she had reached her limits. With a smile, Wade relished the playful tension and leaned in, gently nibbling on Emily's earlobe. "The elders often say that a brief separation is sweeter than a new marriage. I recall you mentioning your fondness for the unconventional." At his words, Emily's cheeks reddened further, yet she bashfully shook her head, denying any such notion. As emotions deepened, the curtains knowingly drew themselves closed. Wade rose, lifting Emily onto the desk, his gaze sharp as he proclaimed, "From this moment on, I shall be your master." With each command issued, a masterclass of exquisite instruction ensued, with Wade skillfully steering the course of their encounter. Such mastery was beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Those who have driven a car understand that only a true sports car offers the ability to manually shift gears, providing an unparalleled sense of control that elicits sheer joy. The friction between the tires and the ground generates a centrifugal force that stirs the soul. This was an unabashed contest, yet it was evident that, under the current circumstances, Emily faced utter defeat. She could only plead for mercy, ultimately succumbing to a disheartening loss, as Wade solidified his dominance. Riding was an art, and fortuitously, Wade was a connoisseur of horses. The ability to adeptly employ various techniques to tame steeds was a hallmark of a seasoned horse trainer's professional integrity. That evening, Wade convened a small debriefing at the estate, primarily to discuss the gains achieved and to outline future developments. The meeting also addressed the first census and the impending wave of immigration. This matter was initially intended for discussion in the study. However, following the afternoon's tumultuous encounter, the space remained in disarray, with Emily having fainted and still lying unconscious. Thus, the venue was reluctantly changed. Attending the meeting were only Chris and Alsace, while Wade listened intently to their reports. "My lord, for the first item of this meeting, I present a summary of the spoils from our recent battle, listed as follows. 1. We have subdued the Lizardmen clan, totaling 112 Lizardmen, for low-tier bloodline warriors, and 1 mid-tier bloodline warrior. 2. We captured nearly 400 wolfmen, 300 goblins, 5 low-tier bloodline warriors, and 1 mid-tier bloodline warrior. All have been entrusted to the slave trader Carl for sale, yielding a total of 22,000 gold coins. 3. We have accumulated 15 level 1 magic beast cores and 4 level 2 cores, a tome on meditation, a volume on breathwork, and over 300 pieces of usable ironware. These constitute the entirety of our recent acquisitions. Additionally, the second agenda item pertains to the matter of newly explored territories. Although we have entirely eradicated the foreign tribes, some magical beasts still linger. This issue will be delegated to Wen Yen. After a moment of contemplation, Wade settled upon a candidate. Let Li Yuan take on this task. It will serve as an apt test of his abilities. With that said, Alsace and Chris turned their gazes towards a shadowed corner. From within the obscurity, Li Yuan emerged. Enshrouded in a black cloak, his true identity concealed from all, he appeared as if summoned from the ether, becoming Wade's personal guardian. While even Diego merely held the position of the captain of the guard, functioning as both bodyguard and secretary, Li Yuan's sudden emergence elevated him to the status of Wade's most trusted aide, a pivotal member of the inner circle. "At your command." Li Yuan acquiesced to his master's directive. He knelt before Wade to receive the map indicating the locations of the magical beasts before departing step by step. Concurrently, the dead eye soared above Li Yuan's head. Thus, the two gradually vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Observing their disappearance, Alsace and Chris felt no sense of unease. As long as it was Wade's command, they would comply unconditionally. Upon concluding the second agenda item, Alsace proceeded to report. The third item concerns troop reinforcements and subsequent proposals for changes, alongside the nominations of several soldiers. 1. The army will be expanded. The guard will grow from 30 to 100 personnel, with vacancies filled by the 1st Permanent Battalion. The permanent forces will increase from 1 battalion to 4, with some soldiers being promoted to captains of 30-man squads. Slaves who have demonstrated valor in battle and certain new recruits will complete the ranks of the 4 permanent battalions. 2. The establishment of a formal lizard folk army, fixed at 30 members, will allow for further expansion based on wartime conditions, led by Chief Celius to maintain stability in the water lizard marsh region. 3. The following individuals will be promoted for their outstanding contributions: Hope, Greyfoss, Stoddard, Yakri, and Jaeger. All 5 are remarkably youthful, the eldest scarcely exceeding 25 years, and have excelled during this campaign of expansion. Their loyalty is commendable, with 3 hailing from a background of servitude, exhibiting no discernible flaws. Notably, Hope and Jaeger have collectively slain 18 foreign entities during the course of the campaign. Their martial prowess and talents render them the most exceptional among the proposed candidates. Upon the completion of Alsace's report, Wade reviewed the files of the 5 individuals. After a moment's reflection, he granted them access to the practice of breath work, with subsequent assignments to be entirely at Alsace's discretion. This group of talented individuals will serve as the primary backbone of strength within the future territory. In this regard, Wade places considerable importance on having a solid foundation, as it is essential for establishing his foothold. Simultaneously, the newly developed territory requires personnel for its defense. Soon after familiarizing himself with military affairs, Wade's gaze shifted towards Chris. How has the territory been faring during this period? Everything is proceeding smoothly, my lord, Chris replied with a slight bow, presenting a stack of meticulously prepared documents. This year's financial situation is quite favorable. The total income for the first half of the year amounts to 9,000 gold coins, encompassing all outputs from the territory. Additionally, there is a distribution of 18,000 gold coins for mining contracts, along with last year's revenue and the gains from this expansion. Currently, we possess a total of 80,000 gold coins, readily available for further development. Upon hearing this, Wade nodded slightly, acknowledging that 80,000 gold coins is a considerable sum. And what is the current population of the territory? How is the census progressing? At this moment, Chris presented another report, handing it to Wade. The census has been completed. The current resident population stands at over 600 in the Merry Manor and more than 2,200 in Kaisi Town. There are nearly 3,000 temporary residents or outsiders who remain in Kaisi Town for various reasons. As our commercial network expands, a significant number of newcomers have chosen to settle in Kaisi Town, and with the increasing population, our infrastructure is struggling to keep pace. We require additional towns to accommodate this surplus population. Therefore, I propose the construction of a city within our territory to serve as a new center for the transportation of power. Additionally, we should excavate a canal to channel water from the Water Lizard Swamp. At the junction of the Water Lizard Swamp and Lion King Valley, we can establish a town that will act as a transfer station between the 2 areas, facilitating communication with the lizardmen. This canal will ultimately reach our new city, from which it will connect to Kaisi Town and finally to Merry Manor. By linking the primary towns within the territory through the canal, we can significantly enhance our transportation capabilities, effectively circumventing our current limitations and strengthening communication throughout the area. Moreover, this will address the substantial water requirements for agriculture, allowing us to promote the cultivation of special flax comprehensively, thereby greatly boosting our agricultural economy. Furthermore, we can establish various estates across the territory, such as wineries and livestock farms. If resources allow in the future, we could even construct a war fortress at the northern and southern ends of the territory to facilitate further extensive development. Chris articulated this grand vision, which, while ambitious, is certainly achievable. Wade couldn't suppress a smile, his satisfaction evident. He found Chris's plan to be nothing short of perfect. Let us proceed with its execution. The new city shall be named Wuyo City, and the second town shall be designated as Zishi Town. This initiative is tentatively set as the first 3-year plan. Within 3 years, I expect to witness tangible results. There is no need to worry about funding, as long as it benefits the development of the territory. I shall provide robust support. Furthermore, inform the slave trader Carl that I require 1,000 able-bodied slaves in the short term who will assist in the reclamation efforts. Upon completion of the project, those who excel will be granted freedom from slavery, while the remainder will be conscripted into the vanguard camp, thereby augmenting the ranks of the slave army. Additionally, Procure a batch of easily cultivable magical plant seeds to transform the Lion King Valley into a potion garden, ensuring a long-term stationed army. The water lizard swamp also necessitates the arrangement of specialized personnel to promptly devise a fishing plan, enabling the swamp to produce supplies swiftly. Upon hearing this, Chris and Alsace bowed in unison and responded, "At your command." With that, they departed together. Thus, this brief meeting drew to a close, and the first 3-year plan officially commenced today. As for Wide, his immediate task is to swiftly enhance his strength in preparation for breaking through to knighthood. If he can ascend to the rank of a formal knight, then any potential threats will transform into mere stepping stones for his ascent. To this end, Wide intends to absorb all the magical beast cores available to expedite his progress. It should be noted that the total value of the current magical beast cores is approximately 10,000 gold coins. Even if he must expend wealth, Wide will propel himself to knighthood. Should this not suffice, Li Yuan and Si Yin have conveniently gone out to hunt magical beasts. This not only eliminates hazards for the territory, but also provides sustenance for Wide, continuously procuring resources to assist his elevation. 3 days later, Wide officially entered seclusion, ceasing all interactions with others. He spent his days in the study, cultivating his energy and practicing his combat aura. As time progressed, the magical beast cores in his possession gradually lost their luster, transforming into powder. Wide's combat aura grew increasingly robust, and even the contours of his muscles began to sharpen. In a distant forest, Li Yuan emerged slowly from the underbrush, carrying the corpse of a second-tier magical beast, a wind wolf. The master's aura is intensifying. I can sense that the master requires more living beings for nourishment. Where lies Si Yin's next target? Hearing Li Yuan's voice, Si Yin's 6 eyes opened simultaneously, scanning the surroundings. Quack, quack, quack. To the north, a horde of golden mice, along with formidable individuals. Seemingly understanding Si Yin's intent, Li Yuan exhibited no signs of trepidation. On the contrary, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Obey my command, spare no effort, and fight for my king. Rise, my soldiers. As Li Yuan's fervently dramatic chant reached its conclusion, the corpse of the wind wolf began to writhe incessantly, undergoing a bizarre transformation and reconfiguration. Ultimately, the secondary wind wolf transformed into a puddle of black water upon striking the ground, only to reconstitute itself into a dragon-toothed soldier. Its aura rivaled that of lower-tier bloodline warriors, exhibiting an unwavering ferocity, undaunted by death, and devoid of fatigue. Go forth, engage in ruthless slaughter, in pursuit of my master's glory. Chapter 77, Movements from All Sides. Reckoning. On December 31st, 8979, in the Year of Darkness, this marked the final day of 8,979. Nearly half a year having passed since Wide's seclusion. Under the stewardship of Alsace, Chris, and others, the territory of Wide thrived, developing at an astonishing pace. Within this realm, transformation was a daily affair. The city known as Wuyo City had begun to take shape, destined to accommodate at least 100,000 inhabitants in the future. The canal project had long commenced, now extending to Zishi Town. As a vital hub for interaction between the alien races and humanity, this locale rapidly amassed a population exceeding 2,000 in just a few months. Countless merchants flocked here to barter with the lizard folk for the unique products of the marshlands. The flourishing economy propelled Zishi Town's growth, rendering it nearly comparable in size to Kaishi Town. While the territory prospered quietly, it remained discreet, eschewing ostentation and focusing on its steady advancement. In stark contrast, the Twilight Domain descended into chaos. Not long ago, Baron Miller encountered a formidable unknown alien during his expansion efforts. Following a fierce battle that yielded no victor, both parties, weighing their options, ultimately decided to cease hostilities. With winter approaching, it was ill-advised to continue fighting, and thus, they concluded their endeavors. Over the course of 6 months, they had only managed to develop 400 square kilometers of land, falling short of the anticipated 600 square kilometers. Concurrently, excessive expenditures led Baron Miller's finances into deficit. Any attempt to launch a similarly scaled campaign would require considerable time to recuperate. Shortly after Baron Miller's return, calamity struck as Sir Leonard, one of the 3 knights from the north, perished unexpectedly. The cause of death remained shrouded in mystery. His family publicly declared that Sir Leonard had tragically succumbed to an onslaught of beasts. Subsequently, a civil war erupted within the Kiel family over the contest for the knightly title. Ultimately, Sir Leonard's second son, Lonowin Kiel, ascended to the knighthood, while the original heir met an untimely demise during the familial strife, the cause of which also remained unclear. To outsiders, This appeared to be a tale of fratricide and usurpation. Just when it seemed this farce had reached its conclusion, events took an unexpected turn. Before long, Knight Lonowin, representing the entire Keel family, pledged his fealty to Baron Miller, willingly becoming his devoted follower and serving by his side. The publicly stated rationale was a deficiency in personal capabilities, which led to the mismanagement of their territory. In a bid to ensure the continuous legacy of the Keel family, they sought the protection of Baron Miller. Consequently, the Knight Lanner willingly surrendered the entirety of the Keel family's lands, wealth, and autonomy to Baron Miller, voluntarily becoming his vassal. To put it poetically, one might call it a following. However, in blunt terms, it was akin to being domesticated like a dog. The announcement of this news triggered a significant ripple effect. Overnight, the tides shifted dramatically, with people speculating about the truth, swayed by public opinion. Yet, both Charles and Tanis were acutely aware of the reality. Baron Miller, having suffered from the perils of expansion, intended to exploit them to replenish his resources, ultimately leading to their complete depletion. Although due to regulations, nobles within the kingdom were prohibited from mutual slaughter or assassination, rules are rigid, but humans are not. Such laws were crafted by humans, and there invariably exists a degree of loopholes. Even oaths, which impose certain limitations, can be circumvented, how much more so the kingdom's constitution, which offers only superficial constraints. For instance, the act of patricide or fratricide is regarded as an internal familial dispute, not precipitated by external factors. Internal conflicts can escalate, leading to tragic outcomes, and ultimately, the opposing party may choose to submit and offer everything to ensure their survival. This bears no connection to the kingdom's legislation or even oaths. Even if someone were to report the matter, its nature would remain confined to an internal family conflict, implicating no one else. This exemplifies Baron Miller's astuteness. Anyone with discernment can see that this was a self-scripted and orchestrated reckoning by him. Yet no one could cast blame upon him. The following year, on April 1st of the year 8980 in the Dark Age, Sir Charles voluntarily pledged allegiance to Baron Miller, only to be met with rejection. Shortly thereafter, Sir Charles and his entire family relocated, reportedly choosing to relinquish their territory. They acquired a grand estate within the Blue Lake domain as a provisional territory, thus falling into the ranks of impoverished knights. Sir Charles, the seasoned knight, was astute. It was precisely his intelligence that made him acutely aware of the unprecedented disparity. Therefore, he opted for self-preservation, recognizing that even in decline, retaining his autonomy might afford him future opportunities for resurgence. However, it was all too late. Soon after, while en route to the Blue Lake territory, Sir Charles and his family were ambushed by a mysterious, formidable force. The outcome, predictably, was total annihilation. Sir Charles was silenced, and the youngest victim was merely a 3-year-old child who was suffocated to death. The emergence of this incident incited a wave of turmoil. The Earl of Gold personally commanded a thorough investigation into the matter, yet the conclusion reached was that foreign elite warriors had infiltrated the kingdom. By mere chance, they encountered Sir Charles, leading to the subsequent tragic events. Regardless of belief, this conclusion stands as an undeniable truth. In the end, the incident faded into obscurity, gradually forgotten and relegated to casual conversation. After all, regardless of which noble lord assumes power, the commoners continue to live their lives unchanged. For the populace, allegiance is determined by who can offer a better quality of life, and thus they willingly submit to that leader. Consequently, the northern situation did not descend into chaos. Rather, it remained stable and manageable. There was, however, a slight loss of population, which was not detrimental. Ironically, this facilitated the infiltration of Baron Miller, who effortlessly came to control 2/3 of the northern territories. Yet, one could argue that this calamity bore unexpected blessings, as it ushered in a wave of immigrants to Wade's domain. In stark contrast to the northern turmoil, the fabled worry-free city became a beacon of hope for many, bolstered by extensive development and abundant business opportunities. This led to the arrival of the first wave of settlers even before the city was completed, alongside numerous merchants eager to seize the initiative. Though land transactions were prohibited within Wade's territory and commercial permits were required, these conditions seemed trifling compared to the promise of future prosperity. An increase in population would invariably spur commercial growth, and a thriving trade would accelerate construction efforts. As infrastructure improved and living standards rose, a virtuous cycle of growth was established. For Chris, Alsace, and their companions, the more tumultuous the outside world became, the more advantageous it was for them. This undeniably served as a testament to the name they had long championed, worry-free. This was the true essence of serenity, a veritable paradise. Chapter 78. You within me, I within you. A breakthrough. Soon, as time advanced, it became the 13th of May in the year 8981 of the Dark Age. In the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed, with the situation gradually calming and life returning to its regular rhythm. The fall of the two knights seemed to bring no significant change. Rather, the absence of territorial constraints allowed for greater interaction among the common folk across various regions. With barriers removed, commerce flourished. Such is the nature of this world. It does not cease to function with the absence of an individual or a noble lord. We are all mere travelers in this realm, existing in the present, witnessing the relentless flow of history, each of us a witness to the passage of time. The sun rises as usual, and the moon sets as expected. The starry sky continues its transformations, ultimately returning to the heavens. A year has passed. In the end, Baron Miller did not take action against Tanis. Though he had an affinity for married women, engaged in power plays, and was insatiably greedy, he was not devoid of intelligence. While he could succumb to anger, he refrained from implicating the innocent. He could exploit weakness but would not intentionally humiliate the vulnerable. Initially, it was Charles and Leonard who pressured him to relinquish his interests, while Tanis maintained a neutral stance and did not seize the opportunity to profit from the turmoil. Thus, Baron Miller harbored no resentment towards Tanis. If one were to consider the situation from a different perspective, Tanis's actions could be deemed commendable, as he did not take advantage of others' misfortunes. Regarding the conflicting interests between the two parties, Baron Miller opted for a more tempered approach. He did not coerce Tanis in any manner and even offered commendable promises. Ultimately, Tanis voluntarily renounced his oath, thereby eliminating the points of contention and alleviating the strain in their relationship. Such is the nature of nobility. There are no eternal enemies. As long as there are no conflicting interests, parties can still convene for amicable discussions. Although Tanis ultimately refused Baron Miller's enticements, Miller permitted him to maintain his identity as a neutral knight and assured him a substantial annual grant of 10,000 gold coins for 20 years, aiding Tanis in establishing a firm foothold along the border. This decision resulted in a mutually beneficial outcome. Tanis evaded Miller's retribution and no longer had to worry about being targeted. He could focus on his own development, while future constraints may still loom. Preserving the lineage of his family was no small feat for Baron Miller. He successfully sidestepped numerous complications. The fall of two knights of the realm within the past year had raised the vigilance of the Earl of Gold, and further aggressive actions could have provoked unnecessary troubles. Simultaneously, through a gentle approach, he reclaimed a share of the profits from the gold mine. Miller did not perceive this as a loss, as he only needed to invest a mere 200,000 gold coins, a trifling sum when compared to the mine's worth of 20 to 30 million gold coins. It was but a drop in the ocean. Thus, Baron Miller was disinclined to pursue the matter further. Of course, retaining Tanis had its advantages, at the very least. The North still had a buffer, which could serve as a disposable asset in a war buffer zone. As for Wade, Baron Miller ultimately set aside his disdain and chose to await the outcome. Whether Wade succeeded would determine Miller's future attitude towards him and the nature of their interactions. After all, it was a territory that Wade had secured through his own efforts. Though it might jeopardize Miller's future ambitions, he could only choose to compromise, as there was, in truth, no profound enmity between them. If the other party can seize the opportunity to grow stronger within his limitations, that is indeed a testament to his own capabilities. One can only blame oneself for lacking the necessary skills. Today, Wade has already established a formidable presence. His force is robust, and his territory having reached the minimum requirements for promotion to a baron. His population has surpassed 10,000, making it unfeasible to consider forcibly subjugating Wade at this juncture. Even if Wade has yet to achieve a breakthrough, his name has already spread throughout the entire northern province of Tuwolf. In this province, there are only 15 barons, 5 viscounts, and a single count. Knights with the potential for baronial advancement are under the watchful gaze of countless eyes. Are you certain you wish to provoke them? Even if one were to act, it would only be after the other party's prospects for advancement have been extinguished. Clearly, Wade has now attained a status that grants him the right to assert himself. Engaging in conflict when both parties are of equal standing is the most futile option. As civilized individuals, resorting to violence diminishes one's worth. It is far more prudent to engage in dialogue. As for how to resolve the conflicting interests between the two parties, Baron Miller is already prepared for the sacrifices he must make. Even if he must concede some ground, as long as the gold mine remains in his possession, he stands to gain, which is preferable to having nothing at all. Sometimes, one must broaden their perspective. A little mutual respect can smooth over disputes, preventing unnecessary discord. Such is often the nature of nobility, intertwined as they are. Once, I would have wished for your downfall. but now you have earned the right to fight fiercely. Hence, sitting down to negotiate becomes the most mutually beneficial solution. Who knows? There may even be opportunities for collaboration in the future. For instance, that unfamiliar and powerful foreign entity. Once Wade makes his breakthrough, Baron Miller intends to ally with him to confront the outsider. After all, his mastery of Earth attribute fighting energy has its limitations. While he stands undefeated, he cannot vanquish his adversary alone. Additional support could facilitate fruitful cooperation down the line. On August 1st, in the year 8981 of the Dark Era, within a hidden chamber of the Merry Manor, Wade, having trained for 2.5 years, wore a grim expression, his aura fluctuating erratically, appearing decidedly unstable. A wild and tumultuous energy surged within him. Were it an ordinary individual, they would likely have succumbed to madness by now, a consequence of the lioness breath technique and its psychological effects. However, this ferocious energy was soon subdued by the necromancy guidance technique. The two energies clashed and intertwined, ultimately dissipating into tranquility. Simultaneously, within Wade's mind, a crucible seemed to materialize, a spiritual furnace birthed by the furnace meditation technique, capable of continuously absorbing magical energy to refine his mental fortitude. Indeed, Wade has embarked on the path of dual cultivation in both magic and martial prowess. However, Wade primarily cultivates his spirit through a combative approach, employing meditation techniques mainly to enhance the intensity of his mental prowess. There remains a significant gap between this and the true mastery of both magical and martial arts. At most, he has merely borrowed from the methods of mages to refine his mental strength, and he is still leagues away from genuine sorcery. His motivations for this endeavor are rooted in the desire to stabilize his mental state. After all, both the roaring lion breathing technique and the death-guiding art exert a considerable influence on one's psyche, embodying the principle of inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return. A perilous path indeed. Wade has no intention of succumbing to madness in the future. Chapter 79, The Untroubled Lord. With a resounding lion's roar, he shattered the layers of darkness. Akin to a thunderous force breaking through the veils of obscurity, ready to be crowned as king, the thunderous echo of the lion's roar rolled through the stormy clouds, illuminating the earth with flashes of lightning. I shall arrive with the tempest, bringing forth the wrath of the gods. The dark golden silhouette of a lion emerged in midair, reminiscent of a lion king declaring his birth to the world. It signified that this land would now be under his protection, and no one would have the authority to dictate his choices. I am Vade Mandara, the sovereign of this realm. Hereby, I proclaim the land's name to be the untroubled domain. Any who dare threaten this territory shall be deemed an enemy, with but one inevitable outcome awaiting them: war. These succinct declarations encapsulated Vade's fervent battle spirit. Simultaneously, they spread with remarkable swiftness. The words traversed through Merry Manor, across forests and rivers, sustaining their potency until they reached Casey Town. The dark golden lion's phantom lingered high above, visible even from miles away. Long after the apparition faded, it took the crowd considerable time to regain their composure. Then, an uproarious cheer erupted, akin to the roar of mountains and the crash of oceans. The Lord has ascended. Chris leapt to his feet, standing on the balcony, momentarily lost in the moment. Meanwhile, Arthas, who had been diligently training the troops, along with his army, stood mesmerized, gazing into the distance. He has achieved it. The Lord has truly attained greatness. Laughter erupted, a euphoric celebration of their master's triumph. Arthas, in a state of disbelief, felt the carefully maintained facade of elegance he had upheld for years shatter before him, revealing a wild exuberance. It was as though he had returned to the battlefield over 20 years ago, alongside Lord Mandara, fearless in the face of adversity. At the Bliss Consortium, Spike was engaged in discussions with the slave trader Carl when both men simultaneously beheld the ethereal figure in the sky. Overcome with awe, Carl's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, his eyes wide with astonishment. My heavens, is this the power of a knight? Spike, filled with reverence, exhibited an almost fervent faith in his gaze. The Lord shall ultimately ascend to the pinnacle. Emily, engaged in her official duties, gazed through the window and beheld the distant silhouette of the Lion King. Overwhelmed with excitement, an inexplicable sense of emptiness washed over her, and a glistening tear threatened to escape from the corners of her mouth. The Lord's desire stirred within her. As Emily caressed her abdomen, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration, nearly overwhelming her in the depths of a primordial forest. After 2.5 years of relentless slaughter, Li Yuan felt a profound calling, a summons from his very soul, indicating that his master was searching for him. bestowing upon him the promise of elevation. In the next moment, Li Yuan let out a ferocious roar, his bones swelling once more, growing from a height of 2.5 meters to a towering 2.8, before gradually coming to a halt. His aura surged, elevating him to the rank of a high-tier bloodline warrior. My master has broken through. Is this the power that flows from such a breakthrough? Li Yuan mused aloud, as behind him, a multitude of dragon-toothed soldiers emerged from the corpses, nearly 100 in total. Not far away, atop the treetops, the dead eye underwent a transformation as well. Its size expanded, wingspan exceeding 3 meters, shedding its previous form of a small to medium-sized raptor, now resembling a majestic eagle, as 6 obsidian eyes opened in succession, exuding an aura of mystery. Quack, quack, quack. With the cawing of the dead eye, it seemed to celebrate its master's triumph. Simultaneously, in the forest, nearly 200 crows began to gather, forming a swirling vortex composed entirely of crows. Thus, the dead eye ascended to the rank of a level 3 magical beast. Within the Twilight Castle, Baron Miller swirled his glass of red wine, enveloped by a beautiful woman, his hand resting possessively on her slender waist. A look of intoxication gracing his face. Alas, it appears my previous choice was not in vain. At least I haven't offended him too gravely. It seems this time, I shall truly indulge. With a resigned smile, Baron Miller turned to engage in a passionate bout with the lady, venting all his frustrations. At this moment, news of Wade achieving knighthood spread with remarkable speed. By the following day, the entire northern province of Tuwolf was abuzz with tales of a young man named Wade Mandala. At just 22 years of age, he had attained the rank of a formal knight, a remarkable accomplishment, particularly for one of humble origins. Without the backing of a great power to provide resources, his ascent to knighthood at such a young age testified to his extraordinary talent. Herein, I declare Wade Mandala to be officially recognized as the 16th Preparatory Baron of the northern province of Tuwolf. The adjudicator, Judge Marlenia Golden Rune, will oversee this assessment. Should Wade Mandala meet all criteria for promotion, he shall be formally elevated to the rank of Baron and conferred the title. His domain will be sheltered by the Kingdom of Philips, acknowledging its legitimacy, with no one possessing the right to infringe upon his territory. This is the declaration of the Golden Count, heralding yet another strengthening of the northern province of Tuwolf. The territory once known as Wide has now been renamed the Baron of Wuyo, and Wide himself has been honored with the title of Baron of Wuyo. Although he is yet to undergo any formal assessment, this title has already been etched into the minds of all. Within the newly established city of Wuyo, the Lord's mansion is bustling with activity. Wide reclines casually in the main seat, receiving the homage of numerous vassals. During the 2 years of his secluded cultivation, many unfamiliar faces have emerged, all selected through rigorous screening as mid to high-ranking officials. After briefly hearing their reports, Wide dismissed them. He had little interest in such matters at this moment, having been pent up for 2.5 years. The foremost task at hand, of course, was to embark on a grand endeavor. Wide felt as robust as an ox, positively brimming with energy. He required someone to help him release this excess vigor. Naturally, Emily was the ideal candidate, whom Wide unceremoniously threw onto the bed. This battle of passion lasted a full 3 days and nights. The scenes of their fervent engagement were nothing short of frenzied, bordering on madness. For the first time, Emily experienced an indescribable sense of fulfillment. Ultimately, after a series of passionate encounters, she succumbed to slumber, a blissful smile adorning her face. At this moment, Wide stood at the highest point of the Lord's mansion, his gaze radiating a unique brilliance. Baron Miller, it is time for us to have a serious discussion. Chapter 80, A Return to Twilight. A few days later, Wide formally announced his intention to visit Baron Miller and discuss the territorial matters concerning both parties in the future. Baron Miller's side expressed immense honor and anticipation for the visit of the Baron of Wuyo. Upon returning to Twilight Castle, Wide shed the low profile he once maintained. Perhaps his newfound status simply did not permit such modesty. The last time he had visited was in the year 8977, during the exploratory banquet hosted by Baron Miller. Remarkably, in just 5 years, Wide had transformed from a downcast knight into a baron, a conclusion no one could have foreseen. Along the way, many commoners lined the streets, welcoming him with enthusiasm while also hoping to catch a glimpse of the rumored Baroness' splendor. 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and his status had changed drastically. He was now able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Baron Miller. 5 years prior, at the banquet, Wide had been surrounded by various noble ladies. Now, as a young and powerful figure of increasing nobility, he had become the object of admiration for many young maidens. longing for a narrative akin to a tale where a domineering baron falls in love with them. How many young hearts have harbored such dreams? Handsome, affluent, powerful, these descriptors now converged upon a single individual. This was no mere baron. He was the unparalleled luminary in their hearts. Inside the carriage, Wade smiled knowingly as he observed the enamored women. He could only offer a wry smile in response to their infatuation. No way around it. Handsome men often attract trouble. Outside the Twilight Castle, 300 soldiers raised their banners in welcome of Baron Wade's arrival. The lengthy crimson carpet laid out for him only added to his grandeur. Ultimately, the dark golden carriage came to a halt at the castle's entrance. The elderly butler, Alsace, was the first to alight, clearing the way for Wade and demonstrating the high standards expected of his position. Baron Miller had been waiting eagerly, and, upon seeing Wade disembark, rushed forward to greet him. "My dear Wade, it has been many years since we last met." Ha! With that, he attempted to embrace Wade warmly. Wade maintained his composure, extending his right hand before Miller could draw near. Noticing this, Miller retained his cheerful demeanor, naturally adjusting his approach to grasp Wade's hand in a cordial handshake, thus exchanging pleasantries. Indeed, over these years, our Twilight territory has finally produced a baron. We must make an effort to connect more often. As a borderland, it is essential for us to unite. Come, come. I have prepared a banquet for you, and there will be special performances afterwards. Miller seemed entirely at ease, ushering Wade into the castle with the familiarity of a friendly neighbor, his face adorned with a warm smile that even bore a hint of paternal kindness, a sense of a mentor looking upon a younger acquaintance. Wade, however, chose to remain silent, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. After all, as long as there were no mortal conflicts, it was preferable to avoid creating new enemies. Before long, an exquisite dinner commenced, featuring a variety of gourmet dishes, many of which were prepared from the meat of magical beasts. Not only were these delicacies delicious, but they were also rich in vitality, beneficial for enhancing one's fighting spirit. They possessed remarkable qualities for nourishing the body and replenishing energy, making them a quintessential choice for men. Wade felt an overwhelming urge to indulge. Should ordinary creatures consume such fare, they might find themselves in dire straits. As if the very earth would be carved open. Even sturdy trees and planks could be at risk of being pierced. Truly a selection that could astound the heavens and move the gods, an exceptional choice for vitality and vigor. It was no wonder that Baron Miller, now in his 40s, appeared no older than 30, with rumors of his nightly escapades with numerous women circulating frequently. After a brief dinner, the two barons began the main event of their meeting. It was indeed a moment of reflection. Who would have thought that in just a few short years since their last parting, Wade would rise to such heights? Congratulations, Lord Wade Mandrella. As old friends, I trust we will keep this negotiation amicable. Miller, displaying a familiar ease, had already laid his cards on the table. The message was clear. I am willing to compromise, but do not overreach and create unnecessary discomfort for us both. In response to these petty tricks, Wade merely smiled. A subtle pressure permeated the room, causing a slight tremor to ripple through the air. Let us see, Baron Miller, how you shall make your choice. For instance, I demand 50% of the total profits from the golden mine in Dawn City. In that very instant, the temperature in the room plummeted to freezing point. A pure intent to kill firmly locked onto Wade, as if, in the next moment, he would be obliterated into dust. Baron Miller retracted his smile, narrowing his eyes slightly, and began to swirl his glass. Those familiar with Baron Miller recognized this habit as a sign of extreme anger, indicative of lethal intentions. However, he quickly composed himself and approached Wade, their gazes locking. I am quite curious. How did you come by this information? Upon hearing this, Wade let out a soft chuckle and replied, Surely, my lord, you are aware that since the end of the Conquest War, Sylph has been indulging in a life of extravagance and decadence. His number of lovers is not insignificant. It is not difficult to deduce when a few tidbits of information happen to leak and are noted by the discerning. At this, Baron Miller's breath hitched. Akin to a startled cat, an aura of hostility erupting uncontrollably. Yet his face maintained a facade of ease, as he endeavored to regulate his emotions. Regardless of the veracity of this information, Baron Miller had no time to verify it. Even if it were a fabrication, he would still harbor suspicions towards Sylph. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it spirals into an unresolvable chain of suspicion. At this juncture, belief or disbelief holds no weight. Should you believe, Sylph is doomed. Should you disbelieve, the other party becomes privy to your secret, leaving Sylph with no means to prove his innocence, resulting in his demise. Even if he could prove himself innocent, How could you be assured he did not inadvertently hint at the mine's existence to others? Thus, the situation becomes inescapable. Sylph is left with only a path to death. As for the possibility of Wade deceiving him, that likelihood is nearly non-existent. For there is no necessity for such a ruse. The other party would not speak openly unless motivated by self-interest. There is no time to engage in such frivolities. With a sigh, Baron Miller finally acquiesced. Just then, the guard, Andrew, approached. No more than 30%, this is my bottom line. As Wade gazed at Andrew, a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. Here stood another formidable knight. The current situation had turned, and the initiative was once again in Baron Miller's hands. Truly, Baron Miller is a man of remarkable talent, and I have indeed been reckless. Given this, accepting 30% does not seem unjust. I shall adhere to Baron Miller's arrangements. We can draft a new contract and amend the oath. Wide did not linger excessively, opting instead to take advantage of the situation. He had no desire to completely sever ties with Baron Miller. After all, as the saying goes, when the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who profits. Should they engage in internal strife, it would ultimately be the other barons who benefit. The underlying conflicts are far more threatening than external pressures. After reaffirming the distribution of profits from the gold mine, both parties found themselves united, like grasshoppers on the same string, with a foundation of mutual interest to discuss other matters. This arrangement fostered a more equitable dialogue, with both sides expressing apprehension. Observing this, Baron Miller's expression softened considerably. To be candid, he too did not wish to completely fall out with Wide. The prospect of further discussions was indeed favorable. Fortunately, Wide's demands were modest. As long as his expectations remained within acceptable limits, negotiations would proceed smoothly. Rest assured, Wide, I will increase the mining efforts. And you may send someone to oversee the operations. I can guarantee that we will yield approximately 100,000 gold coins each month, of which you will receive at least 30,000. That amounts to nearly 400,000 gold coins a year, comparable to the total income of an ordinary baron over several years. In less than 20 years, we shall become the new titans of the northern province of Tuwolf. Baron Miller patted his belly, painting a grand vision for Wide, hoping to deepen their relationship and further entwine their interests. After all, while he enjoyed stabbing others in the back, he was not keen on being stabbed himself, a classic case of double standards. Upon hearing this, Wide merely smiled, dismissing the notion. This was a game of mutual strategy. Even within a shared interest, competition inevitably existed, given their proximity. The strengthening of one party would undoubtedly affect the other's development. Wide would not be easily swayed by the cunning words of this old fox. Only the tangible benefits in his grasp would truly belong to him. Flattering words could be spoken by anyone. Subsequently, Wide interrupted Baron Miller, deftly shifting the topic. All right, Baron Miller, regarding the gold mine. I will arrange for personnel to liaise with you. I can accept a 70-30 split. Now, let us discuss other matters, such as territorial issues. With this, the conversation returned to its proper course. The two barons then engaged in a spirited debate, covering topics from the delineation of their territorial boundaries to the exchange of certain interests, as well as future collaborations and trade matters. Although these were not insignificant issues, over time, they could lead to considerable expenditure. After all, neither party wished to be at a disadvantage. Their discussion continued for several hours. Ultimately, Wide left the meeting thoroughly satisfied, having obtained everything he desired. Baron Miller, while feeling a pang of regret, also walked away with what he sought. The discourse has gracefully reached its conclusion. We'd successfully negotiated a share in the gold mining profits while retaining all enterprises within the Twilight Domain. Furthermore, he established commercial exchanges with the Twilight Domain, constructing new trade routes, reducing tariffs, fostering cooperation among merchant guilds, and implementing over 50 proposals aimed at curbing slave trade. Ultimately, the two barons jointly signed a defensive alliance agreement. As border barons, their mutual vigilance and collaboration would undoubtedly benefit both parties' development. And their union is poised to forge a new power. They aptly named this alliance the Bronze Tree Alliance of the Border Barons of the northern province of Tuwolf, abbreviated as Bronze Tree. It is believed that this emerging force will soon secure a significant position within the northern province of Tuwolf. Essentially, this initiative aims to diminish conflicts among the nobility, fostering mutual strengths, enhancing the overall capabilities within their territories, and facilitating commercial development and communication. The small organization formed by the two barons has now received its first internal commission. Baron Miller has offered 3 Tier 3 magical beast cores and 20,000 gold coins, requesting Weed's assistance in subduing a formidable elite foe of a different race. All spoils acquired during this endeavor would belong to Miller. Weed, naturally, accepted with enthusiasm. Eager to test his own combat prowess and observe how individuals of similar standing engage in battle, thereby acclimating himself to his current capabilities. Thus, the intentions of the two barons aligned harmoniously. On the 1st of September, 8981 in the Dark Era, the assessment team for the noble promotion successfully arrived in Wuyo City and commenced their measurements of the territorial expanse, investigating the resident population to ascertain compliance with the standards. Within the garden of the Lord's Manor in Wuyo City, after 3 years, we'd once again encountered Marlenia, the valiant Valkyrie from the Golden Rune family, who remained as striking as ever. Beneath her golden helm, her scarlet eyes continued to leave a lasting impression. However, this meeting bore a more egalitarian air. We'd finally regarded this renowned Valkyrie with the respect she deserved. It has been a long time, Lady Marlenia. I wonder if you still remember me? We'd approached, performing a gentlemanly noble salute, embodying the essence of aristocratic grace. One can only imagine how many hearts among the young ladies who admire Weed would shatter upon witnessing such a scene. You are quite impressive, Sir Weed. Your talents rival those of some members of the royal family. She replied, On behalf of my father, the Golden Count, I extend my greetings to you. I am also your assessor for the baronial promotion. From what I can see, you have managed your territory commendably. I can sense a renewed hope for life among your subjects. They are not apathetic, and I can feel their heartfelt gratitude towards you. Melnia spoke eloquently, clearly holding a deep admiration for Wade. Her visit this time was to serve in an evaluative capacity, partly motivated by her desire to meet the newly appointed Baron. Additionally, her family hoped to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, envisioning a prudent investment in a promising asset, potentially yielding unforeseen returns in the future. Simultaneously, this was a strategy for alliance building, as the Golden Rune family, too, required allies to assist in managing their vast territories. The Golden Rune family would not stagnate for the sake of a mere earldom. Chapter 82. Rumors. The day of carefree revelry, the festival of desirelessness. Preparations for war commence. Subsequently, Wade and Melnia strolled through the garden, engaging in light-hearted conversation, their laughter echoing in a manner that evoked envy. As their dialogue progressed, Melnia gradually leaned closer to Wade, an action imbued with a hint of intimacy, reminiscent of a couple sharing secret whispers, enveloped in a sweet yet sour essence of romance. However, Wade, at that moment, was devoid of such thoughts. A fleeting tremor passed through his pupils, signaling a moment of disquiet. Really? Upon hearing this, Melnia gradually distanced herself. Despite the barrier of her golden mask, a glimpse of her enchanting visage was still discernible. This is an order from my father, considering the time. It has only been 2 years. Prepare well, Wade. I look forward to the day we meet on the battlefield. I hope to witness a more formidable version of you. I eagerly anticipate your performance, and I trust you will not disappoint me. With that, Melnia turned and departed, leaving behind a mysterious and formidable silhouette. Years apart had rendered the Valkyrie Melnia even more powerful than before. At present, she undoubtedly surpassed Wade. Even Baron Miller might not match her imposing presence. Her strength was estimated to be at least that of a mid-tier or high-tier knight, an enigma that was difficult to gauge. While Wade was confident in his abilities, he dared not assert that he could contend with Melnia for more than 10 exchanges. Rest assured, I shall prove my worth, Wade murmured to himself, then gazed skyward, his eyes shimmering with a sense of foreboding. Days later, as the evaluation progressed towards completion, several members of the assessment team convened to consolidate all the information. Ultimately, they compiled a report to be submitted to Melnia for her judgment. Thereafter, Melnia would determine the report's conclusions, deciding whether to approve the Baron's promotion. Should the evaluation succeed, the report would ascend through the ranks, requiring the governor's signature before being presented to the king for review. The final documentation would be preserved, and the kingdom would officially issue the baronial credentials. This process would take approximately 1 month. When Melnia met Wade again, the outcome was, of course, self-evident. This promotion was merely a formality. Following this, Wade has submitted a noble emblem representing the Mandela family, which will be recorded in the kingdom's archives, becoming the unique insignia of the Mandela lineage. This emblem, akin to a baron's or higher noble's distinct mark, symbolizes status. The Mandela family's crest features a black background, adorned with a dark golden lion's head and 3 pairs of black wings. At the center of the lion's head lies the emblem of a sword and shield, signifying a noble lineage primarily focused on martial prowess. In contrast, an emblem featuring a staff and books would symbolize a lineage of mages. As the dust settled, after bidding farewell to Marlenia, Wade and the assessment team departed without looking back. The days that followed returned to a serene cadence. On October 1st, 8981 of the Dark Era, as time flowed onward, the Baron of Carefree gradually witnessed tranquility enveloping his domain. After 3 years of labor, Carefree City finally announced its completion on this very day. Coinciding with this milestone, the canal project was also inaugurated, linking the eastern and western ends of the Carefree territory and significantly enhancing internal communication. The fishing and water transport industries flourished, continually augmenting the commercial value of the Carefree domain. With the completion of these two grand projects, coupled with the formal elevation to Baron, October 1st was spontaneously celebrated by countless citizens as Carefree Day, commemorating the prosperity of the territory. This day was deemed the inaugural Carefree Day, followed by 6 additional days known as Day of Bliss, Day of Desire, Day of Harmony, Day of Joy, Day of Eternal Peace, and Day of Tranquility. Collectively, these 7 days were referred to as the Festival of Desirelessness. During this week, people enjoyed a respite from work, engaging in whatever activities they wished. For instance, all brothels offered a limited-time discount of 30, and high-end clubs operated around the clock. The little train ran incessantly, emitting its cheerful whistles. Food items were discounted, and various goods were available at reduced prices to cater to the desires of the populace. If one sought to purchase a chick, there were those willing to soothe the soul, provided the price was right. For those who prioritized family, ample necessities could be acquired at significantly lower costs. Of course, one could also choose to indulge in a day of gambling or drown in libations, as long as desires were thoroughly satiated, thus embodying the concept of desirelessness. The pursuit was the radiant enlightenment that followed the pinnacle of pleasure, aptly termed the Festival of Desirelessness. Wyde opted not to suppress this spontaneously organized celebration. On the contrary, he officially recognized this festival as the first legal holiday within the Carefree Barony. After all, Wyde had gradually cast aside the values of his former life. At this moment, he truly embodied the essence of a noble baron. To possess desires is to be human. To be devoid of desire is to stray from the path of humanity. Strict adherence to rules and the suppression of one's true nature cannot possibly constitute the authentic self. It is only by confronting oneself that one can truly master one's essence. Only through this can one attain a higher realm. In the peaceful city, within the Lord's manor, Wyder officially convened the inaugural inner court meeting. Gazing through the glass at the throngs of people bustling on the streets, Wyder felt an overwhelming sense of pride and an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. After a brief moment, he slowly turned to face his subjects. That glance sent a tremor through all the officials, both new and old. The extraordinary pressure he emanated enveloped them in the aura of authority, instilling a sense of trepidation among these ordinary individuals. "Please report on the current situation," he commanded. "Yes, my lord," Chris responded promptly, and began his report. "Over the past few years, due to your lordship's seclusion, we have made some minor adjustments in accordance with the current developments. Presently, the army and military industry are progressing well. We have 5 standing military battalions, totaling 500 men, all equipped with premium-grade light armor, exquisite short swords, and fine long spears. The cost per soldier is approximately 150 gold coins. The 5 commanders, Hop, Grafus, Stoddard, Ackrell, and Jaeger, have each successfully advanced to the rank of low-tier knight squire and pledged their loyalty to you during your lordship's period of seclusion. Currently, they are stationed in various territories including Zeki Town, Casey Town, Lion King's Valley, Water Lizard Marsh, and the Peaceful City, constantly guarding the lands and maintaining stability within the realm." Chapter 83, A New Revolution. Resources abundant. Personnel plentiful. Furthermore, the Royal Guard has been renamed the Imperial Guard, comprising a total of 100 men, equipped with premium-grade heavy armor and exquisite knightly longswords. Additionally, they are provided with mounts, namely the secondary war horses of Shalma and the Nimitz war steeds. The cost per soldier is 300 gold coins, and with the mounts, the total expenditure reaches 500 gold coins. Diego serves as the commander of the Imperial Guard, having also attained the rank of mid-tier knight squire, and is currently stationed in the Peaceful City. Moreover, the assault battalion has expanded to 10 companies, totaling over 1,000 soldiers. The majority were procured from the slave merchant Carl, with a smaller portion consisting of prisoners convicted of legal infractions. These soldiers are equipped with rudimentary leather armor, a crude iron anchor, and a small round shield. The cost per soldier is approximately 10 gold coins, readily available to serve as cannon fodder. At present, the assault battalion continues to operate in a semi-military, semi-labor capacity, always prepared to re-engage in battle. Alsace serves as the Grand Marshal of the army, commanding 3 battalions totaling over 1,600 men. Upon hearing these figures, every official present beamed with pride. This is the report they have presented to Wieder over the past 2 years. This achievement is indeed commendable. With a faint smile, Wade remarked, indeed. With an ample population and sufficient funding, the momentum would gather swiftly. By the way, my lord, we have a delightful surprise to share with you. At this moment, Chris smiled mysteriously and gestured to a nearby guard. Subsequently, 4 soldiers entered, carrying a mechanical device. Master Craftsman Rieger, beaming with excitement, elucidated to the crowd. This is the culmination of 3 years of effort, integrating the initial model, the magical typewriter, leading to the development of the first model, the magical integrated typewriter. The conduits on the machine continuously absorb elements for storage. By placing the necessary materials for crafting resident permits into the central slide and securing it, one can commence operation. Through the continuous input of letters, the machine will imprint the corresponding letters infused with elemental essence onto the materials. This enables the rapid production of resident permits, simplifying the process and accelerating the speed of creation. Furthermore, it allows for mass production of this machine. Although its build is not as exquisite and compact as the initial model, it aligns more closely with our needs, albeit at a steep cost, equivalent to that of a high-quality piece of equipment. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, gasping in astonishment. Every official present understood the significance of the resident permit. It was precisely due to this document that the order within the Wuyo territory was so meticulously organized, allowing for such rapid development. Many had previously attempted to imitate it, yet none could discern the secret. While they could replicate the physical item, the costs were prohibitively high, making mass production for the public impossible. Thus, the resident permit became a landmark and symbol of the Wuyo territory, exemplifying its uniqueness. This piqued even Wade's interest. Hearing your words, it seems Master Rieger's skills have indeed advanced significantly. If he can create such machinery, surely he can now craft high-quality equipment as well. Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze once again focused on Rieger. Rieger, feeling slightly bashful, scratched his head and nodded in acknowledgement. I have not disappointed. Having been in the Wuyo territory for 4 years, the Lord has diligently nurtured me, even supporting my ascent to the presidency of the Craftsman Forging Association. Presently, not only can I produce high-quality equipment, but my 3 apprentices and several artisans can also create exquisite items. This explains why the regular army and the royal guards are fully equipped with high-quality gear. Currently, the Craftsman Forging Association has over 200 registered artisans and nearly 400 apprentices, sufficient to support all forging tasks within the territory and ensure daily needs are met. Hearing this satisfactory response, Wade's smile broadened, unable to contain his joy. Truly, the heavens blessed the Wuyo territory. Blessings upon him, Wade. Excellent, excellent. Well done. Wieder lavished praise and promptly issued a decree. Henceforth, the territory of Wuyo shall enter a phase of military expansion. This time, I intend to at least double the size of our army. Within a year, I expect to see tangible results. The training of the troops must be expedited. Furthermore, endeavor to equip every knight and squire in the territory with a set of superior armor and a high-quality weapon. All expenses will be drawn from the treasury, and Chris shall fully cooperate with the military industry and the troops. Vider's words once again astonished the officials present. They had anticipated their lord's satisfaction, yet they had not envisioned that he would seek to expand the military. Could this be an indication of something more? Or perhaps their lord, dissatisfied with the current state, intended to reclaim lost territories? This contemplation sparked a flurry of speculation among the officials, with even various conspiracy theories emerging, questioning whether their lord was planning a counteroffensive against Baron Twilight's domain. However, the officials did not reject this command. Though they felt a tinge of confusion regarding the sudden military expansion, they recognized that for a knight who had risen from humble beginnings, there must be profound significance behind it. Failing to comprehend their lord's deeper intentions would be a dereliction of their duty as his vassals. How could they, mere mortals, begin to fathom the wisdom of their lord? After a brief moment, once the military industry report was concluded, Chris began to present the report on the livelihood and benefits for the populace. This segment bore little variation. The water lizard marsh, after years of restructuring and planning, had reached the limits of its agricultural development. The annual fishery yield amounted to 20,000 to 30,000 gold coins. Additionally, the unique products of the marsh and the water transport industry contributed another 50,000 gold coins each year. The combined revenues from the 2 significant towns, Zishi and Kaishi, generated nearly 50,000 gold coins. Moreover, extensive agricultural cultivation, including specialty flax and other crops, yielded close to 70,000 gold coins annually. When accounting for various taxes and miscellaneous commercial income, the total revenue approached 50,000 gold coins each year. Altogether, this amounted to 250,000 gold coins. After deducting costs and annual construction expenditures, the net profit still exceeded 100,000 gold coins. In comparison to other baronial territories, the revenue was not significantly different. However, it is noteworthy that Wuyo spans less than 200 square kilometers, whereas other baronial domains often cover hundreds, if not nearly 1,000 square kilometers. Thus, it is evident that although Wuyo's land is small, its productivity is remarkably substantial, with an annual revenue nearing 300,000 to 400,000 gold coins. The total approaches 500,000 gold coins, rivaling that of certain Viscount territories. Such formidable financial resources emboldened Vitor to dare to double the military forces. After all, he had both wealth and manpower at his disposal. Chapter 84, The Campaign. Upon gaining a thorough understanding of the state of the territory, the inaugural inter-court meeting concluded successfully. The development within the domain was entrusted to Chris and his associates, and Wade felt a profound sense of assurance. Seizing the opportunity while Chris still had the vitality of youth, he resolved to allow him to illuminate their path for a while longer. Next on the agenda was to fulfill the agreement made with Baron Miller. A week later, in an untamed expanse of primordial forest, nearly 10,000 goblins traversed the dense thicket, appearing as prey fleeing from the hunters. Their eyes reflected a mixture of fear and unease, embodying both humiliation and resentment, as well as terror and despair. They were oblivious to the whereabouts of hope for tomorrow, uncertain if a promising future awaited them. But in the next moment, a black meteor, akin to a harbinger of doom, soared from the distance, streaking across the sky toward the goblins. This seemingly enchanting meteor concealed an inexorable intent to kill and obliterate. With a thunderous boom, the earth fractured violently, the shockwave erupting from the point of impact with cataclysmic force. Within 100 meters of the epicenter, a devastating tempest surged forth, sending countless goblins soaring through the air. Though they bore no visible wounds, their innards had been mercilessly shattered by the blast. Ultimately, they could only watch helplessly as death approached. There is no greater despair than being fully conscious, yet powerless to alter the grim reality of one's demise. The goblins nearer to the center were reduced to nothingness, their remains perforated by countless debris, resembling tattered rags torn asunder by a tempest, unworthy of pity. Yet, in a twisted sense, they were fortunate, for they encountered a death devoid of pain, perhaps the most merciful way to perish. As the yellow smoke dissipated, the land lay in ruins. Amidst the swirling dust, Wade emerged from the crater, clad in heavy armor and wielding a 5-meter-long knight's lance. His terrifying presence sent the surrounding goblins recoiling in fear, with some collapsing to their knees, while others lost control of their bodily functions in their fright. However, before Wade could further assert his dominance, a crimson glow surged toward him. The overwhelming force of bloodline powers surged like a mighty ocean, cascading in waves that intensified with every fleeting second. In a single blow, Wade was also sent hurtling backward, propelled several meters away, leaving behind deep furrows in the ground. Filthy humans, you are more despicable than the most wretched goblins. A goblin, adorned in dragon scales, seethed with rage. You once promised that if I killed a human noble, my kin would be granted the right to exist upon this land. Yet now, you renege on your word and encircle my kind. I have relinquished the land. Must you truly seek to annihilate us? As a creature notorious for its cunning, the goblin-headed man found himself unexpectedly ensnared in a web of deceit. Indeed, when it comes to unscrupulousness, humans reign supreme. Upon hearing this, Wade momentarily fell into a stupor, only to regain his composure swiftly. Good heavens, no wonder even the golden rune could not uncover the truth. It turns out that Baron Miller had indeed procured an alien to eliminate Charles. Nevertheless, despite receiving such explosive news, Wade displayed no traces of hesitation. He promptly brandished his 5-meter-long knight's lance, thrusting it forward with determination. Apologies. Your life has been purchased. With a sinister grin, Wade unleashed a torrent of black aura, materializing into a substantial layer of armor over his shoulder and chest. Simultaneously, the aura coalesced into a dark cloak draping over his shoulders. Do not inquire about its purpose. Simply acknowledge its elegance. It is well known that cloaks, armor, and mechs are heralded as the 3 quintessential romances of a man, the true embodiment of combat aura armor. As Wade unleashed his full power, the knight's lance surged forth, resembling a mighty dragon emerging from the sea, delivering a colossal strike. This solitary blow sent the dragon-scaled goblin soaring several dozen meters away. Thus, the confrontation escalated into a back-and-forth exchange. Yet, when it comes to pure strength, Wade had never known fear. Even against the mightily muscled lizard folk, Wade stood resolute in equal circumstances. Lord Andrew, are you not going to make your move? With Wade's call, a multitude of ice spikes erupted from the forest, forming a barrage composed of countless icy projectiles. Combat technique, Shadow of Frost. Provided the wielder possesses sufficient combat aura, this technique can be unleashed without restraint, as long as one can endure the expenditure of aura. In that moment, the dragon-scaled goblin comprehended the meaning of firepower suppression. Having just endured Wade's full-force strike, he was immediately bombarded by a relentless onslaught of ice spikes. Even clad in dragon scales, he found himself grievously wounded. You filthy mutt. CD. The dragon-scaled goblin, unable to retaliate, could only seethe with impotent rage, venting his frustrations. Each time he attempted to counterattack, he was met with a barrage of ice spikes that thwarted his efforts. It was as if his adversaries were deliberately suppressing him. Or perhaps, in their eyes, he had become mere prey for the slaughter. Although he was oblivious to their ultimate intentions, he understood that he could not remain passive any longer. They were certainly plotting something sinister. With each passing moment, the latent threat grew ever larger. At that moment, Baron Miller suddenly surged forth from the side, wielding a heavy sword, 2/3 of his body enveloped in the aura of true combat armor. Clearly, Baron Miller had significantly enhanced his prowess. In this fleeting moment, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. Wade observed as Baron Miller murmured softly. Soon after releasing a surge of combat aura, an unparalleled force coalesced upon the heavy sword. As he raised his heavy sword, a surge of earthy energy continuously flowed into the blade, elevating its entire length by several meters. Martial technique, Oath of the Victorious Sword. In the next instant, accompanied by Baron Miller's furious roar, all of this would ultimately descend into dust. With a rumbling akin to a landslide, the very earth trembled beneath him. At this moment, the sword, weighed down as if by 1,000 tons, would utterly crush the dragon-scaled gnoll. You heard correctly. The dragon-scaled gnoll was not cleaved to death. It was ground to a pulp. Its bones were virtually obliterated in that singular instant, and its innards were reduced to mere mush. The sight was as gruesome as one could imagine, resembling a mass of minced flesh, rendering it impossible to distinguish what creature it once was. Evidently, this sudden ambush was premeditated. 3 Knight-level warriors surrounded a singular elite-level foe, and the entire process unfolded with seamless grace, exhibiting an extraordinary level of teamwork. There was a fierce assault to draw fire, complemented by a flanking maneuver, culminating in a decisive strike delivered by the mightiest among them, Baron Miller. With these 3 tactics executed flawlessly, not only low or mid-tier elite warriors, but even high-tier elites would likely falter against the onslaught of these 3. Chapter 85, The Great Purge. The Death Gaze, the Great Abyss manifests its prowess. With the dragon-scaled gnoll slain, my commission is thus fulfilled. Once this war concludes, within a week's time, I shall ensure that Lord Vide receives his reward personally. However, prior to that, the nearly 10,000 remaining gnolls are a menace. I kindly request Lord Vide's assistance in eradicating them. I shall provide additional compensation as a token of gratitude for your efforts. Baron Miller, with a serious demeanor, clearly did not indulge in self-congratulation over the demise of the dragon-scaled gnoll. Previously, this horde of gnolls was restrained by their own formidable kin, preventing rampant chaos. Yet now, with the elite warrior dispatched by the trio, only a disarrayed mass remains. The surviving gnolls would find themselves without a leader, leading to a vicious cycle of internal discord, ultimately fracturing their clan. The cost of such fragmentation would manifest as an invasion of nearby border villages by the gnolls, causing unnecessary loss of property and population. For the border nobility, population is the foremost productive force. A plentiful populace signifies the enduring prosperity of a region. Baron Miller would not permit such a calamity to unfold. He intended to eradicate all threats in their infancy. Observing this, Vide contemplated briefly before acquiescing. After all, having come this far, earning an extra bounty was indeed a gain. There was no need for him to engage directly in the cleanup of these remnants. Since Baron Miller had made the request, I had no rationale to decline. Thus, I shall proceed to eliminate the gnolls in the southwest. I will go alone, as it would facilitate my efforts. Upon hearing this, Baron Miller slightly nodded, tacitly acknowledging Vide's decision. Since the opposing side is unwilling to act alongside the troops, let them be. After all, whether many or few are slain, they suffer no loss. Subsequently, The three individuals exchanged a few words and dispersed in three different directions to confront the fleeing goblin horde. Meanwhile, the Twilight Legion, previously lurking at a distance, expanded their front lines, launching a comprehensive and thorough extermination campaign. Wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass remained. Any foreign entity encountered would face annihilation with thunderous force. Even if they were not goblins, any threat, be it a beast, a foreign creature, or a magical beast, would find only a path to demise. In the southwestern direction, the number of fleeing goblins was not significant, totaling around 13 to 1400. Among them were 9 bloodline warriors, comprising 3 high-tier and 6 mid-tier fighters, making their overall strength quite formidable. However, this did not pique Wade's interest. Ever since his ascension to knight status, he had little regard for these bloodline warriors. After all, would one concern themselves with an ant? Or would one lament over a piece of bread devoured? No, one would not. It is merely a mundane game, one played for the faintest of smiles. If it were to become tedious, one would surely lose interest in obliterating these insects. Such is the confidence born from a significant leap in power. Coincidentally, Wade was eager to witness the growth of Li Yuan and Si Yin, to ascertain the extent of their development. With a snap of his fingers, 2 shadows emerged from behind him. These were manifestations of Si Yin's innate skill, a dark elemental affinity that had mutated into a form of shadow magic, known as shadow infiltration. This ability allows one to dwell within the shadow of an object or being, and can also cloak another in the same manner. Simultaneously, one could actively etherealize themselves, merging into the shadows, concealing their presence to evade a knight's danger perception or a mage's mental probe. It is undoubtedly one of the most coveted abilities of a top-tier assassin. Soon after, a man and a bird commenced a performance, striving to showcase their prowess and earn the favor of their master. Caw, caw, caw. Si Yin ascended to great heights, circling the skies while emitting caws, calling upon his kin to assist him in battle. Before long, a dark mass appeared on the horizon. Hundreds of crows spiraled in the sky, creating a truly spectacular sight. Caw. With a command from Si Yin, countless crows surged forward like a death squad, fearless of mortality, charging at the goblins. Within mere breaths, half of the crows fell, while 4 to 5 dozen goblins perished as well. It may seem like an endeavor of futility, but the true objective was for the ravenous flock to exchange their lives for the lives of the goblins. The accumulating corpses would serve to hasten Li Yuan's activation. Arise, my soldiers, offer all to my king. As Li Yuan intoned the incantation, an immense wave of death energy surged toward the corpses strewn across the ground. With a crackling sound, the lifeless bodies of the dog-headed men began to twist and mutate, transforming into skeletal lizard men. This was the innate skill of Li Yuan, dragon-tooth soldiers. As the dog-headed men continued to perish and subsequently metamorphose into dragon-tooth soldiers, the newly formed warriors turned to slay more of their former kin, perpetuating a cycle of combat that, alongside the cawing of crows, managed to ensnare the battlefield with the efforts of a single individual and a bird. Astonishingly, this duo held back over 1,300 dog-headed men. After 200 or 300 of their ranks had fallen, the 9 bloodline warriors within the team could no longer restrain themselves and launched an assault on Li Yuan. However, at that moment, Li Yuan had fully embraced his true self, as the continuous death of beings on the battlefield provided him with an unending supply of death energy. Rise, my guardians. When Li Yuan invoked his power once more, 6 mid-tier dragon-tooth soldiers emerged from the heaps of corpses. With a roar, the 6 dragon-tooth soldiers engaged in fierce combat with 6 dog-headed men, leveraging their robust skeletal structure and high physical resistance. The dragon-tooth soldiers proved to be formidable opponents, holding their ground against their equally ranked adversaries. The clash became a stalemate, and Li Yuan prepared himself for the ensuing battle. Though his equipment was merely of fine iron quality, he remained unfazed, bolstered by his unique talent, magic-wielding irrelevance. Li Yuan felt that a 1v9 scenario would be effortless, and indeed, it was true. In a direct confrontation with 3 adversaries of equal standing, Li Yuan initially found himself at a disadvantage, teetering on the brink of defeat multiple times. Yet, as time progressed, the weakening of his bloodline power resulted in a surge in his magical energy. The more abundant his magical energy became, the more he could sustain the existence of the dragon-tooth soldiers. As these warriors continued to slay their foes, the death energy generated was incessantly absorbed by his talent. Necromantic drain, converting it into bloodline power and gradually restoring Li Yuan's own condition. The battlefield descended into a state of intense tension. With Deadeye orchestrating the crow's movements from afar, he showed no inclination to intervene, merely observing the spectacle unfold. The outcome of this struggle hinged on whether Li Yuan could eliminate the ordinary dog-headed men first, leading to a depletion of death energy and his subsequent defeat, or if the three elite dog-headed men would vanquish Li Yuan, thus saving their kin. Chapter 86. The battle is set. Soul storage vessel. As time wore on, the situation became increasingly precarious. The dragon-toothed soldiers functioned as emotionless machines, mindlessly repeating their slaughter. When gravely injured or shattered by the dog-headed men, new dragon-toothed soldiers would arise from the remnants, rejoining the fray without hesitation. Like a screw in a nut, we are but mere components within the formidable machinery of war, perpetually maintaining its relentless operation. Even if a screw or nut were to be lost, this machine would not cease its function. It would not mourn your departure. And you, my friend, are simply a dispensable substitute. In the grand narrative of war, all beings are rendered equal, ultimately succumbing to the eternal silence. In the sky, flocks of crows soar and spiral, diving down to launch their assaults. Yet, upon surveying the battlefield, the fallen crows, once they touch the ground, are enveloped by shadows and vanish without a trace. The essence of death only amplifies the capabilities of the Deadeye. Perhaps it is not as absurd as the abyss, yet it stands uniquely distinguished. With the innate skill of domination, it possesses the ability to command the flock of crows, sharing the vision of each individual bird. This not only enhances its reconnaissance capabilities, but also ensures that the Deadeye does not fight alone. If we consider Veed as the uncrowned king of the carefree realm, then the Deadeye is, without a doubt, the rightful sovereign among the crow kin. The affinity for dark elements further endows the Deadeye with skills such as shadow stealth and various shadow spells. This transforms the Deadeye into an unparalleled top-tier assassin, greatly enriching its offensive repertoire. Upon ascending to the third tier of its beastly form, the Deadeye acquires a new talent that significantly compensates for its inherent deficiencies and limited potential. Veed has aptly named this talent Devourer. By incessantly consuming the corpses of its kin, it can, to a certain extent, elevate its potential and strength, thus remedying its innate shortcomings. If harnessed effectively, this talent may very well serve as the catalyst for the Deadeye's ascendance. In the distance, watching two undead engage fervently in battle, Veed's expression reveals a hint of satisfaction. With just a cursory glance, he has already ascertained the outcome. The goblins are likely doomed, given the current circumstances. The longer the conflict drags on, the greater the casualties, and the more intense the aura of death becomes. This dense aura not only restores the abyss's power and wounds, but also perpetually enhances its combat prowess. The longer the battle continues, the less likely the abyss is to lose. Even if they wish to flee, can the two-legged goblins outrun those that soar above? The Deadeye has long been prepared for the hunt. Indeed, with these two generals at my disposal, how could I lament the prosperity of the carefree realm? Veed mused, his eyes narrowing slightly as he retrieved a leather water flask from his inner garment. However, this flask is far from ordinary. It is a soul-storing vessel documented within the necromantic arts, crafted from the most delicate goat skin, blended with blood and molded over time under the nurturing essence of death. Of course, Veed is not so depraved as to slay goats for their hides. He employs the skins of those who met untimely ends. After all, such matters inherently possess a tinge of malevolence, or perhaps a hint of bloodshed. Within the realm of human subjective consciousness, there exists a modicum of moral condemnation, a public display of which might even lead to being labeled as a heretic. Such a fate could result in being crucified or subjected to the flames. However, as Wade elevated the vessel, the fragmented souls that gradually dissipated on the battlefield were drawn into the vessel by an invisible force. Even the occasional lingering spirit would be crushed into unconscious shards upon entering the soul-storing vessel. These soul fragments, although rather murky, still retained various thoughts of their original owners. Yet, when directly fed to the Death-Eye or Abyss, they posed little threat. The undead naturally possessed some resistance to these tainted soul fragments, allowing them to be continuously ground into pure soul energy, thereby enhancing their own power. For the undead, this was akin to a delicacy imbued with a certain flavor. In stark contrast, for humans or sentient beings, such fragments represented a lethal poison. Even a mere taste could lead to a fate of idiocy. However, if wielded wisely, they could transform into a life-saving remedy. As Wade's strength steadily advanced, he discovered that he could actively shatter soul fragments. Through specific rituals, he could perpetually fracture, condense, and reorganize these souls, ultimately forming pure soul energy for others to absorb. This not only served to bolster mental acuity, but also aided in mending spiritual wounds. This was precisely why Wade placed such immense importance on the collection of souls. They constituted his resources, ultimately nourishing him. Utilizing the essence of living beings as a means to enhance his power, Wade could be seen as a ghoul of a different dimension. Shortly thereafter, the battlefield fell into a profound silence. Just as Wade had anticipated, Abyss, with a single stroke, felled a high-ranking gnoll, subsequently dismembering another. The last one was crushed to death in Abyss's grip, its head bursting like a watermelon. The 3 high-ranking gnolls were ultimately exhausted to death by Abyss. The 6 mid-ranking gnolls could not escape the fate of being mercilessly battered by the dragon-toothed soldiers. At this moment on the battlefield, nearly half of the gnolls remained, indicating that the bloodline warriors among them had not endured until their kin were annihilated. They were simply unable to keep pace with Abyss's consumption rate. The tiresome game had reached its conclusion. Observing that the main battle had ended, Wade lost interest in continuing to watch. What followed was a thorough massacre. As many gnolls were paralyzed with fear, kneeling bewilderedly upon the ground, appearing utterly lost. The scene was a gruesome tableau of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with skeletal remains strewn high. On November 15th, 8981 in the Age of Darkness, with the sudden assault of Baron Miller, the alien forces were successfully exterminated. The territory of Baron Miller has once again expanded, reaching an astonishing area of 1,600 square kilometers. He has successfully met the standards for promotion to Viscount, with only one final knightly position remaining to secure this elevation. The fulfillment of this condition hinges on the opportune moment. It cannot merely be achieved by accumulating resources. What is truly required are suitable candidates, promising talents. Throughout the northern province of Tuwolf, many barons find themselves ensnared by this very hurdle. This predicament is fundamentally the reason why numerous barons have yet to ascend to the rank of Viscount, for exceptional talents are indeed scarce, and the majority possess rather mediocre qualifications. Even when opportunities arise, they do not guarantee a smooth promotion. Take for instance the subordinates of Wide. Presently, none harbor any hopes of advancing to the knightly level. Chapter 87. In the Valley of the Lion King, the black rose shall bloom once more. Just like Wide's subordinates, there exists not a single individual among them with aspirations of achieving knighthood. Consider Alsace, who despite his persistent efforts, has been unable to attain promotion, partly due to the incompleteness of his breathing technique. However, a greater factor lies in the limitations of his innate talent, coupled with various hidden injuries sustained during the wars of his youth. Another critical point is his advancing age, as vitality wanes with the passage of time. Generally, once one surpasses the age of 50, the probability of being promoted to a full knight diminishes significantly. Furthermore, Alsace is now over 60, well into his twilight years. Though he appears spirited, maintaining an elegant demeanor akin to that of a refined steward, the reality remains that he is aged, a truth he must confront. Currently, although Alsace holds the title of Grand Commander, he primarily engages in training new recruits, devising battle strategies, and fulfilling steward duties. His rare moments of leisure are spent penning works for Wide. It has become increasingly uncommon to see him donning armor for battle. The ravages of time are indeed merciless. Perhaps only the divine can escape such relentless erosion. Only the eternal remains the unchanging truth. Moreover, among the younger generation within the territory, only Diego stands out as a commendable choice, excelling in temperament, loyalty, and talent. He is Alsace's most cherished disciple. Wide has long been contemplating the cultivation of Diego, preparing him to eventually succeed Alsace. Diego is regarded as Wide's preferred candidate for the second Grand Commander position. Simultaneously, Wide deliberates whether to grant Diego a knightly recommendation. Although this matter has yet to be broached, it remains a sensitive subject. Many within the territory covet this position, including Chris and his grandson Diego, as well as various civil factions and the trade group led by Spike, all with designs on this coveted title. Additionally, the 5 commanders of the Standing Army, spearheaded by Hope, are formidable contenders for this esteemed nomination. However, in the end, Vade had no choice but to temporarily relinquish this notion. He decided to wait until Wyoming expanded further and had ample avenues for exploration before appointing a knight to the role, for there was no need to rush. As long as he remained, that day would not come. At this moment, within the Valley of the Lion King, lies the meticulously planned potion garden, the most secure location in Wyoming aside from Wuyo City itself. Compared to several years ago, this place has undergone a profound transformation. The original pathways have been expanded over the years, now wide enough for 2 horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side. The entrance is fortified with a tower and checkpoints, and patrol teams conduct unceasing surveillance around the clock. Stationed here is the 2nd Division of the Standing Army, commanded by Hope, who is currently responsible for all affairs within the Valley of the Lion King. Moreover, Hope is the only individual with a notable aptitude for magic. Thus, Vade did not hesitate to share his meditative techniques, unwilling to let such talent go to waste. If he could nurture a true mage, the potion garden of the Valley of the Lion King could truly fulfill its purpose. Hope did not disappoint Vade. Upon discovering his magical talent, he decisively abandoned the practice of breathing techniques and instead dedicated himself to the study of meditation. He has now grasped the fundamentals and officially become a novice mage apprentice. In contrast to Vade, who is somewhat of a dilettante, Hope is a true mage in every sense, though his physical prowess, rooted in his training as a knight squire, is somewhat superior to that of an ordinary mage. At this moment, Hope is within the valley, tending to some low-tier potions. Presently, aside from a settlement, the ecosystem of the Valley of the Lion King approaches a primitive state, and the area dedicated to potion cultivation is not particularly vast. Currently, the primary crops consist of several common low-tier magical plants, which serve as auxiliary ingredients for the production of the red maple potion. Over the course of a year, the yield amounts to several thousand gold coins, sufficient to sustain the daily upkeep of the valley and some minor development projects. In the most elemental-rich part of the valley, a jet-black rose has been cultivated. This rose was a gift from Sir Hein years ago. Although Vade managed to keep it alive, it has remained dormant for years, gradually fading into obscurity. Only Hope still tends to it regularly. However, today, after 3 long years, this black rose has finally bloomed. Its rich fragrance swiftly permeates the entire Valley of the Lion King, intoxicating like a fine wine. With each breath, one's cheeks flush slightly, as if under the influence of inebriation. Has it finally matured? Hope murmured to himself, hesitating to pluck it, instead taking notes to meticulously study and document this remarkable event. The post-blooming form indeed bears a resemblance to the descriptions of the black hawthorn rose in literature. Its fragrance, reminiscent of fine wine, when paired with wheat or grapes, can, after thorough fermentation, be transformed into a floral elixir that enhances bodily functions. The performance of this black rose aligns perfectly with that of the black hawthorn rose as recorded by Hop. He plucked 2 petals from the flower, intending to study and experiment with them further. For a mage, the relentless pursuit of unknown knowledge is the very foundation of their continual empowerment. An insatiable curiosity propels their advancement. The more extensive their reservoir of knowledge, the broader their experiences and insights, ultimately leading to a deeper understanding of the so-called truth. This allows them to transcend their limits and attain elevated realms. Such is the essence of a mage, to enrich oneself and pursue truth. A creed embraced by these fervent seekers. This philosophy starkly contrasts with that of knights, resulting in a certain disdain that many mages hold towards the knightly order. In their eyes, knights are merely brutish beings who resort to force to resolve issues. The venation of the leaves also mirrors that of the black hawthorn rose, thus confirming the species. While the black hawthorn rose is indeed rare, expanding its cultivation will require a considerable amount of pure energy, such as soul fragments. I recall that, aside from the fundamental brewing of floral wines, its most intrinsic purpose is to assist knights in transcending their boundaries. However, reliance on the black hawthorn rose for such breakthroughs inflicts irreversible harm upon the body, reducing lifespan by 1/3 compared to others of the same realm. This matter should be communicated to the Lord, Hop remarked as he prepared to depart. Yet, in the next moment, he collided with a figure. No need to search for me. I have been here listening to your ramblings for quite a while. But tell me, does the black hawthorn rose truly possess the ability to aid knights in their breakthroughs? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Hop instinctively knelt in greeting, replying, "Indeed, my lord. I am 70% certain." Chapter 88, The Choice. A flicker of delight crossed Wade's eyes upon hearing Hop's words. He had not anticipated that the magical plant gifted to him by Knight Hein would possess such capabilities. Although the after effects would diminish the user's lifespan by 1/3, for those who see no hope of breaking through in this lifetime, it presents a rare opportunity. In the kingdom of Philips, under ideal conditions, an ordinary person might live to the age of 70 or 80 without illness or calamity. However, in reality, most only reach their 60s, which is considered a long life. While knightly squires may have initially grasped extraordinary powers, they remain marginally within the realm of ordinary humans. Their lifespans are only slightly extended, averaging around 70 to 90 years. Yet, it is rare for knightly squires to die of natural causes. The majority of their lives are spent in relentless combat. Continuous fighting remains the swiftest avenue to enhance one's strength. Only between the realms of life and death can one continually transcend the limits of the flesh, propelled by external pressures to achieve a higher level of existence. This stands in stark contrast to the realm of mages, representing two entirely divergent systems of power. Upon attaining the rank of knight, one's lifespan transcends the ordinary, extending up to approximately 180 years. In some exceptional cases, individuals may live even longer. This explains the kingdom's stringent requirements for nobility. Only truly formidable beings can maintain the stability of a region over time. Otherwise, frequent upheavals in this world, where productivity is limited, would result in unnecessary and profound losses. At present, this blackthorn rose serves as a stepping stone, a golden key that can unlock the door to knighthood. Hop, is there a way to induce the blackthorn rose to sprout new offspring? Wade inquired, seeking an opportunity for the knights within his territory. Upon hearing this, Hop contemplated deeply, revisiting the myriad records in his mind in search of a solution. Ultimately, he proposed a plan that was not entirely satisfactory, yet feasible. The growth of the blackthorn rose is slow and requires an abundance of pure energy. For instance, pure soul power, high concentrations of elemental force, or even bloodline energy can significantly aid its growth. Once the energy accumulates to a certain level, according to the plant's characteristics, it will inevitably produce offspring, thereby expanding its population. This is an instinct inherent in all plants and indeed all living beings, transmission and continuation. Therefore, my suggestion is to slay many of the alien races and purify their bloodline energy through a magical array, using the refined bloodline energy to nourish the blackthorn rose. This is the most realistic approach I can conceive of. With that, Hop stepped aside, awaiting the Lord's decision. Upon hearing the proposal, Wade raised an eyebrow. Was this not fortuitous? Just as he was about to doze off, a pillow was presented to him. Look at this. I have the corresponding purification array diagram. Do you think this could work? With that, Wade handed a soul vessel to Hop. Initially, Hop was taken aback, but as that familiar sensation washed over him, his pupils constricted sharply. This, my lord, you. A hint of terror and incredulity flickered in his eyes. Take it easy, Hop. It is not as you imagine. I have not indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent. I merely encountered suitable candidates for repurposing, that is all, and have made certain compensations. Wade's words sent a chill down Hop's spine. Yet, he soon regained his composure. Given that Wade could propose a plan to exploit the lives of alien beings for their own benefit, he had evidently developed a significant level of indifference towards life. Even among his own kind, they were merely regarded as more substantial entities. As an apprentice mage, Hope has gradually abandoned conventional modes of thought in pursuit of truth, which is a fundamental practice for any mage. Simultaneously, one must adopt an open-minded perspective to regard all matters. Thus, Hope accepted that he did not view the Lord as the sort who delights in tormenting his kin. My lord, can I trust you? He inquired. In response, Wade smiled serenely, patting Hope on the shoulder, and said, I have always treated my own with compassion, while I am unyielding towards my foes. I am willing to protect my subjects, yet I equally desire their trust, even amidst considerable controversy. At times, necessary sacrifices are made for the sake of greater guardianship. This seemingly insignificant weight can indeed shift the trajectory of a distant future, achieving heights that were unattainable in her lifetime. I call it the weight of destiny. Thus, this is merely a choice, and the essence of choice is not inherently malevolent. Providing for the many is what we must strive to do. Do not overthink it, Hope. Upon hearing this, Hope's demeanor calmed, and his resolve solidified. I have learned much, my lord. Within this vessel lies the essence of soul fragments. Upon purification, it should meet the conditions for fostering new progeny. With that, Hope departed with the soul repository in hand, seemingly preparing for the next stage of purification. Wade gazed at the sky, confident that Hope would grasp his meaning. Human nature is elusive. At times, it is nothing, while at others, it shines with remarkable brilliance. Take your time, for the future holds even harsher trials. Only when individual strength reaches its zenith, breaking all constraints, can it truly influence others and offer them hope. Such is the world, governed by merciless rules. Some toil tirelessly, yet stir no waves, while others, in a fleeting thought, can turn the world upside down. And I wish for my realm to remain orderly and free from worry. After delivering these words, Wade vanished from sight. This statement elucidated the essence of reality, while simultaneously serving as a reminder to himself to steadfastly uphold his goals, rendering them unshakable. In the face of grand circumstances, any trivial personal sentiment must yield. In the depths of the northern plains stands a towering mountain, majestic and cloud-kissed, akin to a celestial pillar connecting the realms of heaven and earth. Amidst the rugged terrain rise unique edifices, collectively resembling a sacred and inviolable domain. This mountain, known as Mount Baichio, is revered by the frost wolves as the frosted ancient court. Its summit, perpetually cloaked in snow, resembles the fabled holy mountain, worshipped by countless frost wolves as the final resting place upon death. Chapter 89. The Change. The great battle approaches. Have you uncovered the truth? The Blowing Snow tribe has been utterly annihilated overnight, with nearly 100,000 kin vanishing without a trace. This is no trivial matter. Who could orchestrate such an event? Is it humanity, or perhaps the dragonkin that have emerged from the Dragon Domain forest? Upon the throne, the Frostwolf King recounted the tale, his gaze cast downward, exuding an air of supreme authority. The Frostwolves tasked with investigating the Blowing Snow tribe have succumbed to an overwhelming fear, their rationality teetering on the brink of collapse. Tremors racked their bodies, and despite the blizzard raging outside, they were drenched in cold sweat. Your Majesty, forgive my incompetence. This matter remains shrouded in uncertainty. However, my subordinates have largely concluded that this incident does not bear the mark of humanity or dragonkin, as per the insights of our clan's seers. The true instigators are likely the ghouls. Yet, how they achieve this remains a complete mystery. Nearly 100,000 of our kin have seemingly vanished into thin air. Vanished into thin air? Ghouls. The Frostwolf King mused, resting his chin upon his hand, as frost crystals spread across the ground. His expression darkened, as if deep in contemplation. Those grotesque beings, who subsist on decaying flesh, had supposedly been banished to the borders of humanity. How could they possibly find their way into the heart of our territory? This was the king's unvoiced concern, yet he pondered it silently within. Presently, the northern plains have transitioned from a quintet of tribes to a triad coexisting. While it may seem that the foreign powers have weakened, in truth, they have inadvertently consolidated the resources of the northern plains. In a comparative span of 30 years, the Frostwolf clan has grown more than twice as strong as it was 3 decades ago. Viewed as a whole, the current triad is indeed more formidable than the former quintet. The previous Frostwolf King has entered a slumber, poised at any moment for ascension to the lordly level. At that juncture, the Frostwolves could unify the northern plains entirely, even rivaling the Philips Kingdom, establishing themselves as one of the mightiest clans in the entirety of the sacred Anthem Tiamat continent. Yet it is precisely for this reason that the current Frostwolf King finds himself in a precarious situation. The prerequisites for ascending to lordship are excessively intricate. Among them is the need to consolidate the power of faith. The disappearance of 100,000 kin has resulted in a significant deficit of faith, which, while not jeopardizing the previous king's ascension, will undoubtedly delay the process. This is an outcome the Frostwolf King cannot abide. He must resolve this dilemma swiftly. Otherwise, should greater losses ensue, regret will be futile. He commanded all tribes to enter a state of readiness. Furthermore, he ordered numerous Frostwolf clans to relocate towards the heart of their territory, concentrating their existing forces as much as possible. Simultaneously, he commanded the Frostfang, Celestial Wolf, Snow Wolf, and Battle Wolf clans to prepare for war. Together, they must guard the frostbound ancient court, and even if it requires the full might of the tribe, they must ensure the previous king successfully ascends to lordship. Moreover, he dispatched orders to the Wolf King, urging the wargs to mobilize. I shall claim the entire northern plain, ensuring the demise of all ghouls, to appease the spirits of my kin. Should the dog-headed creatures dare to obstruct me, they shall be eradicated alongside them. This loathsome swarm that has emerged from the Dragon Domain forest must be held accountable. As for the remaining lizardmen, convey to them that they must submit to my clan. I offer them a chance to survive, lest they face extinction. The Frostwolf King, with a grim visage and devoid of emotion, issued his commands. As some could no longer contain themselves, it was fitting to let the flames of war cleanse the northern plain once more. From this moment forth, the northern plain shall resonate with but one voice, that of the Frostwolves. All races upon the northern plain must bow before them. Those who defy us shall face only reckoning. Simultaneously, in a subterranean realm, countless Frostwolves moved like puppets, devoid of consciousness. They lined up, leaping into the deep pit before them, where the bodies numbered far beyond 100,000. It was a blood pool crafted from countless Frostwolves, wargs, and dog-headed beings. The blood within the pool continuously coagulated and concentrated, forming a pure essence of bloodline power. Through a channel, this essence was incessantly directed to a hidden cavern. Within the cavern, A ghoul, whose form had become indistinguishable from that of a human, reveled in the blood. Its aura steadily ascending until it finally broke through to the rank of a war general. For translucent tails danced whimsically in the air, their scales, akin to fish scales, surged as if perpetually feasting, greedily consuming the bloodline power. The ghoul exhaled a breath of warmth, gradually retracting its tails, eyes gleaming with excitement. 1 year as a warrior, 3 years as an elite, 5 years as a general. This pace was barely acceptable. Yet, it seemed I had indulged too much this time. But that as well. Let me stir the waters a bit more, for how else shall I savor my little cakes? Humanity, exert yourselves. Whether I can seize this opportunity to soar to greatness depends entirely on you. The ghoul chuckled, adjusting the hair that had finally begun to grow back. It was immensely pleased with its current transformation. After many years, its locks had returned. Even more gratifying was the imminent rise it foresaw. It could already envision itself reaching the pinnacle in this life, to gaze down upon the myriad beings and finally become its own master. O loyal kin, go forth. Seek more sustenance for your king. The future, surely, one day, this world shall belong to us. All races shall become our sustenance. For the sake of power. At this moment, these words spread like a plague throughout the cavern. Countless ghouls roared in response to their king's call. Whether they were ordinary ghouls or bloodline warriors among them, at this instant, they seemed invigorated as if by a potent elixir. Emerging relentlessly from the subterranean realm, a wave of indiscriminate slaughter unfolded across the northern plains. Every living being would be offered as a tribute to their king. Amidst this carnage, numerous ghouls transcended their limits, achieving a profound metamorphosis in their existence. Elite ghouls continuously evolved, beginning to lead their kin and forming a torrent that unleashed a tempest of bloodshed upon the northern plains. Thus commenced the turmoil within the northern plains. The outcome of this chaos remains uncertain, a mystery yet to be unraveled. Chapter 90. The current state of Wuyo territory. On March 20th, 8982 in the Year of Darkness, during the Spring Farming Festival, a new year swiftly dawned. Wuyo City, a burgeoning border town that had flourished over the past 2 years, increasingly radiated prosperity with the passage of time. As its affluence grew, a multitude of merchants and travelers were drawn to its fame, their whispers spreading far and wide. The implementation of a resident permit policy undeniably stratified the populace. The locals reaped various benefits, inciting envy among others, and fostering a sense of superiority among the inhabitants. After all, a resident permit granted one access to establishments and a delightful discount. Such privileges were unparalleled throughout the entire northern province of Tevorf, complete with labor prioritization. This only intensified the envy of outsiders. Why, indeed, should everyone be treated equally when some enjoyed such advantages, rather than inciting discord between locals and outsiders? This differentiated treatment spurred outsiders to devise numerous ways to join Wuyo territory and become legitimate citizens under its governance. It resembled the cosmopolitan allure of top-tier international cities like Beijing and Shanghai in a previous era. By offering generous welfare, Wuyo sought to attract talent from the northern province of Tevorf, establishing itself as a haven for the elite and distinguished individuals. Especially with the completion of Wuyo City, a massive influx of people surged daily, continuously propelling its development. This rapid transformation further solidified the resolve of many to settle here. Such a resident permit, combined with various policies, constituted a unique approach that, in an era of relatively stagnant thinking, was nothing short of a paradigm shift. At this moment, in the central thoroughfare of Wuyo City, a disguised Wide strolled through the district, savoring the ambience of prosperity. As he gazed upon the utopia he had meticulously crafted, Wide felt immense satisfaction with his masterpiece, and the potential of Wuyo City extended far beyond this. Wide envisioned transforming Wuyo City into a radiant jewel of the Northern Kingdom, aspiring to establish it as the most prosperous city in the realm. This was Wide's ambition. He did not consider the title of mere baron as his ultimate limit. Observing the common folk living their lives with freedom and ease, Wade felt an authentic joy for them, as he somewhat fulfilled the promise he once made. However, this still fell far short of a true paradise devoid of worries. Wade realized he needed to grow stronger, to become formidable enough to fear nothing, which would mark the genuine arrival of a worry-free era. At present, the city of Wuyo is broadly divided into 4 districts. The northern district houses the Lord's Manor, military barracks, administrative offices, and the Adventurers Guild, representing both official and grassroots powers. The Eastern District is primarily a residential area for the commoners, where approximately 70% of the city's populace resides in modest accommodations. The southern district serves as the commercial hub, where various trading guilds, such as the Elysium Guild, Twilight Guild, and Bronze Tree Guild, converge. This is the most prosperous region of Wuyo City, outshining even the Twilight Territory as the largest den of commerce. Since the establishment of a mutual defense alliance between the two barons, both territories have embarked on a path of rapid development. The surge in trade orders has significantly bolstered the economies of both regions, particularly benefiting the Twilight Barony. Following numerous campaigns of expansion, the territory had entered a period of stagnation, and this wave of economic growth has truly revitalized the Twilight domain, greatly alleviating the challenges of future expansions. Lastly, the Western District is an upscale residential area for wealthy merchants and executives. Notably, the Chief Executive Officer, Chris, along with his family, resides here. With less than 1% of the population of Wuyo, this district controls a staggering 30% of the entire territory's wealth. The remaining 10% belongs to the commoners, while the rest is tribute paid to the illustrious Baron of Wuyo, enriching his private coffers. Most of this income, however, is eventually reinvested by Wade into the development of Wuyo, particularly in acquiring extraordinary tomes and items. Over the past few years, he has made significant strides in amassing knowledge of the extraordinary. He has successfully collected the 4 fundamental breathing techniques of wind, fire, earth, and water. Although the majority cannot be cultivated to the knightly level, they have nonetheless enriched the options available to the knights within the territory. Wade has invested hundreds of thousands of gold coins in obtaining the subsequent techniques of the Feather Lion and Flame Lion breathing methods from the Royal Library, ensuring the advancement opportunities for the knights and their squires. In addition, he has procured hundreds of tomes and accounts related to the extraordinary, alongside a substantial batch of high-quality equipment. With the continuous production of superior-grade gear by Reggie, nearly every extraordinary individual in Wuyo is equipped with 2 or more pieces of high-quality equipment. Wade himself is on the verge of an equipment upgrade, acquiring a complete set of outstanding grade armor, resplendent in silver gray, imbued with various elemental resistances and enhancements to fighting spirit and stamina. Complementing this is an outstanding grade knight's lance, measuring 5 meters in length, entirely black and inscribed with magical runes for corrosion, penetration, and charge. Moreover, Li Yuan is equipped with a complete set of top-quality gear, including armor, weapons, masks, and cloaks, all of the highest caliber. He is indeed armed to the teeth. Even the Deadeye crafted for him a lightweight, high-grade, thin armor. Additionally, magical equipment adorned with sharp, charged, and elemental resistance properties has been affixed to his wings and claws. Beyond enhancing the foundational divisions of Wuyo City and its extraordinary intellect, the population within Wuyo territory has also witnessed a remarkable surge. Currently, the permanent population of Wuyo City has already exceeded 12,000, with the transient populace bringing the total to over 20,000 residents. 100-man elite guard, 5 stationed military battalions, and 10 assault companies have been assembled. Furthermore, it directly governs more than a dozen villages and several small towns, establishing itself as the true military and political nucleus of Wuyo territory. The permanent population of Kaisi town has reached over 7,000, with an additional transient population of around 10,000, elevating it to a city-level jurisdiction. It has been officially renamed to the Rampant Lion Fortress, strategically positioned adjacent to the Twilight territory, necessitating prudent preparations for the future. Within its jurisdiction, various estates have been established to support the Rampant Lion Fortress. It is equipped with 3 stationed military battalions and 7 assault companies. Furthermore, the remaining Zishi town has also experienced significant growth, with a permanent population of approximately 4,000, and a total transient population exceeding 8,000. It has been elevated to a city-level jurisdiction and renamed Utopia City, serving as a vital trade area among multiple races, making it another crucial commercial hub within Wuyo territory. Simultaneously, it stands as the largest slave trading center in Wuyo territory, with the most prominent slave merchant, Carl, dominating this domain. It is supported by a standing military battalion, a lizardman unit, and 3 assault companies. Additionally, a slave-catching team of around 300, representing untapped potential, exists without an official structure. The subordinate regions are likewise equipped with several small towns and nearly 10 small villages. This is the culmination of Wuyo territory's development over the past few years. As time progresses, it is believed that the population of Wuyo territory will continue to surge in the near future. Chapter 91. The Beast Tide Crisis. Just as Wade was still immersed in the beauty of Wuyo City, he sensed the subtle communication and tension from the Deadeye. What is happening? Wade raised an eyebrow, pondering as he stroked his chin. After surveying the surroundings, he found a corner and released the dead eye from the shadows, establishing a connection. The image then linked to a raven nearly 1,000 kilometers away. Before this raven, tens of thousands of beasts were rapidly advancing toward Wuyo territory. Accompanied by the roars of various creatures, whether flying in the sky, running on the ground, or swimming in the water, they were all present. Among them was a winged red phosphor serpent, nearly 100 meters long, coiling and slithering, leaving scorched earth in its wake. Moreover, there exists a colossal bull, resembling a small mountain, galloping across the earth. With each stride, the ground trembles, and the very mountains shake. There are also packs of wolf-like beasts, alongside fiery lion groups that congregate as tribes. Countless magical creatures, of bizarre and varied forms, abound. In the heavens above, the sky is obscured by a multitude of avian beasts, their silhouettes darting through the air like a congregation of birds on a pilgrimage. A mere fleeting glance reveals thousands of these creatures. The raw, primal essence of the wilderness can be felt even from nearly 1,000 kilometers away. It is truly a natural catastrophe. Swarms of ordinary wild animals are beyond counting, numbering in the tens or even hundreds of thousands. Various rodents, insects, snakes, and ants cover the ground in a dense mass, akin to a carpet slowly advancing from the distance, consuming everything in its path. The entire herd of beasts appears to be in a state of panic, continually gathering and scattering in a frantic escape. Each congregation attracts more magical beasts, the tide of animals swelling larger and larger, akin to a snowball accumulating in size. Before Wade could continue his observation, a sudden sound pierced the air. A flash of black light swept by, and the monitored raven was instantly obliterated, plunging the scene into darkness. Clearly, this little female raven had become a meal for some creature. From the last image, the raven appeared like a cream puff, bursting open in one swift motion. Wade clicked his tongue in disappointment, his earlier joy evaporating, replaced by a furrowed brow. He had heard of beast tides, but this was his first encounter with one. The last massive surge of beasts had occurred over 30 years ago during the Expansion War in the northern province of Tervov. At that time, Wade had not yet been born. How could such a beast tide arise? And at this extraordinary scale, judging by the colossal creatures, they were at least level 6, possibly 7 or 8. Retreat? Abandon the carefree territory and relinquish his current domain? If all else fails, he must devise a plan for withdrawal. Wade contemplated. The brief scenes he had witnessed already prompting thoughts of relinquishing his territory. Although he had recently ascended to the rank of knight, he was equivalent to a level 4 beast, at best able to contend with a level 5 beast. Facing creatures above level 5 would be akin to courting death. Under such pressure, Wade could only force himself to remain calm. Impulsiveness in this moment could lead to unimaginable consequences. With a sharp clap, he struck his face, striving to focus his thoughts and regain a semblance of composure. He had only recently become a baron, possessing his own domain and overseeing thousands of subjects. The idea of abandoning everything to start anew was simply beyond his capabilities. If one were to relinquish their territory due to the beast tide, it would be tantamount to forsaking the hard-earned prestige that has been painstakingly cultivated. To start afresh from such a setback would be an arduous endeavor, fraught with insurmountable challenges. At times, opportunities are fleeting. One cannot simply rewind the clock to reclaim lost chances. Reflect deeply on this notion. There must still be a glimmer of hope. Wide, gnawing at his nails, felt his mind racing at an extraordinary pace, tirelessly seeking solutions. This predicament was too burdensome to bear alone. Assistance was imperative. Should he attempt to shoulder this burden single-handedly, it could spell doom for the entire army, leading to a catastrophic downfall with no resting place for the dead. He has yet to experience the wonders of this world in their entirety. But who could he turn to? Who would believe his words? Suddenly, a name flickered in Wide's mind. Valkyrie Marlenia. Yes, he must convey the message to her. The Golden Rune family, prioritizing safety, would undoubtedly devise a strategy to infiltrate the northern plains and investigate the matter. Once confirmed, the Golden Count would surely take action. He would then inform Baron Miller to establish Dawn City as the first line of defense, diverting the beast tide. The Golden Count would not idly watch as the Baron fell. He would concentrate his forces on fortifying the border territories. If the initial wave of assault could be diverted from the Carefree territory, then, relying on Carefree City, there may be a chance to withstand the tide of beasts. After swiftly devising a feasible plan, Wide returned to the Lord's mansion, entering his study without a backward glance, and began to write fervently. Letters were penned and dispatched by crows to various locations, hoping to seize a glimmer of hope amidst the impending calamity. With the speed of the beast horde, time was of the essence. It could all transpire within mere days. Simultaneously, Wide convened an urgent meeting without addressing the bewilderment of the officials. He issued a direct order. All inhabitants of the estates, villages, and towns within the territory were to migrate to Carefree City, Utopia City, and the Raging Lion Fortress. He also notified the Craftsmen's Guild to operate at full capacity, producing various equipment around the clock, particularly bows and crossbows. Additionally, he enforced strict regulations on the entry and exit of all cities, permitting only ingress but no egress. The paramount objective was to preserve the population as much as possible, for this would be the greatest asset in facing the beast tide. Moreover, he called upon the youth of the city to begin extensive arming and training. For every additional person represented an increase in strength. Furthermore, he relayed this information to the Adventurers Guild, urging them to participate in the defense and to establish traps in the surrounding areas. Wide exhausted every conceivable strategy. He acted on every possible measure. The remainder, he resolved, was to be left to fate. Chapter 92. The Followers of Carefree. That night, in the barracks of Carefree City, Commander Diego inquired, what could have prompted the Lord to suddenly declare the territory in a state of heightened military readiness? Is there something afoot? Do share with us, will you? Indeed. Please enlighten us. Diego, the commander, urged his brothers to be prepared for the impending changes. It was reported that the Wild Lion Fortress and Udo City were gathering the populace, hinting at an approaching storm. Is this the extent of your awareness? I must inform you that several cities within the Wuyo territory have restricted entry and exit, as if a conflict were imminent. Many merchants, upon hearing the news, have begun to flee under the cover of night. Remarkably, it is said that many of those attempting to escape were apprehended by the Lord's orders. As if he possessed the gift of foresight, one cannot help but admire our Lord's prowess. He is nothing short of extraordinary. It is as if he has countless eyes, ever watchful over us, akin to a deity from ancient mythos governing the secrets of power. Truly, it is astonishing. Listening to the soldiers' discussions, Diego's lips curled into a slight smile as he shook his head. However, he felt a sense of joy at hearing the Lord praised. Now, everyone, rest early. You need not concern yourselves with me. I am equally in the dark. Everything is surely orchestrated by our Lord's intent. His decisions and grand vision are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. As soldiers of our esteemed Lord, our best tribute is to faithfully execute his commands. Do not overthink matters. Even if challenges arise, our Lord would never bring harm upon us. I firmly believe he will guide us toward a broader future. May we be with us all. With that, Diego traced a cross over his chest and clasped his hands together, as if in prayer. The surrounding guards fell silent, their previous levity replaced by a newfound solemnity. Following Diego's lead, they mirrored his gesture, whispering earnestly, "May Wuyo be with us." This collective prayer resonated with gravity and reverence, symbolizing their shared trust in their Lord and their faith in the tenets of Wuyo. This practice, which emerged during the inaugural Wuyo festival last year, was spontaneously adopted by those who fervently believed in the Lord's ideals. Although lacking strict guidelines or institutional formality, anyone who embraced the Wuyo philosophy would quietly recite, "May Wuyo be with us." This unique expression of faith characterizes the Wuyo territory, where peace, bliss, and joy serve as the guiding aspirations of the people, reflecting a profound yearning. The fervor of this shared pursuit has spread through the region like wildfire, and here, one might even observe that followers of the Wuyo philosophy outnumber those who revere the White Knight sage. Simultaneously, such scenes unfold throughout the city. In the realm of Wuyo, one finds not a scarcity of wanderers, the homeless, the desolate, and those who have squandered their fortunes. Such individuals abound within this territory. In a world where the law of the jungle prevails and the interests of the aristocracy reign supreme, the fallen commoners have lost everything, every last vestige of their existence. Many have chosen to sell themselves to slave traders, seeking merely to satiate their hunger and avoid the dire fate of starvation and exile. Yearning for a place to lay their heads, Wuyo, a land founded on the principle of carefree existence, has thus transformed into a beacon of hope for these downtrodden souls who gather here. Through their labor, they are able to sustain themselves and, moreover, reclaim their dignity as human beings. Once, they were compelled to kneel before nobles, subjugated and treated as beasts of burden, but now, the Lord of Wuyo commands them to rise and fight for their own cause. In this unseen shift, countless individuals, eager to live with purpose, have been drawn to this sanctuary, and now they stand as the unwavering backbone of Wuyo. The sudden onset of lockdowns and the military's call for young men to prepare for war have not incited dissent or panic. Rather, they have inspired many to rise from their humble beginnings and strive for the prosperity of Wio. For this segment of society, it has become a land of solace. They are willing to take up arms, even at the cost of their lives, in pursuit of a singular sentiment. May Wio accompany us on our journey. Conversely, those merchants driven solely by profit will abandon Wio and its ideals in pursuit of their meager gains. Such individuals, devoid of faith and aspiration, are not welcomed here. Wio embraces those who are willing to chase their dreams and yearn for tranquility. At this very moment, the Lion's Roar Fortress and the Utopia City are mobilizing to shelter the residents of nearby villages, striving to provide refuge for all. Such actions would astound any noble. In the kingdom of Philips, the value of an ordinary person often pales in comparison to that of an alien slave. Prolonged peace, coupled with the robust reproductive abilities of humankind, has led ordinary individuals to be relegated to a status akin to mere commodities. They are treated as expendables, used up and replaced without a second thought. Within the provinces of the kingdom, congestion reigns, with the nobility exercising absolute dominion. Exploitation and oppression have become the prevailing hues of existence. Should these nobles face a tide of beasts, their immediate response would undoubtedly be to plunder the wealth of the populace, hoarding all valuable possessions within the city for their own extravagant indulgence. Meanwhile, the common folk are perceived as mere nuisances, tarnishing the pristine tiles of the cities and degrading the aesthetic standards of the elite. How could the distinguished nobility ever wish to mingle with the commoners? Such is the nature of prejudice. This prejudice is akin to an insurmountable mountain, impervious to any effort to shift it, even by the slightest degree. Such prejudice will only deepen, becoming increasingly difficult to eradicate. Accelerate the gathering of the populace. The 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th Assault Battalions shall maintain order both within and outside the city. The 2nd, 4th, and 6th Assault Battalions must promptly prepare defensive measures. The 3 permanent military regiments will closely monitor the city walls, poised for combat at any moment. All those causing unrest within the city shall be imprisoned, should they resist. They will be expelled from the Lionheart Fortress. Jaeger stood atop the city walls of the Lionheart Fortress, continuously issuing commands that dictated the defensive status of the entire stronghold. A small female crow perched upon his shoulder, incessantly pecking at its feathers. Clearly, Jaeger had learned of the Lord's plans through this avian companion. Chapter 93, The Shattered Star Demon General. Latarn. Commander Jaeger, the Lionheart Fortress is nearing saturation. If we continue to allow these civilians to enter, our food reserves will not last beyond half a month. Should we cease their admission? I fear. A sharp clap interrupted the soldier's perilous words. Shadows filled Jaeger's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the soldier, whose legs weakened in fear. Execute the Lord's commands. You and I are both of common or even servile origins. Are they not human as well? Should there be a next time? You may as well withdraw from the standing army. The Lord's forces do not require soldiers lacking conviction. Remember, there shall be no next time. Yes, Commander Jaeger. The soldier replied softly, a hint of shame evident on his face. He could only leave, pale, to continue executing the Lord's commands. Jaeger shook his head, letting out a weary sigh, then turned his gaze towards the horizon. The clouds loomed ominously overhead, as if the sky were on the brink of collapse, evoking a sense of oppression and inexplicable anxiety. A storm is approaching. Within Twilight Castle, Baron Miller swirled his glass of red wine, peering through the liquid as if seeking answers. Has it been dealt with? At this, Andrew stepped forward slowly, nodding slightly. It has been resolved. Sir Hicklin, the 3rd son of Sir Sylph, has taken over, and the dissenters have been eliminated. The matter was handled discreetly and has already been reported to the governoress office. All is well. Baron Miller nodded in acknowledgement. This matter had reached a conclusion. You have seen the intelligence provided by Baron Wade, correct? Share your thoughts. I sense an air of danger. If necessary, we may need to abandon this place. Andrew remained silent, choosing to withhold his words, for he too was uncertain. Or perhaps, while the authenticity of the situation was undeniable, he could not bring himself to suggest that Baron Miller forsake this territory. After all, it was the Miller family that had labored for over 40 years to cultivate this land. The previous Baron Miller had poured his heart and soul into it, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and dying suddenly. As a loyal vassal to Baron Miller, he felt he lacked the authority to make such decisions, even to express the most trivial opinions. He dared not bear the weight of this cost. All he could do was steadfastly stand by the Baroness' side, offering everything he had, fighting until the very last moment for this land. He would burn out completely, until the final drop of his blood. After a long while, Baron Miller smiled with relief, regaining his former ease and confidence. Convey my orders. Twilight Territory is to enter a state of highest readiness, consolidating forces around Dawn City and Twilight City. Additionally, inform Knights Const, Hicklin, Tanis, and Lanovan to prepare for defenses in advance. Gather all military strength in the north to establish the first line of defense, dispersing the beast tide as much as possible. Their direct relatives may take refuge in Twilight City. I promise to assist them in preserving their legacy, allowing their descendants to inherit their knightly titles. It is time for them to contribute to Twilight Territory. Yes, my lord. Andrew bowed in acceptance and instantly transformed into a blue flash, vanishing from sight. Ah, that girl. Marlenia certainly has her ear to the ground. 3 high-tier magical beasts, 32 mid-tier beasts, and over 3,000 low-tier beasts. Without prior preparations, the bordering baronies would surely face annihilation. Has there been turmoil in the northern plains? No, it appears to be deliberately guided here. What is the motive behind driving the beast horde? Is it to submerge the kingdom of Raphalips, or is there a hidden agenda? Contemplating this, Laton felt a headache coming on and shook his head, choosing to dismiss such thoughts. As the pinnacle of the Golden Rune family's combat prowess, he focused solely on whether he could annihilate the enemy here. If he could not comprehend it, then he would not dwell on it. If he could eliminate the main beast horde and control the losses, then no one could submerge the kingdom of Raphalips. With that thought, Laton erupted in a faint purple aura, his giant form soaring toward the heavens in an instant. Domain release, pseudo-domain, celestial force of all things. As Laton recited the incantation, it felt as though the entire world paused for a moment. Then, the heavens and the earth dimmed. A radius of 1 kilometer was enveloped in a wash of faint purple aura, an invisible pressure bearing down upon every living being within the domain. The sensation of losing control of one's body, confronted by an unknown terror, plunged all creatures within the domain into a state of paralysis. Even some mid to low-tier magical beasts appeared frozen in place. In the next moment, bang, bang, bang. The sound of flesh bursting was like a continuous firecracker explosion. In an instant, blood mist filled the air, and chunks of flesh fell like rain, a repulsive mass resembling some form of vomit, causing revulsion. As Laton tightened his grip and spun his fists, he resembled a maestro conducting an unparalleled symphony. With each clenched fist and every powerful swing of his arms, countless beings were crushed, reduced to mere meat pulp. The entire process resembles a series of musical notes leaping with every sound. The mid to low-tier magical beasts are akin to grand musical notes and bass drums, continuously erupting before fading away. This is a solo dedicated to life, a requiem for its demise. It is a waltz exclusively for Latine. The incessant wails serve as the final chapter of their existence, their swan song. For Latine, this is the most exquisite music, igniting his fervor and stirring a desire for another battle. To unleash the torrent of passionate blood that wells from the depths of his soul. To continuously toll the death knell that echoes from the abyss. In these fleeting moments, the boundary between life and death blurs. As the domain gradually dissipates, this performance inevitably approaches its conclusion. Latine's breath wanes considerably, yet his combative spirit propels him forward, confronting the tumultuous tide of heart beasts. Under the influence of the violet aura, Latine transforms into a stunning violet meteor. As the meteor descends to the earth, a cloud of dust envelopes the surroundings. Shortly thereafter, 2 massive cleavers, each 5 to 6 meters long, cleave through the dust, severing it in half. An unparalleled aura instantly conjures a tempest, reducing all creatures within a radius of hundreds of meters to mere powder. Who dares to oppose? His roar, akin to that of a raging lion, creates sonic booms in the air, shaking the earth and causing mountains to quake. This is Latine, the man known as the Starbreaker Demon General, one of the foremost elite warriors within the entire Phillips Kingdom. Chapter 94, Rivals. Reinforcements from the Golden Rune family. My lord, in just 10 kilometers, our forces will enter the territory of Baron Wuyo. We are 4 hours away from the Lionheart Fortress. I propose we dispatch an elite cavalry unit to make contact with the opposing side ahead of time, facilitating our army's passage and enabling us to reach the border garrison swiftly. Upon hearing the adjutant's counsel, the Valkyrie Marlenia nodded slightly. She then directed her gaze toward the 2 individuals behind her, signaling them to present their suggestions. Behind her stood 2 elegantly attired figures. One was Baron Ward, the Lord of the Blue Lake Barony, a middle-aged man with blue hair, adept at calculations. The other was Count Michael, the Lord of the White Maple County, a staunch supporter of the Golden Rune family. Notably, Count Michael's mother is a collateral descendant of the Golden Rune family, establishing a distant blood relation between the two houses. May I inquire, Lady Marlenia, is the news of the beast tide authentic? My subordinates have received no information at all, which leads me to doubt the accuracy of the reports. I do not believe that the newly appointed Baron Wuyo possesses the capability to acquire such intelligence. The one questioning was Baron Ward of the Blue Lake territory. He was naturally quite displeased with Ward. It was precisely because of him that his avenues for expansion were increasingly constrained. Simultaneously, this little brat had caused the population and commerce within his territory to suffer certain repercussions, which greatly irked him. To make matters worse, he was now being compelled to dispatch troops to support this potential threat. He would rather see Wuyo territory devoured and obliterated by the beast tide at once. Ideally, he wished for that lecherous pig, Miller, to be annihilated alongside it. Only then could his Blue Lake territory flourish, and perhaps during his lifetime, he could even aspire to attain the rank of a viscount. The mere thought of this made Baron Ward increasingly procrastinate. Even if the matter was likely true, he hoped it would transpire with the destruction of Wuyo and Twilight territories. This way, he could emerge as a direct beneficiary, becoming the true authority in the northern province of Tuwolf. Yet, reality clearly contradicted his aspirations. Ward, you remain as foolish as ever, remarked Viscount Michael with a disdainful glance at Baron Ward, clearly scoffing at his thoughts. How much good could one expect from Ward? Having coexisted for so many years in proximity, could Michael be unaware of what this fellow was contemplating? He was nothing more than a troublemaker. Years ago, he had deliberately chosen to establish his domain in Blue Lake, solely to hinder the development of Viscount Byphone-S territory. Now that he was suffering the consequences, he was starting to stir up trouble. Baron Ward, I advise you to mind your words. This matter has already been personally confirmed by General Raton of the Shattered Star Demon. It is not your place to question it. Your focus should be on obeying the orders of the governor, Count Golden, rather than challenging the governor's intentions here. As Michael spoke, his imposing aura pressed down upon Baron Ward. Humph. Ward let out a cold snort, his expression slightly menacing. First, he was unjustly berated, and now he was being belittled. If he cowered now, where would he save face? Do you truly think I fear you, Viscount Michael? With a thunderous boom, a clash erupted as two waves of energy, one blue and one white, collided violently, producing a heavy, resonant sound. Behind the two nobles, dozens of knight attendants simultaneously unleashed their respective auras. The atmosphere instantly became charged with tension, as if a grand battle were on the brink of erupting, determining life and death. Observing the two nobles on the verge of combat, Marlenia felt a sense of helplessness. At such a critical time, they were still contemplating internal strife, seemingly oblivious to the flames that might engulf them. Gentlemen, this is a catastrophe capable of sweeping across the entire northern province of Tuwolf. I implore you both to consider the greater picture. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to provide you with a thorough lesson. All personal grievances must yield in matters concerning territorial integrity. Marlenia spoke, her voice tinged with a scarlet aura of decay that rendered the atmosphere of both parties languid, gradually leading to a sense of rot and dissolution. A cunning rogue, Michael scoffed under his breath, yet he quickly tempered his presence, deciding to afford Marlenia a modicum of respect. After all, it would not do to provoke Baron Ward today. He felt compelled to teach this insolent youth a lesson in authority, to demonstrate the depths of paternal discipline, and to question the vibrancy of youthful defiance. After a brief farce, the three leaders finally reached a consensus. The army successfully arrived at the Rampant Lion Fortress, and it was determined that a knightly strongman, along with 4 knightly attendants under the command of Count Michael, would be stationed there to bolster its defenses alongside the legendary Jaeger. This news was conveyed to Wuyo City by a raven, swiftly receiving the endorsement of Wade. At this juncture, preserving one's own safety was paramount, rendering further concerns somewhat trivial. Moreover, it was uncertain if the opposing forces would even regard them with any significance. Accompanying them were 3,000 soldiers, all of second-tier caliber from the kingdom's military, with this contingent bolstering the ranks. It was believed that as long as the Rampant Lion Fortress did not confront the beast tide directly, its defenses would hold firm. Concurrently, in Udo City, Marlenia dispatched her deputy, a knightly strongman from the Golden Rune family, accompanied by 4 knightly attendants and an additional 2,000 soldiers. Although their defensive capability was somewhat inferior compared to the Rampant Lion Fortress, their proximity to the marshlands rendered them adequately fortified. The remaining 10,000 soldiers were split, with half under Marlenia's leadership heading towards Wuyo City for garrison duty, accompanied by 10 knights from the Golden Rune family. Their intention was to establish communication between the Rampant Lion Fortress and Udo City, forming a joint defense against the impending beast tide. The other 5,000 soldiers followed Count Michael and Baron Ward through Wuyo territory towards Dawn City, where they would assist Baron Miller in fortifying the city, with further reinforcements expected for Twilight territory. As for the other border territories nearby, the Golden Rune family had also dispatched personnel for support. This beast tide was far more terrifying than Wade had anticipated, even after a round of purging by Rathan. The trend of the beast tide had merely been diverted in several instances. Rathan had only managed to severely wound one of the 3 high-tier magical beasts and ensnared another, while the 3rd high-tier beast continued to rally its forces, moving towards the entire northern province of Tuwaf. This impending war between humans and beasts was destined to spill blood across several baronial territories. Chapter 95, The Beast Tide. Part 1. At the northern edge of Twilight territory. The landscape bordered vast stretches of primordial forest, where an unending palisade marked the first line of defense. Beyond that lay a series of obstacles, roadblocks, traps, and pitfalls, forming a treacherous zone. Further still was a lengthy trench, filled with wooden stakes and sharpened spikes, ready to ensnare any who dared to breach the perimeter. This is the first line of defense, akin to a death sentence. The only feasible action is to delay the onslaught of beasts as much as possible, thereby granting the rear a modicum of preparation time. Concurrently, efforts must be made to cull the feral creatures, alleviating the pressure on the defensive fortifications behind. Led by Const. For knights, along with a cadre of trusted aides, totaling 10 squire knights, represent the pinnacle of combat strength here. A total of 2,321 soldiers comprise their entire available force. When faced with a horde numbering in the tens or even hundreds of thousands, they can only be likened to a feeble insect attempting to halt a chariot. Since they have gathered here, they have resolutely prepared to sacrifice everything. As a distant, rumbling sound approached, the stones upon the ground began to tremble and leap about. With a thunderous roar, a colossal male lion, measuring 12 meters in length and standing 5 meters tall at the shoulder, leapt forth from the depths of the forest. Wherever it tread, flames ignited spontaneously. The lion's body shimmered with fire, and with each breath, it resembled a swirling vortex of flames, engulfing all in its vicinity. Before this volcanic spectacle, Sir Hicklin was the first to be consumed by the merciless inferno. The entire ordeal transpired in mere seconds. A newly appointed knight met his untimely demise in such a fashion, or rather, he was utterly transformed into a charred remnant. In the wake of gasps from the onlookers, the fiery lion paid no heed to the swarm of ants before it, swiftly charging toward the city of Dawn. To it, these humans were merely insects. Crushing them was no different than squashing a mere bug. Such creatures were more than sufficient to be left to its progeny. With a piercing roar, the fiery lion's form gradually dissipated into nothingness. Yet, before the remaining defenders could recover from their shock, the horde of beasts erupted into a frenzy. One by one, ferocious creatures surged forth from the forest. The flimsy barricade barely withstood even a moment. Soon, beasts that soared through the sky and those that dashed upon the ground emerged from the woods, reminiscent of the ravenous zombies from a horror tale, wild, bloodthirsty, and frenzied. The 2,000 soldiers formed 2 lines, with the front bearing large shields and cleavers, while the rear wielded long spears, creating a defensive phalanx. They appeared as a wall of flesh and blood, constructed of humanity. However, as the horde drew ever nearer, the trap zones became filled with the fallen. When the beasts attempted to surge over the trench, the soldiers sprang into action, thrusting their spears relentlessly, claiming the lives of numerous beasts. Yet, with every loss, more feral creatures surged forth to fill the void, launching wave after wave of assaults. Once the trench was filled with corpses, and the stakes were piled high with the fallen, this line of defense resembled a dam on the verge of collapse, bursting forth with unrestrained force. Throughout this entire ordeal, no magical beasts made an active assault. The mere throng of wild beasts ravaged the defenses to utter ruin. The remaining soldiers, either dead or gravely wounded, were gradually overtaken by a profound terror that encroached upon their sanity. They remained oblivious to the perilous dangers that awaited them. The few remaining rational elite soldiers formed small battle formations around their nightly attendants, striving to hold their ground as steadfastly as possible. Only by enduring could there be a glimmer of hope. Led by Const, the knights unleashed their fighting spirit, channeling their energy into their weapons to engage in a true life-and-death struggle against the horde of beasts. It was a fight to the death. Either they would perish, or their foes would. Either I sever your head, or I shall meet my demise within your jaws. Come forth, take all that I possess, and I shall extinguish your life. Let those who wish to survive join me. This is the final roar of a warrior. destined to return to dust or perhaps to become mere refuse, dissipating into nothingness. Annihilate this wretched pack of beasts. Today, it shall be either their demise or ours. Tomorrow, our loved ones may face the same fate. Here, stand firm against these creatures with your lives. We vow to never retreat. This is the last glory of the knights. In this moment, they are united as one. Regardless of their diverse motivations, their unwavering resolve to fight to the last breath is their most steadfast rationale at this moment. Ultimately, perhaps due to their persistence, they were indeed rewarded. The tide of hundreds of thousands of beasts began to divert because of this small defensive line. A portion of the horde circumvented Dawn City, dispersing into two waves, one heading directly for Twilight City, while the other surged toward the Wuyo territory. On March 25th, 8982 of the Dark Era, the history books of the northern province of Tuof would record this day. Under the command of 4 knights, 2,321 soldiers and 6 attendants perished in their valiant effort against the beast tide. The knight, Constantin, fell defending against the horde on this day. Cause of death: his left eye and face were destroyed, bones shattered, ultimately succumbing to severe injuries sustained while commanding the battle. The knight, Hicklin died this day in the fight against the beast tide. Cause of death: he was devoured by a peak 6th level magical beast, the Flame Lion, and completely digested. The knight, Lanavenkel, met his end this day while resisting the beast tide. Cause of death: surrounded by 13 low-level magical beasts, he was ultimately dismembered, with his organs consumed by the creatures. The knight, Tanismako, also perished this day in the struggle against the horde. Cause of death: he challenged a 4th-level magical beast, the bloodthirsty bat leopard, and executed a desperate exchange, his remains discovered only as his lower half, the upper half lost to oblivion. The remaining 6 attendants and the 2,321 soldiers mostly fell to the jaws of the beasts, their bodies often incomplete. Their sacrifice, although a mere footnote in the vast annals of history, bore witness to their unyielding valor. Yet they have successfully etched their footprints into history. Whether driven by myriad reasons or compelled by circumstance, at this very moment, they can indeed be regarded as heroes. At this juncture, in the City of Dawn, the border fortress painstakingly constructed by Baron Miller has finally revealed its formidable fangs. It is undeniable that Baron Miller possessed remarkable foresight when he initially erected this stronghold. Built with the scale of a military bastion in mind, the 15-meter-high walls are more than sufficient to withstand the majority of threats. Furthermore, with 4 knight-class warriors stationed within the city, as long as high-level magical beasts do not emerge, safety is virtually assured. Chapter 96, The Beast Tide. Part 2. Upon the walls, Baron Miller rested one hand against the stone, feeling a gentle wave of energy, akin to the ebb and flow of ocean tides. This subtle vibration traversed through the bricks into the earth, continuously extending outward. Martial technique. Echoes from the other side of the earth. It has arrived. At this moment, Baron Miller abruptly opened his eyes, his expression grave. Witnessing this, all present immediately adopted defensive postures, gathering their aura in preparation for imminent combat. On the walls, enormous ballistae were rolled out, each base measuring several meters in length and width, pushed by a dozen soldiers with considerable effort. Their dark red exteriors exuded a chilling aura that made one instinctively hold their breath as they approached the siege engines. Upon the massive ballistae lay 3-meter-long anti-magic arrows, each adorned with intricate magical inscriptions, capable of annihilating any beast below the 4th tier in a heartbeat. Even a 4th tier or higher beast, should it sustain a hit, would likely find itself grievously wounded. These are the lethal instruments of the battlefield, superb tools for city defense. Each of these machines is valued at no less than 100,000 gold coins in the market, with the bases crafted from an array of precious metals. The cost of each arrow is approximately 5,000 gold coins, enchanted and empowered by intermediate to advanced mage apprentices. Within the realm of the Kingdom of Philips, such heavy siege weaponry is classified as a National Class II forbidden armament. In the entire northern province of Tevorf, the number of these heavy ballistae scarcely exceeds 1,000. Yet here, nearly 50 of them are now present. The sheer cost alone has already reached 5 million gold coins, excluding the value of the arrows. This scene instilled a sense of pressure in Baron Ward and Viscount Byfoam, who had remained in observation. Whether intentional or not, Baron Miller has undoubtedly succeeded in showcasing his might. How the two noblemen choose to interpret this is yet to be seen. However, compared to this display, Baron Ward is evidently more concerned about the value of the weaponry. After all, the mere construction cost is at least 5 million gold coins. It is not 5,000, nor 50,000, but a staggering 5 million. The entire Blue Lake territory yields a mere 60 to 70,000 gold coins annually, placing it among the elite within the rank of barons. Despite this, Baron Ward, having managed the Blue Lake territory for many years, has only amassed 30 of these kingdoms' second-tier forbidden weapons. Moreover, the resources do not rival those of Blue Lake, the population is fewer, and the operational duration is not as extensive as that of Twilight territory. Baron Ward is at a loss, perplexed as to where Miller, that lecherous swine, acquired such immense wealth. Yet before he could ponder further, a faint tremor resonated from afar, and dust danced in the air, swirling like ethereal fairies. With a roar, the beastly cries erupted, and on the horizon, a dark mass began to emerge. Accompanying this were the sounds of birds, shadows flitting across the sky. Countless feathers descended like steel needles. This marked the first probing wave of the beast tide, a surreptitious depletion of resources. Observing this, Baron Miller raised his hands high in a gesture of embrace. Immediately, the earth began to quake, and grains of sand leapt into the air, forming a thin barrier of sand above the city walls. Combat technique, embrace of the Mother of Earth. As the suffocating yellow sand obscured the sky, the defenders of the city launched a desperate counterattack. Countless arrows were released by archers at a 45-degree angle, soaring into the heavens. Soon after, the sky rained down the bodies of numerous predatory birds, scattering the avian flock into factions. 50 enchanted arrows transformed into a meteor shower, piercing through the throng of birds. Over 20 giant raptors, with wingspans exceeding 5 meters, plummeted as though they were downed aircraft, their fate sealed. Death without a trace. Upon the city walls, Viscount White Maple observed the rapidly shifting battlefield, his expression growing increasingly grave. Combat technique, the symphony of eternal gold. At this moment, Viscount White Maple, who was also witnessing the battle, brought his palms together in prayer, and as he spread his arms, a glimmer of golden light coalesced at his chest. In the next instant, hundreds, even thousands of golden rays surged toward the sky. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted from the heavens, with golden rings appearing in the air, engulfing all life within their reach. Following a barrage of explosions and gunfire, the dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate somewhat. The flocks of birds did not scatter in panic, but rather ascended in groups, merging into the clouds. Yet, as all eyes turned to the distance, the beast tide continued its advance. The dark horde of beasts commenced their assault on the city walls, with some adept climbers leading the charge against the tide. Observing this, Andrew swiftly commanded the soldiers, "Pour the molten gold. Let these wretches know what it means to have their reckoning." As the command spread, pots of boiling excrement were hurled towards the beast horde. The nauseating stench, combined with various toxic herbs and the searing heat, rendered ordinary wild beasts susceptible to death upon contact. The acrid soup, while odious when it clung to their fur, became an even greater threat due to the lethal temperatures that scorched flesh and blood. With the added array of toxins, even the slightest wound would lead to death within 30 seconds. Even small first and second-tier magical beasts, if caught off guard, would meet a fatal end. The battle soon escalated, with countless magical beasts relentlessly assaulting the city walls. Occasionally, a few would breach the defenses, unleashing a massacre. To counter these beasts, several knight attendants would band together to slay them. However, no matter how swift their strikes, they could never outpace the ferocity of the beast onslaught. The battlefield rapidly reached a fever pitch, yet the true heavyweights remained composed, with neither side's elite forces daring to act recklessly. 6 4th-tier magical beasts, 2 5th-tier, and 1 6th-tier beast loomed. I would engage the 6th-tier beast, while Baron Miller and Lord Andrew would confront the 2 5th-tier beasts. I could hold back 2 of the remaining 6 4th-tier beasts, leaving the rest for you to handle, Baron Ward. We can settle our previous grievances later, for now. War takes precedence. Among us, the strongest, Viscount Byfoam, began to strategize. He did not shy away from the battle or select weaker opponents, single-handedly confronting the 6th-tier beast along with 2 4th-tier beasts. This was a testament to his noble dignity. He was not the type to possess a narrow mind, and his lineage from the Golden Rune family forbade him from cowardice or dishonor. In this moment, even Baron Ward, who often opposed, refrained from dissent. Should he dare to sow discord among the ranks, Viscount Byfoam would not hesitate to strike him down on the spot. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. The immediate priority is to eliminate their stronghold. The rest can be dealt with in due course, Baron Miller declared, to which Ward had no objections. Then, dear lords, take care not to fall easily. With a whisper, Viscount Byfoam summoned a shimmering golden doppelganger, indistinguishable from himself. This is my platinum stand. More than sufficient to hold 2 fourth-tier beasts at bay. We must not allow the beast tide to encroach upon the heart of the special province. Let us engage with fervor. With those words, Viscount Byphone leaped from the city walls, diving into the depths of the beast horde. Immediately, a halo of platinum and azure light illuminated the sky, unleashing waves of energy that resonated with grandeur. The remaining 3 stepped forth, transforming into starlight as they engaged their respective adversaries in a life-and-death duel. Soldier against soldier, general against general. The high-level combatants clashed in a chaotic melee, leaving only the visceral entanglement of blood and flesh, culminating in a primal slaughter. The accumulation of corpses grew, and rivers of blood surged across the earth, composing a magnificent ballet of carnage. Caw, 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 caw. A multitude of juvenile crows cawed incessantly, their pupils glinting with a dark luminescence, intertwining with lifeless eyes, ultimately connecting with Wade. Through Wade's perspective, scenes from the battlefield of Dawn City, the plains, and the arena of the Shattered Star Demon General Raton flooded his mind. Even distant battlefields of other barons along the borders were relayed into his consciousness. From these battlefields, Wade meticulously analyzed the unfolding situation. Had the battle at the northern frontier of Twilight Territory concluded? It was regrettable that Uncle Tanis would have to wait until this calamity subsided to discuss the matter of Baron Miller's title, aiming to preserve a glimmer of hope for the Marco family, ensuring they would not continue as mere cannon fodder and victims. Wade mused, as if assigning himself a solemn task. Ultimately, he could only shake his head in resignation, feeling a pang of sorrow for Tanis's passing. Wade held a deep respect for this rugged elder, yet all that remained were echoes of a long sigh. Subsequently, Wade turned his attention to the approaching horde of beasts heading towards Wuyo City. Approximately 300 to 400,000 wild beasts were advancing in that direction, including 500 low-tier magical beasts and 6 mid-tier ones, among which was a level 6 peak Fire Lion King, seemingly the very creature that breached the northern defenses. This posed a significant challenge. The beast tide must be dispersed once more at Wuyo City. Otherwise, the frenzied Lion Fortress in Utopia City would stand no chance against the onslaught. Having grasped the situation, Wade's gaze shifted once again. Before him now lay the battlefield deep within the plains, where the Shattered Star Demon General Raton was engaged in a fierce struggle. This battle had raged on for an indeterminate time, with both sides exchanging blows and showers of blood. 100-meter-long crimson-scaled serpent soared into the heavens, exhaling flames akin to a dragon's fiery breath. The overwhelming inferno surged forth with the force of a cataclysm, painting a portrait of apocalyptic devastation. In the face of the raging flames, Raton remained composed, effortlessly compressing the sea of fire into a small fireball with the mere grasp of his hand. Ultimately, it was extinguished, vanishing entirely. Then, Raton struck the void, and the 100-meter-long crimson-scaled serpent seemed to be forcefully driven into the earth by an unseen force. Another one, the colossal bull, resembling a small mountain, breathed heavily, its spirit waning. Its body was marred with numerous wounds, from which streams of blood gushed forth, staining its entire surface crimson. One of its hind legs had been crushed into a pulp. With a resounding bellow, the giant bull's roar reverberated across the mountains and valleys, reminiscent of a fleeting moment of resurgence. Suddenly, the earth split apart, as if a cataclysm had struck, with stone spikes erupting from the ground, all aimed at Raton. Simultaneously, the crimson-scaled serpent unleashed its fiery breath. However, just as the assault approached Raton, it was eternally halted in its vicinity. Subsequently, the stone spikes collapsed with a thunderous crash, disintegrating into rubble, and the fiery breath also crumbled, dissipating into the air. This was a thorough obliteration, although there was a disparity of 1 or 2 minor levels. Such overwhelming dominance within the same realm was indeed rare, particularly given Raton's enigmatic abilities. It was curious why those renowned within the Golden Rune family possessed such peculiar powers, all of which were distinctly non-elemental. Whether it was the Valkyrie Marlenia, whose abilities echoed decay, aging, and demise, or the Starbreaker Demon General Raton, both exuded an aura of mystery. In contrast, Viscount Byphone, also of the Golden Rune lineage, shared similarities in power with his kin. The Golden Rune family primarily wielded golden elemental combat energy, excelling in offense. Meanwhile, Viscount Byphone's energy was a variant of golden, known as platinum energy, showcasing a markedly different combat style. Overall, the form of combat was far more diverse. However, the scene of this battle abruptly ceased. Perhaps it was due to the ferocity of the conflict, as the ensuing shockwaves tragically claimed the life of a little crow that had been serving as an observer. Moments later, Vade severed the connection, his own essence diminishing slightly. Monitoring over 30 different feeds proved somewhat taxing. Nevertheless, things were progressing relatively smoothly. With Marlenia and myself safeguarding Wuyo City, we should be able to withstand the onslaught. Marlenia's presence hinted at a high-tier knight level, capable of handling the pinnacle level 6 fiery lion without issue. I could hold off 2 level 4 beasts, and with Li Yuan's collaboration with the Dead Eye, in a state of extreme exertion, I should be able to manage one as well. The Blackthorn Rose had already produced offspring. It remained to be seen if Alsace could successfully break through. If all went well, we would gain an additional knight-level powerhouse, thereby alleviating the peril faced by Wuyo City. Chapter 98, The Beast Tide. Part 4. As time progressed, the ramifications of the Beast Tide began to escalate. A multitude of ferocious beasts surged ceaselessly from the northern plains into the northern province of Tuwaf. Areas that had not received word or were unable to prepare in time became veritable hells on earth, vanishing without a trace. When one questions why they disappeared rather than leaving behind mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, the answer remains shrouded in mystery. The answer is self-evident. The deceased ultimately became the beast's breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and on fortunate occasions, even a late-night snack. The annihilation of the village is merely a minor loss. Numerous towns, under the onslaught of the beast horde, were instantaneously reduced to ruins, a scene of utter devastation. A few smaller cities were wholly engulfed by the tide of beasts, leaving behind only crumbling walls and dilapidated streets. Concurrently, as the impact of the beast wave expanded, a multitude of noble armies and regional kingdom forces began to mobilize significantly. Within a mere half-day, various coalitions, large and small, gathered from all corners of the northern province of Tuwolf, with the total military strength estimated to have reached a staggering 100,000. The knights leading the expedition encompassed all the nobility within the northern province of Tuwolf. Barons each commanded their own knights, converging at the borders to assist local forces in repelling the beast tide. Several viscounts dispersed, leading their troops to support the most severely afflicted areas. These myriad changes felt like the calm before a storm, serene yet fraught with peril. The governor of the northern province of Tuwolf, the Count of Gold, had personally arrived at the battlefield, though no one had yet laid eyes upon him. On a cliff at the border, an elder declared with a smile, "Since they have come, let us keep them all here. We shall seize this opportunity to launch a counterattack. We must bite off a piece of flesh." The Count of Gold, witnessing this, nodded slightly in agreement, saying, "Grandfather, I will arrange everything. This time, as long as we plunder enough resources. Whether it be Latan or Marlenia, there shall be opportunities for elevation. Should Marlenia ascend, our Gold Rune family will officially rise to the rank of Marquis. If Latan ascends, we will bypass Marquis and ascend directly to the rank of Duke. Subsequently, the entire northern province of Tuwolf will be designated as the territory of our Gold Rune family, establishing our own nation. I have even thought of a name, the Principality of Eldon, or perhaps the Borderland, connecting the Kingdom of Philips to the northern plains." The Count of Gold excitedly articulated his grand vision for the future. In his eyes, this beast tide was not a calamity, nor a significant inconvenience, but rather an opportunity for the rise of the Gold Rune family. Everything was perfectly aligned. "Haha, you young lad think quite well. Latan is indeed my most exceptional descendant. He carries a trace of Titan blood, awakened through the Golden Law, manifesting gravity combat energy. In the entire continent of Saint Anthem Tiamat, he is an unparalleled genius. His future far surpasses that of a Sky Knight." The elder, beaming with pride, spoke of Latan, filled with a sense of honor. Throughout his life, he lacked any remarkable talents, ultimately finding himself ensnared at the pinnacle of knightly prowess, a state that left him feeling a sense of loss and regret. Yet, his pride lay in his direct descendants. Not only did a powerful knight known as the Golden Count emerge, but also prodigious figures like Latine and Marlenia, who could be described as true marvels. As he witnessed the successive rise of his lineage, his reluctance to succumb to death grew. He yearned to witness the resplendent future of his heirs, longing for just a glimpse of their brilliance. However, he gradually closed his eyes, sealing off his life force and senses, believing that only in doing so could he diminish the flow of his vitality and perhaps glimpse the glorious future. Observing this, the Golden Count tempered his emotions, bowing slowly to the elder before placing him into a coffin. The coffin was then absorbed into a spatial ring. "Grandfather, I will ensure you witness this day. Fear not. The Golden Rune family shall surely rise." With those words, The aura of the golden rune locked onto a colossal lizard nearly 100 meters long, the last of the 3 high-level magical beasts, the level 8 phantom dragon lizard. Come, little reptile, let us engage in a fine battle. With the Golden Count's war cry, a peak battleground erupted into chaos. His golden fighting spirit, blazing like the sun, bore down upon the level 8 beast, seemingly intent on its annihilation. Its crystal core was the very resource for Latine's ascension, a top-tier supplement prepared for him. Outside Wuyo City, as the beast tide surged, the entire city found itself encircled by the marauding creatures. Thanks to the Grand Canal Project, which surrounded Wuyo City with water and fortified it with moats, its defenses rivaled those of Dawn City. Although we lacked heavy crossbow weaponry like the demon-breaking arrow, the inherent fortifications of the city, coupled with pre-stocked supplies, were sufficient to confront this onslaught. On the city wall, we'd stood atop the tower, gazing into the distance alongside Marlenia. The atmosphere of the beast tide shifted, revealing the presence of a level 4 magical beast among the 7 mid-level beasts. Can the two of us hold them off? Weed remarked half-jokingly, his smile a mix of concern and excitement. Marlenia's expression remained calm. Though her face was obscured by a mask, one could sense her indifference. This was a confidence, an unparalleled assurance in her own strength. I have heard, Baron Weed, that you practice the savage lion breathing technique. I recall it is employed by the kingdom to train death knights, with significant side effects. I wonder how long you can endure in a state of fury. Marlenia countered, seemingly unfazed by the threat looming outside the city. In comparison, her greater concern lay with Wade and the renown of the frenzied lion breathing technique, which was quite prevalent within the kingdom. She was deeply intrigued by how Wade managed to retain his true nature while breaking through to the knightly level. Upon hearing her words, Wade merely smiled faintly, the dark aura swirling around him. It's nothing, just a minor technique that fortuitously mitigates some of the side effects of the frenzied lion. I was simply lucky. As he spoke, Wade had already completed the manifestation of his battle aura armor. The dark gray chest plate enveloped his existing armor, and a black cloak billowed around him, exuding an aura of mystery and strength without a hint of wind. The 5-meter-long knight's spear was gradually entwined with a dense dark attribute aura. I shall lead the charge. Lady Marlenia, I hope to witness your support. With a parting remark, Wade leapt from the castle tower, plunging into the throng of beasts below. Simultaneously, the Death Eye and Abyss followed closely in Wade's wake. The 3 dark figures resembled a nefarious cult, presenting a most unorthodox appearance. Chapter 99, The Beast Tide. Part 5. In an instant, a black storm erupted upon the battlefield. The pitch-black aura surged wildly, transforming the area into a void, where any beast that drew near was reduced to a puddle of ichor, gradually decaying. Meanwhile, the Death Eye hovered above Wade, its wings trembling, as countless dark feathers morphed into arrows, shooting in all directions. These feathered projectiles, having undergone the baptism of dark elements, became incredibly sharp and possessed corrosive and decaying properties. Ordinary beasts would perish upon contact, while even first and second-tier minor magical beasts faced a chance of demise if struck. In the blink of an eye, a vast area was cleared, leaving the surrounding ferocious beasts tremulous and hesitant to cross even an inch beyond their threshold. Roar! At that moment, a beastly roar reverberated, igniting the ferocity of the beast horde once more. The retreating momentum was abruptly stifled, and they recklessly surged toward Wuyo City. Just then, a black tiger, measuring over 10 meters in length and standing 6 meters tall at the shoulder, emerged slowly from the rear of the beast pack. Its joints and spine sprouted bony spikes, emanating a bloodthirsty and frenzied aura that instilled dread. A 5th-tier tiger-type magical beast. Wade's pupils constricted, and he surged forward with determination. The battle aura coalesced at the spear's tip, unleashing a piercing intent to kill. Wade had no intention of dragging things out. He aimed to strike with surprise. Roar! The black tiger momentarily froze, then let out a mighty roar. It could not comprehend how, despite being the more powerful entity, it felt like a mere pawn. How dare they underestimate me? And then, a bolt of black lightning shot toward Wade with ferocious speed. Within the realm of the black tiger's imagination, it envisioned that in the next heartbeat, Wade would be struck down by its black lightning, reduced to charred remnants scattered across the ground. However, the reality unfolded differently. At the moment of collision with the black lightning, Wade's armor erupted in a dazzling radiance. In the span of just a breath, the black lightning was utterly extinguished by the brilliance of the armor. Wade's offensive momentum remained undiminished, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the black tiger. The 5-meter-long knight's lance pierced through the tiger's maw like a drill, penetrating its skull with ease. Utilizing the force of inertia, The black tiger's eyes rolled back as it fell backward, crashing to the ground. This entire sequence transpired in less than a minute, during which Wade miraculously dispatched a level 5 magical beast. As Wade extricated himself from the jaws of the black tiger, the aura of his battle armor shattered and dissipated. The exceptional grade heavy armor he wore dimmed in its brilliance, its defensive capabilities significantly diminished. Exceptional grade heavy armor, Warden's armor, equipped with a magical energy barrier, operational for 72 hours, capable of withstanding a single elemental attack from a knight. Wade inspected his armor, thoroughly pleased with its effectiveness. It was thanks to this capability that he had managed to catch his opponent off guard and successfully eliminate the level 5 magical beast, the black tiger. Subsequently, Wade turned his gaze toward the depths of the beast horde, beckoning with a finger and exuding an air of provocation. I must say, aside from myself, you wretched beasts are nothing but trash. Not willing to accept? Come forth and face me if you dare. Wade adopted an exceedingly arrogant demeanor, seeking to humiliate the beasts. The intelligence of mid-tier magical beasts was not to be underestimated. They comprehended Wade's taunt as a blatant affront. If they did not retaliate, it would be an utter disgrace. With such audacity displayed, how could they allow themselves to be belittled? With a resounding howl of a wolf and the shriek of an eagle, the anticipated response came forth. A colossal figure, with wings spanning over 10 meters, burst through the clouds and descended from the heavens. Several massive wind blades cleaved through the dust, unleashing a formidable shockwave. Meanwhile, a white wolf emerged amidst a throng of its kind. Though not particularly large, it exuded the aura of a level 4 magical beast. Instantly, a pure beam of white light shot forth from the top of the white wolf's head. Faced with this dual assault, Wade remained unperturbed, as if everything unfolded according to his design. In the sky, crows, in a frenzy, hurled their bodies against the massive wind blades until they were ultimately diminished. With lifeless eyes, they enveloped the flock, surging upward. The black storm of crows surrounded the great eagle, attempting to employ a tactic of overwhelming numbers to bring it down. Meanwhile, the white light that surged from the side was severed by a single stroke of Li Yuan's sword. With the howling wind, Wade's black cloak billowed dramatically, revealing a body clad in pitch-black armor. Not a trace of bare skin was visible. Beneath the silver mask, his visage remained concealed, discernible only through the 2 eye holes, from which emitted 2 orbs of ghostly blue light. With a growl, the white wolf, thwarted in its ambush, displayed remarkable restraint. Although it was a level 4 magical beast, in comparison to others of its realm, it was merely a fragile creature. Its defensive capabilities were likely on par with those of a level 3 beast. To avoid drawing the attention of the armored figure, it prudently blended into the pack. At its command, hundreds of magical wolves surged forth, with no fewer than 6 level 3 wolves among them. When combined with over 100 level 1 and 2 wolves, along with countless ordinary wolves, they descended upon Li Yuan with frenzied ferocity. Upon witnessing this, Li Yuan plunged his high-quality long sword into the ground, raised his hands high, and began to chant incantations. Arise, my loyal servants. Fight for your king. In the next moment, an overwhelming tide of death energy radiated outward from Li Yuan. The corpses of the beasts previously slain by Wade became the finest material for his dark sorcery. Towering, 2-meter-tall dragon-tooth soldiers emerged from these remains, seizing bones to engage the wolves in a bloodbath. Li Yuan, desiring to escalate the chaos, approached the corpse of a black tiger. Drawing upon the ceaseless flow of death energy on the battlefield, he attempted to manipulate the remains of a level 5 beast. Subsequently, Li Yuan entered the black tiger's body, merging with it momentarily. In the next heartbeat, the tiger's eyes rolled wildly, and its massive form rose slowly. A surge of death energy erupted like flames, though diminished. It had reached the stature of a level 4 beast. With a thunderous roar, the dragon-tooth soldiers encircled the black tiger, colliding fiercely with the wolf pack. Li Yuan, controlling the black tiger, plunged into the throng of wolves, slaying them indiscriminately, each swipe of its paw resulting in carnage. From the tiger's jaws, black lightning erupted, incinerating the wolves with devastating precision. Occasionally, the white wolf ventured forth to cause a disturbance, clashing with the black lightning in a dazzling display of power, each side exchanging blows in a fierce contest. On the city wall, Marlenia's gaze remained fixed on the unfolding battle involving Wade. She could scarcely fathom the extent of his prowess. The ferocity of the lion's rage, combined with exceptional equipment, had enabled him to obliterate a level 5 tiger beast in an instant. The enhancement provided by the lion's breath technique was astonishing. It was no wonder that many sought to practice the lion's breath. However, few ever achieved the knightly level of mastery. The formidable power and its accompanying side effects. How has Wade accomplished this? My curiosity is only growing. Marlenia marveled, yet the subsequent scene left her utterly astonished. To her eyes, Wade, while possessing immense strength, could also tame magical beasts. What surprised her even more was that a third-tier raven-type magical beast could actually rally a flock of ravens to restrain a fourth-tier eagle-type magical beast. This represented a significant leap across realms. Utilizing a low-tier magical beast to challenge a mid-tier one, especially within the same avian category, was no small feat. Eagle-type magical beasts are among the strongest within their rank. Who would have imagined that not only did the master dare to challenge beyond his tier, but even his pet displayed such courage. Indeed, it seems that such bravery cannot arise from a single lineage. However, what left Marlenia utterly speechless was yet to come. A necromancer? Marlenia felt uncertain as Li Yuan summoned a multitude of dragon-toothed soldiers, even attempting to rationalize it within her mind. Yet, when Li Yuan took control of the corpse of a black tiger, she was compelled to accept this unsettling truth. Delving deeper, one would discover that Wade appeared to have intricate connections with this necromancer. In the realm of humanity, necromancers have always been a significant taboo. After all, this defies the very logic of humanity and is rejected by mainstream beliefs. Despite this, Marlenia harbored no intentions of suppressing Wade or eliminating him. On the contrary, she sought to draw Wade into the ranks of the Golden Rune family. As long as Wade refrained from indiscriminate slaughter, bringing him into their fold would effectively mean gaining an ally in a necromancer. Furthermore, Wade's ability to tame magical beasts and his combat prowess far exceeding others of his tier made him the kind of talent the Golden Rune family desperately desired. If we disregard his comprehensive strength and merely consider Wade's current combat capabilities, he ranks among the top tier of the 16 barons in the northern province of Tuwaf. And at this moment, the battlefield was in a state of constant flux. As Li Yuan and the Death Eye each held a mid-tier magical beast at bay, the remaining mid-tier beasts could no longer suppress their menacing fangs. 4 mid-tier magical beasts now stood united on the battlefield. Wade sensed the ominous shift immediately. Dark energy coalescing once more at his surface. Aura armor. A magnificent surge of energy formed a suit of armor. Yet it was evident that it appeared significantly dimmer than the first time, signifying that Wade had indeed reached his limit. They truly take me seriously. Next time, I shall leave such ostentation to others. Wade mused with a wry smile, and in the next instant, he was engulfed by a pillar of fire. Subsequently, like dust, he gradually dissipated within the inferno. As the flames receded, the ground transformed into a scorched wasteland, with Wade reduced to mere ashes. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to have come to a standstill. An inexplicable impulse ignited within all who witnessed this scene. "My lord," someone called out, and in that instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. Yet, before negative emotions could spread, the Valkyrie Marlenia drew her waterbird dagger from her back. The knightly aura she exuded instantly subdued all the soldiers, forcibly suppressing any feelings of despair. "Hold the line." With this command, all soldiers regained their composure. The war raged on. They had little time to ponder over their circumstances. Maintaining the stability of their front was their sole hope for survival. Should the line falter, it would signal the beginning of their despair. Corruption. Following this command was a decree from Valkyrie Marlenia. A crimson mist swiftly enveloped 4 mid-tier magical beasts, the suffocating and despair-laden aura of decay and demise weighing heavily upon them. While this effectively weakened the beasts, it did not inflict true harm. Rather, it provoked their wrath. Yet, this was precisely the effect Marlenia sought. Her strategy proved effective. As the king of his kind, the flame lion would never let such provocation pass unchallenged. With a ferocious roar, the flame lion unleashed its fury, causing the earth to tremble. Fiery flames erupted from the ground, molten lava coursing across the terrain. The flames surged upward, crashing against the city walls, as if the very heavens were engulfed in inferno. It resembled a colossal beast of fire, poised to breach the gates of Wuyo City. In this critical moment, Marlenia maintained her calm demeanor. With a steady grip on her sword hilt, she propelled herself skyward with a single leg's force. Faced with the towering inferno, she remained unperturbed, as if accustomed to such chaos, akin to her regular training. Combat technique, Waterbird Dance. As a whisper escaped her lips, Valkyrie Marlenia momentarily suspended in midair. She then surged towards the Crimson Sea, executing a rapid and intricate series of slashes, enveloped in countless ripples. True to her name, she moved like a bird in flight. The boundless sea of flames was sliced into countless fragments at that moment, seemingly infinite, yet severed into tangible pieces. The inferno dissipated, ultimately returning to the void. Marlenia landed gracefully on the ground, the entire sequence appearing as though she had rehearsed it a million times. Not far away, the flame lion, witnessing its fiery onslaught effortlessly neutralized, exhibited a hint of anthropomorphic caution in its eyes. With a roar, it seemed to relay a message to the other magical beasts. As if to say, this woman is not to be trifled with. Brothers, let us unite and vanquish her. As the four-headed monstrosities advanced in unison, it was evident that they had reached a consensus to unleash a righteous onslaught. This was fortuitous, as it spared me the trouble of dealing with them individually. Together, they would descend into the abyss. Valkyrie Marlenia wore a slight smirk, radiating an aura of confidence. Martial art, crimson bloom. In that moment, time stood still, as an exquisitely alluring crimson flower began to unfurl. In the next heartbeat, as Marlenia retrieved a golden needle from within, the magnificent crimson blossom slowly blossomed forth. A searing, decaying, and moribund aura enveloped the land, akin to a curse that tainted all it touched. Chapter 101. Death and Rebirth. Resurgence in Adversity. The colossal crimson flower blossomed on the earth, releasing a myriad of noxious miasmas that sullied everything in proximity. Corpses rotted, festering, and oozing, exuding a repugnant stench. Weaker beings withered, their muscles atrophying until only skin clung to bones, while the crimson toxins spread relentlessly within them, leading to their demise. The four mid-tier monsters closest to the crimson bloom succumbed to various afflictions. First, 2 level 4 beasts were scorched, their flesh gradually separating from their blood under the oppressive heat, as the crimson gas corroded their insides. The slightly stronger level 5 beast was in a state of lethargy, struggling to suppress the toxins within. Only the Flame Lion King maintained a semblance of normalcy, its robust physique resistant to the crimson decay for the time being. Witnessing this, Marlenia's smile widened, and she exerted herself to leap once more into the air, the manifestation of her battle aura armor. With a whisper, the crimson armor coalesced around her body, exuding an aura of exquisite brutality. Subsequently, Marlenia grasped the waterbird blade, initiating her martial technique. Martial art, true waterbird dance. In the next moment, a flurry of rapid and agile slashes ensued, akin to birds dancing through the air. Marlenia's sword light accelerated, leaving behind a multitude of afterimages, accompanied by ethereal butterfly silhouettes. Roaring, the Flame Lion King threw back its head, accumulating indomitable fury. Soon, a pillar of fire erupted from its maw. This inferno was the embodiment of its unyielding flame, a vow to obliterate the human filth before it. The clash of sword light and flames erupted in a dazzling display. The two formidable beings continued to contest, exuding an atmosphere where it was a matter of either my demise or yours. Beyond the main battlefield, the Death Eye, accompanied by a flock of crows, persistently harassed the eagle demon beasts. While it could momentarily stall them, the effort was ultimately unsustainable over time. Just as the eagle demon beasts seized an opportunity to unleash a fatal strike against the Death Eye, an unforeseen twist occurred. Indistinct phrases, incomprehensible in origin, echoed through the air. In the next instant, the shadow of the Death Eye began to elongate, and an arm emerged from within the darkness. I was utterly terrified, thinking my end was near. Suddenly, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows, and it was none other than Wade, who had previously been consumed by flames. I watched as Wade brushed off the non-existent dust from his armor and then hurled his Knight-S spear forward. The 5-meter-long lance erupted with an astonishing aura of combat energy, transforming into a dazzling meteor. This strike was destined to pierce the very stars. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed forth as the approaching 4th-level eagle demon plummeted downwards, a massive circular wound gaping from its chest, its entire body impaled by the knight's spear. Wade twisted his neck and beckoned with his hand, causing the spear to be drawn back to him, infused with combat energy. I pondered who would be next. Oh, little wolf cub, I have found you. Wade licked his lips, and the dark combat energy surged around him. Meanwhile, Li Yuan sensed his master's intent and commanded the dragon-tooth soldiers to continually divide the pack of demonic wolves. He himself controlled the corpse of the black tiger, unleashing streaks of black lightning that obliterated an entire area filled with demonic wolves. The figure of the white wolf soon materialized, attempting to hide. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air followed, and the 5-meter-long knight's spear pierced through the white wolf's body like a nail, pinning it to the ground. Its internal organs reduced to pulp with that single strike. With the white wolf's command lost, the pack of demonic wolves descended into chaos, scattering like headless flies in every direction, leading to their ultimate disarray, some fleeing, others perishing. In this manner, Wade single-handedly slew 3 of the 7 mid-tier magical beasts. Li Yuan, having separated from the Black Tiger's corpse, felt significantly drained. Nevertheless, he rushed to Wade's side to provide protection. Eventually, under Li Yuan's cover and support, Wade temporarily withdrew from the battlefield to recover his combat energy and continued directing the fight. As Wade reappeared and showcased his prowess by swiftly dispatching 2 mid-tier magical beasts, the morale of the front line, already waning, was reignited. The warriors of Wuyo City cheered for their Lord's victorious return, fortifying the entire front line. With the addition of Cyan and Li Yuan, the defense became even more formidable. Whenever a magical beast breached the line, Cyan swiftly gathered the raven flock to assist the soldiers in dispatching the intruder. When facing a third-level magical beast that proved difficult for the ravens to handle, Li Yuan would arrive promptly, utilizing the temporarily enhanced bloodline power of the Wuxiang martial arts to bring himself near elite levels. Essentially, Li Yuan's single strike could fell a small Karami. If one strike was insufficient, he would unleash 2. It would never exceed 3 strikes, and he would inevitably bring down the beast's head. A lizard and a bird, akin to a brick, move wherever there is a deficiency. Over time, the front lines stabilize, alleviating any lingering concerns. It is at this moment, within a concealed chamber in the City of No Worries, that Arthas is making his final push. As he swallows the black thorn rose along with several potions of enhancement, a heart-wrenching pain surges from within. The sensation is akin to having all one's bones disassembled and then reassembled without a scratch. It feels as if flesh is being incessantly gnawed away, cells dividing and proliferating, only to be swiftly metabolized and extinguished. This is the relentless expenditure of life force, wagering the future for a chance at a breakthrough. At this moment, the pain, an unbearable itch, and a profound sense of helplessness overwhelm the soul, threatening to shatter even someone as resilient as Arthas, a seasoned warrior, nearly leading him to lose himself in this excruciating ordeal. However, as time passes, the crimson aura begins to coalesce. With a roar that is both human and beastly, a lion's head formed of flames bursts forth from the chamber, soaring into the heavens. In this instant, both the beasts and the human soldiers atop the walls gaze toward the ethereal figure in the sky. Shortly thereafter, a figure darts towards the battlefield with great speed. Like a fireball, it crashes into the fray, igniting waves of flames. From within this inferno, a figure emerges, stepping forth with black hair and a straight collar that exudes an air of dignity. "My sincerest apologies, Lady Valkyrie, for my tardiness," says the man, appearing to be in his 30s, bowing slightly to Marlenia while maintaining an exceptionally composed and elegant demeanor. He then draws his sword, flames erupting along the blade. "This strike is for my lord." Chapter 102, Cleansing. Devastating casualties. Martial technique. The final roar of the end flame lion. As the technique is unleashed, the flames surge upward, the temperature rising at a visible pace. With a swing of his sword, the flames converge, forming a blazing lion that charges towards the heavily wounded level for magical beasts. One of the bovine beasts is consumed by the inferno, its flesh gradually incinerated. The other, a level 4 flame lion, barely clings to life due to their shared lineage, its existence teetering on the brink, appearing lifeless were it not for the faint rise and fall of its abdomen. After this, the man slowly turns around, locking eyes with Vide on the city wall. In that moment, they share an unspoken laughter. The man is none other than Arthas, having undergone a breakthrough. His visage restored to that of his youthful prime, albeit at the cost of 60 years of his future. Yet, Arthas harbored no regrets, at the very least. He had been granted an additional 60 years of life. With this extension, Arthas felt utterly content, as he could continue to lead his troops into battle and serve as the steward of the estate. He would have the opportunity to accompany his lord for yet another 60 years. In this moment, he experienced a profound sense of joy, deeming it all worthwhile. However, this was not the time for pleasantries. On the primary battleground, the Valkyrie Marlenia was locked in a fierce struggle with the Flame Lion King. Overall, Marlenia appeared to hold a slight advantage. Her petite frame made it exceedingly difficult for the Flame Lion King to land a blow. Nevertheless, Marlenia found it equally challenging to mount an effective counterattack. Her combat skills had been honed to an extraordinary level, almost bordering on the divine, rendering her more than capable of handling the fiery assaults. Yet, she was unable to inflict any real damage upon the Flame Lion King. With its formidable physique and protective flames, the beast stood invincible. The only variable lay in Marlenia's unique ability. The scarlet toxin, resulting from the crimson decay, relentlessly eroded the Flame Lion King. If this continued, The battle's outcome would inevitably tilt in favor of Valkyrie Marlenia, and the resolution of this conflict was becoming increasingly apparent. Arthas's duty was to safeguard the situation, remaining vigilant against the fifth-tier bear-like beast, as long as he maintained the current equilibrium. Victory in this war would ultimately belong to them. As time flowed, day turned to night. The battlefield was a merciless realm, inducing an overwhelming numbness. The soldiers seemed to have lost all sense of time, oblivious to how long the conflict had persisted. All they knew was that this war raged from day into night, and from the darkness into dawn. The defenders of the city changed shifts time and again, their nerves taut, ever watchful for a counterattack from the beast horde. With the arrival of dawn, the seemingly endless tide of beasts finally reached its conclusion. The horde ceased its reckless charge, succumbing to fear and hesitation. As living creatures, they too feared death. Were it not for the presence of mid-tier magical beasts urging them forward, compelling their assault, the remnants would have long since scattered in panic, each fleeing for their lives. But with a mournful cry, the tide of beasts ultimately came to an end. The head of the Flame Lion King was severed and soared high before crashing to the ground, rolling several times before coming to rest. Its skin was festering and decayed, and its eyes were filled with rage and resentment. As the monarch of its kind, it could accept dying in battle, could accept being vanquished in a fair fight. However, to perish under the influence of a curse-like ability left it unable to find peace, ending its life in the most unsatisfactory manner. Perhaps this is what is known as the law of cause and effect. Tanis, too, met his demise with an unwilling heart. As a noble forged through the crucible of battle, he had longed to die in the pursuit of honor. Yet, he never envisaged being relegated to the status of mere cannon fodder, departing this world in such a hasty manner. His illustrious deeds were immortalized in the annals of the northern province of Tuwulf, thanks to the Council of Weed. Otherwise, a mere knight would have faded into the dust of history. This, at least, afforded Tanis a semblance of dignity befitting a warrior. 3 days later, the onslaught of beasts along the border began to subside. Having endured the perilous initial wave, the remaining adversaries were considerably more manageable. Although hundreds of thousands of wild creatures had invaded the northern province of Tuwulf, their scattered presence rendered them less formidable. A subsequent cleanup would eliminate the lingering repercussions of this beast tide. According to a proclamation issued by the Earl of Gold, this beast tide was classified as a deliberate scheme orchestrated by the foreign tribes of the northern plains. In total, 5 high-tier magical beasts were identified as the leaders of this incursion. The first 3 invaders had been vanquished, while the remaining 2 continued to resist, still putting up a fierce fight. Among them was a peak-level 9th-tier Dragonvein beast, engaged in a fierce struggle against the Starbreaker General Latine for 3 days and nights, with the outcome still undetermined. The battleground lay upon a vast plain, now transformed into a small basin, its vicinity several kilometers turned upside down. Preliminary statistics revealed 57 mid-tier magical beasts recorded, with 39 having been slain. A dozen others were still fleeing within the confines of the northern province of Tuwulf, currently under siege by local forces, and results were anticipated soon. The number of low-tier magical beasts was estimated to have reached at least 5,000. A meticulous count might reveal even more. Thus far, approximately 2/3 had been eradicated, yet numerous low-tier beasts continued to roam wildly, necessitating heightened vigilance across various locales. The primary afflicted regions consisted of 5 territories: the Barony of Twilight, the Barony of Wuyo, the Barony of Pale, the Barony of Silver, and the Barony of Windmill. Among them, the Barony of Pale and the Barony of Windmill had been breached in succession, reducing their lands to a hellish wasteland. 2 barons perished in battle, alongside 7 knightly champions who had come to their aid, while nearly 100 knightly squires lost their lives. The civilian casualties across these 2 territories amounted to over 300,000. This toll was merely a fraction of the devastation in these 2 breached baronies. When accounting for the entire realm, the losses were likely far greater. Under Weed's jurisdiction alone, the knights Grafus, Stod, and Yakli fell during the defense, tragically succumbing to the onslaught. Only Jaeger, who steadfastly defended the Lion's Roar fortress, along with Hop, who remained untouched by the beast tide, managed to survive by sheer fortune. Approximately 1/3 of the 3,000 troops under Wade's command were lost. Additionally, around 2,000 temporarily armed militia perished in the conflict, culminating in nearly 3,000 fatalities. This was all amidst the presence of reinforcements. Without such support, the situation would likely have been even more dire, and the region of Wuyo would have been reduced to ruins. Chapter 103, Conquest and Submission. On May 13th, 8982 of the Dark Era, A week had elapsed since the Beast Tide's assault. In contrast to previous times, Wuyo City not only did not decline, but appeared increasingly prosperous. The explanation for this phenomenon is straightforward. The ability to withstand such a colossal beast tide undoubtedly attested to the city's security. With this assurance, the populace could remain calm and stable. Furthermore, Wade's judicious decisions mitigated considerable losses, allowing many civilians to escape unscathed. This, without a doubt, enhanced Wade's reputation, elevating him to prominence. Moreover, the abundance of beast carcasses and materials for sale, even the pelts of wild creatures, yielded significant profits. These were treasures seldom encountered in ordinary times. Most importantly, a contingent of 10,000 soldiers was progressively establishing camps outside Wuyo City. Their presence undeniably stimulated economic growth. This formidable force was the direct army of the Golden Rune family, codenamed the Valkyrie Legion. Within its ranks were 100 knight attendants and 3 knight-level legion commanders, led by the Valkyrie Marlenia. Each of the 10,000 soldiers was outfitted in equipment of superior quality, adhering to the standards of the kingdom's elite forces. Marlenia had also reached a degree of cooperation with Wade. Before the war's conclusion, the Valkyrie Legion's supplies and maintenance would be provided by Wuyo City, which would also offer a portion of technical support, particularly in craftsmanship, metallurgy, and various cultivation knowledge. The greatest beneficiaries of this collaboration were undoubtedly the Artisan Forging Association. A multitude of blacksmiths, having undergone training, significantly improved their skills. The forging techniques received systematic training, elevating them to a new level. Originally, no more than 50 blacksmiths in Wuyo could create high-quality equipment, with only Master Weiji capable of producing superior-grade items. After this round of systematic training and extensive technical support, the number of artisans capable of crafting high-quality items has nearly reached 100, and several of Master Weiji's apprentices have begun to progress toward the production of superior-grade equipment. Additionally, the greatest gain was seen by the magician apprentice Hop. Upon discovering that Wade had a magician apprentice, Marlenia facilitated the introduction of a batch of extraordinary knowledge regarding magic. This was precisely the area where Wade had been lacking. Meanwhile, Hop was also guided by several accompanying mages. Through extensive exchanges, Hop not only broadened his horizons, but also transcended to the realm of an intermediate mage apprentice. Furthermore, Hop benefited from an enhancement in his knowledge of craftsmanship and intends to focus on alchemical arts in the future. He is eager to discover what new creations can be forged from the fusion of steel constructs and magical artifacts. It is believed that in the future, the overall martial prowess of Wuyo City will ascend to unprecedented heights. Of course, all benefits come with corresponding costs. There are no free lunches in this world, a truth well understood by both parties. Ultimately, Wade consented to Malenia's proposal, agreeing to become an ally of the Golden Rune family, or rather, a subordinate. Simultaneously, Baron Miller was also invited by Viscount Byphone. Thus, the two barons reached a consensus with the Golden Rune family. Subsequently, the two barons would officially submit to the Golden Rune under the banner of the Bronze Tree, a decision made to augment their influence. After all, in both Twilight and Wuyo, the number of knight-level powerhouses had already reached 4, with dozens of knight attendants, surpassing the strength of an ordinary viscount's domain. The military forces could muster over 10,000 troops, making it a sizable entity in the northern province of Tevorf. This inevitable prominence captured the attention of the Golden Rune family. Within the Lord's mansion of Wuyo City, a small celebratory banquet was being held in the expansive back garden, spanning hundreds of acres. This gathering was not only to celebrate Alsace's successful elevation to knight status, but also to showcase the renewed strength and prosperity of the Wuyo territory. Those attending this banquet were all prominent figures. Not a single ordinary merchant or political figure was present, with the least distinguished being a direct descendant of a knight. Among the attendees, there were a total of 11 knight-level powerhouses. 3 were leaders from the Valkyrie Legion, 1 was Malenia's aide, and the true Malenia herself. Additionally, there was Wade and the evening's guest of honor, Alsace. The remaining 4 included Viscount Byphone and his retainers, Baron Lonhud Ward, and Baron Miller of Twilight. With 11 knight-level powerhouses gathered in one place, the significance of this modest banquet was evident. As for the reason for this assembly, it was simply because the true protagonist, Malenia, wished to be present. Otherwise, Baron Miller would not have gone to the effort of attending the banquet. This also served to assert their stance and demonstrate the strength of the Bronze Tree, ensuring they were not underestimated or devalued. As night deepened, the banquet remained lively, the warm atmosphere gradually enveloping everyone. Although the host was Wade, Baron Miller's performance was evidently more striking. As a seasoned socialite, Baron Miller mingled effortlessly among the powerful, akin to a social butterfly. As a fellow passenger aboard the same vessel as Baron Miller, Vade found himself relishing the experience. The maintenance of relationships was a task better suited for Baron Miller and Alsace. He had no desire to exhaust himself. After the arduous end to the Great War, it would be utterly unreasonable not to take a moment to indulge and reward himself. However, there are times when unavoidable matters must be confronted. In a corner of the banquet, Vade was intercepted by a young man and woman. The elder, a young man of comparable age to Vade, was none other than Tanis's eldest son and heir of the Marco family, Nicol Marco, a mid-tier knight squire. The other was a youthful noblewoman, appearing scarcely 20. On the cusp of adulthood, she was Tanis's eldest daughter, Tanilla Marco, a lady of noble birth with naturally white hair. To Vade's surprise, Tanilla exuded the aura of an apprentice mage. Although this revelation startled him momentarily, he quickly regained his composure and inquired, "Nicol, what brings you to me? If it pertains to safeguarding your knighthood, you need not worry. I have secured your jurisdiction from Baron Miller. From this moment forth, no one shall interfere with the lands belonging to your Marco family. While nominally still under the management of the carefree lord, I assure you, I will not intrude upon your development. You may rest easy on that account. With Uncle Tanis's goodwill, I can offer you my protection." At these words, Nicol gradually lowered his gaze, his eyes flickering with a hint of evasion and an almost indescribable shame. "I have been remiss, my lord. I am profoundly grateful for your kindness, and I hope my sister might follow in your footsteps. This would demonstrate the Marco family's allegiance. We wish to express our loyalty, and I implore you not to refuse." After a brief silence, Vade slowly regained his bearings, stroking the stubble on his chin, a contemplative look crossing his face. What was this? An alluring proposition? Did they truly perceive him, the esteemed carefree baron, as one easily swayed by beauty? How utterly absurd. Such matters should never be broached in public. Shouldn't they be escorted directly to his chambers? Did he really need to instruct them on that? Otherwise, in front of so many onlookers, how was he to respond? Accepting would tarnish his reputation with whispers of indulgence in romantic entanglements. Refusing would cast him as unwilling to assist an old connection. And yet, Vade found himself rather intrigued. With a bemused expression, he slapped his forehead, lamenting how the illustrious Tanis could have sired such a foolish son. Even the act of gift-giving seemed beyond his understanding, so ostentatiously presented. After a moment's contemplation, Vade could only sigh in resignation and ultimately acquiesced to this unexpected goodwill. However, one must not be too overt. The privileges that ought to be granted should still be bestowed. "Nicol, do you mean to say that the Marco family is willing to relinquish its autonomy and submit entirely to the Mandela family? Are you certain of this?" Upon hearing Wade's response, Nicol promptly nodded and knelt before him on one knee, nearly raising Wade's hand to kiss it. "I am willing. From this moment forth, worry-free shall be the sole ethos of the Marco family, guiding us like a radiant beacon. On behalf of the entire Marco family, I pledge to fight for worry-free, to fight for you." Listening to Nicol's impassioned declaration, even Wade felt a twinge of emotion. Simultaneously, Wade drew his sword from his waist and laid it gently upon Nicol's shoulder, proclaiming, "In the name of the White Knight's sovereign, take your oath." "Yes, my lord." Nicol nodded earnestly, his expression filled with sincerity. "I, Nicol Marco, pledge allegiance to the ruler of Eternal Night." After a brief moment, the oath-taking ceremony concluded, and a pure white light enveloped Nicol, signifying that the vow had been made. From henceforth, his life would be under the watchful eye of the White Knight sovereign, embodying a lifelong loyalty. Wade then issued Nicol his first command. "Gravith, who valiantly defended Udo City, has tragically perished in battle, leaving the management to Selous of the Water Lizard clan. Given that the Marco family is now willing to submit, you shall take all remaining assets and journey to Udo City, where you shall henceforth serve as the governor. The Marco family may continue to exist and flourish in Udo City, while also assisting Selous in developing the Water Lizard Marsh and maintaining its stability, thereby aiding the Water Lizard clan's growth. Furthermore, Tanilla possesses magical talents. Let her accompany me as one of my advisors, with a rank equal to that of Diego, serving as a battle mage." What Wade articulated was a promise to the Marco family. Since they had pledged their allegiance, and with the connection to Tanilla, Wade was willing to grant them favorable terms to win their hearts. After all, the strength and talent at his disposal were still alarmingly scarce. The Marco family, at the very least, still had 2 knightly retainers and an apprentice mage, individuals of potential utility. Perhaps, once this war concludes, the establishment of a military academy could be contemplated. Wade mused that the worry-free territory had begun to yield results, and it was time to focus on cultivating talent. Otherwise, a future of stagnation loomed on the horizon, a scenario Wade fervently wished to avoid. With increasing power came greater aspirations. Wade's ambitions were steadily inflating. What he desired now was more land, more populace. He aspired to become an earl, but even more, he yearned to ascend to the rank of duke, perhaps even to forge a realm of his own, a worry-free nation. At that juncture, he might just find contentment in fulfilling his desires. One of Wade's former ideals was to gather the world's most extraordinary beauties from various races. Soon, under the watchful eyes of powerful figures, this not-so-secret conversation reached its conclusion. The matter was not particularly significant, aside from Baron Miller feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The other nobles maintained a casual, spectator-like attitude. For Baron Wuyo, who grew stronger, it was undoubtedly a boon for the Golden Rune family. However, only Marlenia seemed somewhat out of sorts. Her demeanor appeared, perhaps, slightly unnatural. Ultimately, this enigmatic Valkyrie chose to depart first, wishing to avoid any incidents that might tarnish her vision. The delightful banquet gradually drew to a close, revealing the simplicity and straightforwardness often inherent in noble chaos. Despite Baron Blue Lake's constant jests about Baron Miller being a lecherous pig, he was, in fact, the instigator behind the lake nymph. If he was a lustful bull, he was certainly the type that favored tender grass, an old bull indeed. His prowess was not at all inferior to that of Baron Miller. After all, a diligent and selfless workhorse, when tilling the fields, is always relentless. Of course, this relentlessness does not refer to Baron Blue Lake himself, but rather to those fields that might suffer from his relentless labor. Even Viscount White Maple had managed to charm two noble women in their 30s, who happened to be twins. Baron Miller was even less restrained, engaging in heartfelt discussions with several commanders from the Valkyrie Legion. The subsequent events were predictable. One could see them departing together, undoubtedly heading towards a wilder and more liberated battlefield. In comparison, Wade perhaps paled in significance. The only noteworthy feature he possessed might be the distinctive white-haired mage trait. After all, mages are rare, and female mages even more so. Coupled with her pristine silvery locks, she exuded an air of both allure and purity. The fusion of these two unique qualities could easily prove irresistible to any man. Even Wade's most cherished Emily could not compare to such an allure. Though Emily's blend of cuteness and charm captivated Wade greatly, since his elevation to knight status, she seemed somewhat inadequate. The physical strength of a knight was a formidable force that an ordinary counterpart could hardly withstand. Within the Lord's Manor, as Wade strolled through the corridor with Tanilla, they coincidentally encountered Emily. A brief glance exchanged between the two women revealed a hint of understanding. Yet, Wade was unconcerned with such matters. He was indifferent to the question of whether women might feel jealousy. Therefore, he boldly inquired, "Shall we join together?" Chapter 105, Taming. Sealing the news. Friends who enjoy supercars are likely aware that while supercars are magnificent, they consume fuel at an astonishing rate, especially when competing against another supercar. It transforms into an unprecedented contest. Particularly in certain specific circumstances, such competition often unfolds amidst a tempest of fervor and intensity. The clash between the yellow Maserati and the white Lamborghini is a meticulous comparison encompassing engine performance, body design, thrust, and traction. Undoubtedly, Wade possesses considerable confidence in his driving prowess. He firmly believes that with his impeccable control, he can extract the optimal performance from both supercars. As the city circuit race commences, an exhilarating contest is set into motion. Both supercars accelerate almost simultaneously, unleashing a powerful surge that resonates with the thunderous roar of their engines, igniting a fervor within the spectators. It is often claimed that the Maserati's performance is exceptionally superior, and even Wade holds a deep affection for his inaugural supercar. However, at this moment, in the face of the Lamborghini, the Maserati finds itself lagging far behind, creating the illusion that the taillights are barely visible. Could this truly be the fabled allure of a new vehicle? Or perhaps the Lamborghini's specifications inherently surpass those of an ordinary Maserati. Despite this possibility, the Maserati remains undeterred, accelerating fervently in a bid to leverage its opulent exterior for a strategic maneuver in the curves. Regrettably, the white-bodied Lamborghini offers no opportunities for the Maserati. With its distinctive white exterior and exceptional configuration, the Lamborghini firmly dictates the rhythm of this race. Even Wade, in an accommodating gesture, aligns his performance to favor the Lamborghini. Ultimately, the Lamborghini triumphs with a substantial advantage, winning this smoke-free battle. White ribbons cascade freely, settling upon the white chassis, creating an almost sacred aura, as if concealing some sense of guilt. When dawn breaks the following day, Wade awakens groggily amidst the mountains. His slumber was less than restful, plagued by numerous dreams. With a sore spine, aching back, and cramping legs, it is evident that he has overexerted himself. In response, the carefree Baron Wade declares, such agony is beyond what an ordinary person can endure. Thus he willingly bears this burden on behalf of others. Though he suffers, Wade simultaneously experiences joy. Finding delight amidst hardship has become a habit. Fellow comrades, rest assured, I feel well and have successfully emerged from my slumber. An old adage states, to extract the marrow is to leave the bones bare. Essentially, this captures the essence of the matter. In the afternoon, after a modest lunch, Wade convened an impromptu meeting to address recent issues within his domain. Matters such as troop reorganization, dwindling food supplies, the restoration of livelihoods post-Beast Tide, and the reconstruction of disaster-stricken areas necessitate Wade's oversight and rectification. Additionally, it is crucial to maintain the daily supply and upkeep of the Valkyrie Legion, as these matters cannot be taken lightly. It is evident to all that this reflects Valkyrie Marlenia's preference for the carefree Baron. Otherwise, an exemplary location for the military encampment would undoubtedly be the City of Dawn, within the territory of Barren Twilight. It stands as the finest border fortress in close proximity. As the discussions unfolded, various proposals were drafted. I have faith that the decrees will soon be enacted, restoring the daily operations of the Wuyo territory. Before long, the meeting concluded. Wide and Alsace boarded a dark golden carriage, adorned with a flag of a black background and a dark golden lion's head, signifying the personal expedition of the Baron of Wuyo. As they passed, the populace along the streets, comprising commoners, wealthy merchants, dignitaries, and perhaps descendants of nobility, voluntarily stepped aside. At that moment, they were indistinguishable from one another, all bowing their heads deeply in reverence and respect for the Baron of Wuyo. Within the carriage, Wide propped his head up with one hand, casually crossing his legs, and remarked, in this recent Beast Tide, we have fortuitously reaped rewards, acquiring 3 level 4 and 1 level 5 magical beast cores. One of these shall be bestowed upon you, and another upon Diego. With this, that lad will soon ascend to the rank of a high-ranking knight squire. Alas, it is regrettable that the carcass of the Flame Lion King was taken by Marlenia. Otherwise, a level 6 magical beast core could have significantly enhanced my prowess in a short span. Wide spoke with a confident demeanor, clearly satisfied with their bounty. Yet a tinge of regret lingered. In response, Alsace chuckled and shook his head. To him, merely surviving this calamity was a remarkable feat, however. He acknowledged the Master's perspective. Seizing every opportunity for advancement is indeed the hallmark of a true champion. Regrets are but commonplace occurrences. My lord, you have performed admirably. While others may remain oblivious, as your loyal subject, I certainly cannot be unaware. The northern province of Tever has successfully weathered this crisis, with 50% of the credit rightfully belonging to you. Were it not for your efforts, the fallout would have extended beyond merely 2 baronial territories being breached. You have, in effect, salvaged countless lives. Wide smiled lightly, fully aware that he could not take such accolades lightly. What has become of the matters concerning Li Yuan and the Deadeye? He inquired. They have been largely resolved. The chaos that day, due to the resistance against the Beast Tide, was palpable. Many witnessed the events, yet few discerned the truth. We have disseminated some fabricated information to quell the unrest, successfully suppressing a faction of dissenters. Additionally, we conducted a thorough internal review to ensure no sensitive information would leak in the near term, Alsace replied, revealing his characteristic maturity and composure. He had observed everything that transpired and had prepared accordingly in advance. As a dutiful noble steward, anticipating the decisions of his master is a vital aspect of a steward's competence. Subsequently, Alsace continued, furthermore, Lady Valkyrie has aided us in concealing certain pieces of information. However, there are still some discerning individuals who have taken note of certain information. At present, all eyes are drawn to the Golden Count, and everyone is actively preparing, ready to respond to the summons of the Golden Rune. The matter concerning Lord Li Yuan should remain concealed for a while longer. Upon hearing the answer he had hoped for, Vade felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Were it not for dire necessity, he would never reveal the capabilities of his deathly gaze and Li Yuan, as that would inadvertently disclose his cards. Vade did not wish for an unknown adversary to target him one day. By the way, how is the situation with the Inferno Lion herd? Is that little Lion King still reluctant to communicate? Noticing Vade's shift in topic, Arthas ceased discussing Li Yuan and replied, well, it remains the same, still quite proud and unwilling to engage with us. As for the captured Inferno Lions, approximately 13 have regained their health, 3 males and 10 females, making for a stable population. Chapter 106. Disobedient? Then death awaits. 13. That is rather commendable, exceeding my expectations significantly. This group of inferno lions possesses quite a discerning eye. If we can successfully tame and cultivate them, every knight and squire in our territory could be equipped with an inferno lion as a steed. Vade joked lightly, his eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. Ever since his ascension to knight rank, ordinary warhorses could no longer bear his strength, hence his yearning for a new mount. Without a steed, how could one be deemed a worthy knight? While Vade had secretly acquired a white-haired mount, he was indifferent to the quantity of steeds. For who among men would complain about having too many? As the defeated party, the Inferno Lions were undoubtedly the optimal choice for Vade at present. The Inferno Lion King had been slain by Marlenia, and the fourth-grade young Inferno Lion King had been severely injured and subdued by Arthas. Thus, capturing the Inferno Lion herd required little effort. Soon, as the carriage gradually came to a halt, Vade and Arthas arrived at Lion King Valley. Compared to before the beast tide, the changes here were minimal. Everything remained orderly under Hope's management. Lion King Valley presented a gourd-like shape. The larger area, known as the Outer Valley, served as a comprehensive region that included barracks, training grounds, as well as fields for agriculture, experimental plots, and laboratories. The smaller area, referred to as the Inner Valley, was primarily dedicated to the cultivation of magical herbs, boasting the highest elemental concentration. The seedlings of the black thorn rose thrived at its core. Currently, the Inferno Lion herd resided in the Outer Valley, under strict surveillance 24 hours a day, confined within cages embedded in the rocky walls. The young Inferno Lion King, bound by dozens of magical iron chains, was imprisoned upon an altar, exuding an aura reminiscent of a fallen sovereign. When Vade and his companions approached it, a fierce roar erupted. Before Wade could utter a word, he was met with a barrage of verbal attacks. Had it not been for Alsace, who promptly unleashed a layer of aura to form a protective barrier, Wade would have been drenched in saliva. Well, though your strength is lacking, your temper is quite grand. Wade jested as he stepped through the aura barrier created by Alsace. In the next moment, he delivered a solid punch to the head of the little flame demon Lion King. In an instant, the once defiant roar was silenced, transforming the mighty lion into a docile kitten. The sharp crack of bone echoed, jarring to the ears. The creature that had just exuded an air of invincibility now lay defeated, utterly humbled. Little kitten, I know you can understand my words. You have two choices before you. First, submit to me and become my steed, and I shall lead you to greater heights. Second, perish by my hand, and I shall forcibly make you my mount. Consider your options carefully. I do not favor brute force. Upon hearing this, the little flame demon Lion King paused in confusion. It grasped most of what was said, but the last part, of being killed and then forcibly made into a steed, eluded its comprehension. What could that possibly mean? Roaring defiantly, though perplexed, the little flame demon Lion King seemed to declare, "You insolent wretch. If you dare, slay me. I would rather look down upon you, a mere beast, a pathetic lackey. My clan of flame demons swears not to be enslaved." Watching the little lion's futile attempts at bravado, Wade's gaze grew increasingly frigid. The loss of a level 4 magical beast was inconsequential, but any delay in asserting dominance over the flame demon pride was unacceptable. Everything must yield to the expansion of the Wuyo territory. Even a seemingly promising candidate for a mount must not be overlooked. Bring forth the carcass of the black tiger, as well as the bodies of the great bull, white wolf, and golden eagle. Hope, connect the soul vessel to the altar. The purified beast blood we prepared earlier can also be added. Once completed, Hope was instructed to disperse the onlookers, while Alsace was tasked with sealing off the perimeter to minimize any potential disturbances. "Yes, my lord," Hope replied, accepting the command before promptly taking his leave. After signaling to Wade, Alsace transformed into a flash of fire and vanished from sight. Observing this scene, the little flame demon Lion King tilted its head, bewildered by the antics of these human insects. However, this naive and foolish demeanor was soon to become a relic of the past. Wade approached it slowly, a mysterious energy coalescing within his palm, gradually infiltrating the lion's mind. The little flame demon Lion King was alarmed, truly distressed. The bonds that restrained it were being tugged, producing a resonant sound of clanking chains. From the moment of its birth until now, it has experienced fear for the first time, an instinctive aversion to death. Though it is unaware of the circumstances, it is undeniably a harbinger of ill fortune. Gradually, it has begun to sense the chilling presence of death. Humans, like ants, play a perilous game. If one cannot endure, why engage? Calm yourself. Take a deep breath. In an almost demonic whisper, Words echoed in the ears of the little Inferno Lion King. Before long, this fourth-tier Inferno Lion succumbed, its life force fading as its pupils turned a milky white. In the very moment of its demise, the altar below activated. The purified beast's blood spread along the altar's intricate patterns, exuding a faintly sweet aroma amidst the rising blood mist. Subsequently, four corpses were delivered by Arthas. Vid's eyes gradually darkened to an abyssal hue. The dark energy swirled around, lifting the bodies and placing them upon the altar, where they were transmuted into pure energy, slowly assimilating into the corpse of the Inferno Lion. Then came the second, third, and fourth. The force contained within the corpses was thoroughly dismantled. A thick miasma of death incessantly transformed the body of the Inferno Lion. Simultaneously, tens of thousands of souls flowed into the altar through soul containers, continuously enhancing the transformation of the Inferno Lion. Vid chanted silently, seemingly guiding a mysterious dark deity. The sounds of bones and flesh resonated in a symphonic harmony, as if orchestrating an unknown melody. Rise, my soldiers. Chapter 107. The Third Undead. The Infernal Lion King. Vid stretched his arms wide, invoking a connection through some ethereal medium to communicate with the souls. As the ritual reached completion, Vid slowly pointed toward the corpse upon the altar, and an inexplicable aura surged from his fingertips. It resonated with the Inferno Lion's body, establishing a pact born of souls. As flesh expanded and bones shifted, a pair of ivory wings gradually emerged from the lion's back. The bones grew continuously, followed by the flesh spreading to form a colossal pair of wings spanning over 10 meters. Black feathers began to sprout, eventually enveloping the wings completely. The once crimson fur gradually lost its vibrancy, fading to a dull, ashen hue. The ruby-red eyes transformed, dominated by black, with pupils swirling in shades of dark crimson. The tip of its lion tail ignited with a gray-black flame, reminiscent of infernal fire from the underworld, guiding lost souls to their doom. Throughout its joints, bony protrusions emerged, crafting an overall visage akin to a spectral lion from the netherworld. It resembled a mythical creature, shrouded in mystery and legend, an entity that ought not to exist in reality. A roar erupted. A deafening roar echoed throughout the cosmos, as if it could pierce the very fabric of the universe. While the searing inferno of the underworld ravaged the heavens and the earth with wild abandon, it seemed intent on incinerating everything within its reach. Its aura continuously expanded, surpassing even the essence of Wide himself, reaching the pinnacle of a fifth-level magical beast. A plethora of extraordinary phenomena unfolded. Had it not been for Arthas's prior intervention to contain it, the entire Lion King's valley would have succumbed to the engulfing flames of the underworld. Upon the conclusion of the ritual, Wide's form became lethargic, gasping for breath. It was his first encounter with the specter that nearly drained him of his mental energy, using materials far surpassing those of the abyss and the death's eye. In that moment, the chains binding the infernal flame lion were slowly scorched by the black flames of the underworld, ultimately melting into iron liquid and falling away. A brand new infernal flame lion approached Wide. Though its breath was imperceptible and it exuded an aura of death, it radiated a different kind of vitality. It appeared to have transcended the realm of the undead, veritably a lifeless entity. The colossal lion's head drew near to Wide, and in the exchange of gazes, a profound bond from the depths of the soul was established. Wide inhaled deeply, caressing the lion's fur. Regardless of anything else, the texture was undeniably exquisite. My third undead. The name Infernal Flame Lion no longer befits you. In truth, it is unworthy of you. What shall I call you? With this thought, Wide found himself in deep contemplation. When he named his first undead, the Death Raven, he had acted too hastily, lacking the majesty and grandeur it deserved. Thus, this time, he resolved to think carefully. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He recalled a renowned League of Lions from his past life, the Bad Boys League. The leader's name was something akin to Engloralic. With this realization, Wide made his decision. Embracing the lion's massive head, he communicated through their souls, etching its name into its very essence. Engloralic, from this day forth, you shall bear this true name. The Infernal Flame Lion is now a thing of the past. Henceforth, you shall be known as the Nether Flame Lion King Engloralic. Offer me your unwavering loyalty, to serve as my steed and emissary, and to propagate the name of Wuyo. As Wide released his embrace, the Nether Flame Lion King Englar let out a resounding roar towards the heavens, as if announcing to the world the birth of the Nether Flame Lion King, and proclaiming to all the name Engloralic. This was the essence of true dominance. Wide was overwhelmed with joy, his smile stretching from ear to ear. If the pleasures of intimate encounters brought him joy, the birth of Inglaralic nearly elevated him to euphoric heights. With his newfound power alongside Inglaralic, he felt confident enough to face even 6th-level magical beasts. More importantly, he no longer had to become a Raven Knight for aerial combat capabilities. The Infernal Lion King, Engel, sufficiently meets his aerial combat requirements. However, the corresponding equipment and weaponry necessitate an upgrade. After all, Engel measures over 10 meters in length, rendering the 5-meter-long knight's lance somewhat inadequate. At the very least, it should be replaced with a colossal dragon lance exceeding 10 meters in length to facilitate better synergy in battle alongside Engel. Furthermore, the innate abilities of the Infernal Lion King are by no means inferior, in contrast to the deceptive nature of Li Yuan. Engel's capabilities bear a resemblance to those of the Death Eye. Yet, in comparison, they are worlds apart. The 3 core talents are as follows. 1. Extinction of Infernal Flames. This ability is born from the fusion of demonic flames imbued with death energy and dark elements, ultimately resulting in a mutation that can obliterate physical entities. It can also affect malevolent beings of the soul, incinerating their spiritual essence and directly annihilating their souls. Additionally, it has evolved into various applications akin to branches of magical skills. 2. Supreme Command, named by Vidur. This core ability bears similarities to the commanding prowess of the Death Eye. Beyond the compulsion to lead lion-type beasts, it further enhances them and can forcibly alter their bloodlines through the extinction of infernal flames. Essentially, it embodies a form of bloodline curse, forcibly twisting the original bloodline and corrupting it into that of an infernal lion or a pseudo-infernal lion. For lion-type beasts, willingly accepting this transformation is a boon. For other races, it results in irreversible corruption. 3. Heart of the Underworld. This talent resembles a mutated ability inherited from the White Wolf, classified as an energy conversion talent. It is somewhat akin to Li Yuan's necromantic siphoning, but encompasses a far broader scope. Not only can it convert death energy for personal use, but it can also transmute elemental power, primal magical energy, natural magical force, and bloodline power, effectively transforming these energy systems into infernal energy. This can facilitate personal cultivation, expedite healing, and enhance tribal benefits, generating various buff effects. Furthermore, it possesses the capacity for pollution. If Engel lingers in a location for an extended duration, he will transmute the surrounding land into infernal soil, fundamentally altering the environment. It vaguely resembles a domain effect, and if left unchecked, it could result in a subtle invasion of the abyss, heralding the arrival of demons. When these capabilities are combined, they create the impression of a monster emerging from the abyss, or perhaps an unknowable malevolent deity. The outcome is pollution, transforming individuals into nameless aberrations. Chapter 108. Gold. It shall lead history. On June 1st, 8982 in the Dark Era, within the governor's mansion in the city of Nuan, in the Grand Ceremonial Hall, the Count of Gold was issuing various orders, while officers entered and exited, continually relaying instructions. The entire northern province of Tuwolf was making adjustments under these directives. At the heart of the hall, a vast map illuminated with points of varying sizes represented the positions of different armies. Surrounding the map were high-ranking officers, diligently formulating comprehensive plans. Your Excellency, the governor, an officer reported, in the northeastern region of the province, 30,000 noble troops have gathered. 3 barons and Viscount Bylan have successfully converged. His Excellency, Lord Grake, has led the Golden Legion to the northeastern front, forming an army group totaling over 40,000. Designated as the 1st Army Corps, fully prepared for deployment. Your Excellency, the governor, another officer interjected, in the northern direction, for barons under Viscount Jeanlon have completed their assembly, amassing a total of 50,000 noble troops. Lords Mont and Mung have led the Royal Legion to the northern front, joining forces with Viscount Jeanlon and others to create an army group of 60,000, designated as the 2nd Army Corps, which has already established several supply lines in the north. Your Excellency, the governor, yet another officer announced, in the northwestern region, Viscount Byfone and 3 barons have met. Yet the situation remains grim. That area has been severely impacted by the beast tide, and currently, only 20,000 noble troops have gathered. Lady Valkyrie Marlenia and the Valkyrie Legion are stationed in Wuyo City, recuperating and reorganizing, totaling 30,000, designated as the 3rd Army Corps. Seated upon the throne, the Count of Gold absorbed the officers' reports, contemplating the overall situation. What of the remaining 2 viscounts and the 4 barons? What is their response? Furthermore, how are the second-line local armies of the major strongholds preparing? Are the supply lines sufficiently established? And what of the position of the Shattered Star Legion? Upon hearing the Count's inquiries, several senior officers promptly delivered the latest intelligence into his hands. Your Excellency, the Governor. Currently, Viscount Xiongyin and Viscount Dunshan have both declined our request for deployment, and the 4 barons of the same lineage have also refused. As for the second-line local armies, they are engaged in extensive clearing operations against the beast hordes to maintain stability in the province. Consequently, only a third of their forces, approximately 30,000, are able to head to the front lines. This contingent is designated as the 4th Army Corps and is advancing northward, expected to converge with the 2nd Army Corps in about 3 days. The Shattered Star Legion is now fully prepared, totaling 30,000 troops, designated as the 5th Army Corps, currently stationed at the Northwind Fortress. They are positioned centrally, capable of radiating support to the northeastern, northern, and northwestern battle zones at any moment. With a click of his tongue, the Count of Gold displayed evident dissatisfaction, yet his expression also bore a hint of resignation. There was little to be done. Although the Golden Rune family boasts a prodigious talent like Rutten, it has yet to attain the true status of a duke. Without the formidable presence of a Knight of the Sky, it is inevitable that some lesser beings will hinder progress. No matter how powerful the Golden Rune may be, it remains merely an Earl family within the Philips Kingdom, overshadowed by more formidable forces. Within the kingdom, there are those who aspire for a new duke to rise, while others are staunchly opposed to such a development. For instance, several marquis families, whose histories and strengths rival that of the Golden Rune, are merely lacking in sufficiently gifted heirs. Having endured through the ages, they have established themselves as the voices of the Philips Kingdom. How could they allow an upstart to ascend above them? The likes of Viscount Eagle and Viscount Shield, along with their 4 subordinate barons, belong to an aristocratic organization known as the Sky Harp. Behind this organization lies one of the top 3 marquis families within the kingdom. As one of the oldest families, they stand as the most powerful entities, aside from the dukes and the royal family. The authority they wield is far more profound than what is apparent, with an undercurrent of strength that is truly unimaginable. Their favorite pastime is to suppress a promising family like the Golden Rune. To put it kindly, they are wary of a new rival or fear that their own interests and power may be compromised. To be blunt, they are akin to leeches, draining the very lifeblood of the kingdom. Simultaneously, they are instigators, embodying extreme selfishness and ignorance. Their pride does not tolerate the rise of new contenders above them. Clinging to the glories of the past, they refuse to confront reality. From an objective perspective, one might deem them foolish, ignorant, and misguided. Yet, upon personal involvement, one realizes that such foolish actions are a reflection of humanity's inherent greed, pure malevolence, and avarice. With a heavy sigh, the Golden Count expelled a breath of frustration while feeling utterly helpless. However, as the leading figure and supreme ruler, this was not the time for despondency. Quickly regaining composure, the Golden Count decided to disregard the Sky Harp's members. As long as they remained within their boundaries, he would allow them to be, biding his time to settle old scores when the opportunity arose. He summoned all mages within the province, announcing that it was time to repay the Golden Rune's kindness. He commanded Lonnie to mobilize the Star Council for battle. This confrontation would propel the Golden Rune to its zenith. The era of gold would inevitably dawn, and the laws of gold would resonate throughout the entire northern province of Tevorf. With an uplifted arm, the Golden Count proclaimed, as if the era he had long anticipated was finally on the horizon. This was a resplendent age, a glorious epoch. This is an era adorned with the brilliance of countless stars, a most splendid age. It is an epoch that belongs solely to gold. The relentless wheels of history roll forward, and the Golden Rune shall indelibly etch a vivid chapter in the annals of time. The will of gold is destined to become the prevailing force, while the laws of gold will ultimately guide the progress of this era. Regardless of the adversaries or perils that may arise, under the auspices of gold, they shall be reduced to mere dust, mere brushstrokes in the grand tapestry of history. They shall become the desiccated bones of the golden ideals, the very steps leading to the exaltation of those principles. Undoubtedly, gold shall emerge as the torrent of this epoch. Chapter 109, Premonitions. Preparations for war. Has the war commenced? The First Army of the Northeastern Front has already surged deep into the northern plains, intending to establish a foothold. Once the Northern Front's Second and Fourth Armies converge, a widespread incursion into the northern plains will begin. If the First Army's infiltration proceeds smoothly, they will be able to execute a preemptive encirclement from the rear. Ultimately, they will unite with the Second and Fourth Armies, completely swallowing a significant expanse of territory. Our Third Army will maneuver from the left flank, assisting the entry of the Second and Fourth Armies, solidifying the fruits of victory. It seems that Count Gold, while often remaining in the shadows, is indeed a master strategist, Wide murmured to himself, his gaze gradually shifting from black to white as he severed the mental link with the dead eye. Through days of observation, he had discerned the overall situation of the war and, from a third-person perspective, grasped the operational intentions. To speak broadly, thanks to the visual sharing capability of the Deadeye, Wide is the most informed individual about this war within the entire province, aside from the Golden Rune family. The small mother crows scattered across various locations, even separated by thousands of miles, can relay images to Wide in real time through the Deadeye. At that moment, Wide heard faint footsteps and smiled gently. Diego had arrived. It appeared that the order from Count Gold had come through. 3, 2, 1, click. The door swung open, and Diego, with a serious expression, bowed to Wide and reported, "My lord, I have just received information from Lady Valkyrie Marlenia. Tomorrow, the Valkyrie Legion will march towards the northern plains, accompanied by the forces of Viscount Byfoam, numbering over 5,000. The main battle legion will total 15,000 troops. Lady Valkyrie Marlenia has commanded that Baron Miller, Baron Ward, and yourself serve as the logistical support units. You are also tasked with the construction of strongholds and the clearing of remaining alien elements. The army shall depart at the hour of the dragon tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Wide found it to be precisely as he had anticipated. The northern front had already commenced its offensive, and shortly thereafter, their third army would advance from the northwest, drawing the attention of the alien forces. This would facilitate the smooth progression of the main battle army to the north. Currently, how stands the readiness of our military, as well as that of the two other barons? Following the siege by the Beast Tide, our forces have urgently initiated a recruitment drive, and the slave merchant Carl has promptly provided a substantial number of slaves. As a result, the size of the assault battalion has been restored to 2,000, supplemented by additional slaves, accommodating a total of 3,000 personnel. The standing army, having suffered considerable losses, now consists of merely 5 battalions, amounting to 500 troops, primarily focused on ensuring basic security across various regions. The Royal Guard remains relatively intact, comprising 300 soldiers, bringing the total to 3,800. Although the situation is not particularly optimistic and the overall quality is somewhat lacking, my subordinates believe that we are sufficiently equipped to endure another large-scale conflict. Furthermore, Baron Miller's forces have completed their assembly, consisting of 500 light cavalry, a 500-strong elite heavy infantry battalion, 2,000 regular troops, and a mixed contingent of 4,000 militia and slaves serving as expendable forces, totaling 7,000. As for Baron Blue Lake Ward, the specific details remain unclear. However, it is presumed that his configuration aligns closely with that of Baron Miller, albeit with approximately 4,000 troops. Yet, from various peripheral observations, it appears that these 4,000 are likely to be elite troops, possessing combat capabilities far superior to what mere numbers might suggest. The main forces of Viscount White Maple and Baron Ward are currently stationed within their respective territories, poised to act as a secondary line of support for the battlefield. Upon hearing Diego's report, Wade comprehended the situation thoroughly. This implies that the responsibilities of maintaining supply lines and eliminating residual foreign threats will primarily fall upon the Bronze Tree. This serves not only as a test, but also as a protective measure for them, having just endured an unprecedented Beast Tide, and now faced with a colossal campaign of expansion. Deploying their forces into the fray could potentially lead to a significant depletion of talent in both Worry and Twilight, severely impacting the development of both territories, and could even undermine their very foundations. War is not merely a straightforward exchange of data or a contest of strategy. It is fundamentally about the developmental levels and potential for conflict of the involved parties. In comparison to the other barons, Commander Wade's domain of Worry, while steadily prospering, possesses the weakest war potential at present. The current 3,800 troops represent the entirety of the military forces he can mobilize. Should there be excessive casualties, Worry would inevitably enter an era of stagnation, with an entire generation of talent lost, halting progress for at least a decade. Respond to Lady Marlenia, assuring her that our forces in Worry are resolutely committed to fulfilling their duties. Appoint Alsace as the supreme commander of our military in this conflict, granting him authority to coordinate and direct the troops. You, Diego, are to serve as his deputy, assisting Alsace in managing the army and striving to minimize casualties. Additionally, inform the Water Lizard clan to bolster their defenses in the Water Lizard marshes. At that time, I shall require them to stake their claims, seizing the opportunity for a seamless expansion while amassing additional resources. I appoint Hope and Tanilla as accompanying mages, with the provisional rank of vice commander. The resources beneficial to the army shall be prioritized for them. It is said that Hope has concocted a restorative alchemical potion. When the time comes, it will serve as a divine instrument for reducing casualties in our forces. As Wade issued a series of commands, Diego bowed once more before taking his leave, the entire process devoid of any sign of hesitation. Observing Diego's gradually retreating figure, Wade appeared particularly satisfied. Having endured numerous battles, Diego, despite his youth, exhibited a maturity and composure far beyond his years. Patience is essential for progress. Though Arthas will not relinquish the position of Supreme Commander in the near future, Diego remains Wade's primary candidate for cultivation, especially with a wealth of resources at his disposal. Wade predicts that Diego will achieve the rank of knight before he turns 30, possibly even within the next 5 years. He possesses an abundance of resources, talent, temperament, and opportunities for warfare. His starting point is already the endpoint for many knights. After a while, Wade turned his head away, closed his eyes, and began to communicate with Anger through the soul. In the Lion King's Valley, the infernal flame lion Anger Lyric awakened as if sensing his master's gaze. Chapter 110. The Infernal Flame Lion Pack. War approaches. Roar. Anger called out, seemingly responding to Wade's attention. At this moment, Anger remained atop the altar, but unlike before, the surrounding environment had undergone notable changes. The vegetation had all withered and turned black, transforming into black vines reminiscent of weeds. Elements were continuously absorbed into Anger's being, morphing into dark energy that spread outward. Even the soil around the altar deepened in color, shifting towards black. Centered around the altar were 13 massive black lions, each measuring 6 to 8 meters in length, either lying down or crouching. The wings on their backs and the black flames on their tails revealed that these infernal flame lions had undergone complete transformation. They had wholly become the infernal flame lion pack, with a pure bloodline conversion, rather than the impurely bred aberrations or creatures tainted by bloodline corruption. Fundamentally, their racial nature had shifted, transforming from living beings into a hybrid of the undead and flesh. They could be considered both alive and inanimate. Simultaneously, Anger Lyric had perfectly inherited Wade's preferences. Among the 13 infernal flame lions, aside from the 3 females allocated to the male lions, the remaining 7 were all recruited under Anger's command, having become his lionesses. Although uncertain about the capabilities of the deceased, it was evident from Engel's demeanor that he truly wished to attempt it. This fellow possesses quite the flair, even more nonchalant than I. However, the infernal lions have also undergone substantial transformation. This time, Engel need only lead 3 male lions into the fray. Each of Alsace, Diego, and Jaeger shall be equipped with one, providing sufficient aerial combat power. The saddles crafted by Reggie should be nearing completion, and the dragon spears are likely finished as well. Wide, estimating the timeline, found everything aligning perfectly. In a few days, war would erupt in earnest. From the northeastern raid line, to the northern main battlefield, and then to the northwestern secondary front, battles ignited simultaneously across 3 fronts, marking the onset of the Second Comprehensive War more than 30 years later. However, this bore little consequence for Wide. As part of the supply corps on the northwestern front, Wide's days were quite tranquil. Most of the danger had been eradicated by the main battle forces, leaving only scattered remnants of the alien races. To describe their retreat as a rout would not be an exaggeration. The smooth progress can also be attributed to the fact that many of the alien tribes had been affected by the beast tide. In the border regions, medium to large tribes had either perished or migrated, leaving behind only a few insignificant remnants. For both humanity and the alien races inhabiting the northern plains, the beast tide represented a catastrophe, a super calamity capable of obliterating a large tribe. The main battle forces advanced with unstoppable momentum, sweeping through like a scythe. A legion of 15,000 strong. They carved a straight path across the land, subsequently filling it with gravel to elevate the surface. A dedicated passageway could be constructed. Yet, this unprecedented smoothness instilled a sense of unease in Wide. Through the surveillance network established with the Dead Eyes and the Crow Swarm, Wide could observe the state of various battlefields at any moment. As it stood, the northeastern, northern, and northwestern fronts exhibited a decidedly lopsided situation. Although this could be attributed to the beast tide's influence, it nonetheless came as a surprise. With races such as the gnolls and kobolds, known for their breeding capabilities, internal resources were exceedingly limited. Given the vast expanse of territory now available, one would expect these gnolls and kobolds to seize the opportunity. Yet, the reality was stark. Within a radius of several thousand kilometers, only a smattering of medium to small clans remained. The presence of elite alien forces across the 3 battlefields was scant, rendering the once bustling lands desolate. While the reasons behind this phenomenon remained elusive, Wide would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. Veed and Baron Miller harmoniously adjusted their pace, following closely behind the main army while savoring their soup, all under the auspices of the Bronze Tree. In just a week, Veed seized the opportunity afforded by his duties to fervently stake claims to land. Within this brief span, the originally modest territory of over 200 square kilometers belonging to Baron Wuyo surged to an impressive 600 square kilometers. This estimate was quite conservative, and Veed had yet to muster sufficient population for development. However, as the war progressed, further opportunities for expansion beckoned. Baron Miller, naturally more astute in the art of land acquisition than Veed, coupled with a prosperous population, saw his territory expand from 1,500 square kilometers to 2,200 square kilometers in a mere week. Given Miller's relatively cautious projections, an increase to 3,000 square kilometers within half a month was hardly a fantasy. In stark contrast, Baron Ward, who had silently followed the army, now bore the visage of a beleaguered hound, his eyes aflame with fury. The expansion direction towards the Blue Lake territory was firmly locked down by Wuyo and Twilight. Regardless of the economic prowess of Blue Lake, its territory could only stretch to 1,400 square kilometers, leaving it woefully short of the requirements for a promotion to Viscount. Yet, this small deficit loomed large. Driven by resentment, Baron Ward longed to unleash his fury upon the 2 scoundrels before him. Yet he found himself powerless to intervene, even if he wished to carve out a second territory. Miller was covertly undermining his efforts. Though he yearned to express his ire, one must not overlook the disparity in strength between the parties involved. From a military standpoint, while Ward's elite force of 4,000 might surpass in quality, their numerical advantage was more than double. Coupled with the extreme imbalance in high-end combat power, Ward naturally found himself stripped of any leverage. After all, within the Blue Lake territory, apart from a lone knight-level guardian, he remained the only knight capable of engaging in battle. If either Veed or Baron Miller were to face Ward alone, they would undoubtedly weigh their odds carefully. Unfortunately for Ward, he faced not one, but 2 formidable forces united under the Bronze Tree, comprising 4 knight-level warriors in total. What could Ward possibly leverage against such overwhelming odds? Ultimately, no matter how envious he felt, he was left with no choice but to feign ignorance. Choosing to maintain the supply lines in silence, and striving to accrue sufficient military merit to exchange for land and resources from Golden Rune. Chapter 111. The Descending Lizard Folk Tribe. Intelligence from the north. Meanwhile, within a dim and damp primordial forest, the trees grew ever denser, their canopies layered thickly, obscuring the sky entirely. Even sunlight struggled to penetrate the barrier formed by the interwoven treetops. The damp ground was carpeted with a thick layer of decaying leaves, some appearing dull and lifeless, casting an eerie gloom akin to that of night, despite the midday sun. The rustling sounds echoed through the forest, a symphony of skin brushing against foliage. Suddenly, towering figures, each standing 2 meters tall, emerged from the underbrush. Leading them was soulless, the chieftain of the water lizard clan. Soulless flicked his tongue in and out, sensing the molecular scents in the air, while the nictitating membrane at the corners of his eyes flickered continuously. Compared to a few years prior, Soulless had grown larger, his robust lineage emanating the essence of a high-tier bloodline warrior. Vigilantly surveying the surroundings, he remained poised for battle at any moment. As the leader of his clan, he was determined to prevent the loss of any of his kin. His gaze then shifted forward as he guided this lizardman squad deeper into the uncharted territory. They were not only a reconnaissance team, but also marking their territorial boundaries, preemptively delineating the domain of the Wuyo territory. The Water Lizard clan was considerably more prosperous now than in the past. After prolonged interactions with humans, their way of life had significantly advanced, evolving from a hunting civilization to one of settled agriculture. In the days spent in the Water Lizard swamp, the lizard folk would often ride crocodiles, traversing the marshlands in search of game, constantly changing their hunting grounds. However, after prolonged coexistence with humans, their lifestyle gradually transformed, further enriched by the human importation of fish breeding techniques. Their habitat became established on the fringes of the Water Lizard swamp. With an abundance of food and improved living conditions, their population began to experience exponential growth. Within a few years, numerous lizard eggs hatched, resulting in a surge of juvenile lizard folk, with survival rates significantly enhanced. Yet, in comparison to humans, this still seemed rather insignificant. Moreover, advancements in equipment were evident. For instance, the current Lizardman squad was clad in iron armor. Though it was light armor, it safeguarded most vital areas. Their weaponry had evolved from bone and stone to finely crafted iron spears, colossal axes, and heavy swords with tridents. The lizard folk merely needed to gather swamp specialties or the scales of black-scaled crocodiles to exchange for valuable premium-grade weapons. As their lives improved and stability ensued, the lizard folk of the water lizard clan gradually integrated into human society, fostering a sense of harmony and shedding some of their primal essence. The entire clan seemed to have calmed, no longer harboring intense animosity toward humans. Regarding their master, Veed, their sentiments transitioned from resentment to admiration and hope. Chief, shall we continue onward? Beyond lies an uncharted expanse outside the map. Should we consider a temporary retreat? A young lizardman elder spoke with a hint of trepidation. He felt an inexplicable gaze sweeping over his body, instilling in him a primal fear that compelled him to retreat. Celius cast a glance at his kin, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Be prepared, it is upon us. Celius shouted, brandishing his spear, ready for battle at any moment. At his command, the other lizardmen gathered around him, forming a semicircular defensive formation. 2 lizardmen positioned themselves at the rear, drawing back the strings of enormous bows nearly 2 meters in height, their taut strings glinting faintly with a cold shimmer. Celius instinctively emitted a warning signal, seemingly to intimidate the lurking threat. A surge of ancestral power coursed through him, spreading from within and rising upward until it enveloped his entire being, causing his blood to rush rapidly in that moment. His strength, speed, and sensory perception were significantly heightened. Just as the tension reached its peak, a hand slowly parted the underbrush, revealing a lizard man of darker hue who raised both arms and cautiously emerged from the thicket. Do not strike, warrior. I am also a lizard man. We are of the same kind, and we do not slay our own. Thus declared, the lizard man approached Celius, discarding his weapons at his waist onto the ground to signify his lack of hostility. Can you spare me a moment to speak? In response, Celius gestured to his kin and proceeded to bind the newcomer tightly. Let us return to the camp first and report to our lord. The third group is stationed at the logistics supply encampment. Within the domain of the Wuyo leader, Celius escorted the bound newcomer into the main tent of Vade. My lord, this is the outsider I have just captured at your disposal. Upon hearing this, Vade set down a romance novel titled The Knight and his 18 beautiful wives and curiously regarded the kneeling lizard man. Since you dared to appear here alone, you must possess considerable intellect. You ought to speak the common tongue, so do not feign ignorance. Speak plainly. What is your purpose? Be forthright in your account. If I find your explanation unsatisfactory, you may ponder the value of your life against the significance of the information you possess. Vade's tone remained calm, yet he exuded an undeniable authority. A subtle pressure, characteristic of a knight, enveloped the entire tent, and one could even discern a shadowy golden lion looming behind him. The lizard man's throat constricted, leaving him momentarily parched as he spoke. My name is Mir, a bloodline warrior of the scale lizard tribe. Our tribe has suffered persecution at the hands of the wolfmen. We refused to submit, and our chieftain was slain by a wolfman of warrior rank. At this juncture, Mir ceased his narration. Clearly, his message cannot be divulged without consequence. With a subtle smile, Wade set aside his book, his expression tinged with amusement. Your tale, as well as the saga of your tribe, fails to pique my interest. Upon hearing this, Mill was instantly thrown into a state of alarm, his heart tightening. Yet he could only strive to adopt a humble demeanor. I possess knowledge of a secluded location where the white crystal grass flourishes, a secret known solely to me. I do not dare to hope for vengeance on behalf of my kin, but I implore Baron Wuyo to offer sanctuary to my tribe's descendants. At this juncture, Wade's gaze gradually narrowed, an aura of danger emanating from him. Do you know me? Chapter 112. Subduing the Lizard Folk Clan. The white crystal grass. Even the nearby Celsius was taken aback. Initially, he presumed Mill might be a rogue from the north. But the revelation that he was acquainted with Wade altered the dynamics significantly. Was this mere coincidence, or a premeditated scheme? I sincerely apologize, Baron Wuyo, for my lack of respect. With that, Mill bowed deeply, embodying the essence of a true gentleman, conveying his contrition. Intriguing. Such elaborate efforts to meet me. Seeking refuge for your lizard folk tribe? You do not appear to be a recent infiltrator. I never engage in battles unprepared. Reveal your true intentions, and I may consider your plea. With these words, he had laid all bare. Kneeling upon the ground, Mill sighed heavily, then began to speak earnestly. This matter is rather lengthy, so let me start from the beginning. Several months ago, turmoil erupted in the northern plains. Approximately 100,000 frost wolves perished mysteriously, vanishing without a trace overnight, including a battle-hardened frost wolf commander. This incident drew the attention of the Frost Ancient Court, and the current Frost Wolf King, perhaps in an effort to safeguard something, ordered the consolidation of territories and entered a state of maximum readiness. Concurrently, the Wolf King, following the directives of the Frost Wolf clan, commenced a widespread hunt for ghouls. The recent beast tide was deliberately instigated by the Wolf King. This tide swept across the entire northern plains, affecting many ghouls, goblinoids, and my tribe. The beast tide that assaulted the northern province of Tuwath was the most formidable among them. Typically, when casualties occur between the two clans, it is deemed a normal occurrence, one that elicits little surprise. However, for reasons unknown, the Goblin King abruptly issued a decree declaring formal war against the Frost Wolves. According to rumors, a regressive ghoul king, self-styled as the Blood King, also known as the Blood Emperor, had emerged within the ghoul clan. It is suspected that the Blood King forged an alliance with the Goblin King, plunging the entire northern plains into a chaotic battlefield. Without the intervention of the Frost Wolf clan, the entire northern expanse descended into disorder, with countless lives extinguished each day. The Lizard Folk tribe, having previously been courted by the werewolves, was consequently deemed an enemy by the goblins and ghouls. The goblins oppressed my kin, while the werewolves coveted our treasures, ultimately leading to the annihilation of the Lizard Folk tribe. Subsequently, I sought refuge in the city of Udo within the realm of Wuyo, and it was not until the recent conclusion of the beast tide that I managed to reconnect with the remaining members of my tribe. The reason I have chosen you is that I have witnessed their flourishing lives here. As I spoke, I gestured towards Selous, who too appeared astonished by the existence of such harmony among the lizard folk. He had never imagined that the lizard men could coexist peacefully with humans, a notion that nearly transcended his understanding. Currently, the bloodline of the lizard folk is nearly extinguished, leaving only a frail remnant of the old and infirm. They seek a suitable space for survival, a sanctuary where they can live in peace, and the realm of Wuyo presents an excellent opportunity, safe, with a suitable environment, ample space for existence, and the presence of other lizard folk communities. These factors stirred within me the resolve to take this bold gamble, to secure an audience with Vider. Yet, Vider discerned a deeper implication in my words. Who, then, is pursuing the remnants of the lizard folk? The elite werewolf warrior, Hongba, leader of the Chia faction. I raised my gaze to Vider, my eyes ablaze with a nameless fury that burned incessantly. At this juncture, Vider grasped the overarching situation in the northern plains. In essence, the northern plains have devolved into a chaotic melange, with all manner of creatures stirring restlessly. Even the beastmen, a unique race, have been caught in the turmoil. And it is only a matter of time before they are affected by this chaotic era, further exacerbating the already dire situation. The Frost Wolves, having suffered unjust persecution, have fortified their power to minimize the likelihood of being targeted. Meanwhile, the sycophantic werewolves have begun to purge the most suspect ghoul clan, instigating the beast tide and simultaneously decimating the lizard folk. The result has been an alliance between the goblins and ghouls, igniting a civil strife among the three armies. The aftermath of the beast tide has left the lizard folk in a state of turmoil, still hunted and desperate. Now, as the civil war in the northern plains has only just begun, the humans have also commenced their advance into this territory. Indeed, it is a season fraught with troubles, as various calamities come knocking at our door. However, upon weighing the benefits, Vider found himself intrigued. Setting aside other considerations, the high-grade magical herb, white crystal grass, is a treasure of rare value. It can be deemed a gem among treasures, the very essence of rarity. This herb serves as a core ingredient in the crafting of holy silver potions, with the singular purpose of condensing fighting spirit and enhancing its purity. It aids the user in breaking through the barriers of the Earth-Night level, proving remarkably effective for ascension to the nightly realms. Thus, how could Wade possibly relinquish the rare white crystal grass? What is most astonishing is the unexpected encounter with the Crimson Fong tribe, an old acquaintance, which indeed feels like an inexplicable twist of fate. Setting aside Wade for the moment, merely informing Baron Miller would inevitably lead to a fierce confrontation. When familiar faces meet, jealousy often flares. In the past, the Crimson Fong tribe had caused Baron Miller considerable losses, with a significant portion of his elite forces being ensnared by them. This debt will eventually be settled. Contemplating this, Wade offered a calm smile and deftly diverted the conversation, stating, I can agree to this matter for now. I accept the allegiance of the white crystal grass and the lizard folk tribe. However, you must first pledge your loyalty to me and reveal the precise location of the white crystal grass. Otherwise, no matter how eloquently you speak, you shall gain not a single benefit in my presence." "Yes, my lord," Miller replied with a slight nod. He then produced a small bone whistle and handed it to Wade. "This is our tribe's summons. On behalf of the remaining 87 bloodlines of the lizardfolk tribe, I swear fealty to the sovereign of eternal night." As Miller pronounced the oath, a radiant white light emanated from him and his kin, forging a connection among them. In the depths of their being, they understood that a man named Wade Mandara would henceforth be their master. "Additionally, my lord, this is the current location where our tribe has discovered the white crystal grass. Numerous young and mature specimens are flourishing there, and in the future, we might attempt to cultivate them." As he spoke, Miller presented the map from within his garments and handed it to Wade. Chapter 113. The Schemes of Other Races. The Aims of Humanity. Gazing at the map in his hands, Wade smiled, a smile brimming with audacity. He promptly secured the map and gestured to Soulless. "Soulless, go retrieve those lizard folk and settle them in the water lizard marsh. How you arrange their placement is entirely at your discretion. From this moment forth, the lizard folk tribe shall be under my protection. You shall guard them on my behalf." "At your command, my lord," Soulless acknowledged with a bow, and then departed with Miller, leaving the main tent once more enveloped in silence. Shortly after, Wade produced 2 magical beast crystal cores to absorb their energy, his aura growing increasingly robust as the cores dimmed. The magical beast crystal cores gradually lost their luster until they were reduced to mere powder, dissipating into the air. On the 17th of January in the year 8983 of the Dark Age, the war, initially characterized by swift momentum, gradually transitioned to a state of tension and stagnation. Following a brief period of intense clashes, all battlefronts had gained considerable advantages. However, as time progressed and the weather turned colder, with heavy snow imminent, the war abruptly entered a phase of lethargy, particularly for the offensive efforts of humanity, which had come to a standstill. Although a considerable expanse of territory has been occupied, the resources that can be plundered are rather meager. In contrast, the foreign tribes on the northern plains have gradually come to recognize the threat posed by humanity. Presently, aside from the frost wolves who are avoiding conflict, a chaotic battle has erupted among the gnolls, kobolds, ghouls, and humans. Furthermore, the magical beasts that have been displaced by the circumstances, along with several high-ranking creatures, have begun to form alliances in order to survive within the crevices of this turmoil. This has given rise to 5 distinct factions, and thus the War of the 5 Armies has officially commenced, deep within the southeastern region of the northern plains. In the city of Moulon, the capital of the Kobold tribe, the Kobold King, an anthropomorphic being adorned with dragon horns and scales, possessing a canine snout, exudes an aura of subtle draconic might that instills awe among his subjects below the throne. As winter descends, the pack of gnolls remains restless. Blood King, what is your perspective on this matter? With this inquiry from the Kobold King, all eyes in the Grand Hall shifted toward the Blood Throne. The Blood King, whose appearance closely resembles that of a human, scratched his face and replied with a playful grin, "Your Majesty, I propose a simple course of action, to avoid war and exercise patience." The Kobold King did not hastily refute this suggestion. Instead, he listened attentively and even encouraged further elaboration. With a smirk, the Blood King casually gestured, and an overwhelming surge of blood erupted from a nearby knoll, causing the sentinel to collapse into a lifeless husk. The blood coalesced into an immense blueprint. The ancestor of the Frost Wolves, the former Frost Wolf King from over 200 years ago, is likely on the verge of transformation. The Frost Wolves are solidifying their beliefs to aid in the birth of their lord. This marks their ascendance and our impending demise. Our task is to thwart this occurrence and maintain the current state of affairs. Since humanity has entered the fray, seeking to claim more land, let us concede territory adjoining the northern province of Tuwolf to them, allowing for their unimpeded advance. At that juncture, a clash between humanity and the gnolls will inevitably arise, leading to an all-out war between the two races. This will, in turn, afford both our tribes additional time for development. The Beast Tide represents both a calamity and an opportunity for our kin, as countless talented individuals will emerge. Once humanity has sufficiently engaged with the gnolls, we shall discreetly communicate with them and deliver a decisive blow to the gnolls. First, we shall incapacitate the gnoll tribe, and thereafter, we need only to continually disrupt the Frost Wolves and incite internal strife among them. I trust that those with ambition will not overlook such an opportunity to cause their downfall from within. Consequently, the situation in the northern plains will be redefined, and our two tribes shall emerge as the new sovereigns of the region. Perhaps in the future, Your Majesty, You too will have the chance to undergo transformation and return to the Dragon Domain Forest. Meanwhile, we, the ghouls, are willing to pledge our loyalty to you and accept your supreme dominion." The Blood King spoke of a splendid future and disregarding the thoughts of the Doghead King. One could observe the enthralled expressions on the faces of the dog-headed folk within the Grand Hall, indicating that the Blood King's grand vision had already ensnared this group. "Your proposal is commendable, deeply resonating with my sentiments," declared the Doghead King. "Issue a decree to notify all clans along the borders to retreat, relinquishing the southern territories to allow passage for humanity. Additionally, expedite the search for the Ghoul clan and gather the Blood King's kin as swiftly as possible." The Doghead King spoke with a mysterious smile gracing his features. Unknown to him, a newfound confidence gradually clouded his judgment, leading him to become lost in fantasies of a radiant future. He envisioned a destiny more glorious than before. The second command was evidently meant to strengthen the bond with the Blood King, a means of fostering goodwill and eliciting genuine loyalty. Upon hearing the Doghead King's orders, the Blood King displayed a visage of astonishment and quickly approached the Doghead King. He knelt on one knee, expressing profound gratitude. "Your Majesty's immense grace, we of the Ghoul clan shall eternally remember," he proclaimed. "From now on, the Ghoul clan will dedicate everything to your Majesty, until our last drop of blood. Our clan shall serve as the sharpest blade in your hand and the most steadfast shield." With this, the Blood King bowed his head, showcasing loyalty and the respect of a warrior willing to sacrifice for a true comrade. Even the Doghead King upon his throne was moved by the spectacle, unbeknownst to them. However, beneath the Blood King's lowered visage, a remarkable smile played upon his lips. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Philips, within the central province of Melrian, in the innermost depths of the royal palace, a middle-aged man conversed with a venerable elder, crowned and exuding an air of extraordinary status. Yet, before the middle-aged man, he displayed no semblance of authority, instead appearing like an inexperienced youth, earnestly seeking guidance. "Grandfather, Golden Luen has reignited war. Should we assist this time?" the elder inquired softly. Seemingly indecisive, the middle-aged man stroked his beard, casting a fond glance at his direct descendant, and replied, "Leon, my dear grandson, do you believe that even if Golden Luen has someone who ascends to the Sky Knight level, what does it signify? Will he threaten your rule? Will he provoke the dignity of the royal family? Or do you think he can free himself from the constraints of the kingdom of Philips, completely severing ties?" Chapter 114. What is faith? What is faith? A minor breakthrough. Upon hearing his grandfather's probing questions, the elder fell into a brief silence, ultimately shaking his head in denial of Golden Luen's threat. "Leon, though the lifespan of a Sky Knight is but a fleeting 800 years for ordinary mortals, it is infinitely close to legend and epic. This is the legend of existence, a divine being traversing the earth, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, demonstrating the might of celestial beings. In the face of such individual greatness, the frail creatures of the world inevitably perceive them as deities, embracing them as their faith. The accumulation and birth of this faith serve as the threshold for the ascension of the celestial knights to noble ranks, referred to as the Lord level by other races. This process is exceedingly protracted, requiring centuries, if not millennia, to gradually form an accumulation. It is not something that can be achieved overnight. Therefore, there is no need for concern about the Golden Rune rebelling or severing ties. On the contrary, the Golden Rune will only grow more reliant on the royal family. Our royal lineage possesses the faith of the entire Philips kingdom, encompassing hundreds of millions, even billions of beings. As long as the Golden Rune is not foolish, they will understand that only by adhering to the kingdom can they accumulate faith more swiftly and possess the potential to break through to noble ranks. As the source, our royal family will also derive a portion of this faith from the Golden Rune, akin to offerings. Thus, the greater the number of strong individuals, the more faith the populace will bestow, and as the source, the royal family will only grow stronger. Hence, when the Golden Rune instigates war once more, our royal family must not only refrain from intervening, but rather offer robust support. We may even provide assistance to a certain extent. Ultimately, this assistance will transform into faith, returning to our royal members, particularly myself and the Celestial Knights. This will be your hope for future promotion. Ordinary royal members, the stronger their might, the greater their rewards, such as enhanced talents and an easier path to break through bottlenecks. It is akin to someone continuously propelling you forward. This is the purpose of faith. It will bless every individual revered by the masses, as well as their lineage. Upon hearing this, the elder named Leon slightly bowed, seemingly enlightened. The lesson from my grandfather was that I had not considered the matter thoroughly. However, if we follow my grandfather's words, it implies that all human kingdoms on the continent of Sanctum Tiamat collectively revere the White Knight Ascendant. At this moment, Leon's heart suddenly understood. So, it is indeed a case of the big fish eating the small fish, and the small fish consuming the shrimp? The middle-aged man chuckled, quite satisfied, as he patted his grandson's shoulder. Be bold in your endeavors. With me here, the heavens cannot be overturned. Even if the Philips kingdom falters, there will still be other human kingdoms, and even more robust human empires. The foundation of humanity cannot be compared to this mere Sanctum Tiamat continent. Leon, you are still young, with ample time ahead to experience. In 20 years, consider abdication for a life of seclusion. I will place your statue in the cathedral of the White Knight Ascendant, becoming one of the angels guarding the Ascendant, to proclaim your name. To live is to sow seeds in the hearts of people. To die is to witness the blossoming of faith made manifest. In the year 8983 of the Dark Era, on March 19th, in the northern province of Tuwolf, within the northwestern war zone, within the garrison of the supply troops lies the tranquil territory of the No Worries camp. At this moment, Wade's aura was gradually intensifying, reaching a crescendo as the fifth-level magic crystal in his grasp was reduced to mere powder. With this transformation, Wade's aura surged dramatically. The armor of his true fighting spirit automatically manifested, enveloping him in an obsidian energy that began to coalesce and refine. First, the chest plate materialized, followed by the cloak, then the abdominal and arm plates, and finally, the waist and skirt armor. The coverage of his armor achieved an approximate rate of 65%. With a sigh of relief, Wade felt the armor of his true fighting spirit gradually dissipate. After nearly 2 years of diligent effort, he had risen a small tier in power, a commendable pace. At this moment, Wade felt immense satisfaction. As a 23-year-old mid-tier knight, he was quite pleased with his accomplishments. This success was largely due to the previous beast tide, which had allowed him to amass a significant trove of resources. Particularly, the energy crystals from magical beasts provided tangible benefits, translating into substantial enhancement. Yet, a hint of perplexity lingered in Wade's heart. He could distinctly sense that since his ascension to the knight rank, his cultivation speed had noticeably accelerated. This was not merely a matter of abundant resources. It felt more like an enhancement of innate talent. However, Wade was convinced that his talent remained unchanged. Yet he could not shake the feeling that an unseen force was propelling his advancement. Moreover, this sensation was intensifying, especially following the beast tide, where the feeling of being urged forward was particularly pronounced. This phenomenon puzzled Wade, and despite his efforts to identify its source, he found none. It was as if an invisible hand was guiding him onward. Such an extraordinary occurrence prompted him to consult the old steward, Alsace, who had never experienced such a sensation and instead found himself mired in a bottleneck, struggling to progress even a single step through arduous training. Ultimately, all these anomalies could only be attributed to his exceptional talent, or perhaps his striking appearance, which seemed to invoke divine favor. Shaking his head, Wade dispelled the superfluous thoughts swirling in his mind. Simultaneously, he retrieved an aged, yellowed parchment map from the shadows. It was time to retrieve that object. With this thought, Wade vanished from the camp, reappearing in a desolate and remote location. He then focused his mind. Instantly, regardless of the distance, the figures of Deadeye, Li Yuan, and Inglaroric felt an unusual sensation. Come to me swiftly. A voice resonated from their very souls, a summons from their master. Soon, 3 shadowy figures hastened toward Wade's location. The first to arrive was Li Yuan, who had always been by Wade's side. Next was Inglar, the Lion King, racing from Lion King Valley, followed by the latecomer, Deadeye, who had been out gathering intelligence. Li Yuan, Deadeye, enter. Wade spoke as they approached. The shadow of Wade elongated incessantly, forming a narrow crevice of darkness, into which the Deadeye and Li Yuan successively ventured. Wade leapt onto Engel's back, giving it a gentle pat. Almost immediately, a pair of colossal wings, stretching several meters, began to flap vigorously, exuding a dark, ominous energy. In a fleeting moment, it transformed into a pitch-black meteor, vanishing into the skies above. Chapter 115, The Tribe's Vault of the Lizard Men. Fortunes await. Days later, within the territory of the Lizard Men tribe, a gigantic lion descended from the heavens, its expansive wings stirring clouds of dust. Before the eyes lay a scene of desolation and ruin, with collapsed wooden huts and crumbling walls. A faint, putrid stench lingered in the air. The river flowing through the tribe appeared black, its bed littered with decaying corpses, rotting and darkened. Summon your kin and search for any suspicious locales nearby, Wade commanded silently in his mind. Shortly thereafter, Li Yuan emerged from the shadows, bowing respectfully to Wade. As you wish, my lord. Upon gazing at the river, a chill flickered in Li Yuan's icy pupils, as if he sensed a profound sorrow. My brethren, I have returned you home. Li Yuan chanted incantations, dark energy surging into the river, beckoning the departed souls. In no time, the cadavers in the riverbed began to reassemble, shifting their forms. Soon, dragon-toothed soldiers emerged from the depths, scouring the ruins. Since merging with the Black Tiger, Li Yuan felt his presence growing ever more formidable. Wade murmured to himself, already contemplating the ascension rituals for the Dead-Eye and Li Yuan. After all, for Wade at this moment, any power below the night level offered little enhancement. Only Engel provided significant support. I have found it, my lord. At that moment, Li Yuan's soul flame flickered, pointing towards a location buried beneath a massive boulder. Heeding the words, Wade followed Li Yuan's gesture and then tilted his head, signaling Engel. With a low growl, Engel unleashed a torrent of extinguishing infernal flames, and in an instant, the earth was enveloped by a black sphere. As the sphere dissipated, it revealed a hemispherical pit beneath. Within that pit, a passageway emerged, emanating a faint, ethereal blue glow. This must be the vault of the lizardmen tribe marked on the map, Wade mused, consulting the map before directing Engel to enter his shadow, signaling Li Yuan to let the dragon-toothed soldiers venture forth to scout. After waiting for over half an hour, and seeing the dragon-toothed soldiers return unscathed, Wade, accompanied by Li Yuan, finally entered the passage. However, for the sake of safety, Wade donned the Watcher's armor beforehand. With his energy manifested as a protective armor, he felt emboldened to traverse the passageway. This is not a matter of cowardice or fear. Rather, it stems from a prudent consideration for safety. This is stability, not timidity. Those who lack stability have long since met their demise. As he ventured deeper into the passage, the light gradually dimmed, replaced by the ethereal glow of azure crystals. For nearly a quarter of an hour, Wade traversed the corridor, descending hundreds of meters underground, where the thin air began to feel stifling. Upon reaching the end of the passage, he was greeted by a vast natural cavern. The cavern's walls were adorned with numerous man-made depressions, housing a plethora of items, including a considerable quantity of precious metals such as gold and silver. However, even more abundant were the vast arrays of beast materials and mounds of magical beast cores. There were at least 100 low-tier magical beast cores and nearly a dozen mid-tier ones. Additionally, several low-tier magical plants were present, including 2 fully grown specimens of the rare black thorn rose. Oh my goodness! Weave struck gold. Wade gazed at the dazzling array of treasures, his eyes transforming into the shape of coins. Go, bring it all here. With Wade's command, the dragon-tooth soldiers began to tirelessly collect these riches, depositing them into the shadowy space created by Wade. The capacity of this shadowy space depended on the mana consumption of its creator, and with Wade's current magical strength, a space of 300 square meters could be sustained for a week, provided he continually replenished his mana. Although the total haul had yet to be counted, a rough estimate suggested it was worth no less than 500,000 gold coins, especially the 2 fully grown black thorn roses, which are treasures capable of breaking through limitations and are always in high demand, yet rarely available. Even spending 100,000 gold coins on them would require significant sacrifice. Once they had cleared out all that could be taken, Wade ordered the dragon-tooth soldiers to remove all the illuminating crystals nearby. These natural crystals, although fragmented, still held considerable value and were to be taken without hesitation. Even the aesthetically pleasing natural stalactites were to be extracted, destined for further refinement. Upon returning, they could be transformed into exquisite crafts, fetching a handsome price from the nobility. With a bit of flair and promotion, one could amass a substantial fortune. Let me see what else there is. Wade consulted the map, constantly comparing it with his surroundings. Soon, he identified the correct direction and proceeded deeper into the cavern. After navigating through several narrow subterranean crevices, he discovered a hidden natural rift in the earth. Occasionally, a few bats flitted overhead, invoking a palpable sense of claustrophobia. Li Yuan, clear the area. Upon receiving the command, Li Yuan stepped forward. The moment he drew his sword, a palpable aura of death radiated from him, expanding outward. In no time at all, thousands of bats fluttered and plummeted to the ground, followed closely by several first and second-tier bat beasts that fell lifelessly. Indeed, as indicated by the information on the map, these bat creatures had been strategically placed by the lizardmen as sentinels. After speaking, Wade extracted several low-tier magic crystals from the corpses of the bat beasts. Let us proceed. There should be 2 more defenses ahead. With those words, Wade and Li Yuan ventured deeper into the canyon. Along the way, They were occasionally harassed by bat creatures. However, no matter how numerous they were, they merely served as a delectable dish set before them. Upon traversing the subterranean canyon, they entered a man-made tunnel. Here, they encountered various pitfalls, spear traps, rolling stones, and wooden stakes poised to strike. Perhaps these obstacles posed some difficulty for those below the knight rank, but for Wade, they were as trivial as walking on flat ground. With a mere punch, he could obliterate any rolling stone or wooden stake. As for the pitfalls and spears, once his battle armor was activated, they were but a light drizzle, leaving not a single scratch upon him. Upon exiting the tunnel, they successfully arrived at their destination, a modest cavern featuring a rare underground spring, with a stone pillar gently rising from its center. 5 crystalline white jade grasses swayed gracefully, thriving in their serene habitat. Chapter 116, Earth Golem. Harvesting the white jade grass. Is this the white jade grass? It appears less extraordinary than I had envisioned, yet this stone possesses a certain intrigue, emanating a faint elemental aura. You, go and retrieve it, Wade commanded, pointing at a dragon-toothed soldier, who then approached the spring with purpose. As the soldier drew near, the instant his hand brushed against the white jade grass, a colossal stone spike erupted from the side wall, and in the blink of an eye, the dragon-toothed soldier met his demise. In a mere moment, he was reduced to a pile of bones, sinking into the spring below. How fascinating. An earth elemental creature. The Earth Golem. I did not anticipate that the lizardman's contingency would involve such a being. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Wade's eyes as he slowly unsheathed his 5-meter-long knight's spear from the shadows. At that moment, the spring began to churn violently. With a tremor that shook the very ground, a humanoid giant made of stone rose steadily from the waters, standing nearly 5 meters tall, its form enveloped in massive boulders, adorned with ancient yellow runes. Thunderous roars echoed, akin to the clash of mountains, as countless stone spikes surged toward Wade. In an instant, the entire cavern was filled with stone pillars, seemingly intent on crushing him, as the very space became ensnared by the earth element. Shatter, he uttered, in the next moment. A torrent of ferocious battle energy surged forth like a dam bursting, enveloping the entire cavern in a whirlwind of negative energy. Boom! With a resounding explosion, countless fragments of stone scattered in all directions, the surrounding rock walls marred by pits eroded by negative energy. Before the dust had settled, the iron fist of the Earth Golem struck with the ferocity of a tempest. Each blow was imbued with immense power, as if the very strength of the earth itself had been channeled into that fist. Thud, 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 thud. The relentless barrage of punches left deep impressions on the ground, displaying a speed and strength that rivaled that of Wade. For the first time, Wade found himself at a disadvantage in terms of sheer power. Combat technique, the spectral lance of the fallen. At that moment, a shadowy lance pierced through the veil of dust. Before the Earth Golem could react, the knight's spear had already penetrated its form. With the lingering force, the spear stood upright, embedded into the stone wall behind. Combat technique, the scorn of the fallen sword. The next instant, the technique was unleashed once more. Wade's figure moved like a wraith, swiftly positioning itself beneath the Earth Golem. With a quick and precise slash, he nearly carved through the golem's body. Unfortunately, it did not cleave it in two as he had envisioned. The Earth Golem soon recovered from its wounds. As long as it remained within the earth, it could continuously draw upon the earth's strength. To vanquish it, one must either target its elemental core for total destruction or obliterate it with overwhelming force. How resilient is that shell? Wade exclaimed. Siyuan, Liyuan, Eng attacked together. With Wade's command, his shadow elongated infinitely. He had no intention of granting the foe a moment's respite. Since locating the core was futile and a single strike could not annihilate it, he would unleash a righteous onslaught. If one blow was insufficient, then 1,000 strikes would suffice. There would inevitably be an opportunity to eradicate it completely. If he was to act, he would do so decisively, leaving no chance for the enemy to recover. Immediately, Siyuan surged forth from the shadows, unfurling his black wings as countless dark feathers cascaded like a celestial shower, accompanied by several dark elemental orbs hurled forth. At the same time, Liyuan, who had been lingering in the rear, unleashed his full power, releasing an endless tide of death energy from within. Dragonfang warriors converged around him, gradually merging into one. As his magical energy was rapidly expended, the form of the magic weapon also activated. In that moment, Liyuan's bloodline power temporarily surged to an elite level. The dense death energy almost took on a tangible form, enveloping the blade as it surged forth with an unstoppable force. Seeing Siyuan and Liyuan join the fray, Wade also ceased to hold back, gathering a colossal amount of fighting spirit atop his fist. Combat techniques are not universally applicable. Only a select few, honed through generations, exhibit widely shared characteristics. Most martial techniques are unique, deeply personal experiences. The combat skills that Wade has comprehended encompass the spear, the sharp sword, and the fist. Combat technique, the intentional punch of the departed. Accompanied by the final strike of this technique, the aura of his fighting spirit converged at the apex of his fist, materializing into a shadowy golden lion, which he unleashed with a powerful blow. Roar! The fist's silhouette, reminiscent of a colossal lion, nearly shattered the earth, carving a profound chasm into the ground as if it were a plow. As the lion's fist first struck the earth golem, it was soon followed by countless feathers and dark elemental orbs. Finally, a forceful strike emanated from the abyss. 3 layers of attacks overlapped, and even the earth golem, a being of supreme earthen essence, could only succumb. Boom! Following a thunderous explosion, the entire cavern trembled as if the heavens had split apart. However, this tremor swiftly subsided. When the dust settled, the shattered earth golem was seen slowly mending its form, akin to an indomitable cockroach. Its aura, astonishingly, seemed to be on the rise. Alarmed by the turn of events, Wade quickly called out. In the next moment, a pillar of black flames erupted from the shadows. In the blink of an eye, the freshly reformed earth golem was reduced to ashes by this extinguishing inferno. Even the stone walls were scorched, leaving a gaping hole. The terrifying power of the flames left even Wade in awe. As the black flames gradually dissipated, the cavern was left with only the head of the earth golem and 5 sprigs of white crystal grass atop it. A yellowish-brown orb subsequently dropped to the ground. Wade let out a long sigh, feeling a sense of relief as he remarked, "It's finally dealt with." Though its energy intensity was only that of a novice knight, its actual combat prowess could rival that of a high-ranking knight. If it weren't for my trump card, Engel, I might have truly perished here today. With that, Wade picked up the earth attribute elemental core from the ground, examining it closely. Elemental beings are indeed formidable creatures, but this journey has proven worthwhile. This single earth attribute elemental core can certainly forge an exceptional piece of equipment, just right for crafting a shield. As for the 5 sprigs of white crystal grass, I shall gift one to the Valkyrie Marlenia, for such gestures of gratitude must not be overlooked. Another will be offered to Golden Rune, a win-win situation indeed. The remaining 3, I shall use one for myself, while the other 2 I will experiment with for cultivation. Chapter 117, Searching for the Red Fang Tribe. New schemes. With this in mind, Wade sent the white crystal grass into the crevice of shadows. After surveying the surroundings and finding no further discoveries, he returned to the surface with Deadeye and the abyss. Basking in the sunlight once more, Wade visibly relaxed, greedily inhaling the fresh air, bidding farewell to the oppressive gloom of the underground. The objective of his emergence had been accomplished, according to the prophecies of the Golden Rune. The forthcoming 6 months would herald a true clash of titans. Recent murmurs from the kingdom suggested a migration of populations to the north. At that juncture, leveraging the allure of the white crystal grass, I should be able to secure a substantial number of people, bolstered by Marlenia's support. Once Diego breaks through, it would not be long before I could pass the scrutiny of the viceroy. As he spoke, Wade stretched languidly, already possessing a preliminary forecast of the path ahead. However, prior to embarking on that journey, he intended to strategize for the future. Otherwise, an excessive reliance on the Golden Rune family would inevitably curtail his potential. His current submission was merely a reflection of the prevailing tide. He harbored no desire to remain subservient indefinitely. It was time to make some arrangements. For instance, he contemplated nurturing a cadre of lesser nobles who would be loyal to him. When considering candidates, the native noble of Ruin City, Sir Hein, came to mind, a young knight who, like him, had ascended to his position at a tender age. Given his prolonged residence in Ruin City, the path to development would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Wade merely needed to paint a grand vision to entice this youthful knight. Furthermore, there were knights in the vicinity of Ruin City. As long as they possessed ambition, they would keenly pursue opportunities for expansion. Wade's objective was to assimilate a group of lesser nobles, drawing them into the chariot of the Bronze Tree, thereby forming a faction within the province. Ideally, he would instill a sense of caution in the Golden Rune family, ensuring that deep ties of mutual benefit would prevent him from becoming a mere pawn. Additionally, Wade planned to establish a territory within the Northern Plains. As for the ideal candidate to oversee this domain, he had already settled upon a choice. This territory would be governed by an alien race, while he would operate as the true power behind the scenes. As for the foundation of this territory, was there not an existing opportunity? The Red Fang tribe would serve as Wade's first offering on the northern plains. Go forth, summon your kin, and even if it means digging 3 feet into the earth, unearth the lair of the Red Fang tribe for me. As he spoke, Wade unleashed the Deadeye. The creature spiraled twice in the air before emitting a few caws and vanishing into the horizon. Wade reined in the abyss and mounted anger, soaring in the opposite direction of the Deadeye. In the eastern and western regions of the northern plains, amidst a forested swamp, towering pine trees, akin to colossal pillars reaching the clouds, formed a natural barrier. Accompanied by the persistent mist that lingered year-round, one could easily lose direction if they stumbled in, becoming ensnared in the dense fog. Deep within the forest lay a shallow lake, upon whose surface stood a series of domed wooden huts, connected by rudimentary wooden bridges. It appeared to be a gathering place for lizard men, yet surrounding it lived a multitude of werewolves. As far as the eye could see, there were thousands, not to mention those dwelling within the houses, resembling a veritable werewolf township. At the heart of the shallow lake stood the largest domed wooden abode. Within this dwelling, the 2-meter-tall werewolf chieftain, Red Scar, was presently reveling in the graceful dance of several she-wolves, their sinuous waists bringing him immense joy. Compared to several years prior, his strength had not significantly increased. He remained at the lower tier of elite warriors. However, his clan had grown increasingly powerful. At this moment, he was joined by no fewer than 6 high-ranking bloodline warriors. The mid to low-tier bloodline warriors numbered over 50, while the ordinary populace exceeded 7 or 8,000. A testament to the clan's flourishing vitality. Among the tribes of foreign races, they could indeed be regarded as a formidable force. Under his command, they controlled 9 clans of varying sizes, including 4 werewolf clans and 5 serpent clans. Their influence spanned the entirety of the forested swamps and the fringes of the wooded areas. As a dance concluded, several serpent women began to sway their hips, crawling beside the werewolf elites, employing their serpentine tongues to perform intricate and daring feats. The entire scene exuded an air of opulence and decadence, yet simultaneously revealed an essence of primality. In the northern plains, serpents were merely among the weakest races. Not a single warlord-level powerhouse had ever emerged from their ranks. At best, they could aspire to elite status, relying on their allure to attach themselves to stronger clans. Even the declining lizardmen could easily dominate them. Red Scar savored the rare moment of comfort, stroking the serpent woman's hair. She instantly understood, obediently ceasing her task, and gradually curling up in his embrace. Such a splendid appearance was regrettably marred by her serpentine tail. It was said that only those serpent women who attained elite status could entirely shed their serpentine traits, transforming into the so-called banshees, one of the purest bloodlines among the serpent tribe. Red Scar mused, caressing the serpent woman while toying with her tail. The smooth texture felt rather pleasant to the touch. Great Elder, how fare those crawlers? Are they still unwilling to submit to our noble Red Fang tribe? Upon hearing this, the werewolf priest, who was currently embracing 2 serpent women, struggled forth from the mountainous terrain, his aged visage flushed with embarrassment. Do not mention it, my chieftain. That group of lizard men would rather die than submit to our esteemed werewolf emperor. Counting the previous tribes of white armor, brown skin, abyss water, and scale lizard, this marks the 6th lizardman tribe we have conquered. Most of the lizardmen have already been sent to meet their ancestors, yet the remaining ones remain a tough challenge. As he spoke, the werewolf priest made a gesture of slicing his throat, a clear implication. Upon hearing this, Chieftain Red Scar fell into contemplation. The werewolf king had commanded the subjugation of the lizard men. This order was one he could not afford to disregard. However, since the attempt at submission has failed, it is only logical to eliminate the remaining lizard men. Thus, let us take action. The time is set for 3 days hence, when we shall invite several high priests of the serpent folk to witness the occasion. This serves to both exemplify our power and intimidate those unruly wretches, while simultaneously solidifying our clan's dominion over this region. The clan leader's wisdom is commendable. The Wolfman shaman promptly echoed this sentiment, soon becoming engulfed by the mountains, reveling in the splendor of spring. The remaining Wolfman elders nodded in agreement, unanimously supporting the leader's decision. The only flaw in this gathering was their refusal to lift their heads. Evidently, the matters at hand were of utmost importance. Chapter 118, The Red-Toothed Clan. In the realm of 13 grids, I am the true ancestral figure. Caw caw caw. A few crows, tilting their heads, observed this primal gathering, unable to restrain themselves. They engaged in mating behavior. However, more significantly, the dark glimmer in their eyes flickered incessantly. Hundreds of kilometers away, Veeder ventured northward. soon feeling the summons of the dead-eyed call. In the southwestern direction, upon sensing the general area, Vitor gestured for Engel to alter their course and fly toward the southwest. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days had elapsed. Deep within the forested marshlands, countless wolfmen congregated, singing joyously, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a grand celebration. Nearly 1,000 serpent folk had come at their invitation to witness the dominion of the wolfmen. Towering at 2 meters, the robust lizard men were incessantly shoved forward by the diminutive wolfmen. It resembled prisoners being prodded by guards. Yet this scene bore a touch of absurdity and a hint of melancholy. A once mighty clan had fallen to such a plight, subjugated by the small wolfmen. Had this been 30 or 40 years prior, such a notion would have been unthinkable. Today, we gather here to collectively witness this monumental day. Under the exalted leadership of the noble Wolf King, our clan has, in merely a few decades, ascended to dominance over the northern plains. In the presence of our king, today we shall witness the demise of the remnants of the old era, thus honoring the glory of our clan. The wicked, shameless, and despicable lizard men. They are weak and unworthy of possessing this sacred land. We, the red-toothed clan, shall obliterate the remnants of the old era today, becoming the supreme rulers of this land. Execute the sentence. The clan leader, with a scarred visage, pronounced the final verdict, followed by a roar akin to a tsunami. Countless wolfmen chanted in unison, "Execute! Execute! Execute!" Each cry eclipsed the last, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Their bodies trembled with uncontainable excitement, as if trying to mask their inherent weakness through this display. They reveled in the exhilaration of subjugating the strong beneath their feet. This sensation filled their hearts with immense satisfaction, akin to that of a psychological deviant or a nation experiencing a fortunate period. The act of belittling other races to assert their own superiority serves only to conceal their inherent inferiority derived from ethnicity. As the cries reached a crescendo, several werewolves brandished massive axes, toppling the lizard men into the shallow lake, trampling upon their spines and spitting upon their dignity. Reptiles, perish! The executioner raised his colossal axe, its fierce blade descending. The grand lizard head fell into the shallow waters, rolling a few times before coming to a halt, its eyes filled with resentment and humiliation. The cacophony of bizarre howls echoed through the skies, the frenzied, bloodthirsty cries igniting a fervor among the onlookers. Soon, a towering lizard man, nearly 3 meters tall and at the peak of his advanced bloodline warrior prowess, was dragged forth by several werewolves. His scales had turned pale with age, indicating he was a frail elder. Listening to the cacophony of barking around him, he felt a mix of helplessness and desolation. Fate has sought to annihilate my kin. Having lived nearly 130 years, death would not be a loss, though it is regrettable that I do not perish in my homeland. As he closed his eyes, the executioner once more lifted the massive axe, channeling the power of bloodline energy, intending to send this elder to the heavens with a single blow. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and in the next moment, with a sickening thud, the sound of flesh being pierced resonated in every corner. The swaying body ultimately collapsed into the shallow lake, sending up splashes of water that quickly turned a vivid crimson. The aged lizard man opened his eyes, gazing at the corpse lying in the lake, his expression revealing a hint of bewilderment. "What is happening?" he exclaimed, his eyes alight with disbelief and a flicker of elusive hope. It was not only he. Every other onlooker from different races shared a similar expression of astonishment. Before these outsiders could comprehend the situation, they beheld countless crows soaring from the depths of the forest. Following closely, 100 skeletal lizard men emerged from the woodlands, with 6 of them possessing the strength of mid-tier bloodline warriors. Crows? Undead? No, they are skeletal soldiers summoned by necromantic spells, akin to lizard men. There is a necromancer. The clan leader, Red Scar, felt a whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind, his expression betraying a sense of trepidation. High Priest, advance. Tear them apart. As an outsider, Red Scar exhibited a peculiar boldness that did not hinder his audacity and shamelessness. Upon hearing this, the werewolf high priest wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. "Damn it, this looks troublesome. Let me be the scapegoat." The werewolf priest grumbled inwardly, yet dared not defy the clan leader's command. Only the clan members could be summoned, bestowing a few enhancement spells upon the bloodline warriors within the tribe. "Great warriors, you have been granted the blessings and fortification from the Wolf King. Engage in battle. Tear apart these invaders." The ordinary wolfmen, upon hearing this, with slightly dulled wits, immediately charged in groups towards the skeletal lizard horde. They displayed an unwavering resolve, creating an illusion of formidable strength. However, the reality was starkly different. The moment Li Yuan emerged from the woods, an overwhelming aura of death surged forth, sweeping through the surroundings like a tidal wave. At this moment, Li Yuan slowly removed his helmet, revealing a terrifying visage. A skeletal tail extended languidly from beneath his armor, exuding an overwhelming presence of death. Kneel now, and submit to my master. Those who submit shall live. His hoarse, deep voice echoed like a harbinger from the underworld, as the chilling aura caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. With each step Li Yuan took, the dense aura of death siphoned the life from numerous wolfmen. Submit? Or face death? This domineering presence compelled nearly 10,000 wolfmen to simultaneously take a step back. It was akin to a shark breaching a school of fish, leaving them to huddle together for warmth, mustering the courage to confront the imminent crisis. Could a necromancer truly arise among the lizard folk? Regardless, it mattered little. Having dared to approach, the only path left was to fight to the death. Tauntingly, Hong Ba remarked, though he refrained from acting rashly, not out of fear, but rather caution. It was evident to any discerning eye that a mere few hundred skeletal soldiers summoned through necromantic spells would not dare provoke a tribe of 10,000. This could only indicate either madness or absolute confidence. Hong Ba sought to avoid an untimely demise. Thus he stealthily retreated behind the elders. Chapter 119. The Rebellion of the Serpent People. A single man becomes an army. At that moment, a surge of foreboding coursed through Hong Ba, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, an instinctive response to the gravest of dangers. In the face of life and death, Hong Ba hurled the two elders beside him away. Just as he intended to retreat, a black light had already arrived before him. Before he could utter a curse, the black light enveloped him. Boom. At that moment, the earth let out a mournful wail. Countless droplets of water, wood shavings, and dust swirled through the air, while a tempestuous wave wreaked havoc, sending wolfmen flying for hundreds of meters. As the dust settled, Hong Ba found his muscles bulging, emanating a fierce bloodlust, while his left side had been utterly obliterated, gasping for breath. Before him, two high-ranking bloodline warrior elders of the wolfmen lay with their chests and abdomens completely pierced through, their insides reduced to mere dust. Behind the crimson scar, the 5-meter-long knight's lance had already plunged several meters into the ground. The figure, gasping for breath, was drenched in cold sweat, realizing how close he had come to meeting his ancestors. Who could it be? How could a human knight's lance appear here? This was his immediate reaction. He was bewildered. The distance to the human front line was vast. So how could a being of such caliber possibly be present? Just as he remained in confusion, a faint purple mist had silently enveloped the entire marsh. His muscles began to act beyond his control. Venom of serpents. It was the wicked group of wolfmen priests directing the battle. Before he could finish his thought, he was suspended in midair by a serpent's tail. With a sharp crack, the wolfman priest's neck twisted, and he met a hasty demise. Kill. The cold command escaped the lips of a serpentine beauty, adorned with shimmering purple scales, as she flung the priest's lifeless form aside. Within her deep violet eyes, there was no flicker of emotion, as frigid as the winter wind, allowing no room for sentiment. In an instant, thousands of serpent folk readied their spears. Countless wolfmen fell victim to this sudden betrayal, unable to comprehend why their erstwhile allies had turned against them. The serpent folk mercilessly slaughtered them, leaving no time for reaction. It is over, completely over, the figure murmured to himself. In the next moment, a pillar of pitch-black fire descended from the heavens. As the flames clashed with the earth, he was entirely consumed, reduced to ashes scattered upon the winds of the world. The dark pillar of fire moved across the ground like a laser, as if sculpting a masterpiece. Lives were extinguished in the flames, turning to ash, accompanying the fire in its dance. The great elder was dead, the chieftain was dead, the Red Fawn clan was finished. It was unclear who first uttered the words, but panic and despair swiftly spread among the wolfmen, igniting widespread chaos. Submit. You may live. As Li Yuan urged surrender once more, this time, the effect was markedly amplified. With the first to kneel in supplication, there followed a second, a third, until clusters of surrendering warriors desperately sought the chance for survival. In that moment, nearly a third of the 10,000 wolfmen capitulated, offering no further resistance. Due to the unexpected rebellion of the serpent folk, nearly 2,000 additional wolfmen were slaughtered in the ambush. The remaining wolfmen began to huddle together for warmth. Yet all this was merely a desperate struggle against the inevitable. Crows descended from the sky, aiding the serpent folk in their slaughter, while the Dragonfang soldiers converged, piercing the enemy's heart like daggers. Under Li Yuan's command, they cut through the opposition with the ferocity of gods, slicing through ranks as if they were mere vegetables, successfully executing their infiltration. The previously united horde was once again torn asunder into two factions. One faction of wargs began to retreat en masse, particularly the smaller clans, visibly withdrawing from the battlefield at a rapid pace. However, lying in wait for them were the hunters concealed in the shadows. The dead eyes flitted like phantoms amidst the gloom. Dark elemental orbs coalesced, capable of annihilating any mid-tier bloodline warrior in an instant. A mere touch would reduce them to a pool of viscous sludge. The common wargs fell with ease, as the dead eyes casually unleashed a flurry of green feathers, dispatching nearly 100 with little effort. Yet, despite this, the reduction in their numbers remained painfully slow, as their vast numbers persisted, even with death raining down. It would take considerable time to eradicate them all. As the situation began to devolve into a protracted struggle, a roar erupted, a lion's bellow that reverberated through the cosmos. The infernal flame Lion King soared from the clouds. Its towering, majestic aura spread like a plague, and a conflagration of extinguished infernal flames erupted in the air, showering down like a cascade of fiery stars. Upon contact with the embers and dark energy, the wargs below underwent a grotesque transformation. They howled in agony, their bones contorting, muscles surging uncontrollably. Their original fur shed, replaced by thick, long black manes. Their hand bones swelled, sprouting claws reminiscent of a lion's, and from their backs emerged dark, fleshy wings wrapped in feather-like tubes. From their pores oozed a viscous yellow fat, both liquid and solid, evoking a sense of dissonance. The amalgamation of adjectives, nauseating, distorted, grotesque, converged to instill a visceral discomfort. This was the taint of their bloodlines, forcibly mutating these wargs toward the essence of the infernal flame lion. The transformed wargs experienced a significant enhancement in their overall strength. Ordinary wargs grew more robust, with some even surpassing their ancestral bloodline limitations to become low-tier bloodline warriors. For those stronger wargs, the bloodline's influence was considerably diminished. Only a few low-tier bloodline warriors, lacking in willpower, succumbed to the transformation, becoming monstrous entities. It could be said that the dead eyes proliferated, continuously generating their kin. Meanwhile, Li Yuan summoned corpses, consistently augmenting his ranks. Lastly, anger, the most tyrannical, forcibly tainted bloodlines to create obedient puppets. These three undead creations underveyed, though he relinquished the ability to summon a legion of undead, specialized in crafting formidable undead beings, each possessing extraordinary combat prowess and growth attributes far exceeding those of ordinary undead. With the three undead creations, Deadeye, Li Yuan, and Anger, Vade could summon an army of the undead at any moment. This was a walking grave, a mobile barracks. Vade alone could muster a formidable force. Chapter 120, The Burial Ground. Indeed, all were mere sacrifices. Soon, several hours passed. As the war concluded, the once hidden figure of Vader finally revealed itself. The leader of the serpent folk, a striking beauty adorned with pale purple scales, approached Vader and knelt in reverence. "My lord, I express my gratitude for your assistance. According to our previous agreement, my kin shall aid you in annihilating the majority of the Red Fangs in exchange for our freedom. I hope you will honor your oath," the serpent leader stated, placing particular emphasis on the final word, oath. "Rest assured, whether you choose to stay or depart is of no concern to me. However, from this day forth, no one is permitted to enter this forest swamp. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. Henceforth, any who dare trespass here shall meet their demise. You are not exempt from this fate," Vader replied, enunciating the word death with weight. This was a clear threat. "If you converse amicably, our dealings will be cordial. Should you fail to comply, then do not proceed." Vader's aggressive gaze continually swept over the features of the serpent leader and her delicate waist. "Rather than struggle to survive, I find that accepting my dominion is indeed a commendable choice." With that, Vader turned and departed, allowing no room for rebuttal. In his eyes, the existence of the serpent folk was indeed expendable. As she watched the retreating young human, the serpent leader maintained her stoic demeanor and promptly summoned her kin to begin the solemn task of collecting the bodies of their fallen. Subsequently, the serpents methodically withdrew deeper into the dense forest. Vader's flippant words did not weigh heavily on the serpent leader's mind. Throughout the years, countless suitors had sought her beauty, and she had faced many such propositions. To her, possessing merely knightly strength was insufficient to tame her or compel her submission. If Vader were a formidable knight, then even submission to him would pose no issue. Within the primitive cultures of foreign races, only true power entitles one to command females and earn their favor. Regardless of the species, females are invariably drawn to strength and accustomed to venerating the powerful. As the serpent tribe gradually distanced themselves, Vader's thoughts stirred. Dozens of crows silently followed in pursuit. Soon, his gaze settled upon the remnants of a shattered village. Countless corpses lay heaped together. Aside from over 1,000 modified Hellfire lion beasts, the remaining Knoll warriors, including those who had previously surrendered, had all been slain. Blood stained the entire shallow lake, painting a scene of utter devastation. Moreover, nearly 300 lizard folk were now being escorted before Vader by a group of Hellfire lion beasts. Among them was the elder of the white phosphorus lizard folk, who had narrowly escaped execution earlier. Yet, at this moment, the gazes of the lizard folk remained fixated on the body of the abyssal yawning, utterly captivated. What? Are you mesmerized? The sudden provocation snapped the attention of the lizard folk. For the first time, they began to acknowledge the diminutive human before them, for strength commands respect, regardless of stature. We are profoundly grateful for your life-saving intervention. Your kindness will be etched in our memories for eternity, proclaimed the elder of the white phosphorus lizard folk. Though his words were somewhat vague, they were devoid of any discourtesy, revealing his heartfelt gratitude. Wide stroked his chin, contemplating the future arrangements for this group of lizard folk. While returning them to the waters of the Liyuan Marsh seemed a reasonable option, they had already glimpsed the visage of the abyss, and he feared the potential leak of information. Wide preferred not to reveal his trump card at this early juncture. What are your intentions moving forward? Will you submit to my authority, or will you depart? Should you choose to leave, I will not compel you. You may go at your leisure. However, if you opt for submission, you must swear allegiance to the honorable knight, he stated plainly, presenting two choices without undue pressure on the lizard folk. Upon hearing his words, the lizard folk exchanged glances, ultimately directing their gaze towards the elder of the white phosphorus lizard folk. It was evident that his will represented that of their entire kin. After surveying the land beneath his feet and casting a glance towards the abyss behind Wide, the elder pondered deeply before slowly kneeling before Wide. On behalf of all present lizard folk, I pledge our fealty to your dominion. To this end, I am willing to swear an oath to the honorable knight, as a testament to our loyalty. As he spoke, an ethereal white light emanated from within them, signifying the successful binding of their oath. With the matter of the lizard folk settled, Wide commenced his next phase of plans. According to the records of the necromantic guiding arts, areas saturated with death energy foster the natural emergence of the undead, while silently enhancing their strength and abilities. Wide's ambition was to construct a necromantic edifice. Previously, he had relied upon the most rudimentary burial sites, a process simplistic yet crude, rendered unusable after a single use. Now, Wide envisioned erecting a grand tomb utilizing the remains of 8,000 to 9,000 wolfmen. However, the current number of corpses was insufficient. At least 100,000 would be necessary to establish a foundation of considerable power. With the materials at hand, he would first construct a modest grave, gradually expanding it thereafter. Concurrently, the lizard folk would build settlements around this grand tomb, serving as guardians of this sacred site. Meanwhile, the infernal lion beasts would disperse to seek prey, continuously hunting for corpses to augment the accumulation of death energy for the grand tomb. As the preliminary plans crystallized, a monumental undertaking began to take shape, with the corpses steadily accumulating and the abyss continually drawing forth the essence of death. A nascent necropolis began to emerge. Subsequently, according to the records within the tome, Wade commenced the construction of several formations around the shallow lake, utilizing fresh blood. He then channeled his mental energy to commune with the ethereal spirits that lingered between heaven and earth. Following this, a substantial number of magic crystals were deposited into the realm of the dead, providing ample initial energy for activation while simultaneously hastening the condensation of deathly aura. This process, fleeting as it was, spanned an entire month. As time flowed, the waters of the submerged lake gradually became clearer. The remnants of shattered structures were thoroughly cleared away, leaving behind a neatly arranged series of wooden houses upon the water, deliberately guarding the nascent form of a grand tomb at the center. Over the course of this month, the relentless hunting by the infernal flame lion had yielded a harvest of over 10,000 corpses. The preliminary transformation of the dead realm, along with the entire operational process, had commenced seamlessly. In response to this, Wade aptly designated the place with a resonant name, the Land of Buried Bones. Chapter 121, Abyss and Death I slumbering together. A new conflict. Thousands of skeletal remains lay piled together, appearing chaotic yet concealing profound mysteries within. The seemingly unrelated corpses interconnected in an unfathomable manner, supporting one another, and forming a burial mound of bones. This grave, constructed from the remains of myriad beings, emanated an oppressive aura of death that even Wade found chilling. At the core of the tomb lay the corpse of the elite warrior, Red Scar, surrounded by the remains of 40 to 50 bloodline warriors, serving as a pivotal nexus for the continuous generation of deathly energy. Upon completing his final infusion of energy, this modest tomb was poised to operate autonomously. Moments later, before the burial chamber, Wade placed Abyss and Death's Eye into the sepulchre. This would be their place of transformation and the genuine starting point of their rise. Having remained by his side without a stable source of deathly energy, their ascension to the next realm was fraught with difficulty. In the northern plains, devoid of the constraints of the human world, they could hunt without restraint, free from concern. Here, they could flourish unencumbered by limitations. Moreover, this served as a contingency for Wade. Should he ever be rejected by the human realm, the land of buried bones would remain as a territory, offering him hope for resurgence. He mused, hoping that upon their next meeting, they would have caught up to his pace. Wade thought to himself as the skeletal chambers slowly closed, severing their line of sight. Abyss and Death's Eye thus fell into slumber, and when they awakened again, it would be in a new realm. It seemed he would have to temporarily bid farewell to Death's Eye and Abyss. Henceforth, it would be up to Engel. Engel nudged against Wade, as if responding to him, conveying a silent promise. Master, rest assured, with me by your side, no one shall lay a finger upon you. After exchanging a few words with the lizard folk, Wade mounted Anger and soared towards the northwestern front. Having been absent for over a month, it was time for him to make his presence known again. As for the burial site, it was guarded by thousands of wraith lions along with the lizard folk, so he had no cause for concern. With the passage of time, as the death energy accumulated, many low-level, mindless undead would inevitably emerge. Thus, Wade was untroubled. Even if an elite-level warrior intruded, Li Yuan could awaken from his slumber at any moment. Against an ordinary elite-level adversary, Li Yuan still possessed the strength to contend. On May 1st, 8983 of the Dark Era, in the northwestern war zone, following the trials of a harsh winter and the lengthy tests of spring, the weather gradually warmed, heralding the inevitability of a great battle. According to the latest intelligence, the northeast front had witnessed an unexpected large-scale retreat of the gnolls. A breach had appeared deep within the northern plains, offering the First Army a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. As the First Army surged forward with unyielding momentum, a vast expanse of territory was enveloped within the predetermined encirclement. Thus, the First Army officially encountered the main force of the Wolfmen. Subsequently, the Second and Fourth Armies began their rapid advance northward, determined to unite with the First Army. Simultaneously, within the northern province of Tuwolf, the renowned Mage Collective, the Star Council, formally intervened in the war. The Shattered Star Legion also commenced their northern march, prepared to support the front lines at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, the Third Army, stationed in the northwestern war zone, began its advance northeast under the orders of the Valkyrie. Within the logistics supply camp, Barons Ward, Miller, and Wade gathered together, a rare occurrence. Before them stood the Valkyrie's aide, the mid-tier Knight Cash. Your Excellencies, the Valkyrie commands that your armies shall depart for the front lines immediately to join our main forces. The logistics will be managed by the Golden Merchant Guild. Certain material needs will also be provided by Wuyo City, for which we will compensate accordingly. Additionally, the Valkyrie has urgently requisitioned a cohort of 30,000 expendable troops from the rear, composed of ghouls, lizard folk, wolfmen, and gnolls, which will be allocated among the three of you. Furthermore, reinforcements from Viscount Bifone will arrive here tomorrow to join you on the battlefield. This concludes the agenda of our emergency meeting. Please be prepared for war at any moment. With these words, Knight Cash bowed slightly before departing without a backward glance, clearly hurrying to the front lines. Inside the tent, a profound silence enveloped the room. Baron Ward cast a glance at Wade and Miller before making his exit, evidently aware that he was not particularly welcome there. In the final tent, only Wade and Baron Miller remained, and the conversation soon flowed freely. What is your perspective on this matter? Baron Miller smiled lightly, making no mention of Wade's disappearance for a month or two. As a comrade on the front lines, he was acutely aware of the delicate boundaries that should not be crossed, hence he refrained from asking and had no desire to inquire. In response, Wade merely shook his head nonchalantly, stating, "Since Her Highness the Valkyrie has entrusted us with authority and thoughtfully prepared a legion of cannon fodder, it is only natural that we comply. I have heard that the northern and northeastern battle zones have reached a boiling point. The tides of change are indeed upon us. An unprecedented war could erupt at any moment. As those who will welcome it, We must be fully prepared to embrace this transformation. Upon hearing this, Baron Miller smiled silently, gently swirling his wine glass. In the coming days, I will expedite the mining of gold within our territory. It will not be long before a substantial influx of funds arrives. Additionally, I have arranged for our merchant guild under the Bronze Tree to procure military supplies from other provinces. Before long, a considerable shipment of high-quality equipment and a number of char horses will arrive in the territory of Wuyo. I propose that when the time comes, our two armies combine, resulting in a legion of 20,000 cannon fodder and a formal army of 10,000. A force of 30,000, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would almost certainly sweep aside any non-giant tribes. Wade chuckled lightly, then raised his right hand in a gesture of agreement. Since you have already made your plans, Baron Miller, I have no objections as a junior partner. However, as a collaborator, I trust you will uphold the facts you have stated. Shall we consider it settled? Observing this, Miller smiled openly and firmly grasped Wade's right hand. It is settled. Chapter 122, A New War. Total War. The following morning, as the sun illuminated the horizon, the soldiers responsible for logistics began preparing meals, seizing the opportunity to cook. Breakfast time was a rare moment of leisure for the soldiers. However, compared to the armies of other lords, the troops of Wuyo exhibited distinctly higher standards. Early in the morning, while the sky was still dimly lit, the soldiers of Wuyo divided into groups of 100 and commenced their morning exercises. Their training was straightforward. Clad in light clothing, they engaged in slow jogging, accompanied by a series of rhythmic dance movements, occasionally chanting 1, 2, 3 for in unison. The strict military discipline rendered each soldier remarkably impressive, their spirits highly concentrated. Furthermore, their breakfast was second to none. Each soldier received an egg, several strips of crispy bacon, a large cup of milk, and a whole loaf of coarse black bread. This level of sustenance was approximately one-third superior to that of the neighboring Twilight territory. The maintenance of such substantial expenses indirectly attests to the robustness of the infrastructure in Wyoling. Despite having endured the trials of the Beast Tide, the policies of Wyoling swiftly restored various infrastructures within its territory. Numerous ranches, estates, and vast tracts of arable land have resumed production. Sustaining an expenditure for 3,000 individuals is more than adequate for Wyoling at present, reflecting a production capacity that far exceeds consumption. Even if the military were to double in size, it would still remain within the manageable limits of Wyoling. This remarkable achievement can be attributed to significant advancements in agricultural techniques and the vigorous promotion of land reforms, particularly in the realm of textiles. After years of research by the Mage Hop, the previously mutated flax varieties have undergone a remarkable transformation, even yielding a limited quantity of low-tier magical plants. The garments produced from this flax not only exhibit exceptional resilience, but also commendable defensive properties, making them among the most sought-after commodities in Wyoling. The textiles woven from the transformed low-tier magical flax possessed defensive capabilities comparable to high-quality soft armor. Under the craftsmanship of Master Wagia, this batch of flax fabric has been fashioned into premium-grade clothing and equipment, becoming the standard attire for knights under Wyoling's governance. It is also the pinnacle of luxury sought after by affluent merchants and nobles, fetching prices that can reach hundreds of gold coins for a single piece. It can be confidently stated that the elite troops under Wade's command rival the foremost divisions within the kingdom. The only discernible weakness lies in the somewhat outdated equipment of certain assault battalions, which are merely clad in rudimentary leather armor. Suddenly, the sound of a military horn resonated throughout the camp, heralding the arrival of 30,000 foreign cannon fodder troops under the sun. Each bore a neck ring inscribed with a special rune, a device that allowed for the manipulation of their very lives. With the arrival of these 30,000 foreign troops, Baron Miller astutely selected the lizard folk from the ranks. This was a strategic maneuver to secure an advantage for allies. The submission of the lizard folk to Wade is not a secret. Many nobles are aware that the newly appointed Baron of Wuyo is adept at taming avian magical beasts and possesses a unique rapport with the lizard folk. Even Baron Ward refrained from contesting the lizard folk, willingly leaving them for Wade, recognizing that any discord between them was an internal matter. When it comes to external affairs, Ward displayed a commendable sense of the greater picture, choosing to strengthen the alliance rather than undermine his own kin. Thus, 2,000 lizard folk slaves and 8,000 wolfman slaves were promptly reassembled under Wade's command, with Wade taking charge of this contingent of expendable troops. The original assault battalion now had replacements, significantly reducing the potential casualties among the soldiers. The black stone ring encircling the wrist serves as the epicenter of control over 10,000 slaves. Whenever Wade desires, conjuring any thought, the ring will instantly activate, resulting in the immediate demise of the corresponding slave. However, Wade does not resort to coercion. Rather, he extends a promise to the 2,000 lizard men. Should they achieve certain military feats, he can assist them in regaining their freedom and joining the Water Lizard clan. Exceptional performance may even earn them rewards from Wade, such as high-quality weapons, low-tier magical beast cores, and peculiar magical plants that enhance their bloodline power. These lizard men, long confined to the arena, have never heard of such offerings. They exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by the kindness of this human. Ultimately, they accepted these terms with gratitude, as it presented them with a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, the jackals could only begrudgingly accept their predicament, their faces contorted with envy and jealousy. Countless jackals silently shed tears, lamenting why they were not towering figures of muscle. As time passed, the three baronial armies began their rapid march towards the northeast. Concurrently, the reinforcements led by Baron Byfoam, a formidable force of 5,000 elite troops, advanced alongside the main army. Days later, in the hilly terrain known as Ironstone Ridge, the Valkyrie Marlenia finally awaited the long-anticipated reinforcements. She had launched 3 attacks on this hill, each resulting in tremendous casualties, transforming it into a veritable battlefield of carnage. Yet, it was a crucial pathway for their third army group heading north, making it a fiercely contested strategic location. A fierce battle was brewing. At the front line, within the temporary encampment of the main forces, Cash immediately ordered the 5,000 elite troops of Baron Byfoam to enter the main assault area and join forces with the Valkyrie Legion. Baron Ward, with his formidable strength, was dispatched to the left flank to collaborate with several deputy commanders to stabilize the situation there. Additionally, Miller was instructed to direct Wade's troops to the right flank, prepared for battle at a moment's notice. I refuse to believe that a coalition army of 60,000 cannot overcome this modest Ironstone Ridge. Scene. At this moment, the young Emily sits before a mirror, addressing the reflection. Magic mirror, how many men will a mature woman have throughout her life? The magic mirror replies, beautiful Miss Emily, you shall encounter 2,238,647,980 men in your lifetime. Chapter 123. On the Brink of Battle. The Fierce Struggle at Ironstone Ridge. Part 1. The right flank. Wide, filled with uncertainty, glanced at Baron Miller, both of them directing their attention towards the Knight of Cash, seemingly eager to extract more detailed information from him. Cash nodded slightly and proceeded to elucidate. Indeed, Her Excellency the Valkyrie has issued a decree for you and Baron Miller to lead your forces towards the right flank. Currently, the right flank is under the command of the Vice Commander of the Valkyrie Legion, the Furnace Knight Rongshir-san. We still have 3,000 elite warriors of the Valkyrie Legion remaining, engaged in combat with the 16th Legion of the Wolf King's court. The two sides have already clashed multiple times, yet we remain at a disadvantage, unable to breach their defenses. Hence, I beseech both of you, my lords, to hasten your deployment to the right flank and seek an opportunity to turn the tide. Upon hearing this, Baron Miller fell into a momentary silence. While Wide seized the opportunity to respond, we are aware, and our forces will advance towards the right flank post-haste to provide support. Hearing this satisfactory reply, Cash visibly relaxed. He then exchanged a few brief words before mounting his steed, setting off to contact Baron Ward. As they watched Cash's retreating figure, Baron Miller, with a hint of unease, inquired, "Are you truly so confident? Something feels off to me." To this, Wide chuckled lightly and replied, "Given the scale of our maneuvers, do you think the Wolfmen are fools? They must have discerned our intentions. The fact that they are willing to engage in a protracted struggle with the Valkyrie Legion indicates two possibilities. First, they may genuinely be committed to the confrontation on the front line, unable to divert their attention elsewhere. Second, this could be a trap. They might be deliberately luring the Valkyrie Legion into a quagmire to strike at our flanks. Considering the Wolfmen's reproductive capabilities, how could that Furnace Knight, with merely 3,000 men, sustain a stalemate for so long? It is inconceivable. Even the most elite Valkyrie troops cannot evade the relentless grind of attrition. Their true target is us. At this revelation, Baron Miller's pupils constricted slightly. He cast a penetrating glance at Wide, his thoughts veiled in mystery. It appears that Her Excellency Valkyrie Marlenia is indeed clouded by her own perspective. In her haste to reunite with the main forces, she seems to have forgotten that we, too, are a principal force and that the enemy will undoubtedly have their sights set on us. Truly, the bystander sees clearly. So, Wide, if the roles were reversed, what would you do? As Wide stroked his chin, his gaze swept across the distant terrain. This area, known as Ironstone Ridge, is the only hilly terrain nearby, a formidable natural stronghold. Thus, the enemy commander must surely recognize its strategic value. If it were up to me, aside from the consideration of high-end combat capabilities, I would divide a portion of my forces into several units, concealing them along the narrow paths in the valleys. The remaining forces would be deployed along the ridgeline of Ironstone Ridge, utilizing the high ground to gain a tactical advantage. Moreover, with the agile advantage of the werewolves in the forest, incessantly harassing and conducting small-scale raids, this approach appears to be the most prudent. If we dare to advance, our 30,000 troops will soon be devoured by the enemy. Subsequently, we shall dangle the Valkyrie Legion on the right flank as bait, continually fishing for opportunities. At this point, Wade snapped his fingers, and a shadow descended from the sky. With a resounding thud, a colossal lion emerged through the dust, silently standing guard behind Wade. This sudden spectacle left Baron Miller utterly flabbergasted. If it were up to me to resolve this, the solution would be remarkably straightforward. Wade leaped onto Engel's back. Seizing a massive dragon spear crafted from various ores, exceeding 10 meters in length. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king, by eliminating the enemy's commander. The werewolves will soon descend into chaos due to their lack of coordination. At that moment, the werewolf army, devoid of leadership, would become a delectable feast for us. We shall consume them to bolster our ranks of expendable soldiers. Once the war concludes, we can resell them to the arena. In any scenario, we shall not incur losses. Upon witnessing this, Baron Miller collected his thoughts and steadied his emotions, stating, "I did not anticipate that Lord Wade harbored such a trump card. Indeed, as you have articulated, if we can establish dominance in high-end combat power, we are likely to breach the right flank. Therefore, I believe it is most suitable to entrust you with the command of this war." By the way, I suddenly recalled something. The production capacity of Dawn City has recently increased, and since I cannot utilize it all myself, I shall allocate an additional 20% for your use. We can split the profits 50-50, with me covering manpower and transportation. What do you think, Wade? Baron Miller's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, revealing utmost politeness. Even the troops passing by were awestruck by this unfolding scene. The more timid among them dared not lift their heads, focusing instead on their toes as they marched forward. Observing this, Wade maintained a composed expression, though internally he reveled in delight. The reason for his sudden revelation of Engel's presence was twofold. On one hand, with Li Yuan's brief absence, a formidable force was needed to fill the gap, and Engel's large size made concealment impractical. Thus, the revelation was inevitable. On the other hand, Wade aimed to instill a sense of awe in Baron Miller, securing greater leverage. In the realm of power, the one with the mightiest fist naturally commands authority. Otherwise, should Wade gather the lower nobility and begin to establish his faction, any interference from Baron Miller would amount to crafting garments for another. Hence, after thorough consideration, Wade boldly unveiled Engel's existence. Subsequently, Wade conferred with Miller for a while before riding Engel into the horizon, vanishing from sight. The command of the 20,000-strong cannon fodder legion has been entrusted entirely to Baron Miller, who will lead the vanguard. Even in the face of death, this group of foreign entities will serve as scapegoats. Encouraging the foreign races to slay one another is indeed the most effective strategy. The notion that those not of our kind will harbor different intentions is deeply ingrained in the hearts of all humanity. Even Wade cannot entirely dismiss his vigilance towards the lizard men. Behind the cannon fodder legion lies the Wuyo Legion, situated in the central region and steadily advancing under the command of Alsace. Ultimately, the Twilight Legion, led by Knight Andrew, will serve as the rear guard, ensuring the safety of the army's flank. Chapter 124, The Tension Mounts. Fierce combat at Ironstone Ridge. Ironstone Ridge, the southernmost ridge cluster, marks the right flank of the battlefield. At this moment, nearly 20,000 werewolves, all in their prime, are densely stationed amidst the undulating hills. This is the stronghold of the werewolves in the southern sector of Ironstone Ridge. Approximately 30 kilometers to the southwest lies the Valkyrie Legion, encircled within a valley. Opposing them are an additional 10,000 werewolves engaged in probing skirmishes under the command of two elite warriors. The Furnace Knight, Rong Shursan, finds his advance hindered by the enemy, and thus reluctantly sets up camp in the valley, fortifying their defenses in hopes of the swift arrival of reinforcements. Meanwhile, the support forces led by Baron Miller have entered Ironstone Ridge and are drawing closer to the southern front line. Within the true encampment of the werewolves, a pure, black-furred werewolf, standing at approximately 167 meters, is strategizing for the impending conflict. Beside him stand four elite werewolves, the main combat strength involved in the encirclement of the Valkyrie Legion. At this juncture, the black-furred werewolf addresses the four commanders. Gentlemen, we have just received intelligence from our scouts. As per our previous arrangements, the humans have indeed taken the bait. According to the reconnaissance, they have sent approximately 30,000 reinforcements. Among them, 20,000 comprise the cannon fodder legion formed from various races, with 7,000 to 8,000 of our werewolf kin included. We shall seize the opportunity to liberate this group of our brethren and simultaneously bolster our forces. The remaining contingent consists of a human noble legion numbering 1,000, whose combat capability is likely on par with the second-tier forces of the human kingdom, not greatly differing from our own. The knightly attendants seem to number around 20. With the exact count of knights remaining uncertain, we possess the capability to eliminate them all in one decisive strike. Upon hearing this, the four commanders remained silent, each nodding slightly in agreement, clearly indicating their support for this black-furred werewolf, who is evidently the absolute core of their operation. Observing the lack of dissent from the commanders, the black-furred werewolf then issued the command. Since there are no objections, our forces shall launch a full-scale assault. Strive to achieve a decisive strike, overwhelming the enemy at the earliest opportunity. At that moment, the three leaders of the Fangtooth tribe shall lead the main forces to launch a flanking assault, primarily targeting the enemy's central forces. We must avoid direct confrontation with their expendable troops. The scenario of dog-eat-dog is precisely what humanity wishes to witness. Thus, the foremost objective of our main forces is to sever the connections between their front and rear. By isolating their army, we can evade their expendable units and primarily diminish the human ranks. Once this is accomplished, the human forces will undoubtedly descend into chaos. Subsequently, I, alongside the leader of the Turkic tribe, shall initiate a surprise attack from the opposite flank, creating a pincer movement. It will not take long for this human army to meet its inevitable demise. The terrain favors us, and victory in this battle is assured. As he laid out the entire plan, the four leaders beside him nodded in silent approval. It must be said that this plan is both logical and intricately detailed. Far from what one would expect from a mere war gremlin, it resembles the strategy of a seasoned veteran. While not a 1,000-year-old fox, it certainly possesses an uncanny wisdom. No wonder the four leaders, despite their superior strength to the black-furred war gremlin, hold him in such high regard. It is akin to collusion, with this black-furred war gremlin being the rare cunning one. Another dawn breaks, shrouded in fog over the hilly terrain. A thick mist envelopes the entire area, further restricting visibility. My lord, is it prudent to continue marching in such conditions? Perhaps we should halt and wait for the fog to lift before resuming our advance, Andrew suggested, approaching his lord with a sense of unease tightening his nerves. Hearing this, Baron Miller shook his head, gesturing forward. The entire battlefield is currently in disarray. The northern front has transformed into a veritable meat grinder. If we can reach the main battlefield in the northwest as soon as possible, we might secure an early advantage. The war gremlins are obstructing us here to buy time. Whoever reinforces the main battlefield first will wield the power to dictate the course of this war, which is crucial for the northern region of the kingdom. Therefore, we must race against time. If we can swiftly rendezvous with the right flank, we may attempt to break through the enemy's right line, thereby influencing the broader conflict. Once we cross Ironstone Ridge, we can directly advance to the main battlefield and deliver a devastating blow from the side. Thus, we cannot afford to stop. We must not halt voluntarily. As you command, my lord. With his lord's firm directive, Andrew reluctantly accepted his orders and spurred his steed forward. As the army delved deeper, the surrounding paths grew increasingly rugged and muddy. Within the mist, countless shadows flitted by, silently vanishing into the obscurity. Like a monstrous creature concealed within a shroud of thick fog, an ominous presence lurks, poised to unleash terror at any moment. At this critical juncture, within the ranks of the untroubled legion, leaders such as Alsace, Diego, and Hope convene, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion, yet also on high alert against an unseen threat. Beneath them do not ride mere ordinary steeds. They are mounted upon the formidable flame lions, beasts of second or even third-tier prowess. Moreover, over the past 6 months, Alsace has taken on several apprentices, while Diego has matured into a competent instructor and mentor. The newly inducted trio of knights, all hailing from humble origins, have earned the opportunity to learn the breath technique through their valor in battle. Suddenly, the tranquility is shattered by the ominous sound of piercing projectiles slicing through the air. The dense fog obscures the source of the assault, but as clarity returns, the sharp spears and poisoned darts descend upon the legion like a torrential wave. In an instant, a significant number of alien cannon fodder and human soldiers fall victim to the onslaught. Those who survive are doomed to succumb to the potent toxins in due time. The air is filled with anguished cries as an unspoken war ignites. Hope, Tanilla, ensure your safety. I may not be able to protect you shortly, Alsace declares, drawing forth his exceptional sword from his side. A monumental wave of energy manifests, forming a protective barrier that deflects the incoming onslaught. Chapter 125, The Brink of Battle. Fierce Combat at Ironstone Ridge. Part 2. Having withstood the initial wave of attacks, Alsace mounts his infernal lion and ascends into the air. His blade pointed toward the source of the assault as he commands, form ranks. Prepare the Macedonian phalanx. Unfurl the formation. As his orders resonate throughout the legion, the untroubled legion at the center swiftly reorganizes, aligning into 10 rows of 30, thus forming a square battle formation of 300 warriors. The first row of soldiers crouches, brandishing their long spears, while the second row rests their poles upon the shoulders of the first. Subsequently, the third and fourth rows extend their spears outward, creating a formidable wall of pointed weapons. In no time, 8 such formations curve into a cohesive battle line. Behind this phalanx, 2 additional battalions of archers and crossbowmen emerge, ready to provide support. Alsace, suspended in the air, maintains a firm grip on the unfolding battle, poised to confront any impending assault. In the next moment, a horde of werewolves bursts forth from the fog, their fanged maws bared as they charge toward the untroubled legion with singular intent. This is dire. They are upon us. All forces converge. Retreat. Before Alsace can issue his command, a flash of crimson light hurtles toward him. With a single strike, the infernal lion plummeted from the heavens like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the earth and stirring a cloud of dust. Not far away, Baron Miller, who had just rushed from the back of the ranks, was momentarily stunned by the spectacle. This is bad. The enemy seeks to sever our connections, aiming to encircle us. Realizing this, Baron Miller could only command his troops to join forces with the untroubled legion. All he could do now was to hold his ground, hoping that Andrew could lead the expendable troops back in time. At that moment, a messenger dashed to Baron Miller's side, panic etched on his face. My lord, the enemy is surrounding us from behind. Instantly, Baron Miller turned to look, only to see a horde of wolfmen charging down the hillside. Simultaneously, he felt the unmistakable presence of several elite foes locking onto him. Combat technique. Blessing of the Earth Mother. A radiant light erupted from Baron Miller, enveloping his form in a suit of battle aura. With a powerful thrust of his hands into the ground, towering stone walls, 5 meters high, began to rise from beneath the earth. In the next instant, a barrage of attacks descended upon him. Crimson light flashed, accompanied by a thunderous roar from the earth. In the blink of an eye, the stone walls stretching for hundreds of meters were reduced to rubble. Damn it! There are 5 elite warriors. 3 at the initial stage, 2 at the intermediate stage. Where are you, Vide? Baron Miller cursed inwardly as he drew a heavy sword from behind his warhorse. Combat technique. Protection of the Earth Mother. Combat technique. Compassion of our mother, the Earth. The release of these 2 techniques significantly elevated Baron Miller's aura, instilling a sense of overwhelming weight akin to the Earth itself, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Then, 2 figures, one black and one yellow, burst forth from the ranks of the wolfmen. Observing this, Baron Miller unsheathed his sword, colliding with the 2 wolfmen. The terrifying shockwave sent a multitude of wolfmen flying. Meanwhile, on the front lines, countless wolfmen successfully breached the connection between the untroubled legion and the expendable troops. The entire battlefield was divided into 2 parts by a torrent of chaos. In this dire situation, the forces of the untroubled legion, under Diego's command, continued to engage the enemy with unwavering resolve. The front line remained steadfast, undeterred by the departure of Commander Arthas. A deluge of arrows fell from the sky, relentlessly raining into the thick fog until the quivers were emptied. 2 formations of archers exchanged their bows for round shields and longswords, splitting into smaller teams to navigate through the Macedonian phalanx, slaying those who attempted to flank from the sides. The entire front was organized, repelling wave after wave of wolfmen, who could not withstand the relentless onslaught of 1,000 spears piercing their hearts. However, soon 2 white figures surged towards the army. Their aura unmistakably belonged to 2 mid-tier elite leaders of the Fong tribe, their formidable presence shattering the psychological defenses of numerous human soldiers. Just then, riding the infernal flame lion, Arthas re-emerged onto the battlefield. The resounding roar of the lion instantly captured the attention of his legion. Upon witnessing their commander still standing, the soldiers' morale soared, and the dark lion appeared to exude an aura of sanctity at that moment. For the wolfmen, however, This lion's roar instilled an instinctive dread, causing their offensive momentum to falter. Brother, that is the human I struck down earlier. We must swiftly eliminate him to dismantle their forces, lest we suffer significant casualties. Upon hearing this, the more robust wolfman nodded slightly, a grave expression flickering in his eyes. Let us give it our all. We must swiftly slay this human. As they spoke, the Wolfman brothers charged towards Arthas. The elder Wolfman, wielding a massive axe, leapt first towards Arthas. Swinging his colossal weapon, he aimed a downward strike. Meanwhile, the second Wolfman, slightly slower, readied a massive bow from his back. In an instant, he drew the bowstring, unleashing a brilliant white beam that sliced through the sky. A cry of anguish echoed as the infernal flame lion's wings were pierced, plummeting straight to the ground. Arthas, not daring to be reckless, abandoned his steed and used the lion's body to propel himself into the air. Combat technique, final ember of Andra. As he unleashed his technique, flames enveloped Arthas. The scorching fire intertwining with his sword, creating a tempest in the air that clashed with the giant axe. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as both figures were sent reeling backward, equally matched in strength. Yet, Arthas had exerted 70 to 80% of his power, while his opponent appeared to have faced it with ease, revealing a stark disparity in their capabilities. In the next moment, another white light surged forth. Arthas could only raise his sword to parry, barely managing to deflect the strike, yet the force propelled him several meters away. Combat technique, ultimate roar of the infernal flame lion. In the instant that Arthas regained his footing, he activated his most powerful technique. A dazzling inferno engulfed the sky, as a blazing lion emerged from the sea of flames, charging towards the two Wolfman leaders with an unparalleled ferocity. Chapter 126. One shot, one kill. The might of the sacred lion. Oh, human, you are truly pitifully ignorant. The elder Wolfman scoffed, as his muscles visibly expanded at an astonishing rate. Beastly racial talent, blood frenzy. In an instant, a vibrant crimson aura enveloped the surroundings, infused with immense power, striking down upon the earth. The ground shattered, and the land trembled. Countless boulders obstructed the path of the fiery lion, only to explode into a myriad of fragments. Perish, humans! The whispered incantation resonated. And the next moment, a colossal beam of light, over a meter in diameter, surged forth like an electromagnetic cannon towards Arthas, carving a deep chasm in its wake. Faced with the oncoming white light, Arthas remained impassive, as if he had resigned himself to this outcome. A low rumble echoed, devoid of the anticipated flamboyance or the expected thrill. Arthas stood resolute, having long foreseen the conclusion. To him, every action of his master was meticulously orchestrated, and his duty was to trust in his master's commands, ready to act upon them, even if it meant wagering his very life. At this moment, a blinding white light engulfed a vast expanse of the battlefield. The pitch-black flames collided with the white light from the heavens, only to cancel each other out, erasing their existence. Simultaneously, a black flash coalesced in the sky, ultimately transforming into a long rainbow that plummeted downward. This dark rainbow, spanning over 10 meters, pierced the heavens, empowered by various negative energies and a lengthy charge of energy. This strike seemed destined to pierce the very stars. In the next heartbeat, the ebony rainbow struck the werewolf chieftain head-on. He raised his massive axe to meet the dark rainbow, yet it shattered into fragments before his eyes. Ultimately, the colossal dragon spear obliterated the axe's handle and pierced the werewolf's heart. As he began to topple backward, the spear's tip embedded itself into the earth, propping up the lifeless body of the werewolf leader. The entire werewolf appeared as if impaled upon a skewer, firmly nailed to the ground. Brother, damn it, you filthy dog. I curse your grandmother. The bow-wielding werewolf leader, his eyes bulging with rage, unleashed a torrent of curses, wishing to condemn the entire family of Vade for generations. The noise was incessant. Unbeknownst to them, Arthas had already approached the werewolf leader. With a crimson longsword drawn, enveloped in roaring flames, he summoned his true martial form. The red armor materialized instantaneously, encasing his chest and arms, as if boundless flames erupted forth at that moment. Though he was at a minor disadvantage in terms of realm, the swordsman had the upper hand against the archer. Once the archer was engaged in close combat, the outcome was akin to a father disciplining his son, a complete one-sided affair. As the two became entwined in battle, a deadly inferno descended from the heavens, swiftly delivering the werewolf leader to his demise. Vate's approach was characterized by a clean and decisive execution. As the black flames dissipated, what remained was merely the longbow. Given its ability to withstand the annihilating inferno, its craftsmanship must be of the highest caliber, Naturally, such a treasure would find its way into Wade's private vault. At that moment, Wade descended from the sky, tested the longbow, and upon discovering its compatibility with his chi, decisively stored it within the shadowy crevice of space. This artifact would undoubtedly prove far more effective than his usual throwing spear. Arthas, hold the line immediately. I shall assist in other directions. With these words, Wade reclaimed his dragon spear, mounted angle, and soared toward the other battlefronts. With the fall of two formidable foes, the remaining 3 wolfmen were all low-tier elites, and their fate was already sealed. The wolfmen's plan had indeed been meticulously crafted, and their deployments had yielded results. Yet, the one aspect they had failed to account for was the presence of Wade, the unparalleled warrior. He had anticipated their every move, remaining a silent observer of the battlefield, striking down their strongest member in an instant. This singular act set the entire battlefield in motion, causing a ripple effect throughout the fray. At the forefront of the battlefield stood Commander Andrew of the Twilight Legion, currently engaged in combat with the 3rd leader of the Fong tribe. Both sides exchanged blows, yet they found themselves in a deadlock. Although their forces boasted a staggering 20,000 foreign cannon fodder, under the deliberate restraint of both parties, it appeared merely as a fierce spectacle. In reality, only the lizardmen and ghouls were fighting for their lives. After a fleeting glance, Wade turned his back on the front lines, heading towards the rear battlefield. Compared to the ongoing conflict with the foreign races, his primary focus was now on minimizing human casualties. At this very moment, the rear battlefield had succumbed to a one-sided disadvantage following a surprise assault. A multitude of soldiers had not yet formed an effective combat force when the wolfmen tore through their defenses, causing the entire formation to break apart. Were it not for Baron Miller single-handedly withstanding the onslaught of 2 elite foes, the situation would undoubtedly have been far more dire. Wait, they've vanished. Those 2 presences akin to mine have disappeared. Did Wade succeed in his ambush? We can win this battle, Baron Miller shouted inwardly, gripping his great sword. Invigorated by the thrill of combat, with each swing, he channeled immense power, and every slash would rend the earth asunder. What is this? Are you all merely fleeing? Just a moment ago, you fought fiercely, didn't you? Come at me again. Baron Miller scoffed, even beckoning with his fingers, laden with provocation. He might as well have inscribed the words "come at me" upon his face, as brazen as one could be, as insufferable as one could act. Curse that human. I, Kugbo, can no longer tolerate this. I shall tear him apart. The leader of the wolfmen from the Turkic tribes, with a furious roar, felt his muscles swell as he brandished twin blades and charged forward. The clash of dual daggers against the colossal sword created a dazzling display of sparks. In stark contrast, Baron Miller wore a smug expression, reveling in his cunning. The more frantic his opponent became, the more Miller retreated defensively, akin to a piece of chewing gum that clung persistently, refusing to yield. This fool. Has he not noticed that the 2 great leaders of the Fong tribe have dissipated in presence? This was untenable. The enemy had evidently exceeded our expectations. We must retreat swiftly. Any delay may spell my own demise. Kugbo, the dark-haired wolfman, had thoroughly analyzed the situation in his mind. Grasping his staff, he unleashed an offensive spell and bolted away at remarkable speed. He had no desire to perish here. Chapter 127, The Absurd Duel. Is this not an attack spell exclusive to our kind, the humans? This hardly resembles something a wolfman could wield, as the magical circuits of our 2 races differ immensely. Chilling words resonated in Kugbo's ears. In the next instant, a magical circle materialized before him, followed by a beam of concentrated magical energy that surged forth like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. The offensive spell detonated in a specific area, instantly leveling the surroundings. Once the attack ceased, Vade was compelled out of the shadows. A splendid assault. The timing and control of the attack's intensity were executed to perfection, at any angle. It hardly resembled the work of a mere wolfman. In the midst of this exchange, Vade completed the attachment of his battle aura armor. Combat technique. The sword of the scorn of the dead. The inky blackness of dark elements enveloped Vade's sword. In the blink of an eye, the blade descended upon Kugbo's head. The entire execution was remarkably swift, completing the sequence of charging, releasing, and striking within a mere fraction of a second. Vade's strategy was to be quick, precise, and ruthless. He aimed specifically at these scheming mages. If he was fast enough, they would have no opportunity to cast their spells. Clang. A crisp, clean sound echoed. In that fleeting moment, Kugbo astonishingly drew a short sword and parried Vade's strike. Thank you for your compliment. Noble warrior from the kingdom of Philips. If this continues, are you certain you can keep me here? Perhaps we might each take a step back and negotiate a deal? Upon hearing this, Vade scoffed, a surge of battle aura flooding through his entire being. Then, leveraging the momentum of his sword, he flicked Kugbo's short sword aside, immediately following up with a left fist charged with aura, delivering a devastating blow. Combat technique, the intentional strike of the dead. In an instant, a dark golden giant lion's phantom crashed into Kugbo's face. In an instant, the body of the werewolf disintegrated in the air, large splatters of flesh and blood scattering throughout the atmosphere. You are indeed not a werewolf. However, that visage of yours is quite familiar. As Wade spoke, he sheathed his sword and drew forth his 5-meter-long knight's lance from the shadowy crevice. The obsidian spear glimmered with a sharp luster. 15 years ago, the orchestrator of the Chaos Paradise incident, a demon responsible for the demise of 300,000 souls, was a level 1 wanted criminal in the kingdom, the Grand Sorcerer. The enclosed soul, Kugbor. I never anticipated that, in your bid to evade the kingdom's pursuit, you would resort to sharing a body with a werewolf. I had thought you had long since met with the White Knight Sovereign. It is surprising to find you still alive. As he spoke, Wade approached Kugbor, his lance now poised against the latter's throat. At that moment, Kugbor's visage was decaying, an aged human face seemingly wriggling like a worm emerging. He chuckled, those are bygone days, my boy. Were it not for the will to survive, how could I have sealed my soul within the lowly werewolf? However, my dear boy, even though my powers have waned to that of an elite, do you truly wish to engage in a battle to the death? I possess a wealth of treasures. Let us pretend we have never met and part ways amicably, shall we? As Kugbor spoke, one hand gently deflected the spear's tip away. In that very moment, his staff returned to his grasp, and an offensive spell was instantaneously unleashed. Perhaps foreseeing this, Wade merely pivoted his body, effortlessly evading the strike. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Kugbor had vanished without a trace. Illusions? No, it was a distortion of perception stemming from the soul. Wade murmured, and a furnace materialized before him. At that instant, his formidable mental prowess shattered the almost imperceptible barrier, and Wade was restored to reality. The same scene, the same location. However, the Kugbor he had just subdued was now nearby, gathering energy and chanting a spell. The title enclosed soul indeed carries some weight. After extricating himself from the interference of the soul, Wade thrust his lance toward Kugbor's position, just as the spear was about to end Kugbor's existence. The scene before Wade altered once more. This time, it was the same scene, the same location. Kugbor's figure had vanished from sight. Even Wade, for a fleeting moment, could not discern whether this was reality or mere illusion. The furnace meditation method could not penetrate the modifications from the soul realm. When exactly had I succumbed to his assault? Without dwelling on these thoughts any longer, Wade commanded in his heart, engage. Attack. As Wade opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a desolate wasteland. Not far away, Kugbo was embroiled in a fierce battle with Engel, where the clash of annihilating dark flames and offensive magic dissipated into a celestial dawn. Damn it, that brat still had a trick up his sleeve. Kugbo cursed, straining to maintain his defensive magic, yet he appeared perilously close to collapse under the relentless assault of the dark flames. This time, it's for real. Vade disregarded Kugbo's invectives, his knightly spear having been replaced by the longbow he had recently acquired. A surge of dark energy coalesced around him, and a beam of black light erupted forth, not aimed at Kugbo, but rather at Engel, the Lion of Inferno. A soft, almost imperceptible sound resonated as the scene shifted back to the moment when Vade had been dominating Kugbo. The same setting, the same location. Yet Kugbo's form was now pierced through. Engel gazed at his master with palpable fear, terrified that he might be next to meet his end. At that moment, Kugbo's body began to decay, vitality waning rapidly, resembling a being on the brink of death. You little brat, I never imagined you were a necromancer, Kugbo exclaimed, a wry grin on his face. No wonder you could see through my soul alteration. It turns out we are of the same ilk. I never thought I would be defeated by a creation of the undead. As he spoke, Kugbo's life force was extinguished, his corporeal form disintegrating into dust, leaving behind only a ring and the staff he clutched until his last breath. Is he truly dead? This fellow was a grand sorcerer, akin to a knight of the realm. Surely he had some contingency. Vade pondered, uncertain as he bent to retrieve the ring. A flash of white light surged into Vade's consciousness, manifesting as a diminutive figure resembling Kugbo, intent on seizing Vade's body. Indeed, this rogue had a backup plan. Chapter 128, The Furnace Meditation Technique. The Awakening of the Soul. Vade murmured to himself, yet he exhibited no signs of panic. In his mind, a colossal furnace began to coalesce, enveloping his soul in layers of protection. As the furnace took shape, It radiated a resplendent brilliance. The furnace meditation technique. In that moment, Kugbo was utterly taken aback. He could not fathom that his adversary possessed such a trump card. No. How could you have this? We can negotiate. I beg you, spare me. I can offer you everything. I will impart all my knowledge to you. I hold many secrets, including blueprints for epic equipment and the imitations of the burning sky. In the next instant, beneath the furnace's luminous glow, Kugbo was gradually consumed into nothingness. The remnants of his soul faded away, extinguished forever. As Wade slowly opened his eyes, the memories and remnants of Kugbo transformed into countless fragments, which he absorbed entirely. Employing the furnace meditation technique, he continuously refined these impurities. Consequently, the negative influences diminished significantly, greatly enhancing the strength of Wade's soul. After briefly assessing his physical condition, he began to examine his ring and staff. The staff, which had initially appeared withered, revealed its true lustrous silver hue once Wade dispelled its outer concealment. A splendid artifact. This exceptional staff was crafted entirely from mithril, and the transparent crystal at its apex seemed to be the core of a high-level magical beast. I have also practiced the meditation technique. I should be able to wield this staff. With that thought, Wade raised the staff, and an offensive spell materialized instantly. However, in an instant, it drained his magical reserves. Blast! I'm on the verge of being depleted. Enduring the discomfort, Wade hastily released his grip and cast the staff into the shadows. This item is ill-suited for me. I shall wait until hope matures into a mage to entrust it to him. Rubbing his forehead, Wade steadied his breath and began to inspect the contents of the ring. This was a spatial ring, with a capacity comparable to his current shadow space. The only distinction was its inability to store animate objects. The items within the ring were quite diverse, and Wade discarded most of them after a cursory glance. However, a towering pile of books piqued his interest. Most astonishingly, within this collection, Wade discovered the latter half of the furnace meditation technique. Moreover, it seemed he could cultivate it to the pinnacle of a grand mage. And it appeared there were further developments, potentially allowing progression to the rank of a magic tutor. Yet perplexingly, this tome of the furnace meditation technique contained only the middle section, omitting Wade's initial part. Additionally, Wade came across Kugbo's notes, which detailed his research on the soul. Among these was a white-covered spellbook titled The Awakening of the Soul. It recorded a plethora of rituals and spells related to the soul, including peculiar abilities such as soul stitching and soul grafting. Crucially, it possessed the capability to awaken the intellect of undead creatures. This must have been the core ability Kugbo cultivated, the very source of the title The Enclosed Soul. Why does this seem so familiar? Wade was taken aback, for the concluding remarks of the necromantic guidance technique astonishingly aligned with the opening lines of this awakening of the soul. The content seamlessly connected. These two texts were parts of a single manuscript, though evidently incomplete. At the very least, there should be a preceding segment to the necromantic guidance technique. And the latter part of the awakening of the soul remains fragmented. This implies that this book comprises at least 4 sections, perhaps even more, having been divided into further portions. Who is responsible for this? Wade pondered this question but soon ceased his inquiry. This matter could be addressed later. For now, the war was far from over, and breaching the right flank was the immediate priority. Resolving to focus, Wade adorned his hand with the ring, mounted angle, and soared towards the battlefield. As for the so-called epic weapon, the replica blueprint of the Flame of Heaven, Wade had committed its details to memory through Kugbo's recollections. After all, it was a spear-type weapon, and even as a replica, its potency was assuredly of an excellent caliber. There would be ample time in the future to forge one. Meanwhile, on the battlefield behind, combat technique, Oath of the Victorious Sword. With Baron Miller's murmured incantation, a colossal sword, towering dozens of meters, descended in an instant. The very earth trembled under this strike, debris and soil flying, leaving a profound scar on the ground. As the light faded, the leader of the Turkic tribe Wolfmen was reduced to mere pulp. The shockwave generated by the technique shattered the innards of the surrounding wolfmen, who perished in endless agony. Although the enemy's elite forces had been decimated, the lower-tier battles and skirmishes between the armies continued to sway heavily in favor of the wolfmen. Their bloodline warriors vastly outnumbered the humans, and coupled with the advantage of terrain, they inflicted substantial losses upon the human forces. At this juncture, 2 fiery lions soared through the sky. The apprentice mages Hop and Tanilla utilized their aerial advantage to continuously cast healing and buff spells, striving to minimize their own casualties. Especially Tanilla, the silver-haired maiden, donned in her alluring yet modest attire, appeared as a celestial messenger. Her presence inspired a multitude of soldiers. who yearned to display their valor before this enchanting figure. Following this, the forces of Wuyo gradually entered the battlefield of Twilight, joining in the collaborative effort. With the reinforcement of strength, the faltering rear line began to stabilize, rendering victory merely a matter of time. As for the frontal battlefield, Arthas led a mere 1,000 troops from Wuyo, penetrating the ranks of the Wolfmen with remarkable agility. Notably, Diego's elite guard, consisting of only 300, achieved the remarkable feat of slaying 3,000 Wolfmen. A single charge from their group was enough to scatter the Wolfmen. In one-on-one confrontations, the elite guards, clad in superior gear, completely overwhelmed the average Wolfmen. With Arthas commanding the battlefield, the advantage in top-tier combatants ensured that this ambush devolved into a farce. As for the chaotic melee at the forefront, Andrew and the third leader of the Fong tribe had been locked in combat for an indeterminate duration, both battered and weary. Clad in tattered armor, one struggled to maintain the outward flow of combat energy. As for the alien forces, after a prolonged engagement, their total casualties scarcely exceeded 2,000 to 3,000, a mere child's play. When Vade arrived, he merely allowed anger to unleash a breath of fire, incinerating the opposing third commander into ashes. Chapter 129, The Right Flank Crumbles. Encirclement. A few hours later, this premeditated assault approached its conclusion. A total of 20,000 Wolfmen participated in the attack, of which 70% had already perished, becoming fertilizer for the hills. The remaining 30%, approximately 6,000 robust Wolfmen, were captured. The Wuyo army incurred minimal losses, with only 2.5 formations compromised, resulting in around 750 casualties and the cancellation of 8 battalion identifiers. Their losses amounted to 25%, having lost a quarter of their forces. The remaining 2,200 men were mostly wounded, yet the presence of accompanying mages proved beneficial. With healing spells and the restorative potions developed by Hope, many soldiers were salvaged from the brink of death. Baron Miller's Twilight army, however, faced a less optimistic fate. Positioned at the rear and distracted by the battlefield ahead, they fell victim to a successful ambush, suffering severe losses. The Twilight army, once numbering over 7,000, lost more than half, even with the aid of mages. Their casualty rate soared to 56%, with approximately 3,800 casualties, leaving just over 3,100 remaining, their morale in tatters. Meanwhile, the alien expendable forces retained 16,000 alien slaves, along with 6,000 newly recruited Wolfmen, totaling 22,000 alien combatants. Vade subsequently regained control of 2,000 lizardmen and a slave army of 10,000 Wolfmen. The remaining mixed alien forces continued under the command of Baron Miller. Miller tacitly accepted this allocation, recognizing it as mutually beneficial for both parties. Atop an unnamed hill, Vade and Baron Miller surveyed the troops below, clearing the battlefield. It seems we must hasten our efforts. Within the next 2 days, we must provide support to the Valkyrie Legion. There are surely stragglers who have escaped to relay messages. We must reach them before they take action, lest that segment of the Valkyrie Legion be endangered. Additionally, we should seize the opportunity to eliminate some of the malignancies within the expendable forces, set an example. Upon hearing this, Baron Miller nodded slightly, agreeing with Vade's perspective. The substantial losses in this skirmish stemmed not only from the enemy's meticulous planning and geographical advantages, but fundamentally from the inaction of the expendable forces. Despite possessing a numerical advantage, their army was nearly obliterated. Had it not been for their superior elite combatants, the outcome of the war could have been decidedly different. Indeed, as Lord Vader has articulated, it is time to cull a few chickens to instill fear among this band of monkeys. By offering generous incentives, I am confident that there are individuals among the foreign races who possess the same sycophantic tendencies. As long as there is wisdom, there will be no shortage of those driven by insatiable greed. By allowing them a taste of our bounty, I firmly believe it will significantly aid us in the impending grand conflict. Baron Miller spoke eloquently, having already devised a comprehensive plan for the promotion process of the foreign races. As for whether promises made post-battle will ever be fulfilled, one can only express regret. In the lexicon of humanity, there has never been a tradition of sponsoring alien entities. Their only future lies in being sold to the powerful for enjoyment or entertainment, or perhaps relegated to the gladiatorial arenas for the amusement of others. In the eyes of humanity, any existence that cannot yield long-term benefits is merely a disposable commodity, used and discarded, replaced at the first sign of dysfunction. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the 2 werewolf leaders, besieging the Valkyrie Legion, received the disheartening news of the annihilation of their main force. Without hesitation and devoid of any doubts, they swiftly fled under the cover of night, accompanied by their most trusted allies. Any trace of hesitation would be a profound disrespect to their primary forces, which boasted 5 elite warriors and 20,000 werewolf soldiers, truly an elite assembly. If the adversary could extinguish their primary forces, it was evident they could do the same to the two brothers. Thus, without a second thought, these werewolf siblings made their escape, embodying the adage that it is better to live a coward's life than to die a noble death. As dawn broke the following day, confusion reigned. The werewolves were bewildered, unable to comprehend how their formidable leader could vanish so suddenly, not just one, but two at once. The commander of the Valkyrie Legion, Furnace Knight Rogue 13, was equally perplexed. Had he truly won in such a muddled manner? How would he report this to his superiors? Could it be that his overwhelming presence had intimidated the enemy into retreat? When Vader and his companions finally arrived, their bewilderment deepened. Where once there had been a mighty werewolf army, the hills were now ablaze with the remnants of battle, strewn with countless corpses of werewolves. For a moment, they found themselves at a loss as to which side to support. Amidst the remnants of the battlefield, a lone elite soldier from the Valkyrie Legion pursued 3 werewolves. While in the very center of the fray, Furnace Knight Rogue 13 single-handedly engaged nearly 100 werewolves. Each strike he delivered sent dust swirling, toppling several werewolf bodies in its wake. It appeared we have arrived too late. The enemy commander must have received word in advance and fled with his trusted followers. Vader lamented. He then gestured towards the distant battlefield, commanding, "Let Alsace oversee the situation. Allow the werewolf legion to advance. Show no mercy to those who deliberately avoid combat. They shall be executed without exception. Slay 3 wargoblins, and I shall grant him the privilege of survival. Slay 10, and I shall bestow upon him the gift of unrestrained freedom." Vade's words, seemingly devoid of compassion, resonate with the chilling essence of a demon from the abyss. Forcing the wargoblins to turn against their kin, all for the sake of mere existence and that elusive taste of freedom. Even the distant Baron Miller applauds Vade. Goodness, I believed I was sufficiently ruthless. Yet, my ally beside me turns out to be a true harbinger of annihilation. What? You inquire why it is a wolf? Naturally. It is because a wolf embodies a ferocity that surpasses mere cruelty. It is utterly unhinged. To this, Baron Miller remarks, "I cannot comprehend it. I believe Vade's actions are commendable, truly a model for our kind. If possible, I would like to utilize the corpses of these wargoblins as provisions. For the consumption of foreign races is considerable. Are these not readily available ingredients?" That night, a luminous moon ascends steadily. Within the encampment of the army, a group of foreign beings is flaying the corpse of a wargoblin, removing its tail. They then skewer it on a wooden stick and roast it over an open flame. You cannot deny it. The aroma is indeed enticing. Even several wargoblins observing cannot help but shed tears of poignant nostalgia. Mother, I feel as though I am tasting the essence of home. Chapter 130. The army convenes. Breakthrough at Ironstone Ridge. Days later, in the central battlefield of Ironstone Ridge, gigantic crimson flowers unfurl amidst the chaos. Ordinary wargoblins, upon mere proximity, are contaminated by the crimson decay, succumbing to the toxic essence until they are reduced to a pool of festering pus. And there stands Valkyrie Marlenia, wielding her waterfowl blade, embodying the true essence of a warrior goddess at the heart of the battlefield. Before her stand 3 elite warriors of high caliber. 1 against 3, she remains undaunted. In fact, an enigmatic aura begins to suppress them, instilling dread in the wargoblins besieging Marlenia. Damn that madwoman. What power does she wield? It is neither the elemental energy commonly utilized by humans nor a mutation born from bloodline prowess. Could it be some form of curse? The leader of the wargoblins curses, his patience evidently wearing thin. Where is Cugbor? That fellow was dispatched from above specifically to deal with humans. Why has he not yet resolved the situation on the right flank? That peculiar individual hasn't he fled, has he? From the side, another one-eyed wargoblin quips. Enough chatter. You two, have you not noticed the nature of this woman's aura? This lunatic is clearly using us 3 as a sharpening stone. If we do not eliminate her soon, she may very well evolve into a formidable warlord. Seizing the moment while she remains immersed in battle, let us strike her down together. With this proclamation, the lurking wolfman raised his heavy hammer and brought it crashing down upon Marlenia's head. The force of the blow was tremendous, barely allowing Marlenia to evade it. The ground beneath them fractured and sank under the weight of this monstrous strength. Hold nothing back. Let us all attack. At this moment, the first to speak, the wolfman drew his blade, transforming it into a tangible surge of bloodline power, erupting forth. Beastly ethnic talent. Frenzied blood boil. Beastly ethnic talent. Heart of a warrior. beastly ethnic talent, endless fury. In an instant, this wolfman activated all his racial talents. The ferocious blood energy coalesced upon his blade, and a colossal blood edge cleaved towards Marlenia. Martial technique, dance of the water birds. Marlenia, with a single foot planted, moved with the grace of a soaring bird, skillfully wielding her water bird hand blade as the edges clashed. In mere moments, the gigantic blood blade was shattered. Beastly ethnic talent, strength of the bull. Beastly ethnic talent, speed of the blue wolf. At this moment, the wolfman wielding the giant hammer followed closely behind. As his talents activated, the unprepared Marlenia found herself successfully subdued. An opportunity. Let us finish her. This fleeting chance was a mere heartbeat away. Even the nearby elite wolfmen, engaged in their own battles, managed to break free from their opponents, a surge of bloodline power coursing through them. The scene was set for a concerted assault to bring about Marlenia's demise. At this moment, even the usually composed Viscount Bifong found himself flustered. After all, he bore the noble blood of the Golden Rune family. Though Marlenia was a distant relative, she was still regarded as family. And how could he remain calm with his kin under threat? Martial technique, eternal golden homeland. As Viscount Bifong unleashed his martial prowess, a golden hue radiated from him, enveloping the area within hundreds of meters in an instant. The elite wolfman he faced was also caught in this golden embrace as he turned. When the light faded, everything within that radius had transformed into gold, and the elite wolfman was rendered into a golden eagle. Meanwhile, a single strand of the Viscount's hair shifted from gold to white. This technique, costing vitality, could only go so far, powerless to avert the impending doom. Is it over? Viscount Bifong lamented internally, engulfed in despair. Even Marlenia's aide, Knight Cash, and the Viscount's household retainers wore expressions of regret. They loathed themselves for failing to halt the enemy's advance. At last, is it truly over? This was the collective sentiment of the Wolfman leaders. The fervor of Pang Bo surged forth like a relentless torrent, launching a myriad of assaults that targeted the vulnerable points of Marlenia. Even Marlenia herself, at this moment, regained her composure. Faced with an overwhelming barrage, she realized she had acted with excessive impulsiveness, leaving no chance for retreat. Was this the end? How unfortunate. It was merely a hair's breadth away, just a fraction more, and I could have ascended to the realm of the Earth Knights in the most ideal manner. Was this where my journey in life would conclude? This was Marlenia's final lament within her heart. The armor of her fighting spirit enveloped her form, its crimson sheen radiating a distinct brilliance. Martial technique, true waterbird dance. In that instant, Marlenia resolved herself. Even in death, she would embrace the most pure and glorious demise. A noble death, a tragic death, like a butterfly, even when facing the eternal embrace of death in the next moment. She would perform her final dance upon the grand stage, beautifully tragic in her farewell. Boom. The sound of explosions erupted, as Marlenia faced 5 adversaries alone. Countless blades danced wildly, akin to a butterfly performing its last ballet. What are you all dawdling for? Go lend a hand. Baron Bifong roared, limping forward with sword in hand, desperate to join the fray. Yet, ultimately, he was restrained by his loyal retainers. As a subordinate and a vassal to Baron Bifong, he could not bear to watch his lord march to his doom. It was evident that the scale of this battle had surpassed their capacity to intervene. In his eyes, anyone could perish, but not Baron Bifong. As a loyal subject, he would uphold his duty to the very end. Meanwhile, the Cash Knight, being of merely initial knight rank, found it nearly impossible to assist. Upon entering the combat zone, he would be repelled by the high-ranking wargs. Despite being in the same broad realm, there existed a significant gap of 2 lower realms between them, rendering their strengths incomparable to the wargs. Unless it was to eliminate the formidable foe at hand, a low-ranking knight was akin to courting death. A mere elite high-ranker could easily dispatch him. Their gazes were filled with disdain, as if regarding a piece of refuse. Amidst the chaos of battle, Marlenia began to show signs of fatigue, her attacks growing increasingly feeble. In her mind, an image of a shadowy figure involuntarily surfaced. If only he were here, perhaps I would have a reliable backing. At that very moment, a tremendous sound reverberated through the sky. A meteor streaked across the firmament, its dark radiance capturing the attention of many. As the meteor descended, it stirred up a tempest upon the battlefield, dust swirling and obscuring the vision of all present. As the surrounding wolfmen wore expressions of bewilderment, a shadow akin to a specter burst forth from the thick smoke. Wherever this dark figure traversed, the wolfmen erupted, transforming into clouds of sanguine mist, subsequently dissipating into the air. The abruptness of this transformation was so startling that it afforded them no opportunity to react. With a roar reminiscent of thunder, anger gradually emerged from the fog. His terrifying aura and overwhelming presence instantly captivated the attention of all, compelling them to retreat in avoidance. Even the 5 high-ranking wolfmen, who were encircling Marlenia, distanced themselves from her. In that fleeting moment, they sensed a primal fear emanating from their very souls, the scent of death. Their instinct for survival prompted them to cease their assault on Marlenia, each one warily regarding the unexpected intruder. The leader of the wolfmen regarded the lone human and the lion with a cold gaze. The lion seemed amiss, evoking an unsettling sensation within him. Furthermore, the human's aura was equally disconcerting. I detect a whiff of death. This cannot be assessed through conventional reasoning. The threat posed by this individual might indeed surpass that of the madwoman. Now is the moment. Our collective strength is superior. We must annihilate them here, eradicating future threats to our clan. Even if we were to perish today, we must stall them, preventing their reinforcements from reaching the main battlefield. Upon hearing this, the other 4 high-ranking wolfmen leaders nodded in agreement. With these words spoken, the course of the battle once again veered into uncertainty. At this moment, the Valkyrie Marlenia had successfully extricated herself and reunited with fate. There were no unnecessary pleasantries exchanged. A mere glance sufficed for them to comprehend each other's intentions. Buy me some time. I am on the verge of touching that barrier. If I can hold on just a little longer, I can turn the tide of battle. The 3 wolfmen at the forefront were elite warriors of formidable prowess, while the other 2 were mid-tier elites, exceptionally skilled in encirclement tactics. Exercise caution. Be wary of falling into their trap, she warned, retreating behind Vade. Her aura appeared diminished, almost imperceptible, resembling a caterpillar in slumber. Meanwhile, Viscount Bifong, along with his retainers and Knight Cash, positioned themselves beside Vade, their expressions betraying readiness for imminent conflict. It was evident that this war had escalated to a point of no return. This was a conflict between 2 races. The victor could tip the scales of fate. Kill. Kill. Both sides erupted almost simultaneously, unleashing their might, as their fighting spirit and bloodline power converged into a tidal wave, continuously clashing against one another. The colossal fighting spirit coalesced into armor upon the bodies of the combatants. The manifestation of the fighting spirit armor heralds a battle that escalates to a life-and-death struggle, where only one side will emerge victorious. In this tumultuous clash, the air is thick with bloodlust, and the combatants are driven beyond the brink of mortality. At this moment, the notion of death has been cast aside by both parties, as they abandon all thoughts of life and demise. Following their collision, the previously restrained Engel now reveals his latent power. He has secretly charged his energy, unleashing a colossal lion's claw upon the ground, followed by an unrelenting torrent of dark energy. The earth shatters beneath this force, fissures opening like gaping wounds, as countless infernal flames erupt from the depths below. In this instant, the concept of the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting becomes a tangible reality. The fierce conflagration, coupled with the splintering earth, creates a searing heat that transforms nearly 1,000-meter radius into a desolate wasteland, devoid of life. Countless werewolves are consumed by the flames, their forms reduced to charred remains, leaving nothing but ash upon the battlefield. They do not even utter a cry as they succumb to eternal slumber. Even the higher-ranking werewolf leaders find themselves compelled to adopt a defensive stance, acutely aware of the peril they face. Beware this black flame. Do not let it touch you, warns the werewolf commander. This fire not only targets the flesh, but also assails the very essence of one's soul. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best to avoid contact. He articulates the lethal nature of the extinguishing dark flames, yet soon finds himself embroiled in combat with fate. The knight's lance clashes against the long knife, and in mere moments, sparks fly in a dazzling display. Despite Vade's inferior rank, he surprisingly gains the upper hand in their fierce exchange of power. The additional corruption from the dark elemental forces exacerbates the werewolf leader's agitation, as festering wounds begin to mar his body, pushing him to the brink of madness. What manner of beast is this human? His strength rivals that of a ferocious beast, he exclaims, frustration evident on his face. No matter how many bloodline abilities he activates, he cannot overpower his adversary. The magnitude of Vade's strength far exceeds his expectations, and combined with Vade's exquisite combat skills, it feels as though he is merely a practice dummy for his opponent's exhibition of prowess. Yet, in a fleeting moment of distraction, a pillar of fire envelopes him, the searing heat extinguishing his form in an instant. Indeed, the entire encounter lasts no more than 5 minutes. The werewolf commander meets his demise due to a moment's inattention. A series of small misfortunes thus seal his fate, with the destructive power of the extinguishing dark flames. Anyone within the same realm who is struck directly is doomed to turn to ash. Has Gregor been eliminated? The werewolf commander, wielding a colossal hammer, wore an expression of sheer horror. However, almost immediately, a rain of fire descended from the heavens, turning everything in its path into an inferno. The obsidian sea, forged from black flames, instilled dread in all who beheld it. The emergence of this fiery abyss ensnared the remaining 4 werewolf leaders, confining them within the blazing confines. Witnessing their commander consumed by the flames, the other leaders became increasingly apprehensive of the black fire, fearing they might be next to suffer such a fate. At that moment, the Valkyrie Marlenia seemed to be preparing for something. Her crimson cloak billowed without wind, and a pair of wings slowly unfurled from her back. The golden armor she wore began to slip away, reminiscent of a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, as an aura not befitting a knight radiated from her, blazing like the sun. Chapter 132, Domain Liberation. The Eternal Void. Like a raging tide. This is bad. That madwoman is about to ascend to a knight, they exclaimed, desperately attempting to interrupt her. In that instant, the 4 werewolf leaders could no longer afford distractions, even as the black flames seared their bodies. They were determined to prevent the emergence of a human powerhouse. A ground knight was equivalent to a war general among the other races. In the northern plains, there were only a handful of such formidable warriors within the entire werewolf clan. In this war, only 3 war generals had been dispatched to the human battlefield. Should the humans achieve a breakthrough right under their noses, the entire course of the conflict could shift dramatically, a reality unacceptable to the werewolf clan. Even if they perished, even if 100 elite warriors fell, as long as they could eliminate their adversary, it would be deemed a worthwhile sacrifice. Let us not forget, this was merely a war instigated by a single human province. Yet, this one province had already immobilized nearly a third of the werewolf's combat strength, and the main human forces had yet to advance into the northern plains. Adding to their woes were the threats posed by the goblins and ghouls, causing the werewolf situation to plummet into despair. But just as the 4 werewolves, driven to madness, launched their assault, it was not Vade, nor the Knight Cash, nor the self-serving vassals of the Count of White Maple standing in their way. Instead, they beheld the Count of White Maple himself, igniting the dwindling energy within him. A manic smile graced his face, mingled with a sense of relief, as his radiant platinum aura seemed to shine even brighter at that moment. To contend with Lady Marlenia? You shall first have to step over my corpse. The glory of gold shall not be trampled. In that instant, time and space itself seemed to freeze. Everything was bathed in a devastating hue of gold as it spread across the earth. Simultaneously, the 4 wolf leaders gradually transformed into a magnificent golden eagle, as if even time itself were suspended in that singular moment. Meanwhile, the blood uncontrollably gushed from Count by foam, while his once golden hair turned snow white. And as he fell backward, he plunged into a profound unconsciousness. With the onset of this golden transformation, the war seemed to approach its inevitable conclusion. A wondrous force emanated from Marlenia, as decay heralded the dawn of destruction, causing all things in the world to gradually wither away, marking the genesis of all that is filthy. Yet, decay also signifies rebirth. The flowers that bloom amidst decay shall bring forth new vitality and hope. This is a cycle, a destiny intertwined. Marlenia coexists with decay, teetering on the brink of life and death, descending into an endless abyss, guided by the weight of her own demise. When she emerges anew from her chrysalis, it will be a blossoming born of decay, a rebirth from the depths of ruin. Her immense wings unfurled slowly, reminiscent of a multitude of butterflies. While they possessed an exquisite beauty, they also bore an air of tragic elegance, born from the cycle of life and death. Marlenia gently removed her helmet, revealing her crimson locks that flowed like waves of red, dancing in the breeze. Her ruby-hued eyes, at this moment, appeared somewhat unfocused. Her body, stripped of its golden armor, lay bare before all. Yet, for reasons unknown, her visage and form became blurred and distorted, as if a mysterious force obstructed the gaze of all beings. I succumb to decay, yet I find rebirth within it. Only through the relentless embrace of decay. Only by embracing death can one attain eternity. The domain is liberated, the pseudo-domain, eternal abyss. As Marlenia's whisper echoed, time, space, and dimensions seemed to come to a halt. It was akin to a tranquil lake suddenly disturbed by a ripple. At that very moment, a breathtakingly beautiful, colossal flower bud stood between heaven and earth. captivating all who beheld it. As the bud began to unfurl, a massive scarlet bloom, spanning a kilometer in diameter, blossomed in that instant. Yet, just as swiftly, the flower began to dissipate. The entire spectacle lasted but a mere few seconds. Those witnessing this scene felt as though they were dreaming. A gigantic flower emerged and vanished in an instant, leaving them bewildered, unable to discern whether they had fallen asleep or were experiencing an illusion. But soon, an eerie scene unfolded amidst the wolves on the battlefield. My hand. Where's my hand? Ah, my leg is gone too. Why can't I see? Is it dark? My pride is lost. My precious treasure is gone. The wails of the wolfmen echoed through the air as they helplessly watched their bodies decay and dissolve before their very eyes. This terror, the dread of witnessing one's own demise without the power to intervene, was akin to a venom that intertwined and spread among the wolfmen, leading to the inevitable corruption and downfall of many. The ordinary wolfmen ultimately transformed into a thick, dark sludge, while those who had become bloodline warriors were corrupted into unknown monstrosities, deeply entrenched in decay. Yet, the wolfmen leaders, now turned into golden sculptures, appeared unaffected by the sanguine rot. However, with the unconsciousness of Viscount White Maple, the golden transformation began to unravel. Upon seeing them, it was clear they had succumbed to corruption, metamorphosing into grotesque abominations, a grotesque amalgamation of muck and vermin that evoked nausea. At that moment, Marlenia fluttered her fleshy wings, hovering in the air like a true goddess, pure and ethereal, much like a blooming flower anticipating its inevitable wilt. She raised her waterbird blade and proclaimed, "At this moment, victory belongs to us." Days later, Baron Miller led his legion to rendezvous with Wider as planned, following breaches on both the central and right flanks. The left flank also achieved success. Thus, the Ironstone Ridge area was thoroughly dismantled by the third group, which successfully completed its assembly. However, despite the victory, it could only be regarded as a Pyrrhic one. The Valkyrie Legion suffered losses of nearly 50%, with only around 5,000 of the original 10,000 warriors remaining, most of whom were wounded. Viscount White Maple endured severe injuries, expending a significant amount of life force, resulting in a loss of several decades of lifespan for some. His legion, originally comprising 5,000 plus reinforcements, dwindled to roughly 3,000 after the fierce battle. The left flank, while faring relatively well, also incurred heavy casualties. Baron Ward's forces were reduced to 3,000, while the Alien Cannon Fodder Legion remained at 4,000. In total, the third group currently had approximately 26,000 alien cannon fodder and around 14,000 human knights, summing up to a total of 40,000. To breach Ironstone Ridge, the 60,000-strong army had lost about one-third of its forces. Nevertheless, the ascension of Valkyrie Marlenia was sufficient to compensate for such a minor loss. Chapter 133, The Sky Knight. The Golden Duke. As the crowd celebrated their victory, a significant turn of events unfolded hundreds of kilometers away on the main battlefield. In the northern war zone, a vast expanse of grassland was filled with human forces that had amassed a formidable strength of 200,000 soldiers, gathering the 1st, 2nd, and 4th armies along with the Shattered Star Legion. The number of knightly attendants reached 700 or 800, with over 50 knight-level warriors present. In the sky, a figure loomed like a titan, clad in armor of gold that exuded an aura of both weight and opulence. Scarlet locks danced wildly in the tempest. Behind him, 2 colossal swords, shimmering with a faint purple radiance, stood as a testament to his might. A crimson cloak billowed fiercely behind him, pulsating with an overwhelming, chaotic energy that compelled one to submit. He resembled a deity, disdainfully surveying the insignificant creatures that crawled upon the earth. The clouds churned ominously, as if gathering a potent force, reminiscent of a divine being spoken of only in legends, gazing down upon all creation. Opposing him was the king of the Wolfmen, Tuwa Ba, one of the 2 supreme leaders of his tribe. Beneath him, over 300,000 Wolfmen had assembled, all the formidable warriors of his clan converging upon this battlefield. Is the human duke arriving? The inquiry from the Wolf King detonated like a bomb in a tranquil pond, the shockwaves reverberating unexpectedly. The kingdom of Philips, the newly appointed duke, the Golden Duke, Latine. At that moment, as Latine's name echoed through the air, the very heavens seemed to tremble. The clouds roiled violently, revealing a fissure from which an eerie, deep purple halo emerged in the firmament. Is the domain to be so brazenly challenged? The Wolf King scoffed, a surge of bloodline power coursing through him, manifesting as a blood-red halo. At that instant, 2 rings of light, one crimson and one violet, collided in the sky, unleashing a tempest of ethereal thunder from the void. The entire realm appeared on the brink of collapse. The clouds were torn asunder, and the ground was trampled. This epic confrontation rendered the ordinary folk unable to even approach. For mere spectators would be ravaged by the overwhelming forces at play. Domain liberation, pseudo-domain, heavenly pervasion force. Domain expansion, pseudo-domain, crimson slaughter blood enchantment. The two titans of the battlefield commenced a war that could only be described as legendary and epic. The very heavens tore apart, landscapes shattered. The clash resounded through the skies, the ferocity of battle escalating exponentially. Countless lives were extinguished in every fleeting moment. On the date of August 30th, 8983 in the Dark Era, the northern province of Tuwalf was officially renamed the Duchy of Eldon. The Stars-Hard demon General Latine was elevated to the rank of Duke, henceforth known as the Golden Duke. This day would also be remembered as the Golden War, and the nameless battlefield would later be referred to as the Crimson Plain. For blood had long stained every corner of this land. On this day, the Duchy of Eldon expanded its territory from over 100,000 square kilometers to more than threefold. The territory has expanded to 360,000 square kilometers, marking a qualitative transformation. This Golden War ultimately culminated in a resounding victory for Duke Latine, the Golden Prince. The Wolf King Tooba, in that battle, suffered serious injuries and was forced to retreat. 300,000 wolfmen nearly faced annihilation, with only a handful of warrior-class wolfmen managing to escape by sheer luck. Consequently, after ceding a vast expanse of territory, the wolfmen fell into a brief period of silence. The war, in a remarkably short span, reached its conclusion. At the Ironstone Ridge, within the temporary encampment, Marlenia summoned all the knights, leading to the convening of a meeting. Breaking the silence was Valkyrie Marlenia, who, as the facilitator of this assembly, began to elucidate the current situation. You all must have received the news. Just a few days ago, the war concluded. My cousin, the Starshatter Sorcerer Latine, has been elevated to the rank of Sky Knight and officially bestowed the title of Duke by the kingdom. The northern province of Tuwolf has thus become a relic of the past, now renamed the Eldon Duchy, or alternatively, the Eldon Province. As supporters of the Golden Rune family, you have played an unprecedentedly crucial role in this conflict. Therefore, my brother has decided to allocate 1/3 of the 50,000 square kilometers of territory occupied in the northwestern war zone to you four knights. As for the distribution, you four shall determine it amongst yourselves. Our family will impose no interference, relying solely on your deliberations. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the room, plunging it into an extended pause. It felt akin to a dream. What was initially perceived as merely the beginning, unexpectedly concluded in this manner. Indeed, the four knights present were taken aback. Although they had previously received news, they had been reluctant to believe it until Marlenia articulated it herself, solidifying their acceptance of reality. To those knights, a war involving hundreds of thousands of people was likely considered a mere skirmish. The rulers above had determined the victor, and thus the situation tilted decidedly in one direction. However, soon, the gaze of the assembly shifted toward the 16,000 square kilometers of land. This included the very ironstone ridge beneath their feet, rich in mineral resources, a veritable gold mine. Baron White Maple, if I recall correctly, you are merely 3,000 square kilometers short of the territory required to attain the rank of Count, are you not? The first to speak was Baron Blue Lake Ward. As a person of exceedingly low standards, his words were uttered with an unashamed intent. Your Grace, the Valkyrie, though the new territory has been incorporated into the Eldon Duchy, it remains in an undeveloped stage. I am willing to relinquish all my current lands to lead my people in establishing a new homeland. Coincidentally, I have a territorial issue with Baron White Maple, and I shall transfer my nearly 3,000 square kilometers of land entirely to him. I, on the other hand, aspire to acquire the entire territory of the Ironstone Ridge, spanning 7,000 square kilometers. After all, as we strive to rebuild our homeland, we must begin anew, and I hope that Her Valkyrie Majesty will acquiesce. Upon the conclusion of Baron Ward's words, Miller and Wade fell silent, directing their gazes towards Viscount White Maple. Even Valkyrie Marlenia exhibited a hint of hesitation. The Ironstone Ridge is replete with resources, a natural treasure trove of minerals, and this bounty ought to be shared among us. Very well, I can accept your proposal. Your territory will be wholly incorporated into the dominion of Viscount White Maple, and I shall no longer share the 16,000 square kilometers of land. However, likewise, for every mineral discovered in the Ironstone Ridge henceforth, 40% must be remitted to the Eldon Duchy. The remaining 30% will be evenly distributed among Viscount White Maple, Baron Wuyo, and Baron Twilight. The final 30% shall constitute your profit, Baron Ward. Accepting this proposal ensures that none shall suffer loss, should you refuse. I am unperturbed by the prospect of our mutual decay here. Chapter 134, Dividing the Spoils. Viscount White Maple's tone was unassuming. Yet beneath his calm words lurked a veiled malice and resolve. Setting aside the primary battlefield of the Golden War in the Ironstone Ridge campaign, Viscount White Maple deemed Baron Ward to have exerted minimal effort, yet sought to reap the sweetest rewards. Merely a dream. However, one cannot overlook that the 3,000 square kilometers of land belonging to Baron Blue Lake was indeed his most coveted possession. Securing this land would elevate Viscount White Maple's domain to precisely 10,000 square kilometers, fulfilling the requirements for promotion to Earl. After all, contiguous territories are essential for solidifying governance, presenting the most enticing conditions. Should Viscount White Maple or any of his kin break through to the rank of knight, he would seamlessly ascend to the title of Earl. Furthermore, the infrastructure within Baron Blue Lake's domain is well established, rendering the costs of investment and development remarkably low. This alleviates a considerable array of troubles for Viscount White Maple, serving as one of his motivations for pursuing this transaction. Observing this, the others expressed tacit approval. Ultimately, Baron Ward gritted his teeth and accepted all the conditions laid forth by Viscount White Maple. Although he incurred significant losses for Baron Ward, it was merely a matter of gritting his teeth. Flexibility is essential for a gentleman. After all, a man must not only be adaptable, but also capable of varying his stature and strength at will. Moreover, Baron Ward harbored further ambitions. Simultaneously, he sought to deepen his relations with Wade and Miller. The Bronze Tree Alliance was something he had long been aware of. With these two formidable allies, should the three of them successfully forge an alliance, they would command the northwestern region of the Eldon Duchy, rendering them the true arbiters of that domain. This is precisely what Baron Ward values. Sometimes, interests outweigh all else. As long as the benefits are substantial, one can hardly expect anyone to turn away from wealth. As for the remaining 9,000 square kilometers, Wade and Baron Miller nearly divided the territory equally, each obtaining 4,500 square kilometers. Including the land previously covertly annexed, Wade's nominal territory has now reached 7,500 square kilometers, while Baron Miller's has surpassed 8,500 square kilometers. Such a vast expanse of land will likely remain unexploited for the next decade or more. It will take at least 20 years for its development. That is indeed a considerable span of time. The delightful division of spoils thus came to a close. Just as everyone was contentedly departing the conference room, Wade found himself retained by Marlenia for a private discussion. In the solitude of the room, an air of subtle intimacy enveloped the two. The presence of a lone man and woman, seemingly attuned to one another, naturally suggested that significant matters were at hand. I am grateful for your timely intervention earlier. Please accept this token of my appreciation. With these words, the Valkyrie Marlenia hurriedly presented a jade box to Wade, alongside a spherical object. Inside the box lay a spatial ring of 100 square units, as well as a vial of blood essence, extracted from the heart of a high-ranking magical beast. As you cultivate the lion's breath technique, this blood essence will enhance your physical strength and assist you in breaking through barriers. It will also help quell the tumultuous will inherent in the lion's breath, proving to be of great benefit to you. Of course, it is equally effective for Earth Knights. Additionally, this is my personal gratitude towards you. She revealed an elemental core, born of a 7th-level magical beast, the core of the storm, a pure amalgamation of elemental forces. Coupled with the refinement of a clan sister, this elemental core should aid you in your ascent to an esteemed knight. Moreover, our Golden Rune family will bestow upon you a significant fortune in private capacity, along with an array of extraordinary tomes and 3 cultivation techniques for low-tier magical plants. As a gesture of our support, and do take this tome on the breathing technique. With that, Marlenia swiftly produced a thick, ancient tome bound in black leather. This is the complete version of the lion's breath technique, the original handwritten manuscript, capable of guiding one to the pinnacle of celestial knights. However, since its inception, apart from its creator, no one has ever achieved mastery at the celestial knight level. For millennia, only a handful have reached the Earth Knight stage. And you are the 13th individual to attain the knight rank in nearly 1,000 years. With that, the Valkyrie Marlenia hastily exited the tent. Beneath her golden mask, her flushed cheeks revealed the rapid heartbeat of this formidable Valkyrie. The unique admiration typical of young maidens has unexpectedly manifested towards a knight, a sight that is indeed astonishing. However, admiration remains merely admiration. It is neither love nor any other sentiment. It exists as a form of appreciation that transcends friendship, yet falls short of love. In this regard, Wade accepts it with equanimity. He never presumed that the Valkyrie Marlenia would harbor any unusual feelings for him. After all, although he is not wed, he does have two concubines, Emily and Tanilla, at home. One possesses pure, white hair, an ethereal beauty that is both exquisite and enticing. The other embodies a delightful blend of charm and sensuality, obedient and willing to explore various pleasures, which is undeniably thrilling. This clandestine and slightly exhilarating sensation is the very essence of Wade's intrigue. Being overtly honest seems rather dull in comparison. Subsequently, Wade stored all these items within his spatial ring. As for what comes next, he finds himself with some leisure time, and after a brief respite, he will be returning to the Wuyo territory. In Emily's absence, it is only natural that Tanilla, the accompanying mage, will cater to his daily needs. It must be said, Wade has already begun to anticipate this. Chapter 135, Tanilla's Ambitions. After the revelry, chaos ensued, and joy ebbed away like a receding tide. Tanilla leaned against Wade's chest, her heart brimming with delight as she gazed at the man before her. This was her first instance of being alone with Wade. Love is inherently selfish. No woman wishes to share her man with another. Even though Tanilla's affection for Wade is not wholly pure, the phenomenon of possessiveness is remarkably potent. My lord, I have heard that the war has come to an end. Indeed, Wade replied softly, fatigue evident in his voice. The war arrived unexpectedly but concluded swiftly, laying the groundwork for the future of the Wuyo territory. With over 7,000 square kilometers of land, it is approaching the size of a count's domain. Given the current state of the territory, it will take at least 30 years of development before any significant progress can be made. As he spoke, a hint of hope mingled with a sense of helplessness surfaced in Wade's tone. The Wuyo territory remains too weak. Despite possessing such vast lands, its total population barely exceeds 30,000. To fully develop the territory, this meager population is far from sufficient, making the expansion of the populace Wade's most pressing concern. My lord, might I inquire if you could grant me the position of governor? Chief Counselor Chris, now advanced in years, is managing the existing affairs adequately, but it seems he is losing his vigor. It may be time for you to reconsider the current governance structure, Tanilla whispered softly, wrapping her arms around Wade's neck. As a member of the Marco family, Tanya still yearns for her lineage to become genuinely formidable, even if they have chosen to submit for now. She aspires to be the strongest among the vassals. Oh, I had not perceived you possessed such ambition before. Wade chuckled, finding no fault in her aspirations. Having ambitions is indeed a positive trait, as it fosters progress. This was a lesson imparted by Sister Emily, who once remarked that the Lord does not favor frivolities. Rather, to become an asset to the Lord is the true path to earn his affection. Thus, I wish to demonstrate my capabilities. As a mage, my knowledge is considerable, and I am eager to apply my insights and learnings to cultivate a better, worry-free domain for you. Your philosophy of a worry-free existence is the essence of our pursuits. Upon hearing this, whether sincere or not, Wade smiled and patted Tanya's delicate back, acknowledging her proposal. Upon my return, I shall formally appoint you and subsequently reorganize the power structure. I hope you can provide a comprehensive plan soon, as Chris has indeed grown old and deserves to enjoy his well-earned respite. As for Emily, her years of experience studying under Chris will facilitate her inclusion in the core power structure. Additionally, upon my return, I shall select a group of children from the territory. I aim to establish an elite legion that belongs to the worry-free domain. Let it be known, while wise rulers are undoubtedly vital, the foundation of all governance lies in force and power. Without sufficient strength, one is akin to a drifting reed without roots. A towering edifice will inevitably fade, collapsing in a resounding crash. Yes, my lord. Tanya offered a tender kiss, though she gradually felt her body growing warm. The second round soon commenced. Days later, as the army set forth once more, Wade rode alongside Baron Miller and Baron Ward, the three territories adjacent, naturally traveling together. According to the previous reports, a massive wave of migration had commenced within the kingdom, with numbers exceeding several million. At that time, each of us barons should be able to allocate approximately 100,000 civilians. However, I wish to propose a transaction with both of you. If you agree, I can bestow the entirety of this 100,000 share to your esteemed selves. Upon hearing this, Wade's interest was evidently piqued more than that of Baron Miller. After all, in terms of population, he was the most lacking among the three barons. Even Twilight Domain boasted over 100,000 inhabitants. I am intrigued. Do elaborate. As Wade expressed his interest, Baron Ward's lips curled into a knowing smile, clearly having anticipated Wade's reaction. After all, this bait was specifically prepared for the worry-free baron. It is worth mentioning that Vade's ancestors were among the first nobility in the Elden Duchy, establishing a natural affinity. I trust both of you are aware that in the not-so-distant future, the Elden Duchy is poised to embark on a wave of expansion. At that time, pioneering knights from all corners of the nation, along with a new cadre of military nobility, shall converge upon the Elden Duchy for expansion. Do you not think, my esteemed lords, that as members of the older nobility, we ought to unite more resolutely? Within a mere 2 years, I shall relocate my entire domain to the new northern frontier, specifically the Ironstone Ridge region. Your territories, my lords, border mine closely, making us natural allies. There is no need for concern regarding mutual interference. We possess ample developmental buffer space. At this juncture, both Vide and Baron Miller fell into contemplation. It was undeniable that Baron Ward spoke with considerable insight. The implications were quite clear, suggesting a desire to forge a defensive alliance to collectively confront the emerging forces of the future. Vide cast a sidelong glance at Baron Miller, who subtly shook his head. Understanding this gesture, Vide's demeanor began to shift gradually. Indeed, Baron Ward's assertions held some merit. However, given the current uncertainty in the situation, there was no urgency to act. It would be prudent to wait until the circumstances stabilized before engaging in further discussion. Vide politely declined Baron Ward's proposition, indicating that the terms presented were insufficiently compelling. Presently, the might of the bronze tree surpassed that of Baron Ward. If the latter sought to harness the power of the bronze tree, even aspiring to integrate and share its myriad benefits, that could certainly be negotiated, but only contingent upon substantial incentives. After all, the bronze tree was the fruit of their meticulous efforts, and to compromise for a mere 100,000 commoners would devalue their achievements and misalign with their interests. Recognizing the circumstances, Baron Ward refrained from pursuing the topic further. Whether future opportunities for collaborative development might arise would depend on Baron Ward's own decisions. Only with genuine intent could this alliance avoid becoming a mere jest, fragile and easily shattered. Despite their current status as 3 barons, it would not be long before the frontier birthed 3 newly minted viscounts, perhaps even an earl. The rapidly expanding territories served as the foundation of their ascent. Chapter 136, The Latest Developments. A Triangular Balance of Power. On September 28, 8983 of the Dark Era, Vide and his forces successfully arrived at the Wuyo territory. As Vide approached Wuyo City, countless civilians spontaneously emerged from the city to greet him. A red carpet stretching from the Lord's Manor all the way to 10 miles outside the city. The dark, golden 6-winged lion banner representing the Mandela family was waved by the populace, heralding the triumphant return of their lord. Observing the rejuvenated and even more majestic Wuyo City, Vide felt a long-overdue sense of relaxation wash over him as he strolled along the red carpet, reveling in the cheers of the crowd. An inexplicable sensation filled the air, uplifting Vide's spirits and even inducing a slight loosening of his previously held composure. Once again, this familiar sensation enveloped him. However, it was a pleasant feeling. Vide mused within, his smile growing increasingly serene as he savored the beauty of the moment. Before long, within the city lord's residence, a new internal meeting was convened, aimed at delineating several vital developmental directions for the future. Following the reports from Chris and others regarding the recent situation in Wyoming, Vide gained a preliminary understanding of the current state of affairs. From the most fundamental data, it was revealed that the total population of Wyoming stood at approximately 58,000, with young adults under the age of 40 comprising 70% of this demographic. Contrary to expectations, the population had not suffered from the impacts of multiple wars, causing a disconnect between generations. Rather, the young adult population was experiencing rapid growth. This surge could be attributed to the flourishing of the Bronze Tree and the relentless promotion of Wyoming's allure by the Gile Merchants Guild during their travels. This attracted a portion of the scattered populace. Another contributing factor was the slave trader, Carl. This once obscure individual, long forgotten by many, had leveraged the support of Wyoming, coupled with the backing of the Bronze Tree. Overnight, he ascended to become one of the most renowned slave traders in the Duchy of Aden, controlling the vast majority of the slave markets in the northwest region, accounting for 7% of the market share within the duchy. The wealth and channels of population slaves that these 7 traders commanded became the primary source of inhabitants for Wyoming. Of the current population exceeding 50,000, over 20,000 were brought to Wyoming by Carl through various means. Carl's rise was unforeseen even by Vide. However, upon closer examination, it became apparent that there was an elusive support from the Golden Rune family behind Carl's ascent. Clearly, Carl's emergence was not a matter of chance, but rather a gift from the Golden Rune family. signifying their acknowledgement of Wyoling's status and recognition of it as a steadfast ally. This also represented the goodwill extended by the Golden Rune family towards Wyde. This encapsulated the current state of the population. In terms of livelihood, under the influence of the Bronze Tree and the Gile Merchants Guild, the economic level of the region flourished splendidly. Every common citizen could sustain their households through their own labor, often with a modest surplus. Vast tracts of farmland were cultivated, leading to a significant increase in food production, which in turn propelled the development of industries such as brewing and animal husbandry. Numerous estates and farms sprang up, all bearing the name Mailey followed by a sequence number. Among them were Mailey Brewing Estate, 5, Mailey Agricultural and Pastoral Farm, 9, Mailey Imitation Estate, 13, and Mailey Orchard. Mailey Cheese, Mailey Equestrian Center. A myriad of enterprises named after Mailey gradually coalesced into what could be termed a brand effect. It was even noted that a shipyard named Mailey Shipyard had emerged. All vessels produced, regardless of size, are named after Mary, with the most popular model being the triangular sailboat, designated as the Forward Mary. These assets, bearing the Mary name, are managed by the Bliss Consortium, which has become renowned for its commercial brand. A slogan has even emerged: Mary productions are all exquisite. Meanwhile, the Bliss Consortium has successfully merged with the Artisan Forging Association, establishing itself as a significant pillar. The population and living conditions are thriving, leading to a rapid and worry-free development. Additionally, the Lion King Valley, a burgeoning potion garden, is anticipated to commence large-scale sales of potions to the outside world next year. The military is currently in a period of recuperation, focusing on recruitment and training. Prominent warriors and gifted youth are undergoing unified training to select candidates, nurturing new knight attendants to solidify the territory. An abundance of monster meat is being cured or dried into jerky, contributing to military training under the personal guidance of Alsace. It is believed that a wealth of talent will soon emerge. I have grasped the general situation, and it is now imperative for us all to work together to build our homeland. Yes, my lord. The officials collectively bowed in response. In their eyes, Vider's decree is paramount above all else. Observing this, Vider leaned casually on his throne, crossing his legs, and stated, effective immediately, Emily and Tanilla will be stripped of all previous duties and reappointed as the second and third counselors, respectively. Along with Chief Counselor Chris, they will form a triumvirate council. From now on, all administrative matters within the territory will be handled by this council, which will then report back to me. Their jurisdiction will encompass the slave group ruled by slave merchant Carl, the Bliss Consortium overseen by Spike, the Bronze Tree Consortium, and the Artisan Forging Association led by Reggie, all falling under the council's governance. Furthermore, the Assault Battalion will be elevated to the status of a legion, with Jaeger appointed as the legion commander. The legion will consist of 10,000 troops, prioritizing convicts and slaves for enlistment. Additionally, Hope will be authorized as an interior mage and granted the power to teach magic to others, thereby establishing a mage legion, of which he will be the commander. Finally, the station troops and the Imperial Guard will be merged and elevated to legion level, designated as the Raging Lion Legion. Diego will be relieved of his command over the Imperial Guard and appointed as the commander of the Raging Lion Legion, which will comprise 5,000 troops. These three will form the military cabinet, overseeing all military affairs, defense, and security within the territory. Moreover, an inspector position will be established, under the stewardship of Alsace. Should any insurrection be discovered within the realm of Wuyo, the decree permits immediate action without delay, requiring only my singular report. The Inner Court Council, the military cabinet, and the inspectors hold equal standing, devoid of hierarchy. In my absence, the aforementioned 7 individuals shall possess the authority to act on my behalf, executing all matters beneficial to the domain of Wuyo and the Mandala family. Chapter 137, The Lion King's Arena. The New Canal Project. A reform of resident permits. Several months have elapsed since the conclusion of the last Inner Court meeting, and we find ourselves in the year 8984 of the Dark Calendar, in the second month. Since the restructuring of the power framework, the pace of development in Wuyo has accelerated remarkably, becoming increasingly efficient. Simultaneously, this has afforded Wade additional time for cultivation. By attending the Inner Court Council's reports weekly, he can maintain an understanding of all matters within the territory. Moreover, with the checks and balances between the Inner Court Council and the military cabinet, any oversight on one side could magnify exponentially. This arrangement has significantly enhanced the efficiency and accuracy of officials at all levels. In recent months, Emily has drafted plans for the arena. As the Phillips people have a penchant for beast fights, and the establishment of such an arena serves as both a public benefit and a means of revenue generation. With Karl, the prominent slave trader, managing supply, the creation of a robust industry chain is virtually assured. The labor force for constructing the arena comprises 10,000 wargens brought back by weight. These wargen slaves consume less than dogs and toil more than oxen. They are the finest laborers, indeed akin to elite beasts of burden. They rise before dawn, laboring at the quarry, and may only rest once the entire city has succumbed to slumber. What? You deem this inhumane? I regret to inform you that this is, in fact, an exceedingly lenient policy. It is far preferable to the harsh existence of digging potatoes in Siberia, where frostbite could lead to one being used as firewood. The benevolent Baron of Wio has spared them from death. All that is demanded is a lifetime of labor in return for his grace. Should they not repay such kindness with their utmost effort? This is indeed a monumental mercy. As the architect of this initiative, Emily has also received commendation from Wade and has been instructed in the knight's breathing technique. While her innate talent may be lacking and her age beyond the prime for cultivation, with the provision of certain resources, Emily has made initial strides into the ranks of the extraordinary over the course of 3 months. Ultimately, Wade does not seek her to become exceedingly formidable, on one hand. It serves as a reward, while on the other, it is due to Wade's overwhelming strength, which has become increasingly burdensome for Emily's ordinary physique to accommodate. Encouraging her cultivation also enhances Wade's experience. Of course, the external narrative primarily celebrates Emily's contributions. After all, how could our exalted Baron of Serenity possibly entertain such notions? Concurrently, following the implementation of the gladiatorial arena project, Tanilla also introduced the Grand Canal project that would span the entire territory. Currently, within the domain of Serenity, there exists only one canal linking the Waterscale Marsh, Utopia City, Serenity City, and the Lionheart Fortress. According to Tanilla's vision, she proposed that the future development of Serenity could extend westward. The closer one moves to the west, the nearer they approach the coastline, and the surrounding waterways become increasingly developed, allowing for the construction of an extensive canal that may one day connect to the sea. This is a plan that could bear fruit for generations to come, albeit one that is quite audacious, akin to excavating a river. This scheme may seem reckless or somewhat impractical, yet it has garnered significant attention from wide, and its feasibility is not insignificant, although immediate results may not be evident. One day, once this plan is realized, it will usher Serenity into a new era. The first step is to integrate the various lakes and rivers within the existing territory to establish an initial water transport system. This naturally requires labor, which will come from the clan of lizard folk residing in the Waterscale Marsh. Originally, the Waterscale clan consisted of only a few hundred lizard folk, but after accepting 2,000 more, the entire group has grown increasingly formidable. Not long ago, the clan leader, Celius, successfully ascended to the elite tier. Presently, this lizard folk leader is guiding his people in the development of waterways, continuously expanding from the Waterscale Marsh to the surrounding water systems while also further enlarging the area of the marsh. This expansion not only increases their habitat, but also helps to retain and replenish water, preventing the marsh from gradually drying up. The 2-meter-tall, robust lizard folk are the optimal choice for this endeavor, and their resilience against muddy conditions greatly enhances their work efficiency. In merely a few months, they have already connected several nearby small lakes. Lastly, we have the Venerable Chris, as the chief executive of Serenity, following the establishment of the Inner Council. He began reforms regarding population and residency permits, making considerable progress. He has restructured the residency permits into 5 tiers, ranked from 1 to 5, with 1 being the highest and 5 the lowest. The highest tier of residency permit signifies the utmost status within Serenity, second only to the Lord, and currently, only 7 individuals possess this distinction. The second tier represents the extraordinary individuals within the territory, important officials, and leaders of lower factions, including notable figures such as Spike, Karl, and Raj. The third tier encompasses soldiers, mid to lower-ranking officials, and certain wealthy merchants. The Level 4 resident certificate signifies the ordinary populace within the realm of Wyoling, representing its official citizens who are under the protection of this territory. Conversely, the Level 5 resident certificate denotes slaves, the lowest tier of society, who barely manage to sustain themselves, yet are not entirely devoid of opportunities for ascension. For instance, a law-abiding human slave need only labor for a decade within the territory to attain freedom, subsequently earning a Level 4 resident certificate. In contrast, non-human slaves and criminals face harsher realities. They may either remain lifelong slaves at the bottom of the social hierarchy or win their freedom through the arena by achieving 100 victories. If they meet the standards set forth by wildling, they may even be granted an exceptional level 3 resident certificate, thus transforming their fate and singing songs of liberation. This regulation applies equally to all races, including wolfkin. This rule serves as a means for Chris to subtly filter talent for wildling, as those who have endured hardship tend to cherish the rare hope of freedom more deeply, exhibiting greater loyalty. As for ordinary merchants, adventurers, and transient visitors, they are issued temporary resident certificates. Upon expiration, they must vacate the territory. Should they wish to remain, a modest fee must be paid. This concept was proposed by Wade, akin to a green card. It not only differentiates individuals, but also serves as an indirect source of revenue, which is expected to grow alongside the development of wildling. Above the Level 1 resident certificate lies the ruling family of wildling, the Mundalas, with the current sovereign being Baron Wide of the Mandala lineage, the true master of wildling. Chapter 138, The Great Migration, The Return to Ruined City. In the year 8984 of the Dark Era, the first wave of migrants officially entered the Elden Duchy, currently residing temporarily in Ruined City. This initial group comprises over 100,000 individuals, merely a fraction of the Grand Migration. Wildling serves as the baronial domain that selects the first batch of people, reaping the benefits of prioritization. Skilled young adults and physically robust individuals are highly sought after, as no one wishes to return with a contingent of the frail and infirm. Days later, before Ruined City, its grandeur has notably increased. With plans underway for a second outer city wall, the new city gates are several times more imposing than before. In front of the 10 entryways, throngs of people gather. Caravans of all sizes, travelers enamored by this locale, and adventurers in pursuit of wealth and opportunity converge in a cacophony of voices. A procession of guards clad in golden armor exemplifies the prosperity of the Golden Rune family, where a knightly squire may only be a captain of the guard, while a knight-level warrior could oversee the protection of the city gates. This unmistakably reveals the formidable power of the Golden Rune family. Even a mere gatekeeper is likely more formidable than some newly appointed barons. Here, the ranks of knights are as numerous as the stars in the sky, not to mention the hundreds, if not thousands, that exist. At this moment, several dark figures appeared in the sky, capturing the attention of many. What could this be? This aura, could it possibly belong to a 6th-tier magical beast? The guards and knights exclaimed in alarm, swiftly adopting defensive postures, their crimson aura coalescing into a furnace-like shape behind them. Their hands rested on the hilts of their swords, poised for an imminent attack. Alert! Alert! The shrill sound of bells rang out, as battalions of soldiers assembled, forming battle formations to confront the impending danger. More than a dozen knight attendants drew their swords, channeling their aura outward, casting vigilant gazes toward the sky. Meanwhile, the crowd gathered at the city gates erupted in screams. Panic swept through the masses, and chaos ensued. Just as a fierce battle seemed imminent, a steady male voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. I am Baron Wuyo, Wideman Della. Do you dare to draw your swords against me? Is this a challenge? An overwhelming presence instantly radiated, causing the ordinary citizens to swallow hard, feeling parched yet too intimidated to utter a sound. The throng of thousands below fell into an eerie silence, an unsettling calm enveloping the scene. This was the absolute might emanating from a powerful being, rendering even the knight attendants hesitant to meet his gaze. The knight commander gulped, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. A high-tier knight. This realization struck him with awe, as memories stirred within him. Was this not the very baron who had aided the Valkyrie in her ascension to the rank of land knight? A key figure among the bronze trees. Lauded as the rampant lion by the family head, Baron Wuyo Wide. Here, the family head refers to the former Golden Count, Matthew's Golden Rune, who currently holds no title, as the title has shifted to the Golden Duke, Latine. However, the actual control of the Golden Rune family remains in his hands. Upon this realization, the knight immediately dissipated his aura and instructed the guards to maintain order. He approached with a countenance of humility and regret, as the Infernal Flame Lion King, Engel, landed. Accompanied by 6 Infernal Flame Lions, they created a separate zone. The 6 knight attendants stood faithfully by Wide's side, resembling the most loyal of sentinels. I sincerely apologize. My lord, please forgive my rudeness. As a friend of the Golden Rune family, drawing my sword against you is a grave dereliction of duty, and I willingly accept any punishment. Yet, I implore you to temper your wrath and pardon the other guards. The knight commander spoke earnestly, his demeanor respectful and humble. Upon witnessing the situation, Vade restrained his anger, for his esteemed status demanded a display of magnanimity. To forgive the transgressor would reflect his expansive heart. After all, a lack of reaction would tarnish the dignity befitting a baron. Remaining silent would only lead others to underestimate him, which is precisely why Vade exuded such dominance. He represented more than just his own reputation. The essence of his being and appearance were emblematic of the Wuyo territory. He wished to avoid being confronted with a sword at the doorstep of a friend in the future. With that, Vade turned resolutely toward the main entrance. This grand portal, typically closed, swung open of its own accord as he approached, a testament to his elevated status. The Knight Commander cast a glance at the 7 majestic infernal lions, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation and envy. Go, you lot, procure a few pigs, cows, and sheep. These colossal lions must be in need of sustenance. And do remember to fetch some spring water. They appear quite parched. The city of ruin, once divided into inner and outer layers, had now expanded to 3 distinct zones: the inner city, the outer city, and the core district. On his last visit, Vade had been in such a rush that he failed to fully appreciate the city's splendor. This experience, however, stood in stark contrast to that of several years prior. A world apart. Upon entering the city, he was greeted by a 100-strong escort, bypassing both the outer and inner cities to head directly into the core area. Awaiting him was none other than the Valkyrie Marlenia, her striking golden red hair still captivating as ever. Yet beside her stood another young woman, seemingly younger than Marlenia, cloaked in a voluminous white robe and adorned with a large wizard's hat that obscured much of her face. What astounded Vade the most were her azure eyes, which, in stark contrast to Marlenia's, seemed to gaze into a tranquil, starry expanse. It has been a while, Vade. It appears you have absorbed the elemental core and ascended to a higher rank of knight. Congratulations. However, your entrance certainly made quite the stir, Marlenia jested, her seemingly calm words tinged with excitement. They exchanged a handshake, a gesture of greeting. Your Grace Marlenia, I owe this to your generous gifts. May the light of the White Knight bless you. As for the incident at the city gate, I did not intend for it to escalate. I am unaccustomed to being threatened with a sword. Had he been an enemy, he would already be dead, Vade replied, half jokingly, considering the matter settled. As the Knight Commander was indeed in the wrong. Marlenia then slightly inclined her body, introducing, this is my younger cousin, Lonnie Goldrun, a high-ranking mage. She is the president of the Conclave of Stars and holds immense potential to become a grand sorceress in the Elden Principality. Chapter 139, A Gift. Greetings. The exquisite Miss Lonnie, it is a great honor to behold your Majesty's presence. With a noble demeanor, Wade bowed elegantly, embodying the cultivated grace of nobility. Lonnie responded with a slight bow, marking their formal introduction. The trio then proceeded toward a manor within the city. Along the way, Wade engaged in lively conversation with Marlenia, seizing the opportunity to retrieve a precious box from his storage ring. Upon receiving the box, Marlenia discovered 2 rare plants resting within. The milky, transparent leaves showcased their extraordinary nature. White crystal grass. It is said that this remarkable specimen can enhance the likelihood of advancing to a knight by 30%. This is indeed a significant gift. Are you certain, Wade? Marlenia gazed at Wade with mild astonishment, clearly unprepared for such a valuable offering. In response, Wade merely nodded slightly, appearing unfazed. One of these was intended as a gift for you, but the war concluded so abruptly that I had not the chance to present it sooner. I offer this as a token of gratitude for your previous assistance, while the other is destined for the Golden Rune family. In appreciation for the support they have provided to the Wuyo territory, I shall represent the Green Polonia tree in safeguarding the northwest of the Elden Duchy. Wade's heartfelt words stirred something within Marlenia, rendering her unable to refuse. Items that aid in advancing to knights are exceedingly rare. Within the Golden Rune family alone, several individuals remain stagnant at the ranks of high knights or mages, a clear demonstration of the scarcity of opportunities. Notable figures such as Golden Grek, Omen Monty, Blood Monty, and Star Lonnie are all high-ranking knights or mages, each a formidable candidate for ascension to higher realms. Thus, the value of these 2 white crystal grasses becomes increasingly significant. Ultimately, Marlenia accepted the gift. The trio soon arrived at an intimate garden, where exquisite pastries and refreshing red tea exuded an air of opulence. The subtle elemental fluctuations indicated that these delicacies and fruits were no ordinary fare, all derived from super plants. Truly, the Golden Rune family spares no expense. This afternoon tea is something I might not indulge in even once throughout the year, Wade mused, acknowledging the undeniable advantages of wealth, whether in this life or the last. Money remains the foundation of all things, the very essence that drives the mechanisms of society's lower tiers. It is not as extravagant as it seems. It is merely an afternoon repast, comprised of low-tier magical fruit trees. While the elemental fruits may offer some assistance to nightly attendants, their utility diminishes thereafter, serving only to replenish magical energy and satisfy hunger. Marlenia spoke lightly, yet this alone surpasses the cultivation cost of a nightly attendant. I recall promising to provide 3 types of magical plant cultivation techniques to the Wio territory. If you, Wade, have a fondness for these fruits, I can prepare several saplings for you, along with the methods for cultivating these fruit trees. Additionally, in light of the white crystal grass you sent, I intend to reciprocate with a gift. As I speak, Marlenia gestures with a single hand, and several ethereal figures materialize. I have heard that the domain of no worries is spacious, yet lacks mature breeds of horses, resulting in difficulties for merchants and transportation. The Golden Rune family has raised a considerable number of horse breeds. Perhaps you will find something to your liking. We have exceptional steeds such as the Dragon Scale horse, the Heavenly Winged horse, and the Pureblood Shire horse, allowing you ample time to select one. Upon hearing this, Wade's face brightened with joy, as he had not anticipated such unexpected rewards. However, after a thorough examination, he did not choose the Dragon Scale horse, the Heavenly Winged horse, nor the Pureblood Shire horse. While these warhorses are indeed superior to the ordinary Shire, the breeding conditions of the Dragon Scale horse are exceedingly demanding, and given the current financial status of No Worries, such expenses are unsustainable. The Heavenly Winged horse, though commendable, is not something Wade lacks, for if one were to compare, the Infernal Lion would indeed surpass it. As for the Pureblood Shire horse, despite its superior quality compared to the normal Shire, its versatility is lacking, and its breeding rate is rather mediocre. Ultimately, after considerable deliberation, Wade opted for a breed known as the Horned Horse, a pure black steed distinguished by a spiraled horn atop its head. Its physique and endurance slightly exceed that of the Shire, and its breeding capacity is notably robust, allowing it to adapt to various environments, thus showcasing extensive versatility. Wade does not lack powerful mounts. What he seeks is a breed that can significantly enhance his military strength. The Horned Horse aligns perfectly with Wade's needs from every aspect. Furthermore, its upkeep costs are comparable to ordinary horses, requiring no special accommodations. It can be regarded as a universal solution among steeds. Rarely, some exceptional horned horses may even awaken elemental talents. Through their spiraled horns, they can channel certain magical abilities, and their compatibility with humans is remarkably high. Are you certain about the Horned Horse, Wade? This breed cannot be considered top tier. Perhaps you should reconsider? Marlenia kindly cautioned, as she had already come to regard Wade as a friend and did not wish for him to incur any loss. Observing this exchange, Wade simply shook his head, ultimately declining her well-meaning offer. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall send a batch of breeding horses to the domain of No Worries in due time. Do remember to prepare a pasture in advance. The Horned Horse does not thrive in overly confined spaces, so you must be mindful of this. With that, the topic was swiftly concluded, and the 3 of them enjoyed the leisurely afternoon together. Soon, as night fell, Wade bid farewell to the 2 ladies. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at an upscale inn in the heart of the city, renowned for its natural hot springs, reputed to possess miraculous properties for purging bodily impurities. As Wade felt the warm currents coursing through his body, he realized that the rumors were indeed true. Though faint, their presence was unmistakable. To his surprise, he had also acquired a wildebeest, an unexpected boon. Furthermore, he never anticipated that Miss Lonnie would turn out to be a master alchemist. He quietly pondered whether his earth element core, combined with the exceptional guardian armor, could be fashioned into superior grade armor. His voice was laced with yearning as he mused aloud. As for why Miss Lonnie chose to assist him, it was evident that she had taken a liking to the 2 white crystal herbs he had offered. To obtain one for herself, her optimal choice was to extend a favor to Wade, and Maureen would naturally prioritize granting a white crystal herb to Lonnie in return for this favor. After all, it was quite unusual for the typically reticent Valkyrie Maureen to engage in conversation with a man for an entire afternoon. It was apparent that Lonnie, not lacking in wit, could deduce the underlying reasons. Chapter 140, The Great Migration. Farewell, old friends. In the following days, it was still Maureen who received Wade. Perhaps due to the effects of the white crystal herb, or perhaps because Maureen had spoken favorably of him behind the scenes. She represented the Golden Rune family and granted Wade an additional quota of 50,000 individuals for immigration. This meant that Wade could directly transport 150,000 people to replenish the population of his territory, an undeniably significant favor. As for the selection process, Wade adopted a straightforward and somewhat ruthless approach. Preference was given to those with skills, individuals under the age of 30, young women with pleasing appearances, healthy bodies, and families. Those with noble ancestry were also prioritized. The rationale for favoring aesthetically pleasing women was, of course, to benefit the men within the territory. After all, fostering a stable population growth was crucial for sustaining the territory's development. Mere external influx would not suffice. The entire selection process spanned several days, and the task of sifting through 150,000 candidates was far from the simplicity one might imagine. Of course, Wade could not adhere strictly to his criteria. He retained a portion of talented individuals and youth, understanding that the trees that stand out are often the ones struck by the wind. It is easy to incite public ire by hoarding all the best resources for oneself. Regarding the transportation of this population, it was entrusted to a contingent from the Golden Rune family, expected to arrive at the worry-free territory in 2 to 3 months. The expenses incurred during transit would be borne by the worry-free territory. Had it not been for Wade's close relationship with the Golden Rune family, they might not have extended such assistance, thus indirectly providing Wade with a favor. It is essential to recognize the formidable challenge posed by managing a populace of 150,000. This is no trivial matter. After all, this is not a regimented military force, but rather a weary assembly of civilians, making the task of governance all the more intricate. Once the immigration issue is preliminarily addressed, Wade arranged to meet with several old acquaintances, among them the esteemed Knight Hine. That very evening, Knight Hine reserved an entire countryside estate and hosted a lavish banquet, inviting hundreds of exquisite ladies, including a select few from foreign lands. Among these were enchanting beast women, such as cat girls and bunny girls, true rarities indeed. Were it not for the presence of distinguished guests, Hine would have been reluctant to allow these captivating beings to entertain. For the price of a single beast woman is several times that of a common human slave, if not more. Moreover, there was an extensive array of noble women present, each boasting unique qualities. Some exuded an air of aloof elegance, while others were petite and charming, innocent yet endearing, or poised with refined grace. There seemed to be no limit to what Hine could procure. However, these women merely served as a backdrop for the evening's true protagonist, as Wade had gradually begun to find them less appealing. Perhaps, just a few years prior, he might have reveled in their company. But his elevation in status and power had led him to regard such superficial allure as trivial. Even the illustrious Master Jason made a special appearance at the soiree. For the prestige of such a high-ranking baron warranted respect. Neither he nor Knight Hine could have anticipated that within a mere few years, Wade would ascend to a level that commanded admiration. Had Wade merely been elevated to baron, perhaps they would have expressed astonishment. Yet, he had surpassed their expectations, having been foreseen to achieve greatness even back then. The most surprising development was that Wade had emerged as the sovereign of the Bronze Tree in the northwest of the Elden Duchy, one of the most formidable powers in the realm, second only to the illustrious Golden Rune family. Recently, rumors circulated that the Baron of Worry, known as the Wild Lion, had made a grand entrance into the city of Newen, riding upon a formidable level 6 lion beast. The spectacle was such that his renown rivaled that of the legendary Valkyrie Marlenia. Coupled with previous tales, many began to speculate that it would not be long before this Baron of Worry ascended to the rank of Viscount. With this mindset, numerous individuals flocked to the event, hoping for a chance to forge a connection with him. Soon, this banquet, which was intended as mere embellishment, commenced. When Wade, accompanied by his 6 guards, made his entrance, all eyes gradually converged upon him, focusing on this rising star. Just as someone intended to approach him, the 6 guards formed a protective barrier around Wade, creating a private space. Only a select few knights, numbering no more than a dozen, were permitted to engage in conversation with him. Without a title to one's name, one could hardly approach Wade, let alone qualify for friendship. As Wade surveyed the room, he recognized the familiar faces of over a dozen knights, with only a few strangers among them. Among those who left a lasting impression, aside from Knight Hine, was a mage knight named Emil, who had been instrumental in introducing Wade to the gatherings of mages. It was through him that Spike acquired the seeds of exotic flax. Thus, this individual held a significant place in Wade's memory, and he was also one of Wade's primary targets for recruitment. Old friends, it has been many years since we last met. Come, to our friendship. As he spoke, Wade raised his goblet high, signaling to the assembly. With a hearty drink, the atmosphere gradually became lively and joyous. After exchanging pleasantries, the guests followed suit, propelling the evening toward its zenith. Before long, their faces flushed, and under the influence of alcohol, camaraderie blossomed among them. Tonight we drink merrily. I wonder if any of you have further ambitions regarding the present state of the Elden Duchy. At these words, an unusual hush fell over the gathering. The eyes of the knights sparkled with intrigue. With just this utterance, these nobles discerned the true intent behind Wade's words. Clearly, Baron Wade was contemplating the recruitment of soldiers and the expansion of his forces. The era of great exploration was on the horizon. This was a rare opportunity for them to rise. With the regions yet to be defined, it would be prudent for them to take a chance. On the newly acquired vast territories, would it not be a pity to leave without etching your names into history? Chapter 141, Recruitment and Expansion, Strengthening the Bronze Tree. Upon hearing Wade's words, the knights present swallowed hard. It was evident that greed is an intrinsic part of human nature. Those who seek comfort and complacency are not truly so, but rather they lack the means to alter their circumstances. When opportunities are presented, few can genuinely restrain their desires. It is a natural selection, a characteristic of humanity. Sure enough, several knights soon inquired, "We beseech your grace to illuminate a clear path for us." Some had already made their requests, for it is indeed advantageous to seek shelter beneath a great tree. To cling to a powerful ally might lead to one's own ascent. At times, one's pride and dignity take precedence over all else, while at other times, they become as insignificant as blades of grass. With the first voice raised, a second followed, and then a third, transforming the atmosphere into one of competition. Everyone desired to attach themselves to a powerful figure, yet the choice did not rest in their hands at that moment. It would depend on who could best showcase their value. For instance, the venerable mage knight, Emil Dane, whom Lord Wade had previously noted, is a seasoned, old sorcerer. Although his prowess is merely that of a high-level apprentice mage, the wealth of experience and knowledge he possesses is indeed invaluable. Your Grace Wade, I am willing to lead the Dane family in following you to the worry-free territory. The magical essence in your domain is rather sparse, necessitating the presence of an elder mage to propagate the grandeur of magic on your behalf. I am prepared to lend my humble assistance in conveying the ideals of worry-free. Emil earnestly expressed. In his view, the rise of the worry-free territory had been overly swift, resulting in an unstable foundational cadre. With his talents, he believed that given time, he could confidently become Wade's most trusted minister and realize great ambitions. In light of this, several knights stepped forward to express their loyalty. The more astute among them offered unique heirlooms from their families. For instance, they presented distinct cultivation methods for certain magical plants, or the precise formulas for particular potions. And some even contributed rare arcane knowledge. Lacking such singular offerings, a few knights were willing to bestow their daughters as consorts to Wade. To this, Wade merely smiled indifferently, graciously accepting their propositions. However, he would need to ponder the ultimate outcome. Naturally, he intended to incorporate those knightly families with unique legacies into his fold, as these would contribute to his accumulation of resources and serve as enduring legacies. This would considerably enrich the Mandela family's collection in a short span of time. As for the daughters of those knights, Wade shook his head with a wry smile, ultimately agreeing to their offer. Of course, they would not become Wade's concubines, but instead serve as his personal maids. After all, Wade's aspiration was to gather beauties from various races. With Emily and Tanilla as human consorts, he felt sufficiently satisfied. One might wonder why there were only two human concubines. The answer is simple. One is a knight, and the other a mage. Wade was naturally curious about the distinctions between these two professions. As for the personal maids he accepted, despite being labeled as such, let us not forget the significance of the term personal. Should the need arise, Wade would not hesitate to indulge. If one were to categorize by rank, the legitimate wife would be the first tier, the concubine the second, and the personal maid would fall into the third tier, although Wade might not necessarily engage with them. After all, it would be rather uninteresting for an ordinary individual to consider. With the knights expressing their sentiments, Wade's gaze eventually settled upon Knight Hane and Master Jason. Master Jason stroked his beard and merely shook his head, clearly lacking any intention to ally with Wade, perhaps having lost his ambition. I have grown old. Crafting high-quality items is already my utmost limit. Ordinary individuals have their constraints and cannot explore higher realms. Your Grace already has Ruegia as an aide. My presence or absence makes no difference. Given Ruegia's pure character, his achievements will undoubtedly surpass mine, as he endeavors to create truly extraordinary artifacts with his mortal form. What I can do is record my lifelong experiences in the hope that your Grace will convey them to Rigid. Master Jason elucidated, subsequently producing a thick tome and handing it to Wade. I beseech your Grace to treat that child Rigid with kindness. In response, Wade could only accept the tome, offering a slight nod to the elder, assuring him, rest assured, I shall convey this faithfully to Rigid, and I implore you, Master Jason, to have faith in me. With that, Wade turned his gaze towards Knight Hein. What are your thoughts? Me? The future remains unclear. Thus, I shall accompany you for a while. Knight Hein jested, then half-knelt in a gesture of respect before Wade. I swear by the unchanging White Knight. I, Heinrich Griffin, pledge my allegiance on behalf of the entire Griffin family. As he uttered his oath, a radiant white light emanated from his being, signifying that the White Knight, the venerable witness of oaths, had acknowledged their commitment and cast its gaze upon this place. It seems you have anticipated this day for quite some time, haven't you? Hein, do you trust me so implicitly? At this, Knight Hein merely smiled slightly, his eyes reflecting newfound determination. Because I possess ambition, it matters not who it is. As long as there is potential and a willingness to commit, guiding me towards a more distant future, does it truly matter who that person is? Upon hearing this audacious declaration, the smile on Wade's face turned serious. I promise you, in the name of the Mandara family, I assure you that I shall lead the Griffin family towards glory in the days to come. With the oath established, a faint bond began to connect the two. When Wade reopened his eyes and surveyed the surroundings, he declared, in 3 days, I shall select a group of knights from among you. At that time, you shall relocate as a family. I will have arranged new territories for you in advance, allowing you to develop them as you wish. However, within my domain, I require absolute obedience. Any semblance of deceit or failure to adhere to the rules of the carefree territory will result in expulsion, and that individual shall be deemed my enemy. Conversely, if you abide by the order, you shall become ordinary members of the Bronze Tree, enjoying the privileges it offers. Externally, you may act under the auspices of the Bronze Tree and utilize its channels. However, strict regulations will accompany this. Violators will be expelled, and all their possessions shall become the property of the Bronze Tree. Should there be any traitors, the Bronze Tree will pursue them relentlessly, even against the kingdom's laws. If you have no further doubts, know that there shall be no opportunity for retraction. Once you choose the Bronze Tree, you must commit fully. Chapter 142. 8 Affiliated Knights. An unrest from the Bone Burial Land. With Wade achieving his objectives, this evening's banquet drew to a close. Wade and his 6 guardians mounted the infernal flame lion, departing amidst the gazes of the crowd, particularly drawn to the presence of the infernal flame lion king, Ingralaric. This further solidified the resolve of the knights. And it is no exaggeration to assert that a single infernal lion, let alone the formidable Engel, could effortlessly vanquish all the knights present. Indeed, even the 6 ordinary infernal lions posed a challenge that the assembled knights felt ill-equipped to confront. This stark disparity in strength far surpassed that of a typical baron. Perhaps even a viscount might not represent the utmost limit of this untroubled baroness potential. It is conceivable that an earl could very well be the starting point for his excellency. Thus, they must contribute their own strength before his excellency fully ascends to greatness. Enhancing beauty is always less significant than providing aid in times of need. As time flowed, marked by the rising sun and the setting moon, a few days later, the first rays of morning light illuminated the thoroughfare of an city, where a convoy of several hundred horse-drawn carriages was gradually departing. This time, the final roster confirmed by Wide comprised 8 knights. The selected knights swiftly assessed their possessions and sold, or rather gifted, all their liquidatable assets to the Blissful Merchant Guild S branch in city. This act of allegiance instantly enabled the Guild S branch to seize a portion of the market share within its city, effectively doubling their enterprise. Moreover, the 8 knights brought along their families and retainers, totaling nearly 2,000 to 3,000 individuals. The combined knightly households resulted in the presence of nearly 20 knights and several apprentice mages. These individuals would serve as the backbone of Wide S territorial development and as protectors of the border, swiftly augmenting Wide S influence. As for the future loyalty of these noble descendants to the Mandala family, Wide had pondered this matter. It was reminiscent of Baron Miller years prior, whose knights began to harbor their own ambitions, leading to instability within the territory and an inability to effectively consolidate military might. While the root cause lay in human desire, it was equally attributable to Baron Miller's lack of overwhelming power to intimidate these subordinate knights. Another critical aspect was the absence of a sense of belonging. The knights who served under Wide's father, the late Sir Tanis, had emerged from the military ranks and held little interest in Baron Miller, thus were unlikely to heed his commands. This situation was not a fault of either party. Rather, it stemmed from their differing positions. Additionally, some knightly families, due to their long-standing histories, exhibited arrogance that deterred them from yielding to a suddenly ascendant baron, which they found humiliating. These various factors contributed to the frequent conflicts between knights and barons. To address this issue, the Inner Court Council deliberated and ultimately proposed a solution. to establish a prestigious academy that would gather the descendants of knights and some commoners for education. To foster deeper connections among these individuals within the realm of Wuyo, it is imperative to cultivate relationships over time. Through the sedimentation of time and friendship, a sense of belonging will naturally emerge, allowing them to adopt the perspective of Wuyo. Furthermore, with the continued strength of the Mandela family, internal conflicts can be effectively mitigated. This approach will also unearth more talents to contribute to Wuyo, ensuring the enduring prosperity of the territory. To achieve this, Vade must further enhance his abilities. Only upon becoming a knight of the land will this esteemed institution reveal its true worth. In the northern plains, known as the Graveyard of Bones, a sight unfolds at the center of the submerged lake where skeletal remains have amassed into small hills. The once pristine waters are now stained of vivid crimson. Hundreds of infernal lion beasts encircle the bone graveyard, seemingly safeguarding something precious. On the periphery of this graveyard, 300 to 400 lizardmen stand fully armed, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Their alertness is directed towards the serpent clans beyond the Graveyard of Bones, which have not vacated the area. Both factions have maintained a respectful distance, with no communication, leading to a tenuous coexistence. However, one must remain cautious, for the serpents are not to be underestimated. Although the serpent clan may not rank highly in strength within the northern plains, their cunning and treachery position them among the most formidable. At this moment, an eerie aura envelopes the skeletal crypt, and the previously tranquil lake suddenly stirs with tumult. Centered around the crypt, a dark vortex subtly forms, as if attempting to tear apart everything in its vicinity, striving to consume all nearby energy. Chief, do you believe that Lord Li Yuan is on the verge of reaching the elite level? An elder of the white phosphorus lizardmen, uncertain how to respond, contemplates the inquiry. It seems plausible. The disturbances accompanying the ascension of our clan's elders were not nearly as astonishing as what we witness now. However, it is also possible that the avian beast is ascending alongside Lord Li Yuan, and such a simultaneous elevation may have triggered this phenomenon. Upon hearing this, the surrounding clansmen fell silent, silently praying for Lord Li Yuan's successful advancement. Perhaps their prayers were heard, or perhaps it was the harmonious alignment of fate. The terrifying gravitational pull, after absorbing elemental particles from a radius of nearly 100 miles, gradually subsided. The blood-red lake reverted to its former clarity, pristine and transparent, while the previously gloomy Graveyard of Bones brightened as the deathly energy was absorbed in abundance. Did it succeed? Could there have been failure? Is Lord Li Yuan unharmed? Oh, have you noticed that all forms of energy in this vicinity seem to have been drained? The incessant chatter of the clan members instilled a sense of urgency in the leading phosphorus lizard man. Could it be that failure was imminent? He muttered to himself, harboring uncertainty within, silently invoking good fortune and beseeching the protection of his ancestors. Just as the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, a crow's caw resonated through the heavens. Even crows hundreds of miles away were drawn to this call, and in an instant, countless crows surged forth from the depths of the forest. Their singular purpose remained unwavering, to herald the birth of their king. Chapter 143, The Deadeye and Li Yuan Ascend Together. The aura of a level 4 magical beast permeated the air. A multitude of crows gathered in homage. The six-eyed crow had transcended. The phosphorus lizardman gasped in astonishment, witnessing the assembly of crows in the sky forming a spiraling vortex, exuding an overwhelming presence. Simultaneously, crows continued to converge, creating several rivers of crows in the firmament. Caw! As the cawing echoed once more, the entire skeletal tomb seemed to transform into a live volcano, erupting with black matter into the sky. The inky smoke amalgamated countless remnants of death and dark elements. It swept across the heavens like volcanic ash, instilling a sense of oppression, reverence, and despair. Meanwhile, the flock of crows in the sky chirped joyfully, and the transformation commenced. It was observed that the crows at the center of the dense smoke began to undergo a metamorphosis, their bodies visibly swelling at an astonishing pace. A trace of extraordinary power began to accumulate within them, altering their bloodlines and evolving them toward the essence of magical beasts. As the first crow successfully ascended to a level 1 magical beast, its head sprouted 6 eyes akin to the Deadeye. The 3 pairs of pupils were arranged in an orderly fashion, capable of gazing simultaneously in any direction, evoking a sense of mystery and absurdity. One after another, crows followed suit, rapidly evolving, their physiques expanding and sprouting 6 eyes. In the span of merely 1 or 2 hours, the sky was adorned with several level 3, over a dozen level 2, and hundreds of level 1 crow-like magical beasts. Their appearances unmistakably bore the lineage of the Deadeye. Though they seemed akin to Engel's ability to transform the infernal lion, fundamentally, they were entirely distinct. Engel forcibly altered the life of another through bloodline pollution, whereas the Deadeye facilitated the evolution of its kin based on the immense death energy within the skeletal tomb. This evolution could only be initiated by harnessing the energy accumulated from the environment, enabling a singular or dual occurrences that would ultimately spawn a brand new lineage. It was reminiscent of the distinctions among felines, such as tigers, lions, and cheetahs, sharing a common origin yet entirely different. As for those ordinary crows that failed to complete their evolution, naturally, this led to the emergence of the six-eyed crow tribe as a vassal. Henceforth, these crows would proliferate through sexual reproduction, perpetually expanding their numbers. The burial ground for bones was evidently a fitting colossal nest, providing them a sanctuary for habitation and reproduction, and they could even return to the realm of worry-free existence. At present, the vast territory of the worry-free realm possessed the capability to nurture this flock of crows, potentially elevating their population to unprecedented levels. At this juncture, a massive crow with a wingspan of 7 meters and a body length of nearly 2 meters soared from the skeletal burial site. Surrounding it were orbs of pitch-black lightning, and the 6 ocular pupils atop its head opened sequentially, while the 7th pupil at the crown remained tightly shut. Originally endowed with a pair of wings, it had also sprouted an additional pair of 5-meter wings from its lower abdomen, rendering its form even more colossal. With the third caw echoing, the entire flock began to spiral around the lifeless eyes at its center. The aura of a 4th-tier magical beast was unmistakably revealed, accompanied by an overwhelming might. Simultaneously, wisps of soul fire began to emerge from the skeletal tomb. These azure flames, seemingly imbued with intelligence, cascaded around, settling upon the mounds composed of countless bones. As the soul fire integrated, Li Yuan slowly emerged from the skeletal burial site, his aura evidently having reached the elite level, instilling dread in the lizard men guarding the perimeter. However, in comparison to before, Li Yuan's physique had reverted to that of a normal lizard man, standing just over 2 meters tall. Yet, he was enveloped in a suit of armor forged from iron and bone. This armor, originally of superior quality, fused with the bones to become an inseparable entity with Li Yuan. Evolving into a symbiotic form, its quality had ascended to the level of outstanding equipment. A broad cloak draped over much of his form, exuding an air of inscrutable mystery. 2 protrusions emerged from the top of Li Yuan's head, creating a dissonant impression, enhancing the three-dimensionality of his visage. "Stand up. Submit to me." A deep, ethereal voice reverberated throughout the burial ground. Following this, an overwhelming wave of death energy surged into the skeletal mounds infused with soul fire. With a thunderous rumble, as countless bones scattered, immense creatures rose from the skeletal hills, akin to earth dragons overturning. Each measured over 10 meters in length, resembling a wingless dragon, elongated and proportionate. Their bodies composed of myriad bones. They seemed akin to a type of earth dragon, massive in stature, each exuding the aura of a 3rd-tier magical beast. In total, 7 such entities emerged. Like formidable war machines, the eye sockets of these skeletal giants flicker with a haunting azure flame, their roars seemingly answering the call of their creator. These 7 skeletal behemoths are independent entities of the undead, formed from the amalgamation of countless souls extinguished in the burial grounds. They are primal, yearning solely for destruction and chaos. And Li Yuan stands as the master wielding this sharp blade. As the 7 skeletal giants awaken, Li Yuan raises his sword, his cloak billowing without wind, an overwhelming aura of death surging forth like an unending river. "Rise, my servants. Fight for your king." With the pronouncement of the 2nd incantation, the bones begin to coalesce. One by one, dragon-toothed warriors emerge from the skeletal remains, their numbers rapidly surpassing 10, then 100, until there stand 1 or 2,000 dragon-toothed warriors. Compared to before, their bones are far sturdier, their hues increasingly white and luminous, accompanied by bone spears and shields, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. "My lord, do you sense it? Li Yuan has caught up to your strides. I shall continue to battle for you until your name echoes throughout the universe." In this moment, whether it be the skeletal giants, the dragon-toothed warriors, the flock of crows in the sky, or the hellfire lion beasts guarding the periphery, they all bow before Li Yuan. They lower their heads like the most devout of followers, a heartfelt faith in that exalted presence. Far away, in the city of Nguyen, the resting Vade suddenly opens his eyes wide. Li Yuan and the death I have both ascended. As he contemplates, A surge of power from Li Yuan and the death eye reverberates through Vade, swiftly stabilizing his somewhat unsteady realm, and his aura expands, gradually reaching the pinnacle of a high-ranking knight. Chapter 144, Soul-Eating Crows. Bone Dragon Lizards. An unconventional arrival. This power is truly intoxicating. Vade licks his lips, a satisfied glow illuminating his face. The Death Eye and Li Yuan's abilities have grown stronger, surprising me with such immense delight. Vade muses, his soul gradually reconnecting with the Death Eye across thousands of kilometers. When Vade opens his eyes again, his consciousness has completely shifted to the Death Eye. Though this description isn't entirely accurate, Vade can sense that the consciousness of the Death Eye has not been entirely obscured. His body remains under the dominion of the Death Eye, while Vade occupies a third-person perspective, able to channel a portion of his own power to bolster the Death Eye. A closer examination reveals that Vade's viewpoint emerges from the seventh eye of the Death Eye. This sensation resembles a divine manifestation. Yet I possess the choice to descend voluntarily or involuntarily. The effects are confined solely to the Dead Eye, stemming from the capabilities transformed through shared vision. Wide speculated that the growth of the Dead Eye had evidently surpassed his expectations. There are quite a number of crows that have evolved due to the ascension of the Dead Eye. This six-eyed crow is indeed a sight I have never encountered before. Its innate ability seems akin to that of the Dead Eye's soul-devouring prowess. Let us name it the soul-devouring crow. It appears essential to construct a habitat for the soul-devouring crow clan. In the future, they could serve in the military as my exclusive messenger birds, or even as scouts. If, in time, these crows could attain the size of the Dead Eye, they could indeed form a cadre of crow knights. With the addition of the aerial cavalry regiment and the horned horse cavalry, our military branches would be complete. Li Yuan has also seen a significant enhancement in strength. The skeletal behemoth? Formed from the undead that spontaneously coalesce in the Great Tomb, it resembles a land dragon. Henceforth, we shall call it the Bone Dragon Lizard. The soul-devouring crows, bone dragon lizards, underworld flame lion beasts, lizard men, and the horned horse cavalry regiment. Our land, sea, and air forces are now comprehensive. Excellent. After inspecting the spoils, a hint of satisfaction graced Wide's face. His decision to establish the Great Tomb had indeed proven to be the right one. However, at that moment, Wide hesitated, gazing down at the myriad creatures in worship. He sensed an unusual sensation, that familiar feeling of being propelled forward, seemingly intensified. How strange, what could this be? After murmuring this to himself, his consciousness returned to his body, severing the connection with the Dead Eye. Now, since he could connect with the Dead Eye over vast distances, there was no need for it to remain by his side as an intermediary. Nevertheless, before Wide's consciousness departed, he issued 3 commands to the Dead Eye. 1. Investigate the current state of the northern plains and monitor the movements of various races therein with utmost vigilance. 2. Station Li Yuan at the burial ground, intensifying the hunting efforts to swiftly gather the 100,000 corpses required for the Great Tomb. 3. Urge the Lizardman tribe at the burial ground to expand their numbers rapidly. Should they encounter conquerable Lizardman clans, they should be subjugated. Only once the Great Tomb is fully formed can the burial ground truly become Wide's stronghold for the impending invasion of the northern plains. Simultaneously, this would ensure a secure retreat for the untroubled domain. At the very least, should a rift arise with the kingdom, Wide would still possess a stable rear guard as his foundation for rising. Shortly thereafter, upon resolving the immigration issue, Wide tendered his resignation to the Golden Rune family. Although Marlenia attempted to retain him, Wide, possessing a keen sense of self-awareness, chose to depart early. After all, one is indeed a guest. However, overstaying could lead to the host's annoyance. Much like a distant relative suddenly clinging to one's newfound wealth, such behavior would inevitably provoke irritation. The Golden Rune seeks obedient and reliable allies, rather than those who are merely superficial and self-satisfied due to a single act of kindness. Vade, fully aware of this principle, chose to depart with great awareness. Naturally, all of this transpired under the watchful gaze of the Golden Rune family, and Vade's voluntary departure only served to heighten his significance in their eyes. On his journey back, Vade began to methodically assess the bounty he had gathered. These treasures were invaluable assets from the Mandela family. For instance, the golden antelopes. The Golden Rune family generously bestowed upon Vade a gift of 21 antelopes, 1 male and 20 females. One cannot help but wonder if this solitary stallion will eventually exhaust itself in its endeavors. Currently, this batch of antelopes has been entrusted to the Golden Merchant Association for transport, and it is anticipated that they will soon arrive at the Wuyo territory. The establishment of a horse farm appears to be an urgent matter that must be prioritized. Additionally, Vade acquired seeds and cultivation methods for 3 types of magical plants. 2 of these are low-tier magical fruit trees, while 1 is a berry-type magical plant, with a maturation period spanning an entire year. Every 4 months, 1 variety of magical plant will reach maturity, ensuring a continuous supply throughout the year. These resources are essential for the current needs of the Wio territory and represent a pivotal starting point for prosperity. They will significantly accelerate the training pace of the knights and their attendants, and it is likely that more talents will emerge within a few years. For Vade, while these acquisitions are undeniably important, the greatest treasure from this journey is the armor crafted for him by Ronnie. This new heavy armor, as he had hoped, has become his first piece of exceptional grade equipment, which he has named Earth's Forgiveness, originally requiring 72 hours to recharge its magical barrier function. The presence of an elemental core has reduced this time to just 12 hours. Moreover, it can be activated consecutively twice and is imbued with earth elemental properties, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Furthermore, this magnificent armor also possesses an earth-based spell, Earth Drain. This ability essentially inherits the power of the Earth Golem. As long as one stands upon the ground, they can continuously absorb elemental energy. Although its effectiveness is only half of the original, it is certainly better than nothing. For Vade, who practices both martial and magical arts, this modest spell of Earth Drain suffices for his needs. As for the rest, the Golden Rune family casually rewarded him with a collection of gold, silver, and jewels, valued at approximately 200,000 gold coins, not particularly abundant, yet not negligible either. Additionally, he received some fragments of extraordinary knowledge. Although the content was rather disjointed and of limited practical use, it nonetheless broadened Vade's perspective. As for the future that lies ahead, it shall be left to time to unfold, allowing the seeds of promise to blossom and bear fruit. Chapter 145, The Annihilation of the Wolfmen. The Blood Tyrant. In the northern plains, on the border of the territory of the Wurgens, lies a region far removed from the human kingdoms, where the lands of the Wurgens converge with those of the Gnolls, a place long fraught with discord between the two races. However, at this moment, this resource-rich mountainous basin has been transformed into the realm of ghouls. Countless war-djinn corpses litter the ground, serving as a buffet for the ghouls, who feast upon intestines and gnaw at livers. The flavor is nothing short of exquisite. Many ordinary ghouls, after gorging themselves, begin to mate with nearby females, who lay their blood eggs upon the corpses. In a short time, the embryos develop, and the bodies that nurture them become their first source of sustenance upon their emergence into the world. Occasionally, a few exceptionally gifted ghouls, through abundant feeding, undergo evolution and become bloodline warriors. Their forms straighten, shedding the characteristics of quadrupedal movement, transforming into humanoid beings. Furthermore, the elite ghouls shed their fur, developing either armor or peculiar wings. At this moment, 2 formidable presences emanate from the mounds of corpses, followed closely by 2 crimson figures, a male and a female. The male ghoul boasts a robust, singular tail, pulsating with scarlet energy that courses along its length. At the tip, a stinger reminiscent of a scorpion suggests the presence of a lethal toxin. The female ghoul, on the other hand, has grown a pair of tails resembling wings, with red energy flowing like feathers, manifesting an aura of mystery. These 2 ghouls, having attained the rank of war generals, have shed their ghoul-like appearances. Aside from their somewhat pallid skin adorned with magical runes, they bear little distinction from ordinary humans. In fact, one might even describe them as strikingly handsome and beautiful, exuding an exotic charm. All hail our king, the 2 ghouls declared in unison, gradually kneeling before the blood-red throne. The Blood King regarded them with satisfaction. The addition of 2 war generals would elevate the combat prowess of the ghoul clan to a new echelon. Today, our lineage welcomes 2 new champions, and I shall bestow upon you names. The male shall be called Zheng, and the female, Yu. You will hold the 4th and 5th positions within our 7 shattering strings. You shall remain in the Blood Valley to assist me in governing our territory, while Zheng shall head to the front lines to join forces with Gong, Shang, and Jiao. This time, we shall utterly vanquish the Wurgens. Any who are not of our kind may be slain. Their bodies will serve as the finest nourishment for our clan. Let us not allow the children to go hungry. Yes, my king, the male ghoul, named Zheng, replied with a nod. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, swiftly disappearing from sight. After the complete departure of Jingji, the Blood King finally turned his gaze towards you and commanded, "Convey my orders to the clansmen of Blood Valley. They shall feast heartily. I intend to assemble a formidable army in the shortest possible time. Additionally, Inform all the elite members of our clan to gather here. We must accelerate our preparations for war. Once the conflict concludes and the situation stabilizes, the Doghead tribe will not allow our clan to rise effortlessly. We must proactively prepare for the future. In these northern plains, there shall be but one voice, ours. Time swiftly passed, and it was soon the 21st day of the 6th month in the year 8984 of the Dark Chronicle. After a span of 2 or 3 months, Wade reclined in a lounge chair within the garden, re-establishing his connection with the Eye of Death. At this moment, the Eye of Death was perched atop a precipice, offering a sweeping vista that overlooked the masses below. However, the scene was not as wild or harmonious as one might imagine. Instead, it was a veritable ocean of corpses and blood. Countless corpses of wolfmen were heaped into small mountains, with blood pooling around them, forming a crimson pond. Surrounding the sanguine waters, diminutive yet evidently juvenile ghouls voraciously consumed this nectar of life. Each time they ingested the blood, their vitality surged, and their growth accelerated, as if they had ingested some potent hormonal substance, an unsettling sight indeed. Most astonishing of all was a colossal ancient tree. Its stout trunk bore the weight of dozens of wolfmen, each exuding an aura of strength, rivaling that of elite warriors. Atop the ancient tree was the corpse of a war general, a testament to someone's deliberate display of power through the remains of these formidable beings. Through the memories of the Eye of Death, Wade glimpsed 6 exceptionally powerful figures, one of whom was responsible for the creation of this formidable tree. In that vivid imagery, 4 giant blood tails wreaked havoc upon the battlefield, their scales reflecting a vibrant crimson energy that pulsated as if alive, akin to a circulatory system breathing. To the eyes of that one individual, the entire battlefield became a mere plaything, easily manipulated at will, even when a war general of the Wolfmen attempted to intervene. It only met with a heart-piercing demise at the hands of the blood tails. As the scene approached its climax, Wade caught sight of a wolfman soaring through the air, its overwhelming presence causing him to tremble. This creature flew unaided, relying solely on its own strength, an emblem of a sky knight. This indicated that the wolfman was at least a leader-level powerhouse, comparable to the Duke of the Philips Kingdom. According to the intelligence provided by the human kingdoms, there were only 2 such formidable beings within the Wolfmen tribe. Once there was a Wolf King, who had not made an appearance since suffering a grievous defeat at the hands of the Golden Duke. The creature before him was evidently another, the High Priest of the Werewolf clan, a seasoned leader of formidable strength. Since records began, it is estimated that this powerful being has lived for over 7 centuries. Such an ancient relic has emerged. Could it be that this high-ranking ghoul is also a leader-level powerhouse? Is it the Blood King spoken of by the lizard men? As Wade pondered, before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the 2 figures collided. Following that, their domains clashed, and even the vision of the dead eye was obscured. Time passed, and when the sight of the dead eye returned, the entity resembling the Blood King had already extracted the heart of the werewolf high priest and swallowed it whole. Wade gasped, breaking free from the memories of the dead eye, clearly shaken by the scene he had just witnessed. To call him the Blood King might be an understatement. This force could justly be termed the Blood Tyrant. Chapter 146, A Glance That Could Explode. Just as Wade was reflecting, a shadowy figure appeared behind the dead eye without his notice. After waiting for days, I finally have my chance. Huh, why are you waiting for me? Sometimes, the most unsettling moments arise when silence envelopes the air. Do not fear. I am merely curious about how you accomplished this. Wade swallowed hard. It was no wonder that when he transferred his consciousness back, he found the dead eye motionless. Someone had been lying in wait for him. My lord, would you kindly release the control over my kin? Otherwise, I cannot seize control of this body. As the universal tongue flowed from the crow's beak, the figure behind revealed a smile laden with meaning. With a snap of his fingers, he lifted the restrictions on the dead eye. In that instant, as the dead eye regained its ability to move, it soared from its position, 7 eyes fixating intently on the figure. Blood King. You know of me? That is to be expected. My identity is hardly a secret. However, I am more curious about who you truly are. Your abilities bear resemblance to the manifestation of those lordly wills. As he spoke, the Blood King slowly emerged from the shadows, a sinister smile gracing his face. However, I do not sense any threat from your aura. In fact, I perceive the essence of a weakling, yet it is tinged with the scent of death, akin to that of undead creatures, yet still hinting at a trace of vitality. It seems you are indeed a necromancer. This crow must also be your undead creation. Not bad, though it lacks a bit in the starting quality and has some minor flaws. I surmise you are at most a battle general, but I am far more intrigued by your race. Upon hearing these words, Wade's heart sank, and he fell into a moment of silence. The Blood King, noticing the raven's silence, snapped his fingers once more, and immediately, numerous streams of blood surged upward, gradually coalescing into a crimson throne. A confident smile adorned the Blood King's face, exuding an air of supreme control. As he took his seat upon the throne, he mockingly declared, "Through the essence of blood, I can sense the urgency of this raven, and I can also discern the truth of your words at this very moment. Although you have not descended in your true form, I can still perceive your turmoil. It seems you possess knowledge of me. I surmise you are human, perhaps even one from the kingdom of Philips. Given your understanding of me, your true form must be within the Elden Duchy, coupled with the characteristic of the raven. You cannot possibly be the recently risen lord of the Elden Duchy, the so-called Mad Lion, Baron Vademandra, can you? Do you truly believe that a mere level 4 magical beast could spy upon a commanding level powerhouse without being discovered?" At that moment, Vade was genuinely alarmed. It felt as if a thunderbolt had struck, and merely a glance could lead to instantaneous obliteration. Yet, in that moment of panic, even the lifeless body of dead I seemed to resonate with a sense of dread. The emotional turmoil was palpable. It appeared my assumptions were correct. Indeed, paying close attention to the affairs of the human kingdoms has proven beneficial. I never anticipated that within the esteemed realm of humanity, there lurked a necromancer so deeply concealed. So what say you, human? Will you pledge your allegiance to me? If you surrender the secrets to controlling the undead, I may spare your life. Otherwise, even your golden dukes may not suffice to halt my advance. Though that fellow is a peak powerhouse, I harbor no fear of him, nor do I regard him with trepidation. Human, ponder this carefully. Should you acquiesce to my terms, I might even reward you with a beautiful ghoul. Should you refuse, I would not hesitate to rend you into pieces to provide a feast for my kin." Upon hearing this, Vade lamented silently within, for this was no negotiation. It was an unabashed act of extortion. According to the Blood King's words, he had but one path to tread: submission. Perhaps sensing Vade's urgency, the Blood King displayed a modicum of humanity, stating, "Very well. I shall grant you a month to contemplate. After 1 month, I will personally visit your domain in search of you, and I hope you can furnish me with a satisfactory response." As he spoke, the Blood King approached Deadeye's side, gently patting the lifeless form as if he had teleported. When Vade regained his senses and surveyed his surroundings, the Blood King had vanished without a trace. "A trick?" Vade murmured, yet he quickly resigned himself to the harsh reality. As Wade's consciousness returned to its essence, a vivid crimson hue inexplicably bound him from thousands of miles away. As the deathly glare gradually faded from the horizon, the Blood King re-emerged. Behind him, the 7 crumbling strings, Gong, Shang, Jiao, Ji, and Yu, waited with bated breath, eager for the king's command. "Ah, I sense the direction. It is indeed that human baron, a rather youthful fellow. Yet, amusingly, this lad is attempting to ensnare me. His intention to subtly alter my very soul is quite intriguing. He harbors many secrets. However, there is no need for haste. I shall indulge him in due course. For now, the priority must be the annihilation of the Wolfman, as that is my foremost objective." Having spoken, the Blood King's gaze shifted to the 5 warrior-level kin behind him, his eyes reflecting a hint of excitement. "Gong, Shang, Jiao Ji, heed my command. You are to march immediately towards the royal capital of the Wolfmen. Within a month, I demand the conquest of their entire territory. With their leader incapacitated and their warriors nearly exterminated, it is time for our clan to seize the spotlight." "Yes, my king." With their affirmation, the 4 transformed into fleeting shadows of crimson and began rallying their forces. Their target was the royal capital of the Wolfmen, and their mission was clear: annihilate, plunder, incinerate, and consume. They would resolutely execute the king's decree of the 4 lights. As the dawn of a new era approached, the Blood King envisioned the future with fervor. "Once the entire Wolfman tribe lay in ruins, I shall possess ample offerings to unlock that portal." How exhilarating this prospect is. Chapter 147, Self-Healing. A possible fellow countryman? In the Lord's Manor of Wuyo territory, Wade staggered to his feet, appearing as though he had endured a tremendous blow, his demeanor utterly listless. Even his younger brother could not stand upright, lacking the vitality of yore. It was akin to having undergone a top-tier cranial surgery, only to have a massive lead ball lodged in his brain, leaving Wade on the brink of explosion. Breathless, Wade gasped as if his head might burst. Crimson threads surging violently within him, causing his physique to contort grotesquely. "Damn it. This must be some form of mental suppression, dulling my senses and inflicting a form of spiritual pollution. No, more accurately, it is a plague that taints the mind through the bloodstream." With this thought, Wade frantically invoked the soul awakening technique, concentrating the tainted area of his spirit into a corner of his soul. Subsequently, he materialized a blade of spiritual energy resembling a surgical scalpel, and without a moment's hesitation, he aimed it at his own essence, swiftly excising the corrupted part of his soul with unparalleled speed. In contrast, one of Wade's eyes and one of his ears had lost their function, while the fragmented pieces of his soul were instantly shattered and dissipated. In the next moment, the anguish from the depths of his being overwhelmed him, and in the blink of an eye, Wade fell into a profound unconsciousness. This was an instinctive protection, preventing Wade from succumbing to immediate despair. When he awoke once more, he found himself lying on a familiar wooden bed. The view from his remaining eye assured him that what had transpired was not merely a nightmare, but a tangible reality. He was uncertain how long he had been unconscious, but as he glanced around, he saw the diminished figure of the dead eye standing vigil at his bedside, serving as his guardian, driven by its limited intellect to protect its master. Ah, how he wished it were but a dream. Indeed, curiosity had led the cat to its demise, and he had been excessively reckless, Wade reflected. Rising, he examined himself in the mirror. His left eye exhibited a pale gray hue, dull and lacking luster. His right ear, however, could discern no sound, enveloped in an emptiness as serene as the depths of the ocean. Fortunately, the situation was not dire. Only a portion of his soul had been severed, and the essence of his being remained intact, allowing for eventual restoration. Nevertheless, a complete recovery would require several years of nurturing. With this thought, Wade retrieved a soul-storing vessel resembling a water jug from his spatial ring, filled with purified soul energy. Thankfully, during the previous battle, he had discreetly collected a substantial amount of high-grade souls. This should suffice to stabilize his injuries and gradually mend his soul. He resolved to proceed with caution. With a sigh, Wade consumed the entirety of the soul energy within the vessel. As the pure soul energy entered his body, a refreshing sensation began to spread within him, alleviating the lingering pain in the damaged areas of his soul. Gradually, his soul began to recover, and soon, Wade's left eye could perceive light once more. Indeed, it was effective. However, to achieve complete restoration, he would require even higher quality soul energy. At that moment, a sudden realization struck him, illuminating his mind. In the Soul Awakening chapter, there existed a secret technique for soul puppetry, which, although detrimental to the soul, could theoretically be combined with the soul-repairing techniques from necromancy to create a perfect replica, serving as his substitute. The cost would be 1/3 of his own soul, along with a portion of his vitality, essentially a fragment of his lifespan. Lost in thought, he was abruptly interrupted by the hurried sound of footsteps entering the bedroom. Before he could react, Tanilla rushed in and tightly embraced him from behind. Feeling the warmth of their bodies and the slight tremor of Tanilla's form, Wade was momentarily taken aback. He then smiled gently, tenderly stroking Tanilla's trembling hand. Regardless of whether the other party's feelings are genuine or feigned, in this moment, Wade believes in their authenticity, a heartfelt expression born out of concern. All right, Tanilla, let go. Upon hearing these words, Tanilla slightly restrained her emotions and subsequently released her grip. Her cheeks flushed with a faint warmth. I am truly sorry, my lord. It is a relief to know you are well. By the way, the recent influx of 150,000 immigrants, along with 8 noble knight families, has safely arrived at the territory. Upon hearing this, Wade merely smiled with a sense of relief. He was currently being watched by a peak powerhouse, suspected to be of commanding caliber. He had little inclination to concern himself with these matters. I entrust the 3 of you to convene within the inner court, prioritizing the development of Wuyo City, striving to enrich it as much as possible. As for the 8 knights, arrange for them to rest within Wuyo City for the time being, and we shall gradually distribute their titles later. Let us first leverage the influence of these nobles to strengthen Wuyo City before discussing other matters. Having said that, Wade shifted the conversation, inquiring, how long have I been unconscious? Have there been any significant events recently? My lord, you have been in a coma for 15 days. As for recent significant events, I have heard some news from the northern plains through the Golden Rune family. Tanilla replied, summoning her staff, which projected an image upon the wall. According to reports received a few days ago, 2 commanding-level powerhouses of the Wolfman tribe were slain by a ghoul who claims to be the Blood King. Consequently, the Wolfman tribe has been nearly decimated, with the majority of their battle generals killed, leaving behind numerous small and medium-sized tribes scattered across the land. The Ghoul clan has now regained control over 1/3 of the northern plains. Intelligence relayed from the Golden Rune family indicates that this Blood King is a peak powerhouse of commanding caliber. Under his command exists a power organization known as the 7 Collapse Strings. Currently, It is known that there are 5 battle generals among the ghouls: Gong, Shang, Jiao, Zheng, and you, whose strength is merely half of what the Wolfman leaders possessed previously. Upon hearing this, Wade appeared somewhat perplexed. 7 collapsed strings? Gong, Shang, Jiao, Zheng, you? Is that not the name of the ancient 7-string qin? Is it merely a coincidence? In this moment, Wade fell silent once more, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind until he reflected upon himself. If I can traverse worlds, can others not do the same? No, that is not quite right. I have been reborn in this world as a human. What if the Blood King is also a traveler or a reborn individual? But why has he become a ghoul? Or perhaps all of this is mere coincidence, or he has acquired information from my original world. Chapter 148, Preparation. What constitutes a peak powerhouse? Regardless, whether he is a compatriot or not is of little significance at present. The notion of compatriots harming one another is not unprecedented. The malevolence of human nature often catches one off guard. After all, some compatriots take delight in betraying their own, and one may find themselves skewered at any moment. The more one knows about another's secrets, the easier it becomes for that individual to silence them permanently. The disparity in strength and status resembles the dynamic between a powerful nation and a smaller one. The weaker nation lacks diplomatic leverage and can only assert itself through sheer force. Yet, one must still attempt to navigate the situation, prepared for any outcome. Should failure arise, one could abandon everything and start anew. In a matter of seconds, Wade consolidated all pertinent information, devising a plan that, while relatively secure, was not the optimal choice. Ultimately, he felt an attachment that he could not entirely relinquish. The safest course would have been to leave behind a decoy and abandon everything else, disappearing into the ether. It is unlikely that even a peak leader, such as the Blood King, could find someone deliberately evading him in the land of Saint Anthem Tiamat. However, this was a potential fellow countryman, and some truths required his personal verification. My lord, the voice of Tanilla interrupted Wade's musings. Is something the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Upon hearing her words of concern, Wade gently shook his head, calming her anxiety. I am merely pondering the rise of the Mandela family. It feels somewhat solitary with just myself. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he waved his hand, causing the curtains and doors to close automatically. He then lifted Tanilla with a rough tenderness, tossing her onto the bed. I hear you favor assertiveness? Allow me to indulge you today. I hope your body responds favorably. For the bloodline of the Mandela family must endure. In response to Wade's commanding words, Tanilla, already somewhat shy, found herself in a defensive position. Her figure writhed like a water serpent, tinged with a hint of bashfulness. Ultimately, they completed an exchange of life essence. After the revelry, tranquility washed over them like the calm sea. This indulgence represented a different kind of wager, should he meet an untimely demise. He hoped there would still be a chance for his bloodline to persist. Had he known this would be his fate, he would have exerted greater effort previously, instead of relying on a stroke of luck at the last moment. Soon after, Wade dressed meticulously and departed the room, allowing Tanilla to continue her slumber. He made his way to a secret chamber within the Lord's manor, retrieving a substantial collection of rare materials from his private vault, along with a long-sealed coffin. The materials should suffice, yet he pondered whether this decoy could truly deceive a peak leader. Wade murmured to himself, feeling a lingering sense of unease. After all, the title of peak leader is not one bestowed upon just anyone. It symbolizes strength and serves as a recognition of power. The so-called pinnacle of strength does not merely refer to a particular realm where one achieves supremacy as the strongest in that sphere. Rather, it signifies individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities or remarkable talents. Such individuals often engage in battles that surpass their level, easily overcoming minor realms. However, true pinnacle warriors possess the capacity to confront adversaries from significantly higher realms. For instance, if Wade, equipped with the prowess of a high-tier knight, were to triumph over a low-tier knight, he would indeed embody a pinnacle warrior. Yet, as one's strength increases, the likelihood of defeating opponents from higher realms diminishes. Furthermore, as time progresses, the value of these pinnacle warriors continues to escalate, marking them as the true elite, the prodigies of their kind. At present, it is virtually impossible for an average low-tier knight to manifest a domain, even an incomplete pseudo-domain. Such abilities are exclusive to the higher-tier knights. Should a low-tier knight manage to develop their own domain, it would signify their status as a pinnacle warrior within the human evaluative framework. In other words, figures like the Golden Duke Raton and the Valkyrie Marlenia are indeed pinnacle warriors. Additionally, the self-proclaimed Blood King is likely a leader-class pinnacle warrior, making 3 known pinnacle warriors to Wade. This is also why he has never doubted the Blood King's capacity to slay 2 leader-class werewolves. Invincibility within the same realm is their hallmark. However, at this moment, Wade does not possess such capabilities. He lacks any extraordinary abilities or exceptionally aberrant talents. His combat prowess primarily stems from overwhelming numbers and the amalgamation of various abilities, often employing ambush tactics. The only discernible advantage he holds is the immense strength granted by his Lion's Fury battle aura. Yet, when faced with the elite of certain races, Wade harbors no confidence that he can maintain a decisive advantage in strength. As for abilities like domains, Wade's aspiration to comprehend them seems a distant dream, given the eclectic nature of his studies. Currently, both the Golden Duke Raton and the Valkyrie Marlenia focus on honing specific abilities. For instance, Raton specializes in gravity manipulation, while Marlenia excels in Crimson Decay. They are true paragons of their respective fields. In contrast, Wade possesses the raw strength of the Lion's Fury, the dark attributes conferred by necromantic guidance, the mental fortitude gained through furnace meditation, and the soul secrets imparted by the Soul Awakening Tome. Each of these abilities, when isolated, could forge a formidable warrior. However, when amalgamated, they become a chaotic blend. While undeniably powerful together, they cannot achieve perfection. Perhaps Wade can contend effectively within his realm, yet the prospect of transcending to a higher realm appears rather bleak. He has merely reached what could be termed a half-step to the pinnacle. Before long, in the chamber, Wade opened the sarcophagus, revealing a relatively well-preserved werewolf corpse. This is the corpse of an elite werg, acquired during a previous battle with the intention of using it as experimental material. However, for now, it shall suffice, as obtaining a complete elite-level corpse is no simple task. I pondered for a moment, contemplating the process of crystallizing my soul into a blade, separating a portion of my own soul, and preserving it independently to form a fragment of my essence. By integrating various crystal cores and the refined power of bloodlines into the prepared corpse, along with infusing a portion of my own vitality, I aim to reshape its body. With the assistance of certain magical formations, I intended to unify its physical form and ultimately infuse the fragment of my soul to create a doppelganger. It bears a resemblance to the concept of an external manifestation of the self. As everything was prepared, Wade began to enact the secret art of the soul, surrounding him. As the magical formation commenced its operation, a pale white ethereal light spread throughout the chamber, filling the entire space with a luminous glow. The magical beast crystal cores continuously supplied energy to the formation, turning to ashes in the process. As the formation gradually activated, the corpse lying within the coffin began to levitate slowly. Streams of demonic energy surged into its form, initiating the transformation of its flesh and blood. Concurrently, dozens of potions were deconstructed and merged under Wade's command, ultimately transforming into a unique solution. This liquid entered the corpse through its orifices, working in conjunction with the magical formation to facilitate its reconstruction. In no time, the previously emaciated corpse began to regain its fullness, its physical structure slowly contorted by the formation. Eventually, the werg's form morphed into an indistinguishable mass of flesh and blood, systematically restructuring its meridians and bones until it took on a human shape. 30 years of lifespan should suffice, a calm whisper tinged with a hint of resolution. Wade performed the secret art with remarkable tranquility, placing his palm upon the corpse's forehead. As Wade's appearance aged, the corpse gradually adopted a semblance of life, its flesh softening, and a steady rhythm of breath began to emerge. Once the vital signs stabilized, Wade ceased the secret art, and his appearance slowly reverted to its former state. Though a few strands of hair at his temples had turned snow white, by nurturing 1/3 of the soul and granting it independence, he established a connection with his original self. Should the need arise, he could reclaim the soul fragment to enhance his consciousness. Contemplating this, Wade initiated the separation of a portion of his soul, ensuring his own integrity remained intact. A fragment of the soul willingly detached from his essence. With the restoration of the soul's secret art, this fragment gradually became complete, resembling a hazy image of Wade. Ultimately, this soul fragment gently merged back into the body. The once featureless form began to contort, ultimately taking on Wade's visage, appearing indistinguishable from the original. The first step was successfully accomplished. Yet, for precaution, I would partition another segment of my soul and seal it within a spatial ring, in the event that both the doppelganger and the original were to perish. Perhaps there would still be a chance for rebirth in a new vessel. Once he had made up his mind, Wade immediately executed his plan. Aiming at his own brow, he actively divided a small portion of his soul once more. He then removed his storage ring, sealing his soul within it in a unique manner, creating an existence akin to a spirit of the artifact. Should he truly perish, the resources within this ring would embody his hope for resurgence. Go. Conceal it in a place known to no one, and do not let me know where it is, lest the enemy probe into my memories. As he spoke, the figure of death emerged from Wade's shadow, tilting its head to regard its master before seizing the ring and melding into the darkness, vanishing from the chamber. After completing this task, Wade's eyes had sunken deeply. His entire being seemed drained of vitality. How amusing to toy with one's own soul, he mused, a tone of self-mockery escaping him as he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Even after depleting all the soul energy within his storage vessel, he merely ensured that he would not descend into madness, were it not for Wade's cultivation of the soul awakening technique. An ordinary individual would likely have perished or been rendered utterly incapacitated under such self-inflicted torment. Thanks to his formidable mental strength and resilient soul, surviving in a state of prolonged weakness was the most favorable outcome he could achieve. A week later, within the highest-level conference room of the Lord's mansion, a meeting convened. Led by Arthas, comprising the military cabinet and the inner court council. The expressions on their faces revealed that each bore heavy hearts, as though they had lost their cornerstone. Cloaked in uncertainty, the Lord had been in a coma for half a month, and upon awakening, he had retreated into seclusion. What are your thoughts, esteemed colleagues? Upon hearing this, the others glanced at Chris before falling into silence, the eerie atmosphere casting a shadow over their spirits. At this moment, Diego, the most steadfast supporter of Wade, spoke up. Esteemed ones, I propose that we immediately elevate the entire territory to a state of highest preparedness, reinforcing surveillance within our domain and rigorously scrutinizing the flow of people. Though I am unaware of the events that have transpired, the Lord's unusual state must surely signify something. Moreover, with the Lord absent, it is precisely when our territory is at its most vulnerable, and we must be prepared to confront any impending danger, regardless of the cost. Safeguarding the Lord is our mission and duty. In response to his words, the others nodded slightly, expressing their agreement with Diego's perspective. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry, and being prepared allows for a more adept defense against unknown threats. Even Arthas, who had remained largely inconspicuous, nodded in slight accord. Yet, this also led Arthas to realize a critical issue, the future heir of the territory. Just as the Lord exhibited some abnormalities now, the thought stirred a sense of unease among the assembly. If there were an heir present, they would at least have a pillar to lean upon. Perhaps this illustrates the disadvantages stemming from the absence of progeny. Once the pillars of the community collapse, their faith may falter, losing its purity. At that moment, Arthas captivated everyone's attention, stating, as Diego has articulated, even in the absence of our Lord, we must remain vigilant and prepared to confront danger at any time. Our territory, Wuyo, has just begun to find its footing. This is a critical period. Our unity against external threats is paramount. Each of you should fulfill your respective roles. As long as our Lord remains standing, Wuyo will continue to flourish. As long as we persevere, chaos shall not ensue within our realm. What are your thoughts? As the old steward of Wade, trusted above all by the Lord, his words carried significant weight. The others did not dissent, expressing their support. Moreover, Arthas was not incorrect. The Lord had merely been somewhat peculiar of late and had not fallen. Stabilizing the territory was their best assistance to the Lord. At that moment, Hope slowly spoke, producing 3 soul storage vessels, stating, "These were entrusted to me by the Lord during the tumult of war, and I have only recently completed their refinement. These artifacts may aid our Lord. I ask you, Sir Arthas, to deliver them to him." Upon hearing this, Arthas accepted the vessels with a slight nod, evidently agreeing to Hope's request. Rest assured, our Lord will be fine. Chapter 150, Becoming a True Old Six. The first meeting of 2 foreigners. Several days later, Wade finally awoke from his stupor and exchanged a few words with Arthas. The news of the territory's stability offered a modicum of solace to his weary spirit. After a brief exchange of reassurance, Arthas took his leave. Glancing at the 3 soul storage vessels beside him, Wade seldom displayed a smile, realizing that his prior trust in Hope had been a wise decision. As a mage, their inherent spiritual intuition often aids in making optimal choices. Without the slightest hesitation, Wade opened the vessels and began to voraciously absorb their contents. Although the quality of the soul energy was inferior to that which he had refined himself, the quantity was substantial, and collectively, it was quite considerable. Merely a few hours later, Wade's condition markedly improved. His soul body stabilized, recovering to about 60%. As long as he refrained from reckless actions, he should be fine. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows, a perfect replica of Wade. Whether it was the aura or demeanor, it was as though he were carved from the same mold. Wade himself could discern no flaws. Perfect. Now you are me. I once believed that through the eye of death, I could become the unseen force behind everything. But upon seeing you, I realize I have not concealed myself deeply enough. If even my existence is but a fabrication, then I am the true observer, the clandestine puppeteer maneuvering the chessboard from the shadows. Perhaps it is in the obscurity of darkness that one finds greater security. With this thought, Vader could not help but let out a derisive laugh. However, you are still far from resembling me. You require a subtle embellishment. As he spoke, Vader once again invoked the soul awakening technique upon himself. Yet this time, it was not the severance of his own soul, but rather an introspective examination. Even if he were naive, Vader would never presume that a leader of formidable strength would allow him to escape so effortlessly. When his consciousness returned to his corporeal form, it was highly probable that his adversary had employed other means against him. Techniques such as tracking, interference, and contamination were all possibilities, albeit unnoticed at the time. Given that his opponent possessed the ability to corrupt the mind, a thorough scrutiny of all matters pertaining to consciousness and soul was imperative. After all, having painstakingly created a corporeal doppelganger, it would be utterly foolish to expose his true self so easily. Before long, as anticipated, Vader indeed discovered a crimson thread-like substance nestled deep within his soul, near his heart. Ah, how delightfully twisted. They have ensnared me in a trap. Yet now, I shall return it to you. With a cold smirk, Vader directed his palm toward his chest and, without hesitation, extracted the ethereal bloodline from his heart. In a mere second, he swiftly injected it into his doppelganger. The entire process transpired in less than a heartbeat, and before the Blood Emperor, thousands of miles away, could sense the shift, it vanished into nothingness. What remained was merely a faint tremor, akin to the struggle of prey in agony. Not bad. Everything proceeded smoothly. A rare smile graced Vader's face. He could hardly believe that with a nearly perfect doppelganger and an unknown resurrection point, the Blood King could possibly eliminate him so effortlessly. If the Blood King were capable of such a feat, Vader contemplated devouring himself alive. Let him attempt to strike me down. With this thought, Vader regained his composure and tranquility. However, this encounter had indeed imparted a valuable lesson. Pride and an ever-increasing power had led him to lose sight of himself. To develop cautiously, to embrace the guise of a stealthy old fox, was truly his essence. Having lived a second life, he ought to exercise greater caution. To squander a precious life would be a tremendous waste. Come forth, Blood King, and reveal to me who you truly are. With that declaration, Vader's true form melded into the shadows. This time, he vowed not to reveal his true identity unless he achieved the pinnacle of strength. Survival was paramount above all. As long as no one knew his true self, who could genuinely pose a threat to him? In the northern plains, the city of imperial blood awaited. This is a city built upon the capital of the Wolfman King, serving as the new royal court of the Ghoul clan. Upon the Blood Throne, the Blood King sensed a subtle tremor, arousing his interest, akin to prey struggling in the face of impending death. It was the final day. It seemed this human was still unwilling to give up. Very well, let us indulge in a game. The Blood King smirked, much like a hunter toying with his quarry, eagerly anticipating the expression of the human, reminiscent of a child discovering a delightful new toy. It had been quite some time since anyone had piqued his interest, so once he dealt with this human, he could contact the dog-headed king, as it was imperative to interrupt the latter's ascension. Should a lord-level powerhouse emerge, it would indeed pose a headache. He merely needed to maintain a balance for a while, granting him sufficient time to open a portal to another world. Before long, he would be able to seize more territory and draw upon the faith of more beings, ensuring the prosperity of his clan. When I ascend, the entire continent of Saint Song Tiamat shall bow before my kin. As night fell, a full moon hung high in the firmament. The round moon represented the time of the month when elemental energies were most abundant in this world. Even in low magic regions, small elemental tides would manifest. In the city of Wuyo, a young man adorned in a dark red and black attire traversed the spacious streets. Despite the onset of darkness, the streets remained bustling with throngs of people. The calls of vendors and the laughter of children echoed incessantly. Along the roadside, many ladies donned in revealing clothing caught his eye. However, this attire caused the young man to furrow his brow slightly. Bunny girls? Maid outfits? He brushed his hair back, questioning if he had become too outdated, as the human world had evolved to such an extent. To his surprise, Your Grace, you possess such interests? Perhaps I should treat you? This is the signature of my territory, the Thousand Slaughter Club. If you are intrigued, I can make arrangements for you. He chuckled. You are not afraid of me, are you? Your grace is a pinnacle leader-level powerhouse. As a mere ant, where could I possibly run? You are quite clever. Lucky for you that you did not flee. Otherwise, I would have slaughtered the entire city. Lead the way. You surely do not wish to engage in idle chatter with me here, do you? As he spoke, a smile lingered on Wade's face as he gestured invitingly. Certainly not. Please, Your Grace. Chapter 151, A Moment in History. Before long, within a private room on the second floor of the Thousand Slaughter Club, the setting was exquisite, offering a splendid view through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the central dance hall. The warm, dim light added a touch of allure. On the dance floor, enchanting women clad in revealing attire swayed their bodies around a steel pole. Each movement seemed to suggest an invitation, as if enticing you to join them in experiencing the joy of harmonious togetherness. Temptation, desire, and indulgence set the tone here. It is a paradise for countless Tier 3 and Tier 4 inhabitants, the optimal choice for relieving stress and escaping the burdens of life. I must admit, your insight is rather commendable. The excessive repression of the innate nature of the lower classes often serves as the catalyst for the overthrow of tyranny. From this perspective, your political acumen is not to be underestimated. However, I reiterate, submit to me and relinquish the arcane secrets of the ascendant will, and I shall grant you a path to survival. The human species is inherently insatiable, with greed that only intensifies over time. My dear lad, you cannot grasp it. Upon hearing this, Vade maintained his smile, savoring his drink while summoning the dead eye from the shadows. The means of manifesting the ascendant will is not due to my mastery of some secret art, but rather a unique ability bestowed upon me by my undead servant. If your excellency doubts this, you may verify it for yourself. I shall assist you in temporarily inhabiting the body of the dead eye. However, before you submit, I wish to pose a question to you. Oh, the Blood King raised an eyebrow, intrigued by what this human might reveal. Pray, enlighten me. If a single answer could yield a future night of unparalleled strength, I would be most eager to hear it. I hope your inquiry is worthy of such value. The more the Blood King appeared dismissive, the calmer Vade became. It was akin to the tranquility before a storm, the more serene the surface, the more tumultuous the undercurrents within. Upon hearing that your excellency had convened the 7 strings of power, designated by the ciphers of palace, commerce, horn, tribute, and feather, with the last 2 presumably representing the civil and martial aspects, I was struck by the knowledge you possess. As far as I know, this title refers to the 7-string zither of civil and martial arts, yet it seems such a thing has yet to exist in this world. I wonder where your excellency acquired this information. At that very moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a halt. A faint halo swiftly enveloped the entire private chamber. As for Vade, his gaze grew vacant, and his movements seemed to slow down. However, in the next instant, he returned to normal, seemingly unfazed by the increasingly chaotic surroundings. Your excellency, employing the same trick twice renders it ineffective. You may forcibly alter my perceptions, distorting my experience, but you cannot manipulate the soul. With adequate foresight, your technique poses no threat. Listening to Vade's soliloquy, the Blood King's expression shifted rapidly, transitioning from shock to apprehension, then from apprehension to astonishment. The individual before him, seemingly a mere insect, evoked a sense of danger within him. Intriguing, you possess quite a bit of knowledge. However, regardless of your origins, here, strength reigns supreme. The powerful possess everything. With that, the Blood King snapped his fingers, and a flash of crimson swiftly vanished. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light surged forcefully into Wade's body, spreading incessantly until it coalesced into a shackle around his heart. Time has passed. Compared to the fleeting 30 years of my past, I have now existed for over a century in this realm. Since arriving in this world, this marks my 3rd death and return. My experiences and knowledge far surpass those of my previous 30 years, which now seem but the existence of an ordinary individual lost to the annals of history. As time flows, I have come to believe that the person I am in this moment is my true self. Thus, I am not the being you once perceived from that world. I have long forsaken my past to witness a new future. At this moment, the figure of the Blood King gradually became obscured, even towering larger than before. Behind him, a human silhouette began to materialize, marking his first rebirth in this world. Following closely, a winged figure with pointed ears emerged, representing his 2nd existence in this realm. Lastly, a shadowy back appeared, fading as if drifting away. His initial life was a self he has slowly abandoned, a version of himself from a distant homeland that he can never return to. Wade Mandela, I have been reborn thrice and have grasped the laws governing this world. As a fellow from a faraway homeland, I could choose not to take your life. However, I have no reason to allow you to develop unchecked. It would be prudent to keep you firmly within my grasp, perhaps beneficial for us both. As long as you pose no threat to me, perhaps we could become good friends. It is evident that this represents the Blood King's utmost sincerity, should Wade refuse to acknowledge this. The Blood King would undoubtedly not hold back. After all, he is aware of the secrets that lie between them, rather than let him roam free. It would be wiser to keep him securely in hand. As for the reasoning behind sparing him, do you think the Blood King has not considered this? How can you prove that the one you have slain is indeed him? The eyes often deceive, showing you only what you wish to see, much like him. Should Wade's demise grant him a new lease on life, opportunities like this may be scarce in the future. Witnessing this, Wade maintained his demeanor, sipping his drink and savoring its lingering sweetness. Your Grace, are you intending to confine me? To make me your canary? This seems rather ungracious for a fellow countryman, does it not? Haha, a century has passed. Having lived 3 lives, my encounters have long surpassed your imagination in this world. If one does not act with ruthlessness, they shall be devoured by others. As for you, Wade, being my compatriot, I cannot allow a potential threat to linger, one that could endanger me at any moment. Though I have lived 3 lives, I do not know if I will have a 4th after this one. Thus I cannot afford to gamble. I do not dare to take such risks. The adage better to live poorly than die well encapsulates my stance. My foremost pursuit is to survive. Certainly, if one day I come to a realization, or if you surpass me in strength, or if I cease to worry about my existence, perhaps then I shall engage in a meaningful conversation with you. However, as it stands, you are evidently not yet worthy of discussing the notion of fairness with me. With that said, the Blood King seemed to lose the enthusiasm he had upon his arrival. Serve me well, and out of respect for our shared origins, I shall not treat you poorly. With that, the Blood King rose, patted Vade on the shoulder, and with a swift motion, vanished into the void. Chapter 152. A kindred spirit may spare you, yet will make you their beast of burden. After bidding farewell to this esteemed guest, Vade breathed a sigh of relief. Though his demeanor remained composed, it appeared that the technique of creating a doppelganger could indeed deceive the heavens, as its essence bore no distinction from my original self, thus allowing it to pass unnoticed. However, might the Blood King also become an ally? His reluctance to eliminate me, aside from fear, could stem from a desire for a capable servant, a familiar hand to do his bidding. Had it been prior to this, I might have been akin to a caged bird, subject to his whims. Yet, at present, I find him of little consequence. The worst that could happen would be the loss of a mere doppelganger. I cannot afford to provoke you, yet I can certainly evade you. This was Vade's contemplation. And given the current circumstances, perhaps temporarily aligning with the Blood King is a viable option, for he has not truly ensnared me. Even I, in this moment, remain unaware of where my original self has concealed itself, likely recuperating in some secluded place. At this moment, on the outskirts of the central province, lies a quaint village, encircled by crooked stone walls. Scattered throughout are a handful of households. At the heart of the village stands an ancient tree, its canopy swaying gently in the breeze. A blue-haired boy, at the tender age of 6, struggles to ascend the tree's crown, his gaze reflecting a determination that far exceeds that of his peers. He looks towards the dimming sun, smiling, exuding an aura of boundless tenderness. As the sun descends, the boy feels a tinge of regret for his inability to grasp the fleeting passage of time. Beautiful moments exist only in ephemeral flashes. In the attempt to preserve them, one finds it impossible to retain any evidence of their former existence. The seeds of regret are sown, instilling in the boy a greater appreciation for the present, which is so hard-won. At that moment, as the boy prepares to descend, a splendid ring catches his eye. The shimmering blue gemstone at its center ignites an irresistible yearning within him. How exquisite! The boy exclaims, straining to reach the ring and extracting it from the bark. Yet, in doing so, he tumbles heavily towards the ground. However, when the boy opens his eyes again, he perceives only a refreshing sensation, devoid of any pain from his fall. What is happening? The boy muses, yet quickly redirects his gaze to the ring. The ring emanated a faint glow, and a translucent tentacle, shimmering with hints of blue, waved at him. A chill ran down the youth's spine. Just as he contemplated discarding the ring, it seemed to possess a will of its own, firmly affixing itself to his index finger, no matter how fiercely he struggled. Young one, do you desire power? Would you like to explore a broader world? At that moment, a voice, laden with temptation, echoed in the boy's ears, as if beckoning him to step into the shadows of a malevolent deity. What is this? The youth yearned to resist, yet his gaze grew increasingly unfocused, the brilliance in his pupils gradually dimming. I am willing, he responded involuntarily, as if ensnared. But it felt akin to a forbidden key, an ominous sword of Damocles hanging above him. When the gates of consciousness swung open, an intrusive force surged into his mind. In the blink of an eye, everything transformed. Moments later, when the boy reopened his eyes, his blue irises had morphed into a deep cerulean, tinged with excitement. He curiously examined his limbs, reveling in the abundant vitality coursing through him, utterly captivated. The feeling of youth is truly delightful. This body is rather invigorating. As he spoke, the youth twisted his neck, stretching his muscles, and murmured, "The clone will guard the territory while the main body remains hidden. I shall serve as another pawn in the shadows." Unexpectedly, the dead-eyed entity had cast my consciousness into the central province, but this turned out to be advantageous. It allowed me to evade most prying eyes, enabling me to accumulate strength in secrecy. However, I must admit, this lad possesses remarkable talent. His affinity for elements is exceptionally high. Nearly all attributes can be cultivated, perfectly aligned with the optimal physique for the furnace meditation method, once I survive to adulthood. Combined with the resources within the ring, this clone could potentially rise to the status of a grand mage. Step by step, I have ample time to strategize. The youth chuckled softly, then turned to return to his desolate home, which would become his new starting point. As summer gave way to autumn, time flowed inexorably. In the ensuing months, the entire Elden Duchy entered a phase of stable development. The subsequent population migrations gradually filled the substantial gaps within the duchy. As all factions absorbed the influx, forests were cleared, cities were built, and roads were forged. Infrastructure was rapidly and impressively enhanced, with a significant flow of people bringing immense benefits. Among them, the Golden Rune family's direct lineage, the Golden Commerce Guild, emerged as the most expansive commercial entity in the Elden Duchy. It stands as the only guild with stores established in every city within the duchy, reigning as the undisputed commercial overlord. Furthermore, there exist elite guilds such as the Bronze Tree Guild and the Blissful Guild. These organizations currently represent the foremost titans of commerce. Aside from the Golden Guild, collectively commanding a significant 30% of the domestic market. Among them, the Bronze Tree Guild has ascended to unprecedented heights. Just recently, Baron Blue Lake Ward made a grand declaration of his formal allegiance to the Bronze Tree Alliance. Additionally, a host of knights, led by 3 barons, have also pledged their loyalty to the same alliance, propelling its stature to rival that of the most formidable factions, second only to the illustrious Golden Rune family. Concurrently, a formidable entity known as the Sky Harp within the Elden Principality has been quietly obliterated. Of the 4 barons involved, 2 have vanished without a trace. One is suspected of having taken his own life, and another has forsaken his territory, departing from the Elden Principality. The leading figures, the Eagle Viscount and the Shield Mountain Viscount, have witnessed one family utterly eradicated while the other has fled, their whereabouts unknown. Consequently, these territories have been seamlessly absorbed into the direct control of the Golden Rune family. Despite such monumental upheaval, the entirety of the Elden Principality has fallen into a profound silence, as if tacitly accepting the demise of the Sky Harp. As for the reasons, one can only conclude that they met their fate justly. Gradually, this topic has transformed into the subject of casual conversation among the populace. And what of the so-called Sky Harp? Merely a pitiful jester of ineptitude. Chapter 153, The Arena, the Otherworld. At this moment, within a tavern, a group of adventurers are regaling one another with tales, indulging in fine wines while listening to a bard recount stories from distant lands. Others are extolling the virtues of Baron Wuyo, praising the renown of the land of Wuyo. The patrons engage in lively discussions, basking in the pleasures of the present, with the most captivating topic being the recently inaugurated Reckless Arena. Since its establishment, the arena has become the most bustling venue in the city of Wuyo. For a Philipsian, gambling is an essential rite of passage, and the gambler's creed is, either take everything or leave with nothing. All in is an art form, a philosophy of life, a steadfast belief, and a pursuit of existence. If a Philipsian goes through life without ever taking the plunge at least once, it would be a lifelong regret, an object of ridicule. At a particular booth in the tavern, a few adventurers are engaged in conversation. "Fellows, have you heard that the commander of the Reckless Legion, Lord Diego, is attempting to achieve 100 consecutive victories? Is this true? What? You just found out? But then again, it makes sense. You've only just arrived a few days ago. Just a week ago, His Grace Wuyo, along with Baron Twilight and Baron Blue Lake, hosted a grand competition of 100 battles to celebrate Baron Blue Lake's induction into the Bronze Tree. Apart from the members of the Bronze Tree Alliance, adventurers and various rangers are welcome to participate, with the event lasting for 3 months. The first 3 individuals to achieve 100 victories will be rewarded with the red maple potion bestowed by His Excellency, the Carefree Monarch. The champion will also receive a level 4 Beast Crystal Core. Additionally, the top 10 contenders will be granted a substantial monetary prize and the opportunity to attract the attention of 3 barons, a veritable leap towards greatness. Of course, those who excel in the competition may also be considered for recruitment by the 3 barons, although the chances are relatively slim. As far as I know, over 100 participants have already entered the contest, all of whom are extraordinary beings. The esteemed Sir Diego, whom you mentioned earlier, is among the favorites to win, boasting an impressive streak of 37 consecutive victories. None who have faced him, whether they be otherworldly beings or beasts, have managed to leave the arena alive. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the person who spoke earlier gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is it truly as terrifying as that?" Indeed, this competition has even attracted the participation of our Adventurers Guild. Notable figures such as the renowned Musa swordsman, the Braden brothers, and the ferocious beast, Glenn, are all taking part in this grand event. Although we adventurers may lack power and influence, there are still a number of elite adventurers who have unexpectedly embarked on the path of the extraordinary. Gaining the favor of the noble lords could lead to a life of ease and privilege. Let me tell you, such vivid scenes are currently unfolding throughout Carefree City. Countless eyes are fixed upon this spectacle, witnessing a grand celebration. The true purpose of this event, of course, is to scout for talent, to strengthen the influence and prestige of the Bronze Tree. Additionally, with the expansion of territories, more capable individuals are needed for management, especially those who can perform competently in a short time. It is for these reasons that the 3 barons have so harmoniously organized this contest. Just a week into the competition, several promising candidates have already emerged. Emily, representing the Carefree territory, has secretly established contacts with several individuals. If all goes well, Carefree territory will not only gain greater recognition, but will also attract more residents, promoting its prosperity. Coupled with the exquisite Melly brand crafted by the Paradise Merchants, its influence and fame will extend even further through this grand feast. Meanwhile, in another realm, the world of Seds, in an unknown desert, 2 creatures resembling scorpions, each 3 meters long and composed entirely of crystal, slowly emerged from a sandy burrow. Sokka, do you smell that? It is the scent of blood. I sense the presence of food. Indeed, Kassa, I can smell it too. It is the aroma of sustenance. The 2 crystal scorpions communicated before dashing eagerly towards the distance. Unable to contain their hunger, not only they, but if one were to gaze from above, one would soon discover that within a radius of several kilometers, the crystal scorpions were all scurrying in a singular direction, stirring up clouds of sand. At that very moment, it seemed as though a fissure had manifested in the void, from which a droplet of blood gradually solidified. The energy emanating from it caused the very fabric of space to quiver ever so slightly. Beneath where the blood fell lay a crystal scorpion, approximately 4 meters in length, apparently a victim of a recent hunt gone awry, having just perished. Perhaps due to its intense resentment or an overwhelming desire to survive, it attracted the arrival of this drop of blood. As the blood slowly dripped and merged with the scorpion's shattered form, its body began to mend swiftly. Flesh and sinew surged forth, while its crystalline exoskeleton self-repaired until it was restored. In the next moment, this crystal scorpion's physique expanded rapidly, growing to over 5 meters in length. It was at this juncture that more scorpions arrived, cautiously sniffing at the air, casting wary glances at their 5-meter-long kin. The scent of food is exquisite. Skarner is famished. The crystal scorpion, named Skarner, now stirred to awareness, was oblivious to the reasons for its resurrection. Yet, in this moment, it recognized its hunger. It needed sustenance. A primal and feral roar reverberated through the sky, instilling terror in the hearts of its approaching kin. Before the surrounding scorpions could react, massive crystals erupted from the sandy expanse. In an instant, the area within a radius of several hundred meters transformed into a crystal forest. Upon one of these immense crystals, a scorpion was impaled, its crystalline blood continuously oozing and spreading. Ultimately, this life force coalesced into a small stream, incessantly flowing into Skarner's mouth. Skarner even seized the body of a fallen kin, devouring it voraciously. The flesh of its brethren tasted as exquisite as the finest delicacies, leaving it insatiable. Only after consuming the remains of all its kin did Skarner cease its feasting. Skarner is sated, but my master requires more offerings to descend. You two need not hide. Skarner has seen you. Upon hearing this, the brothers Sokka and Kassa crawled out from their sandy concealment, their faces filled with dread as they gazed upon their kin, their eyes betraying their deep-seated terror. Chapter 154. The Corruption of Blood. Skarner regarded the two kin as one might observe prey or tools. Ultimately, it momentarily restrained its urge to feast and issued its first command to the two lesser members of its kind. Lead Skarner to the nearest subterranean sand den. Submit to Skarner, and he shall spare you from becoming his meal. Offer your loyalty, and Skarner will beseech our Lord, the Blood God, to bestow upon you strength. An overwhelming presence enveloped them, accompanied by frenzied words. The two young individuals fell into a profound silence, their bodies trembling as fear gradually consumed their very souls. They yearned to respond, yet discovered that their legs and thoughts had been utterly submerged by terror. Noticing the prolonged silence from his kin, Skarner exhibited evident displeasure. He swiftly lashed out with his scorpion tail, forcibly implanting a surge of crimson energy into the bodies of his two brethren. In the next instant, two crystalline scorpions began to writhe in the sandy expanse, as if torn apart by excruciating pain, rendering them desperate for release. However, soon after, crimson veins emerged on the surface of their bodies. The once blue crystalline shells gradually transformed into a deep purplish-red hue, their forms swelling to a towering 4 meters. When the transformation concluded, the brothers Sokka and Kassa ceased to exist. Instead, they became mere puppets tainted by bloodline corruption, monstrous beings that would devour their own kind. As Skarner commanded them to lead him to the subterranean sand lair, the two crystalline scorpions submitted, responding, "We are the esteemed messengers of the Blood God." Days later, within a certain underground cavern, various hues of crystals flourished. Massive crystalline pillars supported the entire subterranean expanse, and countless shimmering crystals radiated brilliant light. As one gazed around, innumerable crystalline scorpions inhabited this domain, engaging in communication and even mating. The crystals affixed to the pillars were the offspring of the crystalline scorpions. Consuming a complete crystal signified their impending maturation, transitioning from larval forms to adulthood. This place served as the gathering ground for the crystalline scorpions, akin to a city, albeit situated beneath the vast desert. They were not primitive beasts. They possessed independent thought and a comprehensive civilization with established modes of existence. This, indeed, was the subterranean sand lair, a manifestation of the crystalline scorpion civilization, the societal system they had evolved over countless years. Here, safety and tranquility reigned, a sanctuary for all crystalline scorpions, a haven where they could relish in security. Yet, at that very moment, with the arrival of Skarner, the unwelcome guest, everything began to change. This marked the onset of a nightmare for all crystalline scorpions. In the northern plains, the Blood City stood upon a throne of blood crystallized from countless offerings. The Blood King slowly opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips, signifying his current contentment. The first step had finally been accomplished. The sacrifice of millions of wolfmen had barely pried open a sliver of a rift. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Once the seed was sown, it would gradually take root and sprout. In due time, the world would initiate sacrifices, enabling direct invasion by circumventing the barriers of the world from within. However, it seemed that such an endeavor was not achievable in the near term. Only a single elite shell being is unlikely to stir any significant upheaval for the time being. It would be prudent to allow him to further corrupt some shell beings. Once preparations are complete on that front, the conflict on my side should also reach its conclusion. The Blood King pondered, temporarily suppressing his burgeoning ambitions. Having lived 3 lifetimes, he had mastered the art of restraining his desires. Soon, a female ghoul named you knelt beneath the throne. What is the status of the Doghead King and the Frostwolf clan? Upon hearing this, you lifted her gaze slightly and replied, "The Doghead King has acquiesced to the king's request. An army of 300,000 dogheads has commenced its assault on the Frostwolf territory. Currently, the situation remains in its nascent stage, with both sides testing each other's resolve. The Frostwolf clan is steadfastly holding their ground, and 2 elder Frostwolves have already made their presence known on the front line. The Doghead King has engaged with the enemy. Furthermore, in accordance with the king's orders, 3 legions of 100,000 ghouls have been assembled, under the leadership of Lords Gong, Shang, and Xiao. They are fully prepared and await the king's command to march to the battlefield, flanking the Dogheads to besiege the Frostwolf clan." Upon hearing this, the Blood King's smile deepened. Everything was proceeding according to his design, and he felt immense satisfaction with his creation. Since preparations are complete, notify Lords Gong, Shang, and Xiao to advance. Inform them that the primary objective of this war is the ordinary members of the Frostwolf clan. The core principle of this conflict is to diminish the enemy's living forces as much as possible, while striving to avoid direct confrontation with the Frostwolves. When possible, we shall choose to evade battle, minimizing our own losses. Yes, my king, you responded before rising to convey the king's orders to her fellow commanders. Meanwhile, the Blood King's gaze drifted towards the distant south, in the direction of the Elden Duchy. More precisely, it was directed towards the territory of Baron Wuyo. Through blood parasitism, the Blood King could perceive scenes from thousands of miles away through his host. He held a considerable regard for the local Weedmandra, as one could never know what extraordinary abilities this compatriot might possess. This was also indicative of his contemplative state. At present, he had tentatively established a bridge between two realms, yet an outright invasion of that world was clearly beyond the scope of a solitary endeavor. Moreover, he could not descend there in the immediate future. At most, he might send an elite being, but dispatching an ordinary elite to an unfamiliar world would yield little effect. However, if he could send Weed to that realm, perhaps it would indeed produce unexpectedly significant results. Though Wade may not be the pinnacle of strength and lacks the ability to traverse realms, he reigns supreme among his peers, bolstered by his unique method of descent. When it comes to intelligence gathering, the Blood King must concede that Wade excels far beyond him in this regard. Alas, it seems that inviting this compatriot from another realm is indeed the most prudent choice at present, as the Frost Werewolves cannot do without my presence for the time being. Chapter 155. The current state of the Bone Burial Ground. Shindan, the Blood King murmured, before allowing his thoughts to drift away. Ultimately, he succumbed to a gentle slumber, while the blood throne pulsated rhythmically, akin to a heartbeat. The potent force of his bloodline coursed through this place, continually nourishing the Blood King's physique, rendering him ever more formidable. Beneath the blood throne lay an abyssal reservoir, wherein countless corpses of the wolfmen lay heaped. These remains transformed into the most refined essence of blood, serving as sustenance for the Blood King. In the northern plains, the Bone Burial Ground exuded an even denser aura of death than before, as the miasma coalesced into a shroud of inky fog. Any creature that ventured here would gradually weaken, perhaps even succumb to a state of confusion. This phenomenon effectively formed a natural barrier, evolving into a forbidden zone, with hundreds of miles surrounding it rendered off-limits. Even the serpent folk dwelling on the fringes of the forest marshes contemplated migration due to the encroaching black mist. Were it not for the recent civil unrest in the northern plains, they might have already departed this realm of strife. Indeed, this world is fraught with turmoil, and the harsh realities of regret and misfortune compose the primary cadence of life. The weak will forever lack a voice, if one cannot endure, accept the shifting tides of fate, nor bow in subservience, then only annihilation and extinction await. Deep within the black fog, the area of the shallow lake seems to have expanded considerably, as thousands of lizardmen constructed their abodes along its shores. Occasionally, crocodiles surfaced to breathe, vigilantly overseeing the entire forest marsh. Evidently, under the governance of the abyss, the Bone Burial Ground has found its footing, gradually manifesting a new character. However, it must be noted that the internal strife in the northern plains represents an inescapable calamity for the weak. Conversely, for the strong, it presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This turmoil has driven the remaining lizardmen clans to flee southward, thereby allowing the Bone Burial Ground to flourish. Such is the adaptability of the strong. The lizardmen have acclimatized to their surroundings, humbled themselves, and lowered their once proud heads. Consequently, their populace has begun to thrive once more, even regaining the glory of yore. This epitomizes the wisdom of the strong. A relentless pursuit of rigidity will never forge a true champion nor yield greatness. And amidst the central expanse of the shallow lake, the accumulation of corpses lies unceremoniously. Compared to the past, it now appears even more magnificent, with an ever-expanding expanse. The embryonic form of a great tomb has begun to take shape, surrounded by towering mountains of skeletal remains, exuding a dense aura of death that creates a veritable forest of bones. 6 colossal bone dragons roam incessantly among the remains, their presence increasingly profound and ferocious. Troops of dragon-toothed soldiers have formed into patrol squads, ever vigilant and on standby 24 hours a day, safeguarding the sanctity of this burial ground. At the heart of the grand tomb stands a towering skeletal spire, soaring to heights of several dozen meters, perpetually showcasing its extraordinary essence. The thick miasma of death here seems almost tangible, manifesting as black rivers that continuously weave between the towers. Viewed from afar, the skeletal spire can be broadly divided into 4 levels, the subterranean layer, and 3 levels above ground. The subterranean level is transformed from an elemental energy pool into a negative energy reservoir, continuously absorbing the miasma of death and other negative energies, storing them within the energy pool. This serves to energize the entire skeletal spire, meeting its daily demands, and acts as the core nexus for the entire burial site, providing an unceasing supply of power. As for the first level above ground, it is a grand skeletal hall, where faint ghostly lights flicker upon the surrounding walls, with a skeletal throne seated at the hall's end. Upon this throne rests Li Yuan, grasping a sword with both hands. Compared to before, Li Yuan's aura has deepened significantly. The vast accumulation of corpses within the tomb has condensed pure death energy, enabling Li Yuan to break through to a minor realm once more in a short span of time. The second layer of the skeletal spire presents a stark contrast to its surroundings, adorned with various exquisite furnishings, creating a striking disparity, as if someone has resided here for an extended period. The final layer of the skeletal spire is an expansive chamber where Vade sits cross-legged, diligently practicing the complete version of the lion's roar breathing technique, while simultaneously harnessing various negative elements to refine his necromantic arts and enhance his command over dark energies. Vade's choice to conceal his true form here is threefold. For convenience, due to the ample secrecy it affords for the clandestine development of his power, and to embrace the notion that the most perilous places often harbor the greatest safety. The final reason is to facilitate his cultivation of the soul awakening technique, allowing him to mend his fragmented soul. The myriad of drifting souls and vengeful spirits here serve as an exceptional testing ground and are Vade's optimal source of nourishment, all while he remains untroubled by any risk of discovery. After several months, he has finally made initial strides in restoring his soul to its original state. With a bit more time for quiet recuperation, he shall be wholly restored. As he spoke, Vade exhaled a breath of murky air, rose, and stretched lazily. Instantly, a surge of pure energy propelled his realm to the pinnacle of the night level. The next step for Vade would be to attempt a breakthrough to the Earth Knight. He had long since prepared the necessary materials for this advancement: a white crystal herb, a vial of high-tier magical beast blood essence, a bottle of boiling blood potion, and several mid-tier magical beast cores. These items were all invaluable aids for ascending to the Earth Knight, coupled with the profits from gold mines. Vade had also procured several vials of potions to assist in his elevation. For instance, the boiling blood potion was a specialized concoction designed to assist knights in their breakthroughs, a luxury Vade had acquired at great expense. He had deliberately gathered numerous items beneficial for advancement. However, Vade was in no rush to ascend. Instead, he chose to continue his cultivation, meticulously refining his path. He preferred to slow his pace, forging a brighter and more promising future rather than recklessly pushing forward and jeopardizing his prospects. Only with a sufficiently solid foundation can one establish a towering legacy. If he were to merely opt for a standard ascension, how could he ever hope to rival peak powerhouses like Blood King, Wrathion, and Marlenia in the future? Such a fate was not in accordance with his character. Furthermore, his soul body had yet to fully recover, making the choice to attempt a breakthrough at this time less than prudent. There was a risk of backlash that could lead to further injury. Shaking his head, Vade then turned his attention to the territory. The development there was progressing quite well. The 100 Battles Festival, a method for talent selection, was indeed commendable. In the untroubled city, within the audacious beast arena, Vade sat in his exclusive viewing box, observing the fierce clashes between men and beasts in the duel arena. Even the typically composed Vade could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Perhaps this was the innate martial spirit etched into the bones of the Phillips people. Though Vade himself held little personal interest, his gaze remained fixed upon the arena, completely engrossed in the combat. At that moment, the combatant was Diego, renowned as the strongest among the knights below the knight level in the untroubled territory. His opponent was a three-headed, second-tier wolf-type magical beast, possessing a well-proportioned and powerful physique, perfectly matched in type to Diego. This duel marked Diego's 50th battle. Should he emerge victorious, he would achieve 50 consecutive wins, becoming the first to reach this milestone in the 100 Battles Festival. "Come, beasts," Diego shouted, a provocative smile playing on his lips. "The Lord is watching. I shall pay my highest respects to him with your blood." This was not arrogance. Rather, it was a confidence born from strength. After all, the Beast Arena was a place designed for audacity. Arrogance and self-importance are the philosophies upheld here. Only those who are truly ruthless and willing to forsake everything can establish their footing in this arena. In the next instant, as the words fell, a fierce gale swept through. Diego merely swung the hilt of his sword once, unleashing a torrent of azure energy that disintegrated into countless slashing blades, reminiscent of wind blades. In the air, in just one exchange, a second-level magic wolf at the forefront was torn apart into a mass of flesh. The powerful wind blades shredded flesh and severed bones. Witnessing this scene, all the spectators in the arena succumbed to an eerie state of exhilaration. The crowd roared hoarsely, issuing soul-stirring cheers for Diego. "Kill, O Lord Diego! Crush the bones of these wolf cubs! Splendid work, Sir Diego! Win this match, and I shall treat you to the most exquisite delights at the Thousand Slaughter Club. Order the spiciest beauties, drink the strongest spirits, and partake in the wildest games." A cacophony of revelry surged forth, further igniting the emotions of the people. At this moment, it seemed as if everyone had fallen into a frenzy of jubilation. The shouts ignited an uncontrollable fervor, which in turn stirred within Wade, seated in the viewing area. A peculiar sensation began to coalesce within him, ultimately converging in his being. The feeling of being propelled forward returned, startling Wade, yet it also brought him tantalizingly close to the threshold of becoming a knight. However, he ultimately forced himself to suppress this impulse. "No need to rush," he whispered softly, calming his emotions and silently accumulating this newfound understanding. Meanwhile, within the dueling arena, Diego surged forward once more, wielding his knightly sword as if embodying the very essence of a war god, continuously entangled in combat with two magic wolves. The outcome was evidently predetermined. As the azure energy coalesced around his form, Diego moved with the agility of a great eagle. Simultaneously, he exhibited the ferocity and valor of a mighty lion. Two starkly contrasting styles manifested within a single individual, leaving onlookers both awestruck and astonished by his formidable prowess. In the next moment, a gust of wind swept through, propelling the two magic wolves into the air. Following this, Diego struck with the force of thunder, decapitating the two wolves with a single stroke. From the moment their corpses hit the ground, the entire arena erupted in unison, chanting Diego's name. "Diego! Diego! Diego!" The fervent cries echoed as if the crowd were venerating a hero, and yet, this was not entirely accurate. For those gambling addicts of Phillips, at this moment, Diego was not merely akin to a hero. He was the embodiment of heroism. He represented the pinnacle of existence in the hearts of countless gamblers. Especially for those who wagered everything, they danced about like madmen, celebrating this hard-won victory. Though the odds of this duel may not be particularly high, for the vast populace of Phillips, the true thrill lies in the exhilarating rush of adrenaline when the outcome is finally revealed. Who among children weeps daily? And who among gamblers suffers perpetual losses? There is no need for explanations. The essence is in the gamble. The excitement is what drives them. Should one lose, they may merely endure a lifetime of regret. Yet life is fleeting, often passing us by in the blink of an eye. However, victory alters everything. To win is to secure a lifetime of glory, a span so extensive that it beckons one to gamble once more, to once again savor that ultimate experience. Soon, as the arena was cleared, the second bout commenced. By a twist of fate, the contestant in this round was none other than the commander of the Vanguard Legion, Jaeger. The image of Jaeger was unfamiliar to many. Even Wade had scant knowledge of him, yet it was clear that he was not to be underestimated. After all, several of his contemporaries had perished during the last Beast Tide invasion, leaving only the fortunate survivor, Hope, and Jaeger himself. Surviving such a calamity attests to Jaeger's formidable strength and character. The audience buzzed with speculation. Jaeger? Is there such a figure in the worry-free territory? I have never heard of him before. Huh, what ignorance. That is Jaeger, a hero who once battled the Beast Tide. With a record of 10 victories, he has previously slain a level 3 magical beast using only the prowess of a mid-tier knight's retainer. If Lord Diego is deemed the strongest among the knights of the worry-free territory, an unbeatable spear in battle, then Lord Jaeger is the most formidable shield beneath the knightly ranks. He embodies a harmonious blend of defense, speed, offense, and control, a versatile knight and a potential contender for 100 victories. While his cultivation may be somewhat conventional, his combat prowess is unparalleled. Nearly devoid of any discernible weaknesses, truly a pentagonal warrior. The varied information circulating among the audience heightened the uncertainty surrounding the impending duel. It was not until the iron cage door slowly ascended, revealing the beast within, that the fervent atmosphere was subdued. Emerging was a level 3 bear-like magical beast, nearly 5 meters in length and standing close to 3 meters tall. Its robust physique, powerful limbs, and fur cloaked in earth elements were constant reminders of its might. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, as if it could rend the very earth asunder. Chapter 157. the pillar of the future. This battle may prove challenging for Jaeger. Yet, a knight must continuously engage in life and death struggles to attain a higher realm. This is both a deadly contest and an opportunity for transformation. Once the grand tournament concludes, it becomes imperative to enhance the overall strength within the territory. Wide rested his chin upon his hand, silently contemplating the future development trajectory. In the dueling arena, as Wide had anticipated, Jaeger found himself in a passive position from the very onset. The third-tier bear beast, augmented by earth element enhancements, represented a pinnacle of strength beneath the knightly level. Yet, in the face of the ferocious bear beast, Jaeger approached the confrontation with remarkable confidence, effortlessly neutralizing any form of attack directed at him. Occasionally, leveraging his smaller stature, Jaeger successfully executed sneak attacks. Although the damage inflicted was minimal, the humiliation was profound. As the battle escalated to a fever pitch, the bear beast's offensive grew increasingly ferocious. However, curiously, no matter how it lunged, it could never land a single blow on Jaeger. He danced upon the edge of danger like a butterfly, seemingly at a disadvantage. Yet he maintained complete control over the rhythm of the fight. In stark contrast, the bear beast was already battered and bruised, while the wounds were not deep. Its fur was soaked in blood. As time passed, excessive blood loss rendered the colossal creature weary, sealing the outcome of the battle. Ah, this fellow is indeed quite formidable. I had anticipated a far greater challenge. Did he coat his blades in poison? Otherwise, such minor injuries would not result in such copious bleeding, Wide mused, a gentle smile gracing his face, reflecting his satisfaction. Truly, this was a worthy selection for the military cabinet, for Jaeger's courage and meticulous approach were commendable. It was no wonder that Diego and Hope had so fervently recommended Jaeger's induction into the military cabinet. He indeed possessed considerable talent. Though there were no fierce collisions throughout the bout, Jaeger's exceptional combat skills enlightened many spectators, who applauded him in admiration. As applause accompanied Jaeger's exit, the dueling arena was swiftly cleared. The third-tier magical core produced by the bear beast would serve as Jaeger's trophy, a stepping stone towards ascendance into a higher realm. However, the subsequent entrant took Wide somewhat by surprise. Entering the dueling arena with a grand demeanor was Hope, clad in a classic white mage's robe. Despite his seemingly frail appearance, Hope remained unfazed by the jeers from the audience, for his status as a mage precluded ordinary individuals from casually disparaging or maligning him. This individual has reached the pinnacle of a high-tier mage apprentice. His promotion appears imminent. It seems he is vying for that fourth-tier magical core, which would indeed facilitate his ascension, Wide pondered, as the beast duel began to unfold. Suddenly, 4 cages ascended simultaneously, and before long, a multitude of wolfmen surged forth, numbering over 100. Among them was a high-ranking bloodline warrior. In the arena, Hop displayed a look of disdain before the wolfmen could launch their attack. The ground beneath them transformed into a quagmire. In the blink of an eye, the majority of the wolfmen were ensnared within the mire, rendered immobile. Only the high-ranking bloodline warrior narrowly evaded the grasp of the swamp spell. In the next moment, this warrior lunged forward, his sharp claws aimed directly at the crown of Hop's head, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow. Engaging in close combat with a mage was undoubtedly the most direct and effective approach. However, at that moment, Hop did not even lift an eyelid, nor did he cast a glance. A series of diamond-shaped magical energy mirrors materialized, effortlessly deflecting the warrior's desperate strike. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, completing the defense in mere instants. Only then did Hop leisurely direct his gaze towards the warrior, while his staff had already gathered into a sphere of high-concentration elemental energy. Attack magic. In an instant, a flash of white light surged forth. When one looked again, the body of the bloodline warrior had been reduced to mere fragments, his essence entirely extinguished. Attack magic, attack magic, attack magic. With the strongest foe dispatched, Hop then turned his attention to the ordinary wolfmen. Immediately, his attack magic struck with the precision of a sniper rifle, taking one down with each targeted shot. Bodies and heads disintegrated into dust under the onslaught of the white light, obliterated without a trace. Bored, Hop uttered a light remark before departing. What remained were corpses that seemed to have been ravaged by cannon fire. Indeed, the combat prowess of a mage cannot be gauged by ordinary standards. An experienced mage possesses a lethality often equivalent to that of 3 knights of the same realm, if not more. Throughout the entire battle, Hop utilized merely the 2 fundamental spells of defensive magic and attack magic, along with a 3-ring earth-based area control spell, Quagmire, to resolve what appeared to be a simple yet deceptively challenging confrontation. In layman's terms, it was an utterly effortless slaughter. The overwhelming nature of the battle left nearly 10,000 spectators in stunned silence. Only when Hop's figure vanished completely into the passage did the arena erupt with a thunderous roar of applause. This was the true embodiment of strength, an indomitable power etched deeply into the minds of every individual present. At that moment, in a private box within the audience, Sir Hein and Sir Emil were watching the match together. Sir Emil couldn't help but exclaim, "Strong, truly formidable." The trio of Diego, Jaeger, and Hop alone is sufficient to uphold the mid-tier dynamics of the Wio domain. Particularly, Hop's prowess has likely surpassed my own. It is anticipated that within the next couple of years, all three will ascend to the ranks of knights and mages. As it stands, the Wio domain currently boasts the following knight-level individuals: the Steward, Alsace, the Lizardman leader, Selous, the Lion King, Inglarilic, and the Lord himself. Potential knights include Diego, Jaeger, Hop, and a maid of the Wio Baron, reputed to be a remarkably gifted mage, whose late father was a respected predecessor of the Lord. By this count alone, there are nearly 10 formidable knight-level figures, not to mention the rising talents of the future. Indeed, our initial choices have proven to be astute. Chapter 158, Motivation and Cultivation. The Musa Swordsman. Following the Lord, we may truly witness vistas previously unseen and tread upon peaks never before scaled. While Emil spoke, he soon sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He was elated by the rise of the Wio domain, yet simultaneously filled with melancholy, lamenting that he had arrived too early, having exhausted his potential. If he could ever break through to mage level, he would be eternally grateful. Hein, the future rests upon your shoulders. You are still young, and I hold greater hope for your future than my own. Once this tournament concludes, let us venture forth together into the wilderness, with our combined efforts. Clearing land will be a mere trifle. Demonstrating our worth as soon as possible is our true objective. We cannot afford to disappoint the Lord. At this, the previously silent knight Hein merely nodded. It must be said, this grand tournament has truly broadened his horizons. While uncertain whether it was the Lord's design or a deliberate intent, the underlying message of this event is unmistakable. It is a display of strength. Not only Wio Baron, but also Twilight Baron and Blue Lake Baron are seizing this opportunity to showcase their might, albeit subtly. Especially the three from the Wio domain, aptly dubbed the Young Iron Triangle. Each of them holds the potential to ascend to knight level, striving towards the ranks of knights or grand mages. This may very well serve as a pathway laid out for these three. Moreover, in addition to the elite under the three barons, numerous renowned adventurers have participated in this grand affair. Among them, the illustrious Musa swordsman has achieved an astounding 43 consecutive victories. Hein, reflecting upon his own abilities, realizes that he could at best match this formidable opponent. Yet, from recent reports, it seems that the Musa swordsman may have already established certain connections with Governor Emily. It is likely that once the tournament concludes, he will be incorporated into the framework of the Wio domain, such as the insight of Lord Emil. However, Your Excellency Emil, what about you? You have asked me to lead both our families into new territories. What are your plans for this endeavor? Upon hearing Hein's inquiry, Emil stroked his long, snowy beard, resembling a sagacious elder with foresight, and replied, "Ever since our settlement, the Lord has not dispatched us, focusing instead on the development of Wio City. Once this grand ceremony concludes, Wio City will be firmly established, and shortly thereafter, we will be sent forth to expand our dominions. Rather than waiting passively to be assigned a task, it is far more prudent to take the initiative. At that time, the Lord will hold us in higher regard, thus allowing us to earn his true recognition. Furthermore, I shall request to be integrated into the political framework. While we cannot meddle in the military cabinet, there may still be an opportunity for me to contend for a position in the inner council. Governor Chris is aging. He is but an ordinary man and cannot serve for many more years, whereas I am a seasoned archmage, an ideal candidate to succeed him. Your directive for us to lead our families outward is to establish a stable rearguard, while I will be aligning resources from within. In the Wio domain, we shall form our own faction, solidifying our status and making it unassailable. Do you understand now?" Emil chuckled lightly, his seemingly serene visage at that moment akin to that of a cunning, ancient fox. After listening to Emil's strategy, Hein could not help but admire his wisdom. Indeed, the old ginger is spicier, the emaciated camel is larger than the horse. Emil, having lived for so many years, perceives the current situation with remarkable clarity. At that moment, Emil continued, "In truth, everything we are undertaking is likely within the Lord's expectations. The power core within the territory comprises Chris in the inner council and Diego in the military cabinet. Let us not forget that they are grandfather and grandson. I had anticipated this. It seems the Lord had long intended to appoint someone to succeed Chris. The Lord wishes to distribute the 6 seats of the military cabinet and the inner council among various factions to achieve balance. However, due to the lack of suitable candidates, power has been concentrated. With the addition of our 8 knightly families, the Lord's options will naturally increase, especially with this grand ceremony approaching. In a few years, the factions within the territory will likely be reshuffled. The weak shall fall, while the capable shall rise. This is the Lord's delicate balancing act. Emil's analysis was astute, leaving Hein greatly astonished. So it is. This implies that it is not that the Lord intentionally disregards us, but rather that he has his own schemes. Just as the two continued their discourse, far away in the burial grounds, the essence of Vide suddenly sneezed. He wiped his nose, puzzled, and remarked, "Who is cursing me? Could it be that I have caught a cold? Regardless, it matters not. Perhaps Emily and Tanilla are thinking of me. In due time, I shall find an opportunity to return to the territory, for the weighty responsibility of procreation rests heavily upon my shoulders. It is our duty to revive the glory of the Mandala family." In another realm, in the world of Sadas, within a subterranean sand chamber, the atmosphere has transformed into an entirely different spectacle. The once azure crystals now radiate a dazzling crimson and violet hue. The scorpion, known as Skarner, has slightly increased in size, perched atop a colossal crystal pillar. Below him lies a gruesome pile of countless crystal scorpion corpses, resembling a macabre ritual of sacrifice to an evil deity. Surrounding them are thousands of crystal scorpions, their once blue exteriors now faded, their expressions frenzied and fervent, transformed into bloodthirsty monsters, yearning for life and the flesh of their kin. The sacrificial rite commences. May the great blood god's messenger descend upon the world and lead us to plunder more vitality. Skarner intones, and with that, his massive pincers crush several crystal scorpion eggs, deep blue blood spilling forth. It seems he seeks to appease the deity from another realm in this manner. O blood god, I am your most devoted follower, beseeching your mercy and imploring you to bestow upon us greater power. We shall offer you all that we possess, wishing for the glory of the blood god to illuminate the entire world. Chapter 159, The Descent into Another Realm. As the sacrificial ceremony unfolds, a peculiar crimson glow envelopes the entire subterranean chamber. Countless corpses gradually decay and vanish within this red radiance, transforming into the purest energy, relentlessly assailing the void. Under the impact of this formidable energy, the void finally fractures, revealing a swirling black vortex. This vortex emanates a mysterious and maddened aura, as if connecting to an unknown world. Witnessing this, Skarner prays with even greater fervor, pouring his very life force into the sacrificial rite. As the leader, Skarner's determination is mirrored by the thousands of mutated crystal scorpions who willingly ignite their own essence, offering everything to the great blood god. With the accumulation of energy, the vortex expands, and one can faintly perceive strange glimmers within. Suddenly, a tremendous sound reverberates, shaking the entire subterranean chamber. The vortex stabilizes, ultimately forming a bottomless black hole. However, this passage is fragile. Before long, this realm will exhibit a repulsive phenomenon, utterly shattering this ephemeral conduit. Meanwhile, in the Blood City, the Blood King seated upon his throne abruptly opens his eyes. He senses the call of his followers, akin to beholding a bare lamb, enticingly presenting itself before him. The Blood King rose, gazing into the distance, his eyes betraying a hint of excitement. "It has finally arrived," he murmured, firmly locking onto that faint spatial node. At this moment, a subtle smile graced the corners of his mouth, for he knew that his era was on the brink of dawning, and it was time for his compatriot, Vade, to probe the depths of the unknown. With a mere thought, the Blood King caused the spatial node to tear through the fabric of reality, establishing a fleeting coordinate within a desolate expanse of the Wio territory. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Vade felt his heart constrict violently as a barrage of commands from the Blood King flooded his mind. He instinctively resisted, only to subject his heart to an even greater strain. It was not until he relinquished his defiance that the inexplicable pressure began to dissipate. "Ha ha," Vade gasped, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. After what seemed an eternity, he gradually regained his composure. It appeared that the constraints on his heart not only governed the life and death of his avatar, but also served as a leash attempting to tame him. However, he thought with a smirk, "To use me as cannon fodder for an invasion into another realm? You truly underestimate me. Do you really think you can control me?" Vade scoffed inwardly, recognizing how the Blood King regarded him as mere livestock. Yet, This situation presented an opportunity for him as well. Given the Blood King's confidence in manipulating him, how could he squander the chance that had been so conveniently offered? Such arrogance, Blood King, Vade murmured, contemplating the selection of individuals for the impending incursion into the other world. First, he dismissed the prospect of involving humans. Should any information leak, disaster would surely befall him. Li Yuan needed to remain at the burial grounds, and the lizard men were ill-suited for such an expedition. Instead, he decided that Shiyin and Engel, accompanied by a contingent of his kin, would suffice to glean the necessary intelligence about the other realm's situation. With this resolve, Vade summoned Shiyin from the shadows, instructing him to gather their kin and the infernal flame lion pack. Based on the information relayed by the Blood King, that world was an endless desert, primarily characterized by earth and fire attributes. The infernal flame lions and soul-eating crows were evidently the most suitable troops for this venture. As for affairs within their territory, he entrusted the oversight to Arthas, ensuring stability in the realm. The more intricate governance would be managed by the military cabinet and the inner court council, which he believed would not pose significant issues. With these thoughts in mind, Vade took up his pen and penned several letters, clearly outlining the forthcoming matters and the direction of future developments. He dispatched the letters through a few soul-eating crows, confident that with Arthas at the helm, chaos would not ensue within their domain. After all, this was Arthas. His reliability had long surpassed that of anyone else in Vade's eyes. Indeed, there were times when Vade felt less secure than when relying on Arthas. Trusting him, Vade felt remarkably at ease. Soon, within a certain dense forest, under the guidance of the Blood King, Wade swiftly located the spatial node. Before him loomed a pitch-black vortex, exuding a subtle pull akin to that of a black hole, drawing Wade's very being towards it. Let us proceed and behold the other world that even the Blood King covets. With these words, a legion of infernal flame lions leapt over Wade, boldly entering the obsidian whirlpool, followed closely by a relentless swarm of crows. The mass of crows surged into the vortex as if plummeting into an abyss, leaving not even a ripple in their wake. Intriguing. Yet, if I truly cross over, I shall lose contact with my original self. This body possesses merely 60% of the original's power. Thus, once I arrive on the other side, I must strive to conserve my energy, Wade mused internally, before vaulting onto Engel's back, entering the spatial node together, with the lifeless eyes following closely behind. The spatial node, upon Wade's entry, gradually collapsed and faded away, restoring tranquility to the surrounding woods. In the subterranean cave of the Sodus realm, Scanna eagerly gazed at the passage. His spirit involuntarily ignited with excitement. However, as time elapsed, the passage remained utterly unresponsive, as if nothing had traversed through it. A wave of unease surged within Scanna. He began to doubt the success of his ritual. Was the offering too feeble, failing to attract the deity's attention? Or was there some obstacle on the other side? Perhaps the passage was too fragile to bear the descent of the divine envoy? Just as Scanna pondered these thoughts, a sudden surge of potent energy emanated from the passage. Moments later, a colossal infernal flame lion emerged from within, radiating an aura of terror, its dark flames instilling dread. Scanna's eyes widened in awe. Following the arrival of the infernal flame lion, a swarm of ominous soul-eating crows also soared forth, circling in the air and emitting piercing cries. Finally, Wade, mounted upon Engel, emerged slowly from the passage. His formidable presence ignited Scanna's admiration, and he instantly recognized him as the envoy of the blood god. At this moment, Wade surveyed his surroundings, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. He had not anticipated this world to be so desolate, starkly contrasting with his previous imaginings. He had envisioned a realm bursting with life and fragrant blossoms, yet, regrettably, all that met his eyes were subterranean spaces composed of rock, sand, and crystalline pillars, the elemental concentration significantly lower than that of the worry-free domain. As Wade remained momentarily dazed, a gigantic crystalline scorpion leisurely crawled before him. Scanna prostrated himself in reverence, expressing his profound respect. Great messenger of the blood god, I am a devoted follower known as Skarn, the transformer of the Shell people. We welcome your divine presence and humbly offer our service, pleading for your guidance upon our path. This deep voice suddenly resonated within Wade's mind, causing him a momentary hesitation. As he gazed upon the colossal crystal scorpion, he realized it was this very creature attempting to communicate with him. The Shell people? Skarn? Wade murmured, and his gaze shifted to the thousands of crystal scorpions surrounding him, gradually comprehending that these beings were not monstrous beasts, but rather an intelligent race resembling beasts in form. The magnificent scorpion before him, extending over 5 meters in length and enveloped in crystal, was evidently the leader of this shell people tribe, possessing strength comparable to a level 4 magical beast. A slightly smaller one, measuring around 4 meters, corresponded to a low-level magical beast just entering the realm of the extraordinary. An even smaller scorpion, about 3 meters in size, was akin to an ordinary human. However, in direct comparison, an ordinary human would likely struggle against these shell people. After all, discussing strength apart from physique is mere folly. A creature measuring 3 meters, encased in a rigid crystalline substance, agile in movement and formidable in strength, could hardly be seen as something an ordinary human could easily contend with. Simultaneously, Wade discerned a subtle difference in the surrounding environment. Most notably, the bodies of these shell people exhibited an eerie red-purple hue, and he sensed a taint emanating from them. This was the essence of the Blood King, likely indicative of a capacity for mental contamination through blood. This, in turn, validated Wade's prior conjecture regarding the Blood King's abilities. Such mental pollution, facilitated through blood, also resembled a plague, capable of spreading through blood transmission. Below the altar, the remnants of azure shell fragments likely represented the normal form of the shell people. Great Messenger, do you have any directives? Do you require further life sacrifices? I am aware of several subterranean sand pits abundant with beings suitable for sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Wade fell into a brief silence, but soon commanded, "Please assist me in locating a vast oasis. My kin require time to acclimate to this new environment." The moment the messenger issued his first command, Skarn, the shell person, was instantly invigorated, and the more exhilarated he became, the more frenzied his actions turned. With his pincers, he seized 2 crystal scorpion eggs and brought them to his 6-petaled mouth. The splatter of deep blue blood only heightened Skarn's excitement, as he indulged in the consumption of his kin's young with increasing madness. "Yes, great messenger. Skarn shall lead the followers of the blood god to procure all that you desire." Amidst the dialogue, one can distinctly perceive the madness of Skarner. Accompanied by countless shellfolk below, their chilling howls reverberate, as if they are both exulting and yearning for the flesh and blood of their kin. This race is beyond salvation, a thought that resonates within Wade's mind. Presently, it appears that this so-called shellfolk tribe, devoid of any formidable beings of knightly caliber, is destined to be utterly consumed by the Blood King. To speak of subjugation is futile. At this rate, they themselves could annihilate their own kind without external interference. Death-Eye, disseminate your kin forthwith. Utilize the utmost range of the soul-devouring crow for reconnaissance. I require comprehensive intelligence of the surroundings. Quack, Death-Eye responded, and with that, it ascended into the air. Instantly, thousands of crows surged through the subterranean passages, soaring towards the surface to meticulously chart the surrounding terrain. As Death-Eye led its avian cohort away, Wade, along with the infernal flame lions, settled into the depths of the sandy cavern. At this juncture, Skarner, accompanied by thousands of shell folk, departed with haste. They aimed to swiftly locate the oasis spoken of by the Grand Envoy, hoping to make a commendable impression before him. Should they earn the Grand Envoy's favor, they could potentially receive the Blood God's blessing once more. Skarner could scarcely fathom the glory of becoming a monarch among the shellfolk. After the shellfolk's departure, the entire underground cavern fell into a tranquil silence. It was only then that Wade cautiously began to observe his surroundings, particularly the resplendent crystals that captivated his interest. Despite the harsh environment, it seemed improbable for a race as intelligent as the shellfolk to have emerged here. Moreover, the existence of shellfolk endowed with extraordinary powers was a remarkable anomaly. After all, energy is relatively conserved. It cannot manifest from thin air. Even a world has its limits regarding the amount it can harbor. Through constant modulation, energy can be cycled and amplified, forming a sort of ecological chain. Only through such transformation could an intelligent race potentially arise. Yet these crystals were different. Wade could sense an eerie vitality emanating from them, as though they were akin to a pregnant woman, harboring some form of life within. Intriguing, Wade marveled, then reached out towards a specific direction. In the next moment, he grasped a juvenile shellfolk, approximately 2 meters in length, in his hand as if it were a chick. Uninfected, this could serve as excellent material. As he contemplated, Wade's gaze transformed. One of his pupils gradually morphed into a deep black, signifying the activation of the necromantic guidance technique, while the other eye turned entirely pure white, indicating the manifestation of the soul awakening chapter through his corporeal form. The simultaneous activation of 2 secret techniques instantaneously initiated the dissection of the juvenile shell creature. The necromantic guiding technique endowed Wade with the ability to freely alter and transform flesh, even converting it into a form of undead, mercilessly tormenting the soul. Meanwhile, the awakening of souls bestowed upon Wade the power to manipulate souls at will, reshape their perceptions, and distort their very essence. He could even amalgamate multiple souls, indulging in the capricious manipulation of their existence. It was precisely due to the complementary nature of these two abilities that Wade plunged directly into his work, commencing the dissection of the juvenile shell creature's soul, vivisecting its memories. He even sought to experiment with the various potential uses of its corporeal form. What if its body was, in itself, an exceptionally rare treasure? In the subterranean sand chamber, time lost all meaning. It was impossible to discern how long had elapsed. When Wade concluded his research, the juvenile shell creature's body was utterly unrecognizable, having been meticulously disassembled into several components. Wade let out a long sigh, his eyes radiating a sense of accomplishment. He scrutinized the disassembled parts, as though admiring a magnificent work of art, a finely crafted masterpiece. Subsequently, he carefully placed all these components in specially designed containers, as they were invaluable materials from another realm. With this completed, Wade approached a crystalline pillar. Through his analysis of the juvenile shell creature's memories, he had gleaned the origins of these lifelike crystals. To be precise, these crystals were, in a certain sense, living entities. More accurately, they were both alive and dead. According to the heritage of the shell people, each shell creature would attach itself to a crystalline pillar for nourishment, ultimately consuming it entirely to reach adulthood or subadulthood. Upon the natural aging and death of an adult shell creature, it would gradually transform into a crystalline pillar, thus providing a stable platform for the next generation's growth. Their wisdom, experiences, and perceptions of the world would be transmitted through these pillars. The wisdom of the shell people was a unique society that continuously accumulated and evolved through generations of inheritance. Thus, it could be deemed a living entity, as it encapsulated the essence painstakingly gathered by a shell creature throughout its life. Faced with such an object, how could Wade possibly remain indifferent? At this moment, Wade caressed the surface of the crystal, and as his understanding deepened, he became acutely aware of the properties of this crystalline pillar. When he began to circulate his breathing technique, the essence within the pillar surged rapidly into Wade's body. In just a few breaths, the crystalline pillar dimmed, ultimately transforming into a block of black crystal. This signified that a legacy potentially spanning countless years had been severed by Wade's actions. The energy was remarkably pure, imbued with a vibrant vitality. In a fleeting moment, this energy was entirely absorbed by Wade, becoming an integral part of his being. This genuine enhancement stirred his spirit, and the touch of vitality replenished the energy expended by his avatar. What a treasure! This appeared to be merely the lowest grade of crystal pillars. If he could gather a substantial number of them, it would not be long before his avatar ascended to a higher realm. Contemplating this, Wade turned his gaze towards the vast underground cavern. Wherever his eyes fell, there were more than 1,000 crystal pillars. Furthermore, through observing the reproduction of the shell race, Wade discerned another application for the crystal pillars to expedite the evolutionary process of the species, as well as the growth and breeding time of their offspring. This ability was particularly suited for enhancing the soul-devouring crow population. If the shell race's eggs could be replaced with crow hatchlings, the crystal's innate capacity for nurturing would yield a significant increase in the soul-devouring crows in a short span of time. Given that these were unattended and seemingly unclaimed, Wade resolved to collect them all. As he murmured to himself, he swiftly began to absorb the crystal pillars, consuming one every few minutes and continually drawing upon their vitality. He even felt that his rate of absorption was too slow. To make the most of this rare bounty, Wade commanded all the Hellfire Lions to join in the absorption of the crystal pillars. During this time, the absorption speed of the Hellfire Lion King, Engel, was particularly astonishing, forming a subtle vortex that relentlessly drew the essence from the surrounding crystal pillars. His aura visibly intensified, seemingly reaching the pinnacle of a level 6 magical beast, mere moments away from crossing into the realm of level 7. Moreover, even the ordinary Hellfire Lions exhibited signs of progression during the absorption process. 3 male lions commenced their advancement, simultaneously breaking through their limitations to reach the intermediate level 4 magical beast stage, while the remaining 9 female lions uniformly attained the strength of level 3 magical beasts. Witnessing this spectacle, Wade was overwhelmed with joy. He had not anticipated such remarkable utility from the crystal pillars. It appeared that the effects of the crystal pillars were significantly more pronounced on beasts. Their absorption efficiency far surpassed that of Wade's humanoid form. It seemed that the absorption potential of beastly bodies was considerably superior to that of human-like forms, which undoubtedly favored the Hellfire Lion pack. As more and more crystal pillars were absorbed, Wade felt his own body growing lighter and stronger, his power continuously expanding. The Hellfire Lions became increasingly formidable, their fur shimmering with a radiant black glow, their robust physiques exuding an air of invincibility. Particularly striking was the intensified, extinguishing hellfire that burned upon their bodies, which had grown even more potent. Its high temperature gradually melted the surrounding sand, forming a layer of glass-like substance upon the ground. As time passed, as the final crystal was completely absorbed, the entire sandy cavern was plunged into profound darkness. This desolate realm resembled a void, devoid of life, as all the crystal pillars transformed into obsidian stones. Not only did the entire infernal flame lion pride experience a surge in power, but even Wade's avatar reached the pinnacle of knightly prowess after absorbing 2 colossal crystal pillars, mere parchment separating him from becoming a land knight. While Wade reveled in the exhilaration of his newfound strength, a sound of footsteps traversing the sandy terrain reached his ears, indicating the approach of a considerable number of individuals. Shortly thereafter, a throng of shellfolk, tainted by the Blood King, surged forward en masse. They bore numerous injuries, their exoskeletons extensively damaged, with some missing limbs and tails. At the forefront was Scanna, whose shattered shell presented a pitiful sight, as if on the brink of death. Yet, upon witnessing the divine envoy and the formidable lions, his eyes sparkled with fervor and zeal. He hastily crawled to Wade's presence, prostrating himself in reverence. Divine envoy, Scanna has located the oasis, but I was unable to defeat the lion folk. There are 5 lion leaders and over 100 lion guards. Their tribe is far larger than ours. Scanna lamented, his earlier madness dissipating, replaced by a semblance of grievance. The once proud shellfolk behind him now exuded a sense of defeat, their former arrogance fading away. Looking around, the once thriving throng of several thousand shellfolk had dwindled to approximately 3,000. Clearly, they had suffered significant losses this time. Chapter 162, Invasion. Plunder. Oh. Wade's lips curled into an exaggerated smile. Are you suggesting that you invaded an oasis and were repelled by a group of lions? Are you certain they resemble these lion-headed beings? Wade said, grinning as he pointed to an infernal flame lion, his voice laced with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Scanna scratched his head with his massive pincers, his gaze following Wade's finger. As he observed the head of the infernal flame lion, it gradually aligned with the image of the lion folk in his memory. While not an exact match, there was certainly a significant resemblance. Scanna nodded vigorously, recounting. Those lion folk have lion heads and are covered in golden brown fur. Their physique is akin to that of the divine envoy, and they possess immense strength. Oh. Wade nodded in response, his smile distorting his face with excitement, passion, and the thrill of unexpected fortune. Now, immediately, take me there. I shall personally ensure their submission. Scanna, witnessing Wade's face contorted with enthusiasm, felt a chill of dread wash over him, the overwhelming aura compelling him to avert his gaze from Wade's countenance. What? Reluctant? Upon hearing the seemingly infernal low murmur, Skarner trembled, his heart gripped by fear at the overwhelming presence. Indeed, he was tainted by the blood god, rendered mad, twisted, and bloodthirsty. Yet, this did not imply that he was devoid of a fear of death. It is the divine envoy, he uttered, as Skarner's form sank lower, nearly aligning with the ground. Initially, curiosity sparked within him. He yearned to inquire of the divine envoy why the subterranean sand cave had suddenly become shrouded in darkness. Despite his madness, he held a considerable regard for the habitat of his kin. However, after being subjected to Wade's earlier intimidation, this timid yet frenzied creature obediently sealed his lips. What did the matters of habitation matter when it came to pleasing the divine envoy? Did the divine envoy owe him any explanations for his actions? If the divine envoy chose not to speak, there must be a reason for his silence. Soon, under Skarner's guidance, Wade mounted anger, catching his first glimpse of this vast world. Although he had anticipated this moment, the sight of an endless desert, stretching beyond the horizon, still left him awestruck. Moreover, it was the twilight hour, and the merging of the sunset with the desert created a scene that rendered Wade momentarily speechless. It must be said, regardless of the world one inhabits, there exists a unique beauty that is worthy of remembrance and reflection. After all, the thought of being able to personally obliterate a world and the exhilarating sensation of shattering something beautiful is indeed enticing. Calculating the passage of time, and based on Skarner's accounts, they had been in this world for nearly 3 months since their arrival. Indeed, 3 months. Although in Wade's understanding, they had only been here for a few days, it was evident that the enclosed space of the subterranean sand cave had led to a misperception of time. It seemed that the sand cave harbored secrets yet to be unraveled by Wide. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. A mere adjustment of his soul state would allow him to adapt swiftly. Subsequently, the group surged forward in a grand procession towards a specific direction. Days later, shadows streaked across the sky, stirring up a whirlwind of sand in their wake. From a high vantage point, one could observe a solitary green turtle nestled in the distant sea of sand. As they drew closer, it became apparent that this was the oasis Wide had been desperately seeking. At long last, it had been found. At that moment, Wide, atop anger, radiated a newfound brilliance in his gaze. Swiftly, the exceptional armor, Earth's forgiveness, enveloped him, exuding a profound aura that instilled a comforting sense of weight. Following this, the true form of his fighting spirit coalesced upon the surface of Earth's forgiveness. In this instant, the fighting spirit armor had nearly reached its complete form, enveloping his entire exterior, symbolizing the perfection of a knight. With dual layers of defense, Wide felt an overwhelming sense of power, bordering on the terrifying. Once all was prepared, Vade chose not to linger or await the shell beings, but instead led the infernal flame lions directly towards the oasis. 13 infernal flame lions, under Vade's command, descended upon the oasis like a meteor shower. As the lion folk within the oasis beheld the 13 falling stars streaking across the heavens, they instinctively bowed in reverence, as if some unseen force was subtly instilling within them a profound sense of awe. As the 13 obsidian meteors drew near to the oasis, the lion folk finally realized the calamity that was upon them, yet by then, it was too late to avert the disaster. Boom! With the impact of the dark meteors, a thunderous explosion erupted. In the next moment, a tempest arose, and a mushroom cloud slowly ascended from the earth. On this day, the lion folk were reminded of the terror once commanded by the stars, akin to birds ensnared in a cage, their hearts filled with boundless fear and humiliation. Thud, 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 thud. In the sky, the meteor shower continued to fall, while on the ground, mushroom clouds rose in their wake. As the dust was swept away by the fierce winds, colossal black lions, nearly 10 meters in stature and adorned with wings, emerged from the haze, revealing their supreme majesty. The dark flames of annihilation encircled the necks and tails of these magnificent beasts like a halo. Among them, the three most striking figures were the Grade 4 infernal flame lions, each exceeding 10 meters in length and significantly larger than their female counterparts. Guarding these three lions was a gargantuan male lion, nearly 20 meters long and standing 8 meters tall, its wingspan exceeding 30 meters. Roar! With a thunderous roar, it resonated like a king's decree, proclaiming to all creatures present that their monarch had returned. This was one of the innate abilities of the infernal flame lion king. In Glaroric, supreme command. In response to this roar, countless lion folk knelt in worship, akin to subjects paying homage to their sovereign. Following this, the innate skill, heart of the underworld, was activated. An inexplicable aura enveloped a vast portion of the oasis. Trees began to undergo grotesque transformations, and the verdant grass gradually turned black. Even the water sources within the oasis, influenced by the heart of the underworld, began to morph into a dark spring rich with infernal energy. The entire land was being reshaped by the heart of the underworld, as the very particles of air transformed into dense dark energy. The temperature across the oasis plummeted dramatically. Chapter 163, Infernal Flame Lionfolk. The territory of another world. This method, akin to a complete alteration of day and night, instilled trepidation in the prostrated lionfolk. The earth continued to mutate, appearing starkly out of place within the vast, boundless sea of sand, the stark contrast in temperature resembling the opposition of summer and winter. For the lions inhabiting this realm, the transformation, while astonishing and even terrifying, is not what they find most difficult to accept. It is the mutation of their very flesh and blood that truly disturbs them. No, it is a defilement of their lineage. Countless lions, under the baptism of necrotic energy and the flames of obliteration, witness their fur gradually darkening, their physiques swell in size, and some remarkably adaptable individuals even sprout a pair of black wings. Even those endowed with extraordinary powers, a rare few, ignite the pitch-black flames of annihilation. Although these flames do not represent the true essence of obliteration, they are akin to a diminished version. The lions emit agonizing roars as their rationality is consumed by fury and madness, undergoing a transformation dictated by their bloodline. Just as Vade believed he could seize the entire oasis without shedding blood, 6 figures of light surged forth from various directions of the oasis. each emanating an aura comparable to that of knightly strength. Clearly, these were the most formidable lion leaders of this oasis. However, with such a level of power, did they truly think they could thwart him? What a delusion. With a mere glance, the three infernal lions lunged towards the three equally formidable lion leaders like lightning. Their presence was powerful and formidable, matching the lion leaders without a hint of inferiority, and even subtly gaining the upper hand. Yet, at the moment of their clash, the amplification effect of the heart of the necropolis continuously surged into the three infernal lions. In an instant, their strength soared dramatically, seizing the initiative on the battlefield. One lion leader, caught unawares, was struck by the paw of an infernal lion, sent flying hundreds of meters away. He soared through the air like a kite with severed strings, plowing a trench of several dozen meters into the ground upon landing. Simultaneously, a colossal fire pillar erupted from the mouth of the infernal lion. The pitch-black flames descended from the heavens, directly assailing that lion leader. In this brief encounter, the lion leader was reduced to charred remains, his visage unrecognizable. The situation on the other two battlefronts was equally grim, as the infernal lions displayed overwhelming strength, completely suppressing their opponents without any chance of retaliation. It was a thorough and decisive crushing victory. From the moment the adversaries chose to strike, they had already lost. As for the other three lion leaders, the strongest among them barely reached the level of a high-tier knight. Such power was utterly inadequate before Vade. As this lion chieftain approached Vade, his very soul fell victim to Vade's manipulation. In the eyes of the two lion leaders, their chieftain was engaged in a futile struggle against the air, resembling a comical jester vying for applause. He fought with relentless fervor, even to the point of sacrificing his very essence. The more frenzied his actions became, the deeper the dread and anxiety gnawed at the hearts of the other two lion leaders. Their wavering spirits only intensified their fears until darkness consumed them entirely. Even when they sought to rally and counterattack for a glimmer of hope, it might have already been too late. As one lion leader succumbed first, his fur began to transform at a visible pace. A pair of ebony wings erupted from his back, summoning a tempest. Flames of dark energy ignited at the tip of his tail, signifying he was among the rare individuals capable of enduring transformation. With the emergence of the first, naturally, a second and even a third followed. As fate wove its inevitable tapestry, the lion chieftain, at the precipice of despair, forcibly awakened, only to find the world irreversibly altered. Had he been granted another chance, he would undoubtedly have chosen to remain ensnared in his fantasies, for reality proved far more brutal than the illusions he cherished. Karo Sita, Zanger, Nadas, he murmured, reciting the names of his once beloved kin. Yet, the only response came from the blackened forms of lions around him. His homeland shrouded beneath a darkened sky. The earth beneath his feet gradually transformed into decayed soil. The once beautiful and tranquil domain had succumbed to complete corruption in an alarmingly brief span. The ebony trees twisted grotesquely, their branches teeming with crows, while the stench of death lingered ominously above him. The transformation seemed to transcend time itself, bridging vast chasms between mountains and seas. It was as if two realms collided. Despite his reluctance to accept it, the lion leader could only resign himself to the harsh truth. With a dagger in hand, he cast a venomous glare at the figure of Vade standing aloft. Intruder, you have obliterated my home and annihilated my kin. I must concede, invader, you have claimed victory. Yet do not presume you can extinguish my life. With those words, the lion leader took his own life before Vade, expressing the utmost defiance in his own manner. Yet, as he breathed his last, the surroundings began to disintegrate into fragments, fading into a void. Indeed, he had been played with, never breaking free from the shackles imposed upon his soul. He resembled a jester, dramatically enacting a self-inflicted demise akin to that of Yu Jiang before Weed. His suicide marked the true beginning of the clan's collapse. How amusing. Ha! Truly delightful. Weed chuckled, his grin intensifying with fervor, as his eyes radiated a brilliant white light. When the luminescence faded, 6 lion leaders were revealed. One had been incinerated by the infernal flame lion, reduced to a charred remnant. Another had been devoured alive, becoming mere sustenance. The final lion chieftain, manipulated by Weed to alter his soul's perception, ultimately took his own life. The remaining 3 lions experienced a catastrophic collapse of belief. Their bloodlines irrevocably tainted, transforming them into infernal flame beasts. However, compared to those aberrant forms, these creatures, having diverged from lion ancestry, retained a semblance of consciousness due to their higher racial compatibility. It would be more fitting to refer to them as infernal flame lions. Yet, Their minds were first controlled by Engel and then further altered by Weed's soul manipulation. Consequently, in their perception, Weed had been deified, and from this moment forth, they became his most devout followers and staunch warriors. Chapter 164. Occupying the Oasis. City of the Abyss. Indeed, Engel's abilities proved most effective among his kin. Once tainted by Engel's bloodline, their ancestral essence would be transformed, granting him absolute dominion over them. Coupled with the alteration of their souls, their memories and identities were reshaped. This group of natives would become the sharpest blade in my endeavors within this realm, serving as my primary military force for expansion. Weed beamed, gazing upon the vast oasis. His ambitions reignited. However, the immediate task at hand was to instruct Engel to convert the entire oasis into a realm of shadows, crafting a habitat conducive to our survival. Just as the Death Eyes and the countless crows required a nesting ground, so too did the lions of this oasis, though some might flee. Nevertheless, it was anticipated that at least 10 to 20,000 infernal flame lions could be transformed, providing significant support. As for the three of you, henceforth you shall be known as Shadow 1, Shadow 2, and Shadow 3. Should any new elite infernal flame lions emerge, they shall be designated Shadow 4, and so on. Yes, yes, yes. Shadow 1, Shadow 2, and Shadow 3 responded in unison, their gazes toward Weed imbued with awe and longing. Their previous memories and identities had been wholly erased, rendering them akin to the Deadpool. Subsequently, Weed issued his first command, regardless of what you once called this place. From now on, it shall be known as the City of the Abyss. I grant you 3 months. After that time, I expect to see a fortress of war rise from the ground. This is my first command to you. However, before that, go forth and assist your king. Capture all those heretics who refuse to embrace the illumination of the holy light. As children of the lion, they rightfully belong in the king's embrace. To join us in the construction of a new homeland, Vade proclaimed, his arms outstretched like a saint. Though the imagery is strikingly abstract, and dark mist emanates from his being, it is evident that he is no benign figure. Yet, to these lionfolk, what does this signify? This is, indeed, a saint. Behold the sacred dark mist, rising magnificently. You dare claim that only those who emit white light are saints? Nonsense. To the infernal flame lions, those who radiate white light embody true darkness, a fusion of malevolence and filth. And Vade, cloaked in dark mist, exuding arrogance and madness, is the beacon of light they yearn for. Look, that cruel and tyrannical smile exudes a warmth that is almost benevolent, reminiscent of the Mona Lisa's enigmatic grin. Observe, the malicious manipulation of souls and the mockery of humanity commands such reverence and longing. Such noble malevolence is profoundly magnanimous. If this is not divine, then what is it? Are they to suppress their desires and practice forbearance? No, no, no. To annihilate, to seize, to incinerate. This is the expectation of the divine Lord. To plunder all and offer everything to the deity is the true doctrine bestowed upon them. With the emergence of this new definition and the formation of their ideology, this legion of infernal flame lions, born from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, is reborn in this moment. Soon, alongside the trio of the underworld and the infernal flame lions, the entire oasis is rapidly assimilating at an astonishing pace. And this is merely the beginning. At this juncture, Skarn, leading a multitude of shellfolk, also arrived at the oasis. Upon witnessing the once mighty lions being utterly vanquished in such a short span, Skarn was taken aback. It seems the might of the divine messenger surpasses his imagination. Ah, Skarn, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Hearing these words, Skarn trembled, daring not to glance around, pressing his abdomen firmly to the ground in a gesture of submission. It is the divine messenger. I apologize for our tardiness. Vade chuckled as he approached Skarn, caressing the crystalline formations on his back. I shall remain in this oasis for a time, to re-establish the new order here. In the meantime, I require you to provide me with additional coordinates for subterranean sand chambers. My followers need more crystal pillars to restore their strength. Furthermore, I require a significant offering of living beings. Skarn, I trust you would not wish to disappoint Lord Bloodgod, would you? Skarn shook his head, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. Rest assured, my lord, I, Skarn, shall procure more crystal pillars for you. To the blood god, I shall offer even better sacrifices. Observing Skarn's earnestness, Wade felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. It had been nearly 4 months, and he could only wonder what schemes the Blood King was concocting. Wade hoped to seize this time to utilize the resources of the otherworld, swiftly transcending his current realm, so he might one day rival the Blood King. After all, this was an otherworld, He could employ any means necessary to enhance his own power. Just as before, when he had drained the entire underground sand pit, an act tantamount to catastrophic extraction, Wade felt no remorse. This was not his home. Its destruction mattered not to him. It was far preferable to prevent the Blood King from gaining strength. In the Wuyo territory, within Wuyo City, several months had elapsed since the grand tournament. It must be said that the event had rendered Wuyo City even more prosperous, elevating its overall stature to a new echelon. The top 3 positions of the tournament had been shared amongst 3 barons, for indeed, it is said that one should not let the bounties of their land flow to outsiders. Each territory had successfully seized the opportunity to recruit suitable talent, resulting in a collective sense of joy. In Wuyo territory, Emily personally welcomed the swordsman Clinton into their ranks. Currently, he served as the chief instructor of the new recruits, guiding several extraordinary seeds on their path to greatness. Additionally, the expansion of Wuyo City was underway. Initially constructed to accommodate a population of 100,000, it was evident that the city had surpassed its capacity, necessitating a second phase of expansion. This plan was deliberated and approved by the Inner Council of 3, with Arthas serving as the notary, thus allowing the project to come to fruition. Essentially, the operation of the territory had approached a state of independence, no longer requiring Wade's direct oversight to ensure its prosperity. Simultaneously, the 8 knightly families that had pledged their allegiance to Wuyo territory had gradually been distributed over the past 3 months. In just a few short months, villages and towns began to emerge like mushrooms after rain, poised to further develop the territory and enhance its prosperity. Coupled with the Grand Canal project, the lizardmen had constructed waterways leading to several villages, facilitating waterborne transport between them and Wuyo City. Meanwhile, in a certain expanse of prairie within Wuyo territory, the first large-scale horse ranch had been established. The number of horned horses was steadily increasing, and it was anticipated that in 2 years, the first cavalry unit comprised entirely of horned horses would be formed. Chapter 165, Emily's Growth. The Remnants of the Knolls. At this moment, in a study within the Lord's mansion, a soul-eater crow flew in through the window and settled steadily upon Emily's shoulder. The soul-eating raven tilted its head, delicately untangling Emily's hair, while a fragment of memory surged into her mind. Since the emergence of the soul-eating raven, this method of conveying messages had become the prevailing norm in the worry-free territory. The inhabitants here revere 2 species. One, the lion, symbolizes strength and authority. The other, the raven, embodies secrecy and freedom. The 6-eyed soul-eating raven has further evolved into a symbol of nobility within the realm. Only those vested with power and influence can allocate a soul-eating raven for their use, and the user must bear the creature's daily needs. This arrangement also serves as a form of covert surveillance over these individuals. Any act of betrayal is meticulously monitored by those watchful eyes. Over the years, it is evident that the territory is not impervious. Corruption inevitably seeps in, and those who succumb to it invariably become a feast for the crows, vanishing without a trace. Under such intimidation, the number of traitors has naturally dwindled. Not only is betrayal rare, but even acts of embezzlement are seldom witnessed. After all, no one knows whether a pair of eyes might be observing them. At this moment, Emily received a message from the soul-eating raven, revealing images of an endless pack of werewolves advancing toward the worry-free territory, stretching for over 10 miles. Faced with this unexpected situation, Emily's expression flickered momentarily but soon reverted to calmness, displaying a demeanor as unyielding as a mountain before impending calamity. Compared to several years ago, her growth has been remarkable, perhaps the most significant among Veed's subordinates. Over the years, she transformed from a mere servant into one of the 7 individuals wielding the greatest influence in the worry-free territory. Furthermore, her experiences in commerce alongside Spike, followed by her foray into politics with Chris, have gradually unveiled her political acumen. This might be a unique inheritance from her noble bloodline. In the realm of politics, her strategies rival those of seasoned veterans who have immersed themselves in this field for decades. She presents herself modestly in public, yet wields considerable power behind the scenes. To the outside world, her status appears humble, dismissed as a mere beauty who climbed the social ladder through seduction. Yet, the reality is that Emily has risen to become the second in command, just behind Alsace. With Chris aging and delegating more responsibilities to Emily, she has emerged as the true power broker within the territory. As for Tanilla, she often plays the role of an advisor, engaging less in political matters. Their differing ambitions have naturally quelled any disputes. Moreover, as they have shared a bed as close sisters, their bond is strong enough that even Veed must tread carefully around them. With her capabilities honed and her beauty intact, Emily has diligently practiced breathing techniques over the years, despite her slightly lesser aptitude. In recent years, through the acquisition of various potions and magical flora, she has inexorably elevated her prowess to that of a mid-tier knight attendant. For a woman yet to reach the age of 30, this achievement is indeed remarkable. A woman who embodies strength, beauty, and capability naturally garners favor. And therein lies Emily's brilliance. This is also a core reason for her prominent position as an ex-slave. It is often not an ethereal beauty that captivates a man, but rather a steadfast and supportive partner who maintains stability. Indeed, Emily has accomplished this. She does not vie for attention with Tanilla, for she understands the futility of such actions. She commands a significant portion of the territory's power, yet remains steadfastly loyal, for she recognizes that loyalty is the foundation of her success. She diligently practices her breathing techniques in pursuit of her lord's footsteps, aware that only by mastering greater strength can she truly stand beside him. This former noblewoman perceives the world with clarity, having personally experienced the darkness of the lower strata, which renders her composed, prudent, and cautious. This is her survival strategy. Werewolves? Emily murmured, seeking information from various recent reports. Ultimately, she confirmed the general status of this group, ensuring she was well informed to maintain her composure. Survivors of the Civil War? Emily pondered extensively before concluding the origins of this band. Following the conclusion of the Golden War, a cataclysmic civil war erupted between the werewolves and ghouls. The war arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. By the time it ended, the rise of the Blood King had already become the talk of the Phillips Kingdom. Both leaders of the werewolf clan were annihilated in a single battle. It is rumored that the Blood King is a peak-level leader, a prodigy akin to the Golden Duke Ratarn, appearing once in a millennium. Consequently, the situation throughout the northern plains underwent a dramatic transformation. Were it not for the emergence of the Blood King, how could the Golden Lewin family have abruptly halted their second wave of invasion? At this moment, Emily conceived a general idea and hastily convened the highest council. Shortly thereafter, in a parliamentary chamber, representatives from the military cabinet, the inner court assembly, and the inspectors, individuals at the pinnacle of territorial power, gathered as scheduled. Only Diego was absent from this meeting. The others appeared somewhat bewildered, unaware of the reasons behind the urgency of this assembly. It seemed that only Alsace had some inkling of the matter, maintaining his usual calm and composure. Ahem. Since Lord Diego is absent, we shall not wait for him. Pressing matters are at hand. I have convened this assembly to succinctly explain the current situation. At this moment, Emily stepped forward, unveiling a large map she had meticulously prepared. She exuded an air of decisiveness, no longer embodying the demeanor of the once naive green tea girl. Perhaps that persona was merely a facet of her nature, now concealed. Esteemed colleagues, I recently received intelligence relayed by the soul-eating crows. To the northwest of our territory, a contingent of Wurgs has emerged, likely remnants of the Wurg clan. Based on our analysis of their trajectory, this group is expected to traverse the northwestern region of our domain, ultimately migrating westward. The west has always been regarded by our lord as a cherished garden, representing the primary direction for future development. Thus, we cannot afford to allow any encroachments there. It must not fall into enemy hands. Therefore, I propose that we launch a full-scale ambush against this contingent. We cannot allow them to roam unchecked, lest we nurture a future threat. This could become a significant liability for the Wuyo territory. Chapter 166. Prepare for cold hands. As Emily concluded, the atmosphere grew tense. Clearly, the gravity of the news had left everyone in a state of slight hesitation. Are we certain? What is the scale of the enemy? Are there any warlord-level fighters among them? How many elite warriors are present? Could this be a diversion? Furthermore, are there any other movements from different races? The first to voice his concerns was Jaeger, the commander of the Vanguard Legion, who bore the duty to eradicate any threats to our territory. His inquiries resonated with the group, as they were of paramount concern. These answers would dictate the strategy of the impending conflict, how it would be fought, by whom, and through what means. In response, Emily refrained from further embellishments and directly shared all known intelligence. According to the Crow's tracking, no warlord-level energy signatures have been detected thus far. Reflecting on the previous Golden War and the Blood King War, it is reasonable to conclude that all warlord-level Wurgs have likely perished. Considering these factors, the likelihood of this group possessing warlord-level strength is virtually non-existent. It is estimated that there are 3 elite warriors among them, though it is possible that other elite fighters may be lurking in the shadows. As for the common bloodline warriors, approximately 100 have been detected, with the overall size of the contingent estimated at around 38 to 40,000. Most of them consist of females and younglings, with a noticeable absence of elderly individuals. Only about 10,000 wargs are deemed to be adequately armed. Furthermore, based on the current reports from the Crows, no other anomalies have been identified, nor have any movements from other races been detected. With this information laid bare, the group fell into contemplation, silently calculating the comparative strengths of both sides. At that moment, Hop, who had remained silent until now, proposed, "I believe this battle is not only feasible, but absolutely necessary. Our Lord's strength is indisputable, and Wuyo territory stands as the vanguard of the Bronze Tree Alliance, garnering significant attention. To refrain from engaging in this confrontation would be detrimental, jeopardizing our influence within the Bronze Tree Alliance. The skin of man, the shadow of trees. Only with sufficient might can we sustain the long-term prosperity of our territory. Thus, this battle must be fought. Moreover, it must be executed with elegance, ensuring that all are aware of the strength of our realm, Wuyo, and establishing our authority. Remember this, esteemed ones. The future of our Lord is merely the beginning for the Count. We must broaden our horizons to reap the rewards." Upon hearing Hop's counsel, the assembly understood. As he articulated, this war presents a splendid opportunity to elevate Wuyo to greater heights. I concur with Hop's suggestion. With our Lord currently in seclusion, it is our moment to shine. I shall personally lead our troops into battle. A deep voice resonated, drawing the attention of all. When Alsa spoke, it was as if a stabilizing force had anchored the hearts of the assembly, bolstering their resolve. Thus, let us engage in battle. When has Wuyo ever feared mere foreign tribes? At that moment, the sound of wind swept through the council hall. A whirlwind surged, coalescing at the center. And then Diego emerged, stepping forth upon the gust. Clad in azure battle armor, 2 azure ribbons danced in the wind, exuding an ethereal grace. "My apologies for my tardiness," he declared, as he retracted his imposing presence and took his seat. The assembly fell into a moment of astonishment, yet Alsace seemed to have anticipated this, stating, "Indeed, after nearly a decade, you have finally taken this step. As my student, Diego, I am proud of you." With his words, the others displayed expressions of joy. The addition of another knight-level powerhouse to our territory is undoubtedly a cause for celebration. It also signifies that the number of human knight-level warriors within Wuyo has reached 3, thereby meeting the criteria for elevation to Viscount. At that juncture, Diego proposed the strategy for the upcoming campaign. This time, I shall command 5,000 from the Lionheart Legion as the main force and center of our operation. After extensive training, it is time to showcase our capabilities. The Charge Legion will flank the sides, coordinating with the Lionheart Legion in combat. Furthermore, notify the Lizard Men to join the fray, with Silius leading a 1,000-strong contingent, ready to assist at any moment. Master Alsace will oversee the overall strategy, while I shall serve as the vanguard. Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in agreement. Although the disparity between our forces and the enemies is significant, they perceive the foreign tribes as mere featherweights. Faced with well-equipped and well-trained legions, they could hardly fathom defeat. Of course, due respect must be accorded. Strategically, we may underestimate the enemy. However, tactically, we must regard them with utmost seriousness. A lion, even when hunting a rabbit, employs its full strength. And they, indeed, are the ferocious beasts that devour flesh and leave no remnants. Since you have all made your decision, we shall swiftly vanquish our adversaries. For the sake of victory, I shall prioritize the provision of supplies to you. The Blissful Commerce will spare no effort to safeguard your supply lines and ensure ample logistical support. At this moment, Emily vows that this is the utmost assistance she can offer. As for Chris, he remains silent and taciturn, choosing to leave the stage to the younger generation. In accordance with his wishes as an elder, Hop and Tanya expressed their intent to join this war as accompanying mages, also serving as advisors. Thus, the matter is settled, and the meeting is adjourned. The entire realm of Wuyo begins to function at full throttle, unconditionally prioritizing the needs of the army. Within a training ground, the swordsman Clinton leads a group of youths in intense training. These young individuals are the exceptional seeds within Wuyo, destined to be assigned to the military after successfully embarking on the extraordinary path and completing their military education, thereby providing a continuous influx of fresh blood to Wuyo. At this moment, he receives a message from Diego. "Clinton, you are commanded to summon all knights within the territory. War is upon us. This battle will serve as your finest testament. Your valorous performance will be the evidence I present to our Lord on your behalf." Diego's voice, carried by the wind, sends a thrill of apprehension through Clinton, who is training. Has Lord Diego broken through? Clinton muses inwardly, his gaze gradually igniting with excitement. "As you command, Commander." Clinton bows in a certain direction, fully aware that Commander Diego is watching him. May Wio bless us, he prays. Since joining Wio, his faith in the White Knight Guardian has gradually transformed into supplication to Wio itself. After all, Wio exists for oneself, not for divine charity. Living freely and unrestrained is indeed a way of life. Chapter 167, The First War. The ferocious Lion Legion displays its might. Days later, a long procession emerges from the forest, traversing mountains and rivers, having spent several days finally breaking through the woodland. Each werewolf bears the marks of exhaustion upon their faces. The relentless journey has left them weary, yet they cannot afford to halt their advance. To stop could spell death. Their homeland has been seized by foreign tribes, rendering them wanderers. The northern plains can no longer accommodate them, and even their motherland, the Frostwolf clan, has utterly forsaken them. Far from offering them refuge, they are likely to struggle for survival themselves. As the procession enters the grasslands, they follow the river, heading westward. The western wilderness is an untouched, primordial expanse, and it remains their only viable escape. Otherwise, they risk remaining trapped deep within the northern plains. What they faced was the encirclement by various races. Those who had once been oppressed by them would rise in retaliation. Among the ranks, for leaders of the Wolfmen stood as the guiding force of this lineage. Chieftain, we have marched for several days. Our kin are weary. Let us rest by the riverbank for a while, one suggested. Upon hearing this, the foremost Wolfman chieftain shook his head with a hint of resignation and replied, No, our journey necessitates traversing the territory of Baron Wuyo, a formidable human force. We must avoid any unnecessary complications. If they discover our presence, our tribe will be doomed. The chieftain cast a grave gaze toward the distance. Underestimating humans is the root of our demise. If we reveal ourselves, we will be besieged by humans from all sides, and we shall not escape this prairie. The other three leaders exchanged glances, all too aware of the perils that lay ahead. However, the weariness of their kin was palpable. One among them could not help but voice his concern. After a moment of silence, the chieftain gritted his teeth and said, We must endure just a little longer. Once we cross Baron Wuyo's territory, we shall reach the wilderness, where we will be safe. Having spoken, he turned to his kin and urged, Let us quicken our pace. We must reach our next resting point before nightfall. Though their bodies were utterly fatigued, the tribe rallied their spirits and pressed on, uncertain of what lay ahead. As the procession continued, a pair of keen eyes silently observed from the river, then swiftly sank into the depths, vanishing without a trace. Above, shadows flitted across the sky, watching their every move, ensuring that no action could escape their notice. Behind a low hill, the Savage Lion Legion and the Assault Legion stood ready for battle at a moment's notice. As messages were relayed back, a smirk of satisfaction crept across Diego's face. The exhilaration of mastering the situation was intoxicating. This was his inaugural command in warfare. Almost there. A little further, and we will enter the ambush zone. Diego murmured to himself before issuing orders to his soldiers behind him. When the enemy troops enter the ambush zone, the crocodile swarm will launch the first wave of assault to disrupt their formations. Subsequently, I will command a volley of arrows. Do not worry about harming the crocodiles. Our aim is to deplete the enemy's forces as much as possible, targeting them as our primary objective. Once the first wave concludes, the Savage Lion Legion will take the lead, severing the enemy's connections. The Assault Legion, comprising 10,000 men, will be divided into 2 battalions of 5,000. The first battalion will coordinate with the Savage Lion Legion to attack the main forces at the forefront. The second battalion will confront the rear assault of the Wolfmen, not seeking to slay, but simply to hold their ground until our forces can eliminate the enemy's main battalion. At that time, the Lizardman Legion will surge from the river, assisting both battlefronts to utterly obliterate the Wolfmen. As Diego presented the entire plan, the assembled commanders responded in unison, Yes, my lord. Gazing at the nearly 40 knight retainers before him, Diego felt a swell of emotions within. It was thanks to the diverse cultivation methods acquired from the Golden Rune family that such a multitude of knight retainers could be nurtured in his territory within merely a couple of years. Soon, as time progressed and the sun dipped beyond noon towards the western horizon, a long procession gradually emerged from the distance. With each step deeper into the scene, their fates were at that moment interred in the grave. Due to their prolonged journey, the entire troop appeared increasingly fatigued. At that critical juncture, a piercing scream heralded the commencement of the massacre. It's a crocodile, a werewolf exclaimed, drawing the attention of more werewolves. Initially, they believed it to be merely the misfortune of a single individual meeting their demise in the jaws of the beast, but as they looked on, they realized the situation was far graver. With the deep growl of the crocodile resonating, Numerous crocodiles surfaced from the river, rushing towards them like predators seeking prey. Some werewolves, too close to the riverbank and caught unawares, became the unfortunate victims of the crocodile horde. What are you staring at? Quickly regroup and drive away the crocodiles. A werewolf leader approached, calling loudly for the army to assemble, intending to form a defensive barrier at the riverbank to withstand the onslaught of the reptiles. However, at that very moment, as the troops converged, thousands of sharp arrows fell like an overwhelming rain. The incessant downpour of arrows struck many werewolves, causing them to collapse, their bodies riddled with bolts. Those fortunate enough to survive writhed on the ground in agony. The pitiful wails echoed across the grasslands, sending chills down one's spine. The already weary werewolf army was plunged into utter chaos in an instant, panic-stricken and fleeing in all directions, completely bereft of their fighting spirit. Witnessing this scene, Diego unhesitatingly raised his banner, vigorously waving it while issuing a deafening roar. Charge! The Lionheart Legion behind him surged forward like a blaze ignited, charging with astonishing speed. They resembled a ferocious whirlwind, hurtling towards the werewolf ranks with unparalleled might, their valor astounding. Having first been ambushed by the crocodiles and subsequently ensnared in the rain of arrows, the large human army was now advancing, while their own morale had been utterly shattered, plunging the situation into disarray and despair. The werewolf chieftain, in a state of frantic urgency, desperately sought to stabilize the situation and rally an effective resistance. Yet, at that moment, faced with Diego and the fierce onslaught of the Lion Legion, their efforts appeared utterly futile. Soon, the hard-won defenses established by the Wolfmen crumbled instantaneously, proving to be no match for the relentless assault. At this moment, the 1st Battalion of the charging legion swiftly engaged in battle, coordinating seamlessly with the Lion Legion to encircle the Wolfmen's main forces. Meanwhile, the 2nd Battalion steadfastly defended the flank of the Lion Legion, valiantly withstanding the fierce attacks from the Wolfmen at the rear, successfully safeguarding their side. Additionally, the lurking Lizardmen Legion emerged from the river, agile and powerful warriors who collaborated harmoniously with the other troops. Within moments of their entrance, they dealt heavy blows to the Wolfmen, further shifting the tide of battle in our favor. The battlefield echoed with the sounds of slaughter as blood stained the grasslands. The Wolfmen, gradually losing their strength, began to retreat. The outcome was becoming increasingly evident. With victory within reach, the morale of the soldiers soared higher. Seizing the moment, all military divisions pursued relentlessly, leaving the Wolfmen no opportunity to catch their breath, akin to wolves among sheep. It was a one-sided massacre. During the pursuit, valiant knights led the charge at the forefront, wielding their long swords with the ferocity of war deities, targeting the bloodline warriors among the Wolfmen. Despite being outnumbered, the Special Operations team composed of 3 knightly squires often managed to claim the heads of their foes amidst the throng of enemies. Moreover, the disparity in equipment played a significant role. In life-and-death struggles within the same realm, victories often belonged to the knights. It is well known that the squires of the Wuyo territory are typically equipped with high-quality heavy armor and superior-grade weapons or longswords. Furthermore, they can customize their equipment to suit personal preferences, enabling them to fight beyond their ranks, particularly for novice knights facing mid-tier bloodline warriors. The gap between these realms is not insurmountable. Human knights often find themselves in prolonged standoffs, achieving a stalemate. This was the very reason behind Wade's support for the establishment of the Artisan Blacksmith Association, which led to the rise of numerous craftsmen and advancements in military manufacturing. Currently, not only are high-quality items being produced, even outstanding grade equipment is within the grasp of Master Wagia, thanks to the notes passed on by his mentor, the Lord. Additionally, his frequent exchanges with Hope regarding craftsmanship and alchemical arts have significantly accelerated Wagia's forging abilities in a short time. He has even begun to experiment with combining alchemical processes and forging techniques, endeavoring to create the extraordinary from mortal hands. The treatment of the knightly squires is remarkable, and it is even more impressive when one considers the armament level of the Lionheart Legion. This is the elite force that the Lord holds in high esteem, and its military prowess rivals that of the kingdom's foremost armies, perhaps even surpassing them slightly. Each ordinary soldier is equipped with exquisite gear, including armor, longswords, spears, square shields, and longbows. In the marketplace, the cost of outfitting a single soldier would be exorbitant. However, for the Carefree territory, it remains manageable, as all the materials for this equipment are sourced from the Ironstone Ridge region, with expenses primarily incurred from transportation. Coupled with the advantages of craftsmanship and a self-sustaining economy, the prices are naturally far below market value. As the werewolves continue to falter, the battlefield increasingly reflects a one-sided affair. The knights relentlessly pursue the remaining werewolves, their ferocity and thirst for victory awe-inspiring. When the lower ranks of the battle collapse entirely, several werewolf leaders can no longer contain their agitation. They unleash a formidable aura, an overwhelming tide of bloodlust surging forth. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind sweeps in, dispelling the suffocating miasma of blood. A cerulean figure stands at the center of the battlefield, and the tempest transforms into several colossal blades of wind, cleaving towards the werewolf leaders. Observing this, the four werewolf leaders swiftly evade, yet in the instant of their escape, they find themselves successfully separated. Combat technique, the sigh of the blazing roar. In the next heartbeat, Arthas appears on the battlefield, a fierce flame erupting from his sword strike. In an instant, the sky is illuminated in a brilliant orange hue. The weakest of the werewolf leaders is obliterated by this single blow, reduced to a cloud of ash that dissipates from existence. The appearance of Arthas clarifies the situation on the battlefield, while the remaining three werewolf leaders are overtaken by a profound despair. They realize that all their efforts are destined for annihilation at this moment. One of the leaders attempts to charge at Arthas in a desperate bid. However, before he can draw near, he is hurled away by an immense force, his limbs ensnared by invisible strands of wind. Diego gracefully approaches, delivering a swift strike. A precise thrust pierces through the heart of this leader, effortlessly dispatching an equal. The other two leaders, witnessing this, no longer hesitate and turn to flee the battlefield. With hope extinguished, their priority turns to self-preservation. As elite warriors, their survival offers a chance for resurgence, even if it means clinging to life in the most humble manner. It ensures the survival of their bloodline, preventing their complete eradication. Regrettably, the ideals were beautiful, yet the reality was merciless. Before the two werewolf chieftains could venture far, a robust tail struck them head-on. The earth lamented with a mournful groan. One chieftain was sent plummeting into a deep pit, his abdomen resembling a grotesque heap of flesh and bone, his innards splattered across the ground, as if forcibly expelled from his shattered body. At that moment, he could only draw breath, no longer able to exhale, clearly beyond salvation, ultimately succumbing as his eyes clouded with despair. The remaining chieftain, the leader of this werewolf tribe, teetered on the brink of collapse. The assailant, of course, was none other than the lizardman chieftain, the elite warrior, soulless. Faced with a ferocious wolf ahead and two tigers behind, the werewolf chieftain found himself engulfed in utter hopelessness. Soulless regarded him with a frigid gaze, his tail poised to unleash a lethal strike. Perhaps sensing the imminent threat of death, the chieftain resolved to fight with all his might, drawing forth a battered greatsword. Once his proud trophy, yet now it was rusted and worn, much like himself, approaching its end. In that moment, he charged at Soulless with all his strength, attempting to breach the defenses, the blade glinting with its final flicker of light. However, the outcome was already sealed. With a series of piercing sounds slicing through the air, the chieftain never even grazed Soulless. His vision faded to white, and he perished entirely. In the fleeting moments of consciousness, his pupils widened, filled with bitterness and despair. As his body slowly crumpled to the ground, marking the end of his life, the once mighty greatsword met its demise, shattering into countless fragments. At that moment, Arthas, Diego, and Soulless stood together, gazing at the vast expanse of werewolf corpses. Their faces bore the weight of fatigue, yet more prominently displayed the joy of triumph. The soldiers of the Wuyo territory erupted in cheers, celebrating this monumental victory, while the battered werewolves had succumbed to despair. This stark contrast mirrored the relentless flow of history. Chapter 169, The Whistling Wind. The dark energy approaches. Victory is always a source of elation, yet following victory comes the time to reap the rewards. Nearly 40,000 werewolves, more than half, would forever slumber here, their blood and flesh transforming into sustenance for the grassy plains. The remaining nearly 20,000 werewolves would all become slaves, the lowest of the low, the most vile insects. Their future lay either as arrogant gladiators in a bloodthirsty arena, fighting for their lives to amuse the Phillips people, who would extract their last vestiges of worth, or as the most despicable free labor, driven like animals, condemned to a lifetime of toil. The younglings would be treated as mere fodder. In the arena of combat, the captive low-tier magical beasts are particularly fond of succulent delicacies, especially the young ones. With their tender flesh, are exquisite and juicy. A single bite releases a burst of flavor. As for the exceptionally beautiful female specimens, while ordinary humans may not harbor any inappropriate thoughts, The peculiar preferences of certain nobles cannot be overlooked. After all, female wargs possess soft fur that is pleasing to the touch, along with a humanoid form that, combined with their petite stature, appeals greatly to discerning gourmets who relish a change of palate. Some even derive pleasure from witnessing the defiance in the female's expressions, particularly the disdainful glances, which render them utterly helpless. If fortune favors them, certain merchants may even resort to slaughtering these creatures for their pelts, fashioning them into luxurious cloaks cherished by highborn ladies. Such a demise is strikingly straightforward, devoid of suffering, and can be deemed merciful in its own way. Moreover, the spoils of battle include magical cores, extraordinary items, and ancient artifacts, all contributing to a substantial revenue. The more valuable treasures will be deposited into the treasury of the territory, while a portion will serve as rewards for the troops. The lesser valuables will be handled through auctions, extracting every possible profit. Naturally, with gains come sacrifices. However, in comparison to the victory achieved, the losses of merely over 1,000 lives are negligible. Most of those casualties belong to the vanguard corps enslaved soldiers. Although their loss is regrettable, some have seized the opportunity for advancement. The law of the jungle is indelibly etched in the hearts of all. Soon, on the following morning, just as the army prepared for their return journey, Hope requested to take his leave from Arthas and the others. This war proved far simpler than anticipated. He scarcely engaged in combat, and the battle reached its conclusion swiftly. His sole contribution may well have been assisting Tanira in treating the wounded soldiers. Without their intervention, many might have succumbed to severe injuries or faced the threat of infection leading to death. His intention to remain in this location was, of course, to gather this batch of souls. This task is a significant secret within the territory, and given the Lord's increasing demands, he could not afford to let such a prime opportunity slip away. 20,000 souls would suffice to fill numerous soul storage vessels. As the army set forth, news of their triumph spread like wildfire. In an instant, it seemed as though the entire Elden Duchy had heard the tidings, thrusting the already prominent Wuyo territory into the limelight. People could almost envision a new Leviathan quietly rising to power. In a realm beyond, in the world of Seds, in the city of Abyss, time swiftly passed, and months flew by in the blink of an eye. In the past few months, an imposing wall has risen at an astonishing pace. These fortifications are constructed entirely from sand, meticulously treated and then subjected to the purifying flames of the underworld, rendering them as formidable as solid rock. Over 20,000 infernal lions have emerged as the first followers of Wide in this realm. With the influx of various technologies, the primitive dwellings were entirely demolished and reconstructed, transformed into black bricks molded from sand. The entire oasis, from the trees to the walls, from the earth to the buildings, is enveloped in a profound darkness. The overall aesthetic aligns perfectly with the name of the abyssal city, resembling a fiendish fortress straight from the depths of hell. At this moment, within a subterranean chamber, Wide is continuously absorbing the essence from the crystal pillar until the column in his hand dims and crumbles into dust. Only then does he gradually cease his absorption, his presence swelling to near perfection. Anger commence. With the connection of their minds, anger, located at the heart of the oasis, erupts forth with a resonant roar. A pair of ebony wings unfurl, unleashing a terrifying pressure that stirs the clouds above. As the tumultuous energy surges, Anger's aura grows increasingly formidable, his physique seemingly expanding. At the moment the heart of the underworld awakens, a dark halo materializes. In an instant, a tempest of chilling wind sweeps across a 1-kilometer radius. An unending tide of infernal energy rises from the earth, spreading outward into the sky and land alike. Everything transforms in an instant into a shroud of darkness. Even the sand morphs into infernal dust, strange and surreal. Those cloaked by the halo, the infernal lions, manifest an unmistakable surge in power. At this moment, every infernal lion experiences a simultaneous evolution, without exception, all ascending to the status of 4th-level magical beasts. Notably, the 3 magnificent lions have surpassed the 4th level, advancing to the 5th. Thus, the entire population of infernal lions undergoes a metamorphosis, their physiques grow stronger, and their potential deepens. The offspring they produce are born as extraordinary beings, innate 1st-level magical beasts. Upon maturity, they shall become intermediate 4th-level magical beasts. Among the infernal lions, those with the purest bloodlines will completely shed their human forms, officially evolving into infernal lions. However, such exceptional cases are exceedingly rare, with only a handful existing. They will undergo a rebirth, and as their strength increases, they will ascend to the 4th level before being truly integrated into the tribe. Those with slightly lesser bloodlines will ignite the infernal flames, symbolizing their complete acceptance of the bloodline transformation. The least among them will sprout jet-black wings, signifying their inheritance of the vast majority of the infernal lion-s bloodline. Thus, the evolutionary path of the infernal lions is established, the stronger the bloodline, the closer the form resembles that of the infernal lion. Indeed, bloodlines merely serve as a threshold that establishes a baseline. The true determinant of one's potential, however, remains one's innate talent, as exemplified by figures such as Ming Yi, Ming Er, and Ming San, who possess remarkable strength. Thus, the evolution of one's bloodline can only serve to embellish the foundation, enhancing the inherent limits. Chapter 170, Breakthrough. Domain, Abyss of 10,000 miles. At this moment, the heavens and earth shifted in hue, enveloped in profound silence, as all things returned to their primordial state. As the progenitor of the bloodline, the infernal flame lion king Inglaroric was experiencing an overwhelming surge of power. Immediately, colossal crystal pillars began to levitate gracefully in the air. Each of these majestic pillars symbolized a legacy of the Shell people, spanning countless generations, all belonging to leaders of their kind. 16 such pillars erupted simultaneously, releasing their essence, which surged into Anglar's being. In this pivotal moment, Anglar's physique underwent a tremendous expansion, reaching nearly 30 meters before gradually ceasing its growth. His immense wings, too, swelled to over 100 meters. The obsidian wings obscured the sky, radiating an awe-inspiring majesty akin to that of a deity. Countless infernal flame lions bowed in reverence, as if worshipping their sovereign, while the lion horde lowered their heads in submission to express their respect for their king. Roar! In that instant, the lion's roar resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the universe. The gargantuan figure appeared to descend from an ancient demon, manifesting upon the earth. Especially notable was the dark circular ring, which gradually crystallized, resembling a gaping chasm that drew in everything around it. Domain unleashed. Pseudo-domain, abyss of 10,000 miles. In the next moment, a colossal shadow of the abyss flickered, a singularity shimmering, subsequently forming a black hole. Instantly, a terrifying vortex emerged, pulling everything within its grasp. An immense accumulation of energy surged forth, ultimately being absorbed into the black hole, and this energy, in turn, returned to Anglar. With a resounding crash, akin to the shattering of the void, the black circular ring in the sky dissipated into nothingness. At this moment, Anglar's aura transcended into the realm of a level 7 magical beast, awakening the pinnacle of his domain. His terrifying pressure radiated outward, seemingly proclaiming his existence to the world. Simultaneously, within the confines of a secluded chamber, Vide slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the power of his avatar had reached its zenith, a torrent of formidable energy surging within him. Even though Vide sought to restrain it, he had arrived at his limit. However, his breakthrough was not as dramatic as Anglar's. Aside from the expansion of power, no extraordinary phenomena occurred. His advancement unfolded seamlessly, as the battle armor formed by his aura now enveloped every layer of his skin, flawless and complete. In addition to the augmentation of strength, Wade gradually began to grasp a semblance of understanding. Though faint, he still perceived a subtle fluctuation of the elemental forces of nature, suggesting he could harness the power of the surrounding environment. However, this was not surprising, as it was merely a standard capability for one at the Night of Earth stage. After all, this was merely a manifestation, fundamentally still a werewolf, whose innate potential could not possibly extend into a realm of its own. Yet, who is to say that the inability to forge a realm precludes the utilization of one? With the breakthrough in his realm, Wade was also able to employ another aspect of the necromantic guidance technique. As for its efficacy, a smile adorned Wade's face as his figure suddenly burst forth from the confines of the chamber, ascending to the surface. He was observed murmuring softly, a mysterious aura enveloping his form, establishing an ethereal connection. This moment allowed Wade and Ung to share a profound mental communion. As Wade's eyes transformed into a void of blackness, his pupils resembled the serene expanse of the night sky, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread and terror. He chanted as if summoning a true malevolent deity. The temperature around them plummeted, a delicate layer of frost materializing, a testament to the chilling atmosphere. Keep in mind, they were in a desert. With each murmur, Wade's body began to metamorphose, arcane runes spreading from his visage. As the inky black patterns enveloped his entire being, the enigmatic aura surged once more. Aang's massive form gradually coalesced, ultimately transforming into a pitch-black orb that fused with Wade, becoming one entity. As the two amalgamated, an exceedingly strange black mist enveloped Wade, culminating in the formation of a dark sphere in the air. As time slipped by, the sphere began to solidify, resembling an embryo awaiting the dawn of new life. A crisp sound of shattering echoed, akin to a glimmer of light piercing through endless darkness. The obsidian orb fractured, and a pale arm emerged from within, long and flawlessly white, nearly indistinguishable in terms of gender. As the area of rupture expanded, a figure gradually emerged from the depths. This being bore no discernible features, as if donning a pristine mask, reminiscent of a faceless entity. What adorned its countenance were intricate black runes, archaic and enigmatic, exuding an aura of peril that sent chills down one's spine. Behind it, 3 black rings floated, each spinning independently, yet seemingly interconnected, operating in solitude. Moreover, a pair of ebony wings sprouted from its back, akin to a fallen angel descended into the abyss. In the void, mysterious runes manifested, exuding opulence while hinting at a certain strangeness, evoking a feeling that was both sacred and absurd. Its essence lingered between the night of earth and the night of heaven, with the dark rings beneath its feet originating from Aang's domain. 10,000 miles of abyss. Sacrifice. 2 deep yet melodious characters resonate through the space, prompting countless infernal lionmen to bow in reverence. Almost as if preordained, they swiftly gather a multitude of corpses at an altar. In no time, the altar is heaped with nearly 30 to 40,000 various bodies, shell people, lionmen, and an abundance of unknown beasts. A dense aura of death coalesces, and torrents of blood converge to form a pool. At this moment, atop the altar stand 3 figures, Ming-Yi, Ming-Er, and Ming-San, arranged in a triangular formation. They resemble priests, singing and dancing upon the altar, wielding spherical instruments that they continuously manipulate. In the dim light, echoes of their former selves subtly emerge. Indeed, this mirrors the sacrificial rite once performed by Skarn to the Blood God. However, Wide has made slight modifications, replacing the Blood King's insignia with his own. Just as the Shell Man Skarn communicated with the Blood God through sacrifice and his own being, Wide can similarly establish a transcendent connection with his true self. Provided the direction is correct, when the true self aligns with this realm, it can directly harness the resources of this world to further expand its power. In fact, the true self may even cross over, though returning would pose challenges. At present, Wide has yet to devise a transdimensional array. Nevertheless, through continuous sacrifices and sending troops into this world, he is eager to extend his influence. Chapter 171, The Descent of the Undead Legion. Great and solitary Lord of Worry-Free, you are the messenger of secrecy and freedom, the master of death and souls. You are the esteemed one who enjoys the eternal world, the pioneer of an age free from care. Your most devoted followers, offering death and souls as sacrifices, beseech your gaze and await your response. As the bitter and incomprehensible incantations are chanted, countless essences of flesh and blood transform into pure energy, surging into the void. In an instant, a massive rift tears open in the emptiness. An endless darkness rushes forth, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura from the fissure, as if summoned from the depths of antiquity. At this moment, all living beings are taken aback. This overwhelming presence inspires awe, compelling them to submit. With wide eyes, they bear witness to this historic moment. This profound faith serves as an anchor, piercing through the river of history, traversing space and the chasms of time, ultimately resonating with him. In the depths of the northern plains, the burial ground, as Wide slowly awakens, he perceives countless murmurs. He senses a peculiar wave, constantly rising and falling, as if calling out to him, yearning for his response. In the initial moments, Wade was enveloped in silence, even somewhat bewildered. However, he swiftly came to a realization, attempting to sense the elusive wave with his thoughts. As his consciousness brushed against that faint tremor, an overwhelming force engulfed him instantaneously. At that moment, his awareness reconnected with his avatar, transcending 2 realms to resonate with the present moment. As the bridge was established, Wade, far away in the world of Sidus, gradually spread his arms wide, his immense wings unfurling in tandem. The 3 concentric rings behind his head began to spin incessantly. The domain beneath his feet, the abyss of 10,000 miles, continuously absorbed the power of heaven and earth. When the enigmatic energy was compressed to its utmost limit, it transformed into a pillar of light that soared into the void. This luminescence, akin to a celestial column, pierced through the heavens and earth, shattering a fragment of space. Accompanied by a resonant boom. With a profound sound, a black hole slowly formed, seemingly connecting two worlds and creating a fleeting passage. Simultaneously, Wade's true form sensed a marvelous connection, as if he glimpsed the visage of that world. He beheld a land of obsidian and towering walls, countless lionmen soaring through the skies, and most astonishingly, an incarnation of himself resembling a fallen angel. This was the fusion of his avatar and Engel, manifesting as a true deity, exuding an aura akin to that of a heavenly knight. As the spatial passage opened, a black hole emerged at the center of the great tomb. Soon, massive crystal pillars began to traverse the void, cascading down and accumulating into a mountainous formation, all collected by Wade for his own use. Thousands of these crystal columns should suffice for his needs. At this juncture, Wade exited the tower, observing the growing mound of crystal pillars. As relevant knowledge blossomed in his mind, the legacy of the Shell people? Could it restore lost vitality? It seems this otherworldly treasure trove holds quite a bounty. Wade murmured softly, his eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance, as if envisioning countless rare artifacts awaiting his claim. It resembled an uncharted treasury. The deeper one ventured, the more entrancing it became. Given the nature of that Blood King, it would not be long before a second invasion was orchestrated, thus presenting him with another rival. Therefore, time is of the essence. Not to mention, he was still ostensibly under the Blood King's control. Only by seizing this opportunity could he hope to swiftly narrow the gap between himself and the Blood King. At the very least, instilling a sense of wariness in his adversary. Mutual apprehension and leverage are essential to forging a true consensus. Then, Wade whispered softly, Li Yuan, the time has come for your grand ambitions. Go forth and seize the vitality of that world. They require your Legion of the Dead to wage war on my behalf. At your command, my lord, Li Yuan responded in a deep and resolute voice. In fact, even before Wade issued the command, Li Yuan had been silently waiting nearby, seemingly prepared for war. Soon, at Li Yuan's summons, a formidable army emerged before him, 3,000 elite dragon-tooth soldiers, perfectly arranged in formation. Clad in bone armor and wielding sharp-boned spears, they exuded a chilling aura. Behind the troops stood 6 colossal bone dragon lizards, poised to be the perfect vanguard for the siege. At that moment, Li Yuan mounted one of the bone dragon lizards, drew the king's sword, and pointed toward the black void. Advance. Roar. Accompanied by the bone dragon lizard's piercing howl, the 3,000 dragon-tooth soldiers marched in unison toward the black void. As they stepped into the abyss, their figures gradually faded until the entire legion vanished. The black void subsequently shrank until it disappeared. Wade's eyes brimmed with anticipation, and this resonance inspired him profoundly. For instance, he resolved to abandon the suppression of his realm and no longer force himself to comprehend the domain. Since he was unable to grasp the domain at present, it indicated that the opportunity had yet to arrive, still lingering in the distant future. His stagnation served no purpose. It merely delayed his ascension. Instead of resisting, he would allow things to unfold naturally. If he could not gain insight, he would borrow from others. After all, what is yours is mine, and what is mine remains mine. It seemed reasonable to borrow a domain from his own kin, right? If, in the future, both Li Yuan and the Eye of Death awakened their domains, could he not merge with them to possess multiple domains? This thought opened a new realm of possibilities for Wade. Imagine a single individual possessing 3 or even 4 distinct domains. The diminutive Blood King would then be at his mercy. In the world of Sidus, within the City of the Abyss, as the sacrificial ceremony concluded, all eyes turned toward the black void suspended in the air. They watched anxiously, filled with expectation and reverence. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. The air was thick with the stench of decay and death, sending shivers down their spines and instilling fear in their hearts. Moments later, the 3,000 dragon-tooth soldiers emerged from the black void, their bone armor gleaming with a cold light, and their bone spears radiating a fierce, killing intent. The bone dragon lizards roared, their massive forms instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression. Li Yuan, astride one of the bone dragon lizards, raised the king's sword high, resembling a sovereign of death, evoking awe that rendered one unable to meet his gaze. Chapter 172, The Assault on the Centaur Monarch. As this undead army appeared, the floating Wade released his fusion state, revealing his true form. Consolidated within the void of a black hole, it dissipated at this moment, and the fractured space restored itself under the influence of the world. At this juncture, Li Yuan approached Wade and respectfully remarked, "My lord, the Legion of the Undead has successfully arrived and is prepared to fight at your command. We shall conquer other realms." Upon hearing this, Wade smiled subtly, then produced a map and handed it to Li Yuan. This map, crafted by the Deadeye, has yet to reveal the end of this desert. Although several oases have been located, while Engel possesses formidable strength, he lacks the skill to command in battle. The Deadeye is more inclined towards support, making him unsuitable for direct confrontation. After much contemplation, I find you to be the most fitting candidate to assume the role of commander, which is why I summoned you here. Currently, the Legion of the Undead comprises 10,000 infernal lions, 50,000 crows, 10,000 shellfolk, and 30 infernal lions. This is the entirety of your available military force. I shall remain in the City of the Abyss, dedicating myself to further research. As for these oases, I entrust their conquest to you, particularly those occupied by the lions. Strive to assimilate them as much as possible. Other races, however, must be eradicated for their souls. We need to reconstruct a grand tomb here. The Legion of the Undead requires a stable gathering point, and we also need a more consistent supply of troops. Having absorbed this information, Li Yuan comprehended his role. What is most lacking now is a commander, a general who can grasp the situation. And he is the most suitable candidate. Yes, my lord. I shall swiftly lead the army to capture these locations. Grant me a month, and I shall deliver victory to your presence. Witnessing this, Wade patted Li Yuan's shoulder with a wry smile and advised, "It is good that you possess this determination. Remember to be cautious of the shellfolk while subjugating the oases. They are the crystal scorpions. Should you encounter their subterranean sand burrows, show no mercy, annihilate their kin. Bring back all the crystal pillars from the sand burrows, and both you, the Deadeye, and Engel shall have priority in their use. Simply remit 60% to me. The remainder will be prioritized for the three of you, especially for you and the Deadeye. I hope you both can ascend swiftly. Until you reach the rank of battle general or attain a level 7 beast, you shall remain unable to partake in decisive battles. Only by becoming stronger can we effectively expand our territory. At that point, you may truly become a formidable force in your own right." "Yes, my lord." Li Yuan knelt on one knee, offering his highest respect. Days later, Wade formally entered seclusion to embark on new research. This time, the focus would be on the further development and application of necromantic guidance techniques, for if he could indeed master various domains, his potential would be infinitely elevated. Simultaneously, Wade prioritized the study of awakening the soul. He sensed that perhaps this might serve as his breakthrough. In the eyes of Wade, these two tomes of arcane knowledge seemed to harbor an even greater potential yet to be unearthed. Perhaps it is only when he assembles the complete volume that he will truly glimpse the intricacies within. Meanwhile, on another front, Li Yuan has embarked on his inaugural cross-border conflict. This battle holds profound significance for Li Yuan, as it not only represents his personal struggle against adversaries from this world, but also embodies the trust bestowed upon him by his lord. "My lord Li Yuan, we have located the oasis," reported a subordinate. Following the reconnaissance conducted by Lord Sion, it has been confirmed that the area is governed by centaurs, numbering well over 100,000. Each centaur is a born warrior, regardless of gender, exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess. Aside from a few younglings, the count of battle-capable centaurs exceeds 80,000. Preliminary assessments indicate at least 20 elite warriors and hundreds of bloodline warriors among them. The centaur sovereign is highly likely to be a general, though their strength remains uncertain as there are no detailed records. Upon hearing Mingyi's report, Li Yuan formulated a rough estimate in his mind. Currently, his main forces amount to only 23,000. Although the Raven Swarm is substantial, their role leans more towards support, rendering their impact on the front line almost negligible. Their sole advantage may lie in their heightened combat capabilities, slightly bolstered by aerial superiority. However, what is the defining trait of the undead? It is their unparalleled endurance in prolonged engagements, a quality that surpasses any other military faction. Once the battle reaches a stalemate, the Undead Legion is destined to emerge as the ultimate victor, irrespective of numbers. It is a racial characteristic that guarantees the undead are notoriously tenacious. Without any countermeasures, the Undead Legion will undoubtedly become the trump card on the battlefield, a striking spectacle of formidable prowess. The time has come to reveal the terrifying might of the undead calamity. The infernal lions and the Raven Swarm ascended into the skies, prepared for the onset of war. Their singular task was to exert every effort to thwart the enemy's reinforcements, to create chaos wherever possible, and to engage in clustered combat as units led by the infernal lions. The Undead Legion and the Shellfolk Legion would serve as the vanguard, confronting the Centaur's main forces head-on. King Engel of the Lions stood ready to reinforce various battlefronts, vigilant against any potential ambush by the Centaur sovereign. As Li Yuan issued his command, the infernal lions, infernal lionmen, and Raven Swarm took to the skies in droves. The heavens became a dark mass, surging toward the centaurs' oasis. Initially, the centaurs were oblivious to the impending threat, but as clarity dawned upon them, streams of black flames had already begun to rain down from the sky, like meteors. The awakened infernal lion men, exhaling infernal flames, rained fiery devastation upon the ground, igniting the entire oasis. This advantage of striking from above swiftly became apparent. The centaurs, even with their bows drawn taut, may not reach such heights. Not to mention the overwhelming flocks of crows. Yin had never relied on them to annihilate the enemy. More often, they sacrificed their lives to shield the true lethal strike. Just like now, whenever arrows threaten the infernal flame lions, several crows soar forth to intercept the projectiles, thus averting the crisis. Under the cover of the crows, the aerial advantage of the lions is vividly demonstrated. With each shot, they shift positions, and a burst of infernal flame can often claim the life of one or even several centaurs. Chapter 173. What is war? Damn it, where did these monsters come from? And those shell beings, were they not dwelling deep within the desert? How could they appear here? The centaur lord cursed vehemently, veins bulging on his forehead. As the king of his race, witnessing his kin fall one after another pierced his heart with profound sorrow. He yearned to intervene, yet dared not reveal himself too soon. For an ominous and fierce presence had already locked onto him from a place unseen. This aura seemed slightly weaker than his own, but it radiated danger, particularly causing his body to instinctively resist. This was the warning of peril from his bloodline, a premonition known only to warriors. His robust muscles involuntarily twitched, as if urging him not to provoke the adversary recklessly. This sensation was subtle, he knew it, and it knew him, although they had never met. A tacit understanding led them to observe from the shadows. Perhaps only when one side was utterly defeated would they truly engage. At this moment on the battlefield, dozens of meteor-like projectiles descended, instantly stirring up billowing clouds of smoke. When the dust settled, 12 infernal flame lions emerged in the oasis, their presence erupting with such force that they became focal points of battle. The centaurs surrounded them but dared not attack, merely encircling without assault. Meanwhile, above the 12 battlegrounds, countless crows accompanied nearly 1,000 infernal flame lions, utilizing their might to relentlessly reap lives from all directions. As the situation further deteriorated, bands of centaur warriors led elite forces to commence their encirclement of the various battlegrounds. Yet, this was merely the beginning, a prelude to the storm. Light yet tightly woven in its rhythm. At this moment, on the frontal battlefield of the oasis, 6 massive bone dragon lizards, resembling towering mountains, charged toward a barricade constructed of logs. In comparison, it was akin to an egg striking a rock. The entire process could be described as a forceful obliteration. In an instant, the barricade shattered into countless fragments. The centaurs stationed there were hurled into the air, only to crash down heavily, reduced to mere pulp. The bone dragon lizards effortlessly breached the barricade, treating it as a trivial task. They are the self-born specters, for whom slaughter resembles a mere game, a source of delight. Their favorite pastime is to raise their razor-sharp claws, trampling upon a centaur, exerting their strength gradually until they are reduced to a sanguine mush. Gazing upon the anguish and despair etched on their faces, can you fathom the sheer joy and exhilaration it brings? Their shrieks and lamentations serve as the finest instruments, and they are the merciless and sanguinary maestros of this symphony. To slay a centaur is but a fleeting musical note, ephemeral yet enchanting, an embodiment of art. Wherever the skeletal dragon lizard treads, the earth is rendered into dust. Flesh and blood become the crimson carpet welcoming their arrival. The centaur warriors stand powerless, trampled and toyed with, their lives rendered so tragically cheap. The 6 skeletal dragon lizards, akin to bulldozers, sweep away all in their path, following in their wake. Over 10,000 shell men swarm like locusts, resembling miniature bulldozers in their relentless advance. Accompanied by the skeletal dragon lizards, they ravage the battlefield. The centaurs strive to halt their advance, only to discover that nearly 2/3 of their forces are entangled in aerial skirmishes with lion-like beasts and ravenous flocks. Others find themselves unable to reach the front lines. The scant remaining centaur troops are utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught from the shell men and skeletal dragon lizards. They are burdened by a sense of helplessness, forced to watch as their front lines are incessantly consumed and encroached upon. The accumulation of countless corpses gives rise to a vast miasma of death, precisely what Li Yuan yearns to witness. There he kneels amid the carnage, the skeletal king's sword embedded in the ground, exuding an overwhelming aura of death. Rise, fight for me. I shall bestow upon you unparalleled glory. Li Yuan intones incantations as boundless death energy is released from his being, gradually enveloping an area until it reaches a state of temporary cessation. However, this time, Li Yuan refrains from forcibly transforming these corpses into dragon-tooth soldiers. Instead, through necromantic spells, he restores them to their original forms. Soon, hundreds and thousands of corpses respond. Flesh decays and dissipates, while bones twist and reassemble. They transform into spectral centaurs, standing guard around Li Yuan. Mount up, charge. With the issuance of these two commands, the long-reared dragon-tooth soldier corps advance, pairing with the spectral centaurs. In an instant, 1,000 dragon-tooth soldiers metamorphose into spectral centaur knights. In the next moment, 1,000 spectral centaur knights charge toward the forefront of the battlefield, wielding dual axes or double daggers. Their dragon-tooth soldier companions brandish bone spears and bone shields. This combination, upon entering the fray, swiftly cleaves through a substantial portion of the enemy forces, augmented by the spectral nature that renders them immune to the majority of physical assaults. This pair of combinations felt as though they had entered a realm untouched by mortal presence. Behind them, Li Yuan surveyed the battlefield, a subtle smile curving his lips. He turned to regard the skeletal army at his back, the sword of the Bone King in his hand shimmering with an eerie luminescence, seemingly thirsting for death. Advance, Li Yuan commanded. Immediately, the army of the undead surged forward with even greater fervor. They slaughtered mercilessly, dismembering every centaur they encountered into mere fragments. In the end, those slain were transformed by Li Yuan, stationed at the rear, into undead centaurs, joining the counteroffensive. Those who had just fallen became instruments of vengeance against their own kin. A cruelty that transcended mere malice. It was an act of annihilation at its most profound. Before your very eyes, your comrades were slain, then resurrected to fight against you. This was akin to a betrayal so deep that it rendered one speechless. It was like watching your beloved, in your presence, extolling your rival's virtues while simultaneously belittling you. This was nothing short of magnificent. At this moment, the entire battlefield lay shrouded in the shadow of death. The centaurs gazed in horror at the relentless tide of the undead, witnessing their kin transformed into adversaries. This was merely the beginning of their despair. They attempted to resist, but the power of the undead was overwhelming, their defenses crumbling at an alarming rate. The undead knew not the meaning of fatigue or despair, impervious to any emotional influence. The efforts of the centaurs appeared futile in this moment of hopelessness. Chapter 174. This is war. Under the ferocious assault of the undead army, the centaurs' defenses finally collapsed, akin to a deflated balloon or a flood unleashed. This defeat was a sweeping torrent. The ranks of the undead surged from 3,000 to nearly 10,000 in a matter of moments. Wherever they passed, they flooded into the depths of the oasis, leaving no blade of grass unscathed. Faced with such an overwhelming onslaught, the centaurs within the oasis gradually succumbed to panic. They had not anticipated that their front line would shatter so easily, as if toyed with and reduced to mere rubble by their foes. Some centaurs, having lost their will to fight, began to flee in search of refuge. Yet, when they regained their senses, they were horrified to discover that there was nowhere left to hide, neither in the sky, nor on the ground, nor beneath it. In the sky, crows cawed and infernal flames danced. On the ground, colossal beasts rampaged across the surface, while the undead legion swept through all in their path, their spectral cavalry ravaging everything in sight. Below the earth, hordes of shell beings lay in wait, their bloodthirsty gleam betraying their readiness to ambush fleeing prey. The assault of the undead army showed no sign of abating, even in the face of their adversaries' weakness. They pursue every living creature with a ruthless and relentless equality, spreading death and despair to every corner of the oasis. Once vibrant, the oasis has, at this moment, transformed into a hell on earth. There are no melodious birds or fragrant flowers, only an overwhelming atmosphere of decay and the raging flames of the netherworld. If you were to ask me what war is, then right here, right now, this is war. As the battle escalates, the situation shifts from a stalemate to a near equilibrium, ultimately cascading into chaos. Indeed, the centaur monarch has reached his breaking point. He is truly agitated. In merely half an hour, this conflict has resulted in the demise of 20 to 30,000 centaurs, a staggering loss of nearly 1/5 of his kin, a toll unacceptable to this sovereign. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Enraged, the centaur monarch's hooves claw at the earth, his colossal vitality surging like a boiling tide, releasing waves of heat. Come and fight, you wretched scoundrel. Unable to contain himself any longer, he provocatively challenges his foes. In an instant, He materializes onto the battlefield, his formidable energy conjuring a crimson storm. With a sweeping motion of his arm, the air behind him distorts, gradually forming twisted rifts in space, from which countless blood-red rays burst forth. Bloodline talent, rain arrows of the huntress. As the torrent of bloodlines erupts, it begins to rain blood from the heavens. Following this, countless crows and the fallen bodies of the underworld lions descend like dumplings, plummeting to the earth. Just as the centaur monarch prepares to strike at the nether lions, a massive crow appears behind him, its sudden presence both startling and eerie. It is the first time the centaur has witnessed a creature emerge from his own shadow. Before he can react, several magical sigils appear at the tips of the crow's shadowy wings, as if they had been concealed there, awaiting this very moment. In that fleeting glance, a barrage of powerful spells cascades forth like torrential rain. Shadow Elemental Sphere, Corrosive Force, Weakness Curse, Shadow Penetration, Breath of Death. And a multitude of other spells are unleashed. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the explosion envelopes the area in a thick cloud of smoke. Yet amidst this chaos, a chilling ticking sound reverberates, as if something is slowly eroding everything around. Before the smoke has dissipated, the centaur monarch bursts forth from the ruins. Although he has not been gravely injured, he appears quite disheveled. As he surveys his surroundings, he discovers that the crow is nowhere to be seen, as if it had vanished into thin air, like an assassin emerging from the shadows, leaving no trace behind. Soon, layers of debilitating buffs began to manifest, significantly diminishing his presence. He resembled a feeble mushroom, limp and utterly defeated. At that very moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, akin to a clap of thunder, resonating across the heavens. The figure of the infernal flame lion king, Engel, loomed like a mountain against the sky, his massive wings spanning over 100 meters, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Haha, what did I expect? Just a beast. The centaur lord bellowed, his voice laced with arrogance. What is this? You think I fear your size? Bloodline talent, mother of hunting's colossal weapon. The centaur lord roared, the ferocious power of his bloodline surged within him, akin to an unstoppable torrent. With the roar echoing through the sky, the centaur lord's body began to swell, expanding until it matched Engel's formidable stature. Bloodline talent, the sighing bow of the mother of hunting. As the power of his bloodline coalesced, a massive longbow materialized in the centaur lord's grasp. The motion of drawing and releasing the bow was fluid and graceful. As the colossal blood arrow was unleashed, it created a series of sonic booms, rippling through the air like waves. This strike seemed to harness the power of the heavens, a true manifestation of extraordinary might. With just this one shot, it stirred up sand and dust, filling the sky. Beast, perish. With the centaur lord's roar, the arrow, resembling a celestial spear, surged towards Engel with an unmatched ferocity. In that moment, countless breaths were held, witnessing a pivotal moment in history. Should the centaur lord triumph, this invasion would culminate here, reducing their efforts to mere empty words. However, if Engel prevailed, the entire oasis would fall into desolation, and death would be their ultimate fate. Yet, the outcome was already predetermined. The peak beast body represented the zenith of existence, transcending the current realm and dissecting the essence of extraordinary power. If the Earth Knight was a rudimentary application of heavenly prowess, then the Sky Knight could genuinely command a portion of celestial force, possessing a unique interpretation of extraordinary might. This was the embryonic form of domains, a standard for Sky Knights. Engel, as the peak beast body, had already mastered the application of domains, thus proving everything. Domain liberation. Pseudodomain. Endless abyss. Chapter 175, Bloodied Suppression. Rebellion. In this moment, the heavens and earth changed color. It felt as if all things were on the brink of plummeting into the abyss. At this moment, the beginning of destruction unfolds, manifesting the essence of an extraordinary power. A pitch-black ring gradually coalesces in the sky. At its center a fissure forms, resembling a black hole akin to an abyss. A terrifying gravitational pull draws everything in its vicinity, whether it be the essence of bloodlines or the elemental particles of the world. All are inexorably drawn into the black hole. Ultimately, this force transforms into the purest form of nether energy, continuously amplifying within Engel himself. His physique and aura swell in response to the black hole's pull, his expansive dark wings stirring up a tempest. The scorching yet chilling flames of annihilation scorch the earth and sky. He resembles a lion from the underworld, an ineffable entity, his majesty and presence enveloping all existence. At this moment, Engel's stature has surged several-fold, his aura surpassing that of the Centaur Lord, reaching the level of a 9th-tier magical beast. A fearsome roar echoes to the heavens, and a blazing pillar of nether flames erupts from his maw. In that instant, in the sky, the black pillar of fire collides with a massive blood arrow. The two forces, in fierce opposition, have reached a decisive moment. The blood arrow dims as time passes. Finally, with a crack, it shatters into a myriad of crimson fragments. How could this be? The Centaur Lord murmurs, only to be met by the boundless flames of annihilation. Boom. With a series of explosive sounds, the Centaur Lord, transformed into a giant, succumbs completely beneath the scorching nether flames. When the fire subsides, all that remains is a standing skeleton. This remnant, having endured the searing flames, resembles a crafted artifact, becoming a sculpture of ceramic-like texture. Roar. In this moment, Engel unleashes a deafening roar once more. Accompanying this is the activation of his innate ability, Heart of the Nether King, along with a domain that accelerates the transmission of bloodline corruption. In mere moments, a multitude of centaurs transforms, amidst their anguished cries, into grotesque beings that are neither human nor beast. Their flesh contorts incessantly, their mournful wails echoing through the air. They tear at their own flesh, even seeking to end their own lives. Yet, alas, all is in vain. The flames of annihilation sear their bodies, rendering them incapable of resisting the insidious erosion and corruption of their bloodlines. Rise up, my soldiers. Not only that, but even the abyss is sowing death upon the battlefield. The vastness of demise converges, as countless corpses begin to twist and reassemble, ultimately transforming into new dragon-tooth soldiers. One by one, these soldiers rise from the remnants. Armed with bone spears and standing in perfect formation, they resemble a royal guard, protecting the abyss, safeguarding their emperor. Meanwhile, the shell beings exhibit even more malevolence. Skarn, a frenzied scorpion imbued with a hint of fragility, indulged in a wild feast alongside his kin. Their 6-part mandibles relentlessly chewed and tore at the corpses, relishing the ecstasy of blood and vitality ebbing away. Within Skarn's consciousness, he held an unwavering belief that as long as he consumed enough, plundering greater life force, he would surely earn the favor of the blood god. Above the battlefield, Li Yuan stood elevated, gazing at the gradually decaying and desolate scene before him. The outcome was all too apparent. This war had culminated in their triumph, while the vanquished were destined to become mere burdens for the victors. At this moment, Li Yuan raised his arms high, softly chanting incantations. Meanwhile, his legion of the undead began to scavenge the remains, relentlessly slaying the remaining centaur tribesmen. The freshest corpses were piled high, ultimately forming towering monuments of bones. Under Li Yuan's guidance, the bodies began to rot, eventually yielding deathly energy that spread and permeated the surroundings. Particularly, as the death energy mingled with the soul's essence, the land visibly began to warp and transform. As the war approached its conclusion, the undead legion swelled to approximately 20,000, including nearly 5,000 spectral cavalry. The snowball effect only intensified, yet prior to this, at the behest of the Lord, Li Yuan drew forth his sword, the ethereal flames of souls reflecting a murderous intent. The undead legion gradually fanned out, encircling the periphery of the oasis, while the ravenous flocks in the sky meticulously targeted each shell being. Unger, rather than lifting the domain, began to shift his presence towards Skarn. As the adage goes, silence is golden, yet it also heralds the tempest that looms. The City of Blood, a new dominion for the ghoulish clan, now appeared somewhat dilapidated, the entire stronghold exuding an air of desolation. The Blood King, who had lived 4 lifetimes, orchestrated the entire Northern Plains civil war and emerged triumphantly. He had calculated every aspect. Indeed, the conclusion unfolded as he envisioned, achieving his rise and successfully uniting the goblins to vanquish the werewolves. Furthermore, as per his design, he thwarted the ascension of the Frostwolf's former king. With the foundation destabilized, faith suffered a fracture, and the rituals were ultimately forced to cease, plunging the Frostwolves into an era of darkness. Regrettably, all of this was now in flux. Indeed, the Blood King was astute, his strategies unfailing, even determining outcomes from afar. He had lived 4 lifetimes, amassing over a century of experience. However, that was merely a century. His prowess was undeniably formidable. As a peak commander-level warrior, his ultimate combat strength could rival that of a lord. Yet, he ultimately faced his first Waterloo in this life. His strength was indeed formidable, but he had overlooked the fact that his subjects were merely ordinary people. The might of the individual, in the end, would inevitably succumb to the collective will, leading to decline. As the sovereign ruler of his race, the dog-headed king has endured for 2 to 3 centuries, perhaps possessing a narrower perspective than the Blood King. Yet, can he not be regarded as a sage in his own right? The Frostwolf, an ancient race of even greater antiquity, surely perceives the Blood King's petty schemes. Indeed, the Frostwolves may have suffered a setback, but failure will not deter their thirst for vengeance. While their top-tier warriors may not surpass their foes, the dog-headed folk are equally capable of striking from the shadows. With nearly 10 commanding leaders confronting a singular peak-level commander, though it may be deemed dishonorable, they have succeeded in restraining the Blood King. For the dog-headed folk, subduing the Frostwolves and suppressing the ghouls, bringing all parties to a common level, is their ultimate aspiration. The conclusion of the turmoil within the northern plains is marked by the decimation of the elite ghouls, culminating in the failure of the Blood King's grand scheme. From a racial standpoint, however, he has nothing to lament, as he has undoubtedly triumphed. He has led the ghoul clan out of the abyss of decline that plagued them 40 years ago. Yet, is it truly plausible for 2 ancient races, each with a history spanning millennia, to be upended by a sudden emergence? Chapter 176, A Desire for Peace. At this moment, within the Imperial Blood City, the Blood King sits upon his throne, his eyes now filled with malice compared to his former demeanor. Below him, the 5 war generals, Shang, Jiaoyu, and Zheng, of the ghoul rank stand, each bearing injuries, missing limbs. The Blood King, having meticulously devised his plans, never anticipated the dog-headed folk would turn against him at such a critical juncture, nor that the Frostwolves would ally with them. As a peak-level commander facing numerous adversaries of equal caliber, he had once maneuvered with ease. Yet, on the battlefield, his forces were utterly vanquished. Over 300,000 ghouls met their demise, leaving only a scant remnant of his elite troops. The outcome was devastatingly swift, reducing them to mere ashes. The betrayal of his allies rendered him incapable of mounting a counteroffensive, leading to the annihilation of his lower-tier legions. The only reason his foes refrained from eradicating them entirely was due to the dog-headed folk's desire for balance, which instilled caution in the Frostwolves. At that moment, an unusual message surged forth to the Blood King. In response, he brutally snapped a corner of his throne, his countenance radiating an uncontrollable fury. Good, good, good. Wide. You are courting your own demise. Prepare to perish. On the brink of eruption, the Blood King manifested an illusory heart in his grasp, which he subsequently crushed. The sound of blood echoed, piercing through numerous barriers, reaching the distant avatar of Wide in the world of Sidus. Within the secret chamber, Wide, who had awaited this moment, slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with the sudden cessation of his heart. Boom. In an instant, his body erupted like a firework, shattering into countless fragments. In the blink of an eye, the entire chamber was drenched in blood. Dark crimson droplets fell incessantly, leaving a scene of utter chaos. Soon, a ghostly apparition began to materialize within the confines of the room. Before long, the soul coalesced into a recognizable form, gradually transforming into that of Wade, who, aside from a slight transparency, appeared indistinguishable from his living self. Wade glanced at his hands and moved his body slightly. Faintly, he could still sense the existence of his original form, albeit the connection was tenuous due to the vast distance. This was the manifestation of a spiritual body. Such an ability was indeed remarkable. It allowed one to almost detach from their corporeal form, achieving a state of independent existence. However, it was regrettable that the physical body he had painstakingly attained at the night level was now destroyed. The Blood King was truly decisive. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, out with the old and in with the new. In due time, he could acquire another vessel, one endowed with even greater potential. With a mere reforging, he would soon ascend back to the Night Realm. If he were to return to his original form, he would likely emerge even stronger. Wade murmured to himself. His spirits buoyed. Since the last communion with his original self, he had become aware of the Blood King's current predicament. At this moment, to stab him in the back was entirely within his expectations. Considering the passage of time, it was likely that Yuan and the others were faring well. A mere group of tainted shell beings could easily be eradicated. With the removal of this anchor point, it would not be so simple for the Blood King to locate him again. Currently, the Ghoul clan had suffered another significant blow, their clan's strength waning. The Blood King was surrounded by wolves, though he had no immediate concerns for his own safety. It seemed improbable that he would be able to expand his influence in the near future, as his mid to low-tier combat capabilities were still lacking. Even with a superiority in high-tier forces, managing vast territories required personnel. Sustaining the development of a realm necessitated a substantial population. The Blood King had risen too swiftly. and his foundation was still insufficient. Furthermore, in this realm, the shell beings affected by mental corruption had already been systematically dealt with, effectively severing another avenue for the Blood King's development. As for whether the Blood King would seek vengeance or annihilate the Wuyo domain, Wade had contemplated this question, but the likelihood seemed minimal. After all, the Golden Duke Latine was firmly in place. The Blood King was currently constrained in all aspects, rendering it nearly impossible for him to establish new battlefronts against humanity. However, considering the Blood King's cunning, he would undoubtedly recognize Wade's feigned death and would not engage in such irrational actions. This was clearly a scheme against him, aimed at causing him distress and interrupting his ascent to power. If he could plot against the Frost Wolves and successfully hinder their advancement, then Wade would likewise seize the opportunity to strike, disrupting the Blood King's progression. This was a blatant game of mutual scheming, with the conclusion leaning decidedly in Wade's favor. At this moment, with the annihilation of the Centaur Oasis, the surrounding oases fell one after another, transforming vast expanses of lush greenery into desolate wastelands. Countless spectral beings roamed the boundless sea of sand, relentlessly devouring all living creatures in their path. Meanwhile, the colossal invading army advanced towards the abyssal city, akin to a battle-hardened force returning triumphantly from distant campaigns. The ominous flocks of crows soared overhead, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, effectively cloaking the sky itself. In the air, tens of thousands of abyssal flame lions instilled terror in all directions, wielding diverse weaponry while igniting the fierce abyssal flames. Upon the earth, an innumerable array of dragon-toothed soldiers marched in a precise square formation, advancing steadily forward. Behind them, ranks of undead cavalry units were arranged, flanked by imposing skeletal dragons. Occasionally, abyssal flame lions would manifest, exuding an unparalleled aura of dread. This was the invading army that had swept through multiple oases in succession. After transforming countless lions and centaurs, their military might had reached the limits set by a few strategists. At the center of this force, Li Yuan emanated an aura of elite prowess, his presence a formidable testament to the overwhelming death energy that surrounded him. Concealed within the ravenous flocks, the Death Eye had ascended to the rank of a 6th-level magical beast, its form growing increasingly colossal, with 6 eyes that projected an incomparable sense of oppression. Through relentless slaughter and plunder, they had amassed abundant resources, making their rapid enhancement of power inevitable. In just a few short months, they had conquered nearly 10 oases of varying size, their territorial expanse now comparable to 1/3 of the Elden Principality. Their scope of expansion had reached its zenith, not due to an inability to continue their campaigns, but rather a necessity to cultivate and manage this newfound land, accumulating strength for a future, larger-scale war. Moreover, both Li Yuan and Death Eye still had room for growth and strength. All nearby factions capable of resistance had been swept away by the invading army, leaving only those suspected of harboring formidable beings at the level of Sky Knights. This world remained unfamiliar. Thus, a cautious, step-by-step approach was the wisest course of action. Chapter 177. Conclusion soon. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the dark and imposing army returned triumphantly to Abyssal City. Positioned atop the city walls, Wide gazed upon the resplendent troops, an overwhelming sense of pride swelling within him. He felt as if time had transformed the world, sensing that something significant was on the verge of unfolding, leaving him with a tinge of emptiness in his heart. It was akin to the setting sun of an aged man, gracefully descending beyond the horizon. He looked toward Engel, Death Eye, and Li Yuan, his most esteemed subordinates and soul companions. Compared to his previous life, Wide believed he had achieved much. Yet, in the depths of his being, a sense of void lingered, as if he were grasping at shadows. In the next moment, the world began to undergo a tremendous transformation. The sky seemed to be torn asunder, revealing a fearsome cyclopean eye emerging from the void, casting its gaze upon Wade. A corrupted soul disrupted the order. A false deity from another realm had taken notice of Wade's uniqueness. Fortunately, Wade inadvertently established a connection with an ancient golden tree. Through this golden tree, he narrowly evaded the assassination attempt and, guided by its wisdom, successfully ascended to the rank of a leader, seizing a portion of the fundamental laws of the Sada's world, which he termed the Golden Laws. Years of development ensued, during which Wade led his forces on campaigns east and west, ultimately conquering the entire endless desert. His subordinates, such as the Death Eye and the Abyssal Depths, advanced to the ranks of formidable warriors. In the year 9050 of the Dark Calendar, Wade, accompanied by many powerful allies, made a triumphant return and forged an alliance with the Golden Family. The golden laws he wielded were intrinsically linked to the golden family, revealing a profound connection. Shortly thereafter, the Valkyrie, Marlenia, wed Wade, becoming his legitimate wife. A few years later, they welcomed their firstborn, Sika Golden Mandala. The kingdom subsequently conferred upon Wade the title of the Mad Lion Duke. In the year 9080 of the Dark Calendar, the Mad Lion and the Golden Dukes jointly launched a northern campaign, sweeping across the frozen plains. The Ghoul clan was utterly annihilated amidst the combined onslaught of humans, goblins, and frost wolves, becoming mere dust of history. The Blood King met his demise at the hands of numerous powerful warriors, and Wade claimed the Blood King's core. By the year 9200 of the Dark Calendar, Wade, having nurtured his realm for many years, boasted a population exceeding 10 million. With much of the northern plains under his dominion, ultimately reaching the rank of a lord and formally crowning himself king, establishing the Mandala Kingdom. Later, the old steward, Alsace, passed away, and Wade interred his body in the northern territories to preserve its integrity. In the year 9500 of the Dark Calendar, Alsace's corpse was stolen, and upon its return, it had transcended to the rank of a lord, now named Frostmourne. This event heralded the birth of countless ghouls. Wade then summoned the Infernal Lion Legion from the Sada's world. The art of necromancy was thus revealed to the world. The clash of potent necromantic and undead magic nearly obliterated the northern plains. Ultimately, with the assistance of the Golden family, Wade succeeded in vanquishing Frostmourne, thereby gaining control over it. From this point on, Wade was reborn, ascending to the rank of a realm master, becoming an adversary across the entire Tiamat continent. Following the betrayal of the Golden faction, they joined the Mandala Kingdom. In the year 9800 of the Dark Calendar, Wade defeated the false deity of the Sada's world and successfully seized it, subsequently reviving the ancient god, the true essence of the Golden Tree, a pinnacle of power at the level of a realm lord. Alongside this formidable entity, the world of Suddies was shared. In the era of darkness, spanning 10,000 years, Vide, accompanied by the Golden Ancient Tree, launched an incursion into the original realm, obliterating 3 major human nations and the Dragonwood Forest in a single strike. The other foreign kingdoms, recognizing the futility of resistance, willingly submitted as duchies, while the Mandara Kingdom ascended to an empire, thereby unifying the continent of Saint Tiamat. In the subsequent year, the era of darkness, which had persisted for 10 millennia, was officially relegated to the past, ushering in a new calendar, the Cataclysmic Era, Year 1. Within this new era, spanning 300 years, Vide's subordinates achieved breakthroughs to the rank of Lord and further refined 2 necromantic companions, the Death Shadow Dragon, Dalagranath, and the Storm Dragon, Othansknade. In the Cataclysmic Era, Year 1000, the Golden Ancient Tree ascended to the realm Lord level. United with Vide, they invaded the Outer Realms, systematically conquering several medium-sized worlds. The Golden family's Marlenia reached the status of a realm lord. In the Cataclysmic Era, Year 5500, Vide attained the realm lord level and continued his campaigns across myriad realms, controlling an entire star domain and over 100 worlds, becoming a vassal. In the Cataclysmic Era, Year 10,000, Vide reached the pinnacle of the realm lord level and was officially elevated to demigod, commanding divine power and usurping the rules. During this era, he swiftly annexed several realm lord territories and established a divine kingdom. In the Cataclysmic Era, Year 513-0019, Vide perfected the art of necromancy, thus mastering the laws of the undead, and was crowned as the true god of the undead. He presided over all matters of death in the world. The end.